At 24, you became deputy county chief. At 30, you served as municipal party secretary. And at 39, you were transferred to provincial political and legal affairs committee secretary. Everyone said you were destined for an official career, with a smooth political path. But just as you were about to advance further, you were framed, ultimately forced to jump off a building to prove your innocence. However, when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself standing in an office, staring at the familiar surroundings. You felt dazed. You had actually been reborn, returning to 15 years earlier when you were still serving as the director of the construction bureau in Jiping County. As you zoned out, an angry voice sounded in front of you. Xiao Chen, I've reviewed the document you submitted about Dong Chenyihao's violations. As the director of the construction bureau, sometimes you need to consider things from the perspective of businesses too, don't you think? Coming back to your senses, you looked at the middle-aged man before you with mixed emotions. He was Hu Wei, the county party secretary of Jiping County, the turning point of your past life. In your previous life, you were the county's rising star, the youngest full section level cadre in the entire city, achieving the rank of full section at just 26 years old. Most importantly, you were also a central government selected candidate, with a future full of promise. At the peak of your youthful ambition, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection issued an anti-corruption document. In response to the central call, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection collaborated with the television station to launch a special program focusing on public grievances. The first stop of this program targeted Jiping County, which ranked second to last in economic performance. The program team sent a document to Hu Wei, specifically addressing the regulatory violations of Dong Chenghihao. However, Hu Wei excused himself as unavailable and sent you instead. One of the hosts happened to be Deputy Secretary Yu of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, notoriously nicknamed King of Hell. Facing Deputy Secretary Yu's relentless 8-question interrogation, you turned pale and stammered incoherently. In the end, you were made a scapegoat. After the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection transferred the case to the Provincial Organization Department, which then reported it to the Central Organization Department, you were dismissed from public office. 1 month later, the foundation of Dong Chenghihao collapsed, burying 13 lives alive during a stormy night, with no survivors. The most ironic part is that Hu Wei single-handedly suppressed this matter and was promoted to deputy mayor in 2008. Given a second chance at life, no matter what, you won't let this happen again. Hu Wei narrowed his eyes at you and continued. I heard your girlfriend is still working as a contract nurse at the county hospital. Old Lu from the Health Commission mentioned yesterday that there's a formalization quota within the system. You took a deep breath and replied calmly. Thank you for the concern, but if family members of the construction bureau receive special treatment, the public will criticize us. Hu Wei's smile faded as he hovered his pen over the signature line of the complaint document, saying, it's good that young comrades have principles. However, this year the county's key performance indicators focus on maintaining stability and promoting growth. If the construction bureau falls behind, other comrades in the leadership team might have opinions. Ha, a threat? I'm already planning to quit. Do you think I'm afraid? You slowly stood up, the shadow of the party flag casting over half your face. The municipal disciplinary inspection team emphasized during our discussion the need to prevent the risk of buildings going up while cadres fall down. Hu Wei's face darkened, his sharp gaze fixed on you as he thought, does this guy know the developer behind East City 1 is my brother-in-law? If so, he needs to be silenced, fired. But firing him would require multi-level approval from the Central Organization Department, which even my backers can't reach. A smile reappeared on Hu Wei's face as he cheerfully said, that's right, we must guard against this issue. The team is also organizing meetings to promote integrity and combat corruption. Hu Wei, whose name ironically means acting recklessly, lured with promises of permanent positions, threatened with performance metrics, and cloaked every word in organizational rhetoric. Yet his selfish motives were plain to see. By directly using the inspection team to shake the mountain and scare the tiger, you've already laid the conflict bare. Since this guy doesn't know what's good for him, let him take the fall. We're short of a scapegoat anyway. So, Comrade Zhixing, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and the TV station have launched a program called Pain Points of People's Livelihood, and the documents have already been issued. You'll need to go to the TV station on behalf of Jiping County by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Since the notice was only sent this morning, we didn't get any prior notice, so the county party committee and government couldn't adjust their schedules. Coincidentally, tomorrow's topic is also related to the construction bureau, so we'll have to trouble you to go. Hu Wei handed you the document with a smile that seemed utterly guileless, but you knew this was a trap he had set for you. If you went, you'd undoubtedly be the one left holding the bag, with this stain on your record. Once Hu Wei's backers reported it to the Provincial Organization Department, you'd have no choice but to wait to be fired. But having been reborn, how could you let him trick you again? When the time comes, you'd better not regret it. Hu Wei took the document and glanced out the window at the dark clouds pressing down on the city. as if a heavy storm was imminent. He narrowed his eyes slightly, placed both hands on the redwood desk, and leaned forward. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder rang out. You said, Secretary who? Doesn't that thunder sound like someone being struck by lightning for breaking an oath? Like a certain good official who once swore to serve the people? Hu Wei's gaze turned icy. Comrade Zhixing is the true good official who serves the people, so much so that he'd even disregard human lives for their sake. The moment you stepped out of the county party secretary's office, you had already thought about how to draft your resignation letter. The bureaucratic world was a murky river, filled with scheming and factional rivalries, where the smoke of power struggles never dissipated. You had long grown weary of it. On this grand stage of county politics, the drama of power plays was constantly unfolding. As a high-ranking official in the construction bureau, you had no choice but to become a pawn forced to take sides. The East City No. 1 project was like a massive vortex of power, entangled with intricate webs of competing interests behind the scenes. Although a massive chain of interests exists between business and government, not everyone is willing to cross that line. You step out of the county government building, squinting slightly. Since you've decided to quit anyway, tomorrow on the Pain Points of People's Livelihood program, you're determined to expose Hu Wei, that corrupt official. True to your name, you practice what you preach. Back at the construction bureau, you take out an A4 sheet, write boldly 3 characters, resignation letter, and dial your old superior at the central organization department, old leader. It's Zhixing. On the other end comes the crisp sound of a chess piece being placed, mingled with the faint strains of kunku opera. I know, Chen Zhixing, the one who practices what he preaches. Among your batch, you left the deepest impression on me. Back when you were all newcomers, everyone gave the same formulaic answers when asked why they wanted to be officials, except you, who bluntly said you wanted to catch the corrupt. Among your batch, you've developed the best, becoming a substantive section-level official with real power. Young man, I've always had high hopes for you. Although the senior leader retired last year, his protégés are spread across the country. Back then, it was this senior leader who personally received your group. Having risen from humble beginnings himself, he treats those from modest backgrounds well, without any bureaucratic airs. You fell silent. Noticing this, the elder immediately sensed you had something to say. Xiao Chun. Speak up. I'm listening. The senior leader remained as approachable as ever. After a long pause, you said bitterly, old leader, you might not like hearing this, but I have to say it. I don't want to continue anymore. I want to resign. The old man on the other end also went quiet before finally responding after a long silence. Xiao Chen. I respect your choice. Everyone has the right to choose their path. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you. If you've truly made up your mind, then submit your resignation to the organization. You look at the Dongqingyihao project. Perhaps this is the last thing you can do for Zhiping County after leaving your official career. A faint smile appears at the corner of your lips. You just don't want to disappoint this senior leader, and you know he's always had the highest expectations for you. After you resign, come to the capital and play chess with this old man. Of course, senior leader. After hanging up the phone, you resolutely wrote respected leaders. As the workday neared its end in the afternoon, your resignation letter had already been submitted to the County Party Committee's organization department. According to the management regulations for selected graduates, your resignation letter must go through a tier-by-tier approval process, ultimately being filed with the Central Organization Department, which holds the final authority over resignation decisions and record-keeping. Early the next morning, you arrived at the provincial television station. Since this program addressing public grievances was a collaborative effort between the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and the TV station, it marked the first televised episode broadcast province-wide, also serving as a party government program. After undergoing a series of tedious security checks, you finally entered the recording hall. Led by staff members, you walked through a passageway, waiting for the hosts to finish their introductory lines before making your entrance. From your vantage point, you could see 2 hosts. One was Yun Shui, the star anchor of the provincial station, and the other was Yu Qinghe, the standing deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Dear audience, hello everyone, welcome to Public Grievances, a program that belongs to every ordinary person. Here, voices will be heard, and issues will be confronted head-on. In the folds of daily life, we search together for the direction of light. Today, when we talk about public welfare, we're never discussing abstract concepts but rather concrete individuals. The elderly father transferring 3 buses to reach the hospital, clutching a crumpled route map in his hand, the repeated weighing of grocery costs at the market. These are our shared grievances, and they are also the challenges that must be faced for societal progress. The pain points of people's livelihoods, neither being a bystander nor a mere critic. No issue concerning people's livelihoods is trivial. Every detail matters. The pain points of people's livelihoods. Starting tomorrow, we walk this path together. The camera cuts to a large screen. scrolling through scenes of bloody realities. Seeing this, a playful smile curls at your lips in the corridor. Hooray! Oh hooray! This time the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection has set its sights on Dongqing number 1. I wonder if my words today can topple your position as a county-level party secretary? Yu Qinghe glances at you in the corridor, especially at the faces of weeping, pain-stricken citizens lined with wrinkles on the screen, then contrasts it with your mocking, playful smirk, a blatant sneer. You're just a small-time director of the construction bureau at the section level. Seeing these people crying their hearts out, you're actually still smiling, showing no concern for the citizens, leaving them homeless. The houses that should have been completed by now are still just a big pit, with not a trace of infrastructure to be seen. Chen Shixing, who is the director of the construction bureau, does not have the slightest heartache and is now laughing at it. What's he laughing at? Is he laughing at the incompetence of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection? Or is he mocking the fact that he's a minor construction director holding thousands of people at arm's length? Housing is no small matter. Housing is no small matter. Housing is no small matter. The Provincial Party Committee has emphasized this time and again, but they actually have the courage to do this kind of outrageous thing. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? He seemed to see in Chen Zhixing's young but energetic, and somewhat handsome face, the real cadre of the main section level mocking the incompetence of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. A nameless rage shot up to the sky. The rage that burned in his chest seemed to melt Chen Zhixing, the senior leading cadres who should have collapsed in front of the mountain without changing their color. At this moment, their eyes are gloomy. Their faces are cold. If there is any official prestige permeating the air, the image on the big screen switches to an outside interview clip, shaking as if shot handheld, with the grassy, rotting site of the One East Side project in the background. A white-haired old man trembling kneeling in front of the camera, cracked hand clutching the yellow demolition agreement, tears down the guttering face smashed on the paper. Leader, I just want to ask, when will the government repair the house? At first they said they would repair our houses after the demolition, but they haven't repaired them yet. Leader, my family saved 3 generations of brick houses. When the demolition office patted his chest that 2 years back to move, you see this agreement on the red stamp is still bright. His shivering hand pointing to the collapsed steel frame behind him. The wind wrapped in dust rolled over the empty foundation pit, children in the rental house fever coughing blood. Daughter-in-law ran away with someone. My old life. Just wait for this house to the grandchildren to stay a root. The leg of my family member who was crippled by the demolition team has not yet been attached to a steel plate. They say they want to optimize the business environment. But this water, my daughter drank it and had vomiting and diarrhea. And the school said she smelled and wouldn't be allowed in the classroom. Liar. Big liar. The girl wiped her tears hard with the sleeve of her school uniform. Snot smeared in the corners of her mouth. The homeroom teacher said that my essay, my new home, was all lies. But mom clearly pointed to that big pit and said a house with an elevator would grow underneath. She suddenly grabbed a rock and slammed it into the rusted developer's sign, and the rag doll's head crumbled away from the cotton wool as it tore. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhixing's heart wasn't in the right place either. The people only know that the construction of houses is under the control of the construction bureau, but sometimes, he, the director of the construction bureau, cannot do anything about it. The funds for the One East project are all gone. The construction group that initially took over the project went bankrupt in just 3 months, and it was finally contracted by a shell company with no construction qualification. He can't do anything about it. The seal was stamped by Huwei, the county party secretary. I can't help it. It was also seeing these things that perhaps made him shun the game of the so-called elitists, which is full of holes. Nowadays, I would like to invite Comrade Chen Zhixing, director of the construction bureau of Zhiping County, to the stage. After Chen Zhixing heard these words, he let out a long sigh. What should come cannot be avoided. Go has come to this step. Bring down who for, out of their own heart of the evil gas, will be the East Side One causes and consequences in front of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee Deputy Secretary of the Face. Let the province take note of the official ecology of Zhiping County today. Perhaps this house will be able to quickly rise up. Maybe it's the one thing he can do to actually do something for Paxson before he leaves. I'm half dusty and still a young man when I return now. After all, I can't see the hardships of this world. Chen Zhixing slowly stepped onto the stage and murmured this. At the same time, all the cameras were focused on Chen Zhixing in the passageway. Yu Qinghe's secretary walked over quickly, urgently handing over an expedited document. The header printed organization department on the resignation of Comrade Chen Zhixing's approval of the views. Yu Qinghe suddenly found that at least half a month should be able to get the Ministry of Organization department to approve the views of the resignation letter. But extremely unusual in a night, the approval of the views appeared in their own place. He suddenly realized at this moment that Elder Zhang was also watching this show. He opened the approval. The resignation report that should have been lying in the archives of the Central Organization Department was now carrying a bright red approval stamp. Meanwhile, The secretary's hand was holding up the cell phone that was in the middle of a call. The screen showed the capital city Zhanglao. Chapter 3 The Civil Life Bloodshed. Yu Qinghe straightened his clothes almost instantly, cupped his hands over the phone, and a smile appeared on his face. Teacher, I'm in. Elder Zhang's neutral voice came from the phone. Xiao Yu, you've got the approval from the Central Organization Department, right? You got it, but you didn't get it wrong? Why the word approved? Yu Qinghe suddenly realized something and looked towards Chen Zhixing, who was wearing a white shirt in the middle of the field with a little pointing flavor between his smiles. For some reason, he suddenly felt so calm and sophisticated at this time, and there is no color of nervousness, eloquent on the stage, unique to Chen Zhixing, this calm, not at all like a 26-year-old young man. Teacher, got it, Yu Qinghe said softly. You, this little master, may be to the official political ecology some disappointment. Of course, that document in your hand. I do not have any intervention. I just let them give approval as soon as possible, without mixing half a bit of feelings in it. When the teacher had already said so, Yu Qinghe's mind realized what was going on, and he immediately made a pledge. Not right, the teacher said so. Obviously let me protect a little brother. But why the Central Organization Department's approval of the opinion of the above is approved? 2 words? Does the teacher have any other layouts? Teacher, please don't worry. The student will definitely take care of junior brother. What he wishes to see is also what the student wishes to see. May the world be free of greed. This is what my teacher taught me in the beginning, and for so many years, this has been my motto. There are times when something doesn't have to be said plainly, point to point. Well, go ahead and record the show then. That's all. Yu Qinghe? No, there was something he didn't get. Since the opinion of the Central Organization Department was to approve Chen Zhixing's resignation, what was the significance of the teacher giving himself this call? For a moment, he was a little confused. Yu Qinghe handed his cell phone to his secretary and smoked a cigarette in the corner next to him where the machine couldn't be seen before staring deeply at his little brother on the field. Teachers care, that's for sure, but the CAG's reply comments are clearly expedited. But, the review column is yet again approved. Teacher, want to do what? If Chen Zhixing had known Yu Qinghe's thoughts, he would have answered him like this. The excellence you overdraw your health for is just a few lines in the personnel file that can be replaced at any time. The gears of the unit never stop for half a minute. Life is not measured in red-headed documents, but pieced together in the moments when you see the flowers blossom and the rain fall. After all, the nights I've stayed up, the lives I've fought, and the tears I've shed have all ended up as light A4 paper in a file bag. And it's the evening sunsets that are missed, the lovers that can't be accompanied, the dinners that are missed that are the body of life that can never be made up. Perhaps this is the essential truth of Chen Zhixing's decision to give up this iron rice bowl. And on stage, at the moment, it's getting into what's been finalized long ago. To address the specific issues in the clip, we'll start by asking the comrade in charge of the Ziping County Construction Bureau to explain the situation. Host Yun Shue's voice carried the characteristic mellowness of a broadcasting accent. Chen Zhixing picked up the topic, compared to some of the problems afterward. Now the province has just been established in the first phase. Many places also do not have in place. Good host. The content of the short film is the resettlement housing construction real estate projects, originally planned to be completed this year, but because of a variety of reasons, resulting in the current situation, our construction bureau, it should be part of the responsibility. Although Chen Zhixing had a gentle smile and an unhurried tone, the words he uttered did not fit his image at all. Aggressive. Yu Qinghe made a gesture towards the host, and when Yu Qinghe reappeared on camera, he stood next to the provincial station's Taihua. Does Director Chen mean in his words that it cannot be completed because of other reasons, and that the Construction Bureau, as the responsible department, should only be partly responsible? Well, it's very aggressive, and it's such a fatal question right off the bat. Fortunately, originally, Chen Zhixing had planned to break the bank today. Chen Zhixing, yes, but I still have to maintain my image. You have to ask why before I can answer. A drink and a pack have their own destiny. Seeing his appearance, Yu Qinghe's heart was clear, so naturally, he continued to pursue. Since Director Chen has already said so, then I believe there must be a reason. What is the reason? Chen Zhixing once again picked up the microphone, and with his 37-degree mouth, he spoke the truth that shocked countless people, yet felt reasonable. East City 1 project according to the original plan in this year should be completed. Originally responsible for the group because of the county party secretary who for the secretary of the suppression of bankruptcy, and finally this project to $500,000 sold to a shell company. And the legal representative of this shell company is the nephew of Secretary Hu, which makes the One East City project shelved until today. In yesterday, I submitted the document about the One East City's irregular approval, but Secretary Hu was a bully to me. Even today's appearance on the program was forced by Secretary Hu to come on the program. I think he should be wanting me to take the blame, right? The tone was still unhurried, but these words, undoubtedly, threw down a heavy bomb, blowing up the people on the scene, as well as the people in front of the TV. All of them were breathless. No dude, are you that rigid? Directly in front of Yu Qinghe, the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. He accused Hu Wei of not only colluding with officials and businessmen as the county party secretary, but also taking advantage of the loopholes in the system to illegally amass wealth and deliberately suppressing his subordinates. Who the hell gave you the courage? Exposing the political darkness of the officialdom. This is not a clear face of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee doesn't know about such a significant matter. What's this if not a slap in the face to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission? Yu Qinghe took a deep breath, forced himself to hold back his inner shock, and sternly rebuked, "Comrade Chen Zhixing, do you know that slandering a comrade is a violation of disciplinary regulations?" Of course Chen Zhixing is aware of it. He didn't come home last night, that's why he went to look for someone. If he didn't have proof, how dare he say this today? Chen Zhixing took out a floppy disk and handed it to Yun Shui. "Please trouble the program team to project it onto the big screen." Yun Shui went quickly, and it didn't take long for the money flowchart to surface on the big screen. Chen Zhixing continued to faintly said, "East City 1 cost the actual 120 million. Finance, housing construction, special funds allocated a total of 270 million. In the 150 million difference, 60 million through the Shenzhen Stock Exchange A23489 account transferred to Hu for the nephews held by the offshore company." Of course, he didn't have any evidence for the SZSE, but as long as the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection intervened, then the evidence could be fixed very quickly. This floppy disk originated from a comrade in the construction bureau, who died tragically in a car accident last month, and the whereabouts of this floppy disk are unknown. But in fact, it is in my hands. Yu Qinghe's face became extremely ugly. He now finally knew why this junior apprentice brother of his had resigned. After doing something like this, I'll be damned if I don't quit. Even if you don't resign, this life will stop at the main section, and even the county party can directly send him to a town. This life has no chance of high position. Resigning might be the best thing to do. Really suits the disciplinary system. Wanted. Suddenly, a dark, hunchbacked old man stood up in the audience. He said angrily, "I'm the old Wang Tu who knelt down in the movie. Director Chen slipped my family $5,000 of life-saving money yesterday, and secretary whose men said this morning that they would cut off my daughter's dialysis." It was also at this time that the audience which turned on the lights, and he then noticed that there were quite a few people sitting in the audience. Well, it was the same as in his previous life, so he didn't have much of a mood swing. Instead, he took the microphone and continued, "I have a recording here that you can listen to." Chen Zhixing took out his cell phone, found the recording file and directly pressed play, and two voices came out. "Uncle, if we use these materials, it will definitely cause a collapse and bury people, and a lot of people will die." Hu Wei's voice came out. "What are you afraid of? It's better to bury someone in a cave-in than to have a living person causing trouble. Let's leave it at that. If they die, it can only be said to be bad luck. Blow up. Extremely blown up." The fact that a county party secretary has actually uttered such words is undoubtedly a smear on the image of the government. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone fell silent. Outside of the program, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection organized a viewing of people's livelihood pain points, which was like a slap in their face, and further highlighted their lack of understanding of the situation down there. Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. The city government likewise, watching the conference room in silence. All the atmosphere do not dare to breathe. The atmosphere in Jiping County, which is at the center of the storm, is even more tense, and many people are carefully looking at Hu Wei, whose face is extremely gloomy. High pressure abounds on and off the field. Yu Qinghe's panting was more like the sound of a broken bellows, huffing and puffing. He couldn't even imagine how many threats, how much suppression and despair this junior brother of his had gone through to be able to say these words so flatly now. The more heartbroken he was for his little brother, the angrier he became at Hu Wei. However, just as it was extremely quiet inside and outside the arena, Chen Zhixing spoke once again. "I even remember when secretary who taught young cadres to be political and take care of the big picture. I just want to ask today, whose big picture is it that you have to take care of?" Chapter 4: The Fall of the Capital. The National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption. Chen Zhixing's tone of voice is flat, and even a little light feeling, but fell on the scene, fell in front of the TV in the ears of one of the system bigwigs, but so deafening, the scene was silent. Yu Qinghe is next to him. He can clearly feel the courage and determination of the younger brother to break the boat. Only, the Central Organization Department did not approve the resignation, which also means that his future road, really not good to go. As his senior brother, he had to give a reminder no matter what, right? This matter is pretty much over when it comes to this. The rest of the matter, Their Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection will intervene and investigate. No need for him to go on and on. He said more. Doesn't the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection want to lose face? Being scolded back and forth on stage for their inaction by a county-level construction bureau chief of a full section level. He, Yu Qingha, had his old face slapped back and forth by his own little master. Don't say it. Yu Qingha opened his mouth in a small voice. His lips didn't even move much. After all, it was a program, and he couldn't show it too obviously. However, his sentence of not saying anything made Chen Zhixing think that the other party was under some kind of pressure, and his heart thumped. Is the backer behind Hu Wei in the province? But he did not hear about it in his previous life. It's just that the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection took down the executive vice mayor of Starfish City, and now it seems like it's not that simple. But the more this happened, the more it provoked Chen Zhixing's rebelliousness. You won't let me talk. I'll talk. Anyway, I have handed in my resignation letter, and the Central Organization Department has so many selected candidates, not less than one of his own, so he is sure that the Central Organization Department will certainly be approved. Therefore, Chen Zhixing coldly glanced at Yu Qingha and cleared his throat. Watching Chen Zhixing make such a series of movements, Yu Qingha's heart thumped, secretly saying, bad. He must have thought that I came to greet him. Although Yu Qingha's face was not in a hurry, his tone had already rushed. Just as two words popped out, the other party's sentence was already finished. Little master. As we all know, according to the national standard, the horizontal and vertical reinforcement bars of the load-bearing walls have fixed markings, but in the hands of Secretary Hu's brother-in-law, these reinforcement markings have completely changed. To put it simply, a piece of national standard rebar can withstand 1,000 kilograms of force, but the rebar used by Secretary Hu's brother-in-law can only withstand 300 kilograms of force. The big screen suddenly cut out two copies of side-by-side data, and scarlet difference percentages appeared on the big screen, and the scarlet difference comparison stung the eyes of countless people. The people are cold and the leaders are panicked. Chen Zhixing's warm voice was wrapped in ice. You may as well do the math. For every ton of rebar that is missing, Secretary Hu's overseas account can be a few more digits. There were suppressed huffs and puffs from the audience. Yun Shue's knuckles whitened as she clutched the teleprompter card, and she clearly saw Chen Zhixing smiling. It was a sickly smile. It sent chills down his spine. Chen Zhixing finished and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His throat was a bit dry. 3 months ago, the case of the car accident of the deputy head of the budget section of the building department. Chen Zhixing suddenly pulled up the traffic police camera screen. Behind the broken windshield, the blood-stained briefcase zipper hanging half a severed finger. According to the police investigation, this was a bought and paid for murder because half an hour earlier, the driver of the car received a large transfer of $500,000, followed by the death of the deputy head of the budget section. The big screen started scrolling photos of the car accident scene, and Chen Zhixing unbuttoned his shirt with one hand, revealing a hideous old scar below his collarbone. When I refused to sign off on the overrun budget last year, the office received threatening letters wrapped in razor blades. What did Secretary Hu say at the time? Xiao Chen Na. Young cadres should learn to protect themselves. He again signaled for a new photo. The photo is of Hu Wei speaking at the county commission's debriefing meeting, the gold lily tie clip at his throat glinting with cold light, just like this gold-plated tie clip that melted the ancestral gold bracelets of 3 demolished families. Want to hear how 82-year-old Granny Zhao cried and begged the construction team to keep half a piece of coffin material? His voice had turned into an angry tone. As a leader, one should not be so furious. But when he said this, Chen Zhixing's originally light voice had become angry. It was not hysterical anger, but the sound of anger that was forced by being a leading cadre. But the voice could not be suppressed at all. Being a leading cadre is for you dog officials to oppress the people? Being a leading cadre is for you dog officials to lie on the people and suck their blood? Ouch. One by one, when they took office, they talked a good game, saying better than they sang everything we have is given by the people. But what have you given to the people? Oh yeah, you guys did give the people a lot of things, like turning the people into people pieces. Ha 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 ha. Chen Zhixing's emotions came up. The last life plus this one added up to more than 80 years old. But at this moment, he was still getting angrier and angrier. After Chen Zhixing finished speaking, he took a large deep breath. His red warm face caused by the strong suppression of anger was even redder at the moment. He gritted his teeth, almost a low growl. Some people's big picture is to take the people's bones and boil them in oil to light a lamp, so we might as well hold the lamp higher. Meanwhile, in a certain courtyard in the capital, Zhang Lao slapped the red rook heavily on top of the black general head, and the board cracked with fine lines in response. He looked up slightly at the image on the television, his chest heaving, but his face was smiling. Taking the people's bones and boiling them for oil to light the lamp. That's a profound statement. The old man opposite Zhang Lao looked at it and didn't put too much stock in it, casually asking, "You greeted? I've heard about it. but it's gone expedited. Zheng Lao also had nothing to hide. In this city, there were never any secrets to speak of. It was greeted, but I didn't ask them to disagree. I just said that everything was in accordance with the rules and regulations, except for the expediting. The old man rolled his eyes and said without any good humor, "What's the difference between you and this place? Even if that's the case, they still have to consider your face." Suddenly, the old man paused and realized, "So, you still don't want this little guy to resign?" The corners of Zhang Lao's mouth suddenly surfaced with a playful smile. The National Preventive Corruption Bureau has already taken shape, and the date of hanging the license is close at hand. The old man suddenly looked up at Elder Zhang, and he couldn't see anything amongst the other party's cloudy gaze, so he could only let out a helpless bitter smile. Lao Zhang, it's still you who's old and wise. At the same time, Yu Qinghe's secretary suddenly received a phone call. His face changed dramatically, whispering to call his own leader. The man carrying the camera was also very sensible and moved away, allowing Yu Qinghe to move outside the picture. Chapter 5, This Misunderstanding. It's a big one. The scene was silent, and all eyes were fixed on the somewhat thin, but somewhat sad character in the center of the field. After Chen Zhixing's above content was exported, he was doomed to go no further in the system. This kind of person who dares to expose the dark secrets of the officialdom. But wherever he is still in the system, he will be targeted one by one. You say he's nice? Well, let him come to your office, as long as you're not afraid that he'll be reported to you. It can be called official ghosting. Ghosts are sad to see, let alone people. Chen Zhixing looked at the scene and was about to say something when Yin Shui seemed to have received the news. She walked to the front of the stage with a sweet smile and spoke in a wordy, yet sweet voice. Thank you for watching the first installment of People's Livelihood Pain Points. About the problems reflected by Secretary Chen, the relevant departments will review and make actions as soon as possible. This installment of the program is here. See you in the next installment. After saying that, the guide desk cut the line at the first opportunity, and Yin Shui let out a long breath on the stage. It's so exciting. It's just too exciting. Although she had guessed that the first installment was likely to be wild, she had not expected the first installment to be so wild. As a TV host, Yun Shui is also clear about one thing. On top of an already corrupt officials, generally have backers. On this, Chen Zhixing have not even said that there are backers behind it. If this is said on their program, the whole province's officialdom would have to be shaken. No, now has been an earthquake. If you say it should be the front page of tomorrow's newspaper, headlines absolutely have their own in Chen Zhixing, and even the possibility of making a scene to the provincial Beijing office to go to the Beijing office at that time to report back. Well, more above know the results of the future. The odds are all in favor of a bloodbath in the province of Changtian. She didn't want to become a typical case for the top to crack down on. She doesn't want to be a typical case. Chen Zhixing came down from the stage helplessly and walked to the backstage passageway leading to the stage. Yu Qinghe quickly stopped Chen Zhixing. Comrade Zhixing, wait, just 10 minutes ago, there were two pieces of very bad news for you. One of which was that many media outlets spread Chen Zhixing falsely accused the leader after he was investigated for corruption, and there were also pictures of the construction director's mansion in the newspaper. I'm such an upright junior. My teachers are so optimistic. How come you've become a corrupt official in Jiping County? Yu Qinghe continued. At the same time, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision received evidence about your corruption and bribery. Before Yu Qinghe could even finish his words, Chen Zhixing interrupted, stretching out his hands as he said in a light tone, "There's evidence? Then you can arrest me." The corner of Yu Qinghe's mouth twitched. Did this junior brother of his have some misunderstanding about him? Does he think of himself as some kind of lawbreaker too? Thinking about how he had just tried to stop the other party from continuing, Yu Qinghe's eyelids fluttered. Well, put yourself in his shoes. If you were him, you would have to wonder if the other party was this kind of person. Comrade Zhixing, you've misunderstood. I'm not what you think I am. Before he could even finish his words, Chen Zhixing interrupted again. Oh, not the kind of person I thought you were, right? Then what kind of person are you? To put it bluntly, isn't it just a corrupt official? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already resigned. You guys can do whatever you like. I didn't realize that Deputy Secretary Yu, who was known as the Iron-Faced King of Hell, had fallen, so it seems that it was a wise move for me to resign. Instead of continuing to live in this murky, muck-filled pond, I'd rather stand squarely in the sunlight, where, at least, the five-pointed star in my heart and as far as my eyes can see, is always my faith. Instead of letting you people drain my faith in this pond of silt, interrupting a deputy secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission at the main hall level is more serious than even interrupting one's subordinate leader. Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. That's full rank. The reform of the disciplinary system of high rank had not yet been generalized in 2007, so it was at the level of a full department. The secretary wanted to go forward to the theory, but Yu Qing has stopped the other party and said with a slight narrowing of his eyes, "I didn't misread you." No wonder the teacher even made a special call. He introduced himself with a smile. "Introduce myself. I'm Yu Qing, Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Deputy Director of the Provincial Supervisory Commission, as well as a student of Elder Zhang. According to the time of graduation, you'll have to call me a senior." Chen Xixing? No, Deputy Secretary Yu, the so-called iron-faced king of hell, is my senior? The same family? No, in my previous life, if I had known that the iron face of the king of Yenyu, the secretary, who is known for his iron fist, was my senior brother, I would not have been so miserable in my previous life. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll be leaving my job soon anyway, and these things don't concern me anymore. In his previous life, Yu Qingha had gone on to become the Deputy Secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. If memory serves, next year he will be a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. That's a big leg. Oh, and then what? What does senior brother mean now? Chen Xixing looked skeptically at Yu Qingha. Yu Qingha was helpless. Still did not dispel Chen Xixing's suspicion of himself. You have to go back to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection with me now. About the matter of Hu Wei. Have to understand from you. Confirm the verification. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection urgently draw personnel to set up a task force. Yu Qingha's throat knots rolled and he just wanted to continue talking, but the phone rang again at this time, and he raised his hand to signal for silence. When he picked up the phone, the veins on his tiger's muzzle rippled, and his face was already gloomy. "I am Yu Qingha, Secretary Chen. You are making things difficult for people, although your rank is higher than mine, but I can't be the master of this matter. This matter will have to go to the Provincial Standing Committee meeting to decide. Stability overrides everything in Jiping County? I don't think so. Now at present, the whole province is staring at our Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. If we don't have any action at this time, then should our Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's supervisory power be put on the supply table to eat ash? Yes, you are the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, but we are the professionals in this matter. If it's not in accordance with the rules, please use the relevant regulations to sanction me, or have the Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission order me directly. I, Yu Qingha, have gone from being a member of the town's Discipline Inspection Committee to being the Deputy Secretary and Secretary of the County Discipline Inspection Committee, the Secretary of the City Discipline Inspection Committee, and then the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee. I'm not intimidated. I've seen a lot of corrupt officials, and I've dealt with corrupt officials. No one is good enough. Chen Xixing turned his head to survey his cheap senior brother, pondering and stroking his chin. It seemed that his senior brother, he had guessed wrong? He was actually a good official? Chen Xixing's cell phone also rang at this time, and he directly pressed the connect button. "Chen Xixing, come pick me up. I'm being followed. I listened to you in the morning. After going to the hospital to take leave I came directly to the provincial capital, but from the time I left the hospital there were people following me. I am now at the station. You quickly come to pick me up. I don't know where to go. Whoop whoop." Chapter 6. A meeting of a group of 5 people from the Province 1 office. After Chen Xixing heard these words, his face suddenly sank, and his heart sank to the bottom. He let Zhou Ruorwei come to the provincial city early in the morning because he was worried that Hu Wei would make a move on Zhou Ruorwei. And now, as expected, the other party had already prepared to make a move long ago. Whether it is the hospital or the bus, or the station, all belong to the place of high traffic. The other party, even if it is to do it, will not choose to do it in the place of high traffic. Don't worry, I'll contact the public security authorities now and have them come over immediately. Yu Qingha turned to his secretary and said, "You contact Deputy Director Chen." The secretary turned his head and immediately went to contact Chen Weigua, the Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Department. Yu Qingha patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "In this acreage of the provincial city, I don't say that I have much energy. At least when I say that I can protect a person, that's definitely something I can do." Who is Yu Qingha? That is the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, the number 2 person of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, with his connections in the provincial city, really want to protect a person, not to say 100%, that is also 99%. After all, no one wants to offend an Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection who is known as the King of Iron Faces. At least what seemed like a hassle to others was nothing in his presence. Chen Xixing pondered for a moment. "I'll make a trip. I'm still a bit worried." Yu Qingha nodded his head and gestured to his secretary. "You accompany him to make a trip? By the way, you give a word to Deputy Director Chen. Don't make any misunderstanding. I'll send the address to you later." After picking up the person, come directly to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. I'll go back to the meeting first. Meanwhile, the Provincial Party Secretary's office. Lin Shanha looked at the governor, the full-time Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, the Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee, and the head of the Provincial Party Committee's organization department in front of him. The program People's Livelihood Pain Points. Everyone has watched it, right? Lin Shanha said as he walked from his office chair to the sofa area with a thermos cup, smilingly looking at the four people. The National Bureau of Corruption Prevention is expected to be officially inaugurated next month, and Bao Wenrui, Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, had traveled to Beijing for a meeting in May. Above the National Committee, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection made instructions for this year's State of the Country to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committees under the hard target. Each province has to catch a typical out. The focus is to do into the iron case of the major cases. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection responded to the call of the central government and set up this special program. Lin Shanha was also paying quite a bit of attention, ordering at all levels that this first installment had to be watched carefully, and as a result, I didn't expect the first installment to give them a big one. During the Cultural Revolution, the construction of the cadre force was seriously undermined, and the policy of selecting students was forced to be interrupted. After the end of the Cultural Revolution, there was a serious problem of talent disconnection, and the resumption of the college entrance examination system revived the selection and transfer policy. In 1992, the concept of selected students was officially used for the first time, and it was stipulated that talents were selected from freshmen in colleges and universities for at least 2 years of training at the grassroots level. 1999, the Ministry of the Organization of the CPC Central Committee resumed the work of selecting selected students in a comprehensive manner, and it was made clear that each year, outstanding graduates were selected to receive focused training. In 2003, Chen Zhixing graduated from the Beijing University of Political Science and Law. Coinciding with the Chinese Organization Department documents came out. It can be said that, in addition to the Cultural Revolution period, Chen Zhixing is considered to be the first batch of the central government selected students, and his batch of people, only Chen Zhixing a person to become a real power section level cadres. But unfortunately, the expedited approval from the Central Organization Department has already agreed to the resignation of young comrade Chen Zhixing. Otherwise, I think he could have become the next Yu Qinghe. After handing out Chen Zhixing's resume, the provincial party organization minister slowly opened his mouth and said, his remark was just about the former life of the selectman. The focus was rather on the last sentence. As a member of the provincial party committee's 5-member team, he knew some of the inside stories from the beginning. For example, back then, it was Elder Zhang who personally received them, and he was especially optimistic about Chen Zhixing, and he was also emphasizing the special nature of Chen Zhixing. After all, the word zhong was involved. Why do you want to leave your job? Lin Shanha asked expressionlessly. The organization minister hesitated inside. His resignation letter reads, due to personal inability to perform the job. This is to lie to the other people will also be on the line. Their group of old foxes all know. Otherwise Chen Zhixing will not be in the first phase of the program to put nuclear bombs. Bao Wenrui narrowed his eyes a bit. Tone light, I will retire next year. Most of this year is on sick leave. The work of the Discipline Inspection Commission is led by Deputy Secretary Yu. If you want to ask my opinion, since the above wants a typical, this case is not delivered to the mouth, my suggestion is to set up a special investigation team for Zhiping County. Due to the fact that the Deputy Secretary will be the head of the team and Comrade Chen Zhixing will be the deputy head, to deliver a heavy blow to the corruption in Zhiping County in the fastest time possible. Today's young Comrade Chen Zhixing is a semi-resignation, and given his performance on the program, at least I think this young comrade will get results within a month. After all, he won't be a national civil servant after a month. The organization minister turned his head to this white-haired secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee and joked, Comrade Wenrui is afraid that he has other ideas, right? Bao Wenrui laughed. Doesn't this comrade of yours also have ideas? Ha 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 ha. These two kind of agree. Lin Shanha stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the floor, and said softly, I also agree with Comrade Wenrui's and Comrade Jinkai's ideas. The governor and the full-time deputy secretary naturally did not have no more to say. The two of them could have landed this thing even if they were against it. 3 in favor, more than half. This is why, with a group of 5, the standing committee members are all in the odd number, because once the two sides are tied, the last vote is especially important. In that case, Comrade Wenrui, you go back to a meeting. This matter will be implemented today. Time waits for no one na. If Hu Wei is ready to run away, then our provincial party committee's face can be lost. It's hard to find a more typical case than this one. Usually corruption cases of this level are nest cases. Comrade Wenrui, you're under a lot of pressure. Lin Shanha said with a smile. This matter is also settled here. The meetings of the 5-member panel are generally a prelude to the standing committee, but most of the time, the implementation actually starts directly after this prelude is completed. There are small meetings for big things, big meetings for small things, and no meetings for particularly important things. It's like a very big meeting. When you call a section member to a meeting, it's a foregone conclusion that it's not much of a big deal, and the odds are it's all going to be a head count. Please rest assured, Secretary, the disciplinary committee will definitely deliver a satisfactory answer. Lin Shanha heavily put down the thermos. Even if he who way is the Monkey King, this time we have to peel off the monkey skin to see what kind of gods raised him. There are some people who hide in the dark and don't want to see the sun, so it's your job to pick those people up and put them in the sun. Hearing this, Bao Wanrui pondered for a moment, understanding what Lin Shanha meant, and immediately made a guarantee. A meeting will be held within 1 hour. A task force will be drawn up within 2 hours. They will leave within 3 hours. And within 6 hours, the work will be properly underway. Chapter 7, Sheriff's Detachment Chief, scared me to death. I just thought I was going to be held accountable. The 5 Transportation Terminal. Joe Ruoli had been wandering outside the police office of the passenger terminal since she got off the bus. And since it was rush hour, the station police officers were patrolling all the areas, so there was no one on this side of the police office. But it was a public security organization no matter what, so the stalker didn't dare to make a move. Joe Ruoli's heart is a little afraid. She also often heard Chen Zhixing said that the current traffickers are extremely arrogant. What abducted children women young women and so on. These traffickers sell the girl to the remote mountainous areas. All kinds of torture. But she waited and never saw Chen Zhixing. Joe Ruoli. She entered the police room, her back pressed against the cold iron door of the police room. The platform radio was announcing the late arrival of train K527 in a dialect interspersed with electric currents. And for the third time the inch-haired man in blue brogue swung past the window, the odor of bad tobacco seeping silky through the doorway. There was a sudden scraping sound of metal coming from the window, and the duck-tongued skinny guy was slowly scratching the window frame of the police room with a spring-loaded knife, the stainless steel rubbing against the glass with a toothsome creaking sound. Where's the sister hide-and-seek? The face of the flower-armed, burly man suddenly crowded the glass window. Ah! Joe Ruoli screamed. The duck-tongued skinny man kicked the door open violently, his blue cloth shoelaces flinging out muddy spots as the other 2 men quickly approached. The duck-tongued man let out a low growl. Hurry up and get him. Someone's picking us up. Joe Ruoli was just a weak woman. How could she be their opponent? Just a photo. The 2 men had already grabbed Joe Ruoli and pressed her shoulders towards the outside. The man in the duck-tongued hat sneered. The little girl is still quite capable of running. My brothers chased you from Jiping County to the provincial capital. Now let's see where you can still run. The force with which the duck-tongued man twisted her arms backward almost broke bones, and the odor of bad leather mixed with the sour breath of sweat rushed into her nostrils. The strong-armed man pulled out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, and the pungent smell of chloroform seared the throat, a prohibited ether-like substance circulating on the black market during the 2007 crackdown. Be honest. The inch lifted the lining of his jacket to reveal the outline of a clay shotgun wrapped in duct tape around his ribs. The barrel of the gun is obviously cut seamless steel pipe. This kind of homemade weapon is exactly the trademark equipment of the gangs involved in the year. Joe Ruoli almost cried out, and just as the 3 men were about to leave with her, a Pajero police car equipped with a blast net crashed through the garbage cans, its tires grinding harshly on the ground, and stopped at the door in a beautiful dump. Before the vehicles could stop, the police officers inside the 3 police cars had already gotten out. One by one, the policemen in police uniforms were like seeing a first-class merit, like hungry wolves pouncing on them in a flash. And the Audi S6 behind it slowly stopped, and the co-pilot Chen Zhixing opened the door and rushed out, not even closing the door. When Chen Zhixing saw the barrel of the gun that the inch-haired man had already raised, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he roared violently. Get down! This roar also caused many people to subconsciously get down. The next second, shots rang out. Boo! The sound of breaking glass came immediately afterward. The Pajero's windshield was shattered by a shotgun in the windshield, and a clatter of glass shards rang out. And by this time, Chen Zhixing had already rushed in front of him, while the inch-haired man raised his gun almost synchronously and aimed it at Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing's heart was shaken. Immediately kneeling on the ground, steel balls mixed with gunpowder rubbed from his face. He immediately felt a fiery pain. But this is not the time to think about this. With the aid of skidding to the front of the inch-haired man, after skidding to a stop, he popped up and slammed his head into the man's stomach, taking his wrists in one hand and using the weight of his body to pin him to the ground. The other hand was also gripping the barrel of the gun and pressing it dead center against the other man's throat. The police also acted very quickly. When Chen Zhixing knelt down, there were already people rushing to the other 2 people, and pressed on the spot. When Chen Zhixing pressed the inchman, the police also came over to disarm. Handcuffs directly cuffed. Comrade, are you alright? The one who asked this was the detachment chief of the 3rd branch of the security forces. The corner of his mouth is also pumped. He has not seen such reckless people. Knowing that the other hand has a gun in the hands actually rushed up. Really not afraid of death. If it wasn't for the command of the chief of this security chief, he didn't even want to go out to the police. And it wasn't handled this way according to the process. Chen Zhixing touched the injury on his face. Fortunately, it was not disfigured, just a little abrasion. It's okay. Chen Zhixing had just stood up when he saw Zhou Ruoli standing to the side with tears in her eyes. Chen Zhixing's eyes floated to the image of Zhou Ruoli when he found her again in his previous life. She had already married a woman and had 2 small children beside her. I'm sorry. In this life, I will never lose you again. The upper body of the lotus root-colored lapel knit shirt was torn half askew, revealing the white cotton undershirt straps, and the silver butterfly brooch pinned on the neckline had long since fallen into an unknown corner. Her cheeks, which were born with baby fat, had lost all their color. Her ponytail hung loosely at the back of her neck. Her hair was stuck to her temples by cold sweat, and her almond eyes were red and swollen like peaches from crying. Zhou Ruoli is of the cute type. The more you look at her, the cuter she gets, the better she looks. You're bleeding. She huffed and went to touch the wound on Chen Zhixing's jaw, and the faded red rope bracelet between her wrists grazed his wound, and Chen Zhixing could clearly feel her hand trembling. The detachment commander coughed away from his face, and the officers tacitly turned their backs to clean up the scene. Damn people with girlfriends, showing love why in front of a bunch of single dogs like them. Is it appropriate that you start stabbing us in the heart after we just saved your asses? Is that appropriate? Is that reasonable? There is no justice. There's no more law of the land. It's fine, just a small injury. Chen Zhixing wrapped his hands around Zhou Ruoli's thin waist, lowered his head, his forehead resting against his forehead, and said with a smile. The detachment commander rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for your kid's quick dodge, he would have already been shot in the head. You won't even be able to keep a corpse at such a close range. Scared me to death. You really scared me. Ooh. Zhou Ruoli was buried in Chen Zhixing's arms, her body trembling with fear, her voice choking. Chen Zhixing rubbed her little head and laughed softly. It's not alright, don't worry about it. There are still so many people watching, and if you cry again, you'll become a little flower cat. It didn't matter to him. He hadn't practiced his face for decades for nothing. Zhou Ruoli also seems to think of so many people around. Tears in Chen Zhixing's shoulder wiped haphazardly. Pretty face red stood on the side, but the hand is in Chen Zhixing fingers interlocked. How not to let go? Team Su, thank you so much. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't even dare to think what would have happened today. Chen Jiwei walked up to Su Guang and shook hands with both hands as a sign of respect. Su Guang smiled and laughed and said, it's okay, this would have been our share of things, but also have to thank your girlfriend. Let us realize that our work there is such a big mistake. I'll be sure to report it to the main office when I get back and report accordingly for the understaffing at the station. He's a deputy branch chief. Chen Zhixing shook his head. One size does not fit all. I still have to thank you for today. When you're free I'll treat you to a casual dinner to show my appreciation. Su Guang smiled even more. Look at this as a smart person. Between 3 words, this credit became his own. Alright, you don't have to be polite. Deputy Secretary Yu's secretary is still waiting. So hurry over there, don't keep the leader waiting. But I've heard that what you did on the program has now made the provincial party committee take it very seriously. You kid has guts. After Yu Qinghe's secretary answered a call, he came over and said, Bureau Chen, Secretary Bao and Secretary you were already in the conference room. Just waiting for you. Chapter 8 Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Task Force. Comrade Chen Zhixing is deputy head of the task force. Provincial Party Committee Compound, meeting room of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. Chen Zhixing looked at each of the bigwigs in front of him, and was also a little numb, and his heart carried doubts. What's the situation now? If one is going to examine oneself, it should not be in a conference room, but in an interrogation room, right? Everyone's complexion was tinged with gravity, and the atmosphere was low pressure. Chen Zhixing looked at the Y-shaped base on the desktop, and the bright red color of the national flag and the party flag was a bit blinding. Secretary Pao. Secretary Pao. Just when everyone was silent, an old man with white hair walked in from outside, exuding an inexplicable aura between his dragon walks, and his national face was even more majestic. Bao Wanrui pressed his hand and smiled. Everyone sit down. Chen Zhixing looked at the big man in front of him, the one who could be called secretary by them. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection had and only had one person, the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, the Secretary of the Changtian Provincial Committee for Discipline Inspection, one of the ranks of the Secretary's Council, and one of the members of the 5-member conference panel. Bao Wanrui's gaze fell on Chen Zhixing's body and spoke with a smile. Comrade Xiao Chen has a lot of guts. On the first issue of People's Livelihood Pain Points, He blatantly exposed the Jiping County Party Secretary's corruption and collusion between the government and business. Is that a point? Bao Wanrui's fingers gently knocked on the desktop, and the base of the metal party emblem made a crisp reverberation. Chen Zhixing noticed that the secretary's cuffs were stained with half a piece of ink, as if he had just approved an urgent document in a hurry. But you weren't called here today to write a check. Bao Wanrui took the craft paper file bag from the secretary's hands. Yellowed seal fire paint cracked fine lines. He opened his mouth to convey the Provincial Party Committee's order. The Provincial Party Committee deliberated and decided to set up a special investigation team of Jiping County with immediate effect. Deputy Secretary Yu as the head of the task force. Comrade Chen Zhixing as the deputy head of the task force. To draw the best and brightest of the Discipline Inspection Commission, and immediately target the corruption cases in Jiping County to investigate and deal with. Yu Qinghe wasn't surprised at all because he had long guessed that this would be the outcome. After all, he had been deeply involved in the disciplinary committee system for many years, and he was well aware of the character of his top boss. What's more, it was emphasized at the plenary session of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection that through strengthening the fight against corruption and promoting honesty and integrity, perfecting system construction and institutional reform, deepening the supervision of the operation of power, comprehensively safeguarding the fundamental interests of the people, and pushing forward the development of the party's comprehensive and strict governance to a deeper and deeper level. At this point, it's impossible to let them off the hook. Chen Zhixing heard these words but he was shocked. Let himself be the deputy head of the task force? What kind of operation is this? With his decades of experience, he didn't figure out this wave of operation for a while. Instead, Yu Qinghe said with a smile, Comrade Xiao Chen, Secretary Bao has already decided, so don't push your luck. What's more, we also need a person who is familiar with the political ecology of Jiping County. Bao Wanrui did not give Chen Zhixing a reason to refuse, directly launched a piece of A4 paper and lightly buckled the thermos. Here's the list of task force personnel. The ink is not yet dry. Form is clearly listed in the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. The third director of the monitoring room, deputy director of the Provincial Audit Office and other important positions, and his own name sandwiched between them seem out of place. At the same time, the last name is clearly the people's livelihood pain point, host Yun Shui. Chen Zhixing naturally knew what Bao Wanrui meant. He got up and said, Thank you for the organization's trust. Yu Qinghe looked at Bao Wanrui after a moment of contemplation and asked, Secretary, what is the extent of the investigation? Bao Wanrui smiled and said, Secretary Lin's original words are even if he who way is the monkey king. This time we also have to peel the monkey's skin to see exactly which gods raised him. 40 minutes later, under the gloomy sky, 3 beige and gold-colored coasters slowly drove the Provincial Party Committee compound, and the familiar double flash began to light up. Representing the Provincial Disciplinary Committee of this knife has been hanging high above the head. It was only after Chen Zhixing sat in the coaster representing the Disciplinary Committee that he felt something different from his previous life. Low-profile luxury appearance, spacious and comfortable interior, security and confidentiality features and a series of advantages have become a status symbol. The front of the open road car, scouting car, security car and closing car to ensure that travel safety through the field. Not as handsome as a Lamborghini, not as expensive as a Rolls-Royce. Don't think about not parking your coaster on the road. Even if you're driving a Maybach, from the inside out, you're not looking at the landscape, but the city. With the coaster on double blinkers, you don't even have to worry about waiting for a stoplight, because what you'll be greeted with will be green lights all the way. Inside the center coaster, Yu Qinghe, dressed in an executive jacket and wearing a party badge on his chest, looked at Chen Zhixing with a smile and asked, What's the feeling? He meant, sitting within this coaster, which represented the power of the Disciplinary Commission, not in one of the men who greeted him outside. Chen Zhixing said, the embodiment of power materialized. Immediately afterward, he laughed again. Just these 3 coasters, driving into Jiping County with double flashing lights. In less than 5 minutes the Jiping County Committee will know that there is a leader coming, and before we arrive at our destination, all the members of the 4 sets of classes in Jiping County will be there as much as they can be. After we got out of the car, we were greeted with loud applause and a quiet tryst. Yu Qinghe nodded with deep empathy and let out a long sigh. Yes, how many officials are enamored with this feeling of great power? And how many officials are lost in this illusion of false power? After a pause, he continued, the opinion of the Central Organization Department has come down this morning. Your resignation letter has been approved, and you can leave within a month after handing over your work. But for the sake of Shifu, how about you settle as many as you can during this time, and after you leave the rest to me? The meaning is clear enough. After arriving in Jiping County, all actions will be dominated by you, and you can mobilize the entire task force to see how many things you can solve within a month. And after a month, I'll personally take over the rest of your business. Only 3 words surfaced in Chen Zhixing's mind, infinity. Yes, within the month, He held unlimited power in his hands, because he can fully represent the task force and the task force has only his voice. If you say you're checking on someone, then you can check on someone, even if there is no problem. You can find out the problem. This is the absolute power he holds in his hands in the middle of the next month. Chen Zhixing also understands that he is a knife of the Discipline Inspection Commission, and he only needs to cut off the entire chain of interests in Jiping County without regard to anything else. And there is only one action that he has to do, waving the knife. A month later, no matter how much noise Chen Zhixing made, there is Yu Qinghe, the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, to clean up the mess. The result of swinging wildly is uncertainty, because you have no idea who will squeal after that cut. Since he's already semi-separated, he's completely free of consequences. After figuring this out, Chen Zhixing looked towards Zhou Ruoli, who was sitting next to him, and a playful smile slowly surfaced at the corner of his mouth. The sky is a bit overcast in Georgetown County, the last calm before a rainstorm. With a loud boom, a thunderclap cut through the gloomy sky. The cigarette in Hu Wei's hand fell to the ground. He muttered, "Bad, coming at me." Chapter 9 Hu Wei, bad, coming at me. Hu Wei always feels that the back of his head is cold today, and there is always a coldness like a tarsus bone that comes out from time to time, making his back cold. As this coolness crawled down his spine like an ulcer on his hocks to the back of his head, the sweaty hairs on his body exploded at the same time, and there was the feeling that there are always unruly people who want to harm me. This feeling is like the feeling of being watched. He didn't know where the feeling came from, but it just felt bad somehow. Knock knock. 3 unobtrusive knocks sounded steeply. Hu Wei shivered, and the feeling of a large bell being rung actually surfaced in his mind, which caused his already tense nerves to instantly tighten. Immediately afterward, he spoke with some annoyance. "Come in." Zhang Yupeng, the head of the comprehensive section of the county party office and secretary of the county party secretary, walked in, holding a red-headed document in his hand, and his face was not very good. "Secretary, a letter of investigation has come from the Provincial Disciplinary Commission's office." This sentence directly made Hu Wei shiver again, and he hurriedly took the document and read it. Notice of cooperation with the Special Investigative Task Force by the County of Gilbert. After Hu saw these 2 documents, a jolt, he finally realized the bottom of this uneasiness in his heart where it came from. Chen Zhixing. It was then that he finally reacted. It is true that Chen Zhixing's accusation on his program is a serious political incident, but how can it be considered a political incident when the other party has already submitted a letter of resignation? Furthermore, on the program, the hostess next to, but the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Executive Deputy Secretary Yu Qinghe, the other side of the sticker face open big. He can endure? It has been clearly seen on this document. Notice of cooperation with the task force by Jiping County, that the task force is on its way. This made him panic even more. A heart pounding hard, he took a deep breath and looked up at his secretary, Zhang Yupeng, and said in a quick tone, "Hurry up and inform the CPPCC chairman and the county governor so that they can go with me to greet the task force members." "Good leader." After Zhang Yupeng replied, he turned around and left the office. But also after he left, Hu Wei was busy and panicked, took out another cell phone, and found a cell phone card from the drawer. Under the hands and feet, the cell phone card are still falling on the ground. Visible inner panic. Then Hu Wei also has something to say. The city he can still contact the backer, can still be circled around. There is still a little time to be able to deal with clean them and their own connection. But the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection came down directly, or Yu Qinghe personally led the team. Would this notorious iron-faced Yama give himself time to come back to check on himself after he'd taken care of his ass? That's obviously not possible. "Hey, brother-in-law, you hurry to say, Tiger, this KTV actually came 2 chicks, or high school students, I'll leave you a night." As soon as the call was connected, the deafening sound of music came from within the handset of the cell phone, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable anger rise in his heart. What a time to be playing with women. "Zhang Feng, I'm telling you, I'll give you an hour to wipe your ass clean. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team will be in the county soon. If you can't wipe your ass clean, then inform your parents to clean it up for you." After he finished yelling with suppressed anger, he hung up and turned his cell phone off before placing it on his body ready to take it out and throw it away later. Packed up after the direct toward the downstairs, looking at the members of the 4 sets of teams have arrived, with the county party committee, the county government, the county people's congress, the county political consultative conference. 4 sets of teams to the county junction to meet. Although ushering is prohibited, it is still not possible in practice. 20 minutes later, County Line Junction, a car was parked on the side of the road, all with their double blinkers on, and a group of middle-aged men in executive jackets stood on the side of the road. They have read the pain points of people's livelihood, so they know clearly why the task force has come this time. This is for Hu Wei. the county party secretary. They were expecting to arrive tomorrow at the earliest, but it turns out, well, it's only been over 3 hours since the show ended and they're here, so they won't be unaware of what that means. According to the process, cases are accepted and then examined, followed by a preliminary examination, which takes a maximum of 2 months and a minimum of half a month. After confirming the existence of disciplinary facts and pursuing legal responsibility, a case is filed and then entered into the investigation stage, in which peripheral investigations are carried out, evidence is collected by means of co-investigations, and finally, retention and interrogation measures are taken. But now what? Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Thunder and Lightning. In just a few hours to skip the acceptance, preliminary examination, direct case investigation, and still special task force. The Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection acted as the head of the group and took the task force down to the county. It's not even as simple as shock and anger anymore. None of the 4 sets of people spoke, but they all knew what the task force was here for. So much so that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit depressing. In the system, it can be said that the smell of discipline. No one wants to be associated with the disciplinary commission. Coming, everyone perked up as the beige and gold-colored coaster came into view. The coaster was getting closer and closer, and everyone's heart was lifted, feeling as if a heart was about to jump out of their chests, and feeling like their feet were filled with lead and they couldn't walk at all. A strong sense of suffocation and oppression struck, and each face looked a little forced. According to the law that smiles don't disappear, they just shift. The smile of the county governor Sun Jangwo at this moment is real. If the occasion weren't so serious, he would have wanted to laugh out loud. The door of the coaster slowly opened, and Hu Wei could only stiffly go forward to greet him. The first to come down was Yu Qinghe. Yu Qinghe's first words when he came down almost made Hu Wei kneel on the ground on the spot. He said with a smile, "The comrades of Jiping County are very courageous, taking the risk of violating the central government's party-style decision and still coming to wait for us so punctually." These words were said with a smile, but the chill in the words was like a cold wind that blew through everyone. A heart sank to the bottom. Yu Qinghe's gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on Hu Wei's pale face. His sight looked as if it could penetrate through the skin and flesh and cut right through the heart. Hu Wei forced himself to be calm and forced to smile, his heart and liver trembling a little. Yu Qinghe heart sneer. You this psychological quality also cannot on this psychological quality. How do you dare to do so many people in God's indignation things? Inside the coaster, Chen Shixing, who had already changed into an executive jacket at this moment, stomped off the car, and after seeing Chen Shixing, Hu Wei instantly widened his eyes. According to reason, Chen Shixing was not qualified to wear an executive jacket. But why? This executive jacket was handed to him by a deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection when he left. That's a bit intriguing and looks suspiciously standoffish. Not waiting for him to be shocked, Yu Qinghe maintained his official etiquette and smilingly introduced, "Secretary Hu, let me introduce to you, this is Chen Shixing. Oh, I forgot. Comrade Chen Shixing is your construction director of Jiping County. I don't know whether you have received the secondment letter from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Let me introduce. Comrade Chen Shixing is now the deputy head of our task force, and the candidate to preside over the task force's overall work in the coming month." Chapter 10, 5-Day Countdown. What? Deputy head of the task force? Boom! Hu Wei's entire body felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body was dumbfounded. He is just a director of the construction bureau, just a regular section level. What makes him the deputy head of the task force? Those disciplinary committee staff under his hand are all at a higher level than Chen Shixing, right? What gives him the right? If you let Chen Shixing check on you, won't he be on to you? Most importantly, what Yu Qinghe said, Chen Shixing presided over the full work of the task force in the next month. Isn't that pushing yourself to your death? Comrade Shixing is Jiping County seconded out, but also our Jiping County construction director. I believe that Comrade Shixing can also be fair and objective treatment well. For Comrade Shixing's ability is still very recognized. Hu Wei took a deep breath and smilingly reached out to shake Chen Shixing's hand. Anyone could tell that Hu Wei was in a bad mood right now, but there was nothing he could do about it. Chen Shixing's smile grew more and more brilliant. He stared straight at Hu Wei, very happy to shake hands with him. Secretly force, Secretary Hu. The future work can be more support. Our special task force is in possession of the evidence down. The provincial government attaches great importance to this, and Secretary Bao of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection made clear instructions to fight this anti-corruption war to the end, to shatter the darkness with a thunderbolt. Hu Wei's heart jumped violently, and a reluctant smile appeared on his face. How come this dog doesn't let go and still make a ing effort? Just as he was about to say something, Chen Shixing suddenly let go of his hand and looked at him with a smile. The smell of gunpowder in the air silenced the leaders in the room, and they could all feel the air freeze a little. The provincial government has moved out, so what can they say? Is it possible to take the provincial government's order head-on? If that's the case, then it's going to be fun. Jerking off from top to bottom. This is a serious political matter. Oh, welcome to the leader's supervision. Hu Wei's face twitched, reluctantly, but he had to show a smile. Yu Qinghe felt that it was almost time. He smiled and said, "In that case, let's get on the bus. Let's go to the county and settle down first." Hu Wei also breathed a sigh of relief as he nodded and spoke to Yu Qinghe with a somewhat compensatory smile. "Secretary Yu, the guest house is ready." Not going to the guest house. How could Chen Zhixing listen to Hu Wei? He expressed his refusal on the spot. Tensions rose once again. Hu Wei looked at Chen Zhixing with some annoyance. "If you are not the deputy head of the task force, with your rank, what qualification do you have to go toe-to-toe with me?" A subordinate from a day ago was now jumping on his head to make a fuss, and it was crucial that he didn't have the means to say anything. It was stifling. Really stifling. "Secretary Hu, the task force has our own arrangements on this side, so we don't need you to bother. We still have to catch up on our work." Chen Zhixing's faint tone rang in Hu Wei's ears, and when he saw this face of Chen Zhixing's, Hu Wei wanted to smash his fist on his face. It's too suffocating. There was no other way. Hu Wei had to look at Yu Qinghe. After all, Yu Qinghe was the head of the task force. Now that the task force leader hadn't even given the word, he, Chen Zhixing, had decided, clearly crossing the line, helping the leader to make decisions. "How dare you ah?" Yu Qinghe shrugged his shoulders and said smilingly, "Secretary Hu, don't look at me ah. I said, the next month, but by Comrade Chen Zhixing presided over the overall work. The meaning is simple enough. Within this month." His Chen Zhixing's words are my words. Hu Wei's cheek muscles twitched slightly, his 5 fingers pinched white in his cuffs, and the knots in his throat rolled as he squeezed out a raspy coda. "Then let's follow team leader Chen's charter." His back teeth were raw from biting, and each word felt like crushed ice ballast ground out from between his teeth. As he watched the door of the task force's coaster slam shut, he used the action of holding the frame of the car to crush the heel of his leather shoe fiercely, as if he wanted to stomp Chen Zhixing's shadow into the tarmac. The task force coaster fleet started slowly, and the county party fleet acted as the lead car, slowly driving toward Jiping County. Inside the coaster, Yu Qinghe looked at his little brother. "I have to say, really suitable for the disciplinary committee system ah. How do you want to carry out your work?" Yu Qinghe asked. "What's in this car is basically the core of this task force." Group leader Yu Qinghe, deputy leader Chen Zhixing, director of the 3rd Supervision Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, deputy director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, deputy director of the Discipline Inspection and Supervision Cadre Supervision Office, deputy director of the Financial Audit Division of the Audit Office, Yun Shui, moderator of the provincial desk, and Yu Qinghe's secretary. In the second vehicle were external professionals from the Public Security Department, the Taxation Department and the Audit Department. The third car is staffed by the Disciplinary Committee, 2 from the interview team, 6 from the outreach team, 2 from finance and 1 from legal. Regular cases typically have 5 to 10 people, major cases 10 to 20, and obviously, this one was fully characterized as a major case, which is a stretch in terms of staffing. Everyone was looking at Chen Zhixing as he recalled this case from his previous life and closed his eyes to think. He was clear that this was Yu Qinghe's test of himself and to reassure the others. A positive section level, without any experience in the work of the disciplinary committee system, was directly named by the leadership of the deputy team leader. Anyone's heart is not too happy It would be a lot of fun if there was a disagreement on the case. I suggest off-site police, which will ensure the independence of the disciplinary committee. In the entire Jiping County, the most important core members of Hu Wei's interest network are but 2 people, the first being his brother-in-law Zhang Feng, the legal representative of Tianma Construction, who, of course, is nothing more than a shell company. The second is the largest gang of dark forces within Jiping County, headed by He Hu, specializing in doing dirty work for Hu. To my understanding, this person is ruthless, and is now 3 times in the palace, in response to which the public security authorities need to assist. Yu Qinghe nodded. No problem. Although Chen Zhixing said so, but still did not get to the point. On these news, randomly in the Jiping County officialdom to pull a person out may know. The liaison officer of the Public Security Bureau first contacted the City Public Security Bureau to request off-site police. When we arrived and packed up, the external investigation team took control of Zhang Feng at the first time. The evidence in my hand is incomplete. Zhang Feng can fill in these evidence gaps. Coupled with the fact that we're so fast, there's no way for Hu Wei and Zhang Feng to clean up all the traces in such a short period of time. So before the people from the city bureau arrive, use the people from the county bureau to control the situation first and blockade the Tianma building. Second, reopen the investigations into the 1 to 14 bombing case, the 12 to 4 suicide case, and the 12 to 29 death in a detention center. All 3 cases are related to Hu Wei. with the deceased in the 12-4 suicide case being the director of the Office of Poverty Alleviation, while staff from the audit office are requested to be stationed at the Office of Poverty Alleviation. The fact that Mo Qian of the county TV station is Hu Wei's lover is also important. Chen Zhixing's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Public Security Department, Audit Department, and Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee will work on the case jointly, and will complete it within today's time frame. So I'm certain that I can take down Hu Wei within 5 days, and shift the battlefield to start catching the people behind Hu Wei. Chapter 11, Pre-Capture Arrangements. The atmosphere in the coster was somewhat frozen, but soon applause broke out. Yu Qinghai is really pleased, because his little brother is completely born disciplinary committee holy body too suitable for the work of the disciplinary committee. He was thinking about whether he should call his teacher later, withdraw his separation approval papers, and then transfer him to the provincial disciplinary committee and forget about it. Well organized and well justified. Not only were ideas and suggestions given, but even the various aspects were considered in place, including the audit office, and the utilization of resources by the public security organs was quite appropriate. No one was superfluous, and all had their own things to do. The direction of the investigation is also directly on point, as if there is a God's eye view of what crime he has committed, and so the program is given in a targeted manner. But what Yu Qinghai didn't know was that Chen Zhixing really did have God's perspective. He had seen Hu Wei's case over and over again several times, and when Hu Wei was finally tried, he had even made a personal trip to the courtroom, sitting in the audience and watching. He knew what happened to Hu Wei in the end. Shooting. It is still a standing law. You can see how many things this dog Hu Wei has done that are outrageous. Zhou Ruoli, who was sitting next to her, was also looking at Chen Zhixing with a face of adoration. It was said that men who were serious were the most handsome, and now it looked like that was indeed the case. I have a question. He Yang, Deputy Director of the 10th Review and Investigation Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, rose at this time and said, Team Leader Chen, how can we control Zhang Feng in the first place? According to what you said, he who is the biggest black force in Jiping County, so Zhang Feng must have quite a lot of people around him, and with just the 6 of us from the outer investigation team, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold down the other side. He Yang's problem was also their problem. Here's where it also highlights how important it is to have someone on the task force who knows the territory well. The liaison from the Public Security Department first contacted the County Bureau to blockade the Golden Sun KTV under the pretext of cooperating with the investigation, which is frequented by Zhang Feng and He Hu, and is suspected of selling wine and whoring sea and peddling drugs. Arrest them after the blockade. They won't get away. After bringing them back, I'll be in charge of the main interrogation, and determine the incriminating evidence of the two by dawn tomorrow. Thereafter initiate the investigation of Hu Wei. Play a blitzkrieg and take Hu Wei down before he can get back to his senses. Just as he said this, Chen Zhixing's cell phone dinged, and an inscrutable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Speak of the devil. And look, here comes the assist. Golden Eclipse Hotel. This is a great place. In front of the Golden Ease Hotel is the county government and behind it is the County Public Security Bureau, which is a very good geographical condition, and it's a randomly selected hotel that can be set up without having to line up eavesdropping equipment. A direct 5th floor and a man guard at the entrance to the stairs on the 5th floor will ensure that no uninvolved persons are allowed to enter. For security reasons, Chen Zhixing and the task force lived together, mainly because of Zhou Ruoli, who was not assured that Zhou Ruoli lived alone in the rental house. Team Leader Chen, Team Leader Chen, Team Leader Chen. Everyone who had packed up stood in the corridor and looked at Chen Zhixing, who nodded and immediately ordered, "Depart." In accordance with the tasks that had already been assigned, all of them led the way. Backup from the city will probably take another hour or so, and that hour will be covered by the county for the time being. Hu Wei wouldn't have even expected them to move so fast. Normally, there would be a transition period after the arrival of the task force, and there would never be such a quick arrest. It's like what Chen Zhixing said, playing blitzkrieg. There's no assignment for me? Yu Qinghai looked at Chen Zhixing and said with a smile on his lips. Chen Zhixing smiled bitterly and said, how dare I arrange tasks for you? You are the head of the task force. How can any subordinate arrange work for the leader? Yu Qinghai rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, I still don't know you? With your nature, I guess you've been thinking about it for a long time, right? Alright, I'm not going to bull you. I've already contacted Hu Wei and asked him to notify all the handlers of the county's direct units to hold a plenary session. I'll buy you 2 hours at most. Whether you want to arrest someone on the spot or whatever you want to do it as soon as possible. Yu Qinghai said as he walked towards the outside. He guessed what I was thinking. Chen Zhixing's mind is only this thought. Think about it. People are the executive deputy secretary of the department level, dealing with these corrupt elements all the time. How to do it? His heart is in the right place. Chen Zhixing turned his head to look at Zhou Ruoli, gently pinched her small face, and said in a gentle tone, Girl, I'm going to go and do my business, so I'm going to entrust you to stay over here for this period of time. Zhou Ruoli hugged Chen Zhixing, tilted her head slightly, and spread a smile. As long as there is a place for you, anywhere will do. You be careful, don't get hurt. County Public Safety. Wang Jigang, the Deputy County Commissioner and Director of the Public Security Bureau, had just returned from the County Party Secretary's office, who had explicitly told him that the task force had already arrived in Jiping County, so he was told to dispose of the unfavorable evidence as soon as possible. Wang Jigang's heart was cold when he heard this news. The task force has set its sights on Jiping County, which means that there is only a layer of film between them and the task force, and once this film is pierced, all the dirty things they have done will be exposed in the sunlight. He hurriedly called Zhao Zhenjuan, the deputy director of the county bureau, and ordered in an anxious tone, destroy and burn all the files of the 3 cases of 1 to 14, 12 to 4, and 12 to 29. Now, immediately. Zhao Zhenjuan frowned. Old Wang, aren't you being overly paranoid? Even if the task force comes, it will take a while for them to familiarize themselves with this side of the situation. We can totally create a big fire and just throw the dossier in. By the way, I'm afraid it's a bit bad to burn it so directly now, isn't it? It's more or less like being a thief. Wang Jigang's knuckles knocked heavily on the mahogany desk, causing the teacup lids to clink, and his temples jutted. Old Cho. He tugged the collar of his police uniform loose, the knot in his throat rolling as he swallowed his anxiety. I told you last month when the city council was pulling the files, those case files should have been cleaned up a long time ago. Zhao Zhenjuan rubbed the freshly sprouted stubble on his chin, his eyes drifting toward the hidden door. He suddenly lowered his voice. In the back alley, old Lu's family's auto body shop, there are 30 barrels of industrial alcohol piled up. Fingers dipped in cold tea drew scribbled routes on the desktop. Old song from the fire department. His daughter is the head nurse at the county hospital. After Zhao Zhenjuan so reminded, Wang Jigang also felt a little too anxious. There is no need to be in such a hurry. They have not yet sorted out the situation in Jiping County. How can they suddenly do it? It's impossible. It's not possible. It doesn't fit the process. But the feeling in his heart that sent chills down his spine traveled all over his body every now and then. Bureau Wang, the Public Security Office liaison for the task force, is here. It's Chao Dexian, the Deputy Director of the Provincial Office. Chapter 12, Police Prosecution. Don't move. Jiping County Public Security Bureau Director's Office. The air conditioning humming, but do not drive away the stagnant air in the room. Chao Dexian's silver-rimmed glasses glowed coldly under the overhead light, and he flexed his knuckles to rhythmically knock on the solid wood desktop, each sound like a bullet piercing Wang's taut nerves. 20 minutes to lock down Golden Sun KTV. Chao Dexian, Deputy Director of the Provincial Hall, suddenly increased the intensity of knocking. A pile of documents to be signed by the shock of rustling. Anti-Pornography Brigade, Security Brigade, Criminal Investigation Brigade all move up. What's the problem on the county public safety side? Zhao Zhenjuan noticed that the cold sweat oozing from the back of the chief's neck was sliding down the collar of his police uniform, and the tips of his leather shoes under the desk were shaking at a high frequency. When he heard that he had to mobilize the 3 brigades of criminal investigation, security and pornography, Wang Jigang's throat rolled violently. Director Chao, these 3 brigades are on a mission. His defense was cut off by Chao Dexian, who suddenly got up. He walked straight to the window, the bands of light coming from between the slits of the blinds cutting into the side of his face. Bureau Wang, the Inspector General of the Provincial Department asked me to pay attention to the problems of the County Bureau before I left. It seems like the Inspector General doesn't have much to do during this period of time off. Wang Jigang violently pressed his trembling right hand, and his nails almost pinched into the annual grain of the solid wood desktop. As he grabbed the handset of the landline, the 3 brass police badges shook violently on the shoulders of his uniform, casting shadows like interrogation room fences. It's now 20 minutes until the operation starts, and in 20 minutes, I need to see them outside the Golden Sun KTV. Chao Dexian's lenses flashed with a cold light, and he slowly looked up at Wang Jigang, his tone as cold as ice. Director Wang, I hope your ability is okay. Do you have any more questions? This heavy rainstorm came at a very bad time. The leaden gray clouds were pressed so low that they seemed to be out of reach, and there was a tense and oppressive atmosphere in the air. On the side of the street, Chen Zhixing held a black umbrella and wore an executive jacket, letting the rain crackle on the surface of the umbrella. At his side were the same disciplinary commission staff dressed in executive jackets and holding black umbrellas. The blue-on-white Pulsar police car pulled up to the curb, and one policeman quickly got out, all of them silent, without a word of unnecessary nonsense. Law and order, pornography, criminal investigation. 3 brigades have all arrived. 3 brigades together, 87 people, before and after the entire Golden Sun all surrounded. Chao Dexian opened his black umbrella, walked quickly to Chen Zhixing's side, and nodded. In a flash, all eyes converged on Chen Zhixing's body. Action! Chen Shixing ordered. In the rain, the sudden blast of the whistle tore through the silence, as if blowing the charge of the general attack. The captain of the security brigade raised his hand and threw out a breaker hammer, and the tempered glass burst into a spider web of sound, splashing into the halo of the lobby's crystal chandelier. A penetrating wind mixed with the smell of fish poured into the Golden Sun lobby, toppling stacks of imported foreign wine labels on the bar. Police prowl, everybody against the wall. In the blink of an eye, there was a lot of screaming in the hall, but it quickly returned to calm, and the gangsters did their duty to watch the scene, and one by one, they rushed up, and the result was, 3 sticks shattered the brotherhood, and the confessions were all in the name of the brothers. One by one, the police swarmed in and began to control the scene. Chen Shixing gathered his umbrella bones to cross the cordon, and the standing water dotted along the tip of the umbrella on the ground, leaving a small water stain. His pace was unhurried, as if he knew they couldn't get away. In his previous life, Zhang Feng said this when he was on trial. Every Saturday, I go to Golden Sun KTV to meet with He Hu, because every Saturday is the day He Hu and I meet to reconcile our accounts. It was also because of these words that Chen Shixing chose to directly mobilize the police force of the public security organs to blockade today, without any detection. Habits, they are terrible things. A police officer who knew Chen Shixing asked curiously to the police officer next to him, "Is this director of the construction bureau always so elegant?" The old policeman said with great feeling, "When you have enough power in your hands to take down the county clerk, you may be more graceful than he is, or rather, it's called subdued." Chao Dexian followed beside Chen Shixing and smiled as he joked, "Team leader Chen, if they aren't in there, the fun will be great." A smile emerged from the corner of Chen Shixing's mouth. "Director Chao, do you want us to make a bet? Let's bet that inside the office on the 3rd floor, Zhang Feng and He Hu are both there." Chao Dexian raised his eyebrows. "I don't believe it. You came back with us, so where did you find out about them? If it were really so divine, there wouldn't be so many unsolved cases." Late night snack for the task force? I'll bet. The two men talked as they arrived at the office on the 3rd floor. All the people from the CID brigade against the wall on both sides, and at the door, there were 4 men with pistols in their hands. Their tactical postures were ready, and, next to it, 6 members of the disciplinary commission's external investigation team were ready. Inside the office, Zhang Feng crossed his legs, a cigar in his hand, and grinned. "Brother Tiger, my brother-in-law said that the task force is coming down, so settle down for a while. Also, I'll let you know when the next reckoning is due." He Hu wore a large gold chain around his neck and a gold ring on his finger, and there was no shirt on his upper body, only a suit that was open enough to see his big oily belly. "Grass, I say buddy, the task force is afraid of nothing. It's not like we haven't had a task force in the county before. The last task force merely made people jump at the county guest house where they were stationed. And what happened? Grayed out. I say you're afraid of a hare." He Hu snorted and said disdainfully, an extremely arrogant smile all over his face. "This time is different. This time, boo. Police check, don't move." Before Zhang Feng's words fell, the office door was directly kicked open. "Grass, who the hell gave you the guts to check on me? Don't you know that Golden Sun is covered by me? And that my brother-in-law is Hu Wei, the secretary of the county party committee, so if you have the temper to arrest me, try it." Zhang Feng was not only not afraid after seeing the police, but instead pointed at the nose of a police officer at the front and cursed angrily. And then, the baton in the cop's hand slammed right into his arm, grabbing him by the arm and pinning him to the desk with his other hand. "Don't move. If you don't say that there are specialties in the arts." In just one shot, the two were pressed right up against the desk without any casualties. You should know that the 3 people who chased Zhou Ruoli to the provincial city had clay guns in their hands. One would have to admire Chen Shixing's decision-making. Blitzkrieg had the benefit of a blitzkrieg, as no one would have expected them to be so fast and to capture the core members of the Hu Wei group straight away. Chen Shixing slowly walked in, and the staff of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection took the first step and quickly entered, pulling out their documents. "What the do you want? Let go of me. Grass, I'll have my brother-in-law skin you, if you don't believe me." The chandelier in the office shook with the vibration of the broken door, lengthening Chen Shixing's shadow over the messy papers on the floor. He leaned over and picked up a shipping slip that had been pressed under Zhang Feng's elbow, and the date was clearly the early morning of the day the task force was stationed. Chao Dexian suddenly pressed his wrist, the reflection of the lens to cover the pupil's tremor. There is a fuzzy steel seal in the lower right corner of the bill. In the rainstorm thunder showed a leader's initials. He gulped and turned his neck with difficulty, a smile on his face that was worse than eating shang. "The evening meal is on me." Chapter 13 Clueless Zhang Feng, Omniscient Team Leader Chen. Chen Shixing's fingertips rubbed the edge of the shipping slip, and the steel seal suddenly became clear under the lightning. The 2 words pierced Chao Dexian's pupils, and the sound of the rainstorm outside the window suddenly became distant, and he heard the roll of his own throat drowned out in the explosive thunder. Chen Zhixing glanced at him and said nothing as he turned his head to look at several people and said in a deep voice, "Take them away." Zhang Feng stared at Chen Zhixing dead in the face and roared viciously, "Chen Zhixing, you're being used as a knife by others and you still don't realize it. When they're done using you, you're a outcast." But at this time, he who suddenly stormed up to break away from the suppression, the oily belly knocked over the mahogany coffee table. The moment he who pulled out his gun from the concealed compartment, Chen Zhixing had already smelled the smell of smoke, for the second time this month. "Look out!" The moment Chao Dexian insulation smashed his wrist, 3 bullets grazed his ear and lifted off the wall. Chen Zhixing could even make out the callus on the second joint of he whose index finger, which was the mark worn out by years of trigger pulling. The detective captain kicked he who over with a sharp sweeping kick, and the muzzles of 4 criminal police officers were simultaneously pressed against the back of his head. Chen Zhixing slowly looked at he who and sighed helplessly, intent to murder the deputy head of the task force, touching some blood seeping from his ear. But it wasn't serious, just a graze. He grinned. "That's enough charges for you to eat 7 peanuts in the penal colony." He who covered his chest, bared his teeth and stared at Chen Zhixing with a fierce smile. "If you have the ability, you can get me killed. You guys still want to try me? I'm telling you, I'll be out in a week at most. As soon as I come out, I'll be the first to kill you, son of a." He spat out blood foam and laughed. "Now give me 3 kowtows and maybe secretary who will even reward you with a full corpse. Criminal Investigation Brigade Captain C. So go on is not a thing." Strong scalp numbness roar, "Still not take them away. Do what the hell?" The staff of the Discipline Inspection Commission also quickly leaned in close to Chen Zhixing, who waved his hand. "You guys go out first, and bring the door with you." With the sound of the door closing, Chen Zhixing let out a long breath and patted his chest, his heart about to jump out. "Scared me to death. If I hadn't deflected my head, I would have been blown away. Thanks, Director Chow." Director Chow forced a smile and joked, "I thought you weren't afraid of death." With a very calm look, Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes and said without a good mood, "There were so many people just now, I had to pretend to be calm. It's called keeping up the image." After a pause, he continued to ask, "Tell me what's going on." Chao Dexian picked up the thermos, unscrewed the lid of the thermos. Of the hand is shaking. "Last year, the provincial hall of the gun truck overturned into the ravine. 792 type disappeared. The carrier is called Hu Ming. Now." He stared at the steel mark of the shipping slip on Chen Zhixing's palm and bared his teeth. "He works as a deputy director in the city's anti-triad office. Old Chow." He suddenly smiled. "Do you think we're close to touching the tiger's ass?" Chao Dexian gave Chen Zhixing a deep look and sighed very helplessly. "Comrade Zhixing, some tigers' asses can't be touched. Blitzkrieg is all about surprise." Chen Zhixing had made a military order on the way here. Take down Hu Wei in 5 days. 5 days to take down a county party secretary. This is a huge amount of work, but on the basis of the evidence Chen Zhixing now has and the fact that he has already arrested Zhang Feng, it doesn't seem to be that difficult. At least from the looks of it, it's going well. It can't be bad. It's the difference in information from living a new life. In his previous life, he failed to let Hu Wei step down, and became his own regret. He has relived a life. If he cannot take Hu Wei within 5 days, then he is not a white rebirth. He was aware of their entire crime chain, and now it was just a matter of bringing the answers and re-pushing their crime chain. Golden Eclipse Hotel. The 2 rooms on the 5th floor were specially vacated as interrogation rooms. The curtains were all drawn, and only a chandelier overhead swayed back and forth in a depressing atmosphere. Chen Zhixing and He Yang sat opposite Zhang Feng, with Chen Zhixing acting as the main examiner and He Yang as the recorder. But after coming in, Chen Zhixing didn't ask at all. Instead, he lit a cigarette, one hand knocking rhythmlessly on the table. The rhythmless sound made Zhang Feng distracted and restless, but he didn't say a word either. His brother-in-law had said that if he was caught, it was best to not say a word. The more he said, the more wrong he would be, and the more wrong he would be. That's why not talking is the best way to fight it. For 10 minutes, 10 whole minutes, Chen Zhixing did not ask anything, but this instead made Zhang Feng even more upset. "Zhang Feng, it's all here and that means we're on Hu Wei. There's not much point in you talking about it or not because I already know what I want to know. There's no point in wearing it out. Hu Wei doesn't have any property in his name. I'm guessing he's exchanged it all for cash or gold bullion. Tell me, where's the address?" Chen Zhixing yawned with a very lazy flavor. Zhang Feng snorted. "You think I will tell you? Do your spring and fall dream." He Yang was just about to record it, but Chen Zhixing reached out and pressed it down as he continued. "Mark it down. According to Zhang Feng's account, Hu Wei has a villa in Wanyuan Haotai, and the villa is listed under Mo Qian's name. Villa number 3. He Yang's eyes widened. "No, you are creating perjury. That's a prison sentence. Deputy Chief Chan, are you just messing around like that?" Chen Zhixing gave him a reassuring look. When Zhang Feng heard these words, he was staring at Chen Zhixing with wide eyes, full of disbelief, with a look of having seen a ghost. "No, how on earth did he?" Chen Shixing, know about such things? The only two people who know about this matter are themselves and their brother-in-law. And even Mo Qian doesn't know that she has a villa under her name. You're not a cutie. So I also know you're in the habit of keeping evidence. So tell me, where is this evidence? In his previous life, Hu Wei was arrested because Zhang Feng and Hu Wei did not share the spoils above a certain matter, and as a result, Zhang Feng exposed a recording in a fit of rage. As a result, this recording was noticed by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, which initiated the investigation process against Hu Wei. Later, during the court trial, Zhang Feng explained that he had the habit of keeping evidence, and he kept all the evidence. This was also the reason why Qin Jibei had arrested Zhang Feng in the first place after what came, because Zhang Feng could complete the last piece of the chain of evidence in his hands. He who, on the other hand, can aggravate the charges of Hu Wei and Zhang Feng, and when all the things are investigated, these two can be directly executed. Or is it a standing lawsuit? You can see how many buffs these three have stacked. Zhang Feng laughed once again. Aren't you Chen Zhixing very capable of guessing? So guess again. Chen Zhixing nodded and turned his head to look at He Yang. Remember, according to Zhang Feng's explanation, all of his evidence is hidden in his own home. Block 12, Building 401, Xin Yuan District, the master bedroom safe. The password is 794613. Zhang Feng's smile slowly stiffened on his face, and his entire body was dumbfounded. No child. Ha, he sold me the safe? Why does he know his combination? I'm Nima. Chapter 14, Zhang Feng, report, someone's hanging up. He Yang? He's stupid. I've seen interrogation before, but I've never seen this kind of interrogation. Are you sure you're Vice Commissioner Chen Zhixing? You're not possessed by something dirty, are you? You said you knew where he hid the evidence. Well, I can understand that. You could have someone follow him, even undercover. You said Hu Wei has a villa, or in the name of his young lover. I can understand. After all, your construction bureau and the housing authority side is a business contact. It's not unusual for you, a construction director, to ask them to look into it, or to look into it yourself. But, how did you know the combination to someone's safe? Even if you were a fortune teller, you wouldn't be able to figure out someone else's password. Does that make sense? Is this appropriate? How do you expect me, the recorder, to keep track of you? It was written that the deputy head of the team, Comrade Chen Zhixing, relied on fortune telling to figure out the location where Zhang Feng hid the evidence, and Zhang Feng's expression was shocked. So it's presumed that Comrade Chen Zhixing calculated the correct hiding place? I'm on the disciplinary committee. I'm not a fortune teller. This is not an interrogation. It is obviously taking the answers and copying the exam questions. On the contrary, Chen Zhixing looked like an old god, as if he wasn't the least bit surprised by the other party's reaction. Chen Zhixing is indeed not surprised. He knows all the details of the point. No, and the final verdict he needs to do is only to bring them to find out these evidences, connected to a line on the line. Anyone with a bad brain could do this job very well. Chen Zhixing would be thinking about something else this time. When it comes to arresting Hu Wei, he's a sly one. While calling his daughter-in-law to pack up her things and prepare to run away, he also called Mo Qian to tell her about the villa and asked her to wait for him abroad with money and gold. As for himself, under the pretense of inspecting the flood control work, he took Wang Jigang to run to the embankment of the Qingjiang River, and on the way, he used an analog walkie-talkie to switch the frequency band to contact the protective umbrella, preparing to leave from the national highway to the highway. Finally, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection hard contact with the Civil Aviation Administration pressed down to fly abroad. Hard staged you escape I chase the drama. Of course, Chen Zhixing wouldn't have thought that when he arrested Hu Wei. He staged a hard-hitting highway tollbooth interception. Director please have the two people from the external investigation team make a trip to the site of the plenary session and bring back the Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office and the Secretary of Finance. Who for collusion? The Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office to open a note. Who for the approval of the note? The Secretary of Finance to allocate funds? And finally fell into the Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office after the belt and the use of Zhang Feng's shell company money laundering. How does a line like that down the line not count as realizing the inner circle of the economy? The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched as the interrogation chair was brought clanging against the wall. He Yang, I want to report that someone is hanging. There's no one in charge. Not turned off means it's on. There's a hanged man here. Is there an anti-hookup department? Quickly seal the number. How the hell does this play out? This is not an interrogation. It is obviously taking the answers and copying the exam questions. Zhang Feng's pupils spread into a pitch-black abyss, and he suddenly laughed hysterically. Who in this world doesn't get a little dirty? You, Chen Zhixing, are so meticulous in your investigation. He leaned forward violently, his handcuffed hand slamming the interrogation board with a clang, and suddenly let out a sardonic laugh. If you're an official and don't do anything for your sister, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. The fountain pen made long cracks on the paper, and He Yang's eardrums were shaken by this hellishly tyrannical argument. This outrageous statement, tampered with from a classic line, perfectly steps on the G-spot for the spread of official peach news. Write it down. Chen Zhixing's voice was as steady as a rock. The suspect confessed to his umbrella ruling philosophy. An official should act on behalf of his sister-in-law. Chen Zhixing, your ass. Zhang Feng was pressed back into the interrogation chair in a frenzy of writhing, and Chen Zhixing leaned over to get close to his ear. The diary in the third plywood of your safe is filled with love poems to Mo Qian. Do you need me to read it to Hu Wei? The moment Zhang Feng suddenly went limp as mud. This black glove that had silenced half of the county was at the moment like a mangy dog that had its spine drawn. He Yang? Wait, let me slow down. Known, Mo Qian is the mistress of Hu Wei, the secretary of the county party committee, and Hu Wei's brother-in-law is Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng's safe contains love poems written to Mo Qian. Solution, in this triangle, how can Mo Qian have a legitimate or inappropriate relationship with two people without the other person finding out? He Yang turned his head to look at Chen Zhixing. Not child? Is your Jiping County circle so chaotic? What's with the exciting look? Director He, stop looking, it's time to go. Chen Zhixing patted his shoulder. He Yang was puzzled. Ah, where to? Chen Zhixing looked at him speechlessly. He Yang slapped his head before he remembered, turned his head to the two discipline inspection commission staff behind Zhang Feng and said, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Hu, escort him, let's go to Xinyuan neighborhood. The rest of the outward bound team is going to the plenary to arrest the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. Xiao Hu, Director He, don't call me Xiao Hu, you'd better call me by my full name. I always have the feeling that you're discussing arresting me in front of me. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wu had just escorted Zhang Feng to the stairway when Xiao Dexian quickly walked over to report the information. Team Leader Chen, the city bureau's security team is already in place, and the ones who came are police officers from the city bureau next door, not public security officers from the higher city bureau in Jiping County. Chen Zhixing froze for a moment and nodded. Troubled Director Xiao Dexian said smilingly, this is all what I should do. My duty is to protect your safety well. Chen Zhixing walked to one side. Xiao Dexian instantly understood the meaning and also walked over, only to hear Chen Zhixing whisper, Director Xiao, there is a personal matter to trouble you. Xiao Dexian heart happy. Discerning people can see you Qinghe. This is intended to cultivate Chen Zhixing. In advance to make a good relationship is very important. What's more, right now, there is not a single person in the entire task force who is not convinced by Chen Zhixing, and his plan can be said to be executed exceptionally smoothly. Omniscient doesn't even begin to describe it. You say, that, my girlfriend Zhou Ruoli, it's quite boring to stay here. So, Xiao Dexian patted his chest, don't worry if you leave it to me. Thanks a lot. After handing over a look of gratitude, Chen Zhixing went back to his room and spoke to Zhou Ruoli. Coming out a few minutes later, he waved his hand and set off once again for the Xinyuan neighborhood. Outside the Genie Hotel, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Hu stuffed Zhang Feng into the back seat. Chen Zhixing drove the car, and He Yang sat in the co-driver's seat, driving towards the Xinyuan neighborhood, followed by a police car, which sat inside the police transferred from the next city's public security bureau. The Xinyuan neighborhood is an old neighborhood, with houses from the 90s that look shabby from the outside. Vehicles parked downstairs in the 12th building, after a carload of people got off the car, immediately caused a lot of old men and women to talk. I believe that it won't take long for this news to spread throughout the entire Jiping County. After all, you can't ignore the information station of the oldest man and woman at the entrance of the village. 401 at the entrance. Zhang Feng stared at Chen Zhixing with a playful expression of disdain. Where's the key again if you can figure it out? Chen Zhixing glanced at him, turned around and touched on top of the staircase railing. In less than a minute, Chen Zhixing removed a piece of wood from the railing, took out the key from inside, and opened the door of the room with a click. Chapter 15 Hu Wei, it's over. Zhang Feng didn't say anything, just remained silent. He has hidden the key so much. How in the world does Chen Zhixing accurately know where his key is hidden? He's the only one who knows this key. I don't play anymore. I really don't play anymore. There is hanging There is hanging still how to play That's a hang up. Zhang Feng didn't want to talk. He didn't want to stay with this hungover person. Looking at the other party skillfully opening his door, Zhang Feng even wondered if he had brought the other party here when he was drunk. Otherwise how could he explain that the other party was so skillful? The room was ordinary. Even the whole neighborhood was very ordinary. Ordinary in the extreme. Perhaps no one would have thought that Mr. Chang would have bought a house specifically to hold the evidence. Did you say where the safe is? Or should I find it? Chen Zhixing turned his head to look at Zhang Feng, who at the moment had a look of no desire. He had given up struggling, and after these evidences came out, what was waiting for him was the death penalty. So, he has given up giving an account. You're a miracle worker. You do the math. Who can do it better than you? You can even figure out the combination. And you still can't figure out where the safe is? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes as if he had entered sage time. His tone flat. Chen Zhixing snorted coldly, and did not talk nonsense with him, took off his shoes and got into bed, and after removing the paintings on the wall that were more than a meter long, he immediately saw the pitch-black colored safe. Enter your password. The safe made a clicking sound. Chen Zhixing held the handle and pressed down. The moment the safe was opened, many people present were blinded. Under the illumination of the light, the inside of the safe emitted a golden glittering dazzling light, and only after the discomfort of the eyes passed, did this make it clear what was inside the safe. The moment Chen Zhixing pushed open the safe, the entire wall seemed to turn into a molten gold waterfall pouring down. Stacks of gold bars refracted under the overhead lights, and if you didn't know, you'd think you'd seen the Buddha, so dazzlingly golden. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He Yang was pounced on the full safe gold choked back half a step. He has never seen so much gold piled up into a geometric matrix in his life. Even he, the deputy director of the 3rd Inspection Office of the Discipline Commission, had never seen so much gold. Each piece of 500 grams of standard gold bricks yard than the arsenal ammunition box is more neat. The top 2 rows of gold bars were pressed out of the slightest indentation. Clearly someone often take out to rub and play. It's all because I traded my life for it. For every ton of concrete poured into the piers of the Green River, such a gold brick is melted. Ha 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 ha. After Chen Zhixing got down from the bed, he continued to speak. All the beds inside the house are lifted, and all the closets are opened. The moment he lifted the closet, the smell of money alone exploded. Bundles of $100 bills poured down like a collapsed flood, and the red wave instantly flooded He Yang's calf. Bundles of bills above the closet fell to the floor in piles, and his entire body was hit by this wall of bills. He Yang dumbfounded. The whole person is dumbfounded. He incredibly looked at the closet in front of him. Inside the full and the ground has been unable to land on the bundles of banknotes. Rare burst of foul mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a ING money printing warehouse, right? Xiao Zhang lifted the mattress, and underneath it, the same such bundles of banknotes were spread over the entire space of the bed. No, it wasn't even a bed anymore. It was a money fortress built out of banknotes, surrounded by nothing more than 4 boards to hold it in place. Team Leader Chen, there's a discovery in the second bedroom. It's all cash. Team Leader Chen, the other second bedroom is also all in cash. He Yang also specifically ran over to take a look. Well, this house is either money or gold bars. So what's his $4,000 a month or so salary? People have enough in this pile to pay his salary for almost 2 years. What? Director, he is moved? Chen Zhixing looked at He Yang playfully and couldn't help but snicker. He Yang rolled his eyes, but still nodded inside again. Nonsense. You're not impressed looking at so much money? My monthly salary is just a little more, but as a disciplinary committee, I also understand a reason. Received and cannot be used openly, but also jail, completely meaningless. Well, Chen Zhixing laughed. Don't reach out and you'll be caught. Director Hia, if you one day become corrupt, forget it, I would have resigned then. It has nothing to do with me. Ha 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 ha. He Yang glared at Chen Zhixing and immediately instructed Xiao Zhang. Notify the president of the Bank of China's Xiping County branch and ask him to come over with a money counting machine and cooperate with the Discipline Inspection Commission to count the scene. Also come back with a few more police officers to guard this side. Evidence team, leave the scene processed and follow the whole scene. Yes, director. An hour and 40 minutes had already passed, and only the last 20 minutes remained before the 2 hours Yu Qingha had said. In the past 100 minutes of time, never see the comrades of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Yu Qingha's heart is also a little drumming. Could it be that the little master's plan has gone wrong? It is normal. The younger brother has just contacted the work of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. And how can there be too much progress? It can clarify the ideas have been considered good. He, Chen Zhixing, was not a god, and it was impossible for him to have a major breakthrough within such a short period of time. Yu Qingha fingertip knock microphone. Metal tremors sound in the auditorium dome under the echo. Prevention of Corruption Bureau hanging in the imminent. But some comrades even this last decent do not want. He suddenly flipped open his notebook, and the clatter of the paper pages startled Hu Wei's hand as his pen rolled to the ground. Yu Qingha continued indifferently. According to the evidence provided by Comrade Chen Zhixing, the Qinjiang Bridge can melt a gold brick for every ton of concrete poured into the bridge. And I would like to ask all the comrades here, who taught this alchemy? I don't really remember such alchemy being taught at the party school when I was studying further at the party school. Hu Wei's face was pale and his legs were shaking a little. On the contrary, Sun Jiangwo next to him picked up his thermos cup and sipped his tea, the crunching sound of the bottom of the cup colliding with the tabletop piercing the dead silence. This governor even crossed his legs. the tip of his shoe pointing if anything to Hu Wei's knee that was shaking into a sieve. The Central Inspection Group found 78 cadres in our province involved in cases last year, including 3 at the departmental level. Yu Qing has suddenly raised the volume. Hu for the seat issued an unbearable squeak. He glanced at Hu for a glance, continued to faintly say, but like Jiping County, the whole corruption industry chain is embedded in the livelihood project. The side door to the auditorium burst open. He Yang's figure standing against the light cut off the latter half of Yu Qing's sentence, and the sound of the 3 disciplinary inspectors' shoes on the ground was like a death knell. Zhao Jinlai, director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. He Yang whipped out a retention order stamped with a bright red Discipline Inspection Commission seal. Please come with us. Everyone guess who is behind Hu Wei yada 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 yada. Guess the right one and add a chapter. Chapter 16 Yu Qinghe, the alchemy of certain cadres. Zhao Jinlai's face instantly changed. He looked at the retention decision letter that stood in front of him, and his face turned pale in almost a split second. Those of them who are officials, especially those in powerful leadership positions with huge amounts of oil and water, are fearful of the disciplinary commission from the bottom of their hearts. I heard that as long as you go to the commission for discipline inspection, even if it's nothing, you can make you account for things. Not to mention that there was something wrong with him. Comrade, have you made a mistake? I'm just a small director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. What can I do, right? Ha ha ha. Zhao Jinlai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and laughed dryly in an unnatural tone. He could even feel everyone present staring at him, and it was as if that single gaze was going to pierce through his body like an awn. Zhao Jinlai was drenched in cold sweat. He got up incredulously, but stumbled and held the back of his chair, tearing his treasure blue tie loose as his throat rolled. This is definitely a false accusation. I'm going to complain to the city council. Complaint materials may be forwarded to the city commission on discipline. He Yang smiled coldly as he put away the documents, and when he saw that he looked like he was not going to die, his eyes coldly swept over the few people present and snorted. On March 15 last year, the $3 million you granted to Qingjiang Village for the reconstruction of dangerous houses ended up in the account of Zhangfeng Holdings Shell Company. Do you need me to read the invoice number? The muffled sound of Yu Qinghe's knuckles knocking on the podium suddenly exploded, and Hu Wei violently covered the location of his heart, flinging out half a bottle of quick-acting heart pills as his briefcase slipped. There is so much gold in that statement. Not only did they find out what Zhao Jinlai had done, but they also nailed the money into Zhang Feng's shell company. Who doesn't know that Zhang Feng is Hu Wei's brother-in-law in the entire Jiping County? Pointing out this relationship on this occasion was close to directly saying that they were coming for Hu Wei. Sun Jiangwo on the podium pressed his fingers precisely on the cell phone in Hu Wei's pants pocket and whispered, Secretary Hu, you must take care of your health. The whole county is counting on you to run the show. Hearing Sun Jiangwo's mocking tone, he could not have the slightest desire to ridicule with the language of the county governor Sun Jiangwo now. It had all been traced back to Zhang Feng, and it might soon be traced back to his own head. No, have to hurry to think of a good retreat, or really wait until the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection to check on their own head. Everything is too late. Could Yu Qinghe not notice the movements between the two? He immediately slapped his hand on the table and said in a very icy tone, Jiping County has really given me a good surprise. Certain cadres are addicted to alchemy, and certain cadres have embezzled money for the reconstruction of dilapidated buildings, disregarding the people. It really opened my eyes. Gilpin County is the antithesis of a huge collapsing corruption. After Yu Qinghe finished speaking, he angrily got up and left the table, and as Zhao Jinlai was taken away, there was first a silence, followed by an outburst of discussion. We all know that the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Task Force is a tiger, but I did not expect this tiger actually came in less than 2 hours to reveal the fangs. Zhao Jinlai is a real section level, or a core person in Hu Wei's faction. Whether it was Zhao Jinlai or Zhang Feng, they were both from Hu Wei's lineage, and now, many people looked at Hu Wei on the podium with an inexplicable flavor in their expressions. On the other hand, after Yu Qinghe left the meeting, he returned to the Genie Hotel at the first time, but learned that Chen Zhixing had not yet returned, and after inquiring about his location, his secretary drove him to the Xin Yuan neighborhood in his car. After arriving at the scene, Yu Qinghe was also shocked. Stacks and stacks of cash yards in the living room. Not only cash, but also gold bars spread out on the ground. Hiss! Yu Qinghe had never seen so much money even after so many years of working as a disciplinary committee. Simple, vulgar, yet extremely violent. The visual impact of stacks of banknotes and a field full of gold is very strong. Secretary Yu, just stop inhaling. If you keep inhaling like that, you'll be contributing to global warming. Chen Zhixing's very calm voice came from the side. Yu Qinghe pointed to the money all over the ground and restored the aura and official authority that he should have at the level of the main hall, and he still had some complexity in his tone. Is this the big deal you've made? Chen Zhixing shrugged his shoulders. Incidentally, The evidence has already been taken back by Director He, and the evidence team is analyzing the evidence to see if they can form a closed loop of evidence. Deputy Director Chui Shueming of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's 3rd Review and Investigation Office is contacting the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's General Office to ask Secretary Pao to sign the retention decision. Even if the evidence can't form a closed loop, the current chain of evidence is enough to place a lien on Hu Wei, as long as the evidence is searched inside his villa. Yu Qingha on the road but heard the secretary said. He just left before the foot. Chen Zhixing let Chao Dexian notified the county bureau. The first time to blockade the Golden Sun KTV. On the spot to arrest the head of the gang of black forces He Hu, as well as Hu for the brother-in-law Zhang Feng. Another interrogation in just half an hour yielded the exact address, and then pinpointing the location led to the current situation. Yu Qingha was listening to that in a daze. When has he, a full department-level leader, Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee and Deputy Director of the Supervisory Committee, ever been so clueless? Task force to investigate a person's process, he is really too familiar with it. Even the fastest task force is about half a month. You are good. Just down on the first day to find out, but also almost formed evidence closed loop. Once the evidence closes the loop, then they don't even need a trial. They can just hand it over to the Anti-Corruption Bureau, which will act as the prosecuting authority to prosecute. This silky little set of moves, more disciplined than even he, an old disciplinarian. Teacher you this student is open the same as your students. You are not there anything not taught me Yu Qingha took a deep breath and said with a grave expression on his face, I'll call Secretary Bao right now and ask him to sign the document now. Chen Zhixing, however, shook his head meaningfully and pointed outside. Yu Qingha lifted his steps and walked towards my outside. He also wanted to hear what this hangman of his was really going to say. Secretary Yu, this matter cannot be rushed. The evidence we have so far shows that there is still an umbrella above Hu Wei, especially since there is also a batch of guns that the province lost in the first place involved in this case. With a swish, Yu Qingha's face also changed. Last year's 12-9 lost gun case? Yu Qingha's eyes widened, but he lowered his voice. Is the province involved in this? Can't be. Hu Wei is just a county party secretary. Put in the division cadres is also the upper middle. But, with his level, he can't even contact the provincial leaders. But soon, Yu Qingha figured out the key point. You mean to say, the person above Hu Wei is from the city, and behind that person in the city is the provincial leader? It makes sense if that's the case, since it's the eve of the change of leadership in the local municipalities, which takes place next month. In other words, it is indeed theoretically possible to be involved, or heavily involved. Chapter 17, Secretary Hu, clean and honest. Then what are you going to do? Yu Qingha pondered for a moment, his hands behind his back, and asked in a light tone. I was thinking it would be at least a month after this visit. If there is still an umbrella behind Hu Wei, it would be at the municipal level, and another month of investigation in the city, and the storm in the province would be over. But who would have thought that this little master of his means was so swift? Just 2 hours. 2 hours and you can just report it to detention. I'm under a lot of pressure. I used the identity of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee and Supervisory Committee Task Force Deputy Head to find Hu Wei to chat. This identity is enough to give him a sense of oppression. Artificially create a sense of crisis for him. Create a sense of tension that can catch at any time. He will not be able to resist contacting the backer. The problem is, there's no way to know for sure when Hao contacted the people behind him. So, Chen Zhixing hemmed and hawed, then looked to the ceiling with an I don't know anything. I didn't say anything look. Yu Qingha froze, and then after he reacted, he immediately rolled his eyes. How could he not see that his youngest junior brother still had such a dark side before? It's obvious that you need to coordinate your resources, and now you're acting like you don't have anything to say about it. I'm going to the prosecutor's office to coordinate resources to take a tap on Hu Wei's cell phone. At the legal level, the 2007 criminal procedure law has not yet explicitly given the disciplinary organs the authority to carry out technical investigations directly. In order to implement the wiretapping tactics, he also had to request the cooperation of the public security authorities through the public prosecutor's office. All right, then I'll go to the county office now. Maintaining a split. 10 minutes later, Yu Qingha returned to the Genie Hotel, went back to his room, sat at his desk and pondered for a moment, and finally hovered over the approval form for technical investigation measures for 3 seconds. Changed the subject matter of the application from who is suspected of having committed a crime in office to endangering national security. And this gray operation could shorten the wiretap approval by 48 hours, at the cost of facing the Provincial National Security Bureau's questioning afterwards, plus the pressure from Secretary Pao's side. He was 80% confident that he could go through all the procedures in 1 hour. On the other hand, Chen Zhixing on the other side came to the county government slowly. Looking at this symbol of the county's highest center of power, there was a great deal of inner peace. In this place, which represents the highest authority of the county, many offices are hung with for the people, but how many of them are finally put into practice? He slowly looked up and headed inside, and the matter of Chen Zhixing's arrival at the county government was, unsurprisingly, spread to everyone. His identity nowadays could not be hidden, and there were no secrets to be found within this building. On the marble steps of the main building of the county government, Chen Zhixing slowly walked up. His eyes fell ahead. Zhang Yupeng, the head of the comprehensive section of the county party office and secretary of the county party secretary, held a black umbrella and quickly greeted him. But Governor Sun was one step ahead of him. The county government leaders, including the head and deputy head of the county office, the full-time deputy secretary, the executive deputy governor, the secretary of the Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Minister of Publicity, have all arrived. One by one, the leaders of the county party committee stood in 2 rows with umbrellas in the rain. On both sides of Chen Zhixing, a black pressurized piece, extremely oppressive. Perhaps that's what power is all about? Sun Jiangwo quickly approached, holding up a black umbrella to shield himself from the light rain falling from the sky, and the unbuttoned buttons on his collar could be seen to be in a hurry and in some distress. Sun Jiangwo quickly approached and laughed loudly. Welcome Group Leader Chen to inspect the county government. A full-grade governor personally hit the umbrella. This degree of importance is self-evident. Team Leader Chen, secretary who is holding a flood control scheduling meeting. Obviously, this is just talk. The county clerk had a meeting, and it turned out that the county clerk was the only one at the meeting, and all the other county commissioners ran down to greet him? How ironic. Chen Zhixing pushed away Sun Jiangwo's black umbrella that was shielding him from the light rain and said in a light tone, "No need. Personally, I don't really like having an umbrella over my head." All of a sudden, the scene was awkward. The implication of that. No, it's not even an implication anymore. It's out in the open. Understandably, I'm not a fan of umbrellas. It was also after this sentence was exported that one by one, the leaders of the county party committee put away their black umbrellas, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. Although Chen Zhixing is now only a positive section level, but discerning people can see, after the task force is disbanded, the probability will be transferred into the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, maybe even up a mention. Secondment first. Everyone, don't worry, I'm just here to have a chat with Secretary Hu, Chen Zhixing said smilingly, and after a pause, continued, that's all. Sun Jiangwo hurriedly rounded off the scene. Yes. Chen Group Leader to guide the work of the county government. That is to give us a lesson in anti-corruption and cleanliness. Well, also welcome Chen Group Leader to come to me to chat. The two of them sang in unison, but the others were not in such a good frame of mind as Sun Jiangwo. After all, with Hu Wei down, the odds are that Sun will take over. The team was so silent to greet Chen Zhixing as he entered the county party committee and county government, and the party emblem on his chest appeared a chillingly cold light under the reflection of the light. At the plenary meeting, the task force openly retained Zhao Jinlai, the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, which gave birth to a feeling of absurdity in each of their hearts. Mainly, the speed was so fast that it gave them chills. When Chen Zhixing pushed open the sandalwood door of Hu Wei's office, the rain was snaking down the glass window. Secretary Hu is so elegant. There's still a mood to watch the rain. Chen Zhixing backhanded the door and looked at the calligraphy plaque on the wall of purity and integrity. Secretary Hu's flood control scheduling meeting went well. Hu, for the corners of the mouth twitching to squeeze out a fake smile, did not answer positively. Chen team leader young and promising. Just keeping this pool of water muddy. Beware of too big a step to break the foot. It's already a threat. Chen Zhixing 5 fingers suddenly force. Knuckles almost embedded into the other hand bone. Deep water is good to touch the fish. Secretary Hu these years is not precisely rely on muddy water to fertilize a pond full of 8. He closed half a step closer to lower his voice. Xinjiang bridge every irrigation of a ton of concrete on the alchemy of melting gold bricks. Secretary Hu to the county cadres on what a vivid open lesson of corruption. You, Hu for the face as white as paper. Nails in the table paint scratch out a piercing sound. You are slander. I'm going to the municipal party committee. Chen Zhixing sat extremely calmly on the sofa, holding his bladder, and nodded his head with an ennui. Yes, you're going to tell the municipal party committee. TSK, didn't see it. Secretary Hu actually still calls teacher? I also wonder if your little lover Mo Chen has told you that Zhang Feng likes him too. We have found quite a few love poems written to Mo Chen in Xin Yuan neighborhood. Oh, that is, the place Zhang Feng used to hide the evidence. Ha. Mockery. Naked mockery. Hu Wei's knuckles pinched white, and the rain outside the window seemed to turn into steel needles stabbing into his temples, which throbbed abruptly. He now had the urge to pick up an ashtray and smash Chen Zhixing's skull. The butterfly tattoo on Mo Qian's inner thigh is quite chic. Chen Zhixing suddenly struck the desktop with a paperweight, each crunching sound like a bullet through Hu's skull. Zhang Feng's diary wrote that he loved to lick the tattoo that turned from a birthmark. Has Secretary Hu tried using this position? Hu Wei's neck veins popped out, and a trapped beast-like hiss escaped from his throat. But in the next second, Chen Zhixing suddenly raised his head and spoke out of turn as he looked at the calligraphy of cleanliness and integrity on the wall. This is a piece of calligraphy by one of the leaders of the province, right? Honestly, there's no artistic content. I wonder, how much did Secretary Hu spend? Chapter 18 The Umbrella Behind. As soon as these words came out, Hu Wei's face changed in a flash as he looked at Chen Zhixing with a horrified expression. The shock that surfaced on his face had caused his entire body to go wide-eyed. How in the world did he know something so secretive? Even if he had arrested Zhang Feng, he Hu, and Zhao Jinlai, so what? These three people didn't even know about this matter. This matter was extremely secretive. Only 3 people in total knew about it. Provincial leaders, their own backers as well as themselves. Is the other side open? Why did they find this thing? Who sold him out? A provincial leader? How can that be? The other side is paid. If he says that, he's not making a fool of himself. A mountain to lean on? It's even more unlikely. If he goes down, he'll definitely have to be examined by the disciplinary committee as well. So the question becomes, how on earth did the other side know? Can it be that the Discipline Inspection Commission has been investigating you for a long time? It's just taking advantage of Chen Zhixing's case to make a move on itself? How else could one explain Chen Zhixing knowing such hidden information? It was even possible that they had investigated the provincial leader without their knowledge? For Chen Zhixing, who dares to disclose the darkness of the officialdom, almost all departments do not like, but the Discipline Inspection Commission like the disciplinary committee loves this kind of headstrong waif who dares to stroke the beard no matter who is behind it. The more so think down. A coolness almost in an instant from the soles of the feet crawling all over the body. The whole body of the blood are in a flash nearly frozen state. Cold sweat belongs to his Secretary Hu. If you were arrested by me, guess what the leaders behind you would do? Will they let you carry it all, or will they bail you out? What do you think? What kind of person can influence the operation of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee? Or rather, can your backers interfere with the Provincial Disciplinary Committee? Chen Zhixing propped one hand on the armrest of the sofa and crossed his legs, his whole body sideways on the sofa, looking at Hu Wei with interest. The pressure is literally put in place, from the arrest of Zhang Feng and others, and then chatting about the attitude of the leadership. I believe that Hu Wei's heart must also have a scale. To be able to sit in the position of the county party secretary, that can be all people. Not only do you have to maneuver with those above you, but you also have to juggle with those below you. So it's not too much of a stretch to say that you've got your hands full. The essence of the officialdom is the interests, is the compromise, is the resources, but under these, that is the face of a set behind the back. Only then can the left and right to survive in the officialdom of this game full of elitists. Surviving is just the basic requirement. To climb up the ladder, you have to be well versed in the ways of the world. Ding! A text message sounded on his cell phone. Chen Zhixing glanced at the text message, narrowed his eyes slightly, and spoke immediately afterward. Well, Secretary Hu, I'm quite happy to chat with you. There's nothing going on, so I'll leave first. Oh yeah, Secretary Hu, don't think about leaving during this time, or else the offense will be compounded. Oh, the corner of Hu Wei's mouth twitched. You're happy, but I'm not happy. After Chen Zhixing finished speaking, he left with a smile on his face. From the time he came in to leave but 10 minutes of time, this 10 minutes of time but let Hu Wei sweating, sweeping the whole body of the coolness not only did not subside, but with the passage of time, more and more invasion of the heart. In the power ecosystem, not being a rule maker makes you a rule victim. Who for the more he thought in the office, the more wrong, the more he thought, the more there is a sense of panic to sit still. This panic in the heart of the roots and germination, and soon grew into a big tree. Panic that swept through the mind and body. Xiao Zhang, pack up, I have something to do and go home first. After Hu Wei took a deep breath, he handed the key to his office to Zhang Yupeng and hurried home. No, the more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. Now that the task force has arrested Zhang Feng, he Hu and Zhao Jinlai, these 3 people will definitely bite him out. And once they do, he really won't be able to run away. Refusing the driver a ride home, he drove himself slowly in his Santana towards his house, and on the way, called his backer. Da. By the third sound of the busy sound, Hu Wei's fingernails were almost pinched into the steering wheel. Hello. The crunch of china lightly clinking came from the other end of the phone as the man was slowly making tea. Mayor Song. Hu Wei slammed on the brakes, the windshield wipers quickly clearing the view on the windshield. He took a deep breath. The task force audit is checking the accounts of Qingjiang Bridge. That idiot Zhang Feng has retained quite a bit of evidence. Alabaster pot lid clicked on. Song Qinglin's voice like dipped ice ballast. Jiping County last year GDP growth rate of the city's second. I've seen the report of the Bureau of Statistics. Hu Wei froze for 2 seconds before he understood the dumb riddle. The concrete of the Qingjiang Bridge is melted in the gold of political achievements, but Chen Zhixing even found the evidence left behind by Zhang Feng. Hu Wei suddenly whacked to the horn. The opposite side of the truck coming burst out ear-piercing honk. The dwelling in the Fujian Mountains I just sent to your study last month. If the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection to check the auction records of the Association of Painting and Calligraphy. Hu Wei suddenly heard a shattering sound coming from the phone, like porcelain falling to the ground. The mayor of Song in his mouth will be very annoyed. A county party secretary also dares to threaten himself. Who gave him the burden? Xiao Hu. Song Qinglin's voice rubbing his pen was unhurried. Chairman Liu of the Calligraphy Association will have a sudden heart attack tonight, and the collection of forgeries has been donated to the museum. The thunderbolt that lit up Hu Wei's white face. A sudden heart attack this evening? How did he know about tonight's events? The only explanation is, Hu Wei had not even dared to think deeper. The other side is chopping off those tails now? Then he, once again, the coldness crawled all over his body like an ulcer on a bone. Hu Wei's voice was hoarse. Mayor Song, you have to save me. However, Song Qinglin did not answer positively. Instead he said lightly, the flood control office reported that the water level of the Qingjiang River is close to the alert line. Party members and cadres should guard their responsibility dikes, especially the sandy soil dike sections that are prone to water seepage. In the busy tone before the phone hung up, Hu Wei stared at the throbbing fuel gauge on the dashboard and finally understood the last dumb question. The second phase of the Qingjiang embankment project used all river sand, and the acceptance form was signed with his name. The other, too, was threatening himself? The Green River embankment was a place where many corpses were buried. And, let yourself guard your duty dike, which also implies that you should never run. Secretary Hu, if you were arrested by me, guess what the leaders behind you would do? Will they let you carry it all, or will they bail you out? Chen Zhixing's words once again surfaced in his ears. He lit a cigarette, took a hard drag, and hammered his fist on the steering wheel, and the vehicle let out a dripping sound. I'm not a ing cutie. Don't I know how to run when they catch me? I give you so much money every year, and now that something has happened, you want to get rid of me? What a dream! All about to be arrested. Hu Wei did not want to maintain the leadership style now, and angrily cursed on the spot. He found Mo Qian's phone number and dialed it after some contemplation. Hey, Shu Xin, you drive your car and wait for me over the county line, and buy 2 air tickets with the closest time to go where? Of course it's ing going abroad. Chapter 19, Comrades, it's time to catch a rat. After Chen Zhixing returned to Jinyi Hotel, he wanted to take Zhou Ruoli downstairs for a meal, but he learned that the hospital had called and had to ask her to go back, and Chao Dexian had arranged for 2 plainclothes men to follow him. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Chen Zhixing knew one thing very well, and that was to never try to provoke a person who was at the end of his tether. The anger of a man is still blood-splattered, not to mention a former county party secretary who was in a high position and in charge of 500,000 people in Jiping County. And at that moment, in Yu Qinghe's room, a middle-aged man in a police uniform stood. Just in time, Comrade Zhixing is back. Let me introduce to you, this is Zhou Jigang, the deputy chief of the special police detachment who was seconded to the task force from the next city, Lin Chang. Lin Chang City has given us a lot of support, after knowing that it's the collusion between the government and the black, but let Zhou Ji personally lead the team to come. Yu Qinghe smilingly opened his mouth to introduce. Yu Qinghe said, introduce Zhou Jigang to Chen Zhixing. As a matter of etiquette, the person being introduced is usually a subordinate or of lower rank. Yu Qinghe's importance to Chen Zhixing could also be seen from this small detail. Chen Zhixing also hurriedly went forward to shake hands and joked, Team Zhou, hard for you, but also trouble you to run a trip. Our little life can be entrusted to you. Zhou Jigang shook hands warmly and said with a smile, there, protection is our strong point. To be able to enter the task force, this is for me to gild the lily. Do not dare to say so. Chen Zhixing held Zhou Jigang's hand, and a coarse callus came from the tiger's mouth, which was a trace left by holding a gun for a long time. Then the 2 leaders will talk first, so I'll go down and get busy. After Zhou Jigang left, Yu Qinghe's face slowly returned to expressionless, which was already the most basic change in mood. Hu Wei's retention papers have come down 10 minutes ago, and have been faxed to our side, and in the meantime, the national security side has implemented surveillance on Hu Wei's cell phone. 2 minutes ago, Hu Wei dialed Mo Qian and prepared to run away. Zhou Jigang has already sent someone to monitor the site of Wanyuan Mansion. The Municipal Bureau's anti-triad task force is on its way here, and the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team is also on its way. Our side is mainly responsible for investigations and arrests above the division level, and the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection is targeting those below the division level. Yu Qing has synchronized the specifics of the current situation to Chen Zhixing. The order from the provincial committee came down? Chen Zhixing's spirit was shaken. Yu Qinghe handed over Hu Wei's retention document at this time. Looking at the font of imitation song GB_2312 in his hand, he looked up at Yu Qinghe. Catch tonight? Yu Qinghe asked rhetorically. Is the evidence all there? Chen Zhixing pursed his lips. There's no closed loop formed, but based on the present evidence, it can be directly retained. Before Yu Qinghe's words fell, the cell phone placed on the table rang, and he took it and closed the door before connecting it. And this call was not hidden from Chen Zhixing. Secretary Zhao, you personally care about the grassroots anti-corruption work. On behalf of the task force, I would like to express my gratitude, Yu Qinghe said while opening the speakerphone. Dipping his finger in a teacup of water and writing 2 words, Chen Zhixing instantly understood who the person behind this call was. Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, Zhao Wei. A proper provincial-level main office. Zhao Wei's mellow voice came over the phone. Jiping County is the province's model of comprehensive governance. Be wary of the expansion of the case to affect the stability of IU Secretary. Zhao Wei's voice suddenly switched to an elder tone continued. Xiao Yua, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Secretary Bao often said to talk about political rules. Bao's secretary half-retired. You preside over the overall work. The pressure is great. Besides, just a department-level corruption case. There is no need to let you the famous iron face of the King of Hell personally preside over it. Hand over to the following people can be. Pressure. These 2 surfaced in Chen Zhixing's mind, and his face sank. Song Qinglin is the mayor behind Hu Wei and his backer. Through Song Qinglin and he, the deputy secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, had a connection. It's not easy for Yu Qinghe now, as he has to withstand the pressure from the Political and Legal Committee system, and also faces a power vacuum within the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Thank you Secretary Song for caring. You can rest assured that the task force is definitely controlled in a small area. Yu Qinghe had a smirking look on his face, without a proper form, but those who were familiar with him knew that this was a precursor to the wrath of the iron-faced Yama. Well, I see that after Secretary Pao retired, Secretary Yu's hope of replacing Secretary Pao is still very high. Ha! After hanging up the phone, Yu Qinghe looked at Chen Zhixing with a gloomy face. You know who's behind Hu Wei, right? Chen Zhixing nodded his head. He does know, but still want evidence. Well, notify everyone of the meeting in the hotel conference room. Jin-Yi Hotel is a hotel where leaders stay, behind the city-owned enterprises. It is normal to have a conference room. Good. Chen Zhixing turned around and went to notify the personnel of the Discipline Inspection Commission, which means that Yu Qinghe lifted the table, not caring about the so-called political rules. The more you try to suppress it, the more excited I get. I don't even want to care about the national security wiretaps anymore. I'm going to go through the normal procedure. But you guys come down here with a king's ransom. Yeah, I'm out. Any of you guys can play if you like. 5 minutes later, the internal meeting of the disciplinary committee officially began. Yu Qinghe looked at the disciplinary officers and cleared his throat. The provincial government attaches great importance to the Hu Wei case. Secretary Bao made it clear at the meeting that he wants to make the Hu Wei case a major case. So comrades, we have a very difficult task. At the same time, the provincial government is keeping an eye on our progress at all times. Under the wise decisions of team leader Chen, we have come to where we are today in just a few hours, which is something to be congratulated. But, Yu Qinghe paused. In the meeting, it is afraid that the leader said but, once said but, it means that there is a reversal of this matter. Our task force is also under pressure right now, and this pressure is coming from the province, which means there are still mistakes in our work. So I've decided to start the retention program on Hu Wei immediately. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see Hu Wei's statement placed in front of me, but above the procedure, it must be legal and compliant. Understand? Chen Zhixing held his forehead. Come on, this senior brother of his was completely on top, and at that moment, there was a knock on the door and the sound of a report carried through the conference room. Come in. After Zhou Jigang walked in, he saluted, subconsciously a little afraid of this group of people. After all, it is a disciplinary committee staff. Moreover, dozens of pairs of eyes were now staring at him. Before, I didn't realize that so many people were staring at myself. I was a bit of a wimp. Report. The national security comrades have synchronized the message over. The content of Hu Wei's call has come out. Hu Wei contacted Mo Qian and is preparing to flee abroad. Hu Wei is now traveling to Wan Yuan Mansion. As soon as those words came out, he saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him suddenly turn green. It's like a little sheep that suddenly turns into a man-eating big bad wolf. Yu Qinghe fiercely got up. His body's iron-faced aura steeply exploded in the conference room. Everyone's heart tightened in an instant, and their necks felt a strong sense of suffocation in a split second. His cold, unfeeling voice rang out in the conference room. Comrades, time to catch a mouse. Chapter 20, Who is absconding? The hunt begins. Wan Yuan Mansion is the only villa area in Jiping County, and the people living inside this villa are either rich or noble. And interestingly enough, the owner of this villa area has been bankrupted by Zhang Feng. When Yu Qing has sent word that Hu Wei's car had entered the villa area, the Discipline Inspection Commission's 6 cars immediately swooped in. Attention everyone! Hu Wei's hands may hold firearms. Arresting them in the villa area will easily injure innocent people. Clear the 2 entrances and exits and replace them all with our men. When Hu Wei drives out of the neighborhood, make an immediate arrest. Chen Zhixing took the walkie-talkie and said in a grave tone, the case of the lost guns in the provincial hall was in front of them, and the lost guns appeared in the hands of He Hu, which means that there is a great probability that these 6 guns that were lost are in their hands. And even if they are not in their hands, it is good to be careful. Human nature is something that can't stand up to being tested, especially by someone like Hu Wei who has been backed into a corner. Anything goes. It's especially dangerous when the other person may have a gun. Roger that. Roger that. There was a tense atmosphere in the air. A car was parked across the exit, and unless Hu Wei crashed out, there was no way he could escape. Everyone was on guard at the moment, looking solemn, and a grave atmosphere spread in everyone's hearts. Chen Zhixing suddenly read the magic of power. It can make the boss of the villa area kneel down and go bankrupt. It can make the firearms in the provincial hall file become lost items. Power, this kind of thing cannot be seen and touched, but it can make people lose themselves without realizing it. The staff of the disciplinary committee were staring at the scene. However, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and no car appeared at all. Position 2 reporting. Any luck? Chen Zhixing always felt that things were not right. 10 minutes had passed, but Hu Wei had not yet come out. Report. No how vehicles detected. It's not right. It's very wrong. His own memory could not be wrong, and he had read Hu Wei's briefing on the case in his last life word by word, so it was simply impossible to make a mistake. The case report as well as the news he inquired about can be sure of one thing. Hu Wei is in the Wan Yuan mansion was arrested. He is still in bed in Mo Qian rolling sheets it. He always had a very bad feeling in his heart. Another 10 minutes passed, and Chen Zhixing's face became more and more sullen, and his eyes became sharp. Team Leader Chen, should we just go in and arrest them? A Discipline Inspection Commission staff member suddenly walked over to Chen Zhixing's side and asked. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath and nodded. Good. Have Detachment Leader Zhou lead a gradual push. I now wonder if Hu Wei has run away from somewhere else. Have them check and fill in the gaps. Chen Zhixing also did not say more nonsense. Walkie-talkie informed the second group to enter the villa, directly door to door to arrest people. At the same time, Chen Zhixing phone dialed Yu Qinghe. Secretary Yu, we did not wait for Hu Wei's vehicle to come out at the entrance. I suspect that Hu Wei has other channels to leave. I have now entered the interior of the villa and am ready to make an arrest. Yu Qinghe's cold and morose voice came out over the phone. Permission to make door-to-door arrests. Be sure to pay attention to safety. There's a possibility that Hu Wei's hands may be in possession of firearms. Yes, the villa does have a nice setting, but there's no time to appreciate the environment right now. In just 2 minutes, they had arrived at Hu Wei's detached villa. Looking at the 20 or so people in front of him, Chen Zhixing glanced at them and lowered his voice. Be safe. The crowd nodded. Chen Zhixing took the lead in kicking open the door of the villa. The people behind him swarmed into the villa. A group of well-trained people divided into several batches, searching the first floor of the search of the first floor, the search of the second floor of the search of the second floor. No one on the first floor. The scene is disorganized. Suspected to have escaped with the money. No one on the second floor. The scene is messy. Suspected to have escaped with the money. No one on the third floor. Scene was messy. Found loose bills. The basement. There's a passage in the basement. After Chen Zhixing heard this voice, his spirit immediately shook, and he instantly widened his eyes as he quickly came to the staircase and descended down it. Then he saw the wine cooler sealed to the ceiling above presenting a pinch point, and a large hole in the wall. And, on the floor, tire tracks. Where does this passageway lead? Chen Zhixing is also a bit confused. The documents of the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Public Security Bureau did not reveal that there is an underground passage. Wait, it's possible. Hu Wei was arrested before he had a chance to run. That's why it wasn't announced. You have to know that in his previous life, Hu Wei was only taken down after he became the vice mayor of Starfish City 2 years later. Which means, the address that was taken down was Wan Yuan Mansion, but at that time, he didn't even think he could be taken down. I have contacted Secretary Yu, who was contacting the county. He Yang said quickly. The normal reporting process is for He Yang to tell Chen Zhixing for Chen Zhixing to contact Yu Qinghe, and for He Yang to contact Yu Qinghe directly, which represents a distrust of Chen Zhixing, which is also a big no-no. But now, no one picked a fight. After all, Chen Zhixing's rank was a bit worse. Plus, they all recognized Chen Zhixing as the deputy team leader. Not to mention, it was an emergency situation. Hu Wei escaped. Good. Director He, you stay behind with a few people. The rest of you come with me. The national security side of the wiretap has Mo Qian waiting for him at the county border. If Hu Wei wants to escape, then the county road is the fastest road. The others are small roads with bad road conditions, so even if they want to go to the province and take a plane, the county road is the fastest. The highway is only available in Starfish City, so you have to get on the highway from Starfish City to get to the province to take a flight. Starfish City's airport is on the agenda and hasn't been built yet. Yes, Chen Zhixing led 8 people directly to the entrance of the neighborhood, and after getting into the car, he called Yu Qinghe while turning on the ignition. Secretary Yu, something has gone wrong. There is an underground passage inside Hu Wei's villa. He has already run away from the underground passage. I am now going to drive after Hu Wei. According to the information from the national security comrades, Hu Wei is now heading to the province to take the nearest airplane out of the country. We're going to cut him off on the highway. Yu Qinghe's voice with anger rang over the phone. Sun Jiangmo called me just now. He said that the passageway was an air raid shelter left over from the previous war years, and the exit was at the county border. I still say, be sure to pay attention to safety. I'll immediately contact the people from the provincial office to set up a roadblock at the highway exit, and make sure to stop Hu Wei at the highway exit. If he's got a weapon in his hand and goes into the city, that's a big deal. Chen Zhixing immediately nodded his head and pushed his other hand into a gear. Yes, I understand. The clutch was released, a foot of gas was pressed, and the Santana engine exploded. Once we let Hu Wei into the city, the disciplinary committee will have a lot of fun. What started out as a corruption case turned into an anti-terrorism case in minutes. Chapter 21 Reactions of the Parties. Get me Qi Ziyuan, Director of the Public Security Department. Director Qi, I'm Yu Qinghe from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. In the conference room, Yu Qinghe was waiting for Chen Zhixing's good news, but he didn't expect to get the news that Hu Wei had escaped with the money. He also contacted Qi Ziyuan of the Provincial Public Security Department after contemplation. Comrade Qinghe, hello, I'm Qi Ziyuan. According to reason, he is the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, the main hall-level position, the province's public security system a hand. Not just anyone can call him a comrade, but alas, Yu Qinghe is not in that league. I heard that Comrade Qinghe led the task force to Xiping County to investigate the case. Calling me now. Is there something you need help with? Comrade Qinghe, just say so. The Provincial Public Security Bureau is duty-bound, Qi Ziyuan said smilingly. Yu Qinghe very much disliked this Qi director. This Qi director can be described as a typical of the tendency. Do not look at this time he and his own talk and laugh, but when it comes to their own interests, the other party can definitely stab in the back. Director Qi, Hu Wei, the county party secretary of Xiping County, used a bomb shelter to escape, and according to National Security's eavesdropping, he bought the latest flight to prepare for a direct flight abroad. Hu Wei's body is suspected of carrying firearms. The department of last year's provincial department lost the batch of guns. Once Hu Wei into the city, a cornered lost dog is very dangerous, easy to develop into a counter-terrorism incident. For people like Qi Ziyuan, he had his own set of countermeasures, and that was to poke at the other party's lung tubes exclusively. As long as the core interests of the other party are touched, then the other party is more on board than anyone else, and there is simply no need to talk about anything else, and it can even be accomplished successfully. The most crucial thing is that there will be a change of government next month. Now there absolutely cannot be any accidents. He is aware of. We have this Qi director but want to move to the position of vice governor. Now if that his position as vice governor do not want, don't look at the main hall level to the vice minister level is only one step away, but it is also this step. In the official game is the elite. About 99% of the people, only 1% can break through this big barrier. Comrade Qinghe, I understand. I'll let the traffic, special police set up a blockade at the highway exit. I also have to thank Comrade Qinghe for the news. Otherwise the provincial party committee leaders will definitely be furious and reprimand me for not doing my job well. At the same time, on top of the road from Xiping County to Starfish City, a Mercedes-Benz was speeding rapidly, with a speed of over 100. Hu Wei sat in the driver's seat with a gloomy expression, and the layout for many years ended up in ruins. This net, torn by Chen Zhixing, is full of holes. Chen Zhixing, it's all ing Chen Zhixing. If it weren't for this dog Chen Zhixing, I'd still be the county party secretary. If Chen Zhixing hadn't exposed himself on people's livelihood pain points, he would still be the high and mighty county party secretary. So how could he be a fugitive now? Hu Wei's knuckles almost pinched the steering wheel to make cracks, and his twisted face was reflected in the rearview mirror. The windshield wipers swung like crazy, but they couldn't scrape the pounding rain. Just like the protective net he had spent half his life weaving was torn to shreds by Chen Zhixing. The party badge pendant on the dashboard swung up over the bumps, now shifting into a distorted light in the rearview mirror, and in a trance he remembered the scene 20 years ago when he first became a township chief. At that time he carried his mother sewed in the waist of the pants 3,000 yuan. In the county party guesthouse corridor guarded for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally waited for the mayor Song Qinglin, who was still a deputy governor at that time, wiped his sweat with the tea-stained paper towel. Little who. To be an official be like this tea. Song Qinglin was shaking the zisha pot at the time. Biluakan tumbling in the boiling water. When it's time to sink, sink to the bottom. When it's time to float, the vehicle lurched. 50 kilograms of gold bars crashed out of the trunk with a muffled sound, and Hu Wei suddenly laughed nervously as the passport on the passenger seat was soaked through with rainwater. The cell phone vibrated in the storage compartment. Mo Qian's 7th missed call. Secretary Hu, where are you now? I've been waiting for you here for quite a while, and you're still not here? Hu Wei picked up his cell phone and answered the call, throwing it smoothly in front of the windshield. I'm a little delayed right now, so go straight to the airport and wait for me now. Go to the airport right now. Don't ask why. That's it. And that's when a text message came up on the phone. Mayor Song submitted a copy of your report to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Mo Qian looked at Chen Zhixing and the 6 Discipline Inspection Commission staff in front of her with red eyes, wanting to cry. Team Leader Chen, I've already said that I don't know anything. I really don't know anything. I've made my call now, so I can go, can't I? I have to say, Mo Qian looks really beautiful, worthy of being the county TV station's flower. But unfortunately, it was spoiled by Hu Wei. Chen Zhixing was rushing all the way. Took 10 minutes to finally arrive at the county border, and at a glance, he saw Mo Qian, who was still waiting for Hu Wei at the county border. After getting off the bus, he directly brightened his identity and forced Mo Qian to give Hu Wei a call. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes and analyzed the current situation with great speed. First of all, Mo Qian is not clear that Hu Wei has already escaped with the money. According to the speed of the other party, he is at least half an hour slower than Hu Wei. That is to say, the other party has long passed through here, but did not take Mo Qian with him at all. Meaning, the other party abandoned Mo Qian in order to slow them down. Leave one person to take Mo Qian back. The others follow me. After figuring out Hu Wei's motives, Chen Zhixing immediately got into the car. The sound of slamming doors rang out, and without any hesitation, Chen Zhixing immediately drove after them. The sound of the engine roaring into the car. The low sound of the engine made everyone's heart intertwine with anxiety, because no one could have imagined that in the basement of Hu Wei's villa there was actually a bomb shelter. It was unexpected. This rain was getting heavier, a torrential downpour, as if someone had poured water on their glass, and the faster it went, the more blurred their vision became. Boom boom boom, the sound of the engine came into the car, and Chen Zhixing's face was grim to the core. Damn it, beat to death didn't count on there being a bomb shelter. Chen Zhixing suddenly came up with an idea. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and at more than 100 yards, he picked up his straight cell phone, found Hu Wei's phone number, and instantly dialed it. After ringing for a long time, Hu Wei picked up the phone, a flash of an idea. He didn't even expect Hu Wei to actually pick up the phone. Chen Zhixing's voice was as cold as a block of ice, and a morose chill resounded in the car. Secretary Hu, don't run, you can't run away. You don't really think you can run away. Don't forget, the provincial city is a gathering place for leaders. You don't still think you can run away from the provincial city, do you? In my capacity as deputy head of the task force, I'll give you a chance to confess. Stop the car, and obediently come back with us. Otherwise, it's really hard to say what will happen to you. Instead of surrendering, the other side had the audacity to. Chapter 22, Qi Ziyuan's political senses. Instead of surrendering, the other party dared to insult the deputy director of the task force. Chen Zhixing, mud horse. Who for the voice of the angry roar in the car sounded. The original oppressive atmosphere was immediately awkward. Who would have thought that the hall of full county party secretary opened his mouth as the national essence? But when you think about it, it's normal. The smaller the place, the more chaotic it is. And not only is it chaotic, there's even cursing and hitting people in meetings all the time. Secretary Who, don't be in a hurry. You, even if you want to scold me, also have to scold me in the interrogation room of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Or you parked a car, you turn on the double flash and wait for me. You beat me up can also be well, just look at. Don't you think I'm hateful when I expose your crimes on people's pain point? Don't you think I deserve a beating? From a high and mighty county party secretary. From one high and mighty full departmental official, and possibly a future deputy departmental official. The vice mayor of Starfish City. Are you happy now? You obviously still have the potential to take another step up. Inside the car, the 3 Discipline Inspection Commission staff members looked at Chen Zhixing, the corners of their mouths twitching. The words were too vicarious. Not to mention the others, even a few of them are getting a strong sense of agency. Imagine that you are a county party secretary, county hand, a positive official, As a result of the Provincial Party Committee actively responding to the spirit of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection under the instructions of the program People's Livelihood Pain Points. But it was on this program that his own subordinates confessed all their affairs, and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection immediately set up a task force. The task force came to the county less than 5 hours' time. The result is that everything is found out. Was forced to have no way, he can only break the can and hurry to run. As a result, he also encountered such a mentally challenged Chen Zhixing. Who else? Whose mind can't be blown? Not to mention Hu Wei. Even a few of them wanted to pull Chen Zhixing down and beat him up. Too cheap. It's really too cheap. Never seen such Chen Zhixing, if you have the ability, you can damn well come abroad to catch lousy. I damn well know you're chasing after me, but unfortunately, you can't catch me. That's right, everything was my doing. But so what? I'm an official. They're the people. I just took a little bit of money. What are you arresting me for? You're damn well capable of arresting the people behind me. After yelling, Hu Wei simply hung up the phone. Chen Zhixing didn't say much either. Feeling the atmosphere inside the car, Chen Zhixing also glanced at a few people through the rearview mirror, rolled his eyes, and said without any goodwill, "Laugh if you want to. I was just going to see if I could provoke him to stop and hit me, but I didn't think I'd fall for it. Ha 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 ha." Several people burst out laughing, instantly washing away the tension. The disciplinary committee's vehicle tore through the rainy night, and it was not a quiet one on this rainy night. Provincial city, highway entrance, a special police, traffic, public security vehicles have blocked the highway exit, and in front of them there is a tire tie. Vehicles parked across the road, the special police with a gun at the toll gate. This highway is closed and the toll booths are all evacuated. Chi Director personally arrived at the scene to command. No way. If this matter is not handled well as a counter-terrorism incident, then he is also finished. Do not even want to sit in this term of the position of deputy governor. So, what he wants now is stability. There is less than 1 month before the change of government. Within this month, absolutely nothing can go wrong. And we must ensure that the law and order is now in place. The changeover next month was like a scalpel, dissecting with precision the political anxieties he hid in his police uniform. As soon as Hu Wei comes out, no matter what the situation is, shoot him down immediately. Qi Ziyuan ordered immediately, his tone very cold, about this matter of Hu Wei. He's also paying attention because this matter involves the lost gun case last year. The case of the missing gun. It should never be blown up at a time like this. As the director of the provincial department, he was very clear about the institutional problems, and he was also very clear about the 4 words people die in cases are cancelled within the public security system. So, as long as Hu Wei is dead, then the clues to the missing gun case will be broken. Despite not being able to write off the case, at least it can be an unsolved case. This will not affect the replacement, and he has been operating for so long that he is finally going to have a little success. This, director, it's not good, no matter how. The other party is also a full department. The chief of the criminal police department hesitated. Qi Ziyuan's face steeply sank, coldly saying, "You're the director and I'm the director?" He, Hu Wei, is not a governor now. He's just a criminal suspect. And there's the possibility that he has a gun in his hand. Do you want our people to get hurt? After a pause, Qi Ziyuan whispered, "Doesn't your son want to enter the police force? Shoot him. I'll leave him a position as office director. Go down to exercise for 2 years first. Come back and get promoted." The head of the SWAT team fell silent and let out a long sigh, nodding his head very helplessly. Turning his head, he turned around and gave the order. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly fell in the sky, illuminating the night as heavy rain fell like a waterfall. A power conspiracy begins to grow on this rainy night. Sometimes, the power conspiracy is not just planting evidence, nor is it just the tacit cutting of the chain of interests, the precise guidance of public opinion weapons, and the fatal utilization of system loopholes, but also the urgent self-cannibalization of the protective umbrella and the factional strangulation of the power system. As in the rainstorm, Qi Ziyuan mobilized special police both to round up fugitives, but also to their own career scalpel. The gold bars in whose trunk are both a figment of 2 decades of corruption and a hot potato that the entire faction is eager to dislodge. Qi Ziyuan tries to kill Hu to cover up last year's gun loss case in order to protect his candidacy for vice governor. Hu Wei's escape through a bomb shelter exposes the flaws in grassroots supervision. Mayor Song submitted his report as evidence of cutting, and it's all said and done for one purpose, the rush to cut and protect their own interests. 2 rays of light suddenly pierced through the darkness, especially blinding in the torrential rain. The vehicle broke through the rain. All the police outside the toll booth stood at attention, guns loaded, and an odor of smoke suddenly filled the air. Everyone's ears were filled with nothing but the SWAT team leader's orders to open fire as soon as there was any aggression. But, it was also at this time that a white and blue police car suddenly appeared behind the Mercedes, even faster than the black Mercedes in front. "Director, there are cars behind us." It's a police car. Qi Ziyuan's heart thumped. His face sank even further. His gaze sharp as if it could pierce the sky. This is bad. It's not good to do it. Police shooting. There are prerequisites. 2. Chen Zhixing was at the back. The gasoline had been stepped inside the fuel tank, and the temperature of the engine had been transmitted to the cockpit through the engine compartment. The space inside the car was also hot, and the windows had to be opened, so Chen Zhixing's left shoulder was already soaked. Brake! Team Leader Chen, brake! It's going to crash. Chapter 23, Interception on the Provincial Highway. Hold on to the handrail. Chen Zhixing let out a low growl. His knuckles gripping the steering wheel were a bit white, and the stern color in his gaze gradually emerged. He didn't want to crash either. Instead he preferred to let Hu Wei be arrested by the public security, after which they could just ask for someone. But the problem is that next month, the province change. Now Hu for the case involved in the loss of the gun case, which is a stain on Qi Ziyuan, is a serious political event. Even if a life is lost under this batch of guns, then Director Qi's political career will be over. And for the sake of his own career, his own political career, Director Qi is very likely to kill and kill. Not to mention that Hu Wei is now just a political fugitive. He could have ordered his men to shoot Hu Wei. After Chen Zhixing's words fell, the gas pedal was dead on, finally paralleling Hu Wei's Mercedes. Chen Zhixing turned his head to Hu Wei and grinned. Hu Wei felt a very bad feeling, and he instinctively felt that Chen Zhixing was going to mess things up. As expected, he clearly saw a wry smile emerge from the corner of Chen Zhixing's mouth, and then, suddenly steering hard to the right, as soon as he pulled up the handbrake, the car threw out a half-arc wall of water on the waterlogged road. The vehicles were in parallel when the front wheels hugged steeply, the tires scuffed harshly, and the pendulum swung in a perfect arc. The Mercedes was facing forward. The Santana police car was facing forward on its ass, and it also used inertia to slam the rear of the car heavily into the front of the Mercedes. The body of the car grazed the left rear side of the Mercedes and crashed. The sound of metal scraping wrapped in sparks erupting. Bang! Chen Zhixing, you! Hu Wei roared as the vehicle thudded against a stone pier. Almost at the moment of impact, Director Qi had already ordered, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" And at that moment, inside the Mercedes, Hu Wei's roar was smothered into a whimper by the airbag. The hood of the Mercedes crashed into a hideous dent in the stone pier, and the entire front end of the car had sunk in. He struggled to feel for the gun in his storage compartment, only to find it resting against a blackened muzzle just beyond the windshield. Who for? But this damn Chen Zhixing was like a ghost, stalking himself to death. He turned his head to look at Chen Zhixing outside the car window and his face turned livid. He couldn't help but roar in anger as he looked at Chen Zhixing's disgusting face. Chen Zhixing, why the hell do you refuse to let me go? Why do you keep staring at me all the time? Why do you keep going against me all the time? I didn't just covet a little bit of money. Why are you staring at me like this? Do you know how much I've done for Jiping County? I'm just collecting some money. How the hell did I get in your Chen Zhixing's way? Hu Wei's face was full of grimace as he stared dead at Chen Zhixing, the veins on his neck and forehead bulging. Chen Zhixing looked at him faintly, his arm slowly raised, a slow wave of his finger, and the small Hu at his side immediately came up from the back, and when he flashed his papers, the steel seal glowed coldly under the solemn national emblem. Chen Zhixing slowly said, "Comrade Hu Wei, we are the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team, and I'm the deputy head. Chen Zhixing, from now on, you have the right to remain silent. But every word you say will become evidence in court. This is a detention order. You can confirm it with the disciplinary authorities, but before that, you have to cooperate with our investigation." But also at this time, the Provincial Hall of Public Security violently opened the door of the car. Will he carry out Ho? Face down on the ground, face or glass broken was cut wounds. His face was pressed into the waterlogged pavement just like that, but those eyes were still staring at Chen Zhixing with a deadly stare, tearing his lungs apart and yelling, "Chen Zhixing, do you think you're Bao Qingtian? Do you know how many people will be scared if I don't die? Once the list of names that I handled appears, the municipal party committee building will have to be glued with bloody handprints." Ha 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 ha. Qi Ziyuan also came over at this time. His heart steeply sank. Now all have been arrested. Certainly there is no excuse to shoot him. This is finished. The case of losing the gun may have to burst out. Chen Zhixing squatted beside him and said softly, "A list? Then do you want to write one?" Qi Ziyuan suddenly stepped forward. "Team Leader Chen, the suspect needs to be taken into custody immediately." His leather shoes crushed through his propped-up fingers, and the screams mixed with the cracking of bones were swallowed up by the thunderstorm. Obviously, Qi Ziyuan is very clear. If Hu Wei is taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, it can be really troublesome. At least, people in their hands want to know what completely is their say. Chen Zhixing got up and said with a smile, "Director Qi, I'm sorry, this person is the one the task force wants to arrest." and the Discipline Inspection Commission's interrogation room is already warmed up. Director Chi, just don't snatch the man from us, right? Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Hu Wei, and spoke with great meaning. Director Chi, Hu Wei is a key target of the task force. Secretary Bao of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection has explicitly requested that this nest case be solved in the fastest time possible. So, Qi Ziyuan has come up after a heavy struggle. From the beginning of the anti-drug hero to the current Provincial Public Security Department director, his power cannot be said to be not big. Oh, I wonder how much power a director of public security has. Let's put it this way, the number of people who have sat in his position, nationally, is only 31. The resources he has at his disposal are not small or insignificant. The silver olive branch on Qi Ziyuan's shoulder badge glowed coldly under the illumination of the strong police flashlight, and he raised his hand and wiped the rainwater from his face. His navy blue police raincoat hunting in the wind. 10 meters away, 3 police cars with flashing red and blue rooflights were slowly closing in. The sound of tires running over standing water mixed with the roar of rain hitting the roofs of the cars, tensing the atmosphere of the scene into a full-stringed bow. Team Leader Chen. According to the regulations on procedures for handling criminal cases by public security organs, Qi Ziyuan Boot Heel crushed the ice crystals formed by the roadside water from the secretary's hands to receive a document stamped with a bright red official seal, interprovincial fugitive cases involving firearms and ammunition. It should be taken over by the Ministry of Public Security Special Authorization Task Force. Chen Zhixing did not retreat in the slightest, and said with reason, the Provincial Disciplinary Committee requires that the case be solved as soon as possible. Obviously, it's a fight for the right to run the case. Hu Wei not only violated party discipline and state law, but also suspected of losing the gun case. So both sides are fighting. But on top of that, Qi Ziyuan is very clear that once Hu Wei confessed to the case of losing the gun, then things can be a big deal. His position as vice governor will definitely lose. That's why he's not willing to step back. Just take a step back. Then, one's position as vice governor is gone. Just as the two sides were at cross swords, a Discipline Inspection Commission staff member approached quickly, holding Chen Zhixing's cell phone. Chen Zhixing glanced at it, an unfamiliar number, but connected it anyway. Hello, I'm Chen Zhixing. And old and majestic voices rang out over the phone. Comrade Chen Zhixing, this is Bao Wenrui from the Provincial Party Committee. I'm formally informing you that after a study and discussion by the Provincial Party Committee, Hu Wei's case has been upgraded to an 8 to 15 series of corruption cases. Hu Wei, as the core breakthrough of the corruption case, must ensure that the interrogation is completed at the fastest speed. The Provincial Party Committee attaches great importance to this case. Baldwin Ri, member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision of Shanghai Province. As soon as his words came out, Qi Ziyuan was clear that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. After all, he wants to go on the vice governor. Still have to be decided by the Provincial Party Committee. Naturally, it is impossible to offend a Provincial Disciplinary Committee secretary. Qi Ziyuan made a decision in his favor at the first opportunity, and after he spat out 2 words wordlessly at Chen Zhixing also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Secretary Pao, I promise to close the case as fast as possible. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhixing naturally knew the gold content of a provincial public security director, and he also knew why Qi Ziyuan had to compete for Hu Wei. Others gave face, he naturally had to give others this case. Offending a public security director is not going to work well for the next month. So, don't worry Director Qi, I'm only concerned about which people are corrupt. As for the rest, that's not my concern. Chapter 24, Falling into the Net. Chen Zhixing's words clearly spoke to the heart of our Director of Public Security. The look on Qi Ziyuan's face went from tense to relaxed, and in the end, he even let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. He reached out to Chen Zhixing in a friendly manner, and the 2 hands heaved together. Team Leader Chen, feel free to contact me if you need anything. Saying so, Director Qi beckoned, and the chief of the Special Police Headquarters immediately ran over as he instructed. Leave a copy of my contact information for Team Leader Chen, and in addition, send someone to drive Team Leader Chen and Hu Wei back to Jiping County. The chief captain froze for a moment and immediately nodded. Yes, Director Qi. Chen Zhixing reveals a smile. Fortunately, there is no danger of a scare. Finally caught Hu Wei. The next step is to escort back to Jiping County for interrogation, if it's most convenient. The interrogation room of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection should be the most convenient place to interrogate them. But, the task force is in Jiping County. He was definitely suspected of overstepping his bounds by contacting Bao Wenrui directly. In the world of human affairs, Chen Zhixing is through the Yuqing no Bao Wenrui. Chen Zhixing if you want a contact with Bao Wenrui, unless the Yuqing has said you own contact and so on. Otherwise Chen Zhixing directly contact Bao Wanrui have skipped the suspicion of the intermediary. The human condition is a learned skill. Who for absconding? The disciplinary committee staff drive to intercept. This thing is very big, which also side proves that this thing is not done well. If the follow-up is still like this, the task force will all face accountability. It didn't matter to him, but he definitely couldn't involve Yu Qinghe. The establishment of the task force. There must be Yu Qinghe's contribution, and the senior brother also gave himself such a large authority. If he got into trouble, he is indifferent, but the senior brother will be difficult. This is also for the sake of senior brother. Otherwise, a public security chief who committed suicide at Humpback Ridge wouldn't be enough to keep him down. Chen Zhixing refused the kindness of the escort and just asked for a car, then drove himself back to Zhiping County. On the way in, he throttled up to the gas tank, and on the way back, slow and easy, with safety in mind. Chen Zhixing also dialed Yu Qinghe's phone and told him the information here. Secretary Yu Hui has been arrested and is currently on his way back to Zhiping County. Just a few minutes ago, Secretary Pao called me. The Hui case has been upgraded to an 8 to 15 series of corruption cases, and we were asked to solve the case as soon as possible. Yu Qinghe, who received the call, obviously already knew about the news. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Alright, then you hurry back. I already know what you said. Interrogate Hui as soon as possible, and implement that umbrella behind Hui as fast as possible." Umbrella? That's not an umbrella. Behind Hui is the executive vice mayor of Starfish City, Song Chenglin, who was the secretary of Zhao Wei, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, before assuming the position of executive vice mayor. With such a layer of relationship in place, Zhao Wei would definitely want to protect Song Chenglin. Most importantly, Zhao Wei is also the director of the Provincial Anti-Triad Office. Hui is indeed the core staff, but only the lowest level of the core staff. Through him, in order to layer by layer, the biggest umbrella will be pulled out. After all, without any evidence, investigating a full department level, not only will Yu Qinghe not agree, but Bao Wanrui won't either. Provincial highway crossing. Director Key, a pistol was found in the car, numbered like the ones we lost last year. The captain of the SWAT general team quickly approached and quickly opened his mouth, and while speaking, he had already brought the pistol in the evidence bag to Qi Ziyuan's face. Qi Ziyuan looked at the pistol, the corner of his mouth twitched, and finally waved his hand and snorted coldly. "Don't investigate for the time being, wait until after the change of government next month. I'd like to know just who dares to rob me in my jurisdiction." 2.5 hours. Chen Zhixing drove for 2.5 hours before returning to Zhiping County from the province. At the entrance of the Jin-Yi Hotel, He Yang, Chao Dexian, Yu Qinghe and others were all standing at the door, looking at Chen Zhixing, and a group of Discipline Inspection Commission colleagues came in. Yu Qinghe took the lead in applauding. Then everyone started clapping. There was a moment of applause. Chen Zhixing was also treated like a hero. Let's welcome back the big hero. Snap. It had to be said that the emotional value provided by Yu Qinghe was really perfect, at least for now. Even Chen Zhixing, who was used to seeing the winds and waves, was a bit fluttery at the moment. You know, this is a soon-to-be-promoted Yu Qinghe on the North Province Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. The fact that he took the lead in welcoming himself back, and had everyone here to welcome them back, swelled the heart even more than the satisfaction gained from a successful investment. Especially, under this kind of scene, Yu Qinghe also pulled Zhou Ruoli on. This is even more so that Chen Zhixing in front of his beloved people out of the limelight. If he didn't really want to be an official anymore, he would have really wanted to keep doing it. Hui looked up at the group in front of him. Did arresting himself really make them so happy? Do they really want to catch themselves that badly? How happy they are. How desperate they are themselves. Secretary Yu, the most important thing now is to interrogate Hui. Chen Zhixing hemmed and hawed. The corner of Hui's mouth twitched. Is it really good for you to say this in front of me? Can you carry someone on your back? Hello? Yu Qinghe nodded, and a crack opened up in the crowd, and the few people who had gone on the mission with Chen Zhixing were also with honor. A perfect drift on the highway to stop a fugitive car. This awesome can be blown for a lifetime. Facing the leader, whoa, I almost died. Facing a coworker, just a slightly dirty coat corner. Facing the hairy boy, some frost, not worth mentioning. A few minutes later, a room converted into an interrogation room. The incandescent lamp shone Hui's pale face to hide. The handcuffs on his wrists reflected the cold light, and he proved with the facts that from the high and mighty county party secretary to the prisoner of the Discipline Inspection Commission, it was just a few hours, the fastest county commissioner to fall from grace. It was still Chen Zhixing in charge of the interrogation, and the recorder was still He Yang. Hui, are you going to explain yourself or are we going to ask? Chen Zhixing sat on the chair and rubbed his brow. He was a bit tired. The high intensity of concentration for several hours was a bit too much for even him. From the time the task force arrived in Jiping County in less than 10 hours and had already arrested this county party secretary who had committed numerous crimes, Chen Zhixing was also quite tired. "Oh, what makes you think I can tell you? Or rather, what makes you think I'll tell?" Hu Wei sneered, clearly not intending to cooperate. Chen Zhixing shrugged his shoulders and looked at He Yang and asked, "What do you usually do about people who don't cooperate?" He Yang thought about it and said, "Boil the eagle first. In the summer, lock him in the room with the air conditioner on hot air and cold air in the winter. If this doesn't even make a move, then we'll have to resort to other means." Chapter 25, Song Qinglin's means. Killing to silence. Hu Wei suddenly laughed up at the sky, and the handcuffs threw out a blinding silver light under the interrogation lamp. He leaned forward and pulled the chain clattered. His neck veins rippled like a coiled snake. "Boiled eagle? Have you ever survived the unruly people who go down to the countryside to collect fines for overbreeding? When I was the director of the birth control office in Changling Township." His voice was steeply shrill as he violently ripped his shirt open to reveal the centipede-shaped scar on his chest. "See? A madman who can't be held down by 12 joint defensemen will come to his senses when I pour a pot of boiling water on him. You office-sitting fledglings are worthy of playing tricks on me?" Chen Zhixing glanced at him and snorted. Looking at the hideous Hu Wei in front of him, he spoke faintly. "When secretary who was secretary to Secretary Lin back then, even the county government cleaning ants knew that you always grabbed the leaders to wash their teacups." The Secretary Lin he spoke of was the last previous county commissioner of Ziping County. This was the last thing Hu Wei wanted to mention about the Pa. Unfortunately, your old leader has already been waiting for you inside the prison. Or rather, you're able to have the achievements you have now. That's because you married a good wife. But unfortunately, this good wife of yours is Secretary Lin Feng's mistress. After you got married, you always had excuses to go on business trips. And while you had excuses to go on business trips, what about Secretary Lin Feng, who would always have all sorts of reasons to go to your house and have sex with your wife? It can be said that your current position is entirely the result of you enduring humiliation in exchange. Let's see. At that time, it should be that the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee was already investigating Lin Feng, and he was afraid of being found out, so he let you marry his mistress. Secretary Hu, why do you always like to pick up other people's broken shoes? If I remember correctly, Mo Qian was Zhang Feng's mistress before she met you, and after he fell for you, he immediately dumped Zhang Feng. But only later did she realize that Zhang Feng was your brother-in-law. Oh, this is what Zhang Feng explained. He Yang looked at the document in Chen Zhixing's hand. His mind was at a loss. "No, the document in your hand that is a blank paper. Why can you still so calmly look at the document to say out these words? Besides, how do you know so much about what happened last time? Back then, it was at least 6 years ago, wasn't it? 6 years ago. You must have just graduated and were preparing for the CGO exam, right? And Zhang Feng didn't account for it either." Hu Wei's heart turned up monstrous waves. His doubts and He Yang are the same. Both. How on earth did he, Chen Zhixing, know about such a secretive matter? The first thing that can be ruled out is that Lin Feng has given an account. Because if Lin Feng has given an account, it is impossible for him to sit in the position of secretary of the county party committee, and he may have long been expelled from the system. Zhang Feng explained it. If Zhang Feng explained it, then it would make sense. Hu Wei's face instantly became hideous. His hands violently clenched and smashed on the small table board in front of him. Hissing and roaring, "He betrayed me. How dare he betray me? Fine. Don't you guys just want to know about me? He, Zhang Feng, even dared to betray me. So don't blame me. I'll tell you all about Zhang Feng." He Yang quietly gave Chen Zhixing a thumbs up. Zhang Feng didn't give an account. So all of this was information that Chen Zhixing knew and used it to make them dogfight. Team leader Chen is so tactful. Although this tactic had been used before, but the usefulness simply wasn't as great as it is now. It is not only the use of psychology, but also the control of the human nature of them corrupt officials. He decided, when the interrogation was over, he must report to Secretary Yu and put this textbook interrogation discipline on top of the disciplinary committee's interrogation manual. It greatly reduces the difficulty of their interrogation. However, it makes information gathering more difficult. Such an interrogation is built on poor information. Hu Wei had just opened his mouth, preparing to explain about Zhang Feng, when Chen Zhixing suddenly interrupted. "Wait." Hu Wei almost didn't hold his breath. It's rude to interrupt someone like that. "Okay." A stifled feeling rose in his heart. "Director He, go to Zhang Feng's interrogation room and ask the interrogation team if they have any statements from Zhang Feng's latest account. He Yang also do not know Chen Zhixing play what calculations. This is not should be a drum to let who all account for it. How also interrupt? What if he doesn't want to account for it later? Okay, I'll go over there now." He Yang didn't think much about it and nodded, getting up and walking straight out of the interrogation room. Closing the door, and waiting for about a minute before Chen Zhixing suddenly raised his head in Hu Wei's line of sight, as if he suddenly remembered something important. 3 steps and 2 hurried out of the interrogation room, and outside the interrogation room, He Yang was leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette and didn't go at all. Chen Zhixing grinned. It's still Director He who understands me. He Yang rolled his eyes and said in an unenthusiastic manner, Zhang Feng didn't even give an account of what you're talking about, so for you to ask me to go over and ask for an update is surely just a way of sidestepping my words. Chen Zhixing stretched out a thumb, and He Yang slightly angled his head. You Chen Zhixing awesome, and I can sit in the position of deputy director is not bad okay. Chen Zhixing still explained. He will only give an account about Zhang Feng even if he gives an account now, but what we want to dig into is the umbrella behind Hu Wei. Zhang Feng can be in no hurry first, because they can give an account at any time. The trust between them is gone. They will give an account after a couple of random swindles. So, you arrange for someone to go a little higher to eat something that can make people foam at the mouth. When he's done explaining himself he'll have a late night snack, mix it in with his meal, and then, just say that someone is trying to silence him, and then, we pretend to be angry and rush him to the hospital. He Yang's eyes widened. No, you can use such dirty tricks? Really, big brother, it's really a pity that you don't work for the disciplinary committee with all your talent. You're really playing a 6 with this planting of evidence. You were born with a holy body? So, you have to create a mistake in Hu Wei's perception and make him think that the people behind him are trying to kill him to silence him. Meanwhile, in Starfish City, the family home of the Municipal Party Committee, Executive Vice Mayor Song Qinglin stood in the living room wearing an executive jacket with his hands behind his back. He looked at his secretary with an expressionless face and without the slightest change in his voice. He asked. Hu Wei was intercepted and killed by Chen Zhixing at the entrance of the provincial highway. Qi Ziyuan wanted to kill Hu Wei to cover up the case of the lost gun, but was broken by Chen Zhixing crashing his car? The secretary hurriedly nodded. Yes, leader. Hu Wei is now in the task force. You see. A cold light surfaced in Song Qinglin's eyes, and his voice steeply turned morose. Hu Wei knows too much about us. Once he confesses, none of us will be able to escape. If I remember correctly, the cousin of the deputy director of the city's seismic bureau works at the Genie Hotel, right? You go and make a trip to him and ask him to do something with the meals, so that God will not realize that Hu Wei will die in the task force. A human life has been lost. I'd like to see if the task force can still exist. Chapter 26 Hu Wei, bad, pouring foam. Because of its location, Genie Hotel had almost become a second guest house, so it also had the title of Jiping's second guest house. Chen Shufan is the staff of the Genie Hotel, the kind of establishment. This time she is responsible for the disciplinary committee task force meal. Of course, Chao Dexian of the security team would naturally arrange for someone to inspect it, and nothing was found. Chen Shufan is still on the night shift today, and at the moment is very bored lying on the front desk. Sleepiness is sweeping, and the eyelids are fighting. But suddenly, a sharp ringing of the phone startled her. Hey, cousin. Chen Shufan's voice instantly became sweet and creamy, but soon she spoke to her cousin on the other end of the phone with a sultry look. Cousin, how long has it been since you promised me you'd let me into the county office? I don't care. I want to be in the county office. Tonight the task force have all been arrested by Secretary Hu. I guess I can't get out. If the above parachute a county party secretary down, I still have a chance to be his secretary. Chen Shufan pouted her little mouth. It seems that for the county committee office, she is very eager. The voice on the other end of the line came slowly. Oh, this is all a small problem. Just a word from me. But before that, you have to do something, if you do it well. Not to mention the county office. Even if it's the city office is no problem. Hearing this, the original vanity plus yearning for power Chen Shufan immediately came to interest. Tone of voice urgently said, Cousin, you quickly say it, or else people will not go to the city this weekend to accompany you. Later on. Someone will send you a bottle of something, you mix this with the midnight snack, and give this midnight snack to Hu Wei to eat. As long as you accomplish this, coming to the city hall office will be a breeze by then. After saying that, the deputy director of the city's seismic bureau on the other end of the phone hung up the phone, and then looked at the executive vice mayor's secretary with a fawning face. Chen Shufan, on the other hand, was sitting at the reception desk, a bit frozen. She seemed to be a bit unable to believe that as long as she did this thing, she could be transferred to the city hall office. Shen Sufang seems to have seen the scene of herself moving up step by step within the city hall office, eventually wearing an executive jacket and standing before 10,000 people to say a comrade has worked hard. Power, like poison, was eating away at her insides. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up in a smile, and a giggle rang out. Knock knock, just as she was beautifully thinking about her journey to the pinnacle of power. A man in a mask knocked on the front desk before leaving a clear vial and then leaving. After only 10 minutes, the food delivery man came by. Chen Shufan took one of the boxes of rice, opened the glass vial, the colorless and tasteless liquid inside poured on the rice, put this box of rice in another basket, and went straight upstairs. She also finally made it to the 5th floor after being checked by 2 policemen at the stairway of the 5th floor. Boxes of lunches began to be distributed from the first room in the stairway. At the same time, the Discipline Inspection Commission staff Xiao, who went downstairs to buy a midnight snack, has reached Chen Zhixing's hands. He Yang took out the effervescent tablets bought from the drugstore, crushed them and put them inside the rice, and after mixing them, they could not be seen at all. In the room, Chen Zhixing and He Yang were in a wolfish state, and Zhou Ruri rolled her eyes as she sat on the side reading a book. How could I have been so blind to see such a dark Chen Zhixing? I didn't realize that Chen Zhixing was so dark before. Are you sure it's not poisoned if you mix it like this? Chen Zhixing suddenly fell into silence as he looked at this fried rice. He Yang patted his chest. Don't worry, I've tried this stuff several times. No problems at all except for a bit of diarrhea. Wait, what do you mean by that? You didn't even come up with this method. He suddenly went wide-eyed at how he felt like he was in league with him. How is he, the deputy director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Office, becoming more and more Chen Zhixingized? What are you looking at? Don't look at me like that. This stuff is expensive as hell. I'm telling you, I'm buying vitamin C effervescent tablets, so he's guaranteed to froth while he eats them. Chen Zhixing. He Yang, wait, should I tell Secretary Yu? This is, after all, considered a means to an end, right? This is supposed to be the means to an end, right? No, it can't be considered a means to an end. It's a lie at best. The two of them took the fried rice and walked towards the interrogation room with ghostly day eyes. And just after walking to the interrogation room, they saw Chen Shufan start to send out the night snacks. Leader, the midnight snack has arrived. He Yang nodded. Give it to me. Chen Shufan very nervously took out 2 boxes of unproblematic rice and handed them to He Yang, saying, Leader, this is your evening snack. Then, she took out another box of rice and said, This is Hu Shu, whose midnight snack. After Chen Shufan handed it out, her heart fluttered and her eyes could not hide her excitement. Only, as he looked at the white foam packing box in Chen Zhixing's hand, a question mark popped up on his head. Where did this midnight snack come from? Did you send it to them yourself? But she didn't think much of it, and after handing out the nightcap she went down to call her cousin back. City Hall office. Here I am, Chan Sukfan. He Yang and Chen Zhixing also didn't feel anything at all, and after Chen Zhixing entered the interrogation room, he placed the box of fried rice with effervescent tablets on Hu Wei's table. He Yang casually placed the late-night snack that he was supposed to let Hu Wei eat next to the boiling kettle, and after sitting down, he handed Chen Zhixing a box of rice and sat down on the chair. All right, this time the night snacks also got you. Zhang Feng's side I also went to see. He has all been explained to the Qingjiang Bridge. You also talk about it. About Zhang Feng's problem. There's no rush. Just eat while you talk. Chen Zhixing said smilingly, taking out his chopsticks while opening the boxed lunch. Hearing Chen Zhixing's words, Hu Wei, who was already over some hesitation, was instantly enraged. Qingjiang Bridge, Zhang Feng, this son of a, actually dared to mention the Qingjiang Bridge. This scumbag. Let me tell you, what happened at Qingjiang Bridge really has nothing to do with me, and I didn't order him to do those raw steaks. That was all done by him and he only told me about it afterward. Hu Wei was furious, but his stomach rumbled. I hadn't eaten at night, went to get the money and ran away, and by now I was long hungry. He unscrewed the mineral water next to him and took a sip, feeling the sweetness in his mouth, and hurriedly opened the box of rice. Fried rice It was actually better than he thought. While shaving his rice, he said indignantly, there are people inside the piers of the Qingjiang Bridge. I don't know exactly how many people. You'll have to ask Zhang Feng. Anyway, I only know that they got a lot of people killed. Chen Zhixing waved his hand. This matter will be explained later. You first talk about the umbrella behind you. Hu Wei froze and shook his head. I don't have an umbrella. The fried rice seemed to choke a bit, chewing and drinking water at the same time. Then, puffing and foaming out. Hu Wei, it's bad. It's poisonous. Chapter 27. Yu Qing has gray humor. The effervescent tablets were bubbling when they met the water, plus Hu Wei's mouth still had starch in it, which led to the effervescent tablets starting to work as soon as he drank the water, barfing his mouth while spitting the froth out even more. Tiny bubbles hissed out from between his lips, and white foam dripped in bunches down the corners of his mouth. His eyes widened in horror and his fingers gripped the edge of the table, the backs of his sinewy hands covered in sticky foam, as if he were a stranded fish trying in vain to open and close his jaws. More white foam splattered onto the interrogation lamp with his intermittent choking cough, refracting eerie iridescence in the harsh light, even as the handcuffs rattled with the band. Poison. This rice is poisoned. Hu Wei's eyes at the moment had a horrified look floating in them, and he threw off the water and fried rice on the table with a clatter, his mouth still foaming as he yelled in horror. Help me! Help me! Someone poisoned me and tried to kill me. I know who it is. I know who it is. Hu Wei's pupils suddenly tightened to pinpoints under the interrogation lamp, and a hoarse huffing sound spilled from his throat. The veins at his neck jumped wildly with his violent heartbeat, as if they were about to break through his skin at any moment, and an aura of death instantly enveloped his entire body. He went crazy and used his handcuffed hand to pick his throat, dry heaving and spitting foam as he did so. His chaotic mind flashed through the back of Secretary Lin Feng's jail sentence, remembering the image of Mo Qian walking into the hotel's revolving door with Zheng Feng's arm around her waist. It turned out that he had never been a captive dog, and even when he was silenced, someone had calculated on his greed to nibble on the scraps. You guys, are you so afraid I'm gonna tell on you? Are you so eager to kill me to silence me? But I'm not as good as you guys want me to be. And at this time, the door of the interrogation room was opened. Yu Qing stood in the doorway, originally wanted to find Chen Zhixing to discuss the matter. Who knew that just as soon as he opened the door, he saw Hu Wei, who was spitting and frothing while reaching out to clasp his throat to dry heave. Yu Qing's face changed violently. Looking at Chen Zhixing and He Yang, he yelled without good humor. What are you still doing? Hurry up to call and contact the hospital for immediate first aid. He Yang wanted to laugh. It was vitamin C effervescent tablets crushed into powder by his own hands. He had already taken several bites. This spitting. There will be more froth. The more I look at it, the more I want to laugh and the more I can't help it. Ha 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 ha. Then, he heard Yu Qing's voice, and only then did He Yang react, also pretending that his face changed violently and his voice trembled. I'll go contact the hospital. Chen Zhixing scuffed up, and there was panic in his voice. I'll go notify the public security comrades and ask them to protect them on all fronts. Chen Zhixing slammed the door in passing as he rushed out. Yu Qing grimaced, an icy aura emanating from his body, almost gritting his teeth as he stared at Chen Zhixing. Explain to me what's going on. If something happened to Chen Zhixing at the hands of the task force would absolutely be disbanded and he would be held accountable. Yu Qinghai is not afraid of being accountable. He is afraid of who for this matter is someone else calculated to assassinate. Just want to silence. This also meant that Hu Wei knew quite a few things, so some people couldn't sit still. I'm afraid that the news didn't come out and Hu Wei died. Vitamin C effervescent tablets. Chen Zhixing spread his hands. Yu Qingha? Chen Zhixing then explained the matter, and Yu Qingha gritted his teeth, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. You guys mixed a bottle of vitamin C effervescent tablets into your interrogation subject's fried rice? He Yang scratched his head and retorted with a lack of breath. Secretary Yu, I just put in half a bottle. Not much. 1 bottle. You put in half a bottle. How much more? Yu Qingha's eyelids fluttered violently. You still hate to put less, right? Do you realize that effervescent tablets are a potential cause of death by suffocation due to blockage of the airways? He Yang scratched his head. Should. Not so much. He swallowed 2 slices at most. Yu Qingha rolled his eyes and glared at the 2. Then tell me, why does he look like a leaky inflatable doll now? Starch turning blue with iodine is common knowledge in middle school chemistry. You put a drop of reagent into your rice. Chen Zhixing was blocking the twitching corners of his mouth with his interrogation transcript. Yu Qingha rubbed his brow. He recalled the city bureau's briefing 3 days ago that the use of non-standard agents during torture is strictly prohibited, and suddenly realized that what he had brought with him didn't seem to be a task force, but a circus. These 2 are clowns. He himself is more of a circus ringmaster. He let out a long, crumbling sigh and said in a hateful tone, who's going to hyperventilate that puddle of humanoid bubble machines? Put. Chen Zhixing didn't hold back and laughed out at once, but made a strong effort to cover his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. That, Secretary Yu, our plan is to have him pulled away by the 120, do the whole show, then we'll interrogate him in the hospital room. I'm sure with this drama tonight, in about 2 hours at the most, Hu Wei will definitely reveal the person behind it. And, after I swindled Hu Wei probably explained something about the Qinjiang bridge piers, so now it's already targeting Zhang Feng in the interrogation. Chen Zhixing began to report on the current situation. He seemed to remember something and suddenly opened his mouth. This afternoon, the front desk came up to deliver the food. At that time, Zhang Feng and he who had already been arrested. It was all random at that time, whereas tonight's evening meal, Chen Shufan is the one who named a portion of the meal as being for Hu Wei, and that feels very wrong to me. Our meal and theirs? What's the difference? Hearing Chen Zhixing say this, He Yang thought for a moment and suddenly took a deep breath. It seems like it was indeed like this in the afternoon. There was no separation. Yu Qingha's face was also grave. He pondered for a moment. Shall he contact the hospital and conduct a lab test on Hu Wei's meal tonight? Within 2 hours. I want the results. He Yang immediately nodded. Roger. Also at this time, the sound of an ambulance sounded downstairs, and in less than half a minute, doctors in white coats carried a stretcher up. Hu Wei was placed on the stretcher, and Chao Dishian personally led the team to the hospital. Song Chenglin. When he came out of the interrogation room, Hu Wei's face was pale as he turned to Chen Zhixing and said in an extremely weak tone. He felt like he was going to die, so he didn't even have the extra strength to talk right now. In Hu Wei's heart, this matter tonight was something Song Qinglin had done to shut himself up completely. He just didn't want to give himself up to him. Song Qinglin wanted himself dead, and he wanted to drag him down with him. Why should he be able to live peacefully and securely, but he himself must die? There is no such thing in this world. He's not convinced. When Hu Wei was carried out foaming at the mouth and the ambulance left, Chen Shufan dialed her cousin's phone with a pale face. Cousin, what the hell is that thing you gave me? Why was Secretary Hu pulled away by the ambulance? And, he's still foaming at the mouth? Finally, the ignorant woman who dreamed of stepping to the top of power began to fear. Chapter 28, Potassium Chloride, Hu 4, Return of the Light. Hu Wei would have been fine, but after being pulled away by the ambulance, he still did a full set of tests, and then had his stomach pumped, and also did a full set of tests accompanied by Zhou Mingjie, secretary of the party committee and president of the hospital, as well as the vice president, and the directors of various departments. The more people there were, the more nervous Hu Wei became, and the more tests he did, the more Hu Wei felt like he was going to die. He's scared now and panicking inside. Drawing blood routine, poison test, urine routine, electrocardiogram, liver function, kidney function, abdominal ultrasound and so on. This set of full process down, Hu Wei's face is getting more and more miserable, at a speed visible to the naked eye miserable white, especially after Hu Wei had been put on oxygen and hooked up to saline. Under the influence of psychological factors, he had felt like he couldn't even breathe, a shadow of death hanging over his head. Comrade Mingjie, will I die? Inside the ICU's high cadre ward, Hu Wei looked extremely weakly at Chen Zhixing, who was sitting on the side, his face pale. Even for the sake of the authenticity of this scene, Yu Qinghe, Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision and Deputy Director of the Supervisory Commission, made a friendly appearance, as did Zhou Mingjie, He Yang, Chao Dexian, Cui Shueming, Zhou Jigang, Deputy Chief of the Special Police Detachment of the City of Lin, and all the staff of the task force. Chen Zhixing now has only a kind of a large group of 500 people. 499 people are all actors. The remaining one is the person who is cheated feeling. He now wants to laugh, but his identity makes him cannot laugh. He is a professional. This, that, don't worry, Secretary Hu, we'll do our best. Hu Wei's face was already pale to the extreme, and after hearing these words, he was even more terrified. His face was as if he was dead, without the slightest bit of blood. He felt he was getting weaker and weaker. He might really die. And at that moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and voices rang through the ward. The toxin test came back. It's potassium chloride. Swish! Everyone turned around with a look of extreme shock in their eyes. And then, with a stampede, a group of people hurriedly ran out. Chen Zhixing quickly asked, "Potassium cyanide? Where did you get potassium cyanide?" Xiao Hu took the report sheet and quickly replied, "Team Leader Chen, it's the box of rice that Chen Shufan gave to Hu Wei, and a large amount of potassium cyanide was detected in it. By mistake. Someone really wants to kill Hu Wei." Yu Qinghe patted Chen Zhixing's shoulder. "Well done." After a pause, his voice was extremely cold. "If you hadn't come up with a way to blackmail Hu Wei, perhaps Hu Wei would really be a corpse now. It seems someone doesn't want him to live." The moment these words came out, everyone present felt an extremely grave atmosphere. Everyone looked at Chen Zhixing with a touch of admiration in their eyes now. If it wasn't for Chen Zhixing, Hu Wei would definitely be dead right now. Dead in their interrogation room. Zhou Jigang immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the special police who stayed behind. His tone was cold. Immediately control Chen Shufan. Surprise interrogation. Yu Qinghe's tone was icy cold. Since they can't sit still, why don't we add another fire to them? After taking out his cell phone and dialing a number, Yu Qinghe quickly said, "Secretary Bao, this is Yu Qinghe. There's an unexpected situation." This is also suggesting that the anti-corruption campaign has escalated into a merger of different power systems. Chen Zhixing glanced at He Yang and also knew that this was the time for interrogation. "Team Zhou, please arrange for someone to guard the entrance while we conduct the interrogation." Zhou nodded. Chen Zhixing walked into the middle of the room with the lab report form, and He Yang immediately followed. Chen Zhixing looked at Hu Wei with a complicated expression and let out a long sigh, not saying anything, walking straight to him and sighing. After opening his mouth and closing it again, cycling 3 times, Chen Zhixing spoke in a complicated tone. "Hurry up and say what you have to say. Time. Not much time left." Swish! As soon as these words came out, Hu Wei's body shook like a sieve, and his face became livid, unable to hold back his rage. "He even tried to kill me. He wants to silence me. He wants to silence me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hu Wei's eyes widened. He actually felt neutralized. Back to the light. Must be a flashback. It's over. It's all over. The sound of the cardiac instrument dripping next to him was like a death wish, and he was afraid that the next moment it would become a DRI. Fear, spreading wildly inside, spreading to every corner of the body. Chen Shixing glanced at He Yang, who quickly took out the special paper for confessions. Tell me, who's trying to kill you? And what exactly do you know that would make someone risk so much to kill you? Chen Shixing stood by his bedside, looking at him with a very compassionate gaze. The corner of He Yang's mouth, who was sitting next to the desk in the high cadre ward, twitched. Not ashamed to be you Chen Yanwang. You secretary's Yama is at most ironic means. That is called a decent. But you this Yama, what dirty means can play out well, not exactly torture, but you're playing with not only someone's psyche but also their body with this tactic, making them feel like they don't have enough time left to even finish talking, and giving a very quick account. Your tactics, so dirty. It's better to mess with you Tianyan than Chen Yanwang. You Tianyan will at most make you feel fear, but Chen Yanwang will make you regret coming to this world and entering the power game of officialdom. I'll explain everything. It's Song Qinglin. Song Qinglin the son of a is trying to kill me. I know too much about Song Qinglin, and he's already exterminated one person. It's definitely his doing that I'm poisoned now. Hu Wei said whatever he had to say, and his tone was urgent, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to account for the rest of his time. He Yang could probably understand what he was thinking, and even if he was going to die, he was going to drag him down with him. Chen Shixing suddenly interrupted. Who is Song Qinglin? Song Qinglin? Of course it's the executive vice mayor of Starfish City, or the vice mayor who joined the regular. Chen Shixing as a born-again of course no, but he also rely on Hu Wei account to continue to investigate well, otherwise simply cannot go on. After all, the disciplinary commission is all about evidence. The executive vice mayor of Starfish City, he's my backer. He made me do a lot of things. When I make $1 million, I have to give him at least 600,000. I only have 400,000, and I have to split the 400,000 with the others. Song Qinglin is the biggest corrupt official. Song Qinglin has in the municipal archives. Before Hu Wei could finish his words, the entire hospital building suddenly lost power. The moment the emergency lights came on, plainclothes police officers outside the door poured in instantly, centering on Hu, holding their guns on the doorway and window. Song Qinglin's backhanded. He's going to kill me. He's definitely going to kill me. Hu Wei borrowed the green glow of the emergency light. The 3 words of potassium cyanide on the report card were mapped on his face. His face was miserable green. Song Qinglin still has a backhand. He still wants to kill himself. Endless fear swept through his body and mind. Hu for, shivering and trembling, he covered his head with the quilt, and in the quilt, trembling. Chapter 29, the fighting begins. Hu Wei's face was pale and he stared around with a horrified expression. Song Qinglin is still going to kill me. You guys have to protect me. I know about Song Qinglin. I know all about him. You guys have to protect me, and I guarantee that what I say will make Song Qinglin a stepping stone on your Chen Shixing's official path. Chen Shixing, I assure you that you'll definitely be able to bring down Song Qinglin in the task force. Chen Shixing, let me tell you, Song Qinglin is my backer, but Song Qinglin still has his backer, and behind Song Qinglin is his former leader, Zhao Wei, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee and Director of the Provincial Anti-Triad Office, who for breaking defense in sharp voice resounded in the ward. He was very fearful at the moment. Even the liquid he was hanging on, which he did not know was glucose at the moment, became a miserable green. Fear surfaced in his mind. Hu Wei was indeed very fearful right now, because he knew that Song Qinglin's ruthlessness was never that simple. Of course, before Chen Shixing milked Hu Wei dry, he certainly couldn't say that this was a scene. Chen Shixing's eyebrows jumped, but in his heart, he was happy. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked up. It's nice and pretty. Finally, the big tiger has been blown out. The provincial leader, or the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, this big tiger, sort of can give the task force an explanation. This chain of interests, although for the time being only saw these 3 people, but every link in this chain is very important. But where a link is missing, it will not work. Also at that moment, a voice came from outside the door. It's been checked. It's a problem with the hospital's substation, so that's causing the power to go out. Chen Shixing frowned, always feeling in his heart that this matter still felt wrong. From the very beginning of this matter, perhaps Song Qinglin had already made preparations, or perhaps Song Qinglin had already prepared a chain of events in this matter. Song Qinglin is definitely ruthless. You know about my painting. I contacted Deputy Secretary Zhao through the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, and the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association died tonight, so he definitely wants to kill me to silence me. From the time Song Qinglin gave me potassium cyanide, he had already calculated that I would go into the hospital. I know better than anyone how many of his people there are in Jiping County, so there's definitely someone else coming to kill me tonight. Hu Wei was mid-air for the moment. In fact, Hu Wei knew better than anyone how ruthless Song Qinglin really was. This was definitely a person who could sell everything for profit. Even, Hu Wei believed that if Zhao Wei was involved in Song Qinglin's core interests, Song Qinglin would dare to count Zhao Wei. Chen Zhixing said faintly. He Yang immediately answered from the side. Team leader Chen, you stay here for the interrogation. I want to see a statement about Hu Wei first thing in the morning. As for Hu Wei, I believe you already know Song Qinglin's methods, so you should be clear that Song Qinglin will never let you go. And I, too, don't want your confession, but rather cooperation with you. You should be clear that as long as you're not dead, Song Qinglin will kill you by any means necessary. Let's cooperate. You talk, I'll catch. It's as simple as that. Inside the prison, you make company. Hu Wei hurriedly nodded his head. Don't worry, Song Qinglin has already done this to me. I'm definitely going to pull him down. Chen Zhixing walked towards the outside with his hands in his pockets. In the darkness, Chen Zhixing looked at the dark hospital. His face didn't have the slightest look on it, and his face carried indifference. Yu Qingha was smoking a cigarette at the door, and after seeing Chen Zhi walking out, he asked with a cold face, power outage. Did you do it? Chen Zhixing shook his head. No. Yu Qingha's face sank even further, which meant that there were only two outcomes to this matter. Man-made, and non-man-made. If it's man-made, that means there's bound to be another round of extermination this evening. That's why Yu Qingha naturally guessed it after hearing those words. Hu Wei threw up. Behind him is Song Qinglin, the executive vice mayor of Starfish City, and behind Song Qinglin is Zhao Wei. So what now? Chen Zhixing looked at him, straight at him. Yu Qingha nodded, hands behind his back, and wandered back and forth in the doorway several times before letting out a long breath. Director Qi called. Dozens of kilograms of gold as well as a few million in cash were found in Hu Wei's Mercedes-Benz trunk. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection has taken over the evidence. Also, as I said, within the month, I'm at your disposal, so even if it's me, you can mobilize. Yu Qingha stomped out the cigarette butt, ruthlessly stomping out the cigarette butt, and his mind was torn. He was wondering whether to make this decision or not, because once this decision was made, it would be easy to pay the price, even if, after this matter was done, the general situation of the change of government in October would be spoiled. He had a hard time making that decision. So, 5 minutes ago, he had contacted Bao Wenrui. Bao Wenrui means, let him make a decision. No matter what decision Yu Qingha makes, Bao Wenrui carries it. Bao Wenrui is using his own prospects. Forget it. He's retiring next year. He doesn't need any prospects. Chen Zhixing also pondered for a long time, as he had not yet thought about it either. Grass, how dare you come to the hospital without money? Get the hell out of here. This is no place for you poor people. Can you afford these medicines? Can you afford these drugs? Get the hell out of here. Suddenly a voice came. Chen Zhixing turned his head to look, only to see that from their angle they could just see a man in a suit punching and kicking an old woman. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath and turned his head to look at a plainclothes man at the door. Brother, please go and do a favor. The plainclothesman nodded and went quickly. Elder brother, I've decided. After getting Hu Wei's statement tonight, head to Starfish City and investigate Song Qinglin. At the very least, I have to give you a gift that is big enough to join the regulars, and big enough to sit as the secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee. At the very least, after I quit, senior brother's position will still have to cover me. Chen Zhixing grinned, a smile emerging from the corners of his mouth. Yu Qingha's mouth corners opened. For a moment he didn't even know what to say. He let out a long sigh. Junior brother you really think you can resign so dryly ah? The teacher was so anxious to approve the expedited resignation. Maybe that's why he's so crazy to find out who's behind it. No matter what. But junior teacher, for the discipline committee system, the more you shine so brightly, the more unlikely the discipline committee system will let you go. Not to mention, you're the one teacher has his eye on. Now that you've shown the tactics that an iron-blooded discipline committee secretary should have, do you think the top will let you go? The CDC will agree? The CAG will agree? Little brother, you're a natural for the disciplinary committee. Yu Qingha's cell phone suddenly rang at this time, and as soon as he answered the call, a voice came from the opposite side. Zhao Wei, the director of the Provincial Anti-Triad Office, used the authority of the director of the Anti-Triad Office to send a team of SWAT officers to take over the Jiping County First People's Hospital 10 minutes ago on the grounds of protecting the safety of the cadres. You must rush to empty out everything Hu Wei knows before the SWAT force arrives. Hearing this, 5 words popped up in Yu Qingha's mind. The fight, it's on. Chapter 30, The Provincial Leaders' Love for Each Other. Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. In the end, it's 4 words, power stacking. As the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee's Political and Legal Affairs Committee, his actual power is not limited to the anti-triad office, but also includes participating in the daily decision-making of the committee and coordinating the work of the public prosecutors, lawyers, judiciary and other political and legal departments, further expanding his influence. And as the hub of the provincial special struggle against blackness and evil, the director of the office is responsible for formulating the province's work program, supervising the handling of key cases, and coordinating cross-departmental and cross-regional joint operations. If necessary, a report may be submitted to the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, which directly affects the formulation and implementation of provincial policies on combating blackness and evil. The core authority lies in the office position plus coordination authority of the political and legal system plus specialized supervisory authority. Of course, there is a prerequisite before that. Influence depends on personal qualifications, the level of support from the Provincial Party Committee and the political priority of the special struggle. At the peak of the fight against blackmail, its power is close to the vice-ministerial level and stronger than the regular departmental level. After all, he's one of the few people who can intervene in a case through procedural justice. He wants to control Huawei by controlling the hospital. Yu Qinghe spoke almost subconsciously, taking a deep breath as his pupils shrunk violently. Chen Shixing frowned and asked, "Senior brother?" Yu Qinghe put down his cell phone and quickly said after lighting another cigarette, "Zhao Wei sent a team of special police down to take over the hospital through the authority of the director of the anti-black office, calling it protecting the safety of the cadres, but in reality, it was to control Huawei's purpose by controlling the hospital." He took a deep drag on his cigarette, and Chen Zhixing was able to clearly see the echoes of the smoke as it drifted away before being inhaled into his lungs and then exhaled through his mouth and nose. Chen Zhixing's eyes widened. He knew that power was arbitrary in this era now, but he didn't expect it to be so arbitrary. All the forces of the Provincial Special Police Headquarters have been sent out. The problem is, how dare they be so blatant? Well, it wasn't exactly blatant. After all, finding a reason to keep the cadre safe. "Senior, let's split up. I'll go to the interrogation now. You elder contact the provincial leaders and see if we can distract Zhao Wei. If he really puts his hands on us, we don't really have a way to resist." He was very aware of how terrifying an awesome person with power very close to the level of a vice minister really was. A departmental level. At the peak of the power of the characters are able to make a public company collapse, let alone a departmental level. The power of the existence of close to the vice ministry. Yu Qinghe once again took a deep drag on his cigarette. The corner of his mouth twitched. If he wants to mobilize the special police, he will surely have some contact with the Provincial Public Security Office. What I'm worried about is that they've formed an alliance. Song Qingling used to be a core member of the Secretary Gang. Moving him is equal to offending the Secretary Gang. At the same time, Zhao Wei is the executive vice-governor's lineage, and the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee is the Provincial Party Secretary's lineage. And almost all of the big brother fights behind this implicate the top few Provincial Party Committee members. He rubbed his brow with a great headache. This whole thing was just too much of a pain in the ass. The people behind this are more horrible than one another. His initial goal was just to take Huawei down. But, how did it turn into what it is now? How did he start fighting with the provincial bigwigs? Yu Qinghe was all a bit bewildered at this point. Is that right? Chen Shixing sipped his teeth. He was already overestimating the menace behind this, but the reality now told him that he had still underestimated. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind and he suddenly looked at Yu Qinghe with a very strange look. "Elder brother, you said that the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee is from the Provincial Party Secretary's line? Then let's think differently. What about Secretary Pao? It's politically correct that Secretary Pao should also be on the same line as the Provincial Party Secretary. Since both Secretary Pao and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee are from the Provincial Party Secretary's line, the two are at least not hostile. Am I right in deducing that? And Secretary Pao and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee are both higher in rank than Zhao Wei, so it's not easy to suppress him? Yu Qinghe, you want to mess with people's lives? Yu Qinghe asked him back. Chen Shixing? Yu Qinghe rolled his eyes and sat on his butt on the edge of the flower bed, which led him to tell the secret that Chen Shixing was not aware of, but was well known in the Provincial Party Committee. Bao Wanrui and the Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee can be said to have loved each other all their lives. The two are the same university graduates, and both are Hucheng people. The Provincial Political and Legal Committee Secretary Qian Yutao and Bao Wanrui because of the large-scale launch of the Uphill to the Countryside movement. In December 1968, the People's Daily issued an article calling for young people to go to the countryside. And because of the resumption of colleges and universities in 1970, the implementation of the mass recommendation, leadership approval, school review enrollment system. In 1973 Qian Yutao was assigned to the propaganda department of the Municipal Party Committee of the city of Linshur. while Bao Wenrui was assigned to the Discipline Inspection Commission system. And at that time, the school flower of Huqing University is said to be a bit of background. Also nowadays Bao Wenrui's wife has been the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee of Linshur City. Since all three were from Hucheng, they also formed a small Hucheng group centered around the three. As for Bao Wenrui and his wife, still have to say that a bombing in 1978. In short, it is Bao Wenrui don't want to save people's lives. People naturally come together. The thing is, in 1977, Qian Yutao confessed his love for someone else's girl. Chen Zhixing, who heard this all, opened his mouth wide, smacked his lips and twitched the corner of his mouth. No, was the officialdom so abstract back then? Yu Qinghao rolled his eyes, and said in a bad mood, "What do you know? Their generation witnessed the poorest era of the motherland, but their era was also the most proud and arrogant era. Anyway, it's just that since then, Secretary Qian and Secretary Pao have become like water and fire. What Secretary Qian approves of, Secretary Pao doesn't say anything, and what Secretary Pao approves of, Secretary Qian is bound to disapprove of. If I had to say the interesting point, it would be, when Secretary Pao proposes a truly favorable policy, it's when more than 90% of the people will agree that he'll oppose it. And if the number of agreeing votes is less than 50%, Secretary Qian will also agree." Chen Zhixing. Well, he's kind of figured out that it's just purely disgusting. It falls into the category of yes, bringing emotions into the workplace, but also not bringing them into the workplace. Yu Qinghao sighed and continued, "So you said to let the two work together. I reckon it's a bit up in the air. At least Secretary Qian shouldn't agree, because there's more than just cooperation behind this. There's the potential for a series of cascading reactions. Once the two worked closely together, it would definitely cause some people to have dissent and turn against them, which was Secretary Lin's way of checking and balancing. As a provincial party secretary, the word balance looks simple, but doing it is not so simple. A provincial party secretary, that is no longer simply considered a feudal official. That should belong to politician." Chen Zhixing's eyes, however, lit up as he shook his head. "I don't think so. Like you said, Secretary Qian must be someone with a big picture, so they will definitely work together. And, a just 59-year-old member of the Provincial Standing Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, I believe that these two old men, no one should be able to ruffle Twilight Tiger's whiskers at this time. Their presence today would have been a deterrent, even if the other party is an adult strong tiger in its prime. Besides, if Director Qi really wants to follow Zhao Wei's order to explicitly protect but actually control Hu Wei, isn't Director Qi afraid that the gun loss case will suddenly erupt at a time like this?" Chapter 31. Preparing to travel to Starfish City to fight umbrellas. "Since you won't die, I'll contact Secretary Pao. Why are you such a shaft? I don't know what the teacher really sees in you." When he said this, Yu Qinghai himself laughed. No wonder the teacher liked this kid, just as shaft as himself. No matter what you do, there is always a sense of defiance and an urge to break the mold. Watching Chen Zhixing turn his head toward the hospital, Yu Qinghai suddenly laughed out loud and muttered, "Teacher, do you want to train your youngest disciple to become an official dilettante? Or do you want him to sword fight his way through the disease?" Because of Zhao Wei's pressure, Chen Zhixing couldn't care less if there was an extermination operation in the second half of the night, and immediately summoned the Public Security Police of the Discipline Inspection Commission and the security group to conduct a rapid surprise interrogation of Hu Wei. He Yang serves as the main interrogator, while Chen Zhixing quickly returns to the Genie Hotel to interrogate Chen Shufan. Admittedly, Hu Wei's value is much higher than Chen Shufan's, and what he knows will definitely cause an earthquake in Starfish City and Jiping County at both levels of the county party committee and county government once he speaks out. But Hu Wei said, "All accounted for, and now it is not good to check. On the contrary, can let Chen Shufan hands, must be, and she is very familiar with the person. Simply put, what Tanya-chan knows is an entry point to this current impasse." When Chen Zhixing returned to the Genie Hotel, Chen Shufan was already sitting in the interrogation room of the Discipline Inspection Commission, her hands handcuffed by cold handcuffs. She's afraid, she's scared, she's in fear of the disciplinary committee. Chen Zhixing, on the other hand, was sitting across from her, taking in all of Chen Shufan's expressions. Bang! Chen Zhixing suddenly slapped one hand on the table. Not to mention Chen Shufan, even the recorder next to him was startled. Chen Zhixing was furious, rubbing up with a bang, veins popping out on his neck, glaring at Chen Shufan, who was sitting on top of the interrogation chair, and roaring, "Chen Shufan, I'll tell you a very unfortunate fact. Hu Wei, dead." Inside the hospital did not survive more than 10 minutes. That blood of the wow and vomit. The floor is stained red. After the hospital laboratory tests, you give secretary whose rice inside detected a large amount of potassium cyanide. You know about potassium cyanide, right? Well, by the looks of you really don't know. So let me tell you this. Euthanasia injections are potassium cyanide. Large amounts of potassium cyanide can kill. So, secretary who died at your hands. Bang! Hu Wei is dead. Chen Shufan trembled when she heard this news, her gaze filled with the color of fear. She shook her head frantically, staring with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Secretary who can't be dead. Chen Shufan's nails pinched deep into her palms, and under the ghastly white beam of the interrogation lamp, panic surfaced in her bloodshot eyes, and a coolness struck her behind. How could his cousin lie to her? Cousin had said that he would transfer her to the city after this matter was done. Secretary who? How did he die like that? She's just an ordinary person, let alone killing someone. Even if she dared not kill a chicken on a normal day, where did she get the guts to kill someone? Chen Zhixing steeply roared. How is it impossible? What's impossible? Since you don't believe me, fine, then I'll take you to the hospital morgue right now to see Hu Wei's body. He's gutted right now. I will definitely let you see him gutted. Just, how can I put it? Chen Zhixing's set of scare tactics were more effective than anything else. He clearly saw that Chen Shufan didn't dare to kill anyone. And even more so, the fear that appeared in her eyes after hearing that the other party was dead. So she deliberately said that, I have to say, this set is really good. You go to the toilet at night. You open the door. Secretary who's squatting there. You come back, you wake up your husband, want to talk to him about this. You look at the wake up is Hu Wei. Wherever you go, Hu Wei follows you everywhere. That face, wow blue. TSK, how scary nah. Chen Zhixing had the decency to describe it to Chen Shufan in a colorful manner. The key. Next to another corrected, Chen leader. I watched a horror movie. The ghosts are not all white as paper. Somewhat full face bleeding and so on. Wow blue, that kind of ghost. Singing in unison. Those who didn't know would have thought they were spacing out and talking comic relief. Of course, as a party cadres, certainly do not believe in these feudal superstitions. But well, I didn't hear them say they were watching a horror movie. What? Public officials aren't allowed to watch horror movies anymore? There's no such thing. Ghosts will find a double. The young recorder in charge of the records suddenly interjected with a rattling, strange laugh, especially if the death was in vain. You have to grab a living person to cushion your back before you can go to reincarnation. He purposely dragged his chair back as he said this, his metal legs rubbing against the floor tiles with a sound similar to fingernail scratching. Chen Shufan's pupils suddenly tightened. The rust on the armrests of the interrogation chair suddenly twisted into the shape of the blood foam that Hu Wei spat on the monitor, and she seemed to see Hu Wei spitting blood very unwillingly, his eyes full of hatred. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. The horror movies I've seen are now turning into a source of fear that is frantically working its way into my mind. It wasn't me. It was my cousin who gave me the medicine. Chen Shufan suddenly screamed and curled up into a ball, the shackles on her ankles thumping the interrogation chair. She frantically tore at her neckline, as if something invisible was strangling her neck, and she said with a sharp intake of breath, my cousin is the deputy director of the city's earthquake bureau. He said he'll transfer me to the city office when I'm done. I didn't do it. It wasn't me who did it. It was all them. They made me do it. A playful smile surfaced at the corner of Chen Zhixing's mouth as he pursued. What method did your cousin use to contact you? Cell phones. It's a cell phone. Chen Shufan was completely stunned. Her entire body was broken at this time, and she answered whatever she was asked. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly smiling, turned around and exited the interrogation room, making a call to Yu Qinghe. Chen Shufan is considered to be coerced, so let's go directly to Starfish City early tomorrow morning. Based on Hu Wei's confession and Chen Shufan's confession, it's completely possible to conduct an investigation against Starfish City's umbrella. After the hospital site empties out Hu Wei, the double regulation documents can be issued. Chen Zhixing spoke in a light tone. As a matter of fact, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and the Municipal Public Security Bureau had already set up an investigation team and a task force to station in Jiping County. And as for them, based on the clues they have now, it's entirely possible to go to Starfish City to investigate the deputy director of the city's seismic bureau as well as the executive vice mayor Song Qinglin. And when Chen Zhixing hung up the phone and came to the hospital, he immediately saw Yu Qinghe's face gloomy to the extreme. Elder brother, what's wrong? Yu Qinghe's voice was hoarse. The deputy director of the Municipal Seismological Bureau, also known as Chen Shufan's cousin, died of a cerebral hemorrhage at 1:30 a.m. At home. Chapter 32 Song Qinglin's mind. Chen Zhixing's brain instantly went down. Their side just interrogated who the person who ordered Chen Shufan was, and then the other person died? And a deputy city manager who was a county deputy. Chen Zhixing previously heard Hu Wei explained. Song Qinglin ruthless, but did not expect actually so ruthless blatantly violating party discipline and state law, and using such tactics to get it over with and put their investigation in jeopardy. This is clearly aimed at them. Now 2 lives have been lost. One is the president of the Painting and Calligraphy Association. The other is the deputy director of the city's seismic bureau. A mistake. This is the biggest mistake of the task force. The task force. There's a mole. Otherwise, we just found out that the person who instructed Chen Shufan was the deputy director of the city's seismic bureau, and it wasn't even more than an hour before or after. So how could he be dead? The only explanation is that someone in our task force tipped us off and it was after you left. Otherwise, there's no way to explain this. The ceiling lights in the hospital corridor emitted the zippy sound of electricity at 2 in the morning, and the back of Yuqing's hand that clutched his cell phone bulged with veins, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Chen Zhixing's phone rang at this time, and he walked to the side to pick up the call. Director Chao. Chao Dishian's voice rang out on the other end of the line as he said quickly. The time of death was between 1:25 and 1:40 a.m. The bottle of anti-hypertensive pills on the bedside table was empty, but the family insists he took the pills just before he went to bed. Chen Zhixing rubbed his brow and ordered in a cold tone. Director Chao, can the provincial department take over this case? After the provincial department takes over, immediately conduct an autopsy. Although it was a question, the certainty in his tone made Chao Dishian understand that he was in need of the provincial office having to take over. Upon autopsy, if no anti-hypertensive drug residue is found, that would indicate that this is perhaps not man-made. Of course, that doesn't rule out the fact that this was someone specifically emptying bottles of anti-hypertensive pills. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhixing turned his head to Yuqing and said softly, Senior brother, send someone to send Hu Wei to the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. The initiative must be in our hands. I suggest that the investigation of Song Qinglin be initiated immediately to prevent him from cleaning up all the traces. Song Qinglin, this is indeed a ruthless character. In his previous life, he was concerned about Hu Wei's case, so how could he not know Song Qinglin? And Song Qinglin being Hu Wei's protective umbrella was even more alarming to Chen Zhixing. He knew Song Qinglin far better than Hu Wei, because Song Qinglin was one of the top 10 cases in 2007, while Zhao Wei was the other top 10 cases in 2007, the biggest political manipulation incident of the year. Song Qinglin straddles the political, business and black sectors. He is a true underground emperor. The richest man in Starfish City was his man, and the over-the-hill peak of the dark world, known as the head of the underground organization, was still his man. In Starfish City, Song Qinglin could say that he could do whatever he wanted, and the key thing was that he wasn't weak. In just 3 years, he has completed the reform of state-owned enterprises and upgraded industries, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of his political influence in Starfish City, so that even the mayor can only avoid him. Today's Song Qinglin is at his peak, and it is not too much to say that a sentence other than the municipal party secretary number 1. Of course, it wasn't really that easy for Song Qinglin to remove all his evidence and connections. After all, there are traces of him. Song Qinglin, in every way, the task force can be wrong many times, but Song Qinglin only needs to be wrong once for the task force to catch the pigtail. Yu Qinghan nodded. Immediately notify He Yang and have him personally take Hu Wei back to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. In the car, grab the interrogation. Chen Zhixing suddenly spoke. Yun Shui, the host, can make a move. Starfish City, family home. Song Qinglin was sitting in his study at the moment. The lights were a little dim. He was sitting on a leather office chair, looking at the Starfish City Development Report, waiting quietly for his secretary to report. The Provincial Department's special police are expected to arrive in half an hour. Hu Wei is not dead because Chen Zhixing wanted to make Hu Wei account for himself by poisoning him, so there was a time gap with our movements. And according to Yu Qinghe's character, behavioral analysis, he has a great probability of transferring Hu Wei. The current speculation out of the best plan for them is to escort Hu Wei to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission overnight. There's a chance we'll collide with the SWAT team. Should we intercept them halfway? After the secretary hesitated for a moment, his eyes steeped in coldness, and his tone was grimly inquisitive. Song Qinglin leaned on the back of his chair and knocked on the table. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. From the secretary's perspective, one could only see Song Qinglin's face change back and forth. The people of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection can't be moved. If the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection is moved, it would mean a big reshuffle, and with the simultaneous change of government next month, I still want to compete for the position of mayor, and I mustn't mess around with it at the moment. Moving someone from the Discipline Inspection Commission means that this matter will be in the sights of the Central Discipline Inspection Commission. Do you really think that the group of people in the province don't have any background? You have to be clear. Bao Wan Rui from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. His hometown is Shanghai. In that municipality, there is also Secretary Qian Yutao who is in love with him. If you really move one of them, I believe the other one will definitely not look on. Song Qinglin rubbed his brow and lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he got up and paced back and forth in his study. Find a way to warn Hu Wei to shut up or He knows what's coming. After a pause, Song Qinglin continued, this matter has to be set aside from us, letting Overhill Peak do it. The secretary turned around and left to arrange these things. Song Qinglin stubbed out his cigarette but before walking to the bedroom and standing on the bed, revealing a silver safe after moving the painting on the wall. Enter the code, verify your fingerprints, and with a click, the safe opens. Inside the safe, various documents were stacked, along with a number of Rolexes, car keys, and gold. Whether it's a Rolex or gold, that's hard currency, and without even giving it a second glance, he just took out a cell phone and dialed a number. Old leader, I'm really sorry to call you at this late hour. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection is pressing me every step of the way, and I have no choice. If you don't even help me, then some secrets can't be kept. Song Qinglin spoke faintly, without the slightest hint of urgency in his tone, and even his face was expressionless. A low voice came over the phone. The province has been surging with dark currents lately. I've been talking to Qi Ziyuan for a long time tonight, and I can help him close the case of the missing gun, but only if Qi Ziyuan is on our side. You don't have to rush about the task force. Bo Wanrue? He's just a soon-to-be retired Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, and although I don't dare stroke my beard, his internalized Yu Qinghe will at least go back. Yu Qinghe, the task force leader, is not here, and he, a section-level Chen Zhixing, could it be that he still wants to make a scene? You can just casually have Overhill Peak arrange a mob firefight in the city and accidentally kill Chen Zhixing. Director Qi and I will initiate the fight against the triads and will not let the Discipline Commission have a chance to get off the ground. Chapter 33, the first mayor of Starfish City. That night, He Yang personally escorted Hu Wei back to the province and was involved in a car accident on Sangshan Road, but there were no untoward incidents. Interestingly, people from the provincial SWAT team did come, but because they sent Hu Wei to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection ahead of time, the SWAT team had no way to control Hu Wei and could only protect the cadre's safety. It's phallic. It's clear that they're trying to put their people on the task force. Early the next morning, Zhang Feng and He Hu were handed over to the city's public security organs task force, while the Discipline Inspection Commission's special investigation team traveled to Starfish City by car. But in the middle of the journey, Yu Qinghe received a call from Bao Wenrue, and this call, then it completely changed the itinerary. Comrade Qinghe, although I really don't want you to come back, the Provincial Party Committee attaches great importance to the task force's operation, but the task force indirectly caused 2 deaths during the operation, and this matter is very important, so you have to come back for a trip. What the Provincial Committee means is that the entire task force is suspended, and it was with great difficulty that I fought to have you come back alone to report on your duties, and the task force continues to operate. At the same time, the task force must investigate Song Qinglin as well as Starfish City's corruption tightly and thoroughly in the shortest possible time. Xiao Yu I will retire next year. During this period of time you must be more careful. There are a lot of people who are eyeing my position. I can only rest assured if the Discipline Inspection Commission system is handed over to you. Others don't have the same vigor as you. Where the county border and the city border meet, many leaders of Starfish City are waiting for you, and the City Disciplinary Committee Secretary's car will send you back. Just in time. The Provincial Party Committee wants to replace this week's City Disciplinary Committee Secretary. Bao Wenrue's aged voice rang out over Yu Qinghe's phone, while Yu Qinghe looked at Chen Zhixing after hanging up the phone and sighed. This was great. The pressure was all on his little brother. From the current situation reported to the Provincial Party Committee, Starfish City has been corrupted to the root, and must be completely changed by thunderous means. Last year, the Municipal Party Secretary of Starfish City was found out to be raking in money through the Social Security Administration, accepting bribes, engaging in power deals, and having more than 5 lovers. This year, it broke out again with Executive Vice Mayor Song Qinglin. If this Starfish City is not thoroughly cleared, then corruption will continue to emerge. The Provincial Party Committee has asked me to go back to report on my duties, and I won't be able to return for at least a week, so I'll leave the matter of the task force to you. The investigation of Song Qinglin begins immediately, and next, you have full authority. The coaster fleet was still traveling on the national highway, and Yu Qinghe looked at Chen Zhixing with a grave expression on his face. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped one hand on the tabletop in front of him, and spoke. President of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, Deputy Director of the Municipal Seismological Bureau. These 2 lives were caused because the task force investigated a key point. The problem was that in his previous life, he had not heard of it. Of course, it was also possible that he wasn't aware of it because he hadn't paid much attention to it. Yu Qinghe suddenly remembered something, and asked with a twist of words, last night, you looked for Yun Shui to talk for more than an hour. What do you want to do in the end? It's not possible that you have a crush on Yun Shui, right? I'm telling you, you're the one with a girlfriend, so I advise you not to think of messing around, or I'll arrest you myself. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, I know, but what to have Yun Shui do? It's better to keep it a secret for now, to give you a surprise, but this surprise can be a shock to some people. With that, he got up and patted the driver's seat and said, Master, pull over. Yu Qinghe pulled him back and asked, what do you want? A highly playful smile surfaced at the corners of Chen Zhixing's mouth. Before I stay at the city guest house, I have to go somewhere, meet someone, and pick up a bit of evidence along the way. Director He, why don't you come with me? He Yang, huh? Me? Well, come on. What a treat. Another inning where you can be taken for a ride. For Song Qinglin, in his previous life, but it took a lot of time and effort, before and after the 3 investigation teams to find out the things concentrated together to find a little bit of clues. The time span is up to 3 years. Chen Zhixing had to condense the 3-year-long time span of his previous life into half a month, and there was still a Zhao Wei after solving Song Qinglin, but of course, Zhao Wei's affairs were beyond his involvement. At that point, he would have left his job, so it would certainly be out of his hands. Starfish City's last mayor, Lu Yu. Lu Yu is a political victim, under the conspiracy of Song Qinglin wrongfully imprisoned, currently detained in Starfish City Prison. The reason why wrongfully imprisoned, because Lu Yu found the then deputy mayor of Song Qinglin money and power collusion, official black collusion and other clues, that coincided with the time when the inspectors came down again, and he became a political victim, and he has the evidence in his hands. As I recall, it was at the beginning of 2008, for the sake of Olympic stability, at the beginning of the year, the steering group went down. It was also because of this dissent that Lu Yu's presence was discovered, and it was speculated that he had evidence in his hands. On the evening of the day that the steering group went to prepare for the mention of the meeting, Lu Yu suddenly died of cerebral infarction, and it was because of this one inducement that the top took notice and blew the charge for Song Qinglin's downfall. Chen Zhixing and He Yang asked for a small car and disengaged from the convoy first, but the disengagement of the two naturally allowed the news to spread. The special police from the provincial office are still following behind. Plus there's a mole, so how could they possibly hide the news that they broke away from the convoy? Team Leader Chen, where are we going now? He Yang found that he kind of liked this Team Leader Chen, even though he hadn't been a fan of Chen Zhixing when he was there before, and he didn't even like this guy at all, because if it wasn't for this guy, he would have been the deputy team leader himself. But, by now, he had to admit that people were really capable, at least that evil interrogation method. He really couldn't learn it. If he were to speak from the heart, he could only say, where the hell did Chen Zhixing learn that evil to the extreme interrogation method? Prison. According to the process, if they want to arraign a prisoner, they need a certificate from this unit as well as an inspection certificate. But they're a task force, and in this day and age, procedural justice is important. But, the city jail really dares to block the task force? There are some things we can just turn a blind eye to. There is no need to find trouble for themselves. Besides, the city cannot afford to offend a few people, let alone offend the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, or the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team. Prison? What are we going to do? He. Team Leader Chen, last night you and the provincial radio station's station flower. Hey. Chen Zhixing turned his head to look at He Yang, who was gossiping to the extreme, and glared at him without any good reason. Asterisk off. I'm not so immoral. I have a girlfriend. I'll sue you for slander. Last night I asked Yun Shui to use the resources of the provincial radio station to widely announce in Starfish City that the Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team had come down to collect the facts of Song Qinglin's crimes from the civil masses. Of course, this is just smoke and mirrors. And what we're going to do is what I'm aiming for. The city supervisor arraigned former Mayor Lu Yu, who had direct evidence in his hands. Chapter 34, None of the Good Stuff. Originally, Chen Zhixing had wanted to use the Yun Shui card to quickly resolve his opponent, but he hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, so the Yun Shui card was kept as it should. And now, let Yun Shui use the resources of the provincial radio station in the city of Starfish Fanfare to tell the municipal government as well as the people of Starfish City, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Investigation Team down. You have what evidence can be handed over to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Investigation Team. It's a smokescreen. The task force's extremely high-profile entry into Starfish City was likewise a smokescreen. It's all about making certain people afraid and thus revealing themselves. 2 lines, both can cover Chen Zhixing's real action. But well, the time is not too long. Can by not much time. When Song Qinglin reacted, he would definitely suspect Lu Yu and even secretly trying to hide Lu Yu within the confines of Starfish City. It's simply unrealistic, because now Lu Yu himself has been sentenced. There's no way he can get out. The only way to do this is solitary confinement. At this point, you have to get the Provincial Disciplinary Committee to issue a letter. Otherwise there's no way to intervene at the local level. Thinking of this, Chen Zhixing immediately asked He Yang to send a text message to Yu Qinghe. Look over there. Chen Zhixing nudged his mouth, and He Yang turned his head to look, only to see an Audi parked in a row at the junction, and at the front of the car, a middle-aged man wearing an executive jacket and a party insignia stood by the side of the road. The surrounding traffic police were conducting traffic control while Chen Zhixing hurriedly took off the executive jacket on his body and threw it in the back row. The traffic police didn't find anything when they checked the car and just let them through. TSK, what a big row. I'm guessing that the leaders of the 4 sets of teams are basically all here. He Yang took a look instead. Chen Zhixing sneered. Song Qinglin isn't there. Absent a member of the municipal committee. Guess where Song Qinglin is? He Yang stared wide-eyed, seemingly a bit disbelieving. Impossible, right? A member of the municipal party committee is absent. This can be a bit interesting behind the scenes. And the one absent is still Song Qinglin. Song Qinglin is more anxious than anyone else right now. His tail is too big for him. Half an hour later, Starfish Prison, Changtian City. After receiving He Yang's call, Gao Wenjiang, the director of Starfish Prison, brought a few leaders from the prison to meet him at the entrance, with armed police standing guard on both sides to stop the car. Immediately after that, the high article quickly stepped forward, hurriedly pulling open the car door. He Yang got out of the car from the passenger side. This is Team Leader Chen, isn't it? Team Leader Chen is actually so young. Young and promising. Young and promising. He Yang revealed an awkward smile, almost not choking on his own saliva. He hurriedly said, cough cough cough, I'm not. Mistake mistake mistake. He's Team Leader Chen. I'm just a little follower. It's not awkward. There is no way. After all, these days, there aren't that many people with cars. Learning to drive is expensive. He Yang doesn't have a license. He Yang was not the only one who was embarrassed. Gao Wenjiang was also embarrassed, and after realizing that he had made a mistake, he let go of his hand and quickly walked towards Chen Zhixing, reaching out his hand once again, with a smile on his face that was even more joyful than seeing his own father. Hello there, Group Leader Chen. Welcome, Group Leader Chen, to inspect the work. Team Leader Chen is even younger than I thought. He's a genius among men. Chen Zhixing held the other party's hand and swept his gaze over the tense-looking armed police and the guardhouse. Warden Gao was really like the rumors, watching people's food. This mouth is really clever. The corner of Chen Zhixing's mouth hooked up into a smile as he looked at him with a leathery smile. Gao Wenjiang's forehead was oozing with fine beads of sweat, and the shirt on his back was already soaked with sweat, but his face was wearing a calm smile. The cell phone in his briefcase was vibrating, and of course he knew who it was. 15 minutes ago, the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, Executive Vice Mayor Song Qinglin specially called to care to ensure the safety of detainees. Need we say more about the meaning of this? He Yang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Gao Wenjiang. He could naturally see the nervousness in the other party's eyes. It just made him suspicious that the other party was just a prison warden, basically out of touch with the center of power. But the other party, what is he nervous about? Director He, show the documents to Warden Gao. Chen Zhixing never fights unprepared battles. After deciding last night to come to Starfish City today, I told this matter to Yu Qinghe, who asked for documents overnight, and only got the documents from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection early this morning. He Yang took the document out of his briefcase and handed it to Gao Wenjiang. Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Order No. 37. Approval procedures regarding Comrade Lu Yu's solitary confinement. The tips of Gao Wen's fingers trembled slightly as he flipped the paper. The date of approval was 7 o'clock this morning, and the issuing unit was clearly stamped with the steel seal of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lu Yu, former mayor. He suddenly remembered that rainy night at the detention center. The way Lu Yu looked when he was escorted and covered in blood but didn't say a word. Gao Wenjiang quietly took a deep breath and revealed a very apologetic smile. Solitary confinement requires the highest level of security. The prison area has recently been repairing the electrical circuits. I'm afraid, it's a blatant rejection. With only one high article, it is not qualified to confront the task force, which also shows that there must be someone else behind the other side. And this person does not want them to see Lu Yu. It's pretty fascinating to see something like power. It's amazing that you can get a full-fledged prison warden to openly confront the task force. And the problem is, you still can't do anything about that rhetoric. Team Leader Chen, as you know, the special operation to combat blackness and evil has been going on for many years now. And this side of Starfish City isn't really peaceful, especially since the city special operation is currently at a white-hot stage, and the prison districts are basically full. The solitary confinement cells were stuffed with 6 people, so there's really no way out. Gao Wenjiang made a difficult face and laughed bitterly, and it did seem that way. Chen Zhixing leaned his butt against the front of the car, fished out a cigarette from his pocket, and smiled with a slight squint. Gao Wenjiang, Graduated from the Provincial Police Academy or Political and Legal Colleges and Universities in 1987. Majoring in prison management and jurisprudence. Entered the prison system in 1992 through the civil service examination as an ordinary cadre officer, and was promoted to deputy section chief in 1995 on the basis of meritorious service for breaking up a network of contraband in prisons. Head of the prison administration section of the municipal prison, 1997 to 2002. From 2002 to 2005, outstanding performance in a section chief or grassroots leadership position was recognized by the provincial justice system as a deputy director of a municipal prison. In 2007, he became warden of the city jail. During his tenure as deputy jailer, he accepted bribes to help certain individuals leave the jail on medical parole. In 2002, a vicious incident at the city jail led to the escape of a felon and the death of an armed police officer. Chen Zhixing's voice steeply turned cold, his gaze stabbing at Gao Wenjiang like a blade. His cold eyes staring at Gao Wenjiang dead on, his tone extremely cold. Chen Zhixing suddenly yanked his tie and pulled it violently closer, the tips of their noses almost touching. Now take us to Lu Yu, or I'll ask my armed comrades to help you recall what really happened that night in 2002. Chapter 35, Figurative Power Struggles. Horror, fear, and the shame of being poked in the face for the dirty deed was all over Gao Wen's face. The two armed policemen behind him gripped the steel guns in their hands, their originally wary eyes clouded with a layer of murderous intent almost in an instant. The index finger placed above the trigger was now on it, with a great urge to shoot Gao Wen in the back at any moment. In front of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team leader Chen, followed by armed police with guns. Gao article at the moment only feel like a king of eight. Stretching head is a knife, shrinking head is a gun. Any choice is a death sentence. Really, what can he do? He is also very desperate, and there is nothing he can do. If there is a choice, he does not want to turn his back on the party nature, and he does not want to turn his back on his original heart. But people in the officialdom, they cannot help it. A lot of things are not up to one's own discretion. Not to mention, one is just a regular section level. Team leader Chen, I didn't expect you guys to have looked into it to this extent. It seems that the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection has already noticed me a long time ago, right? It's really a mockery to say that. Gao Wenjiang let out a bitter laugh and straightened his spine, his pupils slowly dilating and thus going out of focus as he muttered, when I was conscientious, no one paid attention to me, but after I did something wrong, my position was instead promoted at a very fast pace. It can almost be said that I'm stuck for a promotion. Even, just 10 minutes ago I was told that if I do this right, wait until 2 months later to settle my deputy division, and also transfer me into the public security system to serve as deputy director. Team leader Chen, do you think it's me who's wrong? Or is this world wrong? Gao Wenjiang said this in a flat tone. Even his tone didn't change much, but tears fell from his eyes. Clear tears slid down his cheeks, and he didn't know if he really regretted it or if he regretted that he hadn't done it more covertly. Chen Zhixing and He Yang also fell silent as this answer was not known to them. However, Chen Zhixing thought of a sentence, and after deliberating on the wording, he slowly said, power is a good thing. It can make a person sink, and it can also make a person wake up and whip himself. There are those who use power for personal gain, and there are those who sit in the highest position of power without personal gain. As you say, it's an ed-up world to begin with, but it's because of these ed-up worlds that good and evil are thus divided. The thing about power is that it never depends on how it's used. At least I've always believed in the party's program, because from a historical perspective we won, and from today's perspective, to put it in rotten words, our generation should lay a good social foundation and improve the system for the next generation. At the very least, what I hope is that there is less and less corruption. Isn't that the point of our disciplinary committee's work? Gao Wenjiang smiled to himself and bowed slightly towards Chen Zhixing. I've been taught. I didn't expect team leader Chen to see more thoroughly than I do. Chen Zhixing likewise reported a self-deprecating smile. At least, Gao Wenjiang could see it. It was the smile of looking down on everything in the world after having gone through many vicissitudes, as if he had gone through the vicissitudes of the world. But what puzzled Gao Wen was that the other party was not even 26 years old. So how could he have such a strange self-deprecating smile? He Yang stood to the side with a face full of confusion. Ha? No. What in the world are you guys talking about international service for God's sake? Why can't I understand it? At least I'm a serious graduate of Sichuan University, which is at least a 985 level university, right? I recognize one word at a time, but how do I connect the dots and I don't recognize them? Why do you guys say things that I can't understand and don't understand? Team leader Chen, let's discuss something with you. I'll definitely admit what I did, but if I'm arrested now, the prison will be messed up for a bit, and then there will be a new warden, and then I won't dare to guarantee Lu Yu's safety. So, I want to wait for you to catch almost, or rather, after Secretary Lu has no more use for you, I myself will go to the special investigation team to turn myself in. Do you think this is okay? Chen Zhixing nodded. Yes, but you have to cooperate with the investigation at all times. Gao Wenjiang immediately nodded. 24 hours on call. Immediately afterward, Gao Wenjiang led the two towards the inside of the prison area, and after arranging the interrogation room, He Yang sat on his butt on a stool and muttered, "Old Chen, what kind of riddle did you just play with that Gao Wenjiang? Why can't I understand it?" Chen Zhixing said with an inscrutable face, "You're right if you don't understand now. If you do, I suspect that you and I are the same kind of people. When you get to be at least 40 years old and look back on this statement of mine, I promise you, you will be as dedicated to the truth." He Yang rolled his eyes without any good humor. "You grandma's leg, this is similar to you wanting me to call you dad, but you dug a hole for me to call you when I think of it, right?" Chen Zhixing grinned. Sun smash good boy. Yang has been wandering around for half his life, but he hates that he has not met a good master. If you don't give up, Yang would like to be his rightful father. Asterisk 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 off. Chen Zhixing's mouth twitched. What the hell is this terrier? There was this terrier in 07? LV Boo among men. The red hair among horses. The square heavenly painted halberd. Stabbing your righteous father exclusively? What is this? Going through the same you went through in your past life? In the interrogation room, Lu Yu's state is not good at all, even now that he has been sentenced. But 3 days and 2 days, someone came to the arraignment, and he suffered torture. Here is no less than the disciplinary committee means. The humanoid creature huddled in the corner of the interrogation room suddenly shuddered violently as the heavy iron door was pushed open. Lu Yu held his head with his withered arm. The hem of his worn-out prison uniform was stained with dark red blood, and as he moved violently, it rolled up, revealing crisscrossing whip marks on his back, and the edges of those scabbed wounds were glowing with a weird yellowish-green color, which were obviously infected and pus-filled. "Don't! Stay back!" A hoarse hiss mixed with the cackle of chattering teeth as Lu Yu squeezed himself deeper into the corner. His left ankle twisted unnaturally. It had been smashed with a hammer 3 days ago and was now swollen like a pus-filled leather bag. This once powerful deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Starfish City, the mayor, however, could not even send out a miserable scream, but only opened his mouth to let out the sound of a leaking bellows. Chen Zhixing's pupils contracted violently. He had seen too many corrupt people, but the man in front of him, who looked like a tattered ragdoll, could not be connected at all to the suited Lu Yu in the profile. "Water," Chen Zhixing spoke in a hoarse voice. When He Yang handed over the mineral water bottle, Lu Yu suddenly erupted with amazing strength. He lunged at the water bottle like a dying beast, but shrank back the moment his fingertips touched the plastic bottle, his blistering lips twitching nervously. "Poison. Again. Again." Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly grabbed the cigarette butts scattered on the ground and stuffed them into his mouth, mixing them with gravel and chewing frantically, dark red blood dripping down his chin. Chen Zhixing swished his tears out, his teeth chattering, and He Yang's eyes were equally red. Chen Zhixing's trembling voice rang in He Yang's ears. "This is figurative. The cruelty of the power struggle. Mayor Lu, I'm sorry we're late." Chapter 36, A Tooth. He Yang still seemed to be unable to believe what he was seeing. He knew power struggles were brutal, but he didn't expect them to be this brutal. Accompanied by Chen Zhixing's words, a coolness rushed straight to his limbs and his entire body went cold. "Lu, Mayor Lu, we are the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Special Investigation Team. This is the deputy head of the investigation team, Chen Zhixing, Chen team leader. We came over this time. We have something to ask you." He Yang was the first to speak, but his tone was already incoherent. This person in front of him, was he really a mayor who was once at the level of a department? The information in front of him told him that yes, this was Lu Yu, the former deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and mayor of Starfish City. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath. "Contact the hospital and resuscitate immediately. In addition, we must make sure that Mayor Lu is in our line of sight, and absolutely cannot leave the person." He Yang nodded with a grave face. He also saw that Lu Yu's hands must have evidence. If there was no evidence, the other party wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to give special care. He couldn't think of any other conclusion than that he had the evidence in his hands. He Yang turned around and went out to contact the hospital. Contacting Zhou Jigang, Zhou Deputy Detachment Chief of the Lincher City Offsite Police transferred over. Chen Zhixing looked at Lu Yu, silent for a moment, spoke in a complicated tone. "Hu Wei has been ambushed. He is now in the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Wait until the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has verified all the evidence. The probability is that it will be tomorrow afternoon to publicize the documents that Hu Wei has been double-regulated." Hufer explained that behind him is the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee of Starfish City, the Executive Vice Mayor Song Qinglin. The investigation team is currently stationed in Starfish City, officially investigating Song Qinglin. "Mayor Lu, I know you have evidence in your hands. Give it to me." I promise I'll make Song Qinglin eat jail time and make him pay for what he's done. By the way, the head of the task force is Yu Qinghe, the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. He's my senior brother. These words may seem to be spoken plainly, but there is a deeper meaning in every word. The first remark expresses the meaning that we are here for real this time, and Hu Wei can now be said to have been double-crossed. Meanwhile, Hu Wei confessed his backer, Song Qinglin, so we will definitely investigate him. But evidence is very important. If there is no evidence, a clever woman can't cook without rice. You don't have to worry about me being one of Song Qinglin's men. My senior brother is Yu Qinghe, known as the iron-faced king of hell, so it's impossible for me to be one of Song Qinglin's men. 1 for coming, 2 for taking a stand, and 3 for taking a position. Chen Zhixing he believed that he could understand, even if he already seemed crazy nowadays. The tin chandelier swayed in the humid air, and as the ghastly white light swept across Lu Yu's sunken cheekbones, it illuminated the scabbed burns below his right eyelid. He suddenly covered his head like a madman, agonized whimpers emanating from his throat as he violently exploded in front of Chen Zhixing, grasping his hands on the railing resting between the two of them as he roared up towards Chen Zhixing. You're going to kill me! You're killing me! Kill me! You guys killed me! Please, please kill me! The prison guards in the back were also not at all polite. The rubber baton in their hands violently smashed on Lu Yu's back, and he screamed miserably and fell on the ground and convulsed. Immediately afterward, 2 prison guards dragged the half-dead Lu Yu away. Chen Zhixing, on the other hand, looked down at a tooth on the ground and fell into silence. It was dropped from Lu Yu's hands when he burst over and grabbed the railing just now. He was sure that Lu Yu had understood his hints. But this tooth, can it be used as evidence? Maybe there's something else going on. Bending down, he picked up this tooth just as He Yang walked in from outside. Looking at Chen Zhixing alone, he froze. Where is everyone? Chen Zhixing sighed. Dragged away. What did you say on your end? He Yang shook his head with an ugly face. Difficult. 1. Because Lu Yu is now a criminal. And 2. Because many hospitals have refused, even if it shows our identity. I contacted Secretary Yu, and what he said was that he went back to ask for the papers from the prosecutor's office, so it will have to wait. Chen Zhixing was silent. He was afraid that something would happen during this time. The trouble is that Lu Yu has already been sentenced, and if the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection wants to intervene, it must do so in strict accordance with legal procedures and authority. Although it is an exceptional case, there is still the need for party approval and coordination with the judiciary, which in turn includes the courts, prosecutors' offices, prisons and so on. Article 248 of the Penal Code, Article 7 of the Prisons Act, Article 14. Immediately apply to the Provincial High Court for an objection and for the intervention of the Internal Judicial Inspection. Make sure to keep Lu Yu safe. Also apply for witness protection. City Council, Office of the Executive Vice Mayor. Song Qinglin had his hands behind his back, a slate executive jacket, a party badge on his chest, and on the Y-shaped base of the desk behind him, a party flag and a national flag were fluttering with the wind outside the window. He had a cigarette in his fingertips, and you could tell it was a Tarzan Rufus from the logo on the mouthpiece. You're obviously a ruthless piece of, but you have to reflect that you're a Svengali in such details? Even a Sven is a Sven scum. Where did Chen Zhixing go after he broke away from the task force investigation team's convoy? Song Qinglin had one hand behind his back, looking down on the city, his cool voice resounding in the secretary's ears. Prison. News came back from the prison that Chen Zhixing mentioned meeting Lu Yu and said something inexplicable. Probably that he thought Lu Yu had evidence in his hands and wanted him to hand it over. But Lu Yu is crazy now and didn't answer Chen Zhixing's words. Secretary Zhou Wenbin quickly replied. These things had already been asked before he stepped through this door. Having followed Song Qinglin for so long, he was clear about Song Qinglin's human and animal nature. If the answer is not good, a slap is light. The most terrible like Lu Yu. Life is worse than death. What about the task force? Song Qinglin asked again. Zhou Wenbin replied. Yu Qinghe has returned to the province, and the rest of the people are settled in the guest house, within your expectations. In addition, in the evening, the Director of Finance, the Director of Social Security, the Director of Construction, the Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, and the Director of the Central Court, President are asking you to play mahjong. Do you think, mahjong? Song Qinglin narrowed his eyes slightly and crushed the cigarette in his hand into the ashtray, walking towards his office chair while speaking in a flat tone. 3 things. First, since Chen Zhixing went to meet Lu Yu, it seems that Lu Yu must have evidence in his hands based on Chen Zhixing's series of actions to arrest Hu Wei. Give him one last chance to hand over the evidence. If he doesn't speak, a soul-stirring cold light flashed in Song Qinglin's eyes, his tone steeply cold, then don't ever open your mouth. Secondly, on the hospitality side, look after the arrangements yourself. I don't want them to come after me in the meantime. I'll come back and clean them up after I've dealt with the matter at hand. Third, have Overhill Peak arrange a triad firefight and in the process, take out Chen Zhixing. Chapter 37 Triad firefight to kill Chen Zhixing? Comrade Zhou, I'm in the city. What are you doing? Comrade Xiao Chen, is it really appropriate for you to leave me alone in the county? Besides, you didn't even accompany me much yesterday. I'm angry. Zhou Ruoli's sweet voice came over the phone, and her sweet voice could be heard through the cell phone. Yesterday, Zhou Ruoli didn't say anything. That was because she knew that he was doing something big, at least above this kind of thing. Zhou Ruoli still knew, so she wouldn't disturb Chen Zhixing when he was doing something, calling himself now. This proved that Chen Zhixing was fine at hand for at least half an hour. After so many years, from being assigned to the village to the director of the construction bureau, Zhou Ruoli was the person who knew him best in the world. Next to him, He Yang made a face. His body alluringly pinched his orchid fingers and made a mouthful at Chen Zhixing. I'm angry. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes. We still have a long time to go. I've already submitted my application for leaving anyway, so after a month, I'll take you to travel all over the motherland. Let's go to the capital to watch the flag raising first, and then go to the Jiangnan water town. By then the rest of the time will be ours. Zhou Ruoli cut out. Okay, let's not talk to you first. The head nurse is calling me. I'm going to get busy first. Call me when you're free. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, He Yang immediately made a sound. A look of playing a treasure to sell cheap. Ouch. People are angry. Chen Zhixing glared at him and said without a trace of anger, go play on the side. He was thinking of researching the tooth later before rewriting his severance package, when his previous one was called back. After the car entered the city, Chen Zhixing drove and saw an old Qin noodle house on the side of the road, and obediently parked the car on the side of the road. While walking towards the restaurant, he instructed He Yang, go buy a magnifying glass next to it. You'll need it later. What are you going to eat? I'll order it for you first. Come back and do the business after dinner. He Yang looked at the signboard, then said, tomato and egg noodles. I'll go see if there are any next door. Chen Zhixing sat down and said to the boss, boss, 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles, and the other bowl will wait about 5 minutes to be made. Okay. Chen Zhixing sat in front of the greasy wooden table of old Qin noodle house, took out the tooth that fell from Lu Yu's hand and looked at it. It was the same as a normal tooth. Didn't see anything. Wait, this tooth doesn't seem to be a tooth. I don't think it's original to be precise, but rather one that was placed in the back, so there really is something wrong with the tooth. Ceramic. As for why he is so clear, in his previous life when he invested in Mr. Lei, once after the shareholders meeting he dragged Chen Zhixing to go on a date and ended up in a fight with someone else. His teeth were knocked out, and in the end, Mr. Lei paid for him to have a ceramic tooth set. Don't look at the old Lei's harmless face, but his hands can be black, dog's head to save his life. Chen Zhixing looked at a black Santana outside and narrowed his eyes slightly. The black Santana had been following them since they left the prison, and it was surely not necessary to think about such things. The license plate must be a set. Chen Zhixing just retracted his gaze. The noodle shop door suddenly came clang a loud noise. 3 yellow-hair-dyed punks kicked over the door of the plastic stools. The leader of the tall thin man with a cigarette, a foot on the overturned tabletop, the hand of the steel pipe bam bam knocking on the door frame. Old Qin, it's time to pay this month's cleaning fee, isn't it? Noodle shop owner Old Qin's face turned white as he rubbed his hands together and ran out from the back kitchen. Chang, brother Chang, didn't we just pay last week? Last week? The tall, skinny man swung the pipe violently and slammed it on the table, splattering coins from the glass jar with a crash. That was last month's. You want to renege on this month's? He tilted his head and spat, the tip of the steel pipe against Old Qin's chest. Or, you don't want to open this Thai store anymore? Triads collecting protection money? It has been so many years since the anti-vice campaign was launched, but there are still triads collecting protection money? Is that reasonable? It doesn't make sense. Moreover, Starfish City was almost under Song Qinglin's control regardless of the black and white gangs. So, Chen Zhixing pulled out 2 chopsticks from the chopstick cage and pestled them heavily on the table twice, making a dull sound. After so many years of sweeping away the blacks and eliminating the evils, the triads are still really inexhaustible, aren't they? Brother Chang turned his head, his eyes fell on Chen Zhixing's body, and snorted, grass. Who the hell are you? You've got a pretty wide pipe. Ha, dress like a man and pay the cleaning bill if you damn well can. Kid, if you don't pay this today, guess if you'll get out of this door? Chen Zhixing glanced at him. According to the Public Security Administration, before Chen Zhixing's words fell, Chang suddenly rose up and attacked, and the steel pipe chopped towards his head with the sound of the wind. What the hell? Threatening me? You think I'm scared? In a flash of lightning, Chen Zhixing copied the hot noodle bowl and smashed it head-on, splashing the soup mixed with oil all over the other party's face. Ah! The moment Chang covered his face and screamed miserably, Chen Zhixing had already dodged to his left side, and 2 chopsticks poked at his ribs like vipers. At the same time, people with knives suddenly appeared outside, and in the blink of an eye had blocked the doorway. Looking at the people with knives one by one, the knives in their hands flashing coldly under the sunlight. One by one, their gazes were fixed on Chen Zhixing, and Chen Zhixing's heart thumped. Obviously, he thought of some sort of possibility. Song Qinglin, definitely Song Qinglin. In Starfish City only Song Qinglin had the ability to make such a big scene, black and white, especially. Overhill Peak is still known as the head of the underground organization. Do you really think these words are so simple? People, money, guns. Then the underground world of Starfish City is his call. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. What? Mayor Song is ready to silence him? Is he so impatient? Brother Chang coldly stared at Chen Zhixing. What Mayor Song? I don't know what you're talking about, but you damn well made a move on me. You have to give me an explanation today. It seemed that Mayor Song couldn't wait, otherwise he wouldn't have made a move on himself in public. Chang roared. Steel pipe smashed again. Chen Zhixing side dodged. Backhand copied the bench ruthlessly smashed on the other party's knees. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible, and Chang fell to his knees with a scream. Outside the door, the gangsters had rushed in, knives flashing with murderous intent. A group of figures blocked the doorway, all of them holding watermelon knives as they walked towards Chen Jiwei step by step. The corner of Chen Zhixing's mouth twitched. Everyone, you have to think about it. I'm the deputy head of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team. If something happens to me here, do you think you'll live? By then, the provincial office will act with thunder. Whether it's the provincial government or the municipal government, even if you have Song Qinglin behind you, you won't be able to protect you. However, these words did not slow down their actions at all. Instead they came closer and closer with their knives. Chen Zhixing gritted his teeth and roared. Old he, did you buy a magnifying glass into the Pacific Ocean? Chapter 38, publicly surrounding and killing the deputy chief of the Special Investigation Team. Director Chow, help! Chen Zhixing is surrounded by a group of triads. Hurry up and bring your men here. If you're too late, you'll only see the corpse of Chen Zhixing. Me? I'm fine. I'm over here watching the movie. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with me, or I wouldn't be able to call you. He Yang sat on a stool next to him with a Trump accent and watched the triads gather outside, and he took off his executive jacket and squatted on the side of the road. Although, barring that, he wanted to help, and he did want to know what Chen Zhixing's situation was now. He also knew that this was not the time to pretend that he could do it. At a glance, there were at least 20 or 30 people, all with knives in their hands. If he rushed over at this time, the probability was that he could be hacked to death in a chaotic manner. Director Chow, hurry and bring someone here. I suspect this is someone's operation specifically targeting Chen Zhixing. We just met with a witness, only to be attacked now. And there's been a Santana following us since we got out of the prison. He Yang hung up the phone after he finished speaking, frowning deathly, because he hadn't figured out why that was either. The other party wanted to kill them. Doesn't the person behind them know how much trouble killing Chen Zhixing will cause? This is an extremely serious offense. Politically speaking, this type of case will be directly supervised by the highest judicial authority and the investigation will be extremely vigorous. Serious issues involving dark forces and corruption umbrellas have led to wider investigations and implication. The most important thing is, the killing of disciplinary cadres is an act that challenges the bottom line of national law and party discipline, and will certainly be dealt with in the harshest way, with no possibility of escaping legal sanction. To say the most intuitive, that is, the highest judicial authority, the Ministry of Public Security, and the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection are jointly supervising the case. The ministry will absolutely sweep away all the black and evil forces that exist in Starfish City with thunderous means. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, will investigate the disciplinary issues implicated behind the scenes with an iron-blooded approach, and the Supreme Judiciary will deal with the matter severely and notify the whole country. And the most troublesome thing is the province. The provincial leaders will also face accountability from above, and then the result will be very ugly. He Yang looked at the scene and narrowed his eyes slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, in the hotel Chen Zhixing carried the table towards the outside rushed. After all, the store is just so big. Horizontal table blocked in front of Chen Zhixing. A knife falling on the table came creepy sound. Chen Zhixing clenched his teeth, the muscles in his arms tensed, and he pressed himself dead against the table board. The muffled sound of the blade chopping on the wooden table shook his tiger's mouth numb, and between the splinters, a cold light suddenly pierced through the gap along the table, cutting a bloody gash in his left arm. Hiss! He drew in a breath of cold air and jerked his foot up to kick over the two punks in front of him. Glancing at the wounds, you couldn't see the wound at all. You could only see the blood running down the arm and staining the white shirt. Grass! What the are you guys doing? Hurry up and give it to me. He's an unarmed loser who managed to resist for so long. What are you guys doing for food? Hurry up and cut him down for me. Damn it! Zhao Chang looked at Chen Zhixing, who actually managed to run. He was furious and kicked a nearby junior's body. Starfish City's underground forces are divided into 3, of which Overhill Peak is the strongest, sheltered by Executive Vice Mayor Song Qinglin, and has formed a monopolistic advantage. Over the years, Cross Mountain Peak has gained Song Qinglin's favor, and now that Wan Long and Blindy are basically wasted, these two are merely holding on to the last piece of turf. Each of the 4 Great Vajra under the command of Overhill Peak was not a good person, and the head of the 4 Vajra was even on the wanted list, and he was directed by Mad Dog, brazenly surrounded and killed the deputy head of the special investigation team. You can see how arrogant his opponent is locally. If Chen Zhixing doesn't die, you don't have to come back. Thinking of what Brother Dog had told him, Zhao Chang shuddered, grabbed the knife from his little brother's side, and chased Chen Zhixing into the kitchen. At this moment in the kitchen, Chen Zhixing pushed against the door, gritted his teeth and looked at the shopkeeper and yelled lowly, "Are there any other exits?" The boss shook his head in fear. No. Chen Zhixing cursed angrily, so now he would have to kill his way out. Staying here, sooner or later, he would be killed by them. Without even thinking about it, there must be their people inside the public security system. Otherwise, they would never dare to strike at themselves so openly. Bang! Outside the door came a huge impact force. Chen Zhixing's whole person was directly topped flying. Pots and pans smashed into a piece. He rolled forward in one smooth motion, and by the time he got to his feet, there were quite a few people blocking the doorway. Chen Zhixing secretly cursed, "Really want to let Lousy die? I damn want to see today is Lousy die or you die." Young and vigorous, teenage hot blood, this time also was inspired up blood. Chen Zhixing's eyes gradually filled with blood, and as he grabbed the bone-chopping knife on the tablet, he roared lowly, "Come on, let's see whether your bones are hard or my knife is hard." After the words fell, Zhao Chang spat out the beetle nut and weighed the machete in his hand, took 2 steps and fiercely chopped down towards Chen Zhixing's head. Chen Zhixing's heart went cold as he subconsciously raised his bone chopper. Sparks erupted the instant the bone chopper and the machete collided. Zhao Chang sliced horizontally along the bone chopper in the direction of his wrist, and in a flash, Chen Zhixing's tiger's mouth was torn apart by the blade, and blood gushed out, the pain causing his gaze to go scarlet and adrenaline to secrete frantically. Couldn't even feel the pain for a while. Without waiting for Chen Zhixing to react, Zhao Chang's knife fell again. Chen Zhixing hurriedly stepped back. The tip of the knife grazed his throat. The skin of his neck was cut with a line of blood, while the soy sauce bottle on the shelf next to him exploded. "Grass! Die for me!" Zhao Chang roared and changed his chop into a stab. Chen Zhixing is completely suppressed, despite being a young man, but Zhao Chang is originally a gangster. This kind of chopping is a small scene. One dodged and the tip of the knife plunged into his shoulder. Chen Zhixing immediately felt an intense sharp pain going straight to the sky, but this sharp pain instead inspired Chen Zhixing's ferocity. Not only did he not avoid it, but he met Zhao Chang's head and slashed it directly. If this knife slashed up, there was basically no escaping death. Even if the skull was the hardest, the knife in Chen Zhixing's hand was a bone-cutting knife. Zhao Chang's pupils shrunk violently as he sidestepped and retreated, but Chen Zhixing's knife had already landed. With a snort, the sharp blade slashed along the arm, and in a flash, at least a 20-centimeter knife wound appeared on the arm. Blood is pouring out. Zhao Chang gritted his teeth. This dog was completely desperate. "What the are you guys looking at? Give it to me." Zhao Chang hurriedly retreated back. However, Chen Zhixing, who had already gone crazy from killing at the moment, was getting more and more courageous. He retreats. He pursues. The unruly blade slashed in front of all of them one by one as he walked towards the front, and someone from the other lane of the kitchen came around to Chen Zhixing's back. A blade light came from all directions, and a sharp pain suddenly came from behind Chen Zhixing's back, as a blade from slashed at his back. Chapter 39, For the Sake of Power, I Dare to Call for a New Day. The blade tore through Chen Zhixing's shirt, and blood stained his back almost instantly. The pain of torn skin traveled to his brain, but only for a moment, as adrenaline surged and hot blood rolled through his body. He turned his head violently, and the bone chopper in his hand chopped horizontally on the spot. The bone chopper chopped horizontally on the man's chest on the spot, and several ribs were broken on the spot, and even the bone spurs could be seen. Blood flowed down his chest, staining it red. Screams rang out in the kitchen. The owner of the old chain restaurant was also crouching in the corner with a very fearful look. He is just a small boss. Where has he seen such a big battle? Which also saw blood. Chen Zhixing raised the bone chopper in his hand and roared with scarlet eyes. "Come on, don't you want to kill me? Come and kill me. This hand, I have to say, it does rock." The bone chopper in his hand was still carrying blood, holding the knife as he looked at the group of people in front of him. He took 3 stabs, but what he got in return was that the people present didn't dare to make a move. And of course, Chen Zhixing's ruthlessness did make them feel a hint of fear. For those who are injured today, Brother Dog said to give $20,000. If you are seriously injured, give 100,000. If you're unfortunate enough to die, Brother Dog said to take care of your family and give your family $500,000. Zhao Chang's voice rang in everyone's ears, and for a moment, the scene boiled over. The basic salary in Starfish City was only about 1,100, not to mention the fact that they, a group of punks, had no source of income and could only rely on collecting protection money. $20,000 for any injury, $500,000 if you die. That's a lot of money. For a moment, everyone boiled over, and each one of them wailed and charged like wolf cubs. Chen Zhixing cursed in his heart. Damn it, this mother asterisk actually took so much money to fool around. He doesn't even have $20,000 in savings yet. Just over $18,000. That much money is enough to make them fight for their lives. Chen Zhixing's back was on fire, blood dripping down his spine, but he couldn't care less anymore. Damn it, fight! He gritted his teeth and roared lowly. The bone chopper in his hand slashed violently at the punk who rushed at the front. Put! The blade cut hard into the shoulder, and the man screamed and staggered back. But before he could fall, the man behind him had pounced with red eyes. Chop him up! $100,000! Someone hissed, and the steel pipe in his hand ruthlessly smashed into Chen Zhixing's head. Chen Zhixing dodged sideways. The steel pipe grazed his ear and smashed into his shoulder. The sharp pain made his eyes go black, but he backhanded him with a slash, cutting directly on the other's shoulder. The screams exploded, but more people had surged up like mad. Money, it can turn a man into a beast. $20,000 is enough for them to put their lives on the line. $100,000 can drive them completely crazy. Chen Zhixing was cornered, his back against the cold tiles, his eyes full of hideous faces, and the wall behind him already stained with his blood. Come on, even if I die today, I'll have to drag a few of them with me. Chen Zhixing roared. His bone chopper swung wildly. Blood splattered, but he couldn't help that the other side had more people. He took a few more blows to his arms and thighs, and his vision began to blur as the blood flowed more and more. Chen Zhixing gasped for air, propped one hand on his knee, and gritted his teeth. Damn, are we really going to fall here? Zhao Chang walked over at this time carrying a machete and laughed fiercely. Team Leader Chen, I'm sorry to say that you'll have to explain yourself here today. Do you have any last words? Zhao Chang leaned against the tabletops, sliding his fingers from side to side on the machete blade, the sound of the blade grinding against his skin causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Chen Zhixing slowly raised his head. Both of his eyes had been dyed red with blood. Wiping a handful of blood from his face and spitting a mouthful of red saliva onto Zhao Chang's face. Today's bureau seems to be just a chopping incident derived from a protection fee, but in reality, Chen Zhixing was in the bureau, and he knew very well that it was just a nominal collection of protection fee, but in reality, it was for the purpose of extermination. To put it another way, if Song Qinglin didn't want to be found out, then he would mess with people's lives, especially Chen Zhixing's. As long as Chen Zhixing died, the Discipline Inspection Commission's task force would surely be recalled to the province for the time being, and during this time, Song Qinglin could complete the layout, or rather the connection between him and the crime syndicate. Even if the municipal government of Starfish City was held accountable, at least Song Qinglin wouldn't be arrested. So this matter is frankly Song Qinglin's plan to break the tail to survive, and it is also a young conspiracy. This is a young plot, and Chen Zhixing is bound to be in the game as long as he is here. Chen Zhixing's death was also a devastating disaster for the Special Investigation Team, or at least it was impossible for the Special Investigation Team to exist. Of course, as soon as Chen Zhixing died, this matter would surely be magnified indefinitely as well, but by that time, at least a few months would have passed. Song Qinglin also completed his layout. So, this is a big gamble for Song Qinglin. If he won the bet, Song Qinglin would definitely escape this, and it is. In 2011, Song Qinglin traveled all the way to the provincial capital, where he was transferred to the post of vice governor and director of the Public Security Department, a year when he was just 42 years old. Even if he retires at 60, he still has 18 years of political career left. 18 years would allow him to make at least 5 jumps. It takes 10 years at the earliest to go from vice governor and head of the Public Security Department to secretary of the provincial party committee, but it usually takes 12 to 15 years, which means that as long as things go well, Song Qinglin might even be able to retire as secretary of the provincial party committee. So, for the sake of power, Song Qinglin surely dared to bet heavily on this game. If you win the bet, Song Qinglin still has a real chance. For the sake of one's position, one would not hesitate to fill it with human lives. Song Qinglin is really a great stroke. Ha ha, cough cough. Do you think you guys can get away with this? When the winds of this matter have passed, Song Qinglin will definitely be the Iron Blood faction that supports the fight against blackness and evil. He'll step on your bones to rise to power. Chen Zhixing coughed and spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. Zhao Chang shook his head and let out a cold smile. This has nothing to do with me. The order I got was to bring your body back. If you can't get your body back, I have to die today. Besides, it's not for me to speculate on a big shot like Mayor Song. Zhao Chang sneered and picked up the nearby whetstone, the knife in his hand sharpening on the whetstone towards Chen Zhixing. If those are your last words, then I can only say it's a shame that your politics, your career, ends here. Zhao Chang raised his knife and walked towards Chen Jiwei, the machete glowing coldly under the light. Goodbye, Team Leader Chen. Remember to never go against power in your next life. This thing called power, it's really a good thing. Meanwhile, outside, He Yang looked at Chao Dexian in front of him and the loaded pistol of the security team. Director Chao, hurry up and get on. Don't wait for Qin Zhixing to burp his mother INGS up. Chapter 40 Qin Zhixing, Kitchen God of War. Chao Dexian breathlessly rolled his eyes and stomped his foot. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out words from between his teeth. Come on, I'm telling you, the impact of this matter is not small. Secretary, you already knows about it. And our public security director knows about it as well. He raised a hand to loosen the collar of his police uniform, and the knot in his throat rolled as a fine bead of sweat oozed from the corner of his forehead. This profession of ours, there has never been any secret to speak of. In the hearts of those who have a heart, this so-called firefight between what is black and evil never existed. All is but a microcosm of the struggle for power. All of us are just a part of it, and at the same time a part that can be discarded. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the holster of his sidearm, knuckles white. Chao Dexian laughed bitterly and sighed very helplessly. His gaze looking in the direction of the provincial capital murmured, or guess why it's me, the deputy director of the office? Outside the noodle shop, plainclothes members of the security team burst in quickly with Type 92 pistols, their tactical boots squeaking on the greasy floor. Chao Dexian stood outside the cordon, the flame of his lighter flickering across his face, illuminating his locked brow, the smoke from his cigarettes lingering in front of him, blending in with the flashing police lights in the distance. He watched as one by one, security group plainclothesmen with pistols had entered the noodle shop, and he stood outside, lighting a cigarette, his eyes deep in thought. A Santana police car braked sharply in front of the noodle shop, its tires scuffing the ground with a sharp sound. The doors slammed shut one after another, and heavily armed police officers filed out, the badges on their bulletproof undershirts flickering under the red and blue police lights. What is different is that all of these police officers are wearing handguns and are loaded. An extremely tense atmosphere instantly permeated the scene, and all around, the security detachment is in full lockdown. Come on, come on, come on. The roar of the leading officer stood out amidst the noise. Everyone load their guns. Charge in with me and protect Team Leader Chen. Make sure to protect Team Leader Chen's safety. The messy footsteps of more than 20 police officers, guns in both hands, echoed in the small space. Inside the back kitchen, Chen Zhixing could clearly see his own reflection on the blade, as well as the fierce killing intent in Zhao Chang's eyes. The machete in Zhao Chang's hand was only 3 inches away from Chen Zhixing's throat when, all of a sudden, a voice exploded in everyone's ears. Bang! A gunshot exploded in the small kitchen, jarring the eardrums. Ah! Zhao Chang screamed miserably and fell to his knees, the machete smashing against the tiles with a clang. Plainclothes members of the security team poured into the kitchen like a black tide, guns pointed in unison at the mongrels. Police, all hold your heads and crouch down. All of a sudden, the entire back kitchen resounded with a burst of clanking sounds, and whatever knives, sticks, and whatnot inside the punk's hands all fell to the ground with a burst of sound. Immediately afterward, a group of uniformed city police officers rushed in, again armed with handguns. Hands on your head. Everyone crouch in the corner with your hands on your head so I can see your hands. Otherwise, we can't guarantee that the gun won't go off. The leader of the band looked at Chen Zhixing covered in blood, and his heart instantly thumped as a feeling of uneasiness suddenly surged within him. The hand of the City Public Security Bureau has given a deadly order to protect Chen Zhixing of the Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team. He is still the deputy head of the group but now this look. How can he explain to his superiors Tap. A sound of steady footsteps came, and the crowd automatically parted a passage. Chao Dexian walked slowly, police uniform straight. The beginning of the police number 000 on the chest is particularly eye-catching in the light. He exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke rising slowly through the smoke wafting from the muzzle. Director Chao, Director Chao, Director Chao. A voice rang out from both sides, and Chao Dexian nodded with his hands in his pockets. Chao Dexian exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and narrowed his eyes at Zhao Chang, who was pressed to the ground. The gang leader, who had been arrogant and domineering just moments ago, was now howling with his face pressed against the bloodstains on the floor tiles as he had his arms clipped behind his back by 2 policemen. I'm shot in the arm. Dying, 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 dying. Help me now. You guys save me. In the corner of the kitchen, Chen Zhixing staggered and held onto the tabletops. The loss of blood made his vision blurred, but the sound of clicking on the handcuffs here and there in his ears was exceptionally clear. He Yang quickly stepped forward and held the staggering Chen Zhixing. Is everything alright? Chen Zhixing lifted his head with difficulty, pulling a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth, his voice so weak that it was almost inaudible. What do you think? He licked his parched lips. If you don't hurry up, I'm going to have to lie here, and then you're going to have to beg me not to die. He Yang's serious and worry-filled face suddenly smiled, putting his arm on his shoulder and laughing without a trace of amusement. It's that time of day and you're still in the mood for jokes? Chen Zhixing bared his teeth in pain, and the effect of the adrenaline gradually receded. The surrounding police officers all looked at Chen Zhixing with an extremely complicated look. Even though Chen Zhixing's body had multiple wounds and looked extremely miserable, it had to be said that being able to survive and hold out for so long at the hands of this group of people, his battle prowess had to be said to have opened the eyes of this group of police officers. A knife to the ass, it opens eyes. What? You're going to be the best fighter in the disciplinary committee, aren't you? As for the back, well, Chen Zhixing also in the political arena. In addition to the Little Yan Wan, in addition to another title, Kitchen Warrior Chen Zhixing stood in a mess, covered in blood. His white shirt had long since been stained through, and blood was still seeping from the wound on his left arm, dripping down his fingertips and smashing a tiny flower of blood on the ground. His right leg trembled slightly, a hideous gash cut into his pants by the machete, but his back remained straight, and around him, crouching horizontally were a dozen or so punks, blood sliding down Chen Zhixing's jaw and dripping onto the tips of his shoes. He stood, but they all fell. Chen Zhixing's eyes suddenly became as sharp as the tip of a knife, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile of moroseness. The voice was hoarse, but like a knife. Remember, the one kneeling here today is not me, Chen Zhixing, but your master, Song Qinglin. Tell him that Starfish City is not his territory. Song Qinglin, he's not the emperor of the land either. The blood that he, Song Qinglin, made me, Chen Zhixing, shed today, I will show him with my actions that if you break the law, you will be executed. After speaking, Chen Zhixing's eyelids lowered, turned his head with difficulty, and said to Yi Yang in a weak voice, help me into the ambulance. What are you waiting for? If you really can't, I'll give you a dead one. Yi Yang supported him and carefully moved his feet towards the outside, muttering, I'm not seeing you pretending to be a pussy. This isn't a chance for you to pretend to be a pussy. Asterisk. I feel like I'm going to die. Holy, tender dad, you've got to hang in there. Otherwise, secretary, you can strip me of this layer of skin. Big brother, don't you die begging my ass. See, I told you, you have to beg me not to die. Chapter 41, The Evidence Lu Yu Gave. Hospital. Chen Zhixing had nearly 40 stitches and was currently resting on the hospital bed, while He Yang was reporting the situation with Yu Qinghe. Chen Zhixing lying on the hospital bed, hanging drip. This ward is a high cadre ward. The room is about 15 square feet, only a hospital bed. The opposite side of the bed is a sofa, and the bed parallel to a desk. It was pretty good for a ward, or at least much better than the wards downstairs, which were all, at least, 6-roomed. Chen Zhixing looked at the pure ceiling. His mind could be all about this matter today. From the time he and He Yang broke away from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspections convoy and headed straight to the prison, they knew that the prison director, Gao Wenjiang, was problematic when they were in the prison, but judging from the conversation, Gao Wenjiang was already on their side. However, from the time they left the prison, there was a Santana following them all the way to Old Qin, who had wanted to stop and look at the car behind them. It turned out that the car had stopped right behind them, which meant that it wasn't traveling with them and was definitely being followed. This confirmed his earlier suspicions. It was almost certainly Song Qinglin's doing, and it was the only way to silence the task force. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly, let out a long breath, and took out the tooth from his pocket. Only two. The tooth inside his pocket had shattered into several pieces. The tooth had broken into pieces, but the tooth, surprisingly empty in the center. Empty? That means there should be something hidden in here. Chen Zhixing's expression immediately became grave, and thinking of this, he immediately called out at the top of his voice, Lao He, it can't be helped. He's on in 4, and the wounds on his body hurt like hell at this point, and a cut on the leg. Come on, I Lu a ferry board yo, you want to catch the sun well, you again capsule a well. Say, hurry up Lu. I capsule said also as deputy department. You don't want to treat me as underhand people to call. Yi Yang is also very painful right now. One phone call after another has not been cut off, and at this time, he is also so anxious that his accent has come out. Yi Yang is really difficult. He is and Chen Zhixing went out together. The results of Chen Zhixing is now engaged in the hospital inside. The results of his ass no matter. How could he explain this to Secretary Yu? Secretary Yu has only just left, have not even arrived in the provincial capital, The result is that such a thing has happened. What can he do? He is also helpless. Almost everyone is calling him now. From the city council, the provincial office, the provincial commission for discipline inspection, the special investigation team, and even the leaders of Starfish City and the standing committee of the municipal party committee. The phone number just hung up is the phone number of the standing committee of the municipal party committee of Starfish City. The secretary general of the municipal party committee. The main fight is scorched earth. Where's the magnifying glass? Where's the magnifying glass you bought? Hurry up and give it to me. Chen Zhixing spoke in an anxious tone and spoke quickly. If there really was something inside this tooth, then he would have the key evidence of Song Qinglin's job crime. He Yang rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, I'm really convinced. Here you go. Taking the magnifying glass out of his shirt pocket and tossing it on the hospital bed. His cell phone rang again at that moment. Chen Zhixing didn't care about his attitude. Sat up from the hospital bed, picked up the executive jacket and poured out all the tooth debris inside, looking at it with a magnifying glass. Looking at it, he noticed something that resembled confetti and squinted slightly, carefully picking it up and looking at it with a magnifying glass. The confetti curled up and was too small to spread out by hand. Chen Zhixing called out again. Lao He, Lao He. He Yang poked his head out of the doorway and said in annoyance, what are you doing again? Big brother, get me 2 tweezers. You're the only one with a lot on your mind. He Yang borrowed 2 tweezers at the nurse's station, came in and threw it to Chen Zhixing and rushed out to make a phone call. And the municipal party committee and city leaders are on their way over. You know, although Chen Zhixing is only a regular section, but others are now the provincial disciplinary committee ad hoc investigation team deputy head. The matter of secondment and secondment, first on loan and then on transfer, is almost unspoken. What's more, the other party's ability is here. Chen Zhixing held the magnifying glass diagonally with his teeth, his eyes just able to see the small rolled-up note. With tweezers carefully unfolded the confetti. The confetti is only a few millimeters long, and I do not know how in the end Liu stuffed in. And this hand of unpredictability but to the work of the task force to reduce a lot of pre-investigation time. City Library Display R63/1240. This is the number of the book, or to be precise, it's the sobriquet. A request number is a code for library scheduling, checking out, borrowing, returning, and registering statistics. So the evidence Liu left behind was just a book? Sure enough, Liu has evidence in his hands. Chen Zhixing violently clenched the tweezers. He looked up at the darkening sky outside the window. The glass reflected his own bandaged face. Liu used 5 years of life as if it was worse than death, waiting for this opportunity to turn the tables. This opportunity is one that Liu has traded his political career, his freedom and safety for. Definitely no leaks. And at that moment, He Yang's somewhat shrill voice came from outside the door. Secretary Wang, Mayor Nye, Deputy Mayor Song, Team Leader Chen needs to recuperate. Hearing this voice, Chen Zhixing instantly knew that this was the municipal party committee regulars of Starfish City who had come to visit him. His own identity now on the surface, no matter how, is also the deputy head of the ad hoc investigation team. Especially after Yu Qinghe left, he himself became the top leader of the special investigation team. It was followed by the muffled sound of leather shoes on the floor. I don't know what they said, but the 3 people at the head of the group actually walked in. And of course it wasn't just the 3 of them. There was also the deputy mayor and head of the public security bureau in police uniform, as well as the standing committee of the municipal party committee. 13 people stood in a 15-square-foot ward, slightly cramped. Wang Guoqiang, the secretary of the municipal party committee of Starfish City, carried a fruit basket, placed it on the bedside table, and said with a smile, Comrade Chen Zhixing is aggrieved. I, the secretary, can't absolve myself of the blame for this vicious incident in Starfish City. Chen Zhixing sat on the hospital bed with a flattered look. Secretary joking. The triads collect protection money. I was unlucky to run into it. I can only recognize my own bad luck. When he said this, he was looking at the person to the left of Wang Guoqiang, who was wearing a criminal investigation jacket, very thin, at most no more than 110 pounds, with silver-rimmed glasses, looking like a literati, very civilized. But Chen Zhixing knew that this was the backer behind Hu Wei, Song Qinglin, standing committee of the municipal party committee and executive vice mayor. What Secretary Wang said is true. This matter is the responsibility of our municipal party committee's leadership team. Please rest assured that we will go back to the meeting afterward to study the matter, and we will definitely give an explanation to Deputy Group Leader Chen. The Municipal Public Security Bureau side will also organize anti-vice operations to map out the black and evil forces that exist in the city. We strive to, in one go, knock down the city's black and evil forces, Song Qinglin said with a serious face, which was equivalent to making a guarantee. But it's interesting that he, an executive vice mayor, decides what goes on at meetings instead of the city clerk. That's interesting, Chen Zhixing said with a smile on his face. Deputy Mayor Song is wrong. We not only want to fight off the black and evil forces, but also get rid of the umbrella behind the black and evil forces. Only by eliminating the root and branch will the people's happiness show an upward trend. Well. Chapter 42, The Fawning Curator. The two people as sentenced Chin Deputy Group Leader, Song Deputy Mayor, both put this deputy word bites very heavy, afraid not to remind each other just a deputy. There is a positive one above it. And again, Song Qinglin's words had a very obvious transgressive meaning. The first sentence takes the place of Wang Woqiang, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, to make the decision. And what he means by this is that he will organize this meeting. The problem is that, despite being a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, his position is only that of Executive Deputy Mayor, and the Municipal Party Committee is not ranked in front of or behind him, so he is not qualified to make a decision in place of Wang Woqiang. The only meaning is, he came here to show his sword to Chen Zhixing. The second meaning is that it is also telling Chen Zhixing that the Public Security Bureau is also under his control. So the next action of the Public Security Bureau, he is completely able to make the decision. At least this news, to Chen Zhixing. No, it's all very bad for the task force. An executive vice mayor who has control over both the black and white. That's a lot of energy. It's really big. Chen Zhixing looked at Song Qinglin, but Song Qinglin pushed up his glasses, his eyes like a venomous snake hibernating in the dark. As he lowered his head and wiped his glasses, just enough to hide the grimness in his eyes, he openly opened his mouth. Deputy Team Leader Chen is young and promising. Don't learn from someone who hasn't slept a full night since he went in. This has been a blatant threat, and in front of so many people. This already means something. He Yang, who was standing outside the door, quietly surveyed the situation inside, saw that there seemed to be something wrong, knocked on the door, and rushed over to the phone. Team Leader Chen, Secretary Bao of the Provincial Party Committee is on the phone. Wang Guoqiang immediately took over. Then we won't disturb Team Leader Chen's rest. He swept over Song Qinglin meaningfully and took the lead towards the door. The rest of the standing committee retreated like a tidal wave, with the exception of the police-uniformed public security director who paused at the door and then left in quick steps. When the footsteps completely disappeared, He Yang unlocked the door to his room and quickly asked, "What's the situation?" He had sensed outside that something seemed off, which was why he had rushed in from outside to relieve himself. Chen Zhixing is now a key protection target. Not only are the public security officers from Linshur City over here, but also those from Starfish City. Song Qinglin probably already knows that we have evidence in our hands, so he's come over to lighten up. We're going to have a tough time next. Song Qinglin has a lot of energy in both the black and white, and he's still backed by Zhao Wei, which means that not only do we have to steal time from Song Qinglin, but we also have to fight with Zhao Wei. The corner of He Yang's mouth twitched as he asked helplessly, "We have a hairy piece of evidence." Only, before he could even finish his sentence, he jerked his head up to look at Chen Zhixing and gulped down a mouthful of saliva, his eyes filled with shock. No way. No way? Does Chen Zhixing really have evidence in his hands? When did you get the evidence? How come he didn't know he had evidence? Except for when he was at the noodle shop, he was basically inseparable. So where did he find the time to look for evidence? Wait, you mean, when you interrogated Lu Yu, he really gave evidence? He's not crazy? Chen Zhixing shrugged his shoulders, the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. Who knows? Maybe it's just me being unpredictable. He Yang looked at him in a good-natured manner, with a serious but extremely perfunctory look. Ah yes, if you were able to be prescient, you wouldn't be here. This foreknowledge of yours is really great yo. So did you guess that you would be injured? Chen Zhixing's face immediately darkened. Get out. Okay. Municipal libraries are full county-level units, but the director is usually a deputy division. Under culture, curator belongs to the management post of the institution. There is no administrative power, salary treatment, but also according to the title of the calculation. Zhang Dihai, the director of the museum, was in his office thinking about how much he should lose in a poker game with the deputy director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau this evening when the people below suddenly ran up to report. Curator, the head of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team, Chen, is here. Almost in a flash, the curator ran down the stairs with a mischievous thud. The frosted glass doors of the city library were slammed open, and the heels of leather shoes tapped out a panicked rhythm on the marble floor. Curator Zhang Dihai jogged while fastening the buttons of his wrinkled suit. His hairline shifted back with oily sweat seeping from his head, and his old-fashioned gold-rimmed glasses rested crookedly on the bridge of his nose. Team Leader Chen, look at this mess. He stopped in front of the wheelchair with a sharp break, smiled fawningly and started rubbing his hands. If you want to look up information, just make a phone call. There's no need to personally. Suddenly stuck in mid-sentence, her eyes stared at Chen Zhixing's bandaged hand as if she had discovered a rare ancient book, and in a flash, her eyes turned red. You're hurt. Ouch. If you ask me, We should lock those assholes in the ancient book restoration room and let them copy the Siku Kwanshu with a quill pen every day. Chen Shishing. This is a small and flattering look. To be placed in the war era. Absolutely a proper big traitor nah. Chen Shishing signaled He Yang to show his credentials, and Zhang Dihai had already bent over spring-like, the back hem of his suit cocked comically. Goo. Please don't. It's an honor for our entire museum that the leader of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection has come to guide the work. His fawning smile hung on his face, and he was close to patting himself in front of Chen Zhixing's wheelchair and letting him run himself over. Chen Zhixing's mouth corner twitched. Some eyes did not see. You this flattering. It's a bit too much, isn't it? Chen Zhixing spoke helplessly. There's no need to be polite. Curator Zhang. I'm just here to check some information. When Zhang Dihai heard these words, he bent his waist even lower and fawned even more, an old face smiling out of flowers. You're welcome. Team leader Chen, be careful of the steps. This old building of our pavilion, designed by Maoist experts back then, has a bureaucratic threshold. Hearing this, the corners of Chen Zhixing's and He Yang's mouths twitched. You're the one who's making these moves that are more like bureaucracy, aren't you? Nope. It's me you're setting up to look like a bureaucrat. Chen Zhixing helplessly held his forehead and directly indicated his intention. Trouble Curator Zhang to take me to find the book numbered R63/1240. Here comes the most desperate. When Chen Zhixing uttered the book request number, the 50-something curator suddenly performed a turn in place and sprinted to the ancient books area with a shy stomach, living like a fat squirrel that found a pine cone. He ran out 3 steps before remembering something, backpedaling back to the wheelchair and nodding his head. You wait a moment. I'll go fetch it myself. The shelf at the beginning of R is on the 3rd floor. I have to climb up for you even if I have to. Chen Zhixing. He Yang. Security Group. Chen Zhixing suddenly understood why the 2007 Code of Conduct for Institutions added a new clause prohibiting excessive hospitality. He Yang held the handle of his wheelchair with both hands and let out a long sigh. Lao Chun. Look. This one highlights the absurd sycophancy of petty bureaucrats when faced with power. Chapter 43, Verbal Sparring and Trysts Around a Book. Zhang Dihai disappeared around the corner of the stairs at almost a 100-meter sprint, his leather shoes making a muffled thud on the wooden stairs. Chen Zhixing and He Yang glanced at each other, both seeing a few moments of absurdity in the other's eyes. This old kid. He Yang smacked his lips. I bet he didn't even run this fast when he was bidding for the position of curator back then. Chen Zhixing bristled. If it were you, I guess it would be about the same. After all, although this position has a rank, it has no rights at all. Being far from the center of power and having no leader who would come to a place like this and therefore would not be able to befriend a leader and have to wait for retirement is actually more desperate than being on the wrong side of the line. At least being on the wrong side represents the fact that you were once there very, very close to the center of power. He Yang just sighed and didn't say anything. Discipline. There are so many things I've seen and reasons I've heard. The wheelchair squeaked as it ran over the old wooden floor. The smell of camphor mixed with dust from the 3rd floor's antiquarian book area hit his face. Chen Zhixing squinted his eyes, and at the end of the corridor, Zhang Dihai was pouting and rummaging around in front of the R-word bookshelf, the back hem of his suit stained with cobwebs. Found it. Zhang Dihai suddenly straightened up, holding up the not-so-thick Das Kapital in his hand, his voice very pleasant. He ran his ass to Chen Zhixing's front, bent over, held capitalism in both hands, and respectfully handed it over. As Chen Zhixing took the book, he slowly spoke. I'll take this book away for now, and someone will return it afterward. Zhang Dihai smiled fawningly, very respectful. It's okay, there are still a lot of this book on our side. If the leader likes it, we still have it inside the bookstore. It's also pretty clear that if you like it, then you don't have to return it. It's not like the book is anything very valuable, and the museum reports losses every month, so it doesn't really matter. Importantly, it was very cost-effective to be able to make a good relationship with the task force leader for something like $20 or $30. Chen Zhixing flipped through the book, which contained nothing. Of course, Chen Zhixing had guessed that. After all, if the evidence was so obvious, it would have all fallen into Song Qinglian's hands long ago, and they wouldn't have been asked to find it. Zhou Jigang approached quickly at this time, close to Chen Zhixing and opened his mouth. There is a car coming from the municipal party committee. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. A city council car? They don't have the same route as the city council either. Their side and the city hall are 2 directions. What's a city council car doing here? He Yang walked over to the window, and Zhang Dihai rushed over to take a look, his legs going limp and almost kneeling down. Mayor Song. No, Vice Mayor Song comes every month today to check the information. Chen Zhixing looked up with a wry smile and He Yang exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Song Qinglin would come here to look up information? I see that checking the information is fake, and looking for evidence is real. After all, above this kind of thing, the highly suspicious Song Qinglin would never trust anyone. This is a big deal for his political career. He Yang raised an eyebrow, and the corner of his mouth slowly hooked into a smile. Chen Zhixing looked at the doorway as the rhythmic sound of leather shoes stepping on the wooden floor came, accompanied by Song Qinglin's svelte and elegant figure as he appeared in the doorway. Song Qinglin burst out laughing. Team leader Chen, so fateful, we meet again. The Navy executive jacket was ironed without a single crease, and the executive deputy mayor was holding his gold-rimmed glasses in his left hand and his briefcase in his right, as if he had just taken a break from the city hall conference room. In fact, it was clear to everyone that it was probably the other party who had immediately rushed towards this side after dispersing with the crowd of the municipal committee. Mayor Song. Chen Zhixing handed the book to He Yang, his wheelchair sliding forward half a meter. Regularly checking information every month? What an admirable study habit. Song Qinglin squinted slightly at the book in He Yang's hands, and his heart was also a bit puzzled. Capitalism? He's a deputy head of the disciplinary committee reading capitalism? Song Qinglin was well aware of the fact that there must be a demon when things go wrong. He squinted his eyes and said with a smirk, Team leader Chen really has a heart. Running over to read a book before he has recovered from his serious injuries, and reading capitalism. He suddenly changed his tone and said in a light tone, Team leader Chen might as well bear the pain and lend me a look first. I also want to learn. As a leading cadre, this kind of capitalism. Only know what the capital is thinking, in order to prescribe the right medicine. Chen team leader think? Song Qinglin was also recalling the call he received just 10 minutes ago. Prison warden Gao Wenjiang defected and stood on Chen Zhixing's side, and even helped Chen Zhixing specialize a single room for Lu Yu, which immediately made him lose control of Lu Yu. But the good news is that at the last minute, when he was about to solve Lu Yu to eliminate future problems, Lu Yu suddenly said the city library and then fainted. He came over immediately after the call. While he was in the car, he received another text message from the city's inner circle that was named protection but was actually spying on Chen Zhixing. This made him even more certain that the evidence Lu Yu had was in the city library. And now, Chen Zhixing was holding capitalism in his hands, which made him even more suspicious. Is this the book? So, that's what led to Song Qinglin's current tryst. Chen Zhixing nodded and looked at He Yang. Lao He, show it to Mayor Song. He Yang handed the book to Song Qinglin despite not knowing what Chen Zhixing was up to. Chen Zhixing had just examined this book, and there was no evidence inside this book. Of course, at least Chen Zhixing estimated that even if there was evidence inside this book, it wouldn't be so shallow, otherwise it would have been discovered by Song Qinglin long ago. If it wasn't discovered by Song Qinglin, it would be discovered by others. Song Qinglin's mind was obviously not on the book, just casually flipped through it, but still held it in his hand and did not return it to the other party. Team leader Chen, this book, why don't you put it here with me first? Song Qinglin's voice was gentle, but carried a forcefulness that could not be refused. I happen to be studying Marx's theory of surplus value recently, so I can use it as a reference. Obviously, he's trying to keep the book for himself, even if there was no evidence. It would be excellent to discuss Chen Zhixing. That was Song Qinglin's thought, who had thought that Chen Zhixing would simply shake his head. I'm afraid that won't work. Song Qinglin's smile grew more and more playful. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked up. Oh, team leader Chen is so reluctant. Could it be that there is still evidence inside this book that the task force needs? I think it's just an ordinary book. Chen Zhixing nodded with deep empathy. Yes, it's just an ordinary book. Nothing special. But, Chen Zhixing's words turned, and his eyes became extremely sharp. I don't really like it when someone steals my stuff. It's like, if someone tries to steal my girlfriend, then I'll definitely get him killed. Or if someone steals Mayor Song's rightful position as secretary, can it be that Mayor Song give it up as well? If that's the case, then I just want to say, is Mayor Song too much of a loser? I'm sorry Mayor Song, I'm a bit direct, don't be angry. I didn't mean to call you a loser. I didn't mean that either. I meant that you're a loser. I'm sorry Mayor Song, my mouth is stupid. Don't be angry. Chapter 44 I'm waiting for the east wind that can regulate you. What are you waiting for? To die? Chen Zhixing was grandiose and openly insulted Song Qinglin. This was almost already pointing at Song Qinglin's nose. The expression on Song Qinglin's face also stiffened slightly. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an interesting opponent, to actually dare to point at his own curses. From the time he stepped into the official world, no one has ever dared to do so, and now, for the first time, someone dared to point at his nose. He is also a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee of Starfish City, a serious deputy department-level official. Right, but he was insulted by Chen Zhixing, a district level. It's not even about the following anymore. Inverted Big Dipper. It's simply inverting the Big Dipper, but he did not have any way. He is the deputy head of the task force, although the personal level is not as high as their own, but the disciplinary committee, see the official level, Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Ad Hoc Investigation Team, the the front hanging but the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection word, not to mention that he is a deputy hall. Even if it is the main hall can be investigated. Team Leader Chen seems to be different from the information. The information doesn't say that Team Leader Chen is actually so sharp-tongued. Song Qinglin narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly smiling, but his eyes had changed from calm to sinister, and his eyes had sunk. Chen Zhixing sat in his wheelchair and replied, "Yeah, it's like someone who looks svelte but secretly manipulates the black and white. I'm in the business of offending people, so if I've offended Mayor Song, then I'll just have to say I'm sorry." Tap tap tap. A footstep came. Song Qinglin's secretary, Bai Jiao, walked quickly and whispered something in his ear. Chen Zhixing's phone rang in sync, and after he answered it, a voice came from the other side of the phone. "Team Leader Chen, I'm Wei Sun, Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee. It's like this, because of what happened today. The Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee is very angry and has now convened a meeting in the hope that Team Leader Chen can come and guide the work. The Secretary of the City Council is known as the City Council's Chief Steward. In this power lake, the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee, despite its low ranking, is often the most trusted close dry history of the Municipal Party Secretary, and at a time like this, the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee personally called, which also represented the will of the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Wang Guoqiang. "Okay, Standing Committee Wei." After Chen Zhixing hung up the phone, he instantly saw Song Qinglin's complexion, which was very bad. It seemed that he also did not expect that Wang Guoqiang, the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, would convene a meeting at this time. It was the same thing that White Art had just walked in to report. "Looks like Team Leader Chen has to go to the meeting as well? Why don't you take my car and go to the Municipal Party Committee together?" Song Qinglin made an invitation. "I wouldn't dare to ride in Mayor Song's car." Chen Zhixing suddenly grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. "In case the brakes fail along the way, this injured man of mine can't afford to be hurt twice." Song Qinglin didn't show any dissatisfaction on the surface either, but he turned around and left. This verbal exchange with Song Qinglin, at least for now, it seemed that Chen Zhixing was slightly better. But Song Qinglin is not a good guy. The upcoming general election, Song Qinglin is aiming at the position of mayor. This step is not so simple. Once the mayor, not only solved the main hall, but also a step to the city government's hand. It's a step closer to being a handful of city commissioners. So Chen Zhixing knew clearly that Song Qinglin was bold enough to do anything for power. Watching Song Qinglin leave, Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly and faintly commanded, "The investigative team's reporting channel should already have clues, so go over to Yun Shue's side and take a look. After all, a tip from a dedicated citizen can lead us to something." Chen Zhixing was waiting for a case that would completely press Song Qinglin to death. If he remembered correctly, last year's particularly major mining accident at the Hangzhou coal industry had been suppressed with one hand by Song Qinglin. In fact, 45 people died, but in the news release has been reported to the Provincial Party Committee documents indicate that the number of deaths is only 2 people, and also due to improper operation of the workers. This is just the officially disclosed data, but in fact, the accident caused 45 deaths and can be characterized as a particularly serious accident. Special major accident is the highest level of accident level. Once such an accident occurs, the Chinese characters will be very serious. Once the pursuit of responsibility down, the local government and the public officials of the relevant departments will face serious accountability. This includes, but is not limited to, the removal of key leaders, criminal accountability, and a host of other ripple effects. The problem was that Song Qinglin's duties included production safety, which was why he had pushed the matter down. However, many of the families are not happy about this and have appealed. But now, those people are nowhere to be found. It is said that someone else went to the capital to cross the line to report it, but half got intercepted and still don't know where the person is. Chen Zhixing let Yun Shui create momentum, so that everyone in Starfish City knows that the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection ad hoc investigation team came down to draw out this matter. As long as there is an actual case, it will be much easier to break the game. Pay particular attention to some of the reports claiming to be from Everest Coal. City Council Meeting Room 2. Chen Zhixing came in and saw quite a few people. The Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee was there. Of course, not only the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, but also the Deputy Mayor and Director of the Public Security Bureau, Su Daoguang, plus a Chen Zhixing, which made up the meeting. Of course, this is only the heavyweights, and the main leaders of the Public Security Bureau. Chen Zhixing sat in the gallery, along with several deputy directors of the Public Security Bureau. However, Wang Guoqiang, the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, who was sitting in the main seat, said with a smile at this time, "Team Leader Chen, please move over." Obviously, Chen Zhixing's place is not in the gallery. if according to the process, after the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection ad hoc investigation team visited Starfish City, Yu Qinghe, as the team leader, will definitely have a profound and spot-on conversation with the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. But no, because Yu Qinghe is now back in the Provincial Party Committee, Chen Zhixing, no matter what, the rank and status is not enough. After Chen Zhixing turned the wheelchair wheels to list the conference table, Wang Guoqiang glanced at Song Qinglin, thinking that this time, people are rushing to you, and it is really not certain who the deer will die. How about you? You're still acting like a wolf? Do you really think people don't know what you're doing behind your back? Comrades, as soon as Wang Guoqiang spoke, everyone subconsciously straightened their spines. I won't dwell on what happened today. Wang Guoqiang tapped his fingers on the table and angrily criticized. How did the social security of our Starfish City turn out to be like this? The fact that the black and evil force elements hacked people on the street, openly threatened the life and safety of the deputy head of the investigation team, Comrade Chen Zhixing, and also caused no small amount of panic to the public, represents that our work in the past years in the city's anti-blackness office and the Public Security Bureau's efforts to combat blackness and eliminate evil has been a failure, an extreme failure. After hearing these words, Chen Zhixing suddenly realized that this was Wang Guoqiang using this matter to put pressure on Song Qinglin. On the surface, it seems to be just summarizing, but in reality, all the people here are old foxes. How can they not hear the meaning of Wang Guoqiang's words? This matter also exposes certain people inside our team. On the surface it seems to respond to the orders of the Provincial Party Committee, but in reality, behind the scenes, they do not take it seriously at all. The Provincial Party Committee has repeatedly emphasized the fight against the black and evil. Some people have done it, and what does the city anti-black office do with such a serious incident? Are you worthy of the heavy responsibility entrusted to you by the party and the people? Wang Guoqiang has gone against the grain and shown a very tough side. It's not even necessary to guess what that means. It's obvious that it's directed at certain people. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. There is really some meaning. The nest is fighting. In that case, he didn't mind adding more fuel to the fire. Chen Zhixing cleared his throat. Secretary Wang, this matter, I hope that the Municipal Party Committee will give the ad hoc investigation team a reasonable explanation. Otherwise I will think that certain people here in these so-called black forces have official black collusion behavior. Now that this incident has lost the evidence that the investigation team just got their hands on, I suspect that this so-called black power firefight is the handiwork of certain people. Their goal is to keep the task force from continuing their investigation. This is a blatant confrontation with the organization. Chen Zhixing's arm resting on the conference table slightly exerted force. His body leaned forward, and after looking around, he continued in a cold voice. Can I suspect that this is a blatant confrontation of the organization's review? Is it the handiwork of certain people who are afraid that things will be exposed and used to cover up their shame? Although the personal level is not enough, but he represents the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Since he participated in the meeting, the representative is not him personally, but on behalf of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee behind him. It's official business, so it's official business. Chen Zhixing now dared to say that the purpose of this meeting was impure, but of course, it was favorable to him at least for now. Song Qinglin's heart is as clear as a mirror. Chen Zhixing is also using this meeting to make him cut off his own arm. And Wang Guoqiang, it's an old conflict. Since team leader Chen is so worried about security, then why don't we let the Public Security Police of the City Bureau put down the matters at hand and specifically come to protect you alone? Under tight protection, I guarantee that within a 1-meter radius of team leader Chen, there isn't even a single mosquito. Song Qinglin insinuated that Chen Zhixing was afraid of death. Chen Zhixing was sarcastic on the spot. Although I'm afraid of death, I'm even more afraid of not having caught a big tiger. Now that this has happened, I am also afraid that the Public Security Police have been bribed by a certain big tiger to take my life. The ad hoc investigation team doesn't need Vice Mayor Song's kindness when there's a security team present. Before the words fell, Chen Zhixing's phone rang, and he even very unruly to connect the phone on the spot. What? Evidence has been found? The entire main leadership of the city council could be held accountable? Okay, I know. I'll be right back. Chapter 45, A List in Her. Swish swish swish. As soon as these words came out, all the gazes on the scene landed on Chen Zhixing's body. Almost all eyes stared, especially that sentence. The entire city council leadership could be held accountable, which pretty much put a heart in all of their throats. Song Qinglin's gaze towards Chen Zhixing already had a touch of coldness in it. If others don't know what it means, can he not know what it means? Is this evidence about them? After Chen Zhixing hung up the phone, the corner of his mouth revealed a smile with great meaning. Leaders, I'm sorry, the task force reporting hotline found some clues. I have to go back to sort it out. As the words fell, many of the municipal committee members were even more nervous. Their concern isn't about what clues they find. They're worried about being held accountable. The changeover is coming up next month, and they're worried about, will it affect them? Song Qinglin's heart sank, and his tone was cold. Deputy Leader Chen, when any clues occur in the task force, it's only right that they should also communicate with our municipal party committee, right? This is a matter of procedure. The word vice was bitten very hard, as if to remind Chen Zhixing that he was nothing more than a vice group leader. The corner of Chen Zhixing's mouth surfaced a playful smile and snorted. Deputy Mayor Song, I'm sorry. In accordance with the regulations on the work of the party disciplinary organs in case inspection, which requires that investigations into important clues to problems or investigations involving members of the party committee team of the same level need to be reported to the party committee of the same level, then it may be necessary to ventilate. But the thing is, the problems we found, not considered an important problem clue, so, routine problem clue disposal procedures have not mandated a briefing with the city council. Denial, naked refusal. Rejected himself to his face in front of all the standing committee members of the municipal committee of Starfish City, and with a work ordinance to boot. That's a typical failure to take him seriously. Who in the room doesn't know who the task force is checking out? Can a clue about him, Song Qinglin, not be called a major clue? Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, Vice Mayor Song, let me interject, haha. I mean, if there's a major clue, then it should also be ventilated with the team members, not you. Chen Zhixing's two light words directly caused Song Qinglin to blacken his face. He was close to reaching out and slapping Song Qinglin twice in the face. It is nakedly contemptuous and explicit. It's you, Song Qinglin, that I'm checking up on, but what can you do to me? Wang Guoqiang, the secretary of the municipal party committee, who was sitting in the main seat, also narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Zhixing with a smile. He investigated Chen Zhixing's file, only to be told by the municipal party committee's organization department that he didn't have enough authority and that the authority was in the central organization department. Then, he used his connections and took a lot of effort to get Chen Zhixing's file, and at the top of the file it was clearly written, Central Selection Student. The central government selected students who graduated from the University of Political Science and Law in Beijing in 2003 and were personally received by Mr. Zheng. Wang Guoqiang is the secretary of the municipal party committee no matter what. How can there be no one? Continuing to investigate further, Wang Guoqiang discovered an extremely horrifying fact. Yu Qingha was likewise a student of Elder Zhang. After looking into this, he didn't dare to look into it any further. Involving Elder Zhang, he wasn't bold enough to do so, so he called this meeting, in order to also show Chen Zhixing that he was on his side. And, the Provincial Party Committee, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Secretary Bao Wanrui will retire next year, succeeded by, the probability is Yu Qingha, and the Central Organization Department down to investigate. There is also a great possibility that will be one of Zheng Lao's students. This also means that Yu Qingha, the Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, is likely to be promoted to the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. It's helicopter. Most importantly, the probability of the Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection from the Executive Deputy Secretary is only 20%, and more often than not, the transition is through interprovincial exchanges or serving in other vice-ministerial positions. This made Wang Guoqiang side with Chen Zhixing even more. Of course, the current Chen Zhixing didn't know this. Wang Guoqiang knocked on the table and gave an ultimatum as well. Comrades, according to the Provincial Party Committee's instructions, the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's anti-corruption regulations, cooperate with the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's investigative work. This is the responsibility of every party cadre. I would advise certain people not to take the secretary as a cadre. I personally, and also on behalf of the Municipal Party Committee, fully support Team Leader Chen in investigating corruption. Chen Zhixing also glanced at Wang Guoqiang in surprise. Well, it is normal to think about it. After all, by an executive deputy mayor to the head, Wang Guoqiang's heart is also a little stifled. Right. It could even be described as ridiculous. Wang Guoqiang looked at Chen Zhixing and smiled full of goodwill. Team Leader Chen, the secretary of the Lincheng Municipal Party Committee, is a fellow student of mine at the party school, and he gave me a little bit of Mingqian Longjing some time ago. Chen Zhixing pondered in his heart for a moment. All of those present had heard his call, but Wang Guoqiang still invited himself for tea at such a time? Obviously there's something to be said for that. Song Qinglin looked at the two as if they were having a damn adulterous relationship, and his face instantly darkened into a potbelly. Chen Zhixing suddenly grinned. Secretary Wang invited. I'm a small regular section which cannot listen to it. Secretary Wang please. The two conversed in front of everyone, which was already openly on Chen Zhixing's side. Song Qinglin's gaze was gloomy. A municipal party secretary, plus a deputy head of the special investigation team. Such a configuration. It was hard for Song Qinglin not to be vigilant. Chen Zhixing sighed long. He was helpless. because all these time is his career countdown. He just want to peacefully investigate the case, and do not want to be involved in the local power game. He was thinking of rewriting a resignation letter to the municipal organization department today. Well, the parent government of Zipping County is Starfish City, and it's just as well that he submitted it directly to the municipal organization department. City clerk's office. Team leader Chen, try this tea. Wang Guoqiang personally poured a cup of crystal clear dragon well and pushed it in front of Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing didn't want to get involved in the local power game. He didn't move the cup of tea. Instead, he laughed. Secretary Wang specially invited me to the office. I'm afraid it's not just to drink this cup of tea, right? Wang Guoqiang didn't underestimate Chen Zhixing in front of him. Just what he had found out was enough to make him pike. Secretary Wang said that stud is a kind of wisdom. Starfish City is just an ordinary prefecture-level city, but there are quite a few corruption cases breeding under rapid development, and the number of people who have fallen into the money vortex. Group leader Chen, let me put it bluntly, Song Qinglin is a piece of my heartache, as well as a moth lying on the masses sucking blood. I know that team leader Chen has just arrived and is suffering from a lack of evidence, so I have a list of names here that team leader Chen can check, and I guarantee that I'll be right on the money. Wang Guoqiang got up and took out a book from the filing cabinet behind him. Chen Zhixing looked at it, and it was actually capitalism. Lu Yu hides evidence of capitalism. Replaced by him? Chen Zhixing had to wonder about that. Wang Guoqiang flipped out a somewhat yellowed list from his book and handed it to Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing took the list and read it. Zhang Jianguo, Director of the Social Security Bureau. Li Chang, Director of the Finance Bureau. Liang Xiaolong, Director of the Construction Bureau. Lin Jia, Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. Li Weiguo, Intermediate People's Court. And Su Daoguang, Deputy Mayor and Director of Public Security. 6 names were displayed above this somewhat yellowed paper. Chen Zhixing glanced at it and put it aside, shaking his head slightly. These people that Secretary Wang gave me all have one thing in common. They all once served as secretaries to certain bigwigs today. It is also the central figure and heart of the interest group led by Song Qinglin. Chen Zhixing's finger landed on Zhang Jianguo's name and spoke faintly. Social Security Fund case. Li Chang, the financial forgery case. Liang Xiaolong, the job crime. This series is clear to me, and I am aware of it. So, Secretary Wang say something I don't know. How about it? For example, one person can implicate a large number of people, or a particular case can pull out the carrot and bring out the mud. Wang Guoqiang's pupils shrunk violently, and his heart turned over in monstrous waves. Gulping, his gaze was filled with horror. Waiting for the meeting. If he remembered correctly, this task force had only been established for less than 72 hours, right? 72 hours less than the time. Not only the Zhiping County Chief Evil arrested, but also arrested a lot of people, causing the Zhiping County officialdom shook up. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee of the people are now still investigating the deputy department and its following people. The reason why it's not close to being a full division is because there are only 2 full divisions in Zhiping County now, a prefect and a CPPCC chairman. The problem is, the guy from Zipping County got arrested, and as a result, you now know so much about what's going on even in the city? No, you're born again? How do you know so well? How long has this been going on? And you're already able to point to their names and say what crimes they've committed. When they meet you, did you commit a crime in your past life? Did they send you to collect them? He took a deep breath. Chen Zhixing's light tone really made it impossible for him to remain calm. This is too much of a ing bull, right? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Guoqiang's eyes became complicated. Following Chen Zhixing's train of thought, he spat out a name only after a long time. Deng Rong, Director of the State Capital Committee. Wang Guoqiang had been observing Chen Zhixing's complexion, and his heart thumped. No way. He wouldn't even know about Tang Rong's existence, right? Although this is recognized in the political circles of Starfish City, but this is only among them leaders only know the recognized secret. Chen Zhixing pondered. Tang Rong. Not only had he heard this name before, but it was as good as thunder. Most importantly, Deng Rong, like him, was a graduate of the Capital University of Political Science and Law in his class, or a central selection. Yes, the same ones as him. She's implicated in no small case. Comrade Chen Zhixing, I'll only speak about Deng Rong inside this office. I won't recognize it after leaving this door. Obviously, even Wang Guoqiang, the municipal party secretary, who is at the level of a full department, is also jealous of this matter. Chen Zhixing nodded. He also knew clearly why Wang Guoqiang was reluctant to speak, because Tang Rong was a bomb. A bomb that could blow up the entire political scene of Starfish City. Deng Rong, Director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, a woman who rose to the top by virtue of her looks. She's like a fish out of water in the officialdom of Starfish City. with 8 sides and a network of relationships spanning the Municipal Party Committee, the Municipal Government, the National People's Congress, and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Can you imagine? How many people will be implicated once a woman who relies on her posture to get to the top explodes? Chapter 46, Old Friends. The previous one was written incorrectly. Deng Rong is the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, not the Development and Reform Commission. It has been changed. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Chen Zhixing heart a thump. Complex look at Wang Guoqiang. This silent eyes seem to ask him, how once as an outstanding graduate Deng Rong also sunk in the whirlpool of corruption. On the day of the graduation ceremony, Deng Rong spoke on behalf of the outstanding graduates. His white shirt with a party badge in the sunlight is extremely eye-catching. At that time, Deng Rong was the excellent representative in their hearts, the most dazzling existence among their same group of central selection students, and even Elder Zhang had high hopes. But I didn't realize that Deng Rong is now. Yes, Deng Rong is indeed beautiful. When she was at the University of Political Science and Law, she was a combination of intelligence, beauty and cleanliness. At that time there was not even a bit of gossip, and smart, and know how to be human, is recognized by all departments of the University of Political Science and Law of the Schoolflower. Secretary Wang, I hope you're joking with me. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath. After 4 years of being in the same classroom, he really didn't want to believe that Tang Rong had become like this now. He remembered that once during the debate competition, Tang Rong's tongue fought against the crowd, and he still remembers the debate questions even now. Should you, as a disciplinary committee/prosecutor, prioritize severe punishment or salvation when a fellow student is corrupt? Wang Guoqiang let out a bitter laugh. Comrade Zhixing, I also wish I was joking with you, but the truth is so absurd. Comrade Deng Rong and you are the same batch of central selection students. In law, you should personally catch her, in love. 4 years in the same class, not to say hand and foot love. At least there is still a friendship. I also know that it is difficult for you, but this is the reality. Chen Zhixing quirked the corners of his mouth, but in the end, he still couldn't say anything. His voice was just a bit hoarse. Is it convenient to give me a phone number for her? Wang Guoqiang nodded his head and immediately called his secretary in, asking him to write a phone call to Chen Zhixing. In his previous life, after the fall of Hu Wei, he did not pay attention to this matter. About Song Qinglin's things her later secretary reported some details. As for Tang Rong, he indeed didn't know, which was why he was so shocked now. He remembered that Tang Rong was sitting on the position of the director of the provincial SASAC in his previous life. Because of an investment promotion, she attended as a representative, and at that time, she even hinted at herself. He didn't care, and just took it as a joke from his former classmates. It seems now that by that time she had long since been unable to turn back. Comrade Chen Zhixing, I'm older. It's not too much for you to call me uncle. What I want to say is, don't ever delay your career for the sake of the so-called affection. Officialdom lesson number 1, affection is a gold-plated scale. Look decent. Weigh interests when they are worthless. Affection is a knock on the door. The door opens and is discarded. The career path is a demon-spotting mirror, and the mirror is broken. The banner reads, those who are sober live. Curious as to what people see as the law of survival in officialdom. In the officialdom, those who help you may not speak of affection, and those who speak of affection may not be able to help you. Officialdom love like what? Like the banquet on the Mao Tai. Raise the cup is decent. After the scattering are to be washed cups. Chen Zhixing pursed his lips and nodded. Thank you, Secretary Wang, for your teachings. Wang Guoqiang is also very satisfied with Chen Zhixing's attitude. Look at this emotional intelligence of others, and then look at the dog's head of his own pups. Sometimes I just want to take my own little brat's brain out and wash it to see if it's been waterlogged with floaties. After watching Chen Zhixing leave, Wang Guoqiang exhaled a breath, sat down on his leather office chair in a happy and very relaxed mood, took out his cell phone and dialed a call. Get someone to expose the West Hills mine and tell the families that they have the evidence in their hands and they should see the light of day. Hanging up the phone, Wang Guoqiang looked at the pre-storm sky outside and muttered, this storm, it's still blowing into the city. Bad mood? He Yang pushed Chen Zhixing as he walked slowly within the Municipal Party Committee compound. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. Guess it should have been targeted at the meeting? What is the normal process like he knows? In the past, this kind of thing, are generally using to get it done? After all, involves a local power game, not these section level, division level can participate in. While you were in the meeting, Secretary you called and asked if he wanted the armed police to come down. The implication of the words was that evidence is still needed for anti-triad, but not for counter-terrorism. After all, the back of the Special Investigation Team is the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, PCDI. They're slapping the PCDI in the face, and no matter what, the PCDI deputy is also a sub-provincial unit. They crossed the line this time. Not only that, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection also has the title of the fifth team, which is known alongside the Provincial Party Committee, the Provincial People's Congress, the Provincial Government and the Provincial People's Political Consultative Conference because of its independence and authority, occupying a central supervisory position in the provincial power structure. Chen Zhixing looked up at the gate that was considered the front door and slowly spoke. Where is the evidence? Secretary Pao said that it's going to be a major case, and without evidence, our position is untenable. He Yang didn't say anything, just pushed him towards the outside, inside the city council building behind them. Without even thinking about it, countless people were looking down towards the bottom. Now Chen Zhixing was a walking dynamite packet, ready to catch someone at any time. To put it bluntly, after the departure of Yu Qinghe, Chen Zhixing's hands of anti-corruption knife's power is even more unlimited amplification. He said you have a problem, a sentence to cooperate with the investigation. You are cooperating or not? Not cooperating? Then you're fighting against organizational scrutiny. Confrontation of the organization to review the hat down. That is the same as cut off the career. Why should the organization promote you if you're against it? Just now, you said you have evidence? Chen Zhixing suddenly asked. He Yang rolled his eyes, looking like he was being slandered, and immediately called out, Hey, 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 what do you mean by that? Do you mean to say that I lied to you? Am I that kind of person? Just now Yan Shui was in charge of the reporting hotline received a call, claiming to be a family member of the victims of the Xishan mine. The Xishan mine disaster incident I have paid attention to. It just said that 2 people died, but it seems that it's not that simple. Chen Zhixing stretched out his hand, made a 4, and stuck out his thumb again. He Yang scratched his head. What do you mean? 4 or 5 people died? Chen Zhixing didn't say anything, but He Yang's eyes widened and his footsteps stopped. Holy, you mean to say that 45 people died? He, hiss, how did they dare? 45 people how did they dare to suppress it? If I remember correctly, this matter was reported to the Provincial Party Committee, and the press office side of the propaganda department of the Provincial Party Committee was also talking about 2 people. If 45 people, a special major accident this is, who gave them the guts? Chen Zhixing snorted. Why don't you guess what makes Song Qinglin dare to lay a hand on me? Once this matter is exposed, Starfish City, from the top to the bottom of the jerk, one do not want to run. The main leaders basically all have to step down. He Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his entire body still in shock. This case is our breakthrough. You lead the investigation. No matter who you find out will never be tolerated. He Yang's face was very grave as he gathered his composure and asked, What about you? Chen Zhixing pondered for a long time. He limped and stood up from his wheelchair, lit a cigarette. Thick white smoke enveloped him. He inhaled deeply and exhaled smoke from his nose and mouth together. I'm going to see an old friend. If this old friend cooperates, perhaps, the dust will settle in a week. Chapter 47, Justice Torn Apart. Deng Yang. Currently, he is the secretary of the party committee and director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Starfish City. He graduated from the Capital University of Political Science and Law in 2003, passed the selection process in the second half of 2003, and officially joined the workforce in 2004. In February 2004, he became a member of the Enterprise section of the Municipal Economic Commission. In September 2005, participating in the city's special work on the liquidation of state-owned enterprises, a group was found to have 230 million yuan of off-the-books assets. In March 2006, he was promoted to Deputy Director of the Enterprise Reform Department of the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. In March 2007, by the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department of Young Cadre's Special Investigation, as Starfish City, State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission Party Secretary, Director. On such a resume, say a province's youngest real cadres at the division level is not the slightest bit too much. The next step would be to devolve to a county commissioner or county secretary to prepare for the next step up, or to transfer to the city council. And at this moment, Chen Zhixing stood at the entrance of the neighborhood of Yulangxiangsha after reading the information. Magnolia Champs is a high-class neighborhood in Starfish City, and it is heavily gated. Chen Zhixing was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. He took out his work permit. The security guard took a look at it. His face changed, and he hurriedly released him. The elevator went straight to the top floor, and Chen Zhixing stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and rang the doorbell. Footsteps came from inside the door. The door opened a crack, and Deng Rong's face appeared in the crack. She was dressed in a housecoat, her hair tied back in a casual fashion, looking a little haggard, and had a bruise on her neck. Coming to the door so soon, I still underestimated you, old classmate. Ha, for private or business? As soon as Tang Rong opened the door, he saw Chen Zhixing's nasty face, and immediately gave a cold snort and said in a very unpleasant tone, Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Ad Hoc Investigation Team stationed in Starfish City is a matter of publicity. The 4 sets of leaders personally greeted. Yu Qingha as a task force leader opened a meeting, re-emphasized the anti-corruption and integrity of the Provincial Party Committee's spirit of instructions. Deng Rong, as the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, she naturally attended. Chen Zhixing, who is the new star of the Discipline Inspection Commission, busted the Zhiping County interest corruption chain headed by Hu Wei in just one day, and his title of Little Yan Wang has spread all over the political circles of Starfish City. Sister Rong, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and you just leave me at the door? You didn't even invite me in for a glass of water? Chen Zhixing said smilingly. Tang Rong hesitated for a moment, but eventually sidestepped and made way. Chen Jiwei walked into the house. Looking around, the home is clean. The area is also very large. On this decoration in 20 years later are not out of date. First of all, for public or private, Tang Rong leaned against the wall, his arms wrapped around his chest as he stared at Chen Zhixing. She knew what Chen Zhixing was here for, and he knew who Chen Zhixing was now. She should avoid suspicion. Chen Zhixing smiled and looked up at Deng Rong. He had to say that Deng Rong was really pretty. With this face, even if he went to break into the entertainment industry, he would be able to catch fire in minutes. 1 meter 8 tall, with a convex front and curved back. Even in loose home clothes, she couldn't hide the overpowering yet flirtatious temperament. Sister Rong, after so many years, you're still so direct. Chen Zhixing retracted his gaze, walked over to the sofa and sat down, smoothly picking up the water cup on the coffee table and pouring himself a glass of water. Public and private matters, both actually. Tang Rong sneered, walked across to him and sat down, his slender legs folded, his eyes sharp. People from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's task force, running to the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission's home in the middle of the night. Do you think it's appropriate? Inappropriate, Chen Zhixing frankly admitted, but there are some things that are not appropriate to talk about in the office. Tang Rong narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slowly tickling as he returned to his room. When she came out, she threw a small blue pill into the glass of water in front of Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing leaned on the sofa, and when he touched the wound, he immediately bared his teeth in pain. Sister Rong, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Is it appropriate for you to drug me as soon as you come up? Tang Rong walked over and sat directly beside Chen Zhixing. One hand caressed Chen Zhixing's small face, but also put his chest against Chen Zhixing's chest. His thin lips were close to Chen Zhixing's ear, and he exhaled like an orchid. Chen Zhixing immediately felt his ears itching, and he was just about to speak when Tang Rong's voice, which was like a lark's, came from his ears. Now that you've said it's not appropriate to talk in the office, it's the same process for those who come to my home to talk. Saying that, she took out the remote control and pressed the TV. And what surfaced inside the TV was not a TV program, but his Chen Zhixing and Dang Rong's bodies close together. Tang Rong leaned against his side. The buttons of her housecoat were unbuttoned by her slender fingers, and Chen Zhixing was even able to see a piece of Snow White. Between the two of them, an ambiguous atmosphere slowly rose up, as if they would all be rubbing guns together in the next second. One of Tang Rong's hands was already on Chen Zhixing's chest. Chen Zhixing was jolted. Damn, if this goes on, he will make a mistake of principle. You can't make a mistake of principle. He is now the deputy head of the Special Investigation Team. If he can't even control the lower half of his body, the next one to be sat inside the interrogation room will be him. Iron is still hard. Chen Zhixing turned his head, got up, walked to the side of the display, looked at a trophy, and spoke in a complicated tone. Sister Rong, you still keep this trophy now? The base of the trophy reads, 2003 Law Faculty Debate Champion. The specification of this debate tournament back then was as high as it had ever been. 4 judges, from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, the Supreme Court, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, and the Central Organization Department, COD. At that time, Chen Zhixing was on the opposite side and Deng Rong was on the positive side. I remember that your core argument was that all people are equal before the law, and that severe punishment of corruption is the bottom line for maintaining social justice. You said that fellow student status should not be a reason for immunity, and that selective enforcement of the law would lead to social skepticism about fairness and justice. Tang Rong snorted, her 2 long white legs just resting on the coffee table, lighting a lady's cigarette as she exhaled a puff of smoke. Back then, a few brats who hadn't set foot in the bureaucracy and didn't know were arguing on stage about severe punishment or salvation? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Ha 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 ha. Chen Zhixing, think about it differently. If you were the 4 leaders down there, wouldn't you feel as if you were watching a clown? A couple of young men who know nothing about anything are arguing on stage, and one of them is still standing up for the law, standing up for discipline in each case. Tang Rong took a deep drag on her cigarette and burst out laughing, choking as she laughed, but she coughed and laughed at the same time, her tears flying out with her flamboyant movements, as if she were talking about something really ridiculous. Tang Rong pressed the cigarette out hard into the crystal ashtray, his fingertips trembling slightly. She violently ripped open the neckline of her housecoat, revealing a hideous bruise at her collarbone. See, went to deliver something to the leader last week and his wife smashed it with an inkstone. She stumbled over to the liquor cabinet and lifted out half a bottle of whiskey and took a swig straight from the bottle, the liquid dribbling down her chin and into her collar. Debate trophies from back in the day? I have 8 of them in my ING office right now. She pushed the display over with her arm, and the clanking sound continued, accompanied by her maniacal laughter. Laughing, but there were tears in her eyes. The youngest full-time division? Know what they call me behind my back? The portable toilet of Starfish City's State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. Her face was livid as she roared towards Chen Zhixing, pointing in the direction of the government building. Every office in there is decorated with Integrity Champion awards, and at last year's recognition ceremony, 9 of the 12 directors sitting in the first row are now on your disciplinary committee list, right? She kicked away the base of the trophy that had rolled to her feet, revealing the frayed words fairness and justice. Back when you said everyone was equal before the law. Ahem. Why don't you talk about equality in the bed of leadership? Dang Rong grabbed Chen Zhixing's tie and dragged him to the window, his wine-stained lips almost to his earlobe. Now you want me to explain the problem? Chen Zhixing was silent, letting her go crazy. The girl who was quiet and wore square glasses back then, has been completely lost, can't go back. Tang Rong laughed maniacally, tears violently pulled out the drawer, but surprisingly did not pull out. She angrily cursed a grass, a kick over, which pulled out the sob, took out a stack of documents towards the face of Chen Zhixing, smashed, face grim and angry roar, depressive disorders, PTSD, uterine fibroids, evidence of the violations you want. A dandruff-stained finger poked at his temple. It's all here. Dare you file a case? Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Rising Star vs. Portable Toilet. What a powerful anti-pornography scene. Chapter 48. Tonight, lift up the sky. PTSD, also known as post-traumatic stress disorder. These 3 years. What has she been through? This series of cases are highlighting the fact that Deng Rong has endured unimaginable trauma during these 3 years. Chen Zhixing lowered his head, looking at the scattered sheets of reports on the ground, his voice a little hoarse. Sister Rong. Tang Rong crumbled and crouched on the ground, not caring if she was naked. To her, this broken body, she had long since stopped wanting it. Dead? She'd thought about jumping from here many times, but every time, she couldn't die herself. Instead, they are met with unimaginable retaliation, or punishment. After the fact, Chen Zhixing crouched down, one hand just touched Deng Rong. She shrieked and shrank in the corner, like a cuckoo sobbing blood in Chen Zhixing's ear steeply. Don't touch me. I'm dirty. I'm not clean anymore. I'm ing dirty. I'm a ing portable toilet. Woo woo. Chen Zhixing was in a heavy mood. He didn't dare to imagine what exactly had made this girl who was so spirited on the debate stage back then become what she was today. He also shuddered to think what on earth could have driven her to her current state. Chen Zhixing, you arrest me. You arrest me. I beg you. You arrest me. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I have proof. I have proof of all of it. I'll tell you all you want to know about anyone. You can either arrest me now or you can kill me. Chen Zhixing didn't say anything. He felt very depressed. He couldn't tell this feeling. He only felt a huge stone pressing on his heart. He walked over to the sofa and pulled one out of the cigarette box. But at that moment, Deng Rong lunged towards Chen Zhixing like he was crazy, and pounced on Chen Zhixing on the ground. Chen Zhixing fell to the ground, and a sharp pain immediately came from the wound on his back. He could feel that his wound should have disintegrated and was definitely oozing blood. But Tang Rong acted as if she didn't know. She sat on Chen Zhixing's body and cried, choking and shaking her head frantically, her tears flinging about. No, you can't smoke. You can't smoke this. Chen Zhixing reacted violently, grabbed her arm and asked sternly, there's something wrong with this cigarette? It was also at this time that Chen Zhixing saw that the veins in her elbow joints were densely packed with needle eyes. Eye of the needle. Chen Zhixing instantly thought of something extremely frightening. You're on drugs? Or are they controlling you with drugs? Deng Rong shook her head frantically, and she didn't say anything. She just cried hard. Chen Zhixing's heart sank to the bottom as he turned his head to look, just in time to be able to see the syringe that had been stuck to it with duct tape from underneath the TV cabinet. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath, and a grim look emerged within his gaze. Using drugs to control a director of the SASAC at the head of the department. This, lawlessness, simply lawless. Chen Zhixing violently pushed Dang Rong away and staggered to his feet. The wound on his back was hot and painful. The shirt was sticking to his skin and blood was already seeping out, but he couldn't care less about that, and rushed to the TV stand in a few steps, ripping off the syringe as soon as he could. A few drops of cloudy liquid remained in the syringe, glowing an eerie color in the light. "Who gave it to you?" His voice was hoarse, and the hand clutching the syringe shook slightly. Dang Rong sat paralyzed on the ground, his long hair messily covering his face, his shoulders rising and falling violently. She suddenly laughed, a hoarse laugh that sounded like it had been sandpapered. "Does it matter? Anyway, I sucked a long time ago. Chen Zhixing, I'm just a lousy person, so don't waste your time on me." Portable toilet. Ha. There's not a single clean spot on my entire body. My life has been ruined by them. Ruined. Chen Zhixing yanked up her wrist, and the pinholes at the elbow joints were shocking. Some of them already scabbed over, others still glistening with bruises. His voice was almost squeezed through his teeth. "Tang Rong, you're a senior graduate of the University of Political Science and Law. You're the youngest full-level cadre in Starfish City. Did you ever think you'd become like this when you said you'd uphold the dignity of the law in the debate back then?" Tang Rong raised his head violently, his reddened eyes full of tears, but with a hysterical maniacal laughter. "Dignity of the law? Chen Zhixing, tell me, where is the law?" She pointed out the window in the direction of the government building, her nails almost pinched into her palms as she gritted her teeth and growled low. "How many people in that building read reports during the day and count bills at night? How many people shout about serving the people, but behind their backs treat the people like animals? You think I want to be like this?" Tang Rong crumbled and tore open his clothes, and underneath them, there were countless more scars on top of what should have been white skin. "The first time I was dragged into a hotel, I resisted, and the next day I was transferred to the file room and benched for 6 months. The second time I learned to be smart, but they ended up drugging me. When I woke up, they had all the photos and videos. Then they realized that it worked better with drugs than with pictures. Ha, I'm not even as good as a dog now. A dog can still bark twice. What about me? I'm not even qualified to bark." She grabbed the bottle and took a swig, the liquor mixing with her tears as they trickled down her face. Chen Zhixing's chest rose and fell violently, and as he snatched the bottle of wine from her hand and smashed it on the ground, glass shards splattering everywhere, he grabbed Dang Rong's shoulders and said word for word, "Names. I want everyone's names." Tang Rong looked at him in a daze, suddenly reached out and stroked his face. His fingertips were cold. There was no light in his eyes anymore. There was only endless despair and death wish. "Little Yan Wang, do you know why they dare to be so reckless?" She leaned close to his ear, her breath tinged with alcohol. "Because it gets dark in Starfish City. It's been dark for a long time." A bolt of lightning struck outside the window and torrential rain poured down. "Chen Zhixing, after I was dragged into the hotel crying for the first time, there was no turning back for me. They never treated me as a human being, and even after they knew that I was a central government selectee, they went even crazier. And anyone who wanted to crush me, but you're the one I like. I've been waiting for you for 4 years. Why didn't you confess? If you had, I wouldn't be in this situation." I snapped a deputy mayor's *** and bit it off for him. "Do you have any idea how much it hurt me that night? Ha. But then, they controlled me with drugs. They injected me with drugs. They kept me inside a small dark room. They destroyed my will on a mental and physical level." Chen Zhixing's teeth gritted and creaked. The anger in his heart went straight to the sky. Guilt for Dang Rong takes over body and mind at this moment. Chen Zhixing felt that an electric drill was drilling from his temples into his brain's medulla oblongata. Every word Dang Rong hissed turned into barbed hooks, tearing his memories of the girl with the high ponytail who drove opposing debaters into stuttering fits in mock court into a bloody pulp. "Little Chunner, I'm going to win you in this mock trial. Just wait to beg for mercy. Little Chunner, I'm hungry. Accompany me for a late-night snack. Little Chen." It turns out that the wet look in her lustful eyes as she tugged on his tie through her drink late that night at the debate celebration was the last window of opportunity. And he actually used the words "you've had too much to drink" to leave the girl who had put on 3 hours of makeup alone in the hotel lobby. Now that I think about it, I have to get up in the middle of the night and slap myself and call myself a click. The sound of a key turning in the doorway came steeply at that moment. Chen Zhixing looked violently, only to see a dangling one in yellow hair walk in from outside. Yellow Hair spun his key ring and chewed gum. After seeing Chen Zhixing, Yellow Hair obviously froze for a moment, and immediately cursed without a good mood. "Grass, how come there's still someone here?" With that, he scowled at Chen Zhixing and asked with a smile, "Brother, I heard that this woman is an official." "Ha, they said you can get her for $600? TSK, a big official actually came out to sell. How shameless, but I like it, ha. Chapter 49. The phone call goes straight to the capital. $600. Sell it. Every word was stimulating Chen Zhixing's sensitive and fragile nerves at the moment. The hall is full of leading cadres at the division level. The director of the city's state capital committee. Nowadays it's amazing that even a punk can insult her at will. Anger, like a volcano erupting in Chen Zhixing's heart, instantly rose up in his heart. Get out! Chen Zhixing gritted his teeth and growled lowly, his eyes having turned scarlet. The blood oozing from the wound in his back clung to his shirt, but nowhere near as much as the pain that tore through his heart. He stared at the densely packed needle holes in Deng Rong's elbow sockets, each bruise a trampling on the dignity of the law. And the syringe stuck under the TV cabinet was more like a slap in the face that made his ears buzz. Using drugs to control a full-rank cadre, this rampant to the point of crime made his temples jut. He hated himself for his cowardice back then, hated himself for his lack of understanding back then. The most tormenting part is the powerlessness of sobriety, drug manipulation, ex-abuse videos, and the deputy mayor's bitten off, piecing together a web of corruption he knows exists but is having trouble cutting through. And the yellow-haired punk's frivolous $600 to a big official is a cruel spread of reality. This group of maggots are not even willing to give her the last decency. Chen Zhixing's teeth clenched, but he had to suppress the urge to kill someone on the spot, because anger would not solve the systemic rot. This suffocating feeling of knowing that the evil was heinous but not being able to uproot it for the time being caused a hint of almost desperate ruthlessness to mix into his anger. What the? You don't let others play after you're done with yourself? This is ing whoring, okay? It's not your woman. What's your hurry? Grass! Chen Zhixing roared like a wild beast, not even caring about the injuries on his body. He grabbed the bottle next to him and smashed it on the other's head. The yellow hair turned red all of a sudden, and all he felt was a wave of vertigo, as if he couldn't somehow believe that he had been beaten by a Johnny. Just opened my eyes. Where's the person in front of me? In another blink of an eye, the other party's hand was already holding a knife on the other party's neck, staring at him with scarlet eyes. Yellow hair trembled, swallowing several mouthfuls of saliva in a row. His eyes were tinged with fear as he hurriedly compensated with a smile. Cough cough cough. Brother, come on, you play, I won't bother you, just add more bells. What's the rush? Really? Yellow hair, generally I don't bow my head, it's a matter of principle. But now the principle was in his hands, and looking at the other party, it seemed like he would actually kill someone. He didn't want to die. Yellow hair ran away, rolling with the punches. Chen Zhixing took several deep breaths in a row without suppressing the anger in his heart, and he looked at Deng Rong, who was lying on the ground in despair, with tears in his eyes. Give me the evidence you're holding, and I promise, I'll make them pay in blood. I promise that they will all be brought to justice. Deng Rong wiped away her tears after tearing her heart out, got up and violently lifted the TV off and smashed it on the floor, taking out a flash drive wrapped in a plastic bag from the debris. Neither spoke again, and calm returned to the living room. Chen Zhixing took the flash drive and said nothing as he turned around and walked towards the door. As he walked towards the door, his footsteps lurched. I'll strive to issue an arrest warrant overnight, so at least this won't happen again tonight. Tang Rong sat on the ground, his back facing Chen Zhixing, his voice hoarse. Little Yan Wang. Chen Zhixing held back his choked voice, stifled his sobs, and hissed, I am, all the time. Little Yan, if I die, remember to visit me every year. Chen Zhixing gritted his teeth and shrugged his shoulders. No, everything will be fine. I'm leaving, wait for me. Along with the sound of footsteps getting farther and farther away until they disappeared. Tang Rong then turned around, which dared to look at the place where Chen Zhixing had stayed before and bawled his eyes out. The heartbreaking cries were especially mournful on this rainy night. Little Chen, can I call you Little Chunner again? Little Chunner, I probably won't be able to wait for you. Tang Rong, 1914 to 1995. Historian of the Qing dynasty. Chen Zhixing, who had exited the entrance of the neighborhood, exuded a palpitating fury all over his body. Seeing Chen Zhixing walking alone in the rain, He Yang in the car saw Chen Zhixing come out and quickly got out of the car, opened his black umbrella and quickly greeted him. Seeing Chen Zhixing's look as if he had fallen out of love, he couldn't help but snicker. Yo, this is from the home of a beautiful woman? Why do you look like you've fallen out of love? It's not really your first love, is it? Come on, smile. Brother, don't look so downcast, okay? There is something you say your body is full of wounds, but also the rain. You are really not afraid of infection Hurry back to the hospital with me. Chen Zhixing lowered his head and walked in a trance, as if he hadn't heard him, his pupils out of focus. Arrest warrant. Have the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection sign a lien. Arrest Deng Rong. He Yang didn't hear him mumble and asked suspiciously. What? Chen Zhixing erupted steeply, grabbing He Yang's collar and stepping forward quickly, holding him against the car like a wild beast roaring. IING said let's telegraph Secretary Bao Yu immediately and apply for a detention order. Protect it. Protect me. This was the first time that He Yang had faced Chen Zhixing's anger head-on, and even though he knew why, seeing Chen Zhixing in this state, rage, pain, and a hint of near-collapse despair, out of control, it's a two-way emotional and psychological loss of control. You calm down. He Yang grabbed Chen Zhixing's wrist and lowered his voice. It's useless to get angry at me now. Dang Rong is a full-level cadre. To move her, we must go through procedures. Chen Zhixing squeezed a cold smile out of his teeth, gritted his teeth, and said word for word, they use drugs to control division-level cadres, and you're talking to me about ING procedures? Rumble. After these words fell, the tragic white thunder in the sky suddenly cut through the darkness, illuminating the shock and astonishment on He Yang's face. Chen Zhixing's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. That group of people dared to offer $600 to insult her tonight, and tomorrow they will dare to stick a syringe into the next cadre's arm. Ding 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 ding. The phone on He Yang's body rang, and he forced down his somewhat frightened and trembling body, his teeth chattering as he let out a voice. Hello? Director He, hurry up. There are 3 cars coming from your direction, heading for you. The provincial armed police squadron is on its way. You guys hurry back to the guest house and meet up with old Chow. I'm on my way. 2 kilometers to go. His pupils shrunk violently, his voice sharpened, and he turned around and opened the door to push Chen Zhixing into the car, not caring about the injuries on his body at this time. The moment He Yang returned to the car, he twisted the key to ignite the fire, and with a foot of gas pedal drove quickly in the direction of Zhou Jigang Zhou branch chief. Meanwhile, Chen Zhixing in the back row had dialed a phone. A central government selectee was treated like this at the local level. Do you really think that they, the group of Chinese characters, are so easy to bully? The phone was dialed to Elder Young. This call goes straight to the center of power in the capital. Chapter 50 Violent Intervention. Capital City. Courtyard. At this point, as an old man, Zhang had already rested, but this call directly woke him up. Despite his retirement, Zhang Lao still has his own machine secretary. Even if he is traveling, there must be people from the security bureau around him to take care of the security. Normally, after 7 o'clock, generally do not receive guests, do not answer any phone calls, there is anything is the secretary the next morning to summarize the report. Unless it is a very significant accident, the secretary will call Zhang Lao up, but Chen Zhixing made a private call, Zhang Lao's private phone number. Not to mention Chen Zhixing, even some provincial party secretaries do not have Zhang Lao's private phone number. It is clear how much gold was in the phone call that Zhang Lao gave to their group of students at that time. When the ringtone rang, Zhang Lao groped in the dark and picked up his glasses on the nightstand, pressed the switch for the wall light, and leaned his back against the bed before picking up his cell phone and reading the call. Remarks Chen Zhixing, calling him this late? The moment the bell rang, Zhang Lao knew that something was wrong, because no one would call him at this point in time, not to mention, this kid is now the deputy head of the Special Investigation Team of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection of Changtian Province, and with the authority in his hands, there is nothing that can't be solved, unless, this thing really needs to bother itself at this point in time. Otherwise, putting a hat on Chen Zhixing for overstepping his reporting level would definitely not wrong him. Elder Zhang. Chen Zhixing's voice was low, with a hint of choking and inexplicable aggravation even in his voice. There was silence on the other end of the line for 3 seconds. Zhang Lao's voice steeply rose 8 degrees. Little brat, do you know what time it is? This was using his anger to wash away Chen Zhixing's thinking and keep him rational. Otherwise, how would Elder Zhang be angry at such a level? With a mind that doesn't change its color when Tai collapses in front of it? Chen Zhixing's brain snapped out of it almost instantly, his knuckles whitening as he clutched the phone and looked down at the flash drive in his palm. A hoarse voice rang through the car. Elder Zhang. Class 03 Central Selection Student Deng Rong. Elder Zhang perhaps understood that Chen Zhixing's next words had the potential to disrupt the political landscape of Changtian Province, and his face couldn't help but stare. As soon as he lifted the silk quilt, he walked to the living room, and the secretary outside brought a cup of tea at that moment, the porcelain cup with the handle facing the right hand. Zhang Lao smoothly lifted the tip of the porcelain cup and was about to place it on the coffee table when he heard Chen Zhixing's words steeply explode in his ears. With me for a term, had been personally received by you, you had rated perhaps a judicial rising star 03 graduates of the Beijing University of Political Science and Law, the central selection of Deng Rong, manipulated with drugs and manipulated with ex-abuse videos by the corrupt network of Starfish City, the interest group led by Song Qinglin. Corrupt networks use drugs to control full-level cadres. Even this evening a gangster came to the door to take $600 to have sex with Deng Rong. It was initially determined that Deng Rong was forced to trade, forced to take drugs, and forced to engage in illegal and disorderly behavior. They controlled Deng Rong's spirit and insulted her character with prostitution. Elder Zhang. Chen Xixing suppressed his extremely angry voice, his teeth chattering as he imagined Tang Rong experiencing inhuman torture. He gripped the doorknob with a death grip, veins rippling up his arm, blood seeping from the wound on his shoulder. The girl who once wore a school uniform and smiled like a flower in his memory, and the party secretary of the Starfish City State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission who collapsed this evening. The director and the province's youngest county-level cadres gradually overlapped. He gritted his teeth and roared low, "Elder Zhang, please do something." Bang! Zhang Lao, who was far away from the capital, heard this blood-sobbing accusation from Chen Xixing, and the lid of the porcelain cup suddenly fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, and the lens of the old-fashioned mirror reflected the cold light of fury. Only, before Elder Zhang could speak, he heard a voice on the phone ring out again. "Team Zhou, where the hell are you? Behind the 3 cars chasing, not let go. You do not hurry up. Today have to die for the second time." He Yang in the driver's seat dialed the phone of Zhou Jigang, who had been seconded to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's special investigative team to be in charge of security work in Linqing City, and roared, "Die a second time." This extremely important information was captured by Elder Zhang, who turned on the speakerphone and knocked on the table as the machine secretary outside approached quickly. "Elder Zhang, immediately go and find out what happened in Starfish City today." "Everything." Elder Zhang grimaced, his eyes behind his lenses flashing with coldness. The secretary's heart stuttered momentarily and she bowed her head slightly. 10 minutes. Turning to leave the living room moments later, the secretary exuded a powerful aura. A call was dialed from his cell phone, followed by a scouring of Starfish City under this vast web of power. Chen Xixing's chattering teeth continued to ring out. "Elder Zhang, we..." Bang! Before Chen Xixing could finish his words, a black SUV slammed hard into the rear of their car, and He Yang slammed the steering wheel, the tires screeching harshly in the rain. The sound of collision, the sound of tires piercing ears reached Elder Zhang's ears, and his face had become extremely cold. Taking the cell phone with the speakerphone on, he returned to the bedroom to put on his Zhongshan suit, and gave a quick order to the secretary who had re-entered the living room. First, carve contact with the secretary of the Changtian Provincial Party Committee. Second, prepare a car to the CCDI. Third, the old man suddenly grabbed the red machine phone. His tone was cold. Pick up the Political and Legal Committee Secretary Wei's house. Starfish City. 2 vehicles with smoke coming out of their front ends were extremely unsettling on this rainy night. When the second SUV hit for the second time, Chen Xixing saw the cold light of a machete bobbing behind the windshield. He was clear that Song Qinglin was trying to send him to his death. Not only did he have in his hands the evidence that Lu Yu had hidden for so long, he also had a bomb that could be detonated at any time. Once Tang Rong explained, the implication behind this is definitely not as simple as Starfish City, and even the province has big leaders who will be blown out of the water. Killing a deputy head of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team. Song Qinglin knew what the concept was, and he also knew what the consequences would be. But even if it was counter-terrorism, the one who would die would only be the reputed minister of the Underground Organization Department, passing Mountain Peak, and they would surely all be implicated out of it. Song Qinglin had already secretly contacted political brokers to transfer his assets now, and he was able to leave through a special channel once the incident occurred. There's always a way. As long as you don't get caught. That's what Song Qinglin had in mind when he cut off everything. And from the other end of the phone came Zhang Lao's heartbreaking shouts. "Xixing? Chen Xixing!" Bang! After the third voice sounded, Elder Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted. It's gunshots. Someone moved the gun. The old man, who has retired from the center of power, has at this moment finally decided to intervene violently. Meanwhile, the top floor of the Magnolia Champs neighborhood, Dang Rong stood in front of the storm-washed floor-to-ceiling windows, his fingertips rubbing the remnants of the debate trophy. She looked at the flashing police lights downstairs and laughed softly. "Little Chunner, it's my turn to wing you this time." The dandruff-stained fingers loosened and the glass shards crashed into the abyss 28 stories below. Behind her, the security door was making a horrible dent from the hydraulic breaker. Chapter 51, Lin Shanhe was admonished. Emergency meeting. After Chen Xixing experienced the first impact, his cell phone had flown off somewhere, and his head hit the glass, only feeling a wave of dizziness. The glass is broken. Chen Xixing's head broke a gash. Blood flowed down the gash. The intense pain made his mind clear faster. Glancing towards the back, 3 unlicensed SUVs were encircling from different angles. Lao He, is he dead yet? Chen Xixing lifted a breath to kick on the backrest of the main driver's seat. He Yang grinned, followed by a low growl. "They're not dead. How can I die? Asterisk 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 in hell. This group of people are really heartless. Don't they know the consequences of killing you? Can they afford the consequences?" He Yang hurriedly started the fire, but the car simply could not fire. He angrily cursed grass and hurriedly got down from the main driver, crawling to the side of the car on his hands and knees. Chen Zhixing also opened the door to get out of the car, and the sound of gunshots kept ringing out, so the two of them could only hide in the back of the car. Damn it, where the hell did these people get guns? He Yang roared. Chen Zhixing gritted his teeth and his face twitched. The case of the lost gun at the provincial office hasn't been solved yet. The Huawei case implicates the provincial office in the case of lost guns, and the case of lost guns has not been solved yet, which means that there is a great possibility that the guns in their hands are the same ones lost by the provincial office. The two can only hide behind the car. The other party's hands are guns. As long as they go out must die. Now we can only hold on and wait for Zhou Jigang to come with the security team. The sound of gunfire suddenly stopped. The entire rainy night street was suddenly illuminated. Chen Zhixing and He Yang looked up, and their hearts breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Jigang has arrived. Suppressive fire. After the vehicles stopped across the road, one by one, members of the security team got out of the vehicles, hid behind the doors, and opened direct fire on the people coming down from the 3 SUVs. For a while, shots were fired. Chen Zhixing and He Yang were right in the middle of the firefight between the two sides, still hiding behind the car. It's better to stay put at a time like this. Press on, Zhou Jigang roared, and the man beside him immediately got into the driver's seat, pushed it into first gear, and drove at a tortoise speed, while the man behind him slowly advanced into the battle line by using the vehicle as a shield. A shell casing was thrown and landed on the ground. There was a lot of clanking and clanging, but it was silenced by the sound of gunfire. 3 cars, 15 people. Half of them were killed in a single shot, and the remaining half had no guns in their hands. 3 minutes into the firefight, the threat was all but eliminated. Zhou Jigang then ran over and let out a long breath when he saw that the two were fine. Team Leader Chen, I'm sorry, if I hadn't gone to borrow a car, this wouldn't have happened. This matter is my fault. Secretary Yu has already asked me to keep you under close protection. Zhou Jigang lowered his head, his face full of guilt. Secretary Yu had specifically approached him to talk to him when he left, and as a result, now, if Chen Zhixing really dies, his career is over. But of course, this is only secondary. Chen Zhixing patted his shoulder and grinned. It has nothing to do with you. I can only say that the people behind this are too heartless to actually stage this kind of street shootout. After a pause, Chen Zhixing turned his head to look at He Yang again and said, Lao He, have you notified the Public Security Bureau yet? What did they say? He Yang rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, Big brother, we were attacked together. My cell phone is still in the car. Take your life and contact it. As he said that, he walked towards the car, took his cell phone and started to contact the city's Public Security Bureau. Zhou Jigang came over with an umbrella and put it on Chen Zhixing's head. Chen Zhixing said thank you and lit a cigarette. He'd only just gotten out of Deng Rong's house when he was met with a gunfight, which meant that the other side had arranged it? No, there should be someone who had been watching where Tang Rong lived, so there was no way to explain coming so quickly. Song Qinglin's gang is so afraid I'll find Tang Rong? Or maybe he was planning to kill me, but just happened to run into me today? That's why there's this misunderstanding? The probabilities here were all very high, so Chen Zhixing didn't know exactly which speculation was true. Captain, there's a yellow hair here. Still breathing. Yellow hair? Chen Zhixing's mind immediately floated to that yellow hair at Deng Rong's house, and he immediately opened the car door and walked towards the scene. As expected, on the ground, the yellow hair's hand was still holding a gun. His chest was penetrated by a bullet, and he couldn't be more dead. This yellow hair was the same yellow hair that had appeared at Deng Rong's house earlier. But then the question arises, was this yellow hair there specifically to see if he was there? Interest groups seem to care about Deng Rong. This also means that the evidence given by Deng Rong. Wait, where's the cell phone? I was just talking to the teacher, and the flash drive he was holding just now was gone. Hiss. Chen Zhixing sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hurriedly returned to the car in the accident and began to rummage for his cell phone and USB flash drive. It's the flash drive that counts. Opened the car door to look around, and finally found a cell phone and USB flash drive under the seat of the passenger side. Just looking at the cell phone's call that hadn't even hung up yet, Chen Zhixing was stunned. He stepped into the car, closed the door, and spoke in a respectful tone. Teacher. Hearing this voice, Elder Zhang, who had never hung up the phone, let out a long breath. It's great that you're okay. My old bones still have to worry about your safety. Zhang Lao's concerned tone overflowed. Chen Zhixing smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, teacher, for making you worry. Team Zhou from the security team came in time, and the evidence was preserved. Now we have quite a lot of evidence in our hands. Next, Zhang Lao interrupted forcefully. I'm angry now. That's it. I have to make a few more calls. After exchanging pleasantries and hanging up the phone, Chen Zhixing then got out of the car. In the heavy rain, his tone calmly commanded, First, the Magnolia Champs 1 Building 101. Zhou team sent people to protect Deng Rong. In addition to the task force, anyone who wants to see also or want to take in other ways, all take down. Secondly, Lao he. Please notify the doctor from the hospital to come to the guest house to help me with my daytime injuries. Third, now notify the task force to hold a case seminar and prepare a computer that can be plugged into a USB flash drive for use now. Chapter 52, Squadron Leader Qin Zhan of the Provincial Armed Police Headquarters. I've been ordered to protect the Special Investigation Team. Chen Zhixing did not know at the moment that his call had kept the capital to the local level, the center of power to the highest local authority. Awake at night, a feudal official, being scolded by Elder Zhang in the middle of the night by pointing at his nose. Might. Chen Zhixing didn't expect it either. He was in a sort of mood where he had just climbed a mountain and saw a bay. Not to mention Chen Zhixing, even Zhou Jigang was secretly cursing. He mother of a son of a, this starfish city is in the end what the hell is this Thai place how to be so chaotic only just solved a few gunmen. Well, now there is a dense, at least hundreds of black forces gang, not only the front, but also the back came out and surrounded them. The windshield wipers were swinging wildly and the vehicle was stopped in the middle of the road. In the rainy night, the front and back of the caravan is densely packed with hundreds of people. Black shadows like a tidal wave cut off the front and back of the road. The rain in the headlights irradiated to form a miserable white halo. At the same time in the headlights of the illumination of the front of all the people in the hands of the knife, flashing with a cold light, the squeak of the wipers swinging wildly contrasted eerily with the silent approach of the crowd. Vehicles were paralyzed in the middle of the road, and the sound of the rain hitting the tin was amplified as if it were a countdown drumbeat. The silhouette slowly closed in from the front and back. The sound of boots stepping over the standing water was like a wild animal grinding its teeth. And the air was stagnant with a murderous intent that had been stored up but not yet released. The political earthquake in the province is at this moment far less than this roundup of the most primitive violence in the streets. The tremor of the chain of power and the dark forces of the rainy night should have been two different parallel lines, but at the moment there is a bizarre intersection. Bullets are running low. Bad news after bad news. Zhou Jigang in the passenger seat took a deep breath and lowered his head to check the magazines, as no one could have expected the sudden events that were now unfolding. He Yang's heart thumped, and his eyes also surfaced a fierce color. Grass crashed through. Chen Zhixing looked at the people outside and suddenly sneered. It seems that certain people really want me to die. It's also true that if I die, they won't be traced, and even if there are extremely serious consequences, they'll at least be able to take advantage of this time to run away using the special passageway. He Yang viciously bit into a cigarette and threw it to Zhou Jigang, who in turn handed one to Chen Zhixing. I say brother Chen, team leader Chen, what the hell time is it? Stop analyzing. Hit or hit you just say it. Chen Zhixing lit a cigarette and was just about to make a decision, but suddenly, an engine roar sounded at that moment. The moment the searchlights pierced the curtain of rain, the whole street suddenly lit up like day. In the roar of the engine, dozens of trucks crushed through the water and sped to the heavily armed police like a black torrent leapt from the carriage. Riot shields formed a silver wall forward. The sound of the soles of the boots crushed puddles of water over the hissing of the thugs. Not a single person on the scene spoke, but the sound of neatly organized footsteps rang out at that moment. Kill them. I don't know who roared. And then, bang bang bang, the short point-blank shots from the automatic rifle cut through the night sky, and the bullets accurately knocked away the machetes in the hands of the thugs. The beam of the tactical flashlight pierced through the rain curtain like a sword, illuminating the terrified and twisted faces of the thugs. A thunderous warning over the loudspeaker drowned out the rain. Drop your weapons immediately. Repeat, drop your weapons immediately. As the white columns of smoke from the tear gas canisters rose up through the crowd, the formation of the black forces instantly fell apart. Armed police assault group in a wedge shape into the enemy line. Rubber stick hit the flesh of the muffled sounds and screams mixed together. The walkie-talkies kept coming back with succinct tactical debriefings from each detachment. Zone A control. Area B clear. No security threat confirmed. Chen Zhixing in the convoy squinted at the steel encirclement that was gradually closing in the rain curtain. His cigarette lighted up between his fingers. The armed forces commander jogged to the front of the vehicle and saluted. Squadron Leader Qin Zhan of the Provincial Armed Police Headquarters. I've been ordered to protect the safety of the Special Investigation Team. Effective immediately, I will take over as the head of the security team of the Special Investigation Unit. Cao Dexian, I've been taken out of power? Chen Zhixing hurriedly got out of the car and stretched out his palm, shaking Qin Zhan with a smile on his face. Team Qin, trouble. I just arrived and haven't even received you yet. And this happened. Qin Zhan laughed and said, it doesn't matter. Our duty is to protect your safety. He paused and looked around. To be honest, I didn't expect the ad hoc investigation team with the title of Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to encounter something like this and actually need us to be in charge of security. Zhou Jigang on the side do not want to speak. What is the meaning of this? He said this subtext is not because you cannot protect the security of the task force, this is to let us come well. For a moment, he wanted to die. First I thought it would be gold-plated. Then I realized it would be meritorious. And now, well, You're out of the game. The armed police squadron came with 40 people, and was granted the highest authority by the armed police headquarters to mobilize the strength of the city's armed police system and be able to provide reinforcements at any time. Shinjan opened his mouth with a serious expression on his face, and it was obvious that just this kind of power was enough to carry out counter-terrorism. Chen Zhixing nodded. Before the task force is disbanded, then I will trouble Team Qin. Turning to Zhou Jigang, he spoke. Team Zhou, please cooperate with the City Public Security Bureau at the scene. We'll return to the guest house first. Zhou Jigang was unwilling, but he could only nod. Okay, Team Leader Chen. Armed police squadron's strong takeover of the task force's security. As for Chao Dexian are idle. No way. People are professionals. The city guest house, under the takeover by the armed police squadron, was immediately turned into a temporary military-controlled area, and no one was allowed to enter unless it was necessary. Especially at the entrance there are armed police standing guard with loaded guns. The sense of security can be said to be pulled full. Hospitality conference room. After Chen Zhixing's doctor from the hospital finished treating the injuries on his body, he held a case seminar on the hoof, and the computer he had previously asked He Yang to have them prepare came in handy at this time. The members of the task force sat in a circle around a long table, and the smell of blood and smoke filled the air. Comrades, our anti-corruption task is heavy and the provincial party committee has high expectations of us, so we can't fall down either. If we don't clean up corruption with a thunderbolt, then there will be someone else's second Huawei, third Huawei. We just entered Starfish City today, and I've encountered 3 life and death crises. What does that mean? It shows that we've come to the right place to get on some people's nerves. Even go so far as to take out me as the deputy head to have the task force disbanded on the spot. Chen Zhixing looked around at the 20 or so people on the scene, and his tone steeply turned icy. But the more they don't let us look into it, it means there's something bigger going on here. Who raised his hand? Team leader, but we have no evidence. Chen Zhixing looked at him and said indifferently, now all of you are divided into 3 groups. Decide on your own how to match them. I am only responsible for the general direction. 1 group, checking on the West Mountain mining case, will go straight to the scene first thing in the morning. The armed police squadron will be responsible for security. Team 2, check Deng Rong. When the detention order comes down later, take control of Deng Rong at the first opportunity and protect him. Team 3, I'll lead it myself. Check on Song Qinglin. As for the evidence, Chen Zhixing handed the USB flash drive to He Yang, who plugged it into the computer, which read the file. Soon, the screen came up on the computer. The video shows suited officials holding up glasses of red wine while a disheveled Deng Rong is pinned to a leather couch, accompanied by rampant laughter from the scene. As Deng Rong's screams in fear seemed to be the source of their joy, He Yang suddenly kicked over the chair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this a ING cadre? Calm down. Chen Zhixing pulled up the second recording. Listen to this. The voice was clearly recognizable over the rustling current. 48 dead in the mine? Then report 2. The rest are treated as traffic accidents. Director Deng? She dares to talk nonsense? We have her in our hands. Doesn't she want this month's poison? Can she stand it? What's more, we still have her video in our hands. How dare she talk nonsense? In due time, Chen Zhixing's phone rang, and when he answered it, Yu Qinghe's voice came in his ear. Chen Zhixing, tomorrow morning, the provincial party secretary will lead a team down to Starfish City for an inspection, so get your materials ready. It's going to be a change. Chapter 53, Lin Shanha's strong accountability. There is a lot more video material, and the folder is either audio or video. As a senior student of the University of Political Science and Law, even though she had been forced into such a situation, Tang Ron was still thinking of leaving evidence. At least after she died, these things would still be able to appear as evidence. Chen Zhixing's mood was so depressing that he couldn't watch the video behind him, and returned to his room, taking out the book of capitalism that had long been colored red from his back waist. The evidence given in Lu Yu's hidden teeth points to this book, but he had read it before, and there was nothing wedged inside, and the book had been turned over by Song Qinglin, and indeed there was nothing in it. But the question arises, if there is no evidence in this book, why did Lu Yu take the risk of throwing this tooth again? Chen Zhixing frowned, a hint of doubt in his gaze as he didn't think it through. Chen Zhixing sat in front of his desk, looking at He Yang and Qin Zhan, who had followed him over, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Team Qin, they're already at the guest house. It's not so bad, is it? Qin Zhan shook his head. The superiors ordered close protection. Chen Zhixing was a bit helpless and asked He Yang again, what are you doing out here if you're not inside analyzing the case with them? He Yang said without any good humor, I came to see if you're dead. I've been following you for a day and almost lost my life several times, so I can't scold you? Chen Zhixing. That said, he couldn't refute it, counting that he and He Yang were both considered life and death friends. Between men, once you've crossed the line, that fellowship can be different. He Yang spoke while squatting down to tie his shoelaces, and as a result, just as he was about to get up, his brows suddenly furrowed as he suddenly asked, under normal circumstances, shouldn't the cover of a book be flat? From his angle, he could just about see that the cover of the book was somewhat bulging. An aura suddenly flashed through Chen Zhixing's mind, and he instantly became excited, the corners of his mouth slowly hooking up. Lao hia, it's still you ah. Otherwise I really can't figure out why you asked me to find this book. After a pause, Chen Zhixing continued, is there a knife? Qin Zhan reached out, fished out a dagger from behind his waist, and said with a flourish, only the dagger. Chen Zhixing snatched a hand, the tip of the knife along the edge of the cover, accompanied by a hissing sound, immediately opened a mouth. Once again along the vertical edge, Chen Zhixing decisively lifted the book cover. 2 pages. He Yang all but stared, taking 3 steps and staring in. Holy, there's really something? Early the next morning, the Provincial Party Committee inspected Starfish City, giving the already dynamite bucket of Starfish City a once again strapped with a pile of TNT. Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee Lin Shanha led the inspection, accompanied by the governor, the Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee, the Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, the Special Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, the Propaganda Department of the Provincial Party Committee, the Director of the Public Security Department, the Secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, the Provincial Party Committee, the Organization Department of the Provincial Party Committee, the Executive Vice Governor and other members of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee. Last night, what happened in Starfish City and Tang Rong's detailed report had appeared on their desks. A Central Selected Student was received by Zhang Lao. Central Selected Student. Now in Starfish City, out of such a big thing, the head on this hat may have to be lost by this group of assholes. Even Lin Shanha's secretary was lamenting that this was still the most concerted effort by all the provincial standing committees. Of course, the director of the Public Security Department, Qi Ziyuan, is not a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, but as the Director of Public Security, this kind of thing is definitely accountable. Such a big problem, such a big thing, you Qi Ziyuan as the Director of Public Security really do not know? You are in charge of the public security forces in the entire province. As the head of the public security system, you don't have the slightest responsibility for such a big deal in Starfish City? Not to mention the rest, a blame for negligence is certainly unavoidable. All of them can't get away. Maybe even a party demerit. You want to be promoted in the People's Congress? You're lucky if you don't get demoted. Promoted? That's a dream. 8 a.m. In front of the city guest house, 4 coasters parked on the side of the road with double flashing lights. A provincial leader wearing an executive jacket, wearing a party badge on his chest, with an average age of 56 years old, got down from the car, and the armed police had already done a good job of encircling the work long ago. At the same time, there was a black Audi parked on the other side of the road, and the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee headed by Wang Guoqiang, the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, all appeared outside the guest house. Of course, there is also a special investigation team headed by Qin Jiwei, forming a 3-way standoff. Comrade Xiao Chen, hard work. Lin Shanha did not pay attention to the leadership of Starfish City, but instead walked to the front of Chen Zhixing, and Chen Zhixing shook hands. Lifting his hand is hard work, which has already shown an attitude. A drop of cold sweat surfaced on both of Wang Guoqiang's foreheads. The atmosphere at the scene was very tense, because they could all clearly feel that the people who had gotten out of the coaster were looking at them in a very wrong way. Chen Zhixing was also flattered and shook his hands up. Secretary Lin is overstating it. This is my job, and I feel it's worth it if I can satisfy the party and the people. No matter what, the words "the party and the people" can never be wrong. It is politically correct. I have been paying attention to the task force. Comrade Xiao Chen is quite like Comrade Qinghe. Lin Shanha smiled and joked, which expressed his affirmation of Chen Zhixing's work. Let's start with the meeting and wait until it's over. Okay, Secretary Lin. In the largest conference room in Starfish City, Lin Shanha sat in the middle of the podium, with Bo Wenrui, the Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, on his left, and the Minister of the Provincial Party Committee's Organization Department on his right. Inside the conference room, the air was so heavy that it could almost wring water out of it. Lin Shanha's gaze swept over every face on the stage and finally settled on the area of Starfish City's leadership team. His fingers tapped on the desktop in a rhythm that resembled a countdown to the seconds. Comrades, Lin Shanha suddenly opened his mouth, his voice not angry. This meeting today should have been chaired by Secretary Pao. He sidled up to Bao Wenrui, the Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. But there are some things that I must say in person. As the words fell, Lin Shanha slapped his hand on the table. His voice was incomparably cold and harsh, and his forced anger echoed in everyone's ears. The leadership of Starfish City is simply rotten. It's rotten to the roots and has even begun to corrode our flesh and blood. Some people, do you think that just because you've made it to the level you're at nowadays that no one will check you out? Let me tell you. Naive. Ridiculous. You are disregarding the law of the land and the discipline of the party. You are provoking our patience. Lin Shanha slammed his teacup on the podium, and the tea splashed onto the faces of certain people in the front row, who didn't even dare to raise their hands to wipe it off. I am now clearly telling you that the task force represents the attitude of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, and the attitude of the entire Provincial Standing Committee. Some of you, I don't want to name them. I can only say that since you are looking for death, you must have the consciousness of looking for death. There was dead silence on the stage. Qi Ziyuan, the Director of Public Security, suddenly stood up. Secretary Lin, I request to be removed from office on the spot. Qi Ziyuan gritted his teeth. But please give me 48 hours. I'll bring a SWAT team to personally arrest them. Song Qinglin, making such a big social security incident for me. This one political stain directly cuts off his path to the top. It's impossible to move up now, even if the gun loss case is squashed. The deputy secretary of the Changtian Provincial Party Committee, the governor sneered. Who are you acting for now? Drug control, underreporting of mine accidents, shootouts in the street. Qi Ziyuan, is your jurisdiction Gotham City? Chapter 54. 3 Orders of the Provincial Party Committee and 2 Orders of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lin Shanha's accountability was like a thunderous explosion, and the entire venue was silent. The coat of arms hanging above the podium glowed coldly from the overhead lights, illuminating every miserable face on the stage. He slowly stood up, hands propped up on the edge of the podium. This habitual action makes the dozens of cadres above the division level on the stage collectively tense spine. 3 years ago Lin Shanha in the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee is this posture. On-the-spot dismissal of 3 hall-level officials. Deng Rong, Director of the Starfish City State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Lin Shanha's voice like a scalpel precisely cut through the frozen air of the venue. His left-hand side of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Minister immediately called up the electronic file. The projection screen shows Deng Rong's cadre resume. The upper right corner of the central selection of students' 5 red words piercing people's eyes hurt. Seeing this dossier, Song Qinglin's heart jumped to his throat almost in an instant. These words, the consequences are too severe. He could guarantee that he really didn't know that Deng Rong was a centralized selector. Who the hell did something this serious? The problem was, he didn't do anything to Deng Rong, a central government selectee, a high achiever in politics and law who was personally received by Elder Zhang, was blackmailed by you with drug control and ex-abuse videos. Lin Shanha violently grabbed a stack of photographs and slammed them on the table. And the photographs showed Deng Rong's elbow socket with shocking pinholes and bruises. Bang! Lin Shanha slammed his fist on the podium, and the teacup fell to the ground and shattered. Qi Ziyuan, the public security director sitting in the first row, shuddered violently, and the 4-pointed starflower on the police superintendent's shoulder badge shook with him. Lin Shanha was like an angry lion. He gritted his teeth and looked down at the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee below, almost roaring in a low voice. In the end, who gave you the guts? The Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee hastily handed over a new teacup, and Lin Shanha dunked his water and suddenly sneered. Even better. Where is the head of the city's Safety Supervision Bureau? In the direction of Starfish City's leadership team, a chubby man in the 5th row got up and replied with a trembling voice. Lin, Secretary Lin. A 48-person mine disaster was concealed as 2. He pointed to the director of the Safety Supervision Bureau, who was cowering in the corner. Is the official seal of your Safety Supervision Bureau made of Play-Doh? And who gave you the guts to hide such a major production safety accident? Concealment and non-reporting. Do you realize your guilt? He flung out a bunch of photos, scattering them across the front row like heavenly flowers. Safety Supervision Bureau Lu Maokai's legs softly fell to his knees. This action let the second row of the executive vice mayor Song Qinglin pupils suddenly shrink. They just last week in the mine disaster compensation agreement co-signed. The worst is yet to come. When Lin Shanha threw out the stack of photos of the scene of the gunfight, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee's Political and Legal Committee sitting in the 3rd row directly fainted. The deputy head of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's task force was attacked, and the thugs used the same gun that was lost from the provincial office. Qi Ziyuan, your eyesight was quite good when you were crying at the grave. Why are you blind now? Qi Ziyuan, the head of the Public Security Department, looked as if he was dead, while Wang Guoqiang was already paralyzed and shivering in his seat. Lin Shanha suddenly got up and stepped down from the stage, walking to stand in front of Wang Guoqiang. Secretary Wang, in the city of Starfish, where you are in charge, the black forces are better than the Provincial Party Committee's documents? Wang Guoqiang in the 1st row began to shake uncontrollably. The city secretary's notebook still had the words smooth transition written just yesterday, but now it was stained by his own dripping sweat. Smooth transition? All he wants now is to get off smoothly on this power train that is moving at high speed. The soft clay guts of the city's legal secretary are stunned. The feudal official who had dominated the development of Starfish City for a decade was ending his political life in the most unsavory way possible. He turned to face all the cadres, his voice rising steeply. Now I announce that the Provincial Standing Committee has resolved overnight. Everyone on the floor stood up in unison. Lin Shanha's voice caused the entire venue to suddenly cool down. Someone in the back row surreptitiously fumbled for a quick-acting heart pill, the sound of the pill rolling down extraordinarily clear in the dead silence. First, the entire Starfish Municipal Committee team is suspended for review. It will be taken over by a joint working group of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Party Committee's Organization Department. Secondly, the Provincial Public Security Department will immediately set up a joint task force, with the cooperation of the Armed Police Headquarters, to carry out a major cleansing of the black and evil forces that exist within Starfish City. Third, he looked toward the earthy-faced Song Qinglin's group. Freeze all personnel changes in Starfish City, and before the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's task force closes the case, all of the city's leadership will squat at home for me, waiting for the Discipline Inspection Commission to review them. Feeling this gaze, Song Qinglin's body trembled a little. It's all about the oppression of power from Province 1. In the province, he has absolute power of speech. Finally, Lin Shanha's gaze landed on Wang Guoqian's body, his voice icy cold. Replace this weak municipal party secretary. Wang Guoqian's face instantly turned pale, without the slightest trace of blood on his face. As for the rest of the Starfish City leadership team, they were likewise pale, and a deathly gray color emerged on each of their faces. Song Qinglin even lowered his head, a face completely gloomy, anger burning in his heart. Being scrutinized, that means, even if they can't find evidence of his own, he won't be promoted, at least not until the next term, and that, at least, is 5 years. 5 years. His career, it was cut short by Qin Zhixing, the scum of the earth. The reason Lin Shanha was so angry was also because of that phone call last night. This call came from the capital, which means that one's upward mobility has been cut off by these idiots. He can't be angry when his path to promotion is cut off. The current behavior is considered light. You have to know that Lin Shanha, who is at the level of a full ministry, could be a vice president if he takes another step up. Not only him, all the standing committee members of the Provincial Party Committee present were equally so. All the departments that were implicated, they, the leaders, were responsible for the negligence, the specific punishment. Who knows? Comrade Wenrui. Lin Shanha turned his head to look at Bao Wenrui, the secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Bao Wenrui nodded and tapped the microphone, the light hitting the top of his head and illuminating the silvery gray hair. Bao Wenrui is also very helpless. Have to engage in such a show before he left office. Sick leave cannot be rested. He just wants to retire peacefully. That's all. In view of the outstanding performance of the comrades of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision in the case of Huawei, resolutely embracing the party's platform, actively responding to the call of the central government, and carrying out the instructions of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection in depth, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision, after examination by the Organization Department of the Provincial Party Committee, issued 2 appointments. Remove He Yang from the position of Deputy Director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Office, appoint him as the Director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Office of the Changtian Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision. After reporting to the Ministry of Organization, the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department agreed. Remove Chen Zhixing Jiping County Construction Bureau Party Secretary and Director, appointed as Deputy Director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Room of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. When He Yang heard the first half of the sentence, his entire body was confused, and his gaze was filled with bewilderment. What the hell? Remove me from the post of Deputy Director. Not child. I worked hard to the 10th Examination and Investigation Room Deputy Director. A word to me dry. Lean. He looked at Chen Zhixing with a pair of grudging eyes, as if to say, look, it is all your fault. My Deputy Director is drying me out. Right? Then he heard the latter sentence. What? I'm a director now? A director? The pair of grudging eyes immediately took on a smile. That what? Small Chen era. You listen to brother to explain to you. Brother did not blame you mean. Brother means, why do not you make a bigger awe? Brother admits that he spoke a little too loudly before. Not to mention He Yang was confused. Even Chen Zhixing was confused. What? You've reported me to the Central Organization Department? You want me to go to the Commission for Discipline Inspection? No. Why did you get promoted? I wanted to resign. Why did you make me a deputy? Chen Zhixing was a bit bewildered. Or a subordinate of Lao He. The public notice document is already on the public notice board of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, and it will take effect on the day it is published. After Bao Wenrui's words fell, No one on the scene had any objections. After all, Lin Shanha's heavy hammer was still echoing in the ears of the crowd. At this point, who wants to be the leader? That's just like having a brain in your head. The meeting is over. The special investigation team continues to work deeper into the disciplinary committee. Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Bao Wenrui was there, and so was Executive Deputy Secretary Yu Qinghe. And the game between these bigwigs would not be something he could participate in. Chen Zhixing similarly turned to leave. Although he was promoted to deputy division, it was not important at all to him, a person who wanted to leave the system. So this would be ready to go to Yulan Shangxie to arraign Tang Rong. After all, she knew things. A lot. To be honest, he also really did not expect that he could actually be promoted to deputy division. And now even more so that he became the 10th examination and investigation room deputy director. A serious deputy. In the midst of this political earthquake, even the torrential downpour outside the window became orderly, the raindrops tapping neatly against the glass like, sounding the death knell. Song Changlin, who walked out of the conference room and took a big breath of air, finally panicked at this moment, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone and sent a text message out. Don't move Tang Rong. She's a central selection officer. If she dies, the consequences will be dire. Just stop it. A minute later, the text message rang, and as he looked at the 4 words on his cell phone, his strength felt like it had been drained out of his body, and his entire pupils were suddenly out of focus and his gaze was lax. At the moment, one of his hearts was trembling. Late, Magnolia Champs. The two men walked out of Building 101, looked at each other, both saw the meaning in the other's eyes, and then, went their separate ways. After 2 minutes had passed, a vehicle from the Provincial Disciplinary Commission's task force pulled up at the door. Stop. Upscale neighborhoods aren't for you. The security guard stopped Chen Zhixing's group of people, and He Yang took out his surveillance card and placed it in front of him. Ahem. Leader please. Chen Zhixing navigated his way to the door, but the door was open. Chen Zhixing's heart thumped, and when he entered the room, he fell silent, and immediately afterward, a wave of anger erupted from his heart. Killing a centralized selectee, or during an inspection by Secretary Lin, the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. The guts are really too big. Lieutenant Qin, please contact the Starfish City Armed Police Force for an anti-terrorist operation. I'm contacting Secretary Pao now. P.S. The liquidation operation has officially begun. Chen Zhixing is starting to carry the whole scene. Chapter 55, Dang Rong's posthumous letter. Chen Zhixing's anger. This chapter, all give me tears. Who understands what I write while staying up all night, smoking, and with red eyes? 101. Block 1. Magnolia Champs. He Yang, who was standing next to Chen Zhixing, could clearly feel that Chen Zhixing was now a volcano, capable of erupting at any time. He Yang, who was originally happy because he was on the right place, was also splashed with cold water at this moment, because in front of their eyes was an extremely messy fight scene. The smell of blood mingled with the spilled perfume and congealed into a sickeningly sweet stench. On the outermost side was a burly man in a black suit, his throat slit with a sharp instrument, spattered blood spreading from the couch to the ceiling. The female body in the center was sprawled face down, Dang Rong's beige jacket soaked black and red with blood, and a table knife stuck in the back of her heart, a bandage wrapped around the handle to prevent slippage, while the 5 fingers of her right hand were digging deep into the solid wood flooring, her fingernail crevices full of wood shavings. Her left hand was stretched straight forward, her fingertips only 3 centimeters away from the cell phone on the coffee table. At the far end was a man in a sanitation worker's uniform with a penetrating bullet hole in his temple. No need to look. The gunshot wound went through his skull. The deaths of the 3 men were gruesome, and the killer's methods were extremely brutal and professional. Asterisk. He Yang kicked away the glass ashtray that had exploded at his feet. 2 bloody teeth mixed in the shards. This is extermination? It's a ING war, isn't it? Chen Zhixing stood in the center of the living room of Yulangxiangxi Building 101, his eyes dead on Dang Rong's corpse. The spilled perfume bottle couldn't cover the strong odor of blood, and his throat felt like it was being curbed by a large, invisible hand, and even his breath came with a burning pain in his lungs. The girl I remembered wearing her school uniform and speaking so eloquently in the debating competition was now lying prostrate in a pool of blood in the most humiliating position. Sorry, I'm late. I'm still late. Tang Rong. He unconsciously pronounced the name, and the chill seeping out from between his teeth caused He Yang beside him to shiver. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the flash drive she had given him, in which she had stored the video of her being abused, the evidence that she had traded her life for. The girl who used to sneak love letters into his textbooks now had even her fingernails filled with desperate wood shavings. He spun around violently and slammed into the entryway cabinet, the sound of the glass door shattering waking everyone up. Notify the city council. Chen Zhixing's voice was mute like sandpaper rubbing when he opened his mouth. Each word wrapped in the smell of blood. Just say. He paused. His eyes were like special effects. Blood red from the edges of the whites of his eyes, spreading towards his pupils. Let's just say we found the central selection that was silenced. Little Chen, I won. Written in blood. On the marble floor tiles, the crooked 5 words stung Chen Zhixing's eyes. With this remnant of her body, she used her body to enter the game, blowing out the hole in the sky, which was already only the size of a fist, to create a thoroughfare to the sky, using the identity of the central government's selected students. Hard to blow up a line enough to make countless people fear. Extremely serious political events. Chen Zhixing leaned weakly against the entryway cabinet as he muttered. You won. You got the evidence by feeding your body to the tiger. You won. But I didn't want you to win. He Yang looked at Chen Zhixing as if he was about to collapse, opened his mouth, but still walked to his side, ready to support him at any time, and let out a long sigh. Zhou Jigang's heavy footsteps similarly sounded outside after he got the news, and he walked into the scene, opening his mouth and also reddening his eyes. These 2 people beside Teng Rong were his people. The SWAT team. The youngest one just had a son, just a month old. Zhou walked up to him in silence, reached out, and closed his eyes. It was also at this time that he suddenly felt the bodies were all still warm, which meant it wouldn't be more than half an hour. Professionally speaking, heat loss begins 10 minutes after death, but subject to the environment. The temperature. It's August, which means it's never more than half an hour. Inform the city council to map a 20-kilometer radius. Focus on within 10 kilometers. I can assure you that the murderer is still within this range and has definitely not traveled far. The body is warm. Definitely not more than half an hour. Zhou Jigang snapped his head up and spoke to the plainclothesman who followed. Yes, Team Chow. Chen Zhixing was supported by He Yang. He spoke in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry, I'm the one who got them killed. If they had brought Teng Rong back to the guest house, they might not have died. Procedural issues. It's still a matter of procedure. The provincial committee met overnight last night, and the detention order was hardened until this morning, when it was signed. He's the one who's too set in his ways. Of course, it was also possible for Song Qinglin and his party to be overly arrogant and rampant. They had already attacked him twice last night, but they still dared to do this kind of extermination. Were they really not afraid? Or is it that the people behind them can bail them out? Behind Song Qinglin is just a departmental-level deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. Even today's inspection he is not qualified to participate. A departmental-level deputy secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. What makes him have so much energy? There's no one else behind Zhao Wei? Zhou Jigang shook his head and bowed his head for a long time before he spoke in a bitter voice. I don't blame you. After all, who would have thought that they would still dare to make a move? I just took a look. There are traces of blunt force cuts at Deng Rong's wrists. The wound at the wrists is uneven and different from several wound traces, which means that Deng Rong could have been hit by the murderer when he committed suicide. There is a strong possibility that 2 of our officers were preparing for resuscitation or some other maneuver and were attacked by someone, as evidenced by the signs of a struggle at the scene. Hearing these words, Chen Zhixing became even more silent. Being reborn was an advantage, but from the moment they stepped into Starfish City, everything had been changed. The butterfly wing effect. In a dynamic system where small changes in initial conditions can lead to different sequences of events developing, a butterfly flapping its wings in South America can result in triggering a tornado in Texas. Suicide. Sister Young, did you think of it yesterday when you saw me? Team Leader Chen. A suicide note was found in the bedroom. Chen Zhixing turned his head to look. The envelope of this letter was clearly written, received by Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing took the letter and turned his head to leave the scene. He Yang chased after him, snickering with an air of relief. I said, Comrade Chen Zhixing, the Deputy Director of the 10th Review and Investigation Office from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision. Why are you so sad? Is it because this girl likes you? This girl is really quite pretty. While speaking, he took out cigarettes and handed them to Chen Zhixing, and pulled out a box of matches, burned them, and placed them in front of Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing bit the cigarette, took a deep breath, exhaled from his mouth and nose at the same time, and muttered, Yes. We are both graduates of the Capital University of Political Science and Law. 4 years of schoolmates, lovers without a point, the first batch of selected students after the restoration of the selected students. He Yang's footsteps stopped, a slap in his mouth. Which pot is not open to mention which pot? This is not to the wound salted. With a very unskilled gesture, he took another deep drag on his cigarette, choking back the tears that fell from his eyes. When I opened this letter, the handwriting was still as beautiful as ever. It is said that words are like people. There is a fastidious spontaneity in her words, and a dashing airiness that gives up everything. Little Chun'er, by the time you read these words, I'll probably have turned into wind. Maybe it's rounding the eaves of the Magnolia Chateau, Maybe it's brushing the cufflinks of your uniform. Don't frown. I've always hated crying goodbyes. This earth is too dirty, but the sunset is always clean. Remember that crooked acacia tree in the alley behind the University of Political Science and Law? We swore to it that we would cleanse the dust. Now I've burned myself, where the firelight can't reach. As a signpost for you, the video and evidence are locked on a flash drive, and the password is the last 3 digits of your school number plus my birthday. Ha! In the end it's still cheesy. Hey, sneak peek. You know, I've always been a fan of backups. The password notebook in the bedroom drawer. Don't forget it. Yo, don't pursue those scars. I made the scratches on my wrist, but the last cut was off. Xiao Chen. I peeked at the Neruda copied on the title page of your textbook. Love is too short. Forgetting is too long. But you see, I even saved myself from forgetting. Under the ashtray there is half a mint candy. When I was in college you always said I was sweet like a child. This time, I'll go first. You can have the sugar, but I'll have the bitterness. By the way, smell this year's magnolia for me. If a petal falls on your shoulder, that's my way of saying goodbye. In the cocky pose you know best when you're scrambling for answers in a debate. Right, and I heard, seems to be a provincial party committee member in which the participation. More I do not know. Little Chunner, if there is an afterlife, remember to wait for me. I walk slowly, you have to wait for me. Dang wrong, the last word. Chen Zhixing trembled as he folded the letter, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed as it erupted. He roared violently towards He Yang. Gather the nets. Close the net for me. I'll make them sons of Es bury her with me. He Yang gritted his teeth. Not enough evidence to close the net. It's out of order. Chen Zhixing's fury at this moment was like an active volcano that had been completely detonated, and the emotions that had been suppressed to the extreme tore through all the restraints of reason in an instant. His body trembled violently. His knuckles blanched from clutching the suicide note, and the veins on the back of his hand rippled like twisted earthworms. The originally cool pupils were now completely eroded by blood, and the junction between the whites of the eyes and the iris haloed a lurid crimson, as if there was magma boiling in the depths of the eyeballs. When He Yang mentioned the rules, he suddenly turned around and grabbed the other person by the collar. The uncontrolled force pushed the person heavily against the tree, and the shattered glass slag smashed on the shoulders of the two people like hail. The word squeezed out from between his teeth carried a horrible murderous intent. Rules? Asterisk. You. I'm asking you, did they follow the rules? If they don't, why should I? As long as the task force hasn't been disbanded. The old man's rules are the rules. Not a single one left. Do you hear me? I'm talking about. One. No. Stay. How to say. Where's the applause? Where's the cheers? 4 chapters, 10,000 words, 2 big ones. Reward in. I don't want it. I mean, my cat recently changed its food, dog's head. Don't send me razor blades. I'm scared. I'm shivering. Point and click to follow. You need 1,000 fans to create a fan group. Look, real cat. Hey. Chapter 56, Shi Ziyuan's frightened anger. Chen Zhixing's voice was like a thunderbolt from the flat earth, exploding in Yulangxi. He Yang looked like a furious lion. Silent. He can understand Chen Zhixing's mood at the moment. Put yourself in the shoes of a girl who likes herself and suffers many injustices in the world, but there has been no self-seeking. But since he appeared in front of her, the other person left a suicide note, gave you evidence that would make you flat out happy, and has known you for another 7 years. Anyone else would have to have a mental breakdown. It's not about love. It's not about friendship. In other words, if Chen Zhixing were to die now, he would probably be able to go even crazier than Chen Zhixing is now. Chen Zhixing suppressed the anger in his heart. That's because he was still the deputy head of the task force. His status made him have to maintain his sanity at all times. But now, the other party's words have been made so clear. He Yang might as well accompany him in his madness. Let go of the fight. A rain, suddenly falling, seemed to signal that the mess in Starfish City should be wrapped up. He Yang wiped the rainwater from his face, took out his cell phone and dialed the private number of Yu Qinghe, the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. After 3 busy sounds, Yu Qinghe's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Yang, how is the situation at the scene? Secretary Yu. He Yang took a deep breath. Deng Rong is dead. He killed. 2 SWAT officers died in the line of duty. He paused, his voice lowered. Chen Zhixing has lost control of his emotions and demanded that the net be closed immediately. There was silence on the other end of the line for 2 seconds. Give him the phone. Chen Zhixing took the cell phone, and before he could say anything, Yu Qinghe's voice had already slammed over. Chen Zhixing, do you know what it means to close the net now? The municipal party committee members involved in the case haven't all arrived yet, and the umbrella behind Song Qinglin. Secretary Yu. Chen Zhixing interrupted him, each word a quenched blade. Dang Rong was a central selection officer. someone who was personally received by her teacher. The news of her death has already reached the capital. Do you think that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection will still give us time to Susutuji? The caller's breath hitched. Chen Zhixing rode the wave of victory and used the calmest tone to say words that made Yuqing his heart skip a beat. Deputy Lieutenant Zhou speculated that the murderers left in less than 30 minutes. Blocking off the entire city now will still be able to intercept them. If we delay any longer, he sneered, by the time they escape the provincial borders, or are suicided somewhere, this case will really be a dead end. After a long silence, Yu Qinghe finally sighed. In that case, let's move. Remember, as long as action is taken, then leave no room for error. It is imperative to cut off all shackles with a thunderous force. I'll ask my superiors to delegate command to the task force. The moment the phone hung up, Chen Zhixing turned around and walked towards Tang Rong's room. The storm lashed his face, mixing with the warm liquid rolling into his collar. He couldn't tell if it was rain or tears, only that there was a fire burning in his chest to burn a hole in the dirty sky. Inform Chao Dexian. Transfer the city's public security bureau forces to surround all highway intersections in Starfish City, focusing on checking hospitals and private clinics. The murderer has someone injured. He pointed to the puddle of blood mixed with glass sludge on the floor. That bastard got 2 teeth knocked out by one of our guys. He Yang's expression was cold, exuding the disciplinary committee's cold and merciless aura, and his tone was suddenly cold. I'll alert the task force to assemble. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhixing rummaged through the depths of Deng Rong's bedroom drawer and found the coded notebook. The cowhide cover is aged, with a small line inscribed on the latch, for Little Chanel, Winter 2006. His fingers shook slightly. It was a Christmas present he'd given her the year they graduated. The combination locks will click softly and the numbers stopped at 0921, the last 3 digits of his school number, plus her birthday. A photograph is clipped to the title page of the notebook. After the debate tournament at the University of Political Science and Law, Deng Rong smiles triumphantly at the camera with her trophy, while he stands by, helplessly holding her coat for her. Written on the back of the photo was the phrase, Little Chanel, if I ever disappear, remember to turn to page 47. Chen Zhixing flipped violently to the specified page number. The paper was densely documented with dates, names and amounts transferred. Evidence. This is the most direct evidence. A lien can be placed immediately, but what really made his blood freeze was a sticky note clipped in the seam of the page, which was clearly written. The backer behind Song Qinglin is Zhao Wei, and Zhao Wei is the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. A departmental bureau level does not have so much energy. I heard a few key words when I was compulsorily injected with drugs. Retirement, provincial leaders, compounds, Municipal Public Security Bureau, Director's Office. The air seemed to freeze, as if millions of pounds of mountains pressed down on his heart, and the ashtray was piled with cigarette butts. Qi Ziyuan, the director of the Public Security Department, sat in the office chair of Su Daoguang, the vice mayor and public security director of Starfish City, knocking on the table with one hand as if counting down. Qi Ziyuan's eyes that were shady to the extreme landed on Su Daoguang's body and stared at him dead on. Cold sweat fell drop by drop on Su Daoguang's forehead, and the white shirt underneath his police uniform was soaked through. The strong accountability of the provincial department forced this director of the public security department to ask for his removal from office at the accountability site. Starfish City Social Security. This public security system of the province's hand has an unshirkable responsibility. More importantly, last night Chen Zhixing encountered a gun battle. Simply cannot be suppressed, or rather, the shooting of the deputy head of the task force, and now have not carried out counter-terrorism are already considered the result of the provincial fight. After the city council identified the guns used by the gunman, it is one of the 3 pistols in last year's case of lost guns in the provincial hall. Bang! Until Qi Ziyuan suddenly stormed up and slapped his palm on the case files piled up on the table. Su Daoguang. Explosive thunderous rage shook the glass windows. Qi Ziyuan grabbed the firearms appraisal report and flung it fiercely at the other party, the paper pages scattering in the air like snowflakes. The 3 pistols from last year's case of lost guns at the provincial office turned up at the scene of the assassination task force last night. He grabbed Su Daoguang by the collar, the metal of his police rank choking his fingers. The mess in Starfish City is enough to shoot you 10 times. Qi Ziyuan cannot be angry. Vice Governor and Director of Public Security. This is the position he is operating in. This position is a provincial ministerial level deputy position, which also represents that the power in his hands can be greater, but as a result, it was all ruined. All the hard work he had been operating for so long, his Qi Ziyuan's responsibility has not been finalized, but also the provincial party committee needing to decide. There is a great possibility that he will lose the position. Not only did they not go up, they can't even keep their position now. This has always been known as a calm public security director. At the moment Temple's veins rippled, extruded from the teeth of the words with anger. Now the whole province is looking at the public security system as a joke. And you, the biggest joke of all. Chi Ziyuan grabbed the dossier and slammed it on Su Daoguang's face angrily. Do you know where you went wrong? Su Daoguang lowered his head, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his voice trembled a little. Shi Hall, I didn't control the social security. I should also have let the city council's special police protect the safety of the task force. Chi Ziyuan gritted his teeth and snarled lowly. Your biggest mistake was not laying down a deadly hand. That's why we're in this situation now. If Chen Zhixing dies, it can be completely thrown on the head of the black and evil forces. The provincial office started the anti-terrorist operation to extinguish the roots of the black and evil forces. This is the best explanation to the above. The biggest problem now is that he, Chen Zhixing, is not dead. He's not dead. Do you know what the concept is? At this stage, the living Chen Zhixing wields a sword with the will of the provincial party committee. Who the hell can carry this big sword? Most importantly, he, Chen Zhixing, is a central selection student, and Elder Zhang has personally received him, which means he can directly contact the top. Do you realize what this entails? And at that moment, Chi Ziyuan's cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Normally, even if it was a wrong number, his cell phone wouldn't receive a call from an unfamiliar number, and based on that, he picked up the phone. I'm Chi Ziyuan from the provincial office. Director Chi, I'm Chen Zhixing. According to the orders of the provincial party committee, the task force has the highest command. So please, take Yulon Champs as the center, block off a 20-kilometer radius for mapping, and at the same time, all the roads away from the city are set up to intercept. Chi Ziyuan just wanted to retort, but Chen Zhixing's last sentence completely shattered Chi Ziyuan's small mind. Deng Rong, director of the Starfish City State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, died. She was a central selection. You should understand. Chapter 57, Thunder's Wrath. Blood for blood. After hearing these words, only 31 out of 1.4 billion people in the public security director at the moment all felt the blood in the body in a flash cold. He instantly realized that he was afraid that this director of public security had made it to the top, and might even face more serious political consequences. The fear that his political life was coming to an end suddenly swept through his body. Chen Zhixing, if dead, completely can be framed on the head of the black forces. The follow-up series of counter-terrorism operations can give an account to the above. This matter is even in the past. But now, Deng Rong death completely shattered these calculations, and when she centralized the identity of the selected students, he did not even have room to refute, revealing the complete collapse of its political speculative mentality. Chi Ziyuan is in the typical state of mind of a political animal when faced with a desperate situation. Extreme fear of losing power, deep-seated resentment of those who started it, and violent despair at the loss of control of the situation are all intertwined to form a paradoxical state of hysteria and compulsion to give in. I understand. The Provincial Public Security Bureau and the Starfish City Public Security Bureau will immediately activate their contingency plans and cooperate with the task force's actions in all aspects. City Hall, Office of the Executive Vice Mayor. Song Qinglin sat on a chair. A pen in his hand had been unconsciously pinched off by him, the pen shell piercing into his palm, blood dripping down the shell and falling onto the mahogany desktop. On the cell phone next to him, the 2 words late were like a knife, stabbing deep into his heart. When he first saw those 2 words, he heard the crunch of his political life breaking. Ding dong. His cell phone texted. The biggest backer behind him sending him a text back on a different number at the moment. Deal with it. Song Qinglin was clear that behind these 4 words, it was clearly the icy coldness of being ready to break his tail at any time. In front of the old leadership is ready to give up their own. After the Chen Zhixing high anti-corruption knife staring at their own, his life, really so many people want to either? Come to my office. Song Qinglin called Zhang Jianguo, Li Chang, Liang Xiaolong, Lin Jia, Li Weigua, and the others, and then sat on his office, casually pulling out a few sheets of paper and clutching them in his palm, but it was already red with blood. Inside the executive vice mayor's office, the air was so frozen that it could almost pinch out water, and several people sat on the sofa in silence, none of them taking the lead. Song Qinglin crumpled the bloodstained tissue paper into a ball and slammed it hard into the trash can, his voice hoarse. It's late. It's too late for everything. His palms were still oozing blood, but he was oblivious to the pain. Only the fear that his political life was coming to an end gnawing at his nerves. Zhang Jianguo's face was ironic, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop, his face unsightly. Once Deng Rong died, the identity of the central selector was a time bomb. Chen Zhixing is now pinching this handle, and we don't even have room to defend ourselves. When people die, someone has to pay. That's a given, especially since the other party's identity was here. It was easy to draw the CCDC down, and once the CCDC was down, they didn't have any way to live at all. At least now it was Chen Zhixing leading the team, and there was a faintly imperceptible way to live. Li Chang, director of the Municipal Finance Bureau, laughed coldly, but the bottom of his eyes is a dead gray. Defense? How to defend? The old leader's text message has said very clearly, deal with it cleanly. It is clear that we want us to be abandoned. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, his tone resigned. How many asses have I wiped for them over the years? And now it's so good that the moment something happens, he rushes to skim it off. As the financial hand of Starfish City, as long as it is the city's money, it has to pass through his hands. For all that he's done, shooting him 10 times wouldn't be enough. Irregularities, backroom deals, these things are just commonplace. Liang Xiaolong is the director of the Construction Bureau, but at this moment, he is like a trapped animal, pacing back and forth in the office. Lin Jia, director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, looked at Liang Xiaolong and couldn't help but growl lowly. Can you stop walking back and forth? It's annoying. Lin Jia, as the only woman, was able to get this far by self-degradation, maintaining a you don't take it I don't take it. How does the leader take it? How can you and I make progress if the leader doesn't take it? Liang Xiaolong's mind exploded as he turned his head and roared. Chen Zhixing is in the city with the task force. If we make the slightest move, we'll be stared down immediately. He jerked to a stop and looked at Song Qinglin. Mayor Song, now is not the time to be pessimistic. We have to think of a solution quickly. Lin Jia, who was always calm and collected, could hardly hide her anxiety at this moment. The most urgent thing is to prepare for the worst. If things really can't be suppressed, we have to make sure we still have leverage in our hands. Who wants to die when they can live? The hardest thing in the world is when people die and the money isn't spent. What's worse than that is that the money is gone. The freedom is gone. And you're staying in prison for the rest of your life. Li Weiguo grimaced and spoke slowly. The emergency plan must be done. And quickly. He lowered his voice. Files, accounts, witnesses. Destroy what should be destroyed. Seal what should be sealed. Even if you can't keep your position in the end, at least don't put your life on the line. As the president of the Central Court, this is when Li Weiguo was deeply surprised that the so-called right to interpret the law in the face of absolute power is as thin as a cicada's wings. Sometimes, one is not even qualified to be a scapegoat, but merely a bone to be gnawed on before the beasts of power. Song Qinglin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was only a piece of ruthlessness under his eyes. Fine, then prepare for the worst-case scenario. He swept his eyes over the crowd, his voice as cold as ice. Each of you go back and take care of what you can. Remember, from now on, we are all on the same boat. And if the boat sinks, no one wants to live. The office was dead silent, with only the ticking of the electronic clock reminding that time was passing. They all knew that it was no longer a matter of getting out in one piece, but how to leave themselves a way out before the storm hit. Li Weiguo walked out of the office door with a question in his mind the whole time. If, he means if. If I surrender to the disciplinary committee's investigation team now, is it feasible to fight for a lenient treatment? As the president of the Central Court, Li Weiguo was very familiar with the legal provisions. Surrender, take the initiative to admit fault, although cannot directly mitigate the crime, but may affect the sentence. Coupled with the old leadership to promote their own is now still the provincial procuratorate deputy procurator general. Piggybacking on their own sentence to a year or two is not too much of a problem. This ship is about to sink. He must think for himself. As for the group of people around me, that's what I'm paying for. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Lin Jia looked down, mumbling, and wondering what she was counting. She was figuring out how many years off her sentence she could get by turning herself into the task force with the evidence of the group. After all, she was aware of their evidence. No, we have to hurry home and organize the evidence and send it to the task force. These dogs are probably thinking pretty much the same thing I am. They're all mentally calculating to send this group of people around them in. So, gotta get a head start. I've got to get back in a hurry. Thinking of this, Lin Jia immediately smiled and said, there's still something going on in the Poverty Alleviation Office. This year's Poverty Alleviation Office funds haven't been approved yet, so I have to hurry back to have a meeting. Hearing this, Li Chang raised his eyebrows and similarly followed Lin Jia's words. I still have a few things to do as well. I'll leave first. Li Weiguo narrowed his eyes slightly, cursing this group of old things in his heart for being so shameless, as he walked directly towards the outside. Outside, the sky was overcast, dark clouds gathered. The sudden rainstorm made everyone's mood heavier, like Tarzan pressed on the heart, already gasping for air. There's still a meeting in the center court. In fact, they're all trying to get each other's heads and hats to reduce their sentences. The entrance to the Magnolia Champs neighborhood. The black pressurized sedan group lined up in a fan shape, headlights piercing the rain curtain, like a pair of cold animal pupils. Next to each car stood 2 disciplinary commission staff, dark tie by the gusts of wind-whipped hunting, but no one to raise their hands to block. They are like cast iron statues. Even the breath is frozen in the sound of the rain. All were dressed in black suits, dark ties, party badges on their left chests, and gazes like torches, like bloodthirsty wolves. Chen Zhixing's downcast eyes slowly raised. He Yang stood beside Chen Zhixing, holding a black umbrella in his hand, and the moment he pressed the button, the black umbrella popped open with a bang and propped up on top of Chen Zhixing's head. Provincial Disciplinary Committee Special Investigation Team, all of them. Swish, everyone stood at attention, eyes sharpened to the front. Still can't find the picture I'm looking for, so I'll take what I can get. Chapter 58, the name of Little Yama grows in power. Target list, Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office Lin Jia, Finance Director Li Chang, Social Security Director Zhang Jianguo, Construction Director Liang Xiaolong, Central Court President Li Weiguo, Public Security Director Su Dogwang. Chen Zhixing slapped the list on the front hood of the car, rain seeping into the paper through his fingers. There are far more people involved, and there are Song Qinglin's accomplices in the city council team, but I want proof. The black criminal investigation jacket hunted in the gusty wind, and he was nailed in place like an iron cast, his gaze sweeping over the fully loaded action team. No matter what tactics you use, no matter what happens to these people, the evidence must come. Understood. Depart. Everyone pulls away and gets in the car, and the thumping continues. Headlights pierced the rain and the engine roared low, leaving 2 cars at the scene. He Yang turned his head to Chen Zhixing and asked, "Where to?" Chen Zhixing shook his head slightly. Song Qinglin is old and cunning. He definitely won't leave anything behind. Even if we take down these people, we won't be able to move him in the slightest. He Yang froze and cursed the old fox before asking, "So what do we do now?" Since the establishment of the task force, at least for the time being, all of Chen Zhixing's decisions have been right, and there is not a single fork in the road, which can be called a thoroughfare. Even if it was Deng Rong's security, he was prepared for it. But, who would have thought that the other party would be so ruthless? He even killed the security personnel. 1 shot to the head still, enough to see the cruelty of the other side. One can only say that they still overestimated the other side's bottom line because the other side had no bottom line at all. Chen Zhixing let out a sardonic laugh. An extremely cold light surfaced in his gaze as he said almost word for word, "Deng Rong's death, with a few directors and a deputy mayor is not enough to quell my anger. Since the anti-corruption sword is being held high, it's important to let certain people know." He paused, murderous intent boiling over. Blood, only blood can cleanse. The finance department was only a block away from City Hall, and he was the fastest of the few to get back to his office by distance. After Li Chang returned to his office, the first thing he did was to close the door, and after unlocking the door, he then exhaled. Cold sweat soaked his shirt, and all the way there he was fantasizing about the sirens plummeting, when he finally slumped into his chair. He's been pretty lucky. That poisonous woman Lin Jia must be contemplating turning herself in. Li Weiguo knows the law and is more than capable of exploiting the loopholes. Li Chang took a bottle of whiskey out of the footlocker and slammed half of it down, the alcohol searing his sanity. If they hand over the evidence before they do, I'll have to eat a bullet. Suspicion that took root wildly in their interest group. Now that this ship is sinking, why does he care so much? The rhythm of his knuckles tapping on the desktop was getting faster and faster, and he had his own little plan in mind, holding on for dear life. But what if the task force doesn't find me? Wouldn't I be shooting myself in the foot by turning myself in? But if they catch you, it'll be too late to turn yourself in then. Even if you do. He felt that this office, which represented the top of Starfish City's financial power, also left him without any sense of security, and he felt that there were pairs of eyes staring at him in the midst of one shadow or another. Li Chang's fingers clenched the wine glass violently, a hoarse self-talk rolled out of his throat, and he suddenly stormed up and slammed the bottle against the bookcase. Can't bet on it. He lunged for the safe, the mechanical sound of the combination dial spinning harshly in the dead silence of the office, his hands trembling, when suddenly he heard a clutter of footsteps outside the door. Da, da, da. Each step felt like a step on his taut nerves. Li Chang's pupils shrunk to pinpoints. This was by no means the janitor's cloth shoes, nor was it the secretary's usual pace. Cold sweat slid down his temples and into the collar of his shirt as he fumed and yanked out the file pouch labeled Special Funds for Poverty Alleviation from the safe, only to freeze halfway through pulling it out, for a knock suddenly sounded in his ears. Bang, bang, bang. Bureau Li, the Deputy Secretary General of the Municipal Office is looking for you. Outside the door, Chen Zhixing, He Yang, and the 3 staff members of the task force were plastered against the walls on both sides, so at least from inside the cat's eye one could only see that there was only the chief of staff. Li Chang looked inside the cat's eye and saw only the office manager outside, and for some reason, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, at least it wasn't a task force and he had time. When he's done here, he'll go straight to the task force and turn himself in. Li Chang strongly suppressed his wildly beating heart and cleared his throat in a pretense of composure. Wait a moment, I'll open the door right away. He quickly shoved the dossier back into the safe, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead carelessly, and straightened the collar of his wrinkled shirt before twisting the lock on the door. The moment the door opened, his smile suddenly froze. Almost immediately, He Yang took a step forward and forcefully pushed the door violently open. Then, Chen Zhixing rushed in front of him, and in the midst of Li Chang's stunned gaze, the suppressed roar within him exploded in an instant. A sandbag-sized fist slammed into his nose. Li Chang was staggered back by the punch, and warm blood instantly gushed out of his nose. His eyes went black, and before he could stand still, Chen Zhixing had already grabbed him by the collar and flung him hard against the wall. Department Chen. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. I was just about to turn myself in. When Chen Zhixing heard these words, his eyes, which had already faded, were once again occupied by the color of blood at this moment. Misunderstanding? Why didn't you guys say there was a misunderstanding when you injected Dangrong with drugs? 7 kinds of drugs were mixed and injected. You call that a misunderstanding? Why didn't you say there was a misunderstanding when you had people come to her door to humiliate her character? Why didn't you say there was a misunderstanding when you guys failed to rope in Tang Rong and took ex-abuse images when you raped her? You want to wipe away the blood debt with a misunderstanding now? Chen Zhixing's roar exploded in the office, shaking Li Chang's eardrums, and the veins in his hands that were choking the other man's neck were so thick that they almost nailed Li Chang into the wall. He Yang quickly led people to blockade the room, backhandedly pulled the curtains, and closed the door. Li Chang grasped Chen Zhixing's wrist with both hands in a death grip and said intermittently, "Department Chen, hitting someone with your hands is not in line with the procedure." Speaking of programs, Chen Zhixing became even angrier. Damn it, you're a criminal talking to me about procedure? The more Chen Zhixing thought about it, the more angry he became, remembering Dang Rong's appearance, and remembering the content of her suicide note that pretended to be easy. The anger in his heart still could not dissipate, and he grabbed the wine glass on top of the desk and violently smashed it on his head. Bang! Glass shattered to the ground, and blood trickled down Li Chang's cheeks from the top of his head. Seemingly not relieved, Chen Zhixing copied the ashtray again and heavily smashed it on Li Chang's head. Li Chang said, "Believe it or not, I'll die for you?" Then, his eyes rolled over and he fainted instantly. The corner of He Yang's mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly. "If you're really angry, no, you can't go to the counter-terrorism operation over at the provincial hall at night, to sweep the blackness to relieve your anger. It's a little inappropriate for you to hit our witnesses like that." Chen Zhixing glared at He Yang. When did Laozi get angry? Laozi didn't get angry. Besides, is that a human being I'm hitting? I'm hitting. Chapter 59, If an official's heart is blackened, don't blame the people for flaying you. When Xiaohu and Xiao Zhang set up Li Chang with one left and one right, this usually high and mighty director of the finance bureau was now drooping like a dead dog. Beads of blood dripped down his chin and onto the collar of his snow-white shirt, trailing an intermittent red trail across the hallway tiles. Between the slits in the shutters of the offices on both sides, countless pairs of eyes were peering at the scene in horror, and the passageway, which had been crowded with people watching just a moment ago, was now left with only a few pieces of paper that had fluttered down in a hurry. Seen enough? The soles of Chen Zhixing's black leather shoes crushed a half circle of dark red on the ground as he stepped on the drops of blood and paced out of the office. Chen Zhixing suddenly yelled at the nearest half-covered office, and the muffled sound of a chair toppling over immediately came from behind the glass. The Finance Bureau section members collectively held their breath in a manner that resembled a flock of sheep being stalked by a tiger. After all, it was clear to everyone that even someone of Li Chang's caliber had been beaten all over his face, and in the place of them, these shrimp soldiers. After Chen Zhixing walked out of the office, he instructed one of the remaining Discipline Inspection Commission staff. Li Chang's office is sealed after the search. Chen Zhixing glanced at the offices on both sides and lifted his leg to step into a nearby office. In an instant, the office inside a face of other municipal units are high and mighty section chief, director of a class of characters at the moment lived like a quail, burying his head, for fear of being the head of the king of Yen to stare at. Chen Zhixing held the other wrist with one hand and moved it around. This simple action made the foreheads of everyone inside the office sweat, and they even wondered if this living hell was looking for some kind of weapon while he was at it. Which one is Li Chan's secretary? Chen Zhixing looked around the circle, an icy look flickering in his gaze. A young man had already brought on a sobbing voice and weakly raised his hand. Leader. Chen Zhixing hummed indifferently. Will you leave on your own, or will I do it? Gar. He gulped and his sobs became more pronounced. I myself, can walk. At the same time, outside the city building department, this heavy rain doesn't wash away the sins, but it does wash away the dirt from the ground. The rainstorm poured down and the steps outside the city's building department were packed. More than 100 civilian workers, in faded camouflage uniforms and worn rubber shoes, stood in the rain. They clutched crumpled IOUs in their hands, the red handprints on them dampened by the rain and haloed into a dark red. Some wore helmets with water dripping from the brims, while others simply went bareheaded and let the rain wash the mud and dust from their faces. Pay back. Pay it back. Lao Zhao stood in the forefront, holding up a piece of cardboard, on which a few large words were written in a crooked manner. Sweat money. 3 years have not been issued. The ink blurred as the rain ran down the cardboard. The doors of the construction bureau were closed, and several security guards stood behind the glass doors, looking nervous. What are we going to do when the leader is hiding and not seeing anyone? Someone yelled, their voice exploding in the rain. Smash the door. Go in. Several young folk pushed forward, their fists thudding against the glass. Suddenly, a black sedan pulled out of the side door, its wheels running over the standing water and splashing up a cloud of mud. It's the chief's car. Someone recognized it, and the crowd instantly exploded. Stop him. Don't let him get away. Dozens of people rushed over and surrounded the car, slapping the windows and slamming their fists on the hood with dull thuds. The car window slowly lowered a slit, revealing an impatient face. Liang Xiaolong couldn't help but roar. What's the fuss? Arrest them all if they make any more noise. Liang Xiaolong heart angry. This group of pariahs is not just a little salary. You to it? How dare you come here to smash the state institutions? You don't even want your heads anymore, do you? He's still got to make a run for it. He's going to be in jail if he doesn't. Catch it. Can't live without money anyway. Old Zhao slammed on the car door, his voice hoarse. My son is waiting for money to go to school. You officials, are your hearts black? As the rain fell harder, the anger of the crowd burned hotter and hotter, and some people picked up bricks from the side of the road and held them high in the air. Bang! There was a muffled thud as the brick hit the roof of the car, denting a piece. The driver raised his hand and wiped his cold sweat. Bureau Liang, what should we do? Liang Xiaolong mercilessly raised the car window and roared with suppressed anger. Won't you crash out? The driver's mouth twitched. But Bureau Liang, someone will die. I told you to bump. These ES will get out of the way themselves. The driver gritted his teeth, put it in neutral, and slammed on the gas a couple of times as a reminder of who he was as a human being. Then, only then did he put it in first gear, slowly releasing the clutch and letting the car slowly move towards the front. In the rain, more than 100 figures stood in front of the entrance to the construction bureau, like a wall of silence. This group of migrant workers is but a victimized link in this chain of power and corruption in Starfish City, merely putting their hard-earned money in their pockets to grow their own private coffers. But unbeknownst to them, they are inadvertently destroying one family after another in the midst of families waiting for money. In the next moment, the driver suddenly stomped on the brakes, and the inertia caused Liang Xiaolong's head to hit the passenger side cushion. He said angrily, "Do you know how to drive?" And then, he saw the middle of the construction bureau and the main road, where 3 black sedans had surrounded them. Liang Xiaolong's heart thumped, his face instantly turned ugly, and an extremely bad premonition surfaced in his heart. The task force shouldn't be looking for him so soon, right? It's only their second day in Starfish City. Immediately after that, they saw the car down a person wearing a black suit, wearing a party badge on the chest. At a glance, they knew that this is the disciplinary committee people. One of the young men walked toward his vehicle. Liang Xiaolong, of course, recognizes this discipline inspection rising star who was promoted early today from the substantive regular section to the deputy director of the 10th examination and investigation room of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Chen Shixing, who has the reputation of being a little Yan Wang, the god of war in the kitchen. The information I looked up was from 2007, and the deputy director is usually a deputy division, so I don't know exactly. I'll just have to trust the information and keep my head in the doghouse. Lock the locks. I don't believe what else he can do to me. Liang Xiaolong ordered the driver, who nodded and said he had locked it. Chen Zhixing looked at the other side, does not open the window, and did not speak, just walked to the roadside, broke a brick down from the flower bed, pawed, and then, bang, wow! Chen Zhixing violently smashed open the rear window, and the eyes that were filled with the whites of his eyes with blood just stared at him. And then, Chen Zhixing revealed a wry smile. Bureau Liang, where do you want to go? Come to our task force for tea? Liang Xiaolong snorted. If you're capable, arrest me out. He Yang held the black umbrella over Chen Zhixing's head and snorted coldly. Stubborn, just wait. You think Chen Zhixing, who's known as the little king of hell, is playing around with you? People have even written their resignation letters, just waiting to get you corrupt sons of ES killed. Chen Zhixing didn't pay any attention to him either, but instead said to a few of the leading migrant brothers, "Migrant brothers, this dog official who embezzled your hard-earned money, your children's schooling money, and your life-saving money is in the car. What do you want to do? I'm going to pretend I didn't see it." After saying that, Chen Zhixing hurriedly ran back to his vehicle, leaned his butt against the front of the vehicle, and made a yeah gesture. He Yang? Yay, we caught another corrupt official? He Yang didn't know what Chen Zhixing meant for a moment. Chen Zhixing, smoke. then watch the show. Just wait, he'll beg us to take him in. Ha! The wry smile at the corner of Chen Zhixing's mouth caused He Yang to tremble. It's just like what he said before at the Yulan Champs. Rules? His Chen Zhixing's rules are the rules. Since they're not following the rules, why should he, Chen Zhixing, still follow the rules? As for Yu Qinghe, the leader is in charge of people. The deputy leader is in charge of things. He Yang gave him a cigarette and after lighting it, he looked at the field. In the heavy rain, Chen Zhixing leaned against the front of the black sedan, holding a cigarette between his fingers, and He Yang's open black umbrella blocked the top of Chen Zhixing's head, looking indifferently at the front. And in front, after Chen Zhixing's words fell, a hoarse roar suddenly erupted from among the crowd of migrant workers. Brothers, the dog officer is in this car. Beat the out of him. Bang! Liang Xiaolon's arrogance froze on his face as he roared. I'm the director of the construction bureau. You dare to try to touch me, assaulting a state official. I can arrest all of you. The crowd paused, then got even angrier. More than 100 civil workers came like a tidal wave. Fists, angry curses, blood and tears mixed with a torrential downpour smashed into the car of this corrupt official. He Yang in the side to see a face of intention. Damn, looks so hot blood, so cool look eh? Chen Zhixing glanced at him. Go up and kick it twice? He Yang pallidly rubbed his hands together. But, may I? Chen Zhixing blinked his eyes. That's what the civilian brothers beat up. What does it have to do with you? He Yang? The law is not to blame. Good lord, is that how the law is used? He Yang squeezed into the crowd and kicked several times at Liang Xiaolong, who was beaten like a dog on the ground. Chen Zhixing said indifferently, brothers, don't break the man. We still have to arrest him back and let him face the law. He was alone with his black umbrella. Looking up the road, it seemed that the roguishly innocent little girl was down the street, in a high ponytail, looking at him with her arms folded. Smiling, he muttered, you said it, if an official has a black heart, don't blame the people for peeling your skin. Look, is it, as you wish? Chapter 60, Hell is empty and the devil sits on the stage. The world's hardships take up 90% of life, and hard work may lead to food and clothing, but it is difficult to lead to affluence. Trying to get rich sometimes forces you to put your conscience on hold. Just like Liang Xiaolong's situation at the moment, he was eventually revolted by his own greed. Chen Zhixing looked on with an indifferent expression. Perhaps to him, since Tang Rong's death, the bottom line and rules he had adhered to in his two lives had gone up in smoke along with the other party. Do the means really matter as long as corruption can be punished? As the saying goes, if you're poor, you're alone, but if you're rich, you can help the world. He doesn't want the world to be free of greed. He just wants to leave a way for the bottom feeders to live. That's all. Liang Xiaolong huddled in the muddy water, the executive jacket that represented his identity long torn and tattered. The storm washed over his swollen cheeks, mixing with the blood to form dark red streams beneath him. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He erupted into a pig-killing howl, his 10 fingers gouging deeply into the asphalt, dragging his broken leg and crawling in Chen Zhixing's direction. Team leader Chen, save me. I'll turn myself in. I'll give an account now. Please, tell them to stop fighting. I'm going to die if they do. Ooh-hoo. A broken brick grazed his ear and hit the ground, startling his fat body. Liang Xiaolong finally collapsed. Snot and tears smeared all over his face. I'll return the poverty alleviation money. I'll pay the wages of the migrant workers. Please. Ah. The words were followed by another kick. Now you know how to make up? Old Zhao swung up his helmet and smashed it on his back, and the dull sound of his voice made the corners of the mouth of He Yang, who was hidden in the crowd, twitch. Where were you when my daughter dropped out of school and went to work? Where were you when old Li Tu drank pesticides? The group, although poor, they have strength in their hands. Bruce Liang, he has suffered a lot. Liang Xiaolong squirmed like a maggot and crawled towards Chen Zhixing's feet, but was stepped on by He Yang's wrist when he was about to touch his leather shoes. His nose was bruised and swollen, his face covered in blood as he angled his head, his voice miserable. Team leader Chen, save me, please save me. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Because he had crawled over to Chen Zhixing's side, the migrant workers all stopped as well. After all, without Chen Zhixing, how could they beat this dog official? Chen Zhixing stepped on his fingertips as if he were stomping out a cigarette butt, stared at him condescendingly, and said with a cold expression, when Tang Rong begged you guys to let him go, why didn't you guys let him go? The knife has fallen on you, and you know it hurts. Injustice falls on you, and you know resistance. You don't know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die. The rainstorm was pouring down, but Chen Zhixing's voice was colder than the rain. He looked down at Liang Xiaolong, who was as limp as mud at his feet, and a deep, unfathomable hostility surged under his eyes. Liang Xiaolong finally knew fear. His body was trembling. He was afraid. He was terrified. He knew that Chen Zhixing had even more ruthless tactics waiting for him. Does it hurt? Chen Zhixing crushed Liang Xiaolong's fingers, the bones making a tiny cracking sound on the sole. When Tang Rong was abused by you guys and injected with drugs by you guys, it hurt 10 times more than this. Liang Xiaolong's wailing came to an abrupt end, his pupils contracting violently from fear. Chen Zhixing suddenly grabbed him by the hair and forced him to look at the group of ragged folk. Look at all these people. His voice was as hoarse as a knife scraping rust. Their children dropped out of school because of your corruption. The elderly drank pesticides because they couldn't get paid for their work. And now you know to beg for forgiveness? Are you regretting? But there's never a pill for regret in this world. You're not regretting. You're just afraid of death. That's all. He slammed Liang Xiaolong's head into the ground, blood splattering on his pants like blooming flowers on the other side of the river. Team Leader Chen, I'm whistleblowing. Song Qinglin's mistress is hiding. Liang Xiaolong hissed maniacally, but was kicked over by Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing drew the cold handcuffs from his back waist, shaking out a piercing silver light in the torrential rain. This is what he borrowed from Zhou Jigang. Unfortunately, it's too late. I don't accept your apologies or confessions, and if you want to confess, then go to hell and apologize to her in person. All I can do is send you to hell. That's all. You all but gave her a way out in the first place. He snapped Liang Xiaolong's wrist with a click and laughed to himself again. There are no ifs. In this world, where are the many ifs? The Minutemen took an involuntary half-step back. At this moment, Chen Zhixing looked like a Shura that had crawled out of hell. The black umbrella had long ago been lost somewhere, and the rain dripped down his jaw, mixing with Liang Xiaolong's blood and seeping into the soil. He Yang handed over a new cigarette, but he raised his hand to block it. No need. Chen Zhixing ripped off his tie, revealing the hideous veins on his neck. This is just the beginning. He dragged Liang Xiaolong towards the police car like a dead dog, and suddenly turned around and grinned at the folk. Gentlemen, he pointed to the puddle of blood on the ground. There is one corrupt official in this world. I, Chen Zhixing, personally send them to hell. The moment the car door closed heavily, a bolt of lightning split the dark clouds and illuminated the scarlet obsession under his eyes. The image seemed to freeze. Chen Zhixing's blood-stained back of the corrupt officials dragging them along in the rainstorm forms an epic composition with the silent spectators of the civil workers. Chen Zhixing's eyes were scarlet, a trace of blood in the bottom of his eyes thick but not dissipating. Next, the culprit who made Deng Rong step into this power grave. Lin Jia. Chen Zhixing sat in the passenger seat. The hostility in his body is getting heavier and heavier. He Yang pursed his lips. He did not say much. At least he felt that Chen Zhixing did the right thing. The case of Deng Rong has far-reaching and significant implications, arguably the most serious political event of the last decade. There's quite a few big fights going on behind the scenes of this thing. What do you mean? He Yang frowned. The most terrifying thing was not a madman, but a madman with reason. At the moment Chen Zhixing fits perfectly. Lin Jia is known as the Iron Lady because of her thunderous style and her words. In the very beginning, Lin Jia was similar to Tang Rong in that she was trashed and threatened by Song Qinglin's lineage. And then she became this. And initially, Lin Jia was nothing more than a woman in his hands that he used to trade with. As Song Qinglin positions himself higher and higher, Lin Jia becomes his stand-in, doing his dirty work for him, and the money empire and power climax with Lin Jia sinking. As for later, Chen Zhixing let out a cold laugh. An icy look surfaced in his gaze, and his tone steeply became chilly. He dragged more girls to hell, used poverty alleviation money to build a clubhouse, and cooperated with the so-called head of the underground organization department, Mr. O Shanfeng, who lured the girls to the clubhouse, controlled them with drugs, and turned the clubhouse into a place of power and sex. On the surface, he appears to be the harmless director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, holding countless funds for poverty alleviation, and thundering in officialdom. But in private, who doesn't call him Mama Lin? Drugs, power and color, corruption, and sinking. If Liang Xiaolong, Li Chang and the others are accomplices, then Lin Jia is the main culprit, and the crimes she committed are enough to make her die more than once without being enough to get rid of her anger. He Yang's complexion steeply darkened. He was even able to think of how pitiful those girls under his control were. These girls are controlled by drugs and forced to sleep with them, and their daily life is like hell, where they cannot live or die. What's more, Lin Jia, who is the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, has most of the girls from poor families in this clubhouse of hers. As long as someone calls the police, then Su Daoguan will have someone go and arrest them. As for whether they are alive or dead, Chen Zhixing was silent for a moment, and continued with a complicated expression. Who knows? Each of them is Lin Jia, but not them, and that includes Deng Rong. He Yang's heart jumped as he listened, angrily clenching his fists and yelling lowly, isn't she Lin Jia just as much of a woman? Why does she have to do this to these girls? Does this woman have a conscience? Doesn't her conscience hurt? Chen Zhixing sneered and turned to snort. Because hell is empty and the devil sits on the stage. Chapter 61, Chen Zhixing's Tactics. The rainstorm was torrential. and the lead gray sky seemed to be torn open with a crack, as the icy curtains of water poured down, smashing on the mottled stone steps of the Pixie Orchid Clubhouse and splashing a morose mist. Chen Zhixing's executive jacket had long been soaked through, clinging to his body, and the oozing bloodstains were haloed by the rain into a light red, dripping down the corners of his coat. The abrasion on his brow bone was crusted with dark scabs, but vaguely white from the rain. He Yang silently handed over a black trench coat. The fabric rolled in the gusty wind like a falcon's wings, the hunting sound cutting through the rain. He raised his hand to take it. Chen Zhixing stood half a step outside the umbrella, letting the line of rain slash diagonally across his face, his gaze pinned to the end of the street like a blade. 3 black sedan pierced the rain and fog came speeding, tires crushed through the water. The car did not stop. The third director of the monitoring room, Chui Shueming, has pushed the door to leap out of the puddles. Leather shoes, splashing mud-stained trouser legs are also oblivious. He quickly rushed to Chen Zhixing, breathing heavily. Team leader, only Su Daoguang and Lin Jia are left. As per your order. Su Daoguang stayed until the end. Chen Zhixing nodded and continued to be silent. The only sound left at the scene was the sound of pouring rain, a black umbrella held up in the rain curtain. A serious intense atmosphere flowed with human nodes. 2 minutes later, 3 more cars sped by. Also following the 3 vehicles were more than 20 police cars as well as 3 buses, headed by the city police, a deputy director. As to why Su Daoguang did not come, I can only say that the benevolent are the wise. 3 buses came down from the Provincial Armed Police General Squadron, led by Qin War. The armed police quickly formed up, their black combat uniforms condensing into a stern array of troops in the rain. The muffled sound of boot heels hitting the ground overpowered the rain, and the metallic sound of guns clashing against equipment was extraordinarily clear in the humid air. The commander at the head, Qin Zhan, jogged to Chen Zhixing and saluted with his hands raised. Team leader Chen, the entire 3rd Squadron of the Provincial Armed Police Headquarters is here. Please instruct. Sun Ziyang, the executive deputy director of the Starfish City Public Security Bureau, quickly ran over and saluted. The Starfish City Public Security Bureau's Special Police Detachment has finished assembling. At this moment, all eyes fell on Chen Zhixing, waiting for the following. Chen Zhixing slowly raised his hand and dropped it violently. Bureau Sun, you're in charge of the peripheral guard. Wrap this place up for me. Armed police squadron, go in and arrest them. Yes. Qin Zhan waved his hand violently, and the armed police squadron attached to the army kicked open the gate and began to enter. Chen Zhixing took a step, his hands in the pockets of his trench coat. He Yang held the umbrella beside him, and the two of them walked side by side, walking in unison towards the building that was elegant on the outside and putrid on the inside. Chui Shueming led the disciplinary committee staff right behind him, his footsteps merging into a dull thunder in the rain. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Pixie Orchid Club, in Lin Jia's office, the female director, who had been awarded the Provincial Advanced Individual for Poverty Alleviation, was frantically destroying her account books, and beads of sweat rolled down from her well-maintained forehead, soaking her silk shirt, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Damn it all. She shuddered as she removed 2 documents from the 2nd drawer's hidden compartment. The first share is the sons and daughters of people connected with them as an interest group, and at least 20% of the annual poverty itself is on this. As for this poverty alleviation form in the back, it's true, but it's also the source form for the female publicists at the Pixie Hollow Club. The youngest was 10 years old, the oldest just 25. It is a crime, and a crime that can hardly be justified by heaven. Lin Jia sat paralyzed in the leather office chair imported from Italy, her eyes sweeping over the Pioneer in Poverty Alleviation banner on the wall. Below the banner, a photo of a dozen teenage girls crammed into a KTV booth is pinned casually to a corkboard, showing the yellow-faced girls forcing a smile while she elegantly pours drinks for the big-bellied corrupt partisan. Even if I turn myself in, I'm still on death row. Lin Jia knew very well what would happen to her. For the things she had done, dying 10 times would not be enough to clear her name. Sister Jia. The office door was violently pushed open, and her beloved Wang Chang rushed in soaking wet. There's a lot of cops and armed police out there. Lin Jia's fingers tightened abruptly at the edge of the list, the paper crumpling into a ball in her palm. The shredder was still humming, but the muffled sound of boot heels hitting the ground outside the window was clearly audible. She suddenly ripped open the bottom drawer of her desk and a silver pistol glowed coldly in the light. Let Xiao Duguang go through the drainage system. She tucked the gun into her back, her voice hoarse like rain-soaked coals. If he folds here, those ledgers could topple half the provincial committee. As she spoke, she took out her lighter to burn the list, but the next moment, bang! Lin Jia's hand paused for a moment, then picked up the lighter and approached the 2 lists. The moment the fire leapt up, the office door was kicked in violently. Chen Zhixing arrowed forward and copied the green roses on the windowsill and smashed them over with the pots. The porcelain pot hit Lin Jia's wrist with precision, and the planter shattered on her expensive mahogany desk. splattering dirt and plant remains mixed with blood on those incriminating pieces of evidence. Hold her down! Qin Zhan's roar echoed in the corridor. The three armed police officers pounced like tigers, and Lin Jia was pressed to the ground before she could reach the pistol in her back. Her carefully coiled hair bun fell apart and her expensive emerald hairpin fell in two. The handcuffs clicked on her. Chen Zhixing walked slowly to his desk and propped his hands on the desktop. His gaze swept over the dirt-soaked incriminating evidence, finally settling on a photo of a young girl, 10 years old at most, standing shivering in the corner of a KTV booth in ill-fitting, revealing clothing. Chen Zhixing's hands fell naturally, sitting on her ass in her office chair, and the staff of the disciplinary committee came in and began to search the evidence. Director Lin is so elegant, on the verge of death. He's actually still in the mood to play with fire. Chen Zhixing stepped on the fluttering list and glanced down, using poverty alleviation money to open a nightclub, forcing the daughters of poor families to sell out, controlling them with drugs. Lin Jia, you are at least a woman. Why are you so vicious? With assholes like you, how the do you deserve to be called the Iron Lady? What the are you qualified for? Lin Jia suddenly laughed maniacally. Chen Zhixing, what are you pretending to be so noble? Why didn't you come and be a hero when Song Qinglin and the others were trashing me? He Yang frowned as he stepped forward, but was stopped by Chen Zhixing raising his hand. So you drag more girls to hell? Chen Zhixing pulled out a syringe from the evidence bag, the very syringe used to inject Deng Rong with drugs, controlling them with drugs and then making video threats? Lin Jia's face suddenly changed and she suddenly grabbed the paper cutter and stabbed herself in the throat. Want to die? Chen Zhixing backhanded her with a slap that made her stagger and hit the wall, and the paper cutter fell to the ground with a crash. Deng Rong didn't even have the strength to commit suicide when you injected her with 7 drugs. You want to die like that now? It's too easy. Don't worry, I will make you beg for your life and death. When you get to the interrogation room of the task force, I will slowly play with you. Chen Zhixing crouched down and slowly handcuffed her. It's a pity. He came close to Lin Jia's ear, his voice so soft it was like a viper spitting. There are still 3 drugs in your drawer. The evidence is overwhelming. Drugs? There's no way she had drugs inside her office. So, Chen Zhixing squatted down, slowly picked up the broken jade hairpin on the ground, made a long bloodstain on her face, and laughed with a sense of madness. Pity. He leaned close to her ear, his voice soft as a viper's spit. You have 3 more drugs in your drawer. The evidence is overwhelming. He Yang was watching from the side, especially looking at Chen Zhixing, who had a calm sense of madness about him, and the less he did now, the more he proved that the worse Lin Jia would end up when he returned to the interrogation room. Torture? What kind of torture is this? Didn't they fall on their own? What's it got to do with us? You planted it. She screamed and struggled, but Chen Zhixing grabbed her long hair and used scissors to cut it into small pieces. Another bottle of wine from inside her liquor cabinet was poured into a glass. The hair mixed with the liquor, and 2 small razor blades were picked up from the floor and thrown in. Chen Zhixing stretched out his index finger, put it to his mouth, and smiled gently. Shoo, don't ever say anything. Too bad there's no milk tea, or it would be judicial milk tea. Yo. Chapter 62. What happened to her? Lin Jia's endless sins. Lin Jia's pupils contracted violently, and a ho-ho choking sound came from his throat. The metallic fishy smell of the blade mixed with the blood and rusty taste of her hair spread in her mouth, and she desperately tilted her head to avoid it, but she only got Chen Zhixing's even harder pincer grasp in return. Chen Zhixing's thumb was resting on her throat, and with a little force she could make her swallow a mouthful of razor blades and experience what it meant to die with her intestines pierced through her stomach. Well, She wriggled her cuffed body like a viper nailed to its 7 inches. The cold sweat-soaked shirt clung to her back, and the air conditioner's cold breeze provoked a shiver down her spine. The sound of Chen Zhixing's breathing close at hand at the moment creeped her out even more than the sound of the armed police's footsteps outside the window. She stiffened suddenly, warm liquid coming from the tip of her tongue. It's blood. The realization sent shivers down Lin Jia's spine, and the sharp edge of the paper cutter had cut her tongue. Chen Zhixing's low laughing voice was like a viper's letter drilling into her eardrums, causing her entire body to tremble and her pupils to fill with panic. Demon! You're a demon! Lin Jia slurred, not daring to move her tongue at all, because at the moment, her tongue had been cut by the blade, and blood was flowing down the corner of her mouth. Ha 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 ha, I'm a demon? Then what are you guys? You are a bunch of assholes. A bunch of executioners. The blood on your hands cannot be washed away. The blood on my hands is all yours. You bunch of assholes. Who the are you? Lin Jia, to call me a demon? After Chen Zhixing heard these words, he immediately laughed up in the air. If you don't follow the rules, who are you to demand that I follow the rules? When I follow the rules, you guys want to play tricks with me? And when I don't, you say there's something wrong with my program? Asterisk 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 you said your piece, haven't you? If you're so good, why don't you go change the law? Chen Zhixing slapped Lin Jia across the face. the blade in his mouth cutting through the inner walls of his mouth, the crisp slap echoing through the office. Lin Jia received a slap, and at this time there was no time at all to return the favor, and hurriedly lowered her head and opened her mouth wide, fearing that the blade would be swallowed by herself. But what came out of her mouth was crimson blood. Chen Zhixing grabbed Lin Jia's hair and dragged her to the wall behind the office chair, his cold voice ringing in Lin Jia's ears. Open the dark room. Lin Jia raised her head and stared at Chen Zhixing with a face full of resentment, and didn't say a word, just staring at him in death. Lin Jia suddenly laughed sarcastically. Aren't you Chen Zhixing powerful? You figure it out. Chen Zhixing didn't say anything and turned his head to pick up the bottle of whiskey sitting on the table. Lin Jia stared at the bottle of wine and suddenly realized his intentions. She still had the wound on her face that Chen Zhixing had made earlier with a jade pin, and the taste of alcohol poured on it. No, wait. Her voice changed pitch with fear. It's too late. The cold liquor poured down on the cuts on her face. Sharp pain ran through her body like an electric current, and Lin Jia's screams echoed in the airtight office. Her body convulsed violently and her handcuffs clanged against the back of the chair. Password. Chen Zhixing grabbed her by the neck. The password to the dark room. Otherwise, I don't mind continuing to put a few more cuts in your face. I think you shouldn't want to be disfigured, right? Chen Zhixing had a paper cutter blade in one hand and whiskey spirits in the other, with that creepy smile on his face, causing fear to surface in her entire gaze. Or maybe that's what my report should say. The criminal, Lin Jia, fell on her way to resist and landed right on a shard of glass with her eye. Chen Zhixing's devil-like murmur rang in Lin Jia's ears. She abruptly realized that Chen Zhixing, this madman, could do anything? But behind this was the biggest secret of the Pixie Orchid Club. Wow! The rest of the whiskey poured over her face again, and almost instantly, the unbearable screams resounded once more, accompanied by a hiss. 945,234. 945,234. Chen Zhixing took a step back. Behind him Qin Zhan waved his hand. The warrior beside him went up and pressed the code, his rifle against his shoulder staring dead at the code door that was opening. The dark room was a large space with dim lighting and pungent smells. There were no voices inside. All there was the audible sound of ragged panting. Search, Qin War ordered. One by one, the heavily armed police entered the dark room. The tactical flashlight turned on, and after the light shone, an angry curse came from inside. Report! There's a discovery inside. Report! All girls, no clothes, requesting medical resources. Female doctors. Report! Chief, most of the girls in there are injected with drugs and wearing, equivalent to not wearing, and torture devices on the walls. 3 bodies were found. Boss, the refrigerator found 2 old people's bodies and a little girl around 18 years old. She said, her last name is Deng. The moment these words came out, all eyes looked toward Chen Zhixing. After hearing these words, Yang's heart thumped, and he said in his heart, I hope it doesn't have anything to do with Tang Rong. Otherwise, this guy would have to blow up again. When Chen Zhixing heard these words, he sat down on a chair with his buttocks, his voice hoarse. It's all girls inside. It's not appropriate for me to go in. Ask her if her name is Deng Jiaying. There was silence for less than 30 seconds before a cry came from the warrior inside. Yes. Chen Zhixing stretched out his hand, and Yang opened his mouth, but ultimately threw a handful of all the medicine to Chen Zhixing. Deng Rong has a sister, and when she was in school, she showed me a picture of her sister. In fact, I've always been puzzled with Tang Rong's character. She was perfectly capable of contacting her teacher directly to come up with a set of heaven and earth homogeneous strikes, but she didn't do so, and I've always wondered why that is. I was thinking that she could have contacted the teacher directly, and was able to contact the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, and it was clear that she had many ways to ambush you guys, but none of them were used. Now, it seems that you have long since captured her parents, captured her sister, and threatened her with her parents and sister, right? Chen Zhixing was silent for a long time, exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and asked with suppressed anger. It was a question, but the tone was affirmative. As expected, Lin Jia laughed out loud, which turned into a snort. Obviously she can have hundreds of thousands of dollars just by signing, but she doesn't, and she has to contradict her boss. After Song Qinglin, Li Weigua, Liang Xiaolong, and Li Chang successively forced her to jail, she also called the Provincial Procuratorate, and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, so I had to use drugs to control her. But who knew that this little ninny's personality was stubborn to death, saying that she wanted to make us pay for what we had to do. You say, how could we possibly let her report us? That's why Su Daoguang arrested her parents and sister on the pretext of assisting the Starfish Police in their investigation. The cigarette butt between Chen Zhixing's fingers suddenly pinched tightly as he slowly got up, the shadow enveloping Lin Jia, his tone morose. So, you guys use such underhanded means to control her? Lin Jia snorted. Then what else? Kill her? At that time, we could only want money. We don't want to kill anyone. Chen Zhixing's fists clenched, his face a bit grim as he yelled down. Then why are you guys still humiliating her? Personality humiliation. Obedience test. We need to make sure that she truly has no leverage left to pose a threat to us. Only a double mental and physical breakdown would reduce her to being our pawn. This is all her own fault. If she cooperated with us, none of these things would have happened. And even, she would have been able to become the province's youngest division-level cadre. When Chen Zhixing heard this, the roar in his chest was ignited once again, and he grabbed the whiskey bottle and smashed it on Lin Jia's head with a thud. In hell. Chapter 63 Redistribution of Power. Big Brother Fighting. The scene investigation work by 2 criminal investigation experts to continue to follow up. The armed police task force loaded escort Chen Zhixing and other members of the task force back to the city guest house. The disciplinary staff following the car took all of the captured ones back to the interrogation room at the first opportunity. Let's put it this way, but all the major criminals apprehended by Chen Zhixing's hands are all hanging with colors. There is the director of construction who was beaten up by a civilian worker, the director of finance who broke his nose when he fell on his own in his office, and the director of the Office of Poverty Alleviation who resisted the law at the Pixie Hollow Club and caused an accident. In this regard, the task force caliber is consistent. The suspect is emotional. In the arrest scene and escort process in the accident, the central figure in this anti-corruption storm, Chen Zhixing, was intercepted by Yu Qinghe's dedicated phone call just after he got off the bus. The 13 standing committees of the Provincial Party Committee are all stationed in Starfish City at the moment. The iron fist of arresting people swung out. The next thing to perform is to give all parties to pass the steps of the Kung Fu. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's report material has to be read by the Standing Committee before the Provincial Party Committee can hand over this report card of combating blackness and evil to the higher level. Reporting meeting of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team. The small conference room was filled with the fragrance of Longjing tea, and there were only 15 chairs around the oval conference table. Provincial Party Secretary Lin Shanha's thermos cup is placed in the first position on the left hand, and on the right-hand side is Governor Zhou Zhengning's notepad. What is interesting is that the main seat that should belong to the Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, at the moment sits Chen Zhixing in civilian clothes. In the system, there's no escaping the fact that this and that will be the case, as confirmed and verified by the investigation team, as well as the evidence held by the task force. At present, Starfish City's Director of Finance, Li Chang, Director of Construction, Liang Xiaolong, Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, Lin Jia, and the President of the Central Court, Li Weigua, have all been ambushed, but the Deputy Mayor and Director of Public Security, Su Daoguang, is nowhere to be found. A huge interest group headed by Executive Vice Mayor Song Qinglin and above, with no law and order, has committed numerous crimes, which include but are not limited to drug sales, trading in power and sex, trading in money and power, collusion between the government and the black community, and persecution of women. At the same time, the control of Starfish City. The director of the city's state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission Deng Rong's parents, sister, as a means of blackmail Deng Rong. Deng Rong, the implementation of drug control, ex-abuse video control, personality destruction, and forced J and other behavior. As Chen Zhixing spoke, he distributed the information he had prepared in advance. 13 members of the standing committee breathing clearly discernible. To know, Deng Rong is the central selection of students. In accordance with the normal process, this is to go back to the ministry. The results of the incident here in them, you say that the local to get aboard? In fact, this debriefing today is a sign of political mediation. Chen Zhixing sat in the main seat to report the details. In fact, the Provincial Party Committee to the task force to cede the right to speak political signals. The Standing Committee's staid reaction to Deng Rong's case exposes that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, has yet to come down on the scene, precisely as a result of their weighing in from all sides. The Provincial Party Committee needs to wrap the political liquidation in the shell of combating blackness and evil without alerting the CCDI, both to deliver a report card and avoid being held accountable for inadequate supervision. Special emphasis in the task force materials central selection of Deng Rong victimization. In fact, to the Provincial Party Committee to pressure the bargaining chip. When Chen Zhixing targeted and pitched shocking evidence such as drug control and ex-abuse videos to specific standing committees, these materials became a tool to cut the blame, to sit on the crimes of Starfish City's interest groups, and to avoid the intervention of higher-ups by proactively exposing the lid. So, Chen Zhixing really do not like the scene. At least he still like the task force straight to the point. Do not have to place so much heart. Of course, on the other hand, the arrangement of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee Secretary giving way to Chen Zhixing implies that the disciplinary committee system has reached an internal compromise. But, this is not what Chen Zhixing wants. Dang Ron's family only had one sister left because of this incident, and she herself was dead. How could Chen Zhixing let this matter end? It's not enough to be buried with a deputy executive deputy mayor at the highest level, but this is not a matter for him to decide unless he can produce evidence. And the missing Xiao Daoguang is exceptionally important. Comrade Chen Zhixing's report is sobbing word for word, and this is also caused by our provincial party committee's ineffective supervision. Lin Shanha, the secretary of the provincial party committee, was the first to speak, and this one sentence was equivalent to setting the tone. Immediately afterward, he spoke again. Is a deputy hall-level executive deputy mayor really that capable? I don't think so, na comrades. Lin Shanha heavily slapped the pen in his hand on the table and looked around the circle. His tone of voice was morose and incomparable. Is there really no one behind Song Qinglin? I can hardly guarantee that one of us here in the provincial committee standing committee could be Song Qinglin's backer. Think about it, gentlemen. On what basis can an executive deputy mayor make such a big deal? I believe everyone here has a scale in their hearts. Lin Shanha's old god took a sip of tea from his teacup. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up a cold smile, and his gaze swept over every member of the standing committee present like a knife blade. Comrade Chen Zhixing, on behalf of the provincial party committee, I authorize the investigation. To the end, no matter who is behind this, no matter how big a backer Song Qinglin has behind him, an investigation to the end. At the same time, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team can report directly to me, directly to Comrade Bao Wenrui, with the highest authorization. Below the provincial ministerial level deputy, find one and take one down. Vice ministerial level and above notify Comrade Bao Wenrui and me at the first opportunity, and I will personally report to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lin Shanha heavily put down the thermos cup, and his tone was so cold that every standing committee member present shivered. This is liquidation. Yes, this matter cannot be suppressed, and the most important thing is that if they do not carry out the liquidation, it is they who will be liquidated. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. He estimated that this provincial party secretary already knew who was behind this, but for some reason, there was no way to say. After all, a provincial party secretary, if he really didn't know, it would be a bit unreasonable. Comrade Zhixing, you go out first. Chen Zhixing nodded and left the conference room, followed by Yu Qinghe, who also walked out from the back door, so that only 13 provincial standing committees remained on the scene. You shouldn't say anything without a score. It's easy to become a thorn in someone's side. Yu Qinghe stood in the corridor, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath before saying worriedly. He was referring to the fact that Song Qinglin should not be spoken of without the most direct evidence pointing to him at this time. If there really was a backer of Song Qinglin in the standing committee, Chen Zhixing would have to face the oppressive power of a member of the standing committee head-on. Chen Zhixing let out a light laugh. Do you think, senior brother, that there is still someone who dares to make a move against me now? A central selection student died in Starfish City. If another one dies here as well, what do you think the consequences will be? To put it another way, do you believe that if I commit suicide now, the people I'm most afraid of are these provincial committee members? Yu Qinghe, 6. Chen Zhixing held a cigarette. The firelight was bright and uncertain in his eyes, and he inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. There's a high probability that Su Daoguang will die at the hands of the backer behind the curtain. This is a setup where someone passes the knife. Senior, believe it or not, the seat of Song Qinglin's backer behind him is the same model as Secretary Lin. Chapter 64, Su Daoguang's death. Finally seeing the Heavenly Bureau. The ad hoc investigative teams are, at times, nothing more than power machetes. A black Audi A6L fled frantically on the slippery road as torrential rain washed over the mountainous highway on the outskirts of Starfish. Su Daoguang's knuckles whitened as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the police lights that kept flashing in the rearview mirror stung his eyeballs. Asterisk 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 Chen Zhixing. He slammed the steering wheel, and the cell phone on the dashboard was displaying the last text message. Meet me at the usual place. Bring proof. The sender was clearly labeled Boss. The silhouette of the abandoned cement factory on the edge of the cliff was bright and dark in the lightning, and when Su Daoguang swung his tail and drifted into the factory, his tires plowed 2 deep ditches in the mud. Su Daoguang staggered and flung himself at the rusted iron door. The file bag clutched in his arms already soaked with rainwater. He was soaked to the skin, his expensive suit covered in mud, and his usual dignified image had long since disappeared. Bring the stuff? A familiar voice came from the shadows. But Su Daoguang suddenly froze in place as the voice came from 3 different directions. His pupils clenched suddenly as he took in the figure that stepped out from behind the concrete column. I didn't expect that the one who came to get something would actually be you. Su Daoguang's voice trembled as the knots in his throat rolled up and down. Zhang Guoming, Deputy Prosecutor General of the Provincial Prosecutor's Office, walked slowly out of the shadows, his shiny leather shoes stepping on the stagnant water with a slight sound. Behind him 2 bodyguards dressed in black stood in a horn's position. both with their right hands on the inside of their suits. What are you doing, old leader? Su Daoguang took 2 steps backwards, and the dossier bag snapped and fell into the muddy water. He suddenly remembered the paper shredder in Lin Jia's office, and at the moment it was as if he too had become a waste paper to be disposed of. Zhang Guoming bent down to pick up the dossier bag, the moonlight illuminating the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Xiao Su, do you know why Song Qinglin had to die? He slowly and methodically shook open the soaked documents. A page of the upper right corner of the bright red Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee words are gradually melt under the rain-soaked. Zhang Guoming's voice was soft as if he was discussing today's weather. Because he's just like you, always thinking that he can live by holding on to his chips. Su Daoguang suddenly understood something, and cold sweat mixed with rainwater slid down his forehead. Song Qinglin hasn't been confessed yet. Zhang Guoming's words meant that Song Qinglin would definitely die, and would die before he was confessed. It's about to give up the ghost. Prosecutor Zhang, I have the account book in my hand. Su Daoguang suddenly became excited. Not just the shed reform funds, but also the highway project, the development zone land grant, social security. Zhang Guoming let out a light laugh and pulled out a photo from his arms and flung it in front of Su Daoguang. The photo shows the back of a young girl walking into school with her backpack. Your daughter is a junior at Fudan, right? Finance department, excellent grades. Zhang Guoming dusted off the non-existent dust on the cuffs of his suit inside. What a good age. Su Daoguang's face instantly turned pale, his legs softening as he fell to his knees in the muddy water. Prosecutor Zhang, you can't. All these years Zhang Guoming raised his index finger. Listen. Sirens sounded in the distance and flashing police lights were faintly visible. It looks like your old friend Vice Leader Chen has arrived. Zhang Guoming sighed. Time is running out. Hearing this, Su Daoguang's pupils contracted violently. Su Daoguang suddenly pounced on Zhang Guoming, his voice hissing, you can't do this. I've done so much for the old leader. The 3,000 acres of land in the development zone, the special funds that came down from the province, and a bodyguard stepped forward, the barrel of his gun pressed against Su Daoguang's temple. Xiao Su, you've disappointed me too much. Zhang Guoming shook his head. Do you think the old leader cares about these small fishes and shrimps? He approached Su Daoguang's ear, his voice pressed extremely low. The province is going to move its team soon, and at this juncture, there can't be any surprises. But, you guys still made such a big mess that the old leader had to silence you. The mistake you made this time was so big that the old leader couldn't even cover it, so he could only save his own ass. Inspector Zhang, Su Daoguang grabbed Zhang Guoming's pants leg. Give me a way out. I promise to disappear and never appear in the country. Zhang Guoming looked at him compassionately. You know too much. He turned to the bodyguard. Deal with it. When Zhang got into the car in the darkness, a gunshot rang out from the abandoned factory. 5 minutes later, the police officer who came after him looked at Su Daoguang lying in a pool of blood and made a call out. From this phone call, the provincial leaders of the fighting pandemonium, slowly pulling back the curtain. City guest house, Chen Shixing, who had returned from the municipal party committee, immediately threw himself into the interrogation. Boss, get 5 bottles of erguotu and a pack of lacun on the way. Inside the small store next to the guest house, Chen Shixing bought something and then walked towards the city guest house. Although Song Qinglin did not fall into the net, but after the interrogation tonight there will be direct evidence. He did not believe that this group of people can really carry the disciplinary committee's interrogation. The reason he hasn't been arrested yet is that there's no direct evidence, and once we have their statements, then we can just apply for a lien order. He Yang, Chui Shueming, Chao Dexian, and a bunch of other discipline inspection commission staff members all walked over and looked at Chen Shixing. Chen Shixing nodded. All the doors of all the interrogation rooms are open. Interrogate Liang Xiaolong first. In addition, Lao Chao, have the doctors from the city hospital stand by, and the ambulance as well. Chao Dexian? No, are you really going to interrogate them in the hospital? You're really not afraid of supervision, are you? He Yang said that it didn't matter to him anymore, and he even kicked Liang Xiaolong several times. Liang Xiaolong should be the most miserable. After all, nearly hundreds of migrant workers surrounded him to fight. That leg are directly broken. Leg bones are directly pierced through the skin. Those of you who break your legs regularly know that the leg bone in the lower leg can be felt with your hand, and once it breaks outward, it's capable of piercing the skin in a matter of minutes. Liang Xiaolong owed his fellow migrant workers several years of wages, for that matter, and not beating him to death is considered to be a great conscience of his fellow migrant workers. Inside the interrogation room, Liang Xiaolong's agonizing whimpers had been ringing out for over an hour, and by this point, his voice was a little hoarse, and he was paralyzed in the interrogation chair, his right leg in a cast, and the left side of his face so swollen that he couldn't open his eyes. Chen Shixing walked in with 2 bottles of erguotu, his butt leaning against the interrogation table, his arms wrapped around his chest. He Yang is still the recorder. sleep your ass off, get up and explain the problem to me. Chen Zhixing steeply roared, and he Yang was jolted, and those eyes cleared up, full of grudges. Damn you, why don't you say hello in advance? Scared the hell out of me. Liang Xiaolong also had a jolt. That injured leg subconsciously lifted up and then pestled on the ground. Bone spurs pierced into the flesh and blood, and an even more agonizing pain than before swept through the nerves. Pig-killing screams rang out. I'll make it up. I'll make up for the whole salary. Liang Xiaolong struggled frantically. The handcuffs strangled blood marks on his wrists. There are still more than $8 million in the Construction Bureau's small treasury. Chen Zhixing looked at him coldly. Who asked you to account for this? I asked you to account for Song Qinglin's problem. Song Qinglin's question. This. Liang Xiaolong immediately hesitated. Seeing this, Chen Zhixing immediately opened the erguotu. Bruce Liang? Is this an attempt to get yourself drunk and accounted for? That's against procedure, isn't it? Then, he saw Chen Zhixing walking over with a bottle of wine and slowly pouring it down. Ah! Liang Xiaolong immediately screamed in pain. His neck, the veins on his forehead bulged, the other leg exerted force. The entire interrogation chair was clanked by him. Liang Xiaolong's screams echoed in the interrogation room, and the sharp pain from the erguotu poured on his wounds made him almost faint. His body convulsed violently, his broken leg trembling uncontrollably under the cast, and cold sweat mixed with alcohol rolled down his forehead and soaked his collar. I say, Liang Xiaolong hissed, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing. Song Qinglin's mistress is hiding in the Birchwood Cadre Sanatorium, room 308. There are ledgers there. There are videos. It's all there. Chen Zhixing sneered and slammed the bottle heavily on the table. And, Liang Xiaolong's pupils dilated with fear, his lips trembling. Behind Song Qinglin was Zhao Wei, Deputy Secretary Zhao of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. But Zhao Wei is just a white glove. The real big shot is. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room was violently pushed open. P.S. The pace will be relatively slow later on. I'm afraid I'll run out. I'll try my best not to run out, while keeping the high energy plot. I'll have to slow down a bit in the next few chapters, but I'm afraid the readers will run away. Whoa. Chapter 65, Song Qinglin transformed into a naked official? Cui Xueming rushed in with a pale face, clutching a cell phone in his hand. Team Leader Chen, we found Su Daoguang. Just, Su Daoguang became a corpse. He should have killed him. After all, it was someone who was shot in the head at close range. Hearing these words, Chen Zhixing's face also changed violently, and a cold light surfaced within his gaze. It seems, the people behind this can't sit still. It's now a mad dash to cut their ties to the group, even to the point of killing. However, the problem is that in today's windy situation, with all the provincial standing committee members down in Starfish City, they still dare to kill, and so on. Chen Zhixing suddenly glimpsed that he seemed to be playing the role of holding the anti-corruption sword high in this heavenly game. Continuing the previous idea, all 13 provincial standing committee members are in Starfish City, representing the province without a standing committee leader. So is it not the provincial party committee leader is fishing, waiting for this big fish behind the curtain to jump out on its own? Starfish City this evening is not calm. The Provincial Public Security Department Armed Police General Unit, Special Police General Unit, Criminal Investigation General Unit down, against the black and evil forces in Starfish City to carry out a thunderbolt action. Outside the street, a police car woo. The whole city seemed to be ringing with the sound of police cars, but it was at such a crucial time that the key character Su Daoguang died, and a lot of things ended when it came to him. So, now there's only one Song Qinglin left. If Song Qinglin were to die, the evidence to check upwards would have been broken in their hands. With these few people in the division sequence, they didn't even have an entry ticket to participate in the Heavenly Bureau, let alone that they would know the participants above the Heavenly Bureau. They can definitely bite Song Qinglin out, but it takes time. This creates a time lag, and this time difference. He's already suffered a loss, so he'll never make that mistake again. Lao He, immediately apply for Song Qinglin's retention order. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. Notify Qinzhan. Bring only your pistol and follow me out into the field. Old Chui, follow the list on the notebook left behind by Deng Rong. Arrest them all. Don't spare any of them. Also, prepare a set of photos of Xiao Daoguang's death scene for me. Cui Xueming spoke suddenly at this time. Deng Rong, cremated tomorrow. According to the public security system and the civil affairs system, if there is no family to collect the ashes, they dispose of them. Song Qinglin's heart was becoming more and more uneasy. The things that happened today really made it impossible for him to sleep peacefully. From the information he got, the group of people around himself and others were all arrested, especially Lin Jia, who stayed with Su Daoguang for half an hour before he was arrested. Lin Jia and Su Daoguang must have evidence in their hands that implicates them. He had always been careful and tried not to leave evidence behind, but he wasn't a saint. He couldn't be all things to all people. The special investigation team has not arrested themselves yet. Either they have not yet grasped their evidence, or they are using themselves to fish for the people behind them. The departmental cases all have one thing in common, especially in his case, which is labeled systemic corruption. Song Qinglin's wife, vice president of Starfish City Bank. A lot of the financial expenditures are going to go from Starfish City Bank. Don't worry, it can't be traced back to us. Song Qinglin's fingers trembled slightly, and the sound of police sirens rose and fell outside the window, as if an invisible net was being tightened. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Can't find out about us? He sneered, as if mocking his own fluke. Dare to kill and kill in the case of the provincial party committee member sitting in Starfish City, indicating that the person behind the scene has been anxious, so anxious that they do not hesitate to take risks. The fight between the big brothers could already be seen through the tube, and he, Song Qinglin, was nothing more than a discard that could be discarded at any time in such a fight. You're taking it too much for granted. In this world, there are never impervious walls. After Song Qinglin finished speaking, he fiercely got up, quickly walked towards the safe, entered the password, and took out a spare cell phone that had never been activated. A number was dialed and the person answered with only one ring. The situation is not right. Song Qinglin lowered his voice. Su Daoguang is dead. Lin Jiao was arrested. They must have something in their hands. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Then a low voice came through. Are you sure? Not sure, but I can't bet on it. Song Qinglin gritted his teeth. The task force isn't touching me right now. Either because there's not enough evidence or they're waiting for me to make a mistake. What do you want to do? Two ways. Song Qinglin's eyes were grim. First, I'll disappear immediately, but that's the same as admitting guilt. They'll surely pursue it to the end. Second, he paused. Make it impossible for them to investigate. The meaning of not being able to investigate is very clear. But this matter, the person on the other end of the phone also understood what he meant, but due to the situation at this stage, he didn't even think about it and simply refused. It's too risky. The province is now in a vacuum and I suspect that the provincial standing committee is fishing to catch the fish and give an account to the top, which is in their interest now. With such a big mess in Starfish City, the provincial party committee is taking the blame. They're in desperate need of a catharsis. You think I'd show up at a time like this? Su Daoguang is dead. Who will be next? You, or me? Song Qinglin fell silent. He knew exactly what the other party meant. No one could remain calm in the face of that leader, especially with the energy in the other party's hands, capable of killing them in a minute. Abandonment really isn't that hard for him. After hanging up, he quickly destroyed his cell phone card and his eyes fell on a family photo on his desk. His wife smiling gently, his daughter innocent, coming out of his room. He took out his suitcase and packed his things. While packing his things, he spoke. Don't ask anything. You immediately take your daughter to the airport now. I've already asked White Art to make the arrangements. Remember, whatever happens, don't look back. The wife also knew what had happened and nodded, saying nothing. After cleaning up, they sent them downstairs, and after telling each other again and again, they returned to their room. Song Qinglin stood in front of the window and watched his wife's Santana 2000 drive into the rain. He felt out the Motorola V3 cell phone. The screen blue light in the darkness is particularly harsh, and sent a text message out. Tonight 11:15 South China Airlines CZ 3117. Just after sending this text message, the front door was knocked at this time. His mind stuttered and he squinted slightly, a little unsure for a moment who it was that was knocking on the door. Either he's here to fix him or is trying to fix him. Song Qinglin walked over to open the room, and not surprisingly, he saw Chen Zhixing's face. Mayor Song, you've come all this way. Aren't you going to invite me in? Chapter 66, I forced a confession? It's obvious that you know the law and resist it. The torrential rain smashed against the glass windows like countless thin bullets. Song Qinglin stood in the shadows of the living room, the cigarette on his fingertips brightly extinguished, reflecting his taut jawline. Chen Zhixing's voice was tinged with teasing, as if he was enjoying a drama that had been choreographed long ago. He grinned, revealing white teeth like a wolf locked onto its prey. Mayor Song, the lights are still on this late. Waiting for someone? Song Qinglin sidestepped to get out of the way, the characteristic smile of the officialdom hanging on his face. A late-night visit from team leader Chen. It can't be that he's here to drink tea. Brilliant. Chen Zhixing stepped through the door, his leather shoes crushing wet footprints on the floor. He casually flung out a stack of photographs, color-printed close-ups of Su Daoguang's body scattered all over the floor, blood still seeping from the bullet hole in his temple. Song Qinglin glanced down as the pictures of Su Daoguang's death scene continued to stimulate his nerves. I assume Mayor Song will be attending Deputy Director Su's memorial service? Chen Zhixing smoothly sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, moving casually like he was in his own home. He lit a cigarette, and behind him the armed police fighters filed in, quickly occupying all corners of the living room. Song Qinglin's gaze swept over the heavily armed police, the corner of his mouth pulling out a cold smile. Team leader Chen is trying to raid the house? Copying the family? Chen Zhixing exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, his eyes sharp as knives in the smoke. Mayor Song is overstating it. We are only here to protect your safety. Protection? Song Qinglin walked slowly towards the tea table, his fingers gently rubbing over the alabaster pot. With a gun for protection? Chen Zhixing suddenly leaned forward and propped his elbows on his knees. Who was the boss that Su Daoguang met before he died? What was in the dossier bag he brought with him? Why did the people behind you want to silence him? Each question was like a hammer that hit Song Qinglin's heart hard. Song Qinglin's hand that poured the tea was as steady as a rock, and the tea drew a beautiful arc. Team leader Chen, you have to talk about evidence when handling a case. You broke into the vice mayor's home late at night, just based on a few photos? Evidence? Chen Zhixing sneered and pulled out an envelope from his inner pocket, gently placing it on the coffee table. Mayor Song may as well take a look at this. Song Qinglin didn't go for it immediately, but slowly sipped his tea. Team leader Chen is young and promising. There are some cases that can't be investigated by being ruthless. Is that so? Chen Zhixing suddenly stood up and looked condescendingly at Song Qinglin. Then tell me, by what? Relying on your government officials protecting each other routine? Song Qinglin finally put down his teacup, his eyes growing cold. Watch your words, Team leader Chen. I'm a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Committee of Starfish City and the Executive Vice Mayor. Not anytime soon. Chen Zhixing leaned over, almost to Song Qinglin's ear, and said, your wife and child are now guests at the task force, and I'm afraid their plane won't be able to take off on time. The teacup slipped out of Song Qinglin's hands and smashed against the marble floor, making a crisp cracking sound. His face instantly turned pale. What did you say? Song Qinglin's voice rose steeply, like a string stretched to its limit. What have you done with my wife? Song Qinglin's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He lunged at the coffee table as if he wanted to grab that envelope, but he was firmly pressed on the shoulders by two armed police officers. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? Song Qinglin struggled, his expensive suit becoming wrinkled, his tie askew to one side, no longer as majestic as it once was. Chen Zhixing leaned on the sofa, the corner of his mouth with the playfulness of a cat playing with a rat, and beautifully lit a cigarette. I know Starfish City Interest Group spokesman, really want to talk about it. You Song Qinglin on the body is quite a lot of charges. Lin Jia can get the death penalty, let alone you. Criminals. Song Qinglin gritted his teeth and yelled, what evidence do you have? If you don't have proof, I can sue you for slander. Chen Zhixing heard this, the anger rose. Mother of, I told you properly you do not understand the human language. Have to make you angry, right? Chen Zhixing got up and kicked in his chest. Song Qinglin backed up, his elbow slamming heavily on the TV behind him. What the? You're a ing slanderer? You don't know what you've done, do you? And you say I'm a slanderer? Who do you think you are? Does Tang Ron's life count as evidence? Does his parents' 2 lives count as evidence? Does Lin Jia's imprisonment of a girl in a dark room and the discovery of drugs count as evidence? Chen Zhixing kicked away the tea tray, stood on the coffee table, raised his hand, and smacked him with a loud mouth. It can be said that it took all the strength of the body. Song Qinglin's entire body was dumbfounded. No, I'm at least a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, the Executive Vice Mayor of Starfish City. How dare he beat himself up? He's just a deputy division, but my old man is a deputy hall. What gives him the right to write his head in on it? The flame of anger bubbled up in Song Qinglin's heart. It was called a ghostly fire. He had never seen such an arrogant deputy division before. Song Qinglin's cheeks were on fire and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. His eyes rounded in disbelief as he touched the swollen right side of his face. His executive jacket splattered with the tea stains he had just spilled. You dare to hit me? His voice was distorted with rage. I'm a hall-level cadre. Beat that out of you. Chen Zhixing leapt off the coffee table and grabbed Song Qinglin's tie, yanking his entire body into a stumbling forward lunge. The choking sensation of the tie twisting the knot of his throat caused Song Qinglin's eyes to bulge out, and his hands instinctively went to grab Chen Zhixing's wrists. When Deng Rong was injected with drugs by you guys, why don't you think of yourself as a cadre? Chen Zhixing swung his right fist, his knuckles smashing heavily on the bridge of Song Qinglin's nose. The crunch of broken cartilage accompanied by a spray of nosebleed exploded into a blinding red plum on the snow-white shirt. Song Qinglin fell on his back onto the solid wood floor, the back of his head hitting with a dull thud. He struggled to get up, but Chen Zhixing stomped on his chest. Ahem! You're extorting a confession through torture. Song Qinglin coughed up blood foam, and the buttons of his executive jacket chipped off too. Forcing a confession? Chen Zhixing bent down and grabbed his hair, looked up at the surrounding armed police warriors and asked, did I force a confession? Xinjian turned around silently. It's not really a forced confession. You've got a personal grudge. No, it should be. Song Qinglin knew the law and resisted it. Chen Zhixing just took means to arrest him. Well, that's right. The armed warriors tacitly turned their backs, and Qin Zhan even thoughtfully turned off the overhead light in the living room. Under the dim light of the table lamp, Chen Zhixing's shadow loomed over Song Qinglin like an evil spirit. Lin Jia is all accounted for. Chen Zhixing pulled a bunch of papers from his backside and slapped them on Song Qinglin's bloodied face. Poverty alleviation funds going to your overseas accounts. The dead man's quota for the shanty program. And, he suddenly lowered his voice, your goddaughter's in Birchwood room 308. Song Qinglin's pupils suddenly contracted. This subtle change in expression did not escape Chen Zhixing's eyes. Looks like it didn't lie. Chen Zhixing sneered and suddenly grabbed the alabaster pot on the coffee table. You like tea a lot? No. Wait. Song Qinglin's screams were blocked in his throat by the hot tea. Boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius was poured on his face, and the scalded prairie blisters swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was writhing frantically like a fish out of water, but he was deadlocked by Chen Zhixing's knee on his throat. This pot, to Deng Rong. Chen Zhixing picked up the thermos again, the steaming heat blurring his face as he unscrewed the lid. Fighting violence with violence may not be the best way, but it's definitely the way to make yourself hurt. He doesn't want to do it anyway, so why does he care so much? Next pot. To the girls you sent to the clubhouse. Chapter 67, The Black Cat and One Ear. I say it all. Song Qinglin hissed as he broke down, his scalded cheeks twisting and tearing with his expression. It's Xiao Wei, Deputy Secretary Zhao of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, but the real person in charge is Zhang. His confession was interrupted by the loud sound of glass bursting. A bullet grazed Song Qinglin's ear and shot into the floor, the splattered wood shavings cutting bloody marks on his cheek. Sniper! Qin Zhan pounced on Chen Zhixing, and the second bullet shattered the teacup in front of Song Qinglin. The armed police fighters instantly entered the combat state. The two armed police fighters close to the window instantly got down and violently pulled up the curtains as a way to block the sniper's line of sight. Song Qinglin suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. Blood bubbles all over his face rupturing as his facial muscles shook. He fiercely grabbed Chen Zhixing's clothes, the desire to survive surfacing in his mind. It doesn't matter what standing committees, what deputy mayors, he just wants to live. Protect me. I can identify Zheng Guoming, the provincial prosecutor's office. Bang! Ah! Song Qinglin steeply screamed miserably. Chen Zhixing looked at Song Qinglin. The corner of his mouth twitched. One ear was knocked off. Well, this really became one ear. And that's when the curtains were drawn. One of the armed police fighters pulled the screaming Song Qinglin into hiding behind the wall, and Chen Zhixing was also shielded behind the wall by Qin Zhan. Tell them all to hide. Chen Zhixing pulled out his phone and said to Qin Zhan. Armed police fighters were not police officers. They took orders directly from Qin Zhan. He doesn't want any more deaths. Hello, Director Qi, is this your anti-terrorist operation? We were sniped at Song Qinglin's house. The other party has a sniper rifle in their hands. What are you doing? Chen Zhixing roared up. He was really angry and didn't care who the other party was. He opened his mouth and started spraying furiously. Qi Ziyuan, however, said in a tone full of disinterest. Oh, Team Leader Chen, the people I transferred over are out. The anti-terrorist operation is still going on, and I really can't spare any manpower here. After saying that, Qi Ziyuan directly hung up the phone. Chen Zhixing, the whole person suddenly numb. Qi Ziyuan, this is the meaning? Really ing broken cans, right? You're a. Don't be so ing ridiculous. You just put us in a dangerous situation. You really aren't afraid to report us, are you? Waiting for the meeting? Chen Zhixing suddenly got the paradox of it. Qi Ziyuan is not afraid of his own complaint, then cannot be considered Qi Ziyuan in this matter accompanied by some kind of scavenger role, or that he and the people behind what deal? The only thing that keeps one from suing is death, and dead people don't sue. Captain, the sniper spot is empty. Suddenly a voice rang in his ears. Qin Zhan didn't have any hesitation either and immediately spoke. Gather towards me and escort Team Leader Chen and the witnesses to the car. The process of getting into the car all took 5 minutes, and fortunately, the shooting did not continue in the process. The corners of Chen Zhixing's mouth hooked up slightly, and within this sneer, there was a hint of the expression of a fish taking the bait. Municipal Public Security Bureau. Qi Ziyuan hung up the phone and slapped it heavily on his desk. This office, which originally belonged to Su Daoguang, has now become his temporary command post. Su Daoguang, the body of Starfish City's deputy mayor and public security director, is still lying in the hospital morgue. The news of Su Daoguang's death has not yet spread widely, and the number of people who know about it is currently small, but the ranks of the standing committee are definitely aware of it. 50-year-old Qi Ziyuan in the public security system for 30 years, from grassroots police all the way up to the provincial public security director. What big storms have not seen, but this time, he felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff. Sniping Song Qinglin tonight would have been risky, but Su Daoguang is dead. and the clues on his side have been broken, so it's necessary to get Song Qinglin killed. Song Qinglin living will certainly leak the news of the person behind the scene. At that time, the battlefield shifted from Starfish City to Changtian City. The ranks of the standing committee will be someone dissatisfied. The cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated, and the screen displayed an unknown number. Qi Ziyuan took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. The people under your hand don't seem to be as powerful as you say. A Song Qinglin can't solve it. Are you a waste of space as the head of the public security department? Song Qinglin is still alive now. Do you know how much trouble he'll cause us? Although the other party is just a child's voice, Qi Ziyuan is very clear. This is the other party does not want to show the identity of the means only. Randomly a few sugar can be when the roadside children as a megaphone. That's your business. I've fired this shot, but next I'll have to face the provincial committee's pursuit. What you guys promised me, you'd better do it, otherwise, I don't mind letting heaven and earth live together. Qi Ziyuan opened his mouth with an icy voice, and a cold light surfaced in his gaze. This shot has a great potential to interrupt his career. Originally, his impression was already not very good on the provincial party committee side, and now he fired this shot. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and the child's voice rang out again, his tone moderating a bit. Director Qi, don't get excited. Your position is very safe. Chen Zhixing is just a small character. He can't make any waves. As for Song Qinglin, we'll handle it. It better be. Qi Ziyuan coldly said. Remember, I have quite a few materials on hand as well. Also, what really needs to be resolved is not Song Qinglin, but Chen Zhixing. If Chen Zhixing isn't resolved, there will be a knife hanging over your heads. Chen Zhixing watched the vehicle behind him through the rearview mirror and only relaxed a little after confirming that he was not following. He turned to Song Qinglin, who was sandwiched between two armed police officers and had been briefly bandaged. Deputy Mayor Song, you may now continue with the confession you just made. Chen Zhixing said calmly. Zhao Wei, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Judicial Committee, is the person behind you? Then, I have a question. Zhao Wei, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Judicial Committee, is only at the level of the main hall, and even if he is the director of the provincial office of the anti-blackness office, he doesn't seem to have such a large amount of energy to do so many things. Can I reasonably suspect that there is another big shot behind Wei Zhao, and that this big shot is the boss you serve? The pain from his wounds kept him twitching, but what scared him more than the physical pain was what the name stood for. He was also aware that if the other party really wanted to get him killed, it was merely a matter of words. After all, his disciples and officials are all over the province, and if he speaks out today, he may die tomorrow. I'll die. Song Qinglin muttered. They'll kill my entire family. Chen Zhixing came closer, his voice firm. You're under our protection now. Identifying them is your only way to survive. Who else is behind Zheng Guoming? Song Qinglin's lips trembled as if he was going through a fierce inner struggle. In the end, the instinct to survive overcame fear. Deputy Prosecutor General of the Provincial Prosecutor's Office, Zheng Guoming. After a pause, he swallowed hard and his voice trembled. Zheng Guoming is just a front stage figure. The real big man is. Chapter 68, Mysterious Phone Call. Yama's Deterrent Power. Before he could finish his words, a cell phone suddenly rang in the car. Chen Zhixing looked at Song Qinglin, who tremblingly pulled out his cell phone, on which the word boss was displayed on the caller ID. Song Qinglin's face instantly turned pale, and a look of despair surfaced in his gaze as he looked towards Chen Zhixing. Boss. Those two words have meant everything. Pick up. I would like to know what he wants to say. Chen Zhixing sneered, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Song Qinglin's voice was hoarse. How about, not pick it up? Chen Zhixing glanced at him and faintly said, do you think that he would not know that we are together? Since he knows, then this phone call is definitely not to ask you what kind of tea you like to drink. Hearing these words, although Song Qinglin was now fearful, his years of political sense made him instantly realize that this matter was not so simple. He gulped and regained a bit of emotion, but still asked with a slight tremor in his voice. You mean he's most likely making sure I'm not in this car? Chen Zhixing shook his head slightly, but did not say anything, just signaling him to pick up the phone. He dared to conclude that even if the other party was bold, they would not be so bold. All the actions since they entered Starfish City were a clear indication that the other side had crossed the line a long time ago, and now that it has caused such a fuss, they are definitely not dancing on a tightrope. Once they make another move across the line, what awaits them will be the CDC, Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, all down. In the back of these Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee is not no one. In the end, are the results of the Big Brother fight. After all, they do not want to let their own people folded. The checks and balances from above are also designed to get them results as quickly as possible. After giving an account, they will be able to give an account. Just how? If this matter is not handled well by the Provincial Standing Committee, it will be a new era of Hanwoo case. Song Qinglin took a deep breath and still pressed the answer button, his voice slightly trembling as he spoke. Boss. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and a pale, mellow voice came out. Let's leave this matter here. After Xiao Song's death, it's an explanation. After all, one dang wrong, filled with the lives of so many people, is more than enough. These words were not said to Song Qinglin. After all, the other party had already pointed out that after little Song's death, what this means is already very clear. Song Qinglin's body trembled, and his face had gone pale in an instant. Chen Zhixing took the call, and his tone was as if it came from an ice cave, carrying extreme coldness. To you, Dang Rong is nothing more than a small division-level official, and even, at the vice hall level, you can shoot and abandon Song Qinglin, but to me, she's still the same girl who loved Magnolia, the fellow student who had some panache in both her actions and her tone. The friend. She is not a bargaining chip to be used for trade, much less a talking point for me to talk to you about. What I'm going to do is set the papers of your double-crossing on fire on her grave, and take her unwillingness to live. That's all. The world has never been dark, though most people have no business being exposed to it. Where does the average person, who can hardly even feed himself, get the right to be exposed to the dark side of the world? Actually, I'm still really curious. Are you in the provincial city or starfish city? Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife. That's an interesting statement, and regardless of who the big boss behind Song Qinglin is, it's pretty much a put-down as far as that goes, because the other party answered in the provincial city. That means it is possible to be an office deputy or retired old leaders. If it is in Starfish City, it is the provincial party committee standing committee one or several people. Young man, with this little tactic of yours, I've long since stopped using it, and you don't need to inquire about me. With your rank, you can't reach me yet, since you don't know how to behave. Let's see who's better at chess. The other party directly hung up the phone, and Chen Zhixing also slightly narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly and casually threw his cell phone aside, then immediately looked at Song Qinglin and said in a light tone, "See, the other party is clearly trying to put you to death. You still don't want to say it?" Song Qinglin wriggled his lips several times and spoke with a pale face. I don't know. The only thing I know is Zhao Wei, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, who is my teacher. The other one is Zheng Guoming, the deputy prosecutor general of the provincial prosecutor's office. I don't know about the others because for the most part, I just contacted my teacher, and I only heard him say that there was another boss behind him. There is another boss behind them. Chen Zhixing now really needs to calm down and think back. In the news he had read in his previous life, whether there was such a person or not, at this point all he had was a vague notion that seemed to have crossed his mind, but he couldn't remember how. It's not like he's a genius. Even according to the process of his previous life, he himself was fired this year, first degenerated for most of the year, and only immediately afterward began to move towards the business world, where he walked for decades and died in his 50s. In other words, you're asking him, a 50-something-year-old, to look back on being 25 or 26? Who can think of anything but great things? Yes, it's true that it wasn't a big deal for his life before. After all, he wasn't even in the system anymore. So what's the big deal? So it's really hard to get him to think now. Might as well make it easier for him to go to sea as a duck. 10 minutes later, finally returned to the city guest house without any danger. After having old Shui throw Song Qinglin into the conference room, it was only then that he noticed He Yang's absence. Old Shui, where's He Yang? Chen Zhixing asked as he opened the door to an interrogation room. Shui Xueming is now interrogating Lin Jia. His head is now dying of pain. Lin Jia is now not to explain a word. While saying that, Chen Zhixing walked in, glanced at the statement sheet in front of him, and continued to ask, how much has been explained? Shui Xueming said with a bitter smile, it can be said that basically did not explain. He did not say a word. Old He, I don't know. Anyway, he went out not long after you left, and no one answered the phone. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes, turned his head to look at Lin Jia in the interrogation chair, and said in a cold voice, Old Shui said you won't explain anything? Gee, it looks like the doctor you hired for you guys is pretty good. The stitches on your face are pretty good. Lin Jia shivered after seeing Chen Zhixing, and seemed to think of something, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, her voice sharpening. Let him out. Let him out. I'll tell him whatever you want to know, but you have to let him out. Chen Zhixing pulled out his ears and said in a cold voice, can you speak properly? Your voice is annoying me. Lin Jia shuddered. Right. I'm sorry. I'm scared. Chapter 69, temporarily depriving you of the right to be a human being. The situation is like this. To be honest, I've never seen Chen Zhixing in this state before. His entire being is on the verge of collapse. The only solution I can think of is you. He Yang's fingertips unconsciously gripped the cuffs, his ears gradually turning red. He wore a dark blue shirt today, the cuffs of which he had already crumpled up, living like curtains scratched by a cat. So, wanted to ask you to come with me. And, he paused, the knot in his throat rolling as if he was embarrassed to talk to a girl, a little embarrassed. You're a medical professional, and the task force is now. There are quite a few wounded. Suddenly he lifted his head, an obstinate light shining under his eyes, as if he suddenly thought of the perfect excuse. This will also save money. The bonus at the end of the year can be shared more. The voice screeched to a halt and added hastily like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Don't get me wrong, my family is not short of money, but the prize money is different. He waved his hands as if wrestling with an unseen enemy. The prize money you earn and the money your family gives you are simply two different things. The words were practically shouted, stirring up a slight echo in the empty corridor and startling the little nurse passing by so much that the tray in her hand nearly flew out. Seemingly realizing that he had strayed from the topic, Yang coughed awkwardly, a sound that sounded like that of a cockerel that had been strangled. He hurriedly spoke up and asked, "So, would you like to come over with me?" Jo Ruori tilted her head to look at him, her eyes clear as if she was looking at a talking husky. She was wearing a high ponytail today, with a couple pens and a pair of scissors stuck in her white coat pocket, and her whole person exuded an "I'm busy don't bother me" aura. Is Chen Jixing injured? She directly skipped Yang's carefully prepared long speech and went straight to the point. Yang's expression instantly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. He opened his mouth and closed it again, like a goldfish deprived of oxygen. "Ha, is that right?" He finally found his voice. "How come your brain circuits are so different? You only care about Chen Jixing's, right?" Jo Ruoroe blinked, with a face that was rightfully hers. "What else? So is Chen Jixing injured or not?" Jo Ruoli was already a bit impatient. Yang scratched his head, turning his originally neat hairstyle into a bird's nest. Count on it. Other than the first time, he's basically the one who hits others. Jo Ruoli's eyes immediately glared like bronze bells as she grabbed Yang's collar. "Is he serious? Did he go to the hospital? Where is he now?" Yang stumbled as she yanked him, his tie strangling him as he rolled his eyes. "Sort of. It's kind of serious, isn't it? A lot of stitches." "What?" Jo Ruoli's voice instantly rose an octave, scaring the patient's family at the end of the corridor and almost pressing the emergency call button. She let go of Yang, turned around and rushed towards the nurse's station, her white coat fluttering behind her like a superhero's cape. "I'm going to get the director's leave now, and I'll go over there with you," she shouted without looking back, her voice a masked anxiety. Yang stood in place, straightened his torn tie, and looked at Jo Ruoli's distant back with an expression like he had just witnessed an alien abduction. "Boor, you just care about Chen Jixing, right?" He glared at the air, then asked himself, "Oh, it seems right, Chen Jixing is her boyfriend. It's normal to be concerned. Only," his voice suddenly rose in anguish, "isn't the life of a minion a life? Even minions have human rights." The passing cleaning lady's aunt gave him the look of a mental patient and silently pushed her mop around the block. As soon as his words fell, Jo Ruoli rushed back like a whirlwind, carrying a huge medical box in her hand. Her white coat had been changed into civilian clothes, but she still had a stethoscope hanging around her neck, living like a doctor who just escaped from the emergency room. Bang! Jo Ruoli violently closed the car door, sticking her head out from the passenger side, shouting at Yang, who was still swallowing clouds, as if she was going to jump out of the car and drive herself in the next second. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and drive." Yang choked on the smoke and coughed, extinguishing the cigarette with his hands and feet. Coming. The car drove out of the hospital gate, and Jo Ruoli immediately pulled out her cell phone, her fingers flying on the screen as if she was performing some kind of mysterious ritual. "Don't send messages." His cell phone was broken by himself. Yang glanced at it and said. Jo Ruoli's fingers froze in midair. Why did he drop his cell phone? Because the suspect resisted arrest and called him a useless cop. Yang turned the steering wheel, then he punched the guy into the hospital, smashing his cell phone against the wall in the process. With that "how can this stupid cell phone not even express anger" kind of force, Jo Ruoli nodded with a face of understanding. "Well, it really should be smashed." Yang almost yanked the steering wheel off. "No, you guys, it's really not a family, not a door." He rolled his eyes. "In the afternoon, when you arrested the director of the city construction bureau, and let a group of civilian workers swarm over him and break his legs, why didn't you say he had a good temper? When arresting the director of the poverty alleviation office, when he poured spirits on people's wounds, why didn't you say he had a good temper?" Jo Ruoli's eyes lit up. "Really? He still knows this hand?" The tone was full of pride, as if Chen Jixing was not violently enforcing the law, but had won some marvelous talent award. Yang, I just remembered that. You two are a ing match made in heaven. Chen Jixing is in charge of beating people up, so you're in charge of treating them, right? belt dipped in povidone iodine and sterilized as you fight? 2 hours later, the car stopped at the entrance of the city guest house, and before He Yang could turn off the engine, Joe Rory rushed out with a medical kit. As soon as he rushed into the second floor of the guest house, he heard a heart-rending scream coming from the second floor. It's a man. Joe Ruoli hurriedly rushed in the direction with the medical kit, and immediately saw Chen Zhixing pouring a bottle of Red Star Erguat onto Liang Xiaolong's wound. Demon! You are the devil! Chen Zhixing, you're torturing me to force a confession. You're bending over backwards. I'm going to report you. Don't pour it. I beg you. Don't pour it. Dying. Really dying. Doctor. The doctor? Isn't the doctor gone? Chen Zhixing turned his head in bewilderment, and instantly saw Joe Ruoli, who was dressed in civilian clothes with a stethoscope around her neck. Rory, how did you? Before he finished his words, Joe Ruoli had already rushed to him in an arrow step. The medical kit was placed on the table with a thud, and her hands cupped his face to look left and right. Where is it hurt? Where else but your hand? Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you know how worried I was? Joe Ruoli's questions slammed into Chen Zhixing like a series of cannons, while she had already sharply unwrapped the bandages on his hands. Seeing this scene, Liang Xiaolong's psyche instantly collapsed. He screamed miserably, I'm the patient. Can you care about my death? Corrupt officials have human rights too. Okay. Cui Shueming narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smirk, Good Lord Corruptor, temporarily deprive you of the power to be a human being, so don't bark. You know how much effort Team Leader Chen put into catching you guys. What's wrong with letting Team Leader Chen warm up for a while? Xiao Hu Xiao Zhang. Gag him and give him a bottle of white wine to sterilize his spirit. Chapter 70. The task force leader, the deputy leader, are all suspended. Well, there is now one thing recognized by the task force. No, two things. For one thing, these suspects all fell on their own and had nothing to do with their task force. Secondly, the girlfriend of Chen Zhixing's deputy head, that's not just his girlfriend now also serves as the task force medical officer. From the inception of the task force to the beginning of the stationing of Zhiping County, all the casework was almost all done by Chen Zhixing with the people, and most of the people followed behind to pick up the credit. All they can do is immobilize the evidence, comb through the evidence trail and so on. Team Leader Chen, you can go and treat your wounds with Comrade Joe Ruoli first. Just leave the interrogation work to us. You rest for 2 days. Oh yeah. Secretary Yu's side has already come with the news that all the information about Huwei's case was handed over to the provincial prosecutor's office yesterday, and the results should be out tomorrow. Cui Shueming seemed to remember something and said this. Chen Zhixing nodded. Alright, then I'll work hard for you guys. It's not hard work, it should be. It's our part of the job. Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Special Investigation Team stationed in Starfish City the next day. The high-level umbrella has broken the net. All of the interest groups led by Song Qinglin were caught, and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspections Task Force entered a rapid interrogation phase to determine all the evidence. In fact, after the arrests, that's not all. They also had to fix the evidence. Case study whether there was any evidence that had not been added, see if the chain of evidence was complete, and search all places where bribes were hidden. It's like Song Qinglin's stash of ledgers in Birchwood, his goddaughter, and so on, all of which need to be verified by personnel. And in this process, the amount of time required is massive. Of course, with sufficient manpower and the cooperation of the interrogated person, the time will be greatly shortened. Chen Zhixing was dragged into the makeshift infirmary by Joe Ruoli, and just as the door closed, the girl's tears slammed onto his bandaged palm. The smell of medical alcohol mixed with the jasmine scent of her hair washed away the days of blood. Do you know how scared I was when I heard about you guys? Joe Ruoli's tweezers clamped a cotton ball and pressed it hard on his wound. Her eyes slightly red as she looked at the wounds on his body, her voice a little choked. Why didn't you even tell me? Chen Zhixing sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but smiled and wiped her tears with his other hand. Doesn't our comrade Ruoli hate sniveling little nurses the most? Shut up! Joe Ruoli glared at him with red eyes, but the movements in her hands were put extremely gently. The rain was thickening outside the window, while the vague screams coming from the interrogation room outside seemed to break the low atmosphere somewhat. Joe Ruoli gently clutched his index finger, but did not dare to exert herself. Tears smashed on the gauze and wiped it off in a panic, squeezing out a smile. In the future, don't hide it from me anymore, okay? She choked back a sob as she looked down to remove the blood-stained bandage, her throat tightening. You asked me to have a medical kit ready before you went on your mission. I promise I'll prepare it quietly and not call you. I've seen a lot of TV shows where accidents are caused by girls talking on the phone. I won't call you if you're on a mission. Look, I've even practiced breathing very, very softly. I won't be a burden to you. A warm current surged through Chen Zhixing's heart. Clasping her palm in his backhand, he couldn't help but laugh dumbly, rubbing against her forehead, murmuring, Silly girl, how could you be a burden? Where there's you is home. Zhou Ruoli cried out with a wow. The little emotion that he had previously held strong burst out. Chen Zhixing also coaxed for a long time before coaxing. Some hands and feet. This is still since they have known each other for so long. Zhou Ruori in front of him crying so sad it. Sister Rome. Let's go see Sister Rome off tomorrow. She's had a hard life. Good. After treating Chen Zhixing's wounds, Zhou Ruoli recovered her emotions before continuing to treat the wounds of the injured members of the task force. For a while, Zhou Ruoli seemed to have become a supernumerary of the special investigation team. Early the next morning, the interrogation continues. While the fringe character of the special investigation team, Yun Shui, who is on loan from the provincial radio station, seems to be non-existent, but in just one night, Yun Shui and Zhou Ruori's relationship becomes very good. Yun Shui went out early in the morning and continued to start carrying out the orders Chen Zhixing had given her. The city TV station's radio truck is publicizing the task force in the streets, but today's rhetoric has changed, saying that the city's big tigers have been caught, and asking people to report them and so on. As for last night's anti-terrorist operation, no one mentioned it because it was too big a deal, and there are some things that can't be discussed even in private. Next year is the Olympic Games, while next month faces provincial, municipal and county-level changes. The People's Congress will be held, and in September the National Bureau of Corruption Prevention will soon be inaugurated. But anyone with a little bit of brain can guess that nowadays. The two Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee is called the King of the Iron Blood Discipline Inspection Committee Secretary of the King of Yen. The little King of Yen Chen Zhixing will certainly be titled in the Prevention of Corruption Bureau. It seems that Chen Zhixing's existence suddenly made up the last shortboard of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. On top, there is Yu Qingha Yu Yen, the iron-blooded secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, who is responsible for coordination. Under the Deputy Director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, Chen Zhixing, the little Yama, is in charge of investigating and arresting people, up and down. On such a disciplinary committee configuration, the existence of that is a deterrent. Last night, the provincial office acted with thunder. Under the leadership and instructions of the Provincial Party Committee, the Provincial Public Security Office carried out a large-scale fight against blackness and evil, killing more than 60 criminals and arresting more than 1,000 black and evil force gangs. The detention centers are full. The city's public security bureaus, district precincts, and police stations are all crazy busy, and the courts have received dozens of cases early in the morning. And because Li Weiguo was placed on probation at the city's central court, the Provincial High Court temporarily sent a vice president down to preside over the work. Provincial Party Committee Organization Department is also busy crazy. The following sections have begun to take the fastest channel to start matching Starfish City absentee positions. The current Starfish City's main work by the Provincial Party Committee full-time deputy secretary presided over. The leadership of the Provincial Party Committee has no intention of returning to the province. The leading cadres of Starfish City, from the section to the main hall, are all in a state of nervousness, fearing that the next second we will be taken away. While eating breakfast, He Yang began to synchronize today's latest information. For the task force, any breeze is noteworthy information. Chen Zhixing picked up a donut and stuffed it into his mouth, chewed and swallowed it with great difficulty, choked a little, and asked with a stifled red face, "Why haven't you gone to the interrogation work?" He Yang glanced at Zhou Ruoli, who went to order breakfast again, and said indignantly, "Secretary, you means to make me your deputy now? I'm at least your superior, right? I'm at least the director of the 10th Review and Investigation Room. I'm the director. I'm a director as your deputy. Just have fun on the side. Besides me as a leader, who else can be so sympathetic with you as I am?" Just after finishing, He Yang's phone rang at this time, and he didn't avoid Chen Zhixing. He directly connected the phone, and his face changed abruptly. He took out a cigarette, exhaled a long puff of smoke, and spoke with an ugly face. "Two pieces of news. Bad news. A deputy director of the Supervisory Bureau accepted that you violated organizational procedures and extorted confessions under torture in the course of law enforcement, and a decision has been made to suspend you. At the same time, in response to the secretary, you may affect the justice of the case. The same suspension was made, pending review by the Supervisory Bureau." Chapter 71, Suspension Controversy and Funeral Home Conspiracy. Chen Zhixing? Both Secretary Yu and I are suspended? Chen Zhixing was a bit dumbfounded for a while. He was originally a small person. Even at the deputy division level, he was nothing more than a small person in this case. It's understandable that he's been suspended. However, his senior brother Yu Qingha had actually been suspended, which was something he hadn't expected. He's the deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, and he's at the departmental level. He's actually all suspended. If I remember correctly, the Provincial Party Committee, The Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee Secretary Bao Wanrui is still the Provincial Supervision Bureau Director, right? According to the relationship between Secretary Bao and his brother, how can not to be suspended from the serious situation? Furthermore, the task force is now steadily progressing in its work, and the Huawei case has been transferred to the Provincial Prosecutor's Office. So how could this happen? The ashes of the cigarette between Chen Zhixing's fingers rustled down on the plastic sheet of the breakfast stand, piling up into a small mountain with the 3 cigarette butts that He Yang had stomped out. The suspension notice from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection is like a blunt knife, which only now cuts through the pain of his hindsight. Even the senior brother Yu Qinghe, such as the executive deputy secretary of the hall level, were cut down. The other party obviously used the power beyond the jurisdiction of Bao Wanrui, or rather, the other party has crossed over to Secretary Bao Wanrui. Ding dong! He Yang's cell phone rang again, and he glanced at it, followed by a low voice. The Provincial Procuratorate called back Huawei's dossier, saying that there wasn't enough material, and that the chain of evidence was incomplete. Not enough material? Chen Zhixing steeply sneered. The chain of evidence in Huawei's case can go around Jiping County 3 times, so they dare to say such things. As the cigarette butt crushed in his fingertips, he suddenly remembered the call from Song Qinglin's cell phone last night, the boss's voice still carrying a condescending ease through the current. Now that I think about it, that wasn't even a discussion, it was a notice. He Yang had already stomped out 3 cigarettes, and sat at the small breakfast stand across from the city guest house, and the atmosphere was stagnant for a while. He Yang's knuckles tapped the table. The Procuratorate exercises prosecutorial power independently, and the Provincial Party Committee has to go through the party group meeting first if it wants to intervene. The subtext of the word silenced both of them at the same time. Procedural justice has become the weapon of the adversary at this moment, and the Provincial Prosecutor's Office has suddenly made a sudden move, either because the Prosecutor General has fallen on his sword, or, more likely, because someone is applying direct pressure through a higher level. After all, the power that can make the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision Director of the Bao Wanrui are silent, in the province will not be more than the number of 5 fingers. Compared to such a frightening thought, Chen Zhixing preferred to believe that this was a direct order from one of the deputy directors of the Inspection Bureau, who had crossed over to Bao Wanrui. But, Pao Man Shui, would it really be unknown? Why don't you eat? It's not good? At this time, Zhou Ruoli walked over with 2 cages of dunked soup dumplings and asked with a smile. Chen Zhixing shook his head slightly. I'm full, so hurry up and eat. After we finish eating, we'll go and bury Deng Rong. He Yang was understanding enough not to continue, but the heaviness that lingered in the hearts of the two was like a shadow. The Provincial Prosecutor's Office has problems, as does the Inspectorate. The significance of these 2 institutions is different. The Public Prosecutor's Office represents a legal supervisory organ, exercising prosecutorial power independently in accordance with the law, free from interference by administrative bodies, public organizations and individuals. The Provincial Prosecutor's Office is independent in the exercise of its prosecutorial powers, in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the law. That said, it's not a good time for the Provincial Party Committee to intervene. Cross-system meddling, the power to reduce at least 60%, but also meddling in the supervisory organs. Even the Provincial Party Committee does not want to carry this name. Of course, the Provincial Procuratorate, while independently exercising its procuratorial power in accordance with the law, also works under the leadership of the Provincial Party Committee, and the two are in a unified relationship. Even if they were to intervene, it would be through the Attorney General, and thus intervene. But now it's clear that they're going to do it before they do it. Is it the Attorney General's intention or the Deputy Attorney General's intention to intervene at this time? Now Song Qinglin's case, the province has obviously intervened, and the provincial leaders fight. Chen Zhixing is obviously not qualified. After breakfast, Chen Zhixing locked himself in his room and no one knew what he was doing in there. Half an hour later, called He Yang over, and as a result, took his cell phone and locked himself in his room again. In one morning, it went straight into arrears on both cell phones. It was only at noon that Chen Zhixing walked out of the room with a smile that controlled the whole situation. After greeting last week's Rory and He Yang, they headed directly to the funeral parlor. He Yang stared at the text message of 50 yuan in arrears with his jaw dropping. Your ING calling international? Even if they all called on his cell phone in one morning, they wouldn't be able to give it a dry arrearage, would they? The corners of Chen Zhixing's mouth slowly rose, hooking up a playful smile. It's nothing, it's just that I've been on the phone for a few hours of phone calls is all. Since someone wants to play, let's play nice with them. Instead of taking the initiative, let's wait for the other side to reveal their cracks. The corridors of the funeral parlor grow like there's no end to them. Chen Zhixing walked at the front with the urn, his gauze-wrapped wrist exposed under the cuff of his black suit. The urn was light, so light that it reminded him of the cardboard box full of law books that weighed the same when he helped Deng Rong move his luggage the year he graduated. Sister Rong's favorite is the magnolia flower. Jo Ruoli held a bouquet of fresh white magnolias in her arms, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edges of the petals. She said that when the magnolias bloomed the most fiercely, it was like they burned through the entire spring. He Yang followed the two in silence. The general nervousness of Sichuan still made him not hold back from asking, "Between you two, it seems like there should be a very beautiful story." Chen Zhixing paused, and a smile slowly emerged from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, it is also because of him. I and Ruoli together. Ruoli is 1 year younger than us. She is a student of the class of '04. I still remember that year Dang Rong and I were the representatives of the law school freshmen to welcome the younger siblings. At that time the spirit of the wind people come to school with all kinds of books about politics and law. Ruoli, this girl is good. With a box of souvenirs. You don't even know how heavy this girl's box is." Seemingly remembering something happy, Chen Zhixing grinned. "I remember that this girl also brought a jar of stinky tofu with her, and as a result, because the box was heavy, Tang Rong didn't hold it steadily when she went up the stairs, and that box rolled down, resulting in the glass bottle of stinky tofu shattering. Then there was a rumor that there was a cutie in the girls' dormitory building, playing with, ha 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 ha." Jo Ruoli glared fiercely at Chen Zhixing, a cute little face all fleshy red. A small hand quietly pinched the soft flesh of Chen Zhixing's waist. The corner of Chen Zhixing's mouth twitched, and he sighed. It was also only when he graduated that he realized that the old bald man Zhang, whom we always called, was actually a big shot, and it was only then that he realized that perhaps a professor at the University of Political Science and Law was the lowest status that people had. As they spoke, the three of them had already arrived at the cemetery, and after choosing a grave for Tang Rong, Chen Zhixing wiped the photo on the tombstone, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised in a smile. "Sister Young, this time it's you who won. But what some people desperately want to cover up is the dirty map where power and capital are intertwined. Don't worry, they will all go to accompany you." Chen Zhixing placed the party emblem on his chest in front of her tombstone. A ray of sunlight poured down from the sky, and the golden party emblem and Dang Rong's smile seemed to blossom. A black figure approached from not far away at this time, asking me to meet here. "You're really..." Only when he got closer did he Yang see that it was actually Secretary Yu Qingha. He called out and then prepared to back off, but Yu Qingha waved his hand. The Provincial Procuratorate and the Provincial Supervision Bureau have already stepped in to find faults from the procedural side, which means that the people behind this have not dared to break through the bottom line, and this matter can be controlled at one level, since the other party's moves are almost out. "It's our turn next. Senior brother, what's next?" Chen Zhixing slowly raised his head to look at Yu Qingha, the corner of his mouth hooked into a morose smile. Yu Qingha exhaled a breath, looked at the sky, and sighed. "This sky, this should indeed be bright. You don't need to care about the suspension. The investigation should continue. This matter will be resolved by Secretary Pao. Some people can't sit still and are already counting on Secretary Pao." Yu Qingha smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. "Even a twilight tiger, that's the king of all beasts, not something a few assholes can provoke." Chapter 72, A Chain of Circumstances in a Power Vacuum. A well-planned political trap erupted in the gap between the collective departure of the Provincial Party Committee members. Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Task Force Leader Yu Qingha, Chen Zhixing suddenly suspended. Suspension documents printed on the Deputy Director of the Supervisory Bureau He Zhiyong's signature. This veteran cadre, who was personally transferred from the Procuratorate by the Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, Mr. Bao Wenrui, has become the fuse that set off the powder keg at this moment. The crystal chandeliers in the small conference room of the City Council illuminated the five men's stony faces in all their splendor. Lin Shanha's thermos cup slammed heavily on the solid wood table, shaking the lid of the teacup as it clanged. Lin Shanha suddenly realized that this seemingly administrative intervention against the task force was in fact someone trying to pinch the chain of investigation of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection on a major case. "Comrade Wenrui, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's task force is closing the net at a critical moment. Your Supervisory Bureau dares to suspend the task force leader and deputy leader?" Governor Zhou Zhengming's meaningful reminder, but also pointed the finger directly at Bao Wenrui's negligence in employing people. And Pao Manhwa realizes that he has fallen into an elaborate dead end. The decision to send all the members of the Provincial Party Committee out came from Lin Shanha, while the decision to temporarily authorize He Zhiyong to act on his behalf originated from himself. At this moment any defense seems pale. In the power vacuum period out to suspend the backbone of the case. This is the classic formula of factional struggle. Secretary Lin, Governor Zhou, this is not the time to pursue the blame. Wang Jianjun, the Provincial Party Committee's full-time deputy secretary, suddenly interjected. His fingertip turned lighter clicked out of the fire. Yu Qingha was suspended means that the task force chain of command broken. responsible for the investigation and handling of the case of Chen Zhixing, was similarly suspended. The work of the task force is likely to come to a standstill straight away, and in this vacuum it could easily result in unforeseen events. After all, have there been fewer accidents since we arrived? Wang Jianjun, the full-time deputy secretary, played with his lighter and calmly nailed the essence of the crisis. The power vacuum created by the break in the command system of the task force is the perfect window for certain forces to create accidents. This seems to be aimed at Bao Wenrui's roundup, but in fact it is the black hand behind the knife to kill a chain of tricks. After Bao Wenrui reacted, he laughed bitterly. He took a deep breath and still worded his words sternly. Secretary Lin, Governor Zhou, and Secretary Wang, I dare to guarantee with my party spirit that I have no knowledge of this matter. I'm going to retire next year. Is it hard for me to get myself into trouble at such a critical time? What kind of person I am, you all know well. The people present are not all cuties. One by one, they are more refined than the old foxes on Liuzhai Mountain. Bao Wenrui to party guarantees in the silence of the conference room seems particularly heavy. When all the chain of evidence are pointing to their own, Bao Wenrui finally see the game's real rivals is hidden in the provincial capital, that the sudden formation of a power vacuum waiting for an opportunity to move. To put it another way, the people hiding in the provincial towns are the ones who are giving themselves a stab in the back at this point. Once he fell, the Discipline Inspection Commission system is facing a group of dragons without a head. The executive deputy secretary Yu Qinghe was suspended, directly affecting the next month's People's Congress. This means that one's own arrangement is out of order, and the position of secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection hangs in the balance. I'm going to make arrangements now to remove He Zhiyang from his post, pending review by the Discipline Inspection Commission. At the same time, Yu Qinghe and Chen Zhixing were reinstated. Lin Shanhai gave a faint smile at this time. There's no rush. An hour ago, Chen Zhixing contacted me. Since the other party has already made a move, let the other party finish his move. A turtle with its head shrunk inside its shell is troublesome, but if the head is sticking out, then you can cut off his head. Bao Wenrui sighed. I'll be retiring internally at the People's Congress next month. Secretary Lin let Comrade Qinghe take over my shift. Meanwhile, the city guest house. Outside the window suddenly came the roar of the engine. 3 black Audi A6L ran over the water, stopped in front of the guest house. When the car door opened, Chen Zhixing saw the Omega Seamaster series on the wrist of the leader, which was a common official watch in the system back then. Chen Zhixing stood by the window and watched, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smile. It's really like speaking of the devil. You go and notify Qinzhan. He Yang turned around and left the room. The stairwell had been filled with Zhang Guoming's trademark cough. Zhang Guoming, Deputy Prosecutor General of the Provincial Procuratorate and Director of the Provincial Anti-Corruption Bureau, Deputy Departmental Level. Provincial Procuratorate Prosecutor General is a deputy provincial level. The Executive Deputy Procurator General is only the main hall, and as a Deputy Procurator General and Anti-Corruption Bureau Chief, the Deputy Department level is not strange. Zhang Guoming wore a navy blue prosecutor's uniform, the national emblem on his chest glinting coldly in the morning light. It was normal for Chen Zhixing to receive him as the deputy head of the Special Investigation Team. Procuratorate leaders come, the task force is really fluffy gray. Chen Zhixing said with a smirk, pronouncing it more or less the same way. And Zhang Guoming didn't hear Chen Zhixing's extra words. Zhang Guoming was standing in the shadows at the moment, his face cold and his tone icy as he slowly spoke. Deputy Group Leader Chen, upon the resolution of the party group of the Provincial Procuratorate, please hand over all case file materials immediately. Effective immediately, the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Provincial Procuratorate will take over all the work of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team. Troubled Deputy Team Leader Chen to cooperate. The word deputy leader was bitten hard. Behind him, 2 Anti-Corruption Bureau investigators took 2 steps forward, and the handover list in the dossier bag had been turned over. Chen Zhixing suddenly laughed. He slowly and methodically rolled up the cuffs of his shirt, revealing the scabbed wounds on his small arms. Bureau Zhang personally came to collect the waste paper? Have you read Su Daoguan's autopsy report? Zhang Guoming's face changed slightly, but quickly reverted to a marble-like cold hardness. Please pay attention to your identity. The Anti-Corruption Bureau is now officially taking over. Oh, you guys didn't come to take over before, but now that you found out about Song Qinglin, you're starting to panic and now you want to take over? Watch your language. A scout behind Zhang Guoming scolded sternly, but was pinned in place by Chen Zhixing's blade-like eyes. I'm discussing the case with Prosecutor Zhang. What are you? Chen Zhixing suddenly scolded in a stern voice, while all the personnel of the Discipline Inspection Commission's task force densely blocked the entire passageway. One by one standing behind Chen Zhixing, Chen Zhixing took a step forward and said in an imperceptible voice in Zhang Guoming's ear, the hard disk in room 308 of Birchwood. Does Inspector Zhang want to go through it first? Zhang Guoming's pupils plummeted. the dial of his wristwatch reflecting his instantly taut jawline. This subtle expression did not escape the eyes of Chen Zhixing, and Birchwood 308 hid the videotape of power and sex transactions recorded by Song Qinglin's mistress. Deputy Team Leader Chen Zhang Guoming suddenly laughed softly, his finger tapping the remarks column at the end of the document. In case you didn't read it, we've already reported it to the 8th Supervision Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. The words hit the hallway like a thunderclap. The early intervention of the CCDC means that the jurisdiction of the case has shifted radically. Oh, is that so? Coincidence. The Provincial Standing Committee just passed a resolution this morning. He deliberately trailed off, and Zhang Guoming raised his eyebrows as a very bad feeling arose in his heart. It's fine for the Provincial Anti-Corruption Bureau to take over, but the original files of the task force must be escorted to Beijing by the Armed Police Headquarters. Chen Zhixing lit up the red-head document specially approved by the Provincial Party Committee. The details are that Chen Zhixing only showed him the beginning of the red-head document and the signature below. Does Prosecutor Zhang want to call the Prosecutor General first? The corridor fell into dead silence. Zhang Guoming is clear that this document, which requires the signatures of the Provincial Party Secretary, the Provincial Governor, and the Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, completely blocks the possibility of backroom operations. In addition, Yu Qinghayu Secretary has now arrived at the provincial capital's Beijing office. Does Zhang Prosecutor want to send someone to take down Yu Secretary at the Beijing office? Chapter 73, Anti-Corruption Commissioner. At the end of his rope, perhaps, anyone else here would check the authenticity of this document. But now, first, there is the Birchwood hard disk, then there is the original file escorted to Beijing, and finally there is the arrival of Yu Qingha at the provincial office in Beijing. One pile, one piece, messed up Zhang Guoming's mind, because he knew exactly what it meant once the CDC went down. What's more, in the remarks column of this document in his hand, the 8th Supervision Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, they really reported it? This is the equivalent of having a death row inmate run to the Public Security Bureau to turn himself in and say that he escaped from prison and the reason for his escape was that he did not want the government to pay for this bullet. Well, 3 words sum it up. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The document in Zhang Guoming's hand is fake, and the document in Chen Zhixing's hand is also fake. No, the document in Chen Zhixing's hand is real, because this document is a document signed by the Provincial Party Committee last month. He is not considered a forgery. But Zhang Guoming cannot say, replace Chen Zhixing with He Yang. The probability is that the case will be handed over to the Anti-Corruption Bureau by the Special Task Force. After all, this group of people greedy money is really quite a lot, even if it is handed over to the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Functionally, there is not much of a problem, but Chen Zhixing is not He Yang. His second letter of resignation has already been handed over to the Provincial Organization Department. So well, this matter has evolved into, Lao He. Immediately call the 8th Supervision Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection and ask if there has been a report. Chen Zhixing's voice, which was like a thunderbolt, exploded steeply, shocking Zhang Guoming for a moment of vertigo. No, your little deputy director of how not according to common sense. I at least is the Procuratorate Deputy Prosecutor General, replaced by your Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. I am the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. How do you dare to contradict the leadership? Yes, I'll call the CDC right away. He Yang wasn't a little cutie either. Naturally sensing that something was wrong from Zhang Guoming's micro-expression and Chen Zhixing's words, he immediately yelled at the top of his voice. Anyway, the momentum is sufficient. Zhang Guoming mouth corner twitching up. Damn, you still on the head, right? A report from the CCDC's 8th Supervisory Office? Meh, bull asterisk 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 the out of me. If this document is true, He Zhang Guoming swallowed the inspection emblem on the spot, but on the contrary, Chen Zhixing, this lunatic, actually dared to directly let He Yang dial the CCDI in front of him. He Yang pulled out the old Nokia. His thumb flew over the buttons to dial the number. He deliberately pressed the speakerphone button, and a busy signal rang out in the corridor. Da da, like a countdown to death. The old Nokia's busy sound is like a life-saving charm, and with every ring, Zhang's heart stops a beat. He suddenly took a deep breath and clenched his fists slightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Deputy Team Leader Chen, process matters, let's re. He had to bow down. Before the words were out of his mouth, the harsh sound of brakes came from downstairs. Qinzhan rushed into the hall with 12 armed police officers with guns, his tactical boots crushing the sunlight on the ground. The Pine Branch Gold Star on the shoulder badge of this provincial armed police squadron is at the moment more regal than the prosecution badge on Zhang Guoming's chest. Chen Zhixing reached out and made a yeah gesture, which He Yang immediately understood and handed over a cigarette. After he lit it, he took a deep breath and, process? Chen Zhixing snorted with a cigarette in his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of smoke in his face. Prosecutor Zhang, do you need me to teach you the provisions of Article 28 of the Regulations for the Inspection of Party Discipline Cases? Inside Zheng Guoming, huh? What's Article 28? I'm long past the point of memorizing these things. He Yang grinned, showing his white teeth. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection has the right to preempt the corrupt. Hearing this, Zheng Guoming's heart thumped. As a result, before he could speak, Chen Zhixing droned in a deep voice. Team Qin, take it down. Qin Zhan immediately waved his hand, and the two people behind him stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, directly clasping Zheng Guoming's shoulders. Chen Zhixing, you dare to touch me? Zheng Guoming struggled frantically, but was pressed against the wall with his arms clipped backwards, his face pressed and deformed. I am the Deputy Prosecutor General. You, Deputy Prosecutor? Chen Zhixing bent down close to his ear, his voice laced with laughter. Article 280 of the Criminal Law. The crime of forging official documents. 7 years to start, plus the amount you embezzled. He snuffed out his cigarette violently, sparks splattering on the back of Zheng Guoming's hand. Enough to shoot you 3 times. He came close to the other party and whispered, the anti-corruption chief is being filed and must be assigned jurisdiction by a higher procuratorate. In other words, your case should be referred to the Supreme Prosecutor. He. Zheng Guoming's face. Oh no, can't see his face. He's still being pressed against the wall by the armed police. Comrades, pick up. Prepare a room for interrogation for our Provincial Procurator's Grand Procurator General. Let our Procurator General give a good account of his offense. Zheng Guoming roared. Chen Zhixing, you are imprisoning. You're lynching. Chen Zhixing snorted. Prosecutor Zhang, haven't you figured out the current situation? Do you think our Discipline Inspection Commission will arrest you without having evidence? You're really naive. All this age and you've lived to be a dog? After arresting Song Qinglin last night, an interrogation of Song Qinglin was immediately launched. And according to Song Qinglin's explanation, you are one of the backers behind Song Qinglin. So according to the Discipline Inspection Commission's regulations, Procurator General Zheng Guoming, I am now officially informing you that the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection will immediately initiate an examination of you, and at the same time will notify the Provincial Procuratorate and Provincial Supervision Bureau. After saying that, Chen Zhixing grinned. Prosecutor Zhang, thank you delivering yourself to the door, saving us from having to make this trip. Zhang was pressed against the wall, his cheek pressed against the cold wall, and the tip of his nose could smell the fishy smell of wall dust. His initial fury was like a punctured balloon, and as Chen Zhixing revealed it word by word, that arrogance gradually leaked clean out. He struggled and twisted his neck, trying to glare at Chen Zhixing out of the corner of his eye. You're bloodthirsty. Can you believe Song Qinglin's confession? That grandson tried to pull a backstabber on his deathbed. Spittle sprayed on the wallpaper between the rolling knots in his throat. But the armed police officer who held his shoulders had knuckles like iron pincers, and even the prosecutor's insignia on his chest choked painfully in the squeeze. You guys, this is a case of injustice. He hissed, but he heard Yi Yang shake open a stack of papers with a clatter, and the top one was clearly a photo of him and Song Qinglin at a private club. The red ribbon of the case of Mao Tai wine in the background stabbing his eyeballs raw. That's you in there, right? Zheng Guoming stared at the photo with wide eyes in disbelief. How did he get this picture? No way. Absolutely no way. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes as he looked at his sluggish appearance. Drag him away. Ding. The prosecutor's badge on his chest fell to the ground. And at that moment he suddenly remembered Article 280 of the Penal Code. The Homeland Director, whom he had personally sent in on that charge 7 years ago, had said the exact same line before his execution. Zheng Guoming laughed strangely. Chen Zhixing, dumbfounded. He suddenly tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. You think I'm the only one? If that catfish in the province capsizes. Ha. Chapter 74, The Heavenly Bureau takes shape. Thanks for the reward. Extra. Must add more. Last night, Chen Zhixing had already thought about it, and it was only after clearing all his thoughts that he finally thought about the situation concerning the fall of Changtian Province. Former member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, full-time Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Zhou Weiman. You know, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee is not a pose. This is a real hand. Full-time Deputy Secretary is entitled to directly on the Central Y report. Specialized Deputy Secretary is not a virtual position. In fact, the power is second only to the Secretary. Governor, power than other standing committees, especially Zhou Weiman before part-time Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. More power. The real boss of the political and legal mouth. He's a solid third in command. Let's put it this way. Zhou Weiman, Deputy Minister of the Great Circle, Deputy Minister of the peak of the retired existence. This level, according to the political rights recession time to calculate, after the retirement of 1 to 3 years or still belong to the existence of a very strong, on the local policy are still indirectly influence. After the retirement of 3 to 5 years, social prestige is still there. After Zhou Weiman's retirement, Lin Shan has separated the two positions and did not hold them concurrently, which also solidly weakened the influence of this authority. But Zhou Weiman's influence is still there and is still at the vice-ministerial level. If you want to investigate him, it's going to take the C to get off the ground. After Chen Zhixing let He Yang interrogate Zhang Guoming, he then walked into the room, unlocked the door, and contacted his teacher. Teacher. After waiting for the busy tone to pass and picking up the phone, Chen Zhixing called out respectfully. There seemed to be a lot of discussion on the other end of the phone, and Elder Zhang's voice quickly rang in his ears. I'll give you a phone number. You can contact him directly. He's in charge of your side. After saying that, Zhang Lao hung up the phone, but not long after, a text message ringtone rang on his cell phone. Looking at the number inside, Chen Zhixing's mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, this was the Secretary General of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, I believe, a provincial deputy. But after thinking about it, he decided to go to the electricity. After all, this matter involves a former member of the Provincial Party Committee, still in the period of influence of the former third handle. Dial the phone and the busy signal rings. Chen Zhixing's throat also mentioned the eye of the throat. Said not nervous, that is certainly false. After all, although not as high as the Provincial Party Secretary Lin Shanha's level, but people's authority is very big. Hello, who is this? After all, there's no reason not to answer anything that can be called on top of a private cell phone. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath and took the lead in identifying himself. Hello, Standing Committee Member Zhang. I'm Chen Zhixing, Deputy Head of the Changtian Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee's Special Investigation Team, and it was Elder Zhang who gave me your cell phone number. Zhang Guoyuan softly hummed and smiled. Hello, Comrade Xiao Chen. Elder Zhang and I have spoken. How is the investigation going on your side of the task force? If it weren't for the presence of a teacher, people wouldn't even bother themselves with such a presence. Leader, it's like this. At the moment we can determine that a provincial leader is involved, but there is no direct evidence at the moment. The Deputy Prosecutor General of the Provincial Prosecutor's Office and Anti-Corruption Director is already in the middle of the interrogation, and will know who it is in 2 days at most. There was a pause on the other end of the phone before Zhang Guoyuan's voice came over. What do you want? Public prosecution, law enforcement, investigation and fighting, while national security intervenes. The call lasted for an hour, and perhaps only Chen Zhixing knew what he had talked about with the Secretary General of the CCDI Standing Committee, a vice-ministerial level organization. So far, a heavenly game has taken shape. Finally, Chen Zhixing even took a deep breath and said to Zhang Guoyuan, Uncle Zhang, I believe that the National Bureau of Corruption Prevention, which will be set up next month, will definitely not miss this feast, right? After the phone hung up, Chen Zhixing came directly to the door of the interrogation room where Zhang Guoming was being interrogated, and when He Yang saw this, he got up and left directly. There's no accounting for it. The other guy's mouth is a lot harder to pry than the others. Chen Zhixing shrugged indifferently. Draw your most trusted people and follow me to the countryside. He Yang? He suddenly felt that the absentee Chen Zhixing was not fishing again? Otherwise, how could you draw the most trusted people? You know, the task force has everything on track so far. He pulled Chen Zhixing into the room with the files and took a deep breath and asked, What do you mean? Can't it be that you mean that the task force has a ghost? Chen Zhixing sneered. What do you think? He Yang didn't say anything either. Only his face was a bit ugly. Don't you think it's weird? After I went to see Tang Rong, she died the next day. If Song Qinglin and the others really wanted Tang Rong dead, why did it have to be after I saw her? Why not just silence her? In addition, Tang Rong and I are both students of Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang. That's an existence where even Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee has to call out to Elder Zhang. Tang Rong's hand holds the heaven and earth Tongshou's beatings, and a single phone call will be able to solve her troubles. Why didn't Tang Rong contact Elder Zhang after he was forced in the beginning, even after all the things that happened later? Chen Zhixing lit a cigarette and said somewhat somberly. His gaze was gloomy, and there was already ice-coldness between his looks. He Yang scratched his head. Wasn't it Lin Jia who controlled her parents? Chen Zhixing snorted. Aren't you somewhat underestimating our group of students from the University of Political Science and Law? If it were me, since you all killed my parents, then I would definitely choose to die with them, and would definitely not be humiliated by them. The corner of He Yang's mouth twitched. With the Chen Zhixing he now knew, the probability was that he would choose this way. If you won't let me play, then I'll lift the table and everyone will stop playing. But Tang Rong, he doesn't understand. He can only hear about it from Chen Zhixing's mouth. So the question is, with what I know about Tang Rong, why would she suddenly commit suicide? He already knew that I was coming, so it's reasonable to say that she still has a sister who isn't dead. So even if it's for her sister's sake, She wouldn't seek death so easily. So the question arises, why did she kill herself? It doesn't make common sense. And there were 2 SWAT officers assigned to keep her safe. And with the SWAT officer's skill, they merely knocked out a tooth of the man who came to kill them? With such a weak fighting ability? It doesn't look simple to me. Thirdly, if she can choose to die, why doesn't she choose for everyone to die together? Is it hard to give Elder Zhang a call? Fourth, after her death, all the developments were very wrong. The Provincial Public Security Department, National Security and even the higher level CCDI didn't come down. It's as if they all knew about it and didn't make any moves. Why is that? It may seem like we're making a lot of noise, but don't you think everything feels like it's planned? It's like an established program that runs an automatic override after triggering a pre-program. The biggest action is also counterterrorism. At least it looks like I'm removing some of the firewalls that have been abandoned because they're useless. Chen Zhixing's series of words made He Yang's entire body dumbfounded. He what established procedures, pre-programs, firewalls and whatnot. Although he had heard of them, but how could they be so incomprehensible after being added together? He concluded, so, we have a ghost here? Chen Zhixing nodded. That's right, there's a ghost that's hiding very deeply. It's a nail that needs to be pulled up. Pick out the trusted people. Let's go and investigate the Hangzhou coal mega mining accident. Behind Hangzhou coal is Mr. Zhou. Following this line is able to investigate the Provincial Unit Coal Bureau's director Zhou Jiqiang. He Yang? No, that's a bit of a jump, isn't it? Mr. Chow and Mr. Chow. What's the relationship between these two? I've heard that Zhou Jiqiang's back is a big brother level character. People can press us to death in minutes. Are you crazy? Chen Zhixing exhaled a mouthful of smoke and grinned. That's right, it's him that's being investigated. Are you afraid? The corners of He Yang's mouth twitched as he angrily cursed. Grass, I believed in your evil. Why is your damn heart so big? Forget it, you can fish if you want to. Who made me the director of the 10th Review and Investigation Office? Deputy Director Chen, please start your show. Chen Zhixing revealed a mouthful of big white eyes. The bait has been thrown out. It's up to who bites the hook next. Notify Qin Zhuan and arrange for 6 of your most trusted confidants to guard the archive room, while the others follow us out. You go and take your most trusted men and we'll look into the Hangzhou coal mining accident. Having said that, Chen Zhixing glanced at the door, the corners of his mouth rising madly. Chapter 75 In-Depth Investigation of Major Accidents in Mines. The increase in the number of disciplinary commission staff from 26 at the beginning to 48 also highlights the support of the Provincial Disciplinary Commission for the task force. After reviewing all the personnel's resumes all night, He Yang and Chen Zhixing, after more than an hour of in-depth discussion, finally screened out 24 backbones with clean backgrounds from the existing team to participate in the operation. The rest of the suspects were uniformly detained at the city guest house. The Hangzhou coal mining accident points directly to the power network behind it, involving the grandson of Zhou Weiman, a former member of the Provincial Party Committee and secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, whose son, Zhou Jiqiang, is now head of the Provincial Coal Bureau. That's why mining accidents become a key entry point for breaking through interest groups. In order to ensure the confidentiality of the operation, Chen Zhixing and He Yang only led the late transfer of the Discipline Inspection Commission personnel to carry out the investigation, while the initial team stationed at the guest house. If the operational information is leaked, it can be targeted to the internal suspicious personnel. If there is an anomaly in the hospitality house, the problem must originate from the group of people who stay behind. It's not a bad move. A standard 2 birds with 1 stone scheme. Not only can we fish out the mole in the task force, but we can also get the other side to show their hand on the mining case. During the case, in addition to the head and deputy head of the task force and the team leader, all the staff of the Discipline Inspection Commission were asked to hand over their cell phones, and the investigation was carried out in silence. This provision further narrows the pool of potential leakers. Early the next morning, led by Chen Zhixing, He Yang, Zhou Ruoli and Yun Shui, and accompanied by 20 armed police officers led by Qin Zhan, the entire team drove away from the city in 2 coasters, heading straight to the Daegu mining area in Starfish City. As a pillar industry that contributes 30% of the city's tax revenue, the chain of interests behind coal mining is intertwined. Mining incident can be forced to cover up. By no means Song Qinglin alone can do. The municipal government senior cannot be blamed. When the convoy arrived at the periphery of the mine, the armed police members changed into civilian clothes and were equipped with pistols and 6 magazines in order to operate in a covert manner and to minimize the risk of alerting the police. Daegu Mining District. Starfish. Even at night, the place is lit up and dry 24 hours a day. The dilapidated shed area is a harsh contrast to the brightly lit coal mining derricks. The boarded-up 2-story command headquarters at the mine is somewhat dim in the light, with 8 rooms up and down, including a dispatch office, an emergency room, a finance room, and an office. At this moment, the mine command headquarters on the 2nd floor of the innermost office. Mine manager Wang Daxiang received a phone call. Hey, Mr. Su, you're still up this late? After Wang Daxiang received the call, he immediately got up from the bed and stood on the floor, maintaining a slightly bent posture with a fawning smile on his face. Sleep? Can I sleep? Ah. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team has already investigated on our mine. How do you think I can sleep? Wang Daxiang didn't know what this back represents, so he just replied very respectfully. Mr. Su, please don't worry. This group of unruly people all signed a confidentiality agreement. All pressed the thumbprint. They don't dare to say, I still have the money for the compensation. I haven't sent it to them yet, so how dare they talk nonsense? Mr. Su on the other end of the phone slammed the table, causing the microphone to buzz. Idiot. You think the task force is here to check on those miners? They're staring at the books. Wang Daxiang's forehead instantly seeped out cold sweat. Clutching the microphone, finger joints white. All accounts are according to the mayor of Song command to redo. Acceptance report also. Shut up, Mr. Su lowered his voice and interrupted. Immediately transfer all the safes in the archive room, even the cabinets with the documents. Remember, take the abandoned coal transportation channel on the west side of the mine. Suddenly came the sound of paper flipping, and after a pause, the old boss's voice was somewhat surprised. Wait, you just said that the compensation is still in your hands? Yes, a total of 3,200,000. All present. You pig of a fool. Send it now. Mr. Su's voice suddenly turned grim. Let the finance department send cash door to door overnight, and watch the family sign receipts in person. Remember, the date on the receipt is written as the next day of the mine disaster. The phone was suddenly hung up, and Wang Daxiang immediately spat and viciously cursed. Grass, you're the stupid one. As far as that group of unruly people are concerned, if they send it out now, they can definitely make a big deal out of this. You think the mine is playing with you, without some ability to settle down. I would have been beaten to death by this group of dog absentees. The head of the mine defense section hurried over at this time and knocked on Wang Daxiang's door. Mine manager, it's not good. Old Zhang too has gone mad. I don't know where he got the gasoline to pour on himself, and he's holding a lighter in his hand, asking us to give his son an explanation. He wants us to bring out his son's body, on the flat ground in front of the newly opened mouth of the mine. Zhang Daqian hissed and lifted the oil drum, the poor quality gasoline pouring down his rickety spine and through the patches and patches of his work clothes. The onlooking miners took half a step back in silence, and some subconsciously felt for the white slip of unpaid wages hidden in their inner pockets. Wang Daxiang, the son of a, has bought a Santana. My baby's life is worth $20,000? I don't care. Let Wang Daxiang, this son of a, return my sons to me. I've been saying for a long time that the mine is unsafe, but Wang Daxiang just won't listen. $20,000. Can I buy your life? It is an open secret that the death compensation of the Hangzhou coal industry has been retained at various levels. The mining bureau deducts safety management fees. The contractors draw money for aftercare coordination, and even village clerks are paid for their hard work to pacify the people. What ends up in the hands of families is often less than 1/10 of the provincial standard. Zhang Daqian's son's compensation agreement is clearly stamped with a voluntary acceptance of a one-time subsidy of the bright red official seal and family fingerprints. That's the mine security section pressing hard on the thumb of an unconscious family member. Zhang Daqian, what the hell do you want? I've told you many times that it was an accident. It was your son who didn't follow safety standards and that caused the accident. What are you getting mad about here? The voice of Wang Daqiang's furious roar came, and the head of the defense section led a group of people to roar furiously after Wang Daxiang. As soon as he came out, he smelled the strong pungent smell of gasoline, cursing Zhang Daqian, you mother by gasoline you by bad gasoline. Zhang Daqian's eyes were bloodshot and he was trembling, and the smell of bad gasoline stung his nostrils. He stared deathly at Wang Daxiang's oily face, his teeth clenched. Accident? My son is only 20 years old. His first day in the mine, even his helmet was broken. You guys? He violently rushed towards Wang Daxiang. His dry and thin body erupted with amazing strength, and the gasoline flung out an arc along the corner of his coat. The people from the security section immediately pounced on him, their fists and feet raining down on him, and someone kicked him in the knee. He fell to his knees with a muffled grunt, but still struggled to crawl forward, his fingers clawing out a few bloody marks on the ground. Give me back my son! Give me back my son! Wang Daxiang was so scared by his madness that he took 2 steps back. His face turned white, but he quickly became hideous again, pointing at Zhang Daqian and roaring, tie him up for me. Damn it, it's against the law. The people from the security section held Zhang Daqian down with 7 hands and feet. Some ripped off their belts and strangled his neck, while others put their knees on his back and pressed him to the ground with death. Zhang Daqian's face was pressed into the cinder blocks, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood, but he still clutched that lighter in death, his knuckles white from the force. Wang Daxiang, you shall not die. he hissed, his voice sounding like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. You all must die. Wang Daxian laughed coldly and walked forward. The tip of his shoe kicked Zhang Daqian's face. Old thing, do you think it's useful for you to make this mess? Many people have died in the mine. How old is your son? $20,000 is enough to buy the lives of your whole family. Chapter 76. Wang Daxian mistakenly enters the heavenly bureau. Next, click. The lighter's flame leapt up, faint but blinding. Wang Daxian's smile froze on his face, and before the people from the defense section could react, Zhang Daqian had already violently struggled, and his gasoline-soaked clothesline was instantly set on fire. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed half of his body, and the blazing waves of air forced the crowd to retreat. Zhang Daqian let out a mournful howl in the fire, but still staggered towards Wang Daxian. Die together! Wang Daxian was scared out of his wits and turned to run, and the people in the defense section even fled in all directions. Zhang Daqian was like a human-shaped fireball, frantically chasing after them, the flames raging on his body, the smell of burning flesh permeating the air. Meanwhile, the entrance to the mine, Chen Zhixing and his party were stopped by the mine's defense section. I told you, no one goes in without an order from the mine manager. Are you guys deaf? The defense section had gotten annoyed and roared. Chen Zhixing handed out a cigarette, accompanied by a smile. Brothers, trouble you to be accommodating, so that we can also explain with the above. The mining community is a small society, where rules are bigger than the sky and favors are thinner than paper. Of course, he could expose his identity, but only if they're here on an unannounced visit, and exposure isn't very convenient to act on. The man from the security section glanced at the cigarette handed to him by Chen Zhixing and didn't take it. Instead he sneered, cut the crap. The mine manager said that even if the King of Heaven comes today, he will have to wait outside. The smile on Chen Zhixing's face stiffened, but he quickly piled up a deeper curtsy. Brothers, we are all eating this bowl of rice. Why be so serious? Besides, we are also following orders, and if we delay things at the top, everyone will not be able to explain. Cut the crap. The man from the defense section waved his hand impatiently. If you keep nagging, don't blame us for being rude. The few team members behind them immediately gripped the rubber sticks in their hands when they heard this, their eyes staring menacingly at Chen Zhixing and his party. Just then, there was a sudden cacophony of shouts coming from inside the mine, followed by a burning smell drifting along the wind. Chen Zhixing frowned and subconsciously looked toward the mine. What's going on? He asked his companion beside him in a low voice. His companion shook his head, equally puzzled. The people from the security section also noticed the abnormality, and immediately afterward they saw a person covered in fire was lunging towards Wang Daxian. Firelight, illuminating the doorway. Chen Zhixing's face instantly became gloomy, and a cold color emerged in his gaze. Self-immolation. Grass. Hurry up. You guys, hurry up and get him killed. Is this son of a Zhang Daqian trying to get me killed? Grass. Is this son of a crazy? Along with Wang Daxian's voice, the people around him didn't dare to approach. Are you kidding? If this is hugged by Zhang Daqian, then won't it be dead? Chen Zhixing's eyes flinched and he immediately waved his hand. Go! Follow them! The group quickly rushed into the mining area and had just turned the corner of a factory building when the sight in front of them instantly stopped them in their tracks. In the blazing fire, a fire-covered figure was frantically chasing several people from the defense section. The mournful howls mixed with the stench of burning flesh and skin were creepy. Crazy. It's really crazy, He Yang murmured in a low voice as if he had been refreshed. Just as they were feeling extremely shocked, the sound of Zhang Daqian's miserable screams had faded away, and Zhang Daqian, who had lunged towards Wang Daxian, stumbled and fell to the ground, and the flames on his body were slowly extinguishing, leaving him with nothing but a charred blackness. The scene was silent, and everyone was extremely shocked as they watched the scene for a long time. The mine, lit in front of the newly opened mine. It's lucky it didn't cause a gas explosion. After Wang Daxiang's heart pounded for a while, he then noticed the extra Chen Zhixing and his party in the crowd. His eyes condensed and he immediately said in a cold voice, "Who are you guys? How did you get in here?" Turning his head, he cursed angrily at the head of the defense section. "What the hell are you doing in the defense section? How can you let these people of unknown origin in? You all don't want to do your jobs. Hurry up and get them out of here." Wang Daxiang roared up. He still had a bunch of things to do. The safe in the archive room must also be sent out overnight. This is an internal account. Absolutely cannot let the Discipline Inspection Commission task force to find out. To find out can be a problem. The internal accounts are for your own people and the external accounts are for inspection. On this set of processes, he is more than familiar with this set of internal accounts. Basically once a month. Counting the time is almost to a month. Chen Zhixing's expression was cold. This had forced people to light themselves on fire. And now he was thinking of kicking them out? Team Qin, control the scene. The mine's defense section generally has guns. Take control immediately. Lao He, you take someone to control their office. only allowed to enter and not to leave. Contact the police station, the Public Security Bureau, and surround the mine. Qin Zhan immediately led the order. Control everyone in the defense section. 6th Son, Tiger, you two take the head of the defense section and go put all their guns under strict guard. Roger that. Roger that. The head of the defense section immediately tried to run, only to be immediately pressed to the ground by the nearest armed police warrior, clasping his hands behind his back. As for why you're running, what about the 5 shotguns in the mine's private stash? It was used against rowdy miners. He Yang waved his hand. A group of people will follow me. Xiao Hu, contact the city council and ask them to transfer the police station, the Public Security Bureau, and the nearest police force over. Yes, yes, Chen Zhixing ordered calmly, slowly raised his head, and looked at Wang Duxiang. I'm Chen Zhixing, the deputy head of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team. You should be the mine manager, right? Wang Duxiang heart thumped. Su Totalist just gave himself a phone call. How long? Discipline Inspection Commission Task Force have come over. Ledger, grass. The internal accounts haven't been sent out yet. Cold sweat instantly seeped out of the back of Wang Duxiang's neck as he glimpsed that the head of the defense section was having his hands held back. No, these guys don't have much hair. How come they are so professional? The police don't seem to be this professional. Who the hell are they? Holy? When Wang Duxiang saw the buff off the person's dish activated, he immediately rubbed his hands, with a fawning smile on his face, and took small steps towards Chen Zhibing. That, Team Leader Chen, I'm sorry for letting you see this scene. This Zhang Daiqian has a mental illness. The mine every month also send him subsidies. Who knows tonight's suddenly crazy. Mr. Su has long told me about the leadership of the Discipline Inspection Commission Task Force. Really did not expect to let you see this scene. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhixing's pair of eyes instantly narrowed slightly. Mr. Su had told him they were coming. That's interesting. One of the 2 lures under the bait is already biting. I just don't know when the other fish will bite. What you mean is, the general manager Su you said called you and clearly told you that we were coming, right? Chen Zhixing smiled and opened his mouth as if he were speaking normally. Wang Duxiang had not experienced this kind of heavenly situation either. So naturally, he was not so wary. He nodded instantly. Yeah, about half an hour ago. He continued smoothly, as if that would make him appear not to be vain. It was half an hour ago that Mr. Su asked to take my safe. The words came out, and I don't know how they came out, but the truth came out. Lao He, the mine manager explained that there is another safe. Control it immediately. Daqiang Wang, he felt like the cutie pie. Chapter 77, The Mole is Exposed. Resistance to deeper investigation. An hour ago, after Cui Xueming finished interrogating Lin Jia, he returned to his room to rest. Lin Jia explained all that should be accounted for. The confession filled 30 pages of paper. On the way, changed 2 recorders. He secretly cooperated with the so-called head of the underground organization, Mr. Cao Shanfeng, to sell drugs, and use the drugs to control the girls that Cao Shanfeng had abducted from the remote mountainous areas. The ones that looked good were sent to the Pixie Hollow Club, and the ones that didn't look good were sent to the province. But after asking why it was being sent to the province, she shook her head in disbelief, and by the looks of her it should be true. Since Lin Jia's capture, not only had Lin Jia not rested, even they hadn't rested much, they were all simmering eagles. He was just about to lie down on the bed and rest for a while when the ringing of the phone suddenly made him jolt and sit down immediately from the bed. Looking at the string of phone numbers on his cell phone, Cui Xueming's gaze sank. Unlock the door, draw the curtains, hide behind them, and pick up the phone. You shouldn't be calling me at this hour. It's dangerous. If I'm exposed, it won't do you any good. Cui Xueming opened his mouth in a low voice. His tone pressed low for fear of being heard by others. A neutral voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Cui Of course I understand your current situation, but I also hope that you understand my current situation as well. It's not easy to press down the Hangzhou coal mining accident. This matter absolutely cannot be lifted up again, so I need you to interfere with the direction of Chen Zhixing's investigation. It's not hard for you. Of course, I have another idea. Chen Zhixing has left with most of his men now, and your room is right across the hall from the archives, so I need you to burn all the files in one fire. Cui Xueming's heart shook violently when he heard these 2 choices, and a look of shock filled his eyes. Are you crazy? Do you realize that the provincial party committee is all in Starfish City right now? And if the fire burns here, I'll be implicated too. I'm telling you, don't even think about those 2 things. There's absolutely no way I'm going to promise you that. At most, I'll tell you roughly what time Chen Zhixing and the others will arrive at the mine. Anything else? No way. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and after a long time, this was followed by a long sigh. Xiao Cui after my father retired, you are still really unfeeling. People say that after retiring, all the flavorful love will be slowly cut off. and now it looks really a bit cruel. Chui Shueming sneered. Cruel? Now you know about cruelty? When you guys used to do those angry things, why don't you say that you're cruel to other people as well? They're all at least halfway there by now. You'd better hurry if you want to break off your tail. There's not much time left for you. Chui Shueming didn't even know that the two of them, Xiao Hu and Xiao Zhang, had glanced at each other at the door. Meanwhile, the mines. The smile on Wang Daqiang's face slowly stiffened on his face, and a look of embarrassment surfaced within his entire gaze, as he now also realized that he had let his words slip. How did he get his inner thoughts out? Team Leader Chen, there's nothing inside that safe. It's just some important information, and there's quite a bit of cash inside the safe. That's all the mine workers' paychecks for this month. If you withhold the safe, what are the workers going to do with their paychecks this month? Team Leader Chen, that safe can't be deducted. It can't be deducted. Wang Daqiang immediately anxious. This box inside is not what information. Money is true, but this money, the money isn't the most important thing either. The most important thing is the ledger. It's an inside account. The company behind the mine is Hangzhou Coal, which is a state-owned enterprise in Starfish City, and although it is a division-level establishment, Hangzhou Coal pays a lot of taxes every year. Wang Daqiang is the mine director, although only a section level, but he is very clear. Once the internal accounts fell in the hands of the task force, not only he has to go in, but will also implicate a lot of people. At least Everstate Coal can't get away with it. Chen Zhixing looked at him and sneered. The more anxious he was, the more it meant there was a ghost in his heart. Chen Zhixing looked at Wang Daqiang's panicked expression, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He raised his hand to signal the armed police members to come forward. His voice cold and resolute. Seal off all the offices, including the finance room, dispatching room, and emergency room. No one is allowed to leave out. Without my permission, no one is allowed in or out. The armed police members acted immediately, quickly dispersing and controlling all the rooms of the mine's command headquarters. He Yang, on the other hand, led people straight to the finance room, kicked open the door, and pressed the finance officer inside who was busy destroying the documents on his hands and knees on the table. Don't move! Disciplinary investigation team. The audit bureau. Where's the audit bureau? Hurry over and seal the books. Wang Daqiang's forehead was in a cold sweat. His legs were weak, and his voice trembled as he begged. Team Leader Chen, listen to me. You really can't open the safe. The workers' wages are all in there. If you deduct them, how can they live this month? Chen Zhixing was unmoved, walking slowly to him and looking down on him condescendingly. Salary? Fine. Then open the safe now and I'll verify it on the spot. If it's a paycheck, I'll have someone send it out immediately. If not, his eyes snapped. Song Qinglin has already been arrested by the task force. If you're smarter, you should know the consequences. You think that the task force would come here without evidence? Wang Daqiang's face was ashen, his lips trembling and unable to speak. He knows that he is completely finished. Once the internal accounts are exposed, not only him, but also the Hangzhou coal industry behind him, and even higher level figures will be implicated. Open, or not? Chen Zhixing pressed. Wang Daqiang closed his eyes in despair and finally trembled as he fished the key out of his pocket and walked towards the safe. The moment the safe was opened, the neatly yards of cash and several thick ledgers inside were exposed for all to see. Wang Daqiang also sat on his butt on the ground, his body shivering as he muttered, "It's over. It's all over. The sky is falling." Chen Zhixing sneered without the slightest bit of pity, reaching out and picking up the ledger to flip through a few pages, his face becoming more and more sullen. What a worker's wage! He violently closed the ledger and snapped. He Yang, immediately seize all accounts. How long will it take for the police to arrive? Seal off the entire mine. Contact the firefighters and clean out the collapsed mine. Live or die. Find all the bodies in the mine. However, just then, there was a sudden cacophony of shouts and hurried footsteps from outside the mine. It's no good. Team Leader Chen, a member of the armed police, hurried in to report. A large number of villagers and people from the police station came outside. They blocked the gate of the mine, saying that they want to demand justice. Chen Zhixing frowned and walked quickly to the window, only to see the black crowd outside the gates of the mine holding torches and sticks. Led by a few police officers are confronting the armed police members. The villagers' roar of anger shook the sky. Hand over the mine manager. Who are you to block our mine? No one can leave without giving us an explanation today. Wang Daqiang's originally trembling body was not trembling at the moment, and a sinister smile flashed across his ashen face as he lowered his voice and said to Chen Zhixing, Team Leader Chen, you see, it's not good for anyone if this matter becomes a big deal. How about we each take a step back? This mine is the property of 3 surrounding villages. Most of the people are from 3 villages. Sealing the mine is the same as cutting off their source of income. How could they possibly agree to that? Chen Zhixing coldly swept a glance at him and turned to Qin Zhan and ordered, "Notify the city bureau for reinforcements. Everyone hold their positions, and no one is allowed to be let in without my order." He took a deep breath and looked sharply out the window. The game. It had just begun. Pressurizing the villagers to try to get him to drop the investigation here? Dreaming. Chapter 78. $300,000 in compensation. Only $20,000 in hand. After Qin Zhan arrived at the entrance and exit of the mine with 10 people, only then did he see a dense surge of people. The black crowd blocked the entire mine gate like a tidal wave, and the torches linked into a throbbing scarlet in the night, reflecting the faces in a hideous distortion. At least 200 to 300 villagers holding shovels, wooden sticks. The front row of a few strong men even carried a thick stake full of iron nails. Hissing waves of sound shook the ground. Gravel are trembling. More alarming is that 7 or 8 police station police were mixed in the crowd at the forefront. Although they are wearing uniforms but deliberately unbuttoned collar, the police badge in the firelight flooded with cold light. Someone even held up a megaphone and agitated. State-owned property is inviolable. The roar of the villagers behind him was induced to become more and more furious. For a while, their pressure also increased abruptly. Team leader Chen, it's not easy to control the situation. There are too many people. If there is a conflict, we can't shoot. Qin Zhan glanced at it and turned around, wanting to go tell Chen Zhixing, but at that moment, Chen Zhixing had already walked behind him. They do have strict rules about not shooting in non-emergency situations, even if the group beat them to death. The armed police, despite the word police, are still affiliated with the force, the armed police force. As long as there are troops, there is iron discipline. Never shoot at civilians. I understand. Rest assured. Chen Zhixing naturally saw his difficulty and patted his shoulder. Xiaohu had already contacted He Yang and He Yang had told him. The fact that the mole in the task force was Cui Shueming was a bit of a shock, but Xiaohu patted his chest and assured him that he and Zhang were both listening really well outside the door. The two had wanted to go down and get something when they heard the sound of the door being unlocked. You know, ever since they were arrested, Chen Zhixing said to open the door for interrogation. For one thing, it was a way for others to hear the sound of their screams, and for another, it was a way to add psychological pressure to them. And because of the protection of the armed police, they simply don't even close the door when they sleep now. So Cui Shueming's action of unlocking the door was counterintuitive. He called on his side, and they're in the situation they're in now. So who'd believe it if there wasn't something going on? It was an impromptu siege of violence orchestrated to stop them from continuing their investigation. Hundreds of people surrounded the doorway, making so much noise that it was impossible to hear what was being said. And Chen Zhixing frowned and turned his head to Qin Zhan. Fire a warning shot. Qin War nodded, pulled out his pistol, loaded it, raised his arm up, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of pistol shots without silencers spread across the night sky. Almost instantly, the scene fell silent. It is true that no matter what, only the equalizer of all beings can make people sit down and listen to others properly. Chen Zhixing walked out from the center at this time and stood in the middle, all eyes falling on him. Folks, hear me out. A man at the front of the crowd roared with a ho. Who the hell listens to you? You're going to cut off our livelihood. What else is there to say? Chen Zhixing immediately sidestepped and said with a disinterested expression, fine, then you can go in. Not just you, all of you can go in. Hearing Chen Zhixing's words, not only this group of villagers, even Qin Zhan's brain went down for a moment. What? Didn't you say they weren't allowed in? Didn't we say we'd seal the place off? If He Yang knew about this thought of his, he would have said, you soldiers, your brains are just one-dimensional. Playing with Chen Zhixing? Look at the people who play with him. They are all worse off than each other. Hearing this, the man in the lead didn't hesitate and walked directly towards the inside. And seeing that Chen Zhixing didn't stop them either, he walked even more boldly towards the inside. When he brushed past Chen Zhixing, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, all of you go in. Anyway, I'm not the one who died. I won't stop you if you want to die. It's hard to persuade the ghosts to die with good words. The man turned his hand violently, his dark and powerful arm grabbing Chen Zhixing's tie, and said fiercely, what did you say? Qin Zhan immediately became alert, pointing his black-holed pistol at the man and coldly saying, let go. If he made a move to get Chen Zhixing killed, Qin Zhan absolutely shot him. After all, their mission is to keep the task force safe. I said, I don't stop people who are looking for death. Don't you understand? And get thee off. Chen Zhixing is also from the countryside, so he knows better than anyone the so-called simplicity of rural people. Some of them are indeed simple. Some of them, oh, just like what Liang Xiaolong said, it's just difficult people. Otherwise, how did the saying that poor mountains produce unruly people come about? For such people, it is useless to talk nicely, only strong suppression. You know more than anyone about the collapses that have occurred in the mines. 45 people died. What makes you think it wasn't you who died? Or not one of you? For a moment, the scene was silent. They're trying to make money, not have fun. Watching them stop talking, Chen Zhixing sneered and steeply roared loudly. Answer me. Ha! One of the three middle-aged men standing in the crowd suddenly roared. You're the ones who wear the same pants as the leaders of the state-owned enterprises. You just don't want to pay. Folks, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm the village secretary of our village. Would I harm you? These sons of ES just don't want to pay the compensation. That's right, folks. They're here to haul away the bodies. As long as the bodies are gone, they can stop paying compensation. All this money was swallowed by these dog officials, with 3 men apiece. The crowd, which had calmed down, erupted in strong protests and the crowd boiled over once again. Chen Zhixing's gaze steeply fell on the 3 people in front of him, narrowing his eyes slightly. The village clerk? If he guessed correctly, these 3 village clerks had long colluded with Wang Daxiang and the others. This is typical of the new characterization of power out of control. The meaning is that, on the way of large amounts of national resources being channeled to the grassroots, capital flows in grassroots societies are becoming more and more active. The trend of capitalization of local resources is becoming more and more obvious, and those who dominate the resources, explicitly or implicitly, are given the opportunity to rise rapidly. The grassroots have thus formed a group of profit-taking classes, thus giving rise to a great chain of interests. Disordered governance at the grassroots level and loss of control of power have led to the formation of local powerful grassroots leaders who seek to maximize their personal interests. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. They couldn't care less at this point. He Yang ran over quickly at this time and stood by Chen Zhixing's side, handing him a ledger while pointing to its contents with his finger. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting, really interesting. Which village is Zhang Daqian from? Chen Zhixing suddenly asked. The village clerk on the far side, who was in his 50s, said. From my village. Chen Zhixing sneered. Zhang Daqian's son died and was only compensated $20,000, and that was in the form of an IOU. But my side shows that it was clearly compensated down to $50,000. Can you tell me where the remaining $30,000 went? Village branch secretary Wang Defa immediately glared and roared. You fart! Zhang Daqian set himself on fire. How could you? Chen Zhixing interrupted him with a steep roar. Your village is 5 kilometers from here. How did you know that Zhang Daqian set himself on fire? The scene was instantly quiet as a chicken at those words. Wang Defa's face also turned pale in an instant. Zhang Daqian set himself on fire and died just 5 minutes before this incident. How did they know? The village is 5 kilometers away. So in such a short time, they can come and block the door? It obviously doesn't make sense. There's an information gap and a time gap. This is what I was told. Wang Defa was still sophomoric. Chen Zhixing sneered and continued to roar. Wang Daqian's ledger is clearly written. A total of $300,000 in compensation. The director of the city's coal bureau took $100,000 alone. 45 people is $4.5 million. The leader of the SOE took $100,000. The police station took $50,000. At the end of the $300,000 of compensation, there was only $50,000 left, of which $20,000 was paid to Zhang Daqian, while the remaining $30,000 was split equally between you and Wang Daxiang. Chapter 79 Wang Daxiang, bad. This is the king of living hell. The scene exploded. Even Chen Zhixing read it out, felt a great chain of interests covering the grassroots in front of his eyes. Shocking. $300,000 compensation for one person is quite a lot in this day and age. If not much, much more. But of that $300, only $20, ended up in the hands of the victim's family. Most of the money is deducted layer by layer, from the city coal bureau chief to the leadership of the state-owned enterprises of the Hangzhou coal industry, and then to the town police station. Wang Daqiang, the village branch secretary Wang Defa's hands deducted down to the last only 20,000 yuan, $20,000 a life. The whole family doesn't even add up to more than $100,000. How not to be shocked? Nah, that's eating dead money. The crowd was silent for a moment, and the next moment, a riot broke out that was even more intense than before. Hundreds of people rioted. Son of a. So you guys swallowed my life's money. My brother's life is worth $20,000? You bunch of. Hissing, Wang Defa was overturned on the ground, and received a few punches on his face. With his nose blood smeared all over his face, he curled up and held his head, begging for mercy. Folks, listen to my explanation. It was Wang Daxiang who forced me to do it. But where would the furious villagers listen? Someone even swung a stake full of nails and saw it coming down. Stop! Chen Zhixing let out a stern shout, and Qin Zhan immediately rushed forward with his men to pull the villagers away. In the midst of the chaos, he swept his cold eyes over the crowd. Will you get your money back if you beat them to death? The villagers gasped and stopped, but saw Chen Zhixing hold up the ledger, the firelight reflecting his stern side face. This has every stolen money going. The municipal coal bureau. the leaders of state-owned enterprises, the police station. None of them can escape. He pointed furiously deeper into the mine. But right now, I need people to go down into the mine, and I need people to find the bodies of the people who died as a result of the mine. I assure you that all those suspected of embezzlement will not be able to escape the law. In the crowd, a red-eyed man roared. What makes you guarantee that? Chen Zhixing took one step and threw his voice. His voice seemed to echo in this low sky. I, Chen Zhixing, from the province, Deputy Director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. This one beside me is the Director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. This one here with the gun is a squadron leader of the Provincial Armed Police. According to the status level, the town party secretaries of several of your towns are not qualified to see me. He has to bow his head when he sees me. At the same time, I'm also the deputy head of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team. Chen Zhixing's words were so powerful that they shook the people present with a somewhat dumbfounded look. Yay for the province, or the disciplinary committee, or some kind of director or deputy director of something or other, or deputy team leader of something or other. It just sounds like a big deal. Don't get it, really don't get it. But Chen Zhixing said that their town party secretary is not qualified to see him. Well, it makes sense when you put it that way. That's indeed awesome. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhixing was also relieved that at least it had not risen to a riotous incident. Once the violence rises, it's over. There aren't enough of them to get beaten up by someone else. I'll go. It's just mining. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. That's right. Digging is no different than digging up a corpse. I'm in. And me, I'm going too. For a while, the group of people, one by one, swarmed with excitement. After all, $300,000 in compensation. And in their hands it's only $20,000. Who does that? Damn, that scared the out of me holy. I thought we weren't going to get out of here today. We were going to get killed. My dad would definitely have to assign me a team of bodyguards if he knew what I'm going through right now. He Yang and Chen Zhixing let out a long breath as they walked towards the command headquarters, their faces filled with fear. Chen Zhixing raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "So your family is rich?" He Yang grinned. "That's right, I can tell you. My family is indeed rich. My father is the richest man in Sichuan province. Second, I didn't realize he was a rich kid." Chen Zhixing that gaze looked He Yang up and down. He Yang immediately shivered and exploded. "Holy, what the hell do you mean? You're saying I'm corrupt? Big brother, my family was rich when I was born. Okay, don't look at me like that. I reported it to the organization. Okay, Comrade Chen Zhixing, please trust your comrade. Okay, please, don't look at me with those eyes. I'm scared." Inside the command center, nothing much happened because of the armed police standing guard and everyone had a pistol. The audit teams are going crazy because of the internal accounts. And, well, they're damn well documented. What month? What date? At what time? What place? How much money was given to so-and-so? In the name of what? And so on. The records are very detailed. Report, Team Leader Chen. The audit is slow at the moment and needs to be checked one by one. But for now it can be tentatively established that this is a grassroots gray chain of interests. From the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission to the Municipal Coal Bureau, the Safety Supervision Bureau, the State-Owned Enterprise Hangzhou Coal, the District and Town Public Security Police Stations, the Village Branch Secretary and other people. At the same time, we found that there is another mysterious person in Wang Daqiang's account book, and most of the money has gone into his pocket. Wang Daqiang had sat on the ground, his face pale. Chen Zhixing looked at it, sat on his butt in the boss chair, lit a cigarette, looked at Wang Daqiang and asked, "Is it you who say it yourself, or are we on the means?" He Yang said in a helpful manner, "Little, old Wang I can tell you this person in front of you is known as Little Yan Wang. If you don't say it then it will be miserable. Oh, you know Liang Xiaolong, the director of the construction bureau we arrested earlier, right? Little Yama broke his leg, and the bone spurs pierced through his skin, and Little Yama, instead of torturing him, just took 2 pots of rice and poured it on his wounds to help sterilize him. Gee, you know that scream, don't you? It's a terrible scream, but we really did not do anything to him. Obviously in the disinfection well. I do not know why the scream's so miserable." The corners of the mouth of the audit team and the security team also twitched up. "What do you call this if not torture? The belt is dipped in iodophor and sterilized as you fight, right?" Wang Daqiang looked at Chen Zhixing with a fearful gaze, while Chen Zhixing did not say anything, smoking a cigarette, looking at Wang Daqiang from time to time, grinning, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. But the more this happened, the more fearful Wang Daqiang became, and his gaze trembled. "Explain to me, what do you mean? I don't know why I screamed so badly. Tell me, who can't scream when that wine is poured into the wound?" The more bland it was, and the less Chen Zhixing spoke, the more Wang Daxian was afraid. Yama, is that the king of hell? That's the king of hell. Wang Daxian instantly realized that the other party would definitely inflict pain with the gentlest of techniques, and this gentle violence creeped him out even more. It's the fear of the unknown that scares you the most. Chapter 80. The task forces rolled out. The entire mining area, like a sophisticated machine, was running at a tight pace. The task force is still reviewing the 3 townships where people working in the mine were digging holes that had previously collapsed. Evidence? When the words 45 bodies appeared in the debriefing documents, all the evidence had paled, and these cold numbers, in themselves, were the most shocking indictment. More seriously, the leadership of the provincial party committee headed by Lin Shanha, because of this series of events, collectively cut off the political future. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee Secretary Bao Wanrui was even forced to retire internally ahead of schedule. The anger of the entire provincial party committee has been building up like a volcano, waiting to erupt. However, the current investigation has locked up only one person, Song Changlin, and the rest of those involved are still at large due to a lack of direct evidence. But everyone knew in their hearts that such an appalling tragedy was by no means something that a single Song Changlin could cover up with just his hands. At the moment, dark currents were raging under the silence of the 13 members of the Provincial Standing Committee. Their anger is building up, just waiting for the tipping point to explode. At that time, it will be liquidated to the end with thunderous force. After all, cut off the career prospects of an entire class? Do you really think they're clay dolls that anyone can pinch? Leader, I'll account for it. I'll explain. It's all because Mr. Su forced me to do it. The moment Wang Daxian opened his mouth, he was just dumping the blame. He had heard this kind of reasoning quite a few times. Chen Zhixing sighed and shook his head slightly. Let the interrogation team that followed him interrogate Wang Daxian. I want to see the results tonight. He Yang nodded his head and immediately turned around to go out and give orders. Chen Zhixing extinguished his cigarette butt and got up to go out. Wang Daxian saw Chen Zhixing turn to leave, suddenly panicked, rolling and crawling to pounce over, hold Chen Zhixing's legs, snot and tears, crying and wailing. Team Leader Chen, don't go. Team Leader Chen, I'll explain everything. Mr. Su is the mastermind. I'm just an errand boy. The day of the mining accident, he personally called me to conceal the report. He also said there was someone at the top who would take care of it, so I wouldn't have to worry about how many people would die. Chen Zhixing's footsteps lurched and he stared down at him coldly. The higher-ups? Which superior? Wang Daxian shivered, his eyes fluttering as he glanced around, his voice suppressed to an extremely low level. It's that guy in the city. He's the one who gets the lion's share of the money every time. The old rules written in red on the last page of the account book is for him. He suddenly clutched Chen Zhixing's pants leg in a death grip, his nails almost pinching into the fabric. You bail me out. I'll be a tainted witness for you. I know where they buried the body. I even recorded them splitting the bill once. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes. There's no such thing as a tainted witness in the outback. You watch less Hong Kong movies. Where's the recording? Under the third brick of the pigsty at my wife's mother's house. Wang Daxian shivered and fished out a key from his underwear pocket. In the safe compartment there is also a picture of Mr. Su and a group photo with that leader. They thought it would be fine if they burned the ledger, but the people in the photo, none of them can escape. Chen Zhixing instructed 2 men from the disciplinary committee to follow him with 2 more armed police fighters to get the recording. Turning his head to look at He Yang, he then remembered that he hadn't seen Zhou Ruoli for half a day and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Where is Ruoli?" He Yang didn't have the heart to say, "Big brother, that's your girlfriend. Can't you take care of yourself?" Inside the third office, they're checking on Sun Dakian's cause of death. Isn't Zhou Ruoli a nurse? How come she's still taking jobs from the coroner? Speaking of this matter, Chen Zhixing also fell silent and let out a long sigh. Politics and Law University is more than just politics and law. There are other specialties. Zhou Ruoli was a forensic medicine major, but at that time I was assigned to Xiping County, and the girl failed the City Public Security Bureau forensic medicine exam, accurately because at that time she was replaced by someone who took the place, and nominally didn't pass. That's why she followed me to Xiping County and got a job as a supernumerary nurse at the county hospital. In her previous life, the girl had been forced to break ties with herself after being recognized by her family of origin, forcing her to marry someone she didn't like, and she herself had accomplished nothing at that point. That's what led to the miss. And all of these things were learned when I saw her again many years later. At that time, she was already a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee and the Executive Deputy Mayor at the Deputy Department level. Don't worry, the girl is very professional. She is certified as a forensic appraiser. Chen Zhixing stood outside the command center smoking a cigarette, looking at the mine searchlights all shining on the previously collapsed area. Thinking back to his previous life, he recalled that after the personnel freeze of the provincial party leaders, This recalled the 17th National People's Congress in 2007. Now in the 17th National Congress before the personnel freeze period has lasted until October. So even if the Provincial People's Congress held, it will have to October after the personnel transfer. But now well, they are facing the end of the political career. It also meant that the Starfish City incident had definitely alarmed certain people, which was why there were no bigwigs coming down now, and that solved his mystery. Remembering Zhang Lao's focus on the big picture again, he now figured out what the big picture really was, so their work has to be pushed back at least until after October. Qin Zhan ran over at this time with his face greatly changed, his face twitching. Something's wrong. Chen Zhixing's heart thumped as he guessed. The mine is arguably a source of livelihood for the 3 neighboring townships and a source of income for grassroots interests. Although the village secretary and others have been controlled, but the township police station has not been controlled. Their group of people are more or less related to the mine. In fact, this kind of chaos is also deliberate on the part of some people. There's 3 maniacs at the door, and they've got bombs on them from who knows where, and I suspect it's probably a bomb from the mine, but it shouldn't have gotten out today. So, Chen Zhixing's eyebrows jumped. A bomb? Qin Zhan nodded. Yes, it can be confirmed that it's a bomb. An Earth-made bomb. Chen Zhixing had a cursed sentence in his mouth, but in the end, he didn't curse it out. A frantic backlash from grassroots gainers. The words instantly popped into his head. He Yang's face twitched as he stepped back. I'll go to the mine to take a look. Chen Zhixing didn't stop him and ran directly towards the door, and He Yang looked at Chen Zhixing's determined back and cursed him malagogic. Lousy damn since with you after the class has not been so unlucky. You damn is bad luck body right. Grass. Cursing, but still following. Doorway. The leader, Scarface, jumped out of the car and pulled a homemade explosive packet out of his arms, the lead wrapped around a lighter. Behind him were 2 cute little guys. The 2 young men who looked like them were pushed and shoved forward, with suspicious packages wrapped in wires strapped around their waists. Homemade clay bombs made from fertilizer and broken glass. This stuff, it doesn't look like it came out of the mine. Task Force, get out here. Chapter 81, Chen Zhixing's Ruthlessness. Plus for Cui Yan Xianxian's Great God Certification. Stand back. Back away from the cordon, or we'll shoot. Bomb. For the armed forces, there were no few encounters, but it was the first time they had encountered such a thing. They don't exist to back off, and will even rush up after the bomb is activated. They are the purest of the bunch. Wang Airdog grinned. Aya, don't be nervous. Why so nervous? These 2 little brothers of mine are just looking for someone. You call out the person, and everyone will be at peace with each other. How nice. The armed police warned again. Second warning, exit the cordon. The words fell, and the pistol was already loaded. Because of the presence of the bomb, the situation was extremely chaotic. The people at the front were frantically retreating to the back, while those at the back were still surging forward. When the sound of a bomb was heard, a wave went up, and the crowd then retreated towards the back, but not far. But it was also such a retreat that it directly exposed a number of people on the scene. In the midst of the chaos, Police Station Chief Liu suddenly pushed his way into the crowd with 5 co-police officers. His police uniform buttons are all open. The gold chain around his neck is more conspicuous than the police number. And in his hand, the loudspeaker shouted to maintain order, but intentionally crashed through the armed police defense line. Chen Zhixing, He Yang and Qin Zhan had just arrived at the door when they saw 3 middle-aged women in minks taking the opportunity to throw gasoline at their feet, crying at the top of their voices, "The great old man of heaven is forcing the people to die. Team leader Chen, be careful." Qin Zhan was just about to draw his gun, but an old woman in mourning clothes held his leg in a deadly grip. The old man's withered fingers pinched into his thigh muscles, and a strange light flashed in his cloudy eyes. "My son died in the mine. How dare you touch my grandson?" The group was all old men, women, and cuties. That old man is Wang Defa's old lady. She's a shrew. That's right. Wang Airdog, what do you want? Get your ass down here. Many people on the scene cursed angrily, and from their conversations Chen Zhixing knew where these people came from. It's basically the families of the 3 village clerks who were arrested. In other words, grassroots interests have armed the disabled, the elderly and women. Chen Zhixing suddenly grabbed the loudspeaker and shouted, "How much money did Wang Defa give you? Enough to buy a coffin?" He ripped off Qin Zhan's clothes, revealing the gun holster on his waist. "Recognize a gun? The fertilizer bombs you've strapped on can't even kill wild dogs." As soon as that old lady heard Chen Zhixing's words, she immediately looked like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, her dried lips grinning, revealing a few yellowed, pointed teeth. She simply sat on her butt in the gasoline, her oil-stained clothes sticking to the concrete floor, but her 2 withered claws were dead set on Qin Zhan's pants, her fingernails scraping a stinging sound on the fabric of her police uniform. "A gun? You think I'm scared?" A hoarse, shrill laugh squeezed out of her throat, and she suddenly ripped open the collar of her dress, exposing her thin, bony chest toward the gun. "Come on, shoot here." Let the people of the country see how the police shoot a 73-year-old martyr. Immediately the three women in sable around them answered the cries and wailed, falling to their knees and kowtowing in unison as if they had rehearsed it. Gasoline mingled with the blood that rubbed off on their foreheads, and the old woman took the opportunity to grab Qin Zhan by his belt, her head slamming into his holster, a she-wolf whimper escaping her throat. When my son was blown into 8 pieces at the bottom of the mine, where were you people in official clothes? Now you want to kill my old Wang family. She suddenly pulled a dirty rag doll out of her arms and set it on fire with her lighter and threw it into the crowd. The moment the fire sprang up, the old shrew actually grinned, missing teeth and gums still stained with chive leaves from her midday meal. Today either carry my son out of the bureau, or the group together burned to ashes. Across my old bones should have gone down to look for Defa his father. Chen Zhixing's heart sank. Damn, who the hell did this group of people find? I should have known that I should have waited for the public security authorities, but hasn't anyone from the public security bureau come yet? What the hell is Qi Ziyuan up to? Do you want money or people? Chen Zhixing said in a deep voice. The old lady blurted out. For money, people, I want my son. Why can't you officials understand the pain of an old woman? Nah, my life is so bitter. Chen Zhixing looked at this old lady, hugged his leg tightly, and couldn't leave even if he wanted to, and even, without the slightest regard for the gasoline on the old lady, he took out his cigarettes and directly lit them with matches. Ah, many people screamed when they saw this scene, and many thought that Chen Zhixing was going to start a fire. Who knew that after he lit it he would just throw the still burning match into the distance? Both He Yang and Qin Zhan's faces turned a little white with fear. Pop! Chen Zhixing suddenly slapped the old lady's face and became furious. Grass, do you guys know that you are interfering with the case? I'm perfectly capable of arresting you guys. Playing hardball with me here now? What the hell do you think you are? Qin Zhan, arrest her for me. This old woman must have a hand in the money that Wang Defa embezzled. Chen Zhixing's sudden move is also a lot of people did not expect. The task force and the armed police cite it. Many people are worried about the violation, and the crowd of officials are somewhat afraid of Chen Zhixing. Ouch! The official hit someone, killed the old woman. Chen Zhixing shouted angrily. Shut up! If you scream again, I'll pour gasoline into your mouth and light it up. The old woman didn't spare Chen Zhixing either, and similarly roared. Come on, if you're capable, then order it. If you don't have the ability, don't wow me here. Qin War, helpless, immediately waved his hand. The side of the two warriors immediately came forward. One person racked one side, hard to the old lady to up. He was also really afraid that Chen Zhixing would go crazy and really light him up. Some people in the countryside are simple, but some are like Wang Defa's old lady, looking for trouble without reason, and even more so with reason, or simply shrews. Chen Zhixing directly threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and the gasoline on the ground instantly burst into flames after coming into contact with the cigarette butt. The firelight illuminated the entrance, and Chen Zhixing's face was a bit grim amidst the firelight as he looked ahead at the hundreds of people. Gasoline bursting into flames wildly to his left. Chen Zhixing's voice echoed in everyone's ears. I know that some of you are unwilling, but I'm here to warn you as the head of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team. If you still dare to make trouble before we leave, the armed police force will be waiting for you next time. The ongoing counter-terrorism campaign in Starfish City is something I wouldn't mind doing again inside your 3 villages. Put away this little mind of yours, or don't blame me for being cruel. As the words fell, he directly walked towards Wang Airdog as well as those 2 cuties, standing in front of Wang Airdog, his eyes burning into him. Wang Airdog was also frightened by Chen Zhixing. He also did not expect that this madman was not afraid of death, and actually dared to walk in front of him. Is he really not afraid to die? Wang Airdog gulped a mouthful of saliva. Chen Zhixing had really scared him. You, what do you want? Chapter 82, Don't fight. You can't kill people like this. Press on. Chen Zhixing drank coldly. What? Wang Airdog was dumbfounded. Chen Zhixing once again took a step forward and droned in a deep voice. Press on. Push it down? Press down on what? Wang Airdog swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In front of this person is worthy of the special mother of the province to come, when it is not afraid of death. If this thing pressed down and really exploded, he'd have to die if he was this close. He just wants the money. He doesn't want to die. Lead. 2, why don't we just forget about it? Wang Airdog shrunk his neck. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. He was not stupid. If this thing was pressed, all of them had to die. He doesn't have a mother-in-law yet. He hasn't even tasted a woman yet. Not pressing, huh? Chen Zhixing sneered and turned around to leave. But the next moment, he suddenly took a step, and a hand landed on the button he was holding. Click. Only a crisp ringing sound could be heard in the silent night sky, and the entire scene was deathly silent before screams and cries erupted from the crowd. All of a sudden it's a mess. But the imagined explosion did not sound, but instead the 2 little cuties, the bombs on their bodies, after being pressed, were like big bared flowers, continuously burning up. He Yang's legs softened, and he almost didn't fall on the ground on the spot. Mom, Chen Shixing, this lunatic, he even dares to gamble on this. Although my family is rich, there's no one in hell. Do we have to play so exciting? If you work with this guy, you'll die at his hands if not at someone else's. My heart can't take it. Not only him, even Xinjiang was so frightened that he was called out of his mind. He was all set to let the warriors feed the tiger with their bodies, but he didn't expect. I didn't expect him to be so bold. A drop of cold sweat fell on Xinjiang's forehead as he looked at the two large bared flowers, the corners of his mouth twitching up. Take it down for me. Qin's strategy slightly broken defense sounds steeply. The two warriors around him immediately pounced. After all, it is only a big bared flower. There is no explosion. Took it down in 3 tries, and even waited until after the burn was over to take the contents right down to bits and pieces. Chen Zhixing looked coldly at Wang Ergu and asked in a cold tone, "Who told you to do this?" Wang Erdog's brain was confused and he subconsciously said, "What? I said, who told you to do that?" Chen Zhixing repeated again, looking at him as if he had slowed down. Chen Zhixing thought to himself, "If I let you slow down, can I still ask who did it?" "Who?" he roared again, and Wang Erdog's brain was confused again. My brother-in-law. He's the chief of the Riverside Town Police Station. Where is he?" "Ha, it was just here." Chen Zhixing turned his head toward Xinjiang and said in a cold voice, "Endangering public safety. Arrest them." He looked into the crowd with a pair of icy gazes and quickly locked onto one person. It didn't even take the armed police fighters to do anything. The people directly pressed him to the ground and beat him. Chen Zhixing didn't say anything, but He Yang hurriedly ran over, like a clown, jumping and shouting, "Don't fight! Don't fight! You can't beat people like this." The latter sentence did not come out. After all, they now represent the province, or have to pay attention to their words and behavior. Such unfavorable words for unity still cannot be said. Now it was at least guaranteed that no one would incite the masses to cause trouble again. And as far as Chen Zhixing was showing now, he was also showing everyone present one thing. That means he, Chen Zhixing, is not afraid of death and really dares to fight you hard. So some of you better stop making trouble, or else. And at this time, the sound of woo-woo-woo-woo sirens rang out, and the red and blue police lights that flashed up on both sides also made Chen Zhixing's heart breathe a sigh of relief. "Lao He, you stay here and butt heads with the police at the scene. I'm going to check out the mine site." Run Chong, director of the Coal Bureau of Starfish City, with an administrative rank of full division. When he received a call from the chief of the town police station in Riverside Township, he was instantly unable to sleep. The task force has checked into the mine and blocked it off, and does not know what is going on in the mine at this time. After a long period of silence, Renchong couldn't help but light a cigarette and dial the phone with somewhat trembling fingers. Mining accidents underneath Hangzhou coal. How did they find out? Even if Song Qinglin's group of people were all terminated, the task force's line of sight would not fall on top of the mine disaster. This is completely 2 lines. This is a different event. Unless they're on to the man behind Hangzhou coal. There is one and only one explanation. "Hey, Mr. Man." Renchong exhaled deeply. His tone had become grave. But there was loud music coming from the other end of the phone, and if he wasn't mistaken, this dude's cocky son was now straddling the little girl at the clubhouse. "Say, what is it?" Zhou Wanrui's voice rang loudly inside the phone. Ron heard the loud music and wanted to go over and slap him. The task force is all over Hangzhou coal, and he's still playing with women as a result? The task force is going after you this time. They've already traced it to the mines, and there's no way to hide the safety accidents at the mines. Renchong pressed his voice and spoke in a grave tone. The deafening sound of music on the other end of the line came to a screeching halt. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Wanrui's grim voice came out. "Director Ren, are you sure that the task force is investigating the mining accident, and not the on Song Qinglin's line?" Renchong stubbed out his cigarette. His knuckles white. Wang Daxiang has already given it all up. Even the recordings and account books of Mr. Su's share of the accounts were handed over. Now Chen Zhixing is leading the armed police to dig up the bodies. The knot in his throat rolled. Once the 45 corpses are exposed, the consequences of the province's wrath. Duke Wen should know better than me. "Ha, Chen Zhixing?" The crunching sound of a glass smashing came from the other end of the phone. "A small deputy director of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection is also worthy of touching my Zhou family's cake? You really don't know what you're doing." But he came down with the provincial party's imperial sword. Ranchong finally lost control of the low roar. The provincial party committee collectively severed the career of the previous lesson is right in front of us. Your father is pretending to be deaf and dumb now. Isn't he afraid of drawing fire? Shut up, Zhou Wanrui snapped. Uncle Run, your little grandson should be attending an experimental elementary school next year, right? I've heard. The Peace Campus always has dump trucks traveling against traffic lately. Ranchong was like falling through ice. Before the phone hung up, he heard one last murmur. Since we're playing, let's just shut the mine up for good. Meanwhile, at the collapsed mine, Chen Zhixing's face was grim as he stared at the bodies on the ground. Due to the large number of people, the time was compressed hard, and in the short period of time, a number of corpses of the miners' victims had already been placed on the ground. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath and immediately ordered, have the police bring 46 bodies back to the city. Notify Qin War and have the command task force evacuated immediately. I have a very bad feeling. Chapter 83 The light of the party's emblem will finally sweep away all darkness with thunder. He Yang didn't hesitate at all after hearing these words and turned his head to inform the others. As the collapsed mine was slowly dug through, a body was laid out on the ground past the miners, placed in a shocking row. 46 bodies were displayed side by side on a tarp in the open space in front of the mine. Pitch black soot and dark red bloodstains clotted on twisted limbs, some curled up like fetuses, broken cinders embedded in their fingernail crevices. Some had their mouths wide open, their mouths stuffed with mud, as if they were still shouting at the last moment. As the evening breeze swept by, white frost wrapped in the smell of decay was spreading from the bruised ankle of a teenage miner, his left foot still covered with an open rubberized labor boot with a faded peace sign attached to the laces. The crowd suddenly erupted into heartbreaking cries. An old woman with gray hair stumbled and flung herself in front of one of the corpses, her withered fingers desperately scraping the soot from the dead man's face until she revealed the crescent moon scar at the corner of her forehead. Son, Mom hasn't finished the pancakes she brought you. She suddenly grabbed half a piece of dry food on the ground that was as hard as a stone and shoved it into the corpse's mouth, and the dark crumbs of the bun mixed with tears rustled into the corpse's collar. 3 children stood frozen behind the woman, the youngest girl pointing at the body and shouting for her father to carry me, only to have her brother cover her eyes in death. Outside the cordon at the entrance, the pregnant woman in the saffron jacket was banging her stomach against the public security shield. Let me in. He said he'd earn money to buy gold locks for his baby. Her brand new long life locks clattered in a plastic bag at her feet, and the next moment she was suddenly on her knees, dry heaving, amniotic fluid mixed with blood soaking the floor. Farther away, the mothers of several teenage miners sat collectively paralyzed in front of the police car, mechanically patting the frozen earth, their palms bloodstained and snaking into threads, and one of them was holding a half-embroidered mandarin duck pillowcase in her arms, the red threads piercing like undried blood. Qin War suddenly kicked the empty barrel in front of him, and this steel-like man's throat was now rolling violently. Chen Zhixing. Qin Zhan's voice was hoarse, yet choked and trembling. Such a scene of human tragedy made even this man of steel unable to hold back his tears. Chen Zhixing lit a cigarette and stood in place in silence. Didn't he hear the voices around him? Of course he heard them, but what could he say? What is there to say? It happened a long time ago. He merely dug up the body. That's all. Chen Zhixing has always believed in the saying that late justice is not justice. True justice is the protection of the strong against the weak, and late justice can at best only be the punishment of criminals. 45 bodies, 45 broken families. When the mine collapsed, even their cries for help were buried in the darkness. There was no rescue, only gagging, no compensation, only threats. Their names were erased, leaving only the 4 cold words mining accident. Some people are still waiting for their husbands to come home for dinner, but they are waiting for a cold body. And when their children ask, where did daddy go? The mother can only cry and lie, he went far away. The controllers behind the scenes have replaced one luxury car after another, while the lives of the miners are worthless, and the price of a life is no more than an hour's profit in a coal mine. They died in the darkness while the killers celebrated by raising a glass in the lights, and the bodies were hastily buried as if they had never existed. The police station chief is an accomplice and the director is behind it. Recordings, ledgers, evidence, all crushed by money and power. Families were threatened to falsify accident reports, packaging outright murder as operational error. The miners, whose hard-earned money became a bargaining chip at the murderer's table, died not of disaster but of greed. 45 lives for a dirty score. How can one not be moved by such a shocking incident? The life of a miner is just a pawn in their power game. Threats, bribes, silencing, their tactics are more ruthless than the triads. Chen Zhixing looked at the bodies, his hands shaking. This was not an accident. It was a massacre. 46 lives will not die in vain. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Chen Zhixing gritted his teeth, his voice almost a low growl. Beside him, a figure stood by his side, similarly silent for a long time before his voice was a bit hoarse as he opened his mouth. After a preliminary examination, Zhang Daqian has 4 fractures on his body, which can be determined to be the result of a beating. Zhou Ruoli looked at the scene was also a burst of scalp. Also do not know what to say. Just silence. Apparently, Zhang Daqian had been beaten before he set himself on fire, but this was not accounted for by Wang Daxiang. Wang Daxiang went to get the evidence. Is he back yet? Chen Zhixing suddenly asked. Zhou Ruoli shook her head. I didn't see them when I came out. but I saw a long line over there when I came out, and many people were saying that they had evidence in their hands, and they all came over to the task force with the evidence. Chen Zhixing decisively ordered, "Qin team, please watch the scene. By the way, let your people to tell the police, these corpses, all to pull back to the city." Qin Zhan nodded his head and grinned. "Don't call me Team Qin, it's too formal. We are also considered to be friends for life. Just call me Old Qin. After all, in a sense, we are considered the same kind of people. Both live on the edge of darkness and light, traveling back and forth between the two worlds." He paused and flashed a smile. "Whether once or now, the like-minded, we call them." Chen Zhixing would smile. "Hello comrade." Qin War, "Hello, comrade. Command a long line." Two coaster has driven over. On both sides of the coaster there are police cars parked. The scene at a glance, densely crowded. The comrade on the task force is taking notes. Where there is physical evidence is collected and certificates are issued. And where there is no physical evidence, statements are being recorded at a rapid rate. Everything is in order. Wang Daxiang is back too, with evidence, recordings and so on. The audit team is transporting the books, and some of the evidence, to the car for evacuation. While the scene was handed over to the police, He Yang was docking with the police, and at the same time, the people sent down by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection began to make arrests by virtue of confessions, identifications, and so on. A series of grassroots interest groups, such as police station chiefs and village secretaries, have all been arrested and brought to justice. Anti-corruption actions, the fight against blackmail and the breaking up of umbrellas, and the special operations against blackmail and evil continue. Chen Zhixing is clear on one point: the official liquidation action will not take place until October 21st, that is, after the personnel freeze period of the 17th National People's Congress, NPC. It's called the big picture, the current stage of anti-terrorism operations, and mid-level interests such as Song Qinglam can lay some people to rest, but that doesn't mean that others will be so even. The official reckoning after the big game is when the curtain rises on this heavenly game. Similarly, when the NCPA is inaugurated next month, they will need a thunderous operation to stand firm as well, at least on a national level. There is currently no case comparable to the one being investigated. After seeing through this, Chen Zhixing was also clear on one point: even if the person behind the curtain wanted to move him, he wouldn't mess around. Although Zhou Weiman is now retired, he still belongs to the category of cadres under Chinese management, and his organizational relations are managed by the Central Organization Department and supervised by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI. What is certain at the moment is that the teacher said that after the 17th National Congress, the Central Inspection Team and the Supervisory Team will come down. Despite coming off the field at the same time, they will never clash. After all, the division of labor is different. The Inspection Team is the sharp sword of internal party supervision, focusing on discovering and solving the problems of party governance. The Steering Group is a handhold for promoting special work, focusing on the compaction of responsibilities and ensuring the implementation of policies. Working in the same province at the same time also creates a double deterrent effect of political oversight plus specializing in governance. Everyone speed up, we must return in half an hour. The bad feeling in Chen Zhixing's heart was getting worse and worse, and the uneasiness in his heart was rising strongly. 45 corpses came to mind once again, and it was just a bloody revelation of the cruelty and reality of the situation. 45 lives. They died of greed, of the arrogance of power, of the loss of humanity. But justice will not always be absent. The mind can collapse. The truth will not. The murderer can be arrogant. The law will eventually judge. The light of the party emblem will eventually sweep away all darkness with thunder. Chapter 84. Do you want to know so badly? Old Shui. After an in-depth investigation by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigative Team, it was found that a particularly major accident had occurred in a mine belonging to the municipal unit Hangzhou Coal, causing a total of 45 deaths so far, with one person setting himself on fire. And this is the information that Chen Zhixing, the deputy head of the Special Investigative Team, brought back from the scene. Meanwhile, during the investigation, it was found that Hangzhou Coal was acquired at a low price during the bankruptcy and reorganization of the previous year to promote the policy of state retreat and private advancement, in which the non-transparent assessment of the assets and the transfer of directional agreements, all of which involved the transfer of benefits. Hangzhou Coal Industry now has only two parties in its current equity structure, with the Starfish municipal government holding 49% and Su Shichang holding 51%. Su Shichang is the legal representative on the surface, but in reality, there is another person behind Su Shichang. After preliminary interrogation by the task force, this person is only one honorific, Mr. Zhou. In the city council chambers, Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Bao Wanrui was synchronizing the information Chen Zhixing had synchronized over when the Provincial Party Committee held an expanded emergency meeting of the Provincial Party Committee's leadership team. Xi Ziyuan, who is the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, also participated in the meeting. Lin Shanha tapped his teacup and swept his eyes over the 12 standing committee members. The case of the hidden report of the Hangzhou coal mine disaster, with 46 lives, is shocking. Only 3 things to talk about today. Find out the facts, punish those responsible severely, and ensure the stability of the general situation. The word big picture weighs 1,000 pounds at this point. Lin Shanha bit the word big picture very hard. On the eve of the 17th National Congress, such a big mining accident, coupled with what happened in Starfish City, now can be sure that the entire provincial party leadership team all have to sit on the bench. The probability will also deal with to cut off the political career path of the provincial party committee team of Changtian province with the power of one person. Zhou Weiman can also be said to be one of the most powerful existences since the establishment of Changtian province. The task force has mastered threefold evidence. First, all the bodies of the mining accident exhumed. Forensic confirmation of asphyxiation deaths. The second is Su Shichang split the bill recording, mentioning the old rules to the above. The third is the Wang Dajiang confession. Compensation by the Municipal Bureau of Coal, the police station, the village branch secretary layer by layer to retain. Xi Ziyuan, director of the Public Security Department, added, private firearms have been found in mining areas, and gangs are involved in the violent suppression of miners. The police station chief, village branch secretary and other grassroots protection umbrellas are now under control. The police have now handed over to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. The executive vice governor slapped the table. Loss of state-owned assets, concealment of mine accidents, and a black umbrella of protection. I suggest that the source of the 51% stake in Hangzhou Coal be investigated to the end. The spearhead alludes to Zhou's actual control of Hangzhou Coal. The deputy secretary of the provincial party committee sneered. The equity transaction was approved by the provincial SASAC 5 years ago, and now you're rehashing old accounts? Some comrades want to mess up Starfish during the sensitive period before the 17th National Congress? Bao Wanrui same sneer, messing up Starfish? Comrade Deputy Secretary, that's a funny thing to say? At this stage, looking at the whole country, is there anything more chaotic than the city of Starfish? Bao Wanrui is about to retire internally, but the Twilight Emperor is also an emperor, and he doesn't mind taking 1 or 2 standing committees with him, having already confirmed his internal retreat. He now spoke without hiding his words, and his words went straight to the essence. The Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee's words were dominated by stabilization, but they were viciously shredded by Bao Wanrui's political packaging. But if you put it in the old ancient times, it was a word. Discussing the court is a head-killing offense. Provincial Party Committee Organization Minister at this time turned over the document. Light opening, Su Shichang complex social relations. His son Subin last year through the introduction of talent into the Provincial Development and Reform Commission. Whether the need to recuse themselves from the investigation? Looking at the group of people who were already arguing, Lin Shanha heavily put down the thermos cup and hammered it down. 3 things. Set up a special audit team for the reorganization of the assets of the Hangzhou coal industry, and thoroughly investigate whether there is any transfer of benefits in the state retreat and private advancement. The Provincial Public Security Department, in the name of combating blackness and evil, has expanded the scope of investigation of black forces and umbrellas involved in the mining area, and synchronized the information with the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection in a timely manner. Before the end of the 17th National Congress, suspend the adjustment of cadres above the division level in the province, but resolutely suspend those involved in the case before dealing with them. The people present, that are all human savvy. How not to hear the Provincial Party Secretary Lin Shanha words inside the meaning of it? With a character like this, you can't look at what he says, but you have to look at the essence through the words. What's the essence? The essence is that it meets the requirements of the central personnel freeze while leaving the door open for subsequent liquidation. When the meeting was adjourned, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee unintentionally mentioned, I heard that Ren Chang's grandson is in the experimental elementary school. There are quite a lot of dump trucks in front of the school recently. Coincidence? These words were heard by the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, Deputy Director of the Provincial People's Congress and Minister of the United Front Work Department of the Provincial Party Committee, who immediately countered, what a sound coincidence. Ah, Xinjiang's armed police squadron has just applied for a drill around the experimental elementary school. High-end fights are already taking shape. After the meeting, Lin Shanha left Bao Wanrui behind. Comrade Wanrui, your supplementary material on Mr. Zhou's involvement in splitting the accounts. Turn it in when the inspection team arrives. Bao Wanrui's heart thumped, smelling something extremely abnormal. The inspection team, attached to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, but the Commission for Discipline Inspection did not notify him, an old comrade but Lin Shanha earlier than him to know the news. What does this mean? It means the organization doesn't trust him anymore. What could Bao Wenrui do? He could only nod his head with a bitter smile. Okay, Secretary Lin. After October, that's when we'll see the real thing. Lin Shanha patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't think so much. Did the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection receive a report about the director of the Provincial Coal Bureau? Since it has received a report, then let people investigate it secretly. Chen Shixing. This young comrade's ability is good and can be cultivated. By the way, Zhou Ruoli, Chen Shixing's girlfriend who asked you to check. Bao Wenrui instantly understood Lin Shanha's meaning. His face was grave as he took out a piece of information and spoke very seriously. Secretary Lin, I'm afraid this matter is a bit big. It's a DNA match to the one in the capital. So, city guest house. After the two buses stopped, the armed police immediately blocked the surrounding area. Loaded guns and ammunition. The task force of people this is one after another get off. On the side of the hospitality center that remained, Cui Xueming also brought a group of people over to greet him with a quick step. Cui Xueming stood under the dim light of the guest house. His face piled up with an attentive smile, but the corners of his eyes were slightly twitching. He quickly stepped forward and rubbed his hands against the seams of his pants before extending them. His voice deliberately lowered to appear respectful. Team Leader Chen, thanks for your hard work. Over there at the mine, there's no trouble there, right? His gaze swept over the file boxes in the hands of the task force personnel as if unintentionally. The knot in his throat rolled for a moment, and then he quickly pulled away from the topic. Egu, it's the middle of the night. Comrades must be hungry, right? I've prepared a midnight snack, hot buns. Immediately afterward, he trotted over and asked mysteriously, I heard that people died in the mine? Those unruly people. No, the families didn't cause any trouble, did they? If I say so, this kind of accident should be cut short. Chen Shixing and He Yang both looked at him with complex expressions. Cui Xueming's heart thumped. Chen Shixing sighed. Old Cui, do you want to know what we found out so badly? The smile on Cui Xueming's face slowly stiffened. P.S. Stuck text. So painful. Chapter 85. I definitely didn't mean to insinuate anything. I emphasize. After all, I was thinking, gunfights are out. Play with fire. I really didn't mean to insinuate anything. I'll apologize to the big boys first. I'm sorry. Cui Xueming's heart also thumped, and for a moment his mind was in turmoil. Exposed yourself? It shouldn't be. He called when the door is closed, and he came from the future have shown a disciplinary committee section director of professionalism. They have no reason to suspect their When exactly was he exposed? Or, are they swindling themselves? Yeah, right. They must be scamming themselves. Tricky, cunning as a fox Chen Zhixing, but there is the title of the small Yan Wang. His stomach does not have much of the professionalism of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. All is bad water. Think of it this way, and the thought passes. He immediately smiled. Hey, Team Leader Chen, this is not a concern about the progress of the case. Now high-intensity interrogation. They do things shocking. I also want to hurry up to catch them all. All arrested will be able to return home. The work of the Discipline Inspection Commission is really not a human job. Cui Xueming also breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly. Now it looked like they were just testing themselves. He laughed dryly twice. His nails unconsciously pinched into his palms. The case is important, and the comrades all want to be early. He Yang suddenly interrupted. Old Cui, how long have we known each other? His heart stuttered again, the blood draining from his face like a pump instantly. The words opening. It was already obvious. Cui Xueming's heart sank, but on the surface he responded. 5 or 6 years. He Yang didn't say anything more. He had already given the opportunity. But if he wasn't useful, then it wasn't his fault. Chen Zhixing also didn't talk nonsense and spat out 2 words. Take it down. As soon as those 2 words came out, the combat boots of the 2 armed police fighters crushed the stagnant air, and Cui Xueming staggered back half a step, his back hitting the cold wall. Exposed yourself? When was it exposed and why do they suspect themselves? Is there something on this Chen Zhixing guy? He's obviously been to the mine. How can he know that the mole in the task force is his own? As the armed police fighters were about to take him down, he suddenly spoke out, his voice hoarse. I'll go by myself. The last 4 words were as light as a dead leaf and rang faintly through the night. The task force mole was caught. This news was like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves as quickly as it swept through the now deeply flawed Starfish City. In fact, do not look at the Starfish City has happened so much and stabbed the sky. For the people, the great good news than the anti-terrorism action. After all, there is no more black and evil forces. The little girls also dare to go out in a big way. During this time, above the streets, police on patrol can be seen at any time. In contrast to the previous policing, crime rates have plummeted, as have the rates of reported crimes. and at this moment Chen Zhixing received a phone call from Yu Qinghe. Let him hurry to come to the Municipal Party Committee, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee, this side of a small meeting. A little meeting? Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly and did not hesitate. Lao He, you immediately take the manpower to bring back Ren Chong, the director of the city's coal bureau, and Su Shichang, the chairman of Hangzhou Coal. I want to see these two sitting in the interrogation room when I come back. He Yang nodded. Xiaohu Xiaozhang, bring the field team and arrest people with me. Qin War also immediately gathered people. 3 cars to the Municipal Party Committee. City Council chambers. Bao Wan Rue flesh visible fatigue. A night, 2 meetings, so that he, the soon-to-be 65-year-old man, really cannot stay up. It's close to 1 o'clock now. Xiao Chen, this matter of Chui Xueming must be dealt with severely and quickly. As the head of the Discipline Inspection Commission section, he knew the law and violated it in a very bad way, and actually related to the case under investigation. This means that we've done the right thing. We've found something that the other side doesn't want us to find out. After Chen Zhixing came, Bao Wenrui set the tone for Chui Xueming's matter. Yu Qinghe then relayed the Provincial Party Committee's evening meeting to Chen Zhixing, focusing on the big picture. These words made Chen Zhixing gasp for breath with a stone pressed on his chest. The big picture. The big picture. And it's going to drag on for months for the sake of your big picture? But the problem is, he's already turned in his second application to leave, so he has to dig up the big tiger within the month to do it. At the very least, the evidence that points directly to the other side has to be brought out. Time. This small meeting, the whole Chen Zhixing did not say anything, just Yu Qinghe and Bao Wenrui sing and finish. Bao Wenrui let them leave. They could see that Chen Zhixing was not satisfied with the Provincial Party Committee's decision. After the meeting, after Chen Zhixing and Yu Qinghe came out of the Municipal Party Committee, the two of them walked side by side on the road, and the dim light lengthened the silhouettes of the two people in executive jackets. Senior brother it's not that senior brother doesn't want to look into it, it's mainly because the current situation is just like this, and as you know, it's a sensitive time right now. Yu Qinghe let out a long sigh and said very helplessly, the order of the Provincial Party Committee is in front of him, there is nothing he can do, he is now only a regular hall level. If he is a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, he can still fight for it. Secretary Pao is retiring internally next month, although I want to go up, but this is still looking at the meaning of the Central Organization Department, retiring next month, but still have to hold on to the post until after October. Tonight's meeting was really kind of interesting. Basically most of them agreed to investigate, but the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee tried to squash it by maintaining stability. The former Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Zhou Weiman, has a lot of energy. He is the first hand of the political and legal port. He has a high prestige in the political and legal system, and he also has a lot of disciples and officials, which is the reason why we are temporarily pressing you guys in Starfish City. One of them is to want to surround the point to fight, slowly pull out of one to catch one, and the gopher is almost the same. Secondly, the city is the capital city of the province, in which a variety of relationships are intricate and complex. It is difficult to sort out. Thirdly, as long as you're in Upper North City, your every move is in Zhou Weiman's eyes. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection is already secretly investigating some people, and when it's almost done, the task force will enter the provincial capital, and then it will be able to uproot them. Yu Qinghe has said a lot, both as a senior brother and as a leader. It was considered very good. People in the system, a lot of things. There's no way around it. It all has to go with the big picture. At some point, you can't just move whoever you want. It's also up to the top. The meaning of the above is also very clear now. It is definitely necessary to move, but now at the present sensitive stage, absolutely cannot do it. Chen Zhixing it, he is a long time did not want to do, even if it is a resignation. That is also the principle of 3 resignations. Up to 3 times will agree to the longest period of 1 month after the term must leave. He's already handed in his second resignation letter and only has 1 more chance left. Secretary Yu, it's not that I don't think about the big picture, but Deng Rong's death made it clear to me that the world isn't black or white, and that some people deserve to die. Big deal. I'll have 45 corpses laid out at the entrance to the city council compound tomorrow. Big deal. I, Chen Zhixing, use this official uniform as a sacrifice, but also to make this Lang Lang Qinquan. Blood debt is paid in blood. Chapter 86. Chui Xueming leads out Lincheng City. Did Chui Xueming give an account? The next morning, the city guest house opposite the breakfast stall, Chen Zhixing and He Yang sitting opposite each other. Zhou Ruoli was temporarily seconded to the public security forensics. 45 bodies is still too many to keep the coroner's side busy. As for Zhou Ruoli, it was also last night during the handover. The public security side knew that Zhou Ruoli was licensed, so she was seconded. Of course, Zhou Ruoli had arranged 4 armed police warriors around her for protection, so there was no need to worry about security. He didn't say anything until he said he wanted to see you, and I didn't call you because I saw how soundly you were sleeping. In addition, Run Chong and Su Shichang have been arrested and have not spoken since last night's interrogation. And there was an explosion in the mine last night right after we left it, and the command was blown away. Fortunately no one was hurt, but no murderer was found. The corner of He Yang's mouth twitched when he talked about it. Even though he had already overestimated their lack of humanity, he didn't expect the other party to be so bottomless. If it wasn't for Chen Zhixing, I guess they would have turned into a charred corpse last night. Chen Zhixing snorted. What expectations do you still have for their kind of inhumanity? Their kind of people are just purely not even human. Hurry up and eat. I'll interrogate Cui Xueming afterward. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. Zhang Longzhang Tiger 2 brothers who blew up the mine last night rushed back from the mine site overnight and reported the situation to Zhou Wenrui, who scolded them. You didn't even find out if Chen Zhixing was in the command center and you blew it up. Do you know how hard it was for me to get you this bit of dynamite? You 2 little cuties. If you can't finish the mission, Chen Zhixing will not die, and you will not come back. In short, Zhou Wenrui cursed as hard as he could. Brother, what should we do? Now that the bomb is gone, there are still a lot of armed police over there at the guest house. We can't get in at all. Zhang Hu hid on the rooftop opposite the city guest house, looking at the guest house in 3 rows of armed police patrols. Zhang Hu touched his bald head and said with some difficulty. Zhang Long smoked a cigarette and was also thinking about countermeasures. Last night, in order to let Chen Zhixing die beyond death, so all 5 bombs were used in the command headquarters, and as a result, there was not a single person in the command headquarters. Mr. Zhou said that since they have the evidence, let it disappear forever, including the people. Zhang Long ruthlessly crushed the cigarette, but as a hint of ruthlessness emerged in his gaze, you go prepare a few barrels of gasoline, and tonight, burn them. Oh, Mr. Zhou said that only dead people don't cause trouble, so all of Mr. Zhou's opponents have turned out to be dead, and Chen Zhixing is no exception. Oh, Chen Zhixing would be having all of this raw information sent to the municipal party committee, boxes of information transported to the car, while he came to the room where Cui Xueming was being held. After talking a lot with Yu Qingha last night, the 2 of them reached a consensus. Zhou Weiman still had strong influence in the province, so in order to cut off the connection between them, he would definitely use unconventional means. For this reason, Qi Ziyuan, the public security department director, bore the brunt of the city hospitality center in the periphery, set up a lot of special police covert protection. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Cui Xueming folded his hands on the table, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. His gaze was lowered, avoiding the harsh light of the desk lamp across the room, but he couldn't hide the cold sweat seeping from the corners of his forehead. From interrogator to interrogated, Cui Xueming was very clear about Chen Zhixing's methods. After all, he had worked together for some time. Chen Zhixing pushed his way in and slammed the stack of files heavily on the table, the stinging sound of the metal chair legs scraping across the floor causing Cui Xueming's shoulders to shake. Will you give your own account, or shall I ask? Chen Zhixing sat on the stool and asked directly. Cui Xueming let out a bitter smile. Team leader Chen, I regret it. His dry cracked lips trembled, finally raised his cloudy eyes. The light from the lamp illuminated the blood in the bottom of his eyes. When Zhou Wenrui held my son's study abroad hostage, I was obsessed with the idea. I thought that just this once, but once this opening was made, they forced me to sign false reports, suppressed news of the mine disaster, and finally dared to bury even the living. Cui Xueming suddenly clutched the edge of the dossier bag, his knuckles almost poking through the pages. Those 45 people. There was one called Lu Laoshi, who was stabbed through the thigh by a steel bar and still begged me to save his life. A whimper rolled out of his throat and he suddenly threw up his fist and smashed it against his temple. Why didn't I stop the forklift sent by Zhou Weiman? Chen Zhixing, cold eyes watching each other, tears, until Cui Xueming paralyzed on the back of the chair, gasping for air, before turning over the file and pushed it over, now crying to the dead? The explosives that exploded in the mine last night, was it you who approved the note? Cui Xueming collapsed and shouted, it wasn't me. It has nothing to do with me. I only revealed the matter of you going to the mine. I didn't say anything else. Wait, he suddenly responded, asking frostily, a mine explosion? He Yang, who was the recorder, nodded. That's right, there was an explosion in the mine last night, and it was verified by the public security that it was a bomb. Retribution. It's all retribution. The Zhou family father and son were ready to silence them long ago. Zhang Longzhang, who those 2 even touched my daughter's ward. He lunged at the table, but was stopped by the fixed seat in front of him. Team leader Chen, I'll explain, but please send someone to protect my daughter. If you want to check on Zhou Wenrui, You'll have to go to Linshur City. Why? Chen Zhixing asked. Cui Xueming laughed miserably. I'm sure you guys already know who was behind Zhou Wenrui. Zhou Weiman used to be the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee in Lincheng City, and when he was the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, a lot of things happened, and all of these things can be traced up to now. After the expiration of his term, he went to Shangbei City as the Municipal Party Secretary, and then from the Municipal Party Secretary to the Provincial Party Committee team, and Lincheng City is the City Party Secretary he has served the longest, and Zhou Wenrui is now in Lincheng City. It can be said that most of the leadership of Lincheng City are still Zhou Weiman's people, and even if they're not his people, they're more or less related to him. The city of Linshur has dropped from an economic powerhouse to now ranking third in the province in just 5 years. Don't you guys think there's something wrong with that? Chen Zhixing didn't say anything, just looked at him. Pro-city. Of course he knew about it. In his previous life, Zhou Weiman's downfall was accompanied by an earthquake in the political arena of Changtian province, and Provincial Party Secretary Lin Shanhe was benched. After his term ended he moved to the CPPCC to take up his current position until he retired, and he was fine with that. The governor retired. The deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee was imprisoned, and only one of the Provincial Party Committee team, Yu Qinghe, was left alone in the end. At the time it was also known as the first major case of the new era. It looks better now than it ever did in my previous life. It wasn't that Chen Zhixing didn't want to go to Lincheng City, but it was mainly because each and every one of them had the greater good in mind, leaving him with no chance to open his mouth. Now that Cui Xueming has given an account, there is a confession. He would like to see what the provincial leaders would do, to check, or not to check. P.S. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to insinuate anything. Again, I apologize, because I am trying to keep the high-energy plot going. The plot is probably anti-corruption in Lincheng Provincial Party Committee fights, the Chinese were down to liquidate the CAG and CCDI snatch people, which interspersed with the heroine's life exposure. That's probably it, but there's actually going to be some bland episodes in the middle because I'm trying to keep it high energy and anti-corruption all the time. So, I really apologize, and I assure you with my conscience that there was no innuendo intended. Chapter 87, Chen Zhixing enters the game. Cha Lin Chang. Chen Zhixing turned to go out and made a call to Yu Qinghe. Senior, I want to see Secretary Lin. Yu Qinghe? What did you say? Say again. Who do you want to see? Yu Qinghe's voice was raised an octave. Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee. Yu Qinghe. I said, Little Master Ah. You know that you do not know that Secretary Lin is now very busy. The province is now a vacuum. Yu Qinghe also felt his scalp tingle. No, you promised me last night that you'd go along with the big picture, and then you forget about it after a good night's sleep? And now you're clamoring to see Secretary Lin. Why is this heart so big? You can't see Secretary Lin whenever you want to? 10 minutes, that's all I need. Talk to Secretary Pao. It's a big deal. Yu Qinghe twitched the corners of his mouth on the other end, and in the end, he could only say helplessly, Alright, I'll contact Secretary Bao first. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhixing put the confession in the file and spoke to He Yang. Within half an hour, you have to send all the original files to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission for backup, as soon as you can. He Yang nodded. I understand. In this time frame, the internal system of the Disciplinary Commission is not yet online, and based on news disclosures from previous generations, it will be at least a decade before it is. That's why paper preservation is so important, especially with these original files. Chen Zhixing took the dossier bag and headed directly to the Municipal Party Committee, and likewise, Qin Zhan brought 10 people for security. On the roof of the building opposite the city guest house, Zhang Long narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, with so many people out of the armed police, it seems that now is the time when the defense force is at its weakest, and this is the right time to make a move. Zhang Hu, what the hell have you been doing? Hurry up and get me the gasoline. Now. After Yu Qinghe hung up the phone, he immediately went to ask for instructions from Bao Wenrui, who immediately called Lin Shanhe. After Lin Shanhe's consent, it was relayed to Yu Qinghe through Bao Wenrui, who called Chen Zhixing again. It's a hassle, but it's a matter of procedure. After all, Provincial Party Secretary's time is very tight. Every day's schedule is full of arrangements, which is now. For other times are not really sure to see this provincial one. What? You're downstairs at the city hall? In such a hurry? Yu Qinghe naturally sensed that something was wrong. Although Lin Shanhe had said in the meeting that the task force could report directly to Lin Shanhe, there was a process interval. That means you have to report through Baldwin Ri first, or you're overstepping your bounds. Yu Qinghe rushed downstairs. He is still the nominal leader of the task force. Naturally, he must also be concerned about what the situation is. He is now remotely controlling the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspections people to investigate about Zhou Weiman's family. Senior, what's the situation? Yu Qinghe quickly walked up after seeing Chen Zhixing. He smelled something very bad. Cui Xueming explained. He said that if he wants to investigate Zhou Weiman, then he has to start with Lincheng City. Zhou Weiman used to be the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Linsher City, and during his tenure as the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Linsher City went from being an economic powerhouse to being the third from the bottom in the province, and he was able to become the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Shangbei City even after such a serious decision-making error occurred. Elder brother, what do you think? As the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, how could he look at it, literally knowing that there must be something wrong with this matter? The city of Linsher has gone from an economic powerhouse to the bottom three in the province in just a few years, and dogs won't believe that there aren't problems. Yu Qinghe naturally understood the meaning of Chen Zhixing's words. He wanted to investigate the city of Linsher. No, do you have any idea what it would take to investigate a city? Yu Qinghe swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he was known as the secretary of the Iron Blood Discipline Inspection Committee, but the resistance encountered in investigating a city was not insignificant. Even he did not have confidence. Chen Zhixing turned his head to look at him with a surprised expression and asked rhetorically, "Senior brother thinks that, with Starfish City in front of him, Lincheng City will still dare to make out of the ordinary moves? Or does elder brother think that they still dare to top it?" Chen Zhixing's rhetorical question also left Yu Qinghe speechless. Now the security of the task force are all by the armed police comrades responsible for, so if the city really dare to make out of the ordinary action, the city will have to carry out anti-terrorist operations. At least, they won't cross the line? It's better not to talk too full of this kind of thing. Zhou Weiman is not a good person. It's like you said, Zhou Weiman has obvious political mistakes, and still helicoptered in as the municipal party secretary of a provincial capital city, and is a member of the provincial standing committee as well as the municipal party secretary. What's more, Lincoln City is still someone's home base. While talking, Yu Qinghe had already brought Chen Zhixing to the temporary office of the former secretary of the municipal party committee, now the secretary of the provincial party committee. The provincial party committee's first secretary was waiting at the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Secretary Yu, Team Leader Chen, Secretary Lin and Secretary Bao of the Discipline Inspection Commission are already inside. Pushing the door open as he spoke, entering into the office, the secretary went to pour the tea, while Chen Zhixing and Yu Qinghe called out to Secretary Lin, then stood to the side. Lin Shanhe looked at the two, his face expressionless, and waved his hand. Sit down. The two of them didn't take their seats either, waiting for Lin Shanhe to put down the pen in his hand and walk over to the sofa to sit down before the two of them sat down. Comrade Wenrui, but he said that the head of the special investigation team, Chen, wanted to see me by name. Lin Shanhe said with a smile. Chen Zhixing scratched his head awkwardly. Secretary Lin, it's not as serious as you said. I just have an idea and want your support. Lin Shanhe didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the teacup, his knuckles gently rubbing on the rim of the cup, the dense heat blurring the sharpness of his eyes, clearly waiting for him to continue. Chen Zhixing also did not hesitate. He immediately opened the file bag. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee special confession paper pulled out, hands handed in front of him and said, Secretary Lin, I want to take the task force to go to the city of Lin to check the former Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee. Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Zhou Weiman. He suddenly rested his teacup heavily on the coffee table, the crunch of the porcelain bottom against the glass causing the air in the entire office to suddenly freeze. Rinku City? Lin Shanhe's trailing voice was like a blunt knife slowly dragging across the ice. Xiaochana, do you know what these three words mean in the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee? Chen Zhixing met the other party's hawk-like gaze and pushed the dossier bag across the coffee table once again. It means that Zhou Weiman's independent kingdom that has been in operation for 10 years will be exposed to the sunlight in this sensitive period. I checked. Last year the financial transfers of Lin Chang were 3 times more than the GDP, but the bidding for municipal projects was still aborted 7 times because the construction company run by Mr. Zhou always quoted a price that was 20% lower than others. Lin Shanhe reached out and pressed the document. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection received a report letter 3 years ago, and the deputy secretary in charge of the investigation at that time. Now he is working as a counselor at the Lin Chang nursing home. His fingertips snapped and the dossier bag creaked with an unbearable weight. What makes you think this time will be different? Or what makes you think that you'll be able to check the bottom of it? Chen Zhixing grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. With my second letter of resignation submitted to the provincial organization, by the fact that I don't want to die. P.S. It's not that some of the previous bugs shouldn't be, but they can't be changed. And often when a small bug is changed that would have been fine for the rest of the paragraph, it gets knocked back. Well, most of them are pretty straightforward words. Chapter 88, Countdown to MVP Settlement. Sword to Lin Chang Zhou Weiman. Meanwhile, Zhang Longjiang, who had already made gasoline bottles on the rooftop, fill a glass bottle with half a bottle of gasoline, stuff the mouth of the bottle with a strip of cloth, then pour the gasoline over and soak the cloth, and after the match is lit, smash it out directly, and as long as the glass bottle is broken, the flame can instantly ignite the gasoline on the ground. Zhang Hu clumsily stuffed the gasoline-soaked cloth into the last beer bottle, and the smell of bad gasoline mixed with the sultry summer night air drilled into his nostrils. He wiped the sweat from his bald head and turned his head to Zhang Long, who was debugging his walkie-talkie. Brother, the armed police just went out with 3 vehicles, and now there are only 2 patrols left in the courtyard. Wait until night. We'll be easily exposed if we do it during the day. Zhang Long's gaze was grim as he stared at the guest house, and ruthlessness surfaced in all of his expressions. Mr. Zhou said that the reward for burning Chen Zhixing to death is $500,000. He has a special channel to get us out of the territory. With this $500,000, we'll go to the rice country to hide for 2 years, and then we'll be able to come back. At that point, no one will remember what we did, and at that point, we'll come back as seafarers. Zhang Hu smiled nervously. Brother, I'll listen to you on everything. 10 o'clock at night. In the conference room of the task force, Yu Qinghe appeared here. He sat in the main seat, looking at the tired looks on the faces of many people in the task force. He coughed lightly. Most people raised their spirits strongly. Comrades. Yu Qinghe opened his mouth, and his voice was the only one in the conference room. During the critical period when the Starfish City case has achieved milestones, after a special study by the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and submitting it to the higher-ups for approval, it is now officially decided as follows. First, all comrades of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team will return to the province tomorrow to participate in the summary commendation conference. When these words came out, many of the task force personnel got a little excited, because going back to the commendation meeting, this meant that the task force's work was over. It's finally time to get some rest. That was the thought of the staff present. Yu Qinghe looked at them and changed his words. But, at the meeting, not afraid of the leader to praise you, but afraid of the leader has but, what might be done? He is the executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, a serious second-in-command, and there is nothing they can do about it. Secondly, according to the mass reporting clues and the feedback from the Provincial Party Committee's inspection, there are outstanding problems in the construction of party-style and clean government in the city of Lin. After the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Standing Committee has studied the matter and reported to the Provincial Party Committee's main leader for approval, it has been decided that your team, which is politically tough and has excellent styles of work, will be transferred to the city of Lin to continue to carry out the work of anti-corruption special governance. As a matter of fact, this was also the result of a discussion between Chen Zhixing, Bao Wenrui and Yu Qinghe. At the mini-meeting, Lin Sanity's original words were, the task force's transfer to Lincheng is not the end point, but the starting point. After the commendation meeting, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Public Security Department, and Audit Office will jointly set up a steering group to launch an all-encompassing thorough investigation of Zhou Weiman and his associated forces. Once a thorough investigation is conducted, immediately report it to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection is already waiting impatiently. Recognition of the General Assembly, which represents the full support of the provincial party leaders for the work of the task force. This is also a sword action. Recognition conferences, too, are done for certain people. The task force is a knife, a sharp knife, straight into the heart of Zhou Weiman. At the thought of these words, Yu Qinghe's heart cannot help but jump. A heavenly game around the Provincial Party Committee. The Provincial Party Secretary Lin Shanha has already fallen. This sharp knife of the task force is enough to penetrate into the heart of Zhou Weiman, so that he can feel what is called the pain of cutting. Lin Shanha's fall was a young plot. Take advantage of the 17th National Congress to investigate the evidence of Zhou Weiman's crimes during his political period, and once the chain of evidence is formed, report it to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, at the first opportunity. After the 17th National Congress, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection Group and the Supervisory Group came down one after another, and that was the time of Zhou Weiman's death. This is a political game of heaven. Either you die or I die of heaven, so all kinds of underhanded means can be used. Everyone get some rest tonight and get ready for tomorrow's recognition ceremony. Yu Qinghe adjourned the meeting after making a final remark. Chen Zhixing also followed him out of the conference room. The city of Lincoln is perhaps even more alarming than Starfish, and you need to be prepared for that. Secretary Lin means that the armed police force will continue to serve as security for the task force after you go. Before Yu Qinghe finished his words of instruction, a shattering sound suddenly came from his ears. A cluster of fire bloomed in the black pupils, and the moment it hit the ground, the glass bottle suddenly shattered. The gasoline inside flowed out, and the flame on the cloth ignited the gasoline in a flash. Boom! The flames burst into flames. The flames spread across the entire pupil, especially blinding in the darkness. Heat waves greeted us, as well as the pungent odor of gasoline. Chen Zhixing and Yu Qinghe's pupils shrunk violently, and almost at the same time, they turned around and ran towards the outside. Yu Qinghe returned to the conference room and roared, "Hurry up! There's an attack!" Chen Zhixing roared, "Xin Zhan, it's on fire! Take the men and retreat!" The silence of the originally quiet night was broken by a long whistle. The flames instantly engulfed the corridor like a furious beast, tons of fire spreading wildly along the wooden door frames and wallpaper. The flames ignited wooden doors, curtains and caused this fire to grow. The armed police were clearly divided, kicking open one door after another, smashing the wooden boards on the interrogation chairs with the butt of their guns, grabbing Li Chang, Liang Xiaolong, and others and running towards the outside. Those on the disciplinary task force who can save lives, and those who can't just run outside. On the first night in Starfish City, the task force made a list of all the possible dangers that could be encountered, including what to do in the event of danger. One of the most obvious points is that the task force dodged and hid as much as they could, trying not to interfere with the armed police. Chen Zhixing violently kicked open the door of the nearest one holding Cui Xueming. The curtains in this room of Cui Xueming's had been set on fire while he was calmly sitting on a stool, and after seeing Chen Zhixing kick the door, Cui Xueming sneered, "Team leader, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The Zhou family's people don't want you to investigate, especially now that it involves Lin City. They don't want you to go to Lin City even more." Chen Zhixing growled, "Don't talk, grass." He slammed his fist into the tabletop, the sharp edge instantly leaving his fist bloodied, and grabbed his handcuffs and ran towards the outside. But just outside, a gasoline bottle landed at his feet. Chen Zhixing's pupils shrunk violently. Hard brakes, feet quickly backward, afraid of staining gasoline. Getting gasoline on it at this point would really kill you. The doorway was sealed by the fire, and he and Cui Xueming were trapped in the room by the fire. The wooden door was crackling with fire, and they could all feel the horrible heat wave was igniting the oxygen. And if it continued like this, they would all die of oxygen deprivation. "Jump out the window!" Chen Zhixing roared. Cui Xueming's pupils shrunk. This is the third floor. The distance from the third floor to the ground was almost 10 meters, so jumping down hard like that would at least break bones. Forget it. I'll be out for a couple years at most, and it's a death sentence to stay here. Cui Xueming gritted his teeth and roared, "Chen Zhixing, I'll jump first. I'll be your mat. Damn it, those dogs are even trying to get me killed." Grass. Cui Xueming didn't have any hesitation either and directly leapt down from the upper floor. Chen Zhixing didn't hesitate either, grabbing the window and leaping down violently. It was only with this jump that he saw that two middle-aged men downstairs were lighting a bottle with a match and throwing it upstairs. Chapter 89, Countdown to MVP Settlement, 2. Zhou Ruoli handily kills Zhang Hu. The most crucial thing was that Chen Zhixing suddenly saw Zhou Ruoli, who appeared in the back alley, still in the air. His pupils abruptly shrunk, and a horrified look emerged in his gaze. "Wakizashi, what's Wori doing here? What was she doing in the back alley?" "Ah!" A scream suddenly came from Zhang Hu below, and when Chen Zhixing lowered his head, Cui Xueming had already smashed on his body, and Chen Zhixing slowly crawled downward along the pipe outside. Cui Xueming turned his head to take a look. The corner of his mouth twitched, couldn't help but curse. "Chen Zhixing, your grandfather, UTM crawling pipe said earlier. Grass, I broke my bone. It hurts me to death." He now finally knew why He Yang, obviously as a civil servant, or the director of the 10th examination and investigation room, why when he talked to Chen Zhixing, he always brought swear words. He now finally understood. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes and said righteously, "You're handcuffed. You can't climb." Snap! A slap suddenly landed on Cui Xueming's face, and Zhang Hu viciously slapped him after he climbed up. Cui Xueming froze all of a sudden, completely not expecting that not only did he break his bones, but he was also slapped in the face. He's at least at the county level. "Mother asterisk 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 her, what the are you smashing me for? Vomit." Zhang Hu roared angrily and lowly, and as he spoke, he covered his abdomen and dry-heaved. His ribs were all smashed by Cui Xueming and broke at least two of them. Zhang Hu dry-heaved while looking at Chen Zhixing, who was all ready to jump down. A fierce color surfaced in his eyes and almost instantly he ran towards Zhou Ruoli's direction. Chen Zhixing's pupils shrunk violently. There were still 4 or 5 meters from the ground, and he directly jumped from the wall. He felt his legs numb when he touched the ground, but he still chased after them. If something happened to Zhou Ruoli, he really wouldn't forgive himself. In his previous life, he was the one who forced her to leave and waited until he regretted it before he could catch up with her. As I recall, she was stuck in that quadrangle after being recognized by her family of origin, and when I met her later, she said that people spend their entire lives fighting for what they can't get when they're young. She said that she was like a bird in a cage, and despite her wings, she was not allowed to step out of the cage. She flashed her arm with several cuts. She said, I had fought against fate by slitting my wrists, and if they had recognized me back when you were the construction director, maybe everything would have been different. So, this life, Chen Zhixing will never let her be the same as in her last life. So what if she has a strong background? If a person has no dreams and is controlled by others, is it still her life? That's just The Walking Dead. If you touch her, I'll kill your whole family, Chen Zhixing roared. A short distance of 20 meters, but it was like the paths of his previous life plus this life overlapped. The more he wanted to get closer, the further away he got instead. The edges of the whites of the eyes filled with a flash of blood color, which in turn spread quickly throughout the eye. Zhou Ruoruri was carrying a bag, seemed to be calmly watching Zhang Hu rushing towards her. She looked like she was stunned, standing still and not moving, just lowered her head, looking for something in her bag. Zhang Hu let out a fierce laugh and pulled out a knife from his waist. The cold blade flashed a cold light as he laughed. Little girl, blame it on your bad luck. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Zhou Ruoli's expression was suddenly elated as she backhanded a knife that was even brighter and shinier than the dagger in Zhang Hu's hand. Then, raise your hand. The thin, cicada-like blade slashed across Zhang Hu's neck, and at the same time, Zhou Ruori made a turn to avoid Zhang Hu's stabbing knife. The two just rubbed shoulders. But, Zhang Hu's body was still maintaining its forward stance, inertially running for several steps before he stumbled 2 steps, slowly turning around and muttering, Good, what a fast blade, Chen Zhixing? Next, a line of blood suddenly appeared on Zhang Hu's neck, and then, blood spattered as the artery was cut hard. Chen Zhixing's footsteps also stopped. His gaze fell on the knife in Zhou Ruori's hand, above the cold and shining blade. It didn't carry the slightest trace of blood. It was as simple as cutting a piece of paper. Put. Zhang Hu's neck was bleeding like a river. The spattered blood dyed the walls red, and his body collapsed with a softness, his mouth foaming with blood. Space seemed to have frozen. Chen Zhixing's eyes were completely clear. His brain was a muddle, and his eyes were full of question marks. Is this still his usual soft and tender girlfriend? Is this the same little girlfriend he had that spoke in aggravation? It's not the right kind of tinkin maid. Ding! Chui Xueming also shivered deeply, his eyes equally clear. When he thought that Zhou Ruoli had also bandaged his wounds before, he had a jolt, and his heart was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately he hadn't messed with her at that time, or else the grass would have grown out of his own grave by now. The crisp sound coming from the scalpel falling to the ground instantly pulled Chen Zhixing back to reality. Whoa! The moment Zhou Ruoli jumped into Chen Zhixing's arms, she couldn't stop trembling. Her fingers clutched his lapel, knuckles white with exertion, as if grasping at the only driftwood. Knowing, I killed someone. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, with a noticeable tremor, and her tears hit his chest in large chunks. He came charging at me. I was so scared. The only thing in my bag was a scalpel. Chen Zhixing could feel her violent heartbeat and rapid breathing, like a frightened little beast. She raised her pale face, her pupils slightly lax, and repeatedly murmured, Blood, so much blood. Suddenly letting go of his hand again as if he'd been burned, he stared down at his trembling palm. Are my hands dirty? Seeing this, Chui Xueming, who was on the side, didn't bother to move the scene, but limped off to call someone. Zhou Ruoli suddenly covered her mouth and dry-heaved. Her legs softened and she almost fell to her knees. Chen Zhixing immediately took her by the shoulders, realizing that the material of her back had long been drenched in cold sweat. It's okay, it was self-defense. He patted her back, but heard her whisper with a sobbing voice, but his eyes stared at me the whole time he was down. She suddenly closed her eyes in death and buried her face in the crook of his neck. I'm scared. Chen Zhixing tightly hugged the trembling Zhou Ruoli, one hand steadily resting on the back of her head, pressing her face against his shoulder. The other hand caressed her sweaty back, his voice low. Wakari, look at me. He cupped her pale face, his thumb wiping away the tears that kept rolling down her face, and looked directly into her lax pupils. It was self-defense. He came at you with a knife and you were trying to stay alive. That's all. Chen Zhixing also finally remembered her stance. You know, even forensic scientists will minor in fighting at that political and legal university in Kyoto. After all, forensic scientists are considered police officers, especially in this day and age. It's better to have some self-preservation. It's okay, good girl. It's okay, you also got credit for it. You didn't kill anyone. It doesn't count as a person. He's a criminal. You're in self-defense. It's okay. Don't worry, girl, I've got everything. Chapter 90, Qi Ziyuan's powerful scheme. Lin Shanha's self-protection plan. Chen Zhixing just hugged Zhou Ruoli whose body was trembling until Qin Zhan brought someone over. Yu Qinghe's executive jacket was all burned at one corner, obviously burned. He Yang looked at the scene. Zhang Hu, who was bleeding all over the place, Zhou Ruoli, who was scared and trembling in Chen Zhixing's arms, Chen Zhixing, who was holding Zhou Ruoli. The point is, this soft little girl doesn't look like she's killing anyone at all. They all know what happened, but the problem is that no one believes that Zhou Ruoli can kill someone. However, according to Cui Xueming, the situation was fully consistent with self-defense. Even if the prosecution was investigating, it was still self-defense, so there's no problem there either. It seems that the matter of fire is no longer a big deal. They are now curious. Zhou Ruoli beg, where is the scalpel? The scalpel thing, that's an absolutely razor-sharp thing. That's an absolutely sharp tool for killing people. He Yang suddenly laughed out loud, rubbing the cuffs of his executive jacket against the ashes of his cigarette. Little Dr. Zhou Forensics. Anatomy class teaches backhanded throat slitting? I took a forensic martial arts class. Zhou Ruoli's voice was muffled in Chen Zhixing's shirt, her fingers unconsciously gripping the fabric of his back. The professor said, when you meet a mugger, you have to attack him. Yu Qinghe bent down to check Zhang Hu's corpse and suddenly sked. The carotid artery incision was so flat that it looked like it had been cut with a laser, and even the tracheal cartilage was broken off into bevels without any difference. It's a maneuver that qualifies as a professional. Self-defense didn't run. He Yang took out the cigarette case, and found that it was flattened and stuffed it back in resentfully. That's how it's done. The words were not finished being blared back by Qinzhan. Chen Zhixing suddenly felt a heat on his shoulder as Zhou Ruoli's tears seeped into his collarbone, dripping warmly downward. She was curled up like a cat drenched in the rain, but 3 minutes ago that knife was cutting Zhang Hu's neck alive. I'll write the report. Yu Qinghe suddenly opened his mouth, a smile in his smoky voice. Let's say that the thugs attacked the police forensic doctor and were killed in return. Of course, it's true. He did not say that Zhou Ruoli is a police officer. She is now indeed a police forensic doctor, even if it is only supernumerary. He bent down to pick up Zhou Ruoli's dropped satchel, which jingled and rolled out hemostats, bone chisels, and half a pack of rainbow candy. He Yang raised his eyebrows. You call this a carry-on? The siren of a fire truck suddenly sounded in the distance. Chen Zhixing brought Zhou Ruoli towards his arms and realized that there were still teardrops hanging on her eyelashes, so he couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Fire and police cars arrived at the scene almost simultaneously, and Yu Qinghe personally negotiated. Chen Zhixing also took Zhou Ruoli to the City Public Security Bureau to make a statement. Since it was Chen Zhixing's girlfriend, Qi Ziyuan also appeared in the interrogation room in person. Comrade Xiao Zhou, this is your police officer's card. It's been in the process since you were seconded to the forensic department, so the other party was killed for assaulting a police officer. Plus it was self-defense. Make a statement and you can go back. Qi Ziyuan is the Provincial Public Security Department Director. Arrange a person into the provincial hall that is not casual? Besides, there's no problem at all with going through the talent extravaganza channel. Chen Zhixing grinned and said, then I'll trouble Director Qi. As the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, Qi Ziyuan has a natural sensitivity to the dynamics of the Provincial Party Committee's top echelon, judging from the recent action. As of the Provincial Party Committee, coupled with his keen sense of political smell, allowed him to make an extremely correct decision. Take the talent channel and recruit Zhou Ruoli into the provincial hall. To him, it was just one more person in the forensic department, but to Chen Zhixing, he should need Zhou Ruoli to have an identity that could protect herself. Therefore, when Zhou Ruoli entered the police's field of vision due to the incident of self-defense, Qi Ziyuan immediately seized the opportunity. He knew well that in officialdom, sending charcoal in the snow was far more valuable than adding flowers to the brocade. If Zhou Weiman really lost power, Zhou Ruoli will not be affected. On the contrary, Chen Zhixing Discipline Inspection Commission Little Yan Wan's title absolutely can make him become the province's most dazzling Discipline Inspection Commission rising star. But it wouldn't hurt if the Zhou family still had a turnaround. It's just a forensic scientist. It doesn't affect anything. If Zhou Weiman finally landed safely, Qi Ziyuan can claim to cherish talent. And if the Zhou family loses power, he can also use the law to follow the rules as a reason to set aside the relationship. In and out. This is the political wisdom of Director Qi. In 2007, during the period of standardization of civil service recruitment, the direct arrangement was prone to arouse criticism. However, the special recruitment can be interpreted as the introduction of special talents, especially since Zhou Ruoli's forensic skills do meet the professional needs and the procedure is flawless. Qi Ziyuan smiled and deliberately laughed. Comrade Zhixing, you must not think that this is a soft bribe. Truth be told, the Provincial Department of Forensic Medicine has always been a scarce high-end technical talent. The background of the science class is really too important. This is a very important department. I was planning to talk to you tomorrow at the Provincial Public Security Office, but I didn't expect this to happen tonight. Comrade Zhixing, you can rest assured that I will definitely protect the people of my provincial office. Procedurally, there was no way for Chen Zhixing to pick a fault. After the statement is done is already 1 o'clock. Chi Ziyuan personally sent Chen Zhixing and Zhou Ruoli left the City Public Security Bureau. When he returned to his office, he called Chao Dexian over. Director. Chi Ziyuan nodded his head and smiled meaningfully. Tell the personnel office that Zhou Ruoli's special approval document will go through the process tonight. Don't drag it out until tomorrow. And in addition, the time is put to around 5 o'clock this afternoon. He wanted to get himself a piece of driftwood before the Zhou family ship completely sank. Is Starfish a bandit den? How many times has this happened already? To set fire to the guest house. What the hell is Zhou Weiman up to? When Bao Wenrui's phone call to Lin Shanha extremely angry low roar. No longer the provincial party secretary position of the breeze. Zhou Ruoli was at the scene, and I contacted Chi Ziyuan, who was saying that Zhou Ruoli had a scalpel in her hand, and backstabbed Zhang Hu, wiping his neck on the spot. The police side characterized as self-defense. At the same time, Chi Ziyuan went special recruiting talent. Zhou Ruoli absorbed the provincial department into the forensic department. Only after Bao Wenrui said these words did Lin Shanha's heart relax. You make arrangements for the recognition meeting tomorrow. Lin Shanha hung up the phone. He smoked one cigarette after another, looking over the DNA test report placed on the top of the mahogany table, pondering for a long time. Elder Zhou was from the battlefield back then, and he's over 100 years old now. When the army moved, Zhou's wife's first child had no choice but to give it to a villager from a nearby village, and although she later gave birth to 2 more children, this child, however, became the pain of Zhou's life. 30 years ago, Zhou Lao personally said that whoever could find his son or grandchildren, the Zhou family owed him a favor, which was promised by Zhou Lao himself. Now, to cash in? Lin Shanha looked at the map of the country on the wall and heavily landed his finger on a certain point in the north. The situation in Changtian province is already like this, and my political career is broken, so I might as well fight for a chance. After 3 cigarettes, Lin Shanha finally made up his mind. Man is not for himself. He finally pressed the number. Chapter 91 Wang Jinhua, Preparatory Committee for the National Bureau of Corruption Prevention. Capital City. Hospital. High-ranking ward. An old man lying in a hospital bed on the verge of dying. His thin face was like the withered bark of a tree, and his gaze was cloudy in his deep-set eye sockets, but he still looked stubbornly out the window. Gray hair was thinning on his forehead, and every breath was accompanied by the faint rise and fall of his chest, as if the candle of life were swaying in the wind. The outline of the jagged body under the sheets was barely discernible, and only the intermittent curves on the monitor proved that time was still ticking. Minister Zhou, you guys have to be mentally prepared. Elder Zhou's health is not in very good condition. Maybe. One of the most prestigious and authoritative medical professors in the entire capital city stood in front of Zhou Guodong inside. Zhou Guodong's heart thumped and he was silent for a long time. Is there no other way? The professor of medicine glanced around the room and mused. Elder Zhou should still have some unfulfilled dying wish. If we can get Elder Zhou to fulfill his dying wish, there might still be 2 or 3 years left. Zhou Guodong fell silent. The wife next to him had red eyes. The old man's regret. They all knew, but no one could do anything about it. At first, the old man called one provincial party secretary after another all night despite the opposition. But, it had been so many years, and there was still no news. They all no longer suspected that this big brother of theirs had passed away. It's even possible that there are no offspring left behind. And how to fulfill the regrets of the old man's heart. Ding 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 ding. The phone suddenly rang in the hospital room, which startled a few people. For so many years, the old man's cell phone does not leave his body, is afraid of what news they cannot get the first time. Zhou Guodong opened the door of the ward and quickly approached the old man trying to turn off his cell phone. But just as he was about to touch the phone, a withered hand suddenly gripped it. Zhou Guodong lowered his eyes. Dad, take a good rest. Asterisk 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 off. I'm not dead yet, old man. Elder Zhou's somewhat weak voice rang out as he took the phone in one hand and pressed the answer button. Hello, Elder Zhou? I'm Lin Shanha from Changtian Province. Oh, Kobayashi, you say. Zhou Lao didn't remember who Lin Shanha was. More than 30 years ago, that group of old guys had retired long ago. However, this matter has been passed down and has become an undisclosed secret. Elder Zhou, based on the DNA you left behind, I had Comrade Bao Wenrui, the secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, do a comparison, and the DNA report showed support for a grandparent-grandchild relationship, with a proximity index of more than 99% of the standard. Her name is Zhou Ruoli. After Lin Shanha's words fell, the ECG next to him immediately dripped. Zhou Lao sat up straight from the bed almost instantly. His eyes widened, and his breath caught in an instant. His cloudy eyes, which had become sharp almost in an instant, stared at the cell phone in death. Even when the team of experts noticed that the electrocardiogram was unstable and rushed over to do medical measures, and even when the old professor put the oxygen on Zhou Lao's mouth and nose, he didn't make any movements, just staring at the phone. Elder Zhou, I personally suggest that it can be recompared just in case. Lin Shanha's breath had been shortened. After all, this one could be equated to a living fossil-like existence. Snap! Zhou Lao directly hung up the phone and jerked his head up to look at Zhou Guodong. His voice steeply raised a few octaves. Book me a ticket. I'm going to Changtian province. Zhou Guodong didn't feel half pleased in his heart. Instead, he had a sense of vigilance. In this city, hearts and minds were always unpredictable. It might just be whoever was plotting against them. In any case, he wouldn't blindly believe in this kind of sudden thing. At least there had to be definite proof. If it really was the rumored big brother's child, then he would say anything to get the boy back. But if it was anyone who was plotting against them, Zhou Guodong sneered in his heart, then he wouldn't let the other party off the hook. Dad, the most important thing for you right now is to recuperate your body. I'll just take care of these things. Zhou Lao instantly glared at him and cursed. You also think the old man is going to die, don't you? Zhou Guodong, I'm telling you, you're Laozi's seed. It's not your turn to teach Laozi how to do things. Hurry up and book a ticket for me. Zhou Guodong had long since gotten used to it. The old man had this temper. No one who came off the battlefield was good-tempered, especially in their former days. Fine, I'll book you a ticket, but don't you need to take care of your health before you go see the boy? Hearing Zhou Guodong say so, the old man then grunted coldly. Lying on the bed, the old face has surfaced a smile, obviously, in a very good mood. Zhou turned to leave the hospital room, took out his cell phone, and made a call to his secretary. You check, a girl named Zhou Ruoli in Changtian province. I want all of her information. In addition, you contact Lin Shanha, take my blood, and then do a DNA with Zhou Ruoli. Early the next morning, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspections Task Force returned to Shangbei City in a coaster. As the capital city of the province, the prosperity of Shangbei City was not comparable to that of Starfish. At least, Shangbei City was not so chaotic. The coaster slowly drove into the compound of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, and the wheels ran over the water after the rain, splashing a fine splash. The rainy season in the Upper North Province is like this. Basically, the rain is concentrated at night. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat subtle. Despite the upcoming commendation meeting, many task force members still had palpitations after last night's frightening night. Chen Zhixing sat by the window, his gaze sweeping over the familiar buildings outside the window with a calm expression. Zhou Ruori leaned on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Only her fingers were still unconsciously clutching the corner of his coat. After the car stopped, Yu Qinghe stood up and cleared his throat. Comrades, the commendation conference starts at 10 o'clock. Everyone go back to the office first to organize the materials, and gather at the auditorium at 9:30 sharp. The crowd got off one after another, and Chen Zhixing walked at the end holding Zhou Ruoli. He Yang came over and lowered his voice. Old Chen, I just heard that today's commendation meeting has very high specifications. Secretary Lin personally attended, and also invited the members of the preparatory committee of the National Corruption Prevention Bureau. Chen Zhixing raised his eyebrows slightly. A member of the National Preventive Corruption Bureau Preparatory Committee? Yes. It said that the research group happened to be researching in the province and were temporarily invited. He Yang gave him a meaningful look. It seems that we're not making much noise this time. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. This was not included in the information he knew, which meant that this information was under top secret. And He Yang is better informed than him? He did not feel that he had reached a consensus with Lin Shanha, the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, and Bao Wenrui, the secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. Starting from the City of Prosperity, little by little, all of Zhou Weiman's left and right arms will be demolished. Let's see what kind of waves he can make when he's finally left all alone. Of course, this is also the next best thing. There is no way. It is now the end of the month, soon to be the beginning of September. The 17th session of the National People's Congress is about to convene. In front of this matter, all cannot be higher than the National People's Congress. It's the big picture. So for the next month and a half, it's just going to have to get that way. Of course, they'll keep it down to the provincial level and never let word get to the top. As for the members of the National Corruption Prevention Bureau, Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this commendation meeting is more than just shining a sword off. Chapter 92 MVP Settlement Conference, 9:30, Auditorium. The auditorium was filled to capacity, with the provincial party committee leaders and comrades from the CCDI inspection team in the front row, and all the members of the task force in the back row. On the podium, the bright red party flag hangs high, and the name of one provincial committee member appears on the red nameplate, highlighting that this commendation meeting is not so simple. Lin Shanha sat in the center, his face solemn. Bao Wenrui, as the host, knocked the microphone and opened his mouth. Comrades, today, we are here to honor the outstanding achievements of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team and the anti-corruption work of Starfish City. His voice was powerful and the stage applauded. Chen Zhixing sat on the stage, but his eyes fell on an unfamiliar back in the front row. The man was wearing an executive jacket, and by looking at his back, he knew that he was at least a middle-aged man in his 50s, member of the Preparatory Committee of the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption. This, appearing here and with the news extremely closed, it was estimated that not too many people knew about it, but He Yang knew that he guessed that Yu Qingha had specifically revealed it to him so that he could tell him. What's the point though? Chen Zhixing frowned. This commendation meeting may not seem like much, but in reality, it is a sword pointing at Zhou Weiman's line. Starfish City behind the corruption network is Zhou Weiman, although there is no direct evidence. But the Provincial Standing Committee are not little cute. He, Zhou Weiman, dared to make such a mess and cut off a group of people's political careers, and they'd be damned if they didn't target it. The commendation meeting may seem to be only the Discipline Inspection Commission system, but in fact, the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee all attended, which itself represents their attitude. The speech on the stage continued, but Chen Zhixing didn't even listen. Next, please invite Comrade Lin Shanha, Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, to speak. Lin Shanha got up and walked slowly to the front of the stage. Without taking a script, he propped his hands on the edge of the podium and looked around the room. First of all, on behalf of the Provincial Party Committee, I salute the comrades of the task force. Applause again. The case in Starfish City is a rare corruption case in our province in recent years. The comrades on the task force braved the hardships and dangers, and some even came close to paying with their lives. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Chen Zhixing and Zhou Ruoli, pausing slightly, but justice will not be absent. Today, we honor the heroes. Tomorrow, we will continue to shine our swords and point them at Lin Chang. He bit down extremely hard on the last 4 words. The stage was momentarily quiet, then erupted into louder applause. The corners of Chen Zhixing's mouth were slightly raised as Lin Shanha's fall had begun. Lin Shanha's voice echoed in the auditorium. The Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee has decided to set up a special supervisory group for the city of Lin, led by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, with the cooperation of the Department of Public Security and the Department of Audit, to carry out a comprehensive inspection of the city of Lin. At the same time, the Starfish City Task Force will not be disbanded and will be stationed in Lincheng City for anti-corruption operations. Zhou Ruoli, who was in the third row of the stage, suddenly clutched Chen Zhixing's hand, and she realized that the unfamiliar member in the front row was turning her head to gaze at her, her gaze behind the lenses sweeping across her face as penetrating as an X-ray. I would like to invite Mr. Wang Jinhua, member of the Preparatory Committee of the National Preventive Corruption Bureau, to speak. Applause and the middle-aged man steadily on stage. He held up his glasses to open the stone. According to the deployment of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, the Corruption Prevention Bureau research team will follow up the entire work of supervision in Lincheng. Chen Zhixing's pupils suddenly shrunk. He knew that this meeting was not so simple. This person has come to Changtian province without a word, which also means that the top has actually known about what happened in Changtian province. But because of the big picture, it's not a good idea to intervene now at the moment. So that's why the arrival of this member called Wang Jinhua, or perhaps even come with a mandate from higher up. After Wang Jinhua finished speaking, he sat directly on the empty seat reserved on the podium. Lin Shanha knocked on the microphone at this time. Next, please invite the entire Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team to the stage. In the very center, one by one, the members of the task force stood up and began to take the stage in an orderly fashion. As Lin Shanha announced that all the members of the task force had taken the stage, the applause in the auditorium rose like a tidal wave. Chen Zhixing walked slowly up to the podium with the team. The red carpet under his feet extended to the center. The spotlights on both sides illuminated the stage, the party flag hanging high in the background to add solemnity. The members of the task force stood in line in order of their positions, and Chen Zhixing was placed on the left side of the second row, directly in front of the front row of leadership seats on the stage. He swept his remaining light and found that member Wang Jinhua was slightly leaning over to talk in a low voice with the leader of the Provincial Party Committee, while his eyes behind the lenses were cast to the stage from time to time, as if he was scrutinizing something. After Chen Zhixing took the stage, he looked at the people below and once again felt the charm that power brings. Lin Shanha held the hot-stamped commendation list, his voice steady and strong. By resolution of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and reported to the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee for approval, we hereby award the Starfish City Special Investigation Team the title of Provincial Advanced Collective in the Fight Against Corruption, and 12 comrades, such as Chen Zhixing and He Yang, Provincial Discipline Inspection and Supervision Pacesetters honorary title. Before the words fell, 13 members of the provincial party committee stepped out from the side curtain with banners and certificates in their hands. Provincial Standing Committee issued. This honor, simply pull full. The bright red banner was embroidered in gold thread with the 10 words iron shoulder for justice, sharp sword for cutting corruption and evil, which glittered in the light. When Chen Zhixing received the certificate, he noticed that the title page was stamped with the double steel seals of the Provincial Party Committee and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, which was not only an honor, but also the materialization of some political signals. The stage applauded, but the reaction of the leaders in the front row was intriguing. Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee applauded with a smile on his face, but his eyes frequently glanced at Wang Jinghua. While the Director of Public Security Qi Ziyuan, although the amplitude of applause is the largest, the corners of the mouth but taut dead tight. Lin Shanha followed. At the same time, award Comrade Chen Zhixing the individual advanced individual, the award, which was presented by Lin Shanha himself. When Chen Zhixing received the advanced individual award personally presented by Lin Shanha, the atmosphere in the auditorium momentarily froze for a split second, followed by an even more enthusiastic outburst of applause. The lights focused on him, and the gold-stamped certificate weighed heavily in his hand, as if it carried a weight far beyond the paper. He bowed his head slightly, his eyes sweeping over the words on the certificate. The title of Advanced Individual was awarded to Comrade Chen Zhixing in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the anti-corruption work in Starfish City. The inscription was stamped with a bright red official seal of the Provincial Party Committee and Lin Shanha's autograph. Lin Shanha's hand pressed gently on his shoulder, his voice low but clear. This is just the beginning. Chen Zhixing raised his eyes, met Lin Shanha's deep gaze, and instantly read the deep meaning of his words. Lin Chang is the real battlefield, and today's commendation is just a signal released by the Provincial Party Committee to the outside world. The anti-corruption blade of Changtian Province has been sheathed. Off stage, there was darkness in the front row of the leaders' table. Although Zhou Changhua, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, was smiling, the rhythm of his fingertips tapping on the armrests revealed his inner agitation. His gaze skimmed over Wang Jinghua several times and then quickly retracted, as if weighing the true intentions of this Central Committee member's sudden appearance. Qi Ziyuan, Director of the Public Security Department, applauded slightly stiffly, and the taut lines at the corners of his mouth revealed a vague uneasiness. His eyes briefly met with Chen Zhixing and quickly moved away, as if he was avoiding something. A recognition meeting, but see all the people. On the stage, Chen Zhixing took everything in. The corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible sneer, and when he turned to face the stage, he had changed his expression to one of humility. As the applause died down, the auditorium echoed with Lin Shanha's final summary. I hope that comrades will take the task force as an example, continue to carry forward the spirit of struggle, and protect the political ecology of Changtian Province. He Yang grinned as he looked at the certificate in his hand and heatedly smiled. This is something I can show my old man. If he dares to push me to get married again, you'll see if I'll arrest him or not. Chen Zhixing, you're still a good big boy for your father. Chen Zhixing patted He Yang's shoulder again and laughed. The storm is coming, and we're already standing in the eye of the wind. He Yang replied almost subconsciously. Then I'll eat more. The wind won't be able to stop me if I grow fat. Chapter 93, Inside Council, Resumption of New Duties. After the meeting was adjourned, Wang Jinghua stopped Chen Zhixing in the side hall of the auditorium. He pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharp but with a few probing glances. Comrade Xiao Chen, I heard that you excelled in the Starfish case. I have a question I would like to ask. Is it convenient to talk? People of such status had used the words please teach. If he didn't go, wouldn't he be too disrespectful to them? Besides, people were already giving themselves face by using a request for advice, not an order. Chen Zhixing glanced at Zhou Ruoli, who floated a smile. It's okay. Next to him, He Yang chimed in. Director Chen, you and Commissioner Wang will talk first, and I'll take Zhou Ruoli to the logistics first to pick a place for you to stay. After all, Chen Zhixing was now a deputy division-level person. Chen Zhixing nodded his head and then followed member Wang Jinghua to the side hall. Once he entered the side hall he realized that it was not just the two of them. All 13 members of the Provincial Committee Standing Committee were here. Crucially, this side room is of a very high specification. The hall is centered with 2 single sofas and a coffee table in the middle. To the left and right, there were 14 other single sofas, and in the center of each was a small mahogany table. The floor is also soft carpeted. Wang Jinghua walked directly to the left-hand side of the Provincial Party Secretary Lin Shanha and took a seat before he opened his mouth and asked, Comrade Xiao Chen, I would like to ask, after experiencing the anti-corruption action in Starfish City, where do you think the key to preventing anti-corruption lies? Chen Zhixing's heart thumped, obviously not expecting the other party to ask such a sensitive question. This question wasn't difficult for him. After all, he was a reborn person. There are inherent advantages. So at this moment, eloquently, Mr. Wang, I think the prevention of corruption should be a three-pronged approach. The first is technical means. Within 5 years there will be a big data analysis platform that can target 60% of the first signs of corruption in advance through data modeling of officials' property movements, consumption trajectories, and kinship networks. Wang Jingguo's fingers suddenly clenched the briefcase. In 2007 even the concept of big data had not yet been popularized. Chen Shixing continued. Second is institutional innovation. For example, the Hong Kong Independent Commission Against Corruption's Sunshine Act requires officials to declare the overseas assets of their immediate family members. Another example is the establishment of a blacklist of bribe payers, where any enterprise with a record of paying bribes is directly disqualified from government bidding. Wang Jingguo's eyeglass lenses reflected the light as he suddenly interrupted. Do you have written materials for these specific measures? I can organize it overnight. Chen Shixing knew that the opportunity had come, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued to release heavy bombs. Actually, it's the third one that's most critical. High-pressure deterrence. Just like the ICAC's line that even if you covet $1, you go to jail, you must form a psychological deterrent that does not dare to rot. I suggest adding a special class for investigating and dealing with micro-corruption in the inspection team, specializing in small problems like accepting cigarettes, alcohol and shopping cards. Wang Jingguo suddenly pulled out his notebook shorthand, and the pen scratched deep marks on the paper. You mentioned data modeling. What specific departments need to work with it? Chen Shixing said almost without hesitation. The bank flow needs the support of the central bank, and the property information has to be docked with the Ministry of Housing and Construction. But the most difficult part is the information base on cadres' relatives, which requires the Central Organization Department to break down data barriers. Wang Jingguo is now excited because he never thought that a small deputy-level discipline inspection committee cadre could actually have such a deep insight into anti-corruption and anti-corruption prevention. The pupils behind his lenses contracted violently. The CCDI had only just raised the hint of opening a national discipline inspection and supervision reporting website at this time. Wang Jingguo's right hand unconsciously rubbed the old mechanical watch on his left wrist. This top-secret project that has not yet been disclosed to the public is now locked in the encrypted file pocket of his briefcase. Wang Jingguo took a deep breath. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Write a report on what you said and give it to me. He tore off a page of notes and handed it to Chen Shixing. Use this as an outline. I'll report it directly to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection in the form of an internal report, with the first author signing your name. Chen Shixing looked at the page, which was clearly written with 12 suggestions on building a long-term mechanism of not daring to corrupt, not being able to corrupt, and not wanting to corrupt. What shook Chen Shixing's heart the most was the internal reference. Insider's readership is small but big, and there's a lot to be said for coverage trade-offs. The gold content of the insider. Let's put it this way. The inner circle is accessible straight to the heavens. The lights in the side hall cut Wang Jingguo's eyes behind the lenses into sharp fragments, his fingertips knocking lightly on the coffee table. His voice pressed extremely low but his words were 1,000 pounds. Comrade Xiao Chen, do you know what direct reporting from the internal references means? Chen Shixing had not yet opened his mouth when Lin Shanhe, who was on the side, suddenly put down his teacup, and the crunching sound of the porcelain bottom colliding with the mahogany would cause the entire side hall to suddenly fall silent. This provincial party secretary's gaze was like a deep pool, and his voice was low. The names of cadres below the provincial ministerial level haven't appeared on the front page of the inner circle for at least 10 years. This means that this inside article will break the mold. Seems to be afraid that Chen Shixing does not know the gold content of the 2 words of the internal staff. The amount of power. He leaned over from the briefcase and drew out a stamped gold cover of the file bag. The bag mouth of the 5-pointed star on the fire lacquer print is still flooded with new rolled vermilion luster. He publicly unsealed the action of the presence of 13 members of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee coincidentally leaned forward. The archive bag reveals is actually printed with top-secret blank internal reference template. In a mine disaster somewhere last year, the local standing committee saw the inside story 2 days later than the leaders above them. Wang Jingguo pushed the blank template in front of Chen Shixing and said in an extremely grave tone, "And every word you write now will appear on the CCDI's desk in 12 hours. 24 hours will appear on the desk of the ZZ Bureau Standing Committee." Wang Jingguo suddenly flipped open his notebook, the tip of his fountain pen hanging over the top of the page. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to hide the paragraph data barrier of the Central Organization Department in the report? The reflection of his lenses obscured his eyes, his gaze deep. There are some words that are written and there is no going back. When Chen Shixing received the fountain pen, he found the inscription presented by the Ministry of Supervision in 1989 engraved on the barrel. This implies that the legacy of the will to fight corruption that extends over 3 decades. He suddenly laughed, the tip of his pen scraping the surface of the paper with a rustling sharp sound. If even the internal counselor does not dare to tell the truth, Anti-corruption still talk about what to scrape the bones and heal the poison? The ultimate power of the insider is that it allows local bigwigs to see the countdown to their political lives. And the standing committee members present all recognized a very serious problem at this moment. That is, the tiny deputy-level Discipline Inspection Commission cadre in front of you is about to trigger the first anti-corruption storm after the 17th National Congress. The most critical thing is that this small deputy division-level disciplinary committee cadre, but also the central selection of students, which is the most horrible. People start at the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, but there is a great possibility of stopping at the CCDC, or can't stop the step. Comrade Chen Zhixing's insights are very profound. His political stance is high, and the suggestions he made have important reference value. You'll give me the report first thing in the morning, and I assure you that this internal report will be on the desk of the ZZ Bureau Standing Committee within 24 hours. At the same time, on behalf of the NCPB, I invite you to join the NCPB, which is, of course, only on a part-time basis. Wang Jingwa's secretary was next to him to take notes. It is proposed to appoint Chen Zhixing, Deputy Director of the 10th Examination and Investigation Room of the Discipline Inspection Commission of Changtian Province, to also serve as Deputy Division Ombudsman of the National Preventive Corruption Bureau of Changtian Province. Wang Jingwa got up, walked over to him, extended a palm, and smiled. Comrade, hello. Chapter 94 giving you two choices. Chen Zhixing, I'll choose the third one. At 3 in the morning, the lights of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee building were still on. Chen Zhixing rubbed his sore temples and tapped the last paragraph into the computer. The document on the screen, 12 suggestions on building a long-term mechanism of not daring to corrupt, not being able to corrupt, and not wanting to corrupt, had already exceeded 20,000 words, and the printer was gulping down ink-scented paper. Chen Zhixing continued to knock down the 4-word system against corruption in the document, ending with a period. Yawned and stretched. Lightning suddenly flashed through the window and torrential rain poured down without warning. He muttered, "The rainy season is really annoying." When Chen Zhixing got up to close the window, he found Zhou Ruoli curled up asleep on the sofa in the parlor area, her forensic uniform jacket covering her, gently undulating with her breathing. Chen Zhixing leaned down to gather Zhou Ruoli's slippery uniform jacket for her, and when his fingertips skimmed over her long hair scattered on the sofa, he was suddenly grabbed by the other party's wrist. "You didn't even call me when you were done writing," she grunted with sleep, the officer's license slipping from her palm as she used her strength to sit up. Chen Zhixing smiled and picked up the document. The clear eyes in the photo overlapped with the sleepy eyes of the person in front of him. The girl in the photo of the document has clear eyes, and the knife-wielding person who slit his throat with his backhand during the day is like a different person. He tapped the tip of her nose with his cool fingertips and smiled dotingly. "Stinky girl, don't you know to go back to sleep?" Zhou Ruoli propped up her jade arm, pouted her cherry mouth, and obediently hugged Chen Zhixing's arm, muttering, "Thunder at night. I'm scared. This girl, since when is she afraid of thunder? I guess there's still a shadow in my heart from yesterday." As the two men laughed and joked, the sound of the printer gobbling up paper intertwined with the sound of the rain into a late-night lullaby. Chen Zhixing sat on his butt on the sofa, wrapping his arms around Zhou Ruoli's small waist, and as the tip of his nose slowly approached, a series of hurried footsteps came. He Yang violently pushed the door open. He then saw Chen Zhixing and Zhou Ruoli both turn back at the same time, and they were very, very close, the kind of distance where they could kiss if they turned their heads. He Yang, good. I climbed up in the middle of the night to take a phone call and ran over in a panic, but the result is that the two of you are good. In the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection 10th Review and Investigation of the Deputy Director of the Office inside the office are almost kissed. I shouldn't have come, should I? No, if I'm a half hour late. Are you all in the office having sex? This dog food, it's full of food. He Yang was soaked to the skin, and the cover of the dossier bag in his hand was equally wet. Looking at him like this, Chen Zhixing's heart thumped. It wouldn't be something wrong, right? I'll get you a glass of water. Zhou Ruoli's pretty face flushed scarlet as she walked out of the deputy director's office, leaving space for the two to talk about things. Something happened in Linchang, He Yang said immediately after seeing Zhou Ruoli leave. He quickly synchronized the situation to Chen Zhixing as he untied the rope behind the dossier bag. 3 hours ago a mass report broke out in Linchang, and the City Discipline Inspection Commission took half of the leadership team away on the spot. And now the whole city is rumored to have been authorized by you. After saying that, the photos inside the file bag were placed one by one on the coffee table in front of Chen Zhixing. This is an encrypted fax from the Provincial Public Security Office. On the photo, there are 40 to 50 people kneeling in front of the Lincheng City Government Building. Many of them have handcuffs on their hands, and a young man at the head of the group has a face full of blood. A banner was pulled behind the crowd. The municipal government kills people and Chen Zhixing bullies them. Chen Zhixing? No, What did I do that makes me a bully? Are you guys so fancy in Linchang? I haven't even gotten to the city yet and you're saying I'm bullying people. So what? When I get to the city, you'll all be lining up to turn yourselves in? This is no coincidence. The Recognition Assembly had just announced that they were going to look into Proctor, and right away someone was drawing fire on him. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath. This is planting evidence. Holy, some people are anxious. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath, and a gloomy look appeared in his gaze. Does this still need to be thought of? This must be the means of the Zhou system. We had a commendation meeting today. The provincial committee supported it, and now they've come up with this tactic to plant evidence. The tactics are extremely underhanded, but still, whether it's a poor tactic or a power tactic, if it works it's a good tactic. How many people know about this matter? Chen Zhixing asked in a low voice. The corner of He Yang's mouth twitched, rolled his eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, this kind of mass incident, that's definitely reported to the provincial party committee first, and we'll only know about it when the provincial party committee knows all about it. Chen Zhixing was pondering over what he had heard when the phone in his office suddenly rang, and he immediately got up and walked towards the office to answer the call. There were only 3 people who could call him at this late hour. Lin Shanhe, Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, Bao Wenrui, Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, and Yu Qinghe, Executive Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Secretary Lin. Chen Zhixing seemed to be able to act out the caller ID and directly opened his mouth to call out. In the receiver, Lin Shanhe's voice was low. I've seen the materials. Now I'll give you 2 choices. Either bring a task force to raid Linchang before dawn, or wait for the provincial inspection team to travel to Linchang together. This is a slap in the face of the provincial party committee. In the morning, a sensational commendation meeting was held, and there were people from the National Bureau of Corruption Prevention who appeared on the scene, only to have a Chen Zhixing bully people now? The point was, it was he, Lin Shanhe, who had personally given Chen Zhixing the award during the commendation ceremony. But now there are people who say that Chen Zhixing is bullying people. This is not a slap in the face of his Lin Shanhe. Chen Zhixing looked out the window. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the watermarks on the glass seemed to refract the streetlights into the color of blood. He thought of the 45 corpses in the mine, remembered the suicide note left by Tang Rong, and finally settled on the line of blood that splattered when Zhou Ruri slit Zhang Hu's throat. Chen Zhixing's voice was icy cold, and with almost no hesitation, he spoke directly. No to both options. I'll lead a raid on Linchang now, but I want the cooperation of the armed police. Since you guys are so screwed up, fine, I'll come now. I'd like to see how many of you guys are enough for me to catch. A cold light emerged from Chen Zhixing's gaze. The phone was silent for a few seconds. Came the sound of paper flipping. Provincial Armed Police Squadron Xinhua with people have been on standby at the highway entrance. Remember, since you have done it, then do it absolutely. Never leave seedlings. Do not engage in the set of spring breeze blowing again. Yes, I understand. When she went out from the office, Zhou Ruri carried a cup of water and placed it in front of He Yang. Chenji walked over and rubbed Zhou Ruli's hair and said, "Girl, you stay in the provincial city. Work well. In the public security department, no one dares to touch you. Director Qi will protect you." Immediately, he looked at He Yang, who was holding his breath as he looked at him with a burning gaze. Notify the task force. Move out. Target. Lincoln. Chapter 95, The Sword Points at Linchang. Along with this matter spreading in the provincial party committee, many people were staring at the compound that symbolized power. Almost everyone smelled the pervasive odor of smoke. The provincial party committee has just pointed the sword at Linchang. The result is that Linchang has caused a mass incident. And this matter also refers directly to the deputy head of the task force Chen Zhixing. They all want to know the next move of the provincial committee. At 4 o'clock in the evening, 4 coasters were parked downstairs in the provincial party committee compound, and the sound of the engine idling was unusually clear in the provincial party committee compound. Like a beast roaring low, the wind whistled, and the leaves of the several sky-high trees in the compound rustled, accompanied by the sound of the torrential rain, and the air carried a hint of dreariness. Outside the provincial party committee building, a black umbrella was spread out and boarding began in an orderly fashion. Xinjiang is waiting at the highway exit with the armed police squadron, and to prevent accidents, the armed police headquarters supported 240-350 bomb-proof vehicles. At the same time, the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and the Political Commissioner of the Provincial Military Region reported to the commander of the military region that a brigade was specially mobilized to be stationed in Linchang, with the public declaring that, armed maneuvers. This is the Standing Committee on Military Affairs. In the coaster, Chen Zhixing looked at He Yang. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, but his expression was cold to the extreme, because of the previous experience in Starfish City. This time, despite the suddenness of the incident, a phone call also went out from a small villa of the Provincial Party Committee. In a short period of time, it has assembled the Provincial Disciplinary Committee Task Force, the Armed Police Headquarters, and the Provincial Military Region. If the city of Lincoln was like Starfish City, then the armed police wouldn't even have to do anything. Just wait for the armed live-fire drill to enter. The truth of 7.62mm can't be carried by even the Provincial Party Committee, not to mention just the Municipal Party Committee. It's really not a battle to be unprepared. With all the armies coming down, the corners of He Yang's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Chen Zhixing sneered. The Zhou department has to hit Secretary Lin's face. So what can be done? If you can control the sky and the earth, you can still control pooping and farting? Since someone is looking for death, then we are only responsible for handing out a reason. What's more, do you think that there are no people from the Zhou lineage in the provincial committee? He Yang kept his mouth shut. He didn't speak either. This kind of thing wasn't for him to discuss. He can't compare with Chen Zhixing. If he can't do it, he can only go back to inherit his family's tens of billions of assets. 4:20. The four coasters drove away from the provincial party compound with double blinkers on. Get on the north-south highway entrance. Two steel behemoths prostrate themselves on the ground. Two matte black 40-350s slowly rolled over the waterlogged pavement like a mechanical beast crawling out of the Cold War era. Its body had no reflection, as if it swallowed all the light. It was a special explosion-proof coating that could withstand the direct fire of 7.62mm bullets, and even a key scratching on it only left a white mark. The front-end square chrome grille has long since been converted to honeycomb armor, hiding a reinforced radiator behind it. The headlights are covered with blast screens, the dim halogen light pierces the rain, and the tires are military-grade run-flat, capable of hauling the 5-ton body for dozens of more miles, even when blasted to the ground by a shotgun. It's the perfect combination of violence and visual impact that makes you feel safe just by looking at it. At 5 a.m., a convoy of coasters escorted by traffic police slowly stopped at the highway intersection. After a brief negotiation, the first anti-explosive car acted as the first car, driving into the highway. Another anti-explosive car followed at the end is responsible for the pressure. In the car, many people were resting. After all, it was an overnight departure. Why don't you rest for a while? I'll help you organize it. He Yang looked at Chen Zhixing, who was sitting behind the driver's seat, and suddenly spoke. The material was written up to 3 o'clock, but it turned out that there was another emergency and we had to leave overnight. He's still sorting through all the letters and petitions about the city of Lincoln that the petition office has compiled. It had been planned that we would have a day today to organize and tidy up before heading to the city of prosperity. It's impossible for the task force to organize these things when they arrive in Lincheng City, right? No matter what. I'm also the deputy head of the team, and if these things aren't in my mind, the investigation will easily go in the wrong direction. Pro City, to be honest, he wasn't too familiar with it and hadn't paid too much attention to it in his previous life. The only thing we know is the case of the city clerk, and the case also implicates the former city secretary. A complicated case that also implicates someone in the provincial party committee. Lin City. Basically all is Zhou Weiman lineage. After all, Zhou Weiman is from the city of Lin up. Time isn't that tight, so don't get your nerves in a twist. Before He Yang finished his words, Chen Zhixing's phone rang. He looked at the phone, as if this number should be the capital. Right? From the capital? He seemed to know just one. 2. Hello. Chen Zhixing picked up the phone. Comrade Xiao Chen. I'm Wang Jinghua. A voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Commissioner Wang. It's like this. There's an unexpected situation tonight and I'm already on my way to Lincheng City. I've finished writing the materials that I promised you and placed them on Secretary Yu's desk. Tomorrow morning, Secretary Yu will go and forward it to you for me. Please don't worry. It is impossible for him to give up such an important thing as an internal reference. And if the top can adopt his suggestions, then the work of anti-corruption can be much simpler. But he also knew that it was impossible to accomplish at the present time. Let's talk about the big data platform. Now there is no technology to support it. After all, at the end of the day, the disciplinary system is not even nationally networked yet. The national networking of the disciplinary commission system began with the unified launch of the reporting website in 2009, and national coverage of the reporting system and criminal bribery file search was achieved in 2011. Formation of a national website cluster in 2013 to 2014 and subsequent gradual deepening through computerization. The networking of core business modules, such as whistleblowing and case management, was largely completed around 2011. Therefore, technology is the first productive force. Chen Zhixing has always believed in this saying. It's really hard for Comrade Xiao Chen. I didn't expect you to write it so quickly. When I'm done with the things in my hands, I'm going to come to the task force to play around. So you don't mind me as an old man then? Wang Jinghua laughed loudly and said that the main content of his coming down was research. There were 31 others like him, even though his rank was still half a level lower than Yuqing's. But what people represent behind them is different. How can I can't wait to welcome you. Then I'll be waiting for you in Linchang. After exchanging pleasantries and hanging up the phone, looking at He Yang's puzzled gaze, Chen Zhixing explained, don't look at people who are only at the deputy department level. But before that, they were the deputy director of the 11th Supervision and Inspection Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI. What's more, he's a senior and has seen a lot more cases than us. With his help, I'm sure he'll bring us a lot of surprises. Besides, for this kind of being, do you really believe that he's here to fight the fall? At least I don't believe it. Chapter 96. The Director of Letters and Visits who was scared to death. In 1992, it was upgraded from the former county-level Linzhou County to a prefecture-level city and renamed Linzhou City. It has 2 districts and 3 counties with a total area of about 7,800 square kilometers and a GDP of 34 billion last year. The resident population is 3.2 million, with an urbanization rate of 42%. The mention of GDP has to mention that in Zhou Weiman's first year in office, the annual GDP was $62.3 billion. That is to say, since Zhou Weiman took office, the city's GDP is in a steady downward trend every year, and is about to fall below the historic mark to the 30 billion mark. At 7:30 a.m. outside the Linchang North Highway, which was just completed and opened to traffic last year in Linchang City, more than 24 traffic police have emptied the ETC lanes with cones. The city's traffic police chief paced back and forth clutching his walkie-talkie, glancing from time to time in the direction of the highway. The highest level of traffic control rare in the city of Lin. The last time was last year when the leadership of the provincial party committee inspected. For black Audi A6 are arranged in the shape of an arrow, and the license plate is clear and Pro R000 at the beginning. Wu Changshan, secretary of the municipal party committee, leaned against the car door to smoke, patted his black executive jacket and flicked the ashes, snickering at the mayor beside him. The old leader has greeted him in the province, and the task force is just going through the motions this trip. Mayor Wang Lichuan held up his gold-rimmed glasses, and his gaze behind the lenses swept over the silent standing committee members behind him, just in time for the sensitive period of the local municipal general election. According to the customary personnel freeze period will not move really, but he still lowered his voice. I heard that the lead team is that Chen Zhixing? Starfish City case arrested more than 70 people of the Discipline Inspection Commission's new star Lilian Wang. Yes, the Starfish City case, although the task force did not arrest many people, but a lot of information is synchronized to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. In addition to the main culprits, the deputy level below the section level are all the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection of the people arrested, but both the debriefing and the news. Under the direction of the Provincial Party Committee leadership, the Provincial Disciplinary Committee Task Force began to. It's just a brat. Wu Changshan threw the cigarette on the ground. Miso bright leather shoes ruthlessly crushed out, said disdainfully, the Ministry of Organization freeze order is there. He can still poke the sky? This comment drew a soft chuckle out of the Minister of Unification, and the tense shoulders of the crowd loosened up visibly. That's all that can be said. The secrecy level of the Starfish City case was so high that very few people actually knew about it, coupled with the news lag of the provincial team's specialized news blockade. Mayor Wang Lichuan let out a light laugh. All thunder and no rain? Wu Changshan, secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, smiled lightly. Rain? I see that it's sunny today. No clouds for miles. Understanding the meaning of his words, Wu Changshan smiled back. It means simply that it's business as usual and can't turn over a new leaf. The highest one is just a positive division level. We need to be afraid of him? Tell the reception office to remove the banners. They don't have the qualifications. I see that the leaders of Pro City are all very idle. So early in the morning they actually made the banners. Should I compliment them on their efficiency or their ability to cope extremely well? In the coaster, He Yang snorted, his mouth tinged with mockery. Chen Zhixing turned his head to look, just in time to see the reception office and the withdrawal of banners. Vaguely can still see the banner written "Welcome the Provincial Party Committee Task Force to guide the work." He tapped on a name, squinting slightly. The amount of letters and petitions in Linchang City has been rising year after year, which has already reflected that the political ecology of Linchang City has a big problem. According to the current information of letters and petitions we have here and the analysis of the characters, this director of the Bureau of Letters and Petitions is the best to take. Chen Zhixing's finger landed heavily on Gao Ziyuan's name. He Yang grinned. I don't have a problem with it, picking soft persimmons to pinch. I'm the best at this kind of thing. After we arrive at the guest house later, I'll bring someone to bring Gao Ziyuan back. Persimmons must also be picked. The soft ones. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes. This time, disrupt the original grouping and split into 3 groups. One group is responsible for collecting information, as well as summarizing the character portraits, curriculum vitae, personality traits, family relationships, lifestyle, hobbies, friendships, economic situation and other relevant information about the people involved in the case. Second, set up a whistleblower office, with Yun Shui as the deputy director of the whistleblower office and you as the director. Group 2 is responsible for investigating officials above the deputy department level, and Group 3 is responsible for investigating officials below the deputy department level. Although He Yang was a bit incomprehensible, he still nodded his head, seemingly inexplicably feeling that this grouping was a bit more reasonable than before, and was also able to make the entire task force work quite a bit more efficiently. It's like a machine where the individual parts seem to have no relationship with each other, but they actually make the whole machine work. Stop or not? He Yang asked. Chen Shixing patted the driver's seat. Drive straight through. 2 Ford explosion-proof vehicles ran over the speed bumps like behemoths, and the police lights on their roofs pierced the eyes of the leadership team of the city of Lincoln. The convoy of 6 cars, front and back, drove straight through without stopping at all. The faces of Wu Chongshan, the secretary of the municipal party committee, and Wang Lichuan, the mayor, were instantly gloomy. Letter to the secretary, Mr. Ko Chi-ming, sitting in his office at the moment. He had come earlier today to deal with some unruly people's letter and petition information according to the mayor's order. He had heard from the mayor that the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission task force had arrived today, and that these things would have to be dealt with as soon as possible. He stood up his obese body to walk in the office to sit down. The result of half a day no one came in, frowned, got up, walked to the office. A director of the title of his heart is very satisfied. Where's Xiao Su? Why haven't I seen him? Looking around, Gao Zhiming asked again. Where are the office director and deputy director? Still not here? What do they want? The office clerk seems to be a little afraid of Gao Zhiming, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, before he bravely said, Cow Bureau, the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection came over early in the morning to take your secretary, driver, office director and deputy director all away, is what we saw with our own eyes. As soon as these words came out, Gao Zhiming's pupils shrunk violently, and with a cold face, he turned around and went back to his office. It's not normal. It's very abnormal. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection directly took away his secretary, driver, and even the head and deputy head of the office without informing him. This released a signal that instantly caused a strong sense of unease to surface in Gao Zhiming's heart. The more Gao thought about it, the more wrong he became, and cold sweat rolled down his fat cheeks. He trembled as he fumbled for his cell phone and tried to call Mayor Wang Lichuan, but found his fingers so stiff that he couldn't even scratch the screen. Task Force, Chen Shixing. He squeezed a few broken syllables out of his throat, suddenly remembering the sentence that Mayor Shang Wang had said privately. Those who come from the province are all tough characters. At the time, he scoffed and thought it was just a walk in the park. But now, the secretary, the driver, and the right-hand man were all taken away without a word, which is clearly a circuitous encirclement. They're trying to pry me out of the mouths of those around me. He lurched to his feet, his office chair clattering to the floor, but his chest felt like it was being pressed down by a 1,000-pound boulder, and he gripped his chest shirt in a death grip, his breath having come in short gasps as his heart wrenched. The black book of petitions handled over the years, intercepted visits, cancelled visits, and those mentally ill whistleblowers. He stumbled to grab the quick-acting pills in the drawer, but the bottle rolled to the bottom of the cabinet. That task force, Chen Shixing, is a rising star of the Discipline Inspection Commission, an anti-corruption general who has arrested dozens of people, and the title of King of Hell. Ho, ho, ho. Breathing became more and more rapid, and his pupils slowly laxed. His eyes were dead set on the quick-acting heart pills at the bottom of the cabinet, and he reached out a hand to reach for them, but they ended up falling helplessly to the floor. The body twitched twice and his head dropped, hitting the floor hard. At 10 o'clock in the morning, when Yi Yang arrived at the Bureau of Letters and Visits with his men and opened the director's office, he saw Gao Zhiming lying on the ground. Yi Yang? No, what are you fat ass pretending with me? Hurry up and get up for me. Yi Yang walked to the body of Gao Zhiming next to, gently kicked 2 feet. After all, is also the head of a bureau, or have to maintain respect for it. Seeing that he still didn't respond, Yi Yang frowned and squatted down, his hand probing his nose. In the next moment, Yi Yang's eyes widened and he burst out in public. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew you were soft, but I didn't realize you were so soft. You're not scared to death, are you? Holy, P.S. High energy drama coming soon. Prepare for impact. Countdown. One day, the capital Zhou family is storing up its strength. Chapter 97, Psychiatric Hospitals. As for Chen Shixing on the other side, he's now leading an investigation into the mass incident that happened last night. Yes, the mass incident that broke out last night was the very thing that led to their raid on Prosperity. So now Chen Shixing took the photos from last night and came directly to the city bureau to ask for information. And in the meantime, He tried to test the attitude of the Public Security Bureau of Linshur City. Zhao Shangli, the current director of the Public Security Bureau of Linshur City, enjoys. Ah no, now 45 years old. Team Leader Chen, it's not that I'm not helping you check. Last night we had a problem with our police system. And up until now, our technical section side is still troubleshooting the problem. If you really don't believe me, I'll show you. I really didn't lie to you. The police system does have problems. Pro City Public Security Bureau, Director's Office. Zhao Xingli opened his mouth in a very difficult manner, and a very tangled look appeared on his face. Chen Zhixing looked at him and laughed coldly in his heart. Real malfunction or fake malfunction, that's still not a matter of your words? He guaranteed that if he but toughened up a bit and ordered him to let himself look at their police system and then went to the bathroom and came back, the police system would be really broken. Since you won't cooperate and have to make me use other means, let's try it. In that case, it's a problem. Chen Zhixing got up and took a step towards the outside, with Qin Zhan immediately following behind him, as well as the other 4 armed police warriors in the room. It was also at this time that Chen Zhixing's phone suddenly rang, and he paused and picked up the phone. Old Chen, something's wrong. The director of the Bureau of Letters and Calls, Gao Zhiming, is dead, and judging from the scene, it should be a heart attack or a heart disease of some kind, but I reckon that the probability is that he was scared to death. Chen Zhixing, I know, you work with Yun Shui first. Chen Zhixing hung up the phone, turned his head to look at Zhao Shengli, and suddenly laughed. Bureau Zhao, I hope that your police system is really broken. After all, I'm still on good terms with Director Qi. I can confirm it. Zhao Shengli's face changed violently. Leaving from the Public Security Bureau, the second team of the task force waiting in the lobby of the Public Security Bureau walked up quickly and looked at each other. It wasn't until after leaving the Public Security Bureau that Chen Zhixing said in a cold voice, go directly to the Linchang City Psychiatric Hospital. Chu Yongrui, the deputy leader of Team 2, frowned. Team Leader Chen, does the mental hospital have anything to do with our case? Chu Yongrui, director of the 3rd Discipline Inspection Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. He had just been promoted to this director. After all, the original director had been arrested by Chen Zhixing. Although his current boss was a young man in his 20s and he was in his 30s, there was no displeasure. After all, you don't look at someone's record. Guess where the person in the photo is now? Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted coldly, his expression icy. Chu Yongrui's eyes widened. Do you mean to say that all of these people have been locked up in a mental institution by them? How do they do it? Putting someone who isn't sick in a mental hospital. Even if they aren't sick, they end up sick. Speaking of which, Chu Yongrui suddenly felt horrible, locking them up for a period of time, torturing them day and night, and in the end, if they are not sick, they are sick. If someone does look into this case, then they won't end up finding anything. After all, there's no way to use a mental patient's statement as evidence. But they didn't count 1,000 times on us coming straight here, and with me leading the way. After all, according to the internal process of the Discipline Inspection Commission, if the disciplinary cadres are involved in the case, at least they will be suspended from duty to investigate or recuse themselves from the case. Chen Zhixing grinned a cold smile. The raid on Lin Chang was not a top decision, but was considered. I do wonder if some of them will panic after we show up at the asylum. Old Qin, notify your people to come over with a squad. Let's explore the reality of the Lin Chang Psychiatric Hospital. With the leadership team that greeted the task force at the highway exit after they returned to the municipal building, high pressure filled the entire municipal building. Smiles were missing from the faces of all the leaders, and all of them looked very somber. Wu Changshan, the secretary of the municipal party committee, had 3 or 4 crushed cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray at his fingertips, and in the smoke, his face was as gloomy as iron. Mayor Wang Lichuan sat in the sofa, clutching a document that had just been crumpled and flattened. His voice pressed extremely low. Old Wu, Gao Zhiming was scared to death alive. It looks like Chen Zhixing, the little king of hell of the Discipline Inspection Commission, is by no means a waste of time. Wang Lichuan was a little worried, afraid that they were not just going through the motions. News from Starfish City came in one after another, and Song Qinglin couldn't get in touch. They didn't say they knew nothing about the situation in Starfish City right now, they could only say they knew 1/10 of it. Wu Changshan frowned, his voice resounding steadily. What's the point of panicking? A small deputy division. Can he still make waves in our territory? It's a dragon that has to lie down for me, and a tiger that has to lie down for me. No matter how cross Chen Zhixing is, he still has to follow the procedures. The patients in the mental hospital are all admitted with formal procedures. He deliberately bit down on the last 4 words and swept his gaze across the crowd present. With the formalities, even he, Chen Zhixing, had no way to pick out the faults, and since he couldn't pick out the faults, there was no way for him to lock them up. Passive on, can't lock on? But alas, they had encountered the hangman Chen Zhixing, and present, after hearing Wu Changshan's words, the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee, the Minister of Organization, the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Everyone's expressions looked like they were frozen. The intercom suddenly rang. The secretary's urgent voice came, "Secretary Wu, Director Zhao has arrived and said there's an emergency. Let him in." Wu Changshan snapped. Zhao Shangli, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, practically crashed through the door, the collar of his police uniform wet with sweat. "The task force is gone. Didn't get the information, but the knot in his throat rolled. The convoy headed for the northern suburbs, and the only direction in that direction is Lincoln Psychiatric Hospital." Zhao Shengli's voice sounded as if someone had pinched his throat, and his face was ugly. The air in the office suddenly froze. Wang Lichuan's pen snapped to the ground and snapped to his feet. "How dare they? There are—" "Shut up!" Wu Changshan interrupted with a violent shout, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead. He grabbed the landline microphone and paused with his fingers hanging over the buttons for 2 seconds, then suddenly slammed it back down hard and turned his head to smirk at Zhao Shengli. "Notify the psychiatric hospital to activate the emergency plan. Say there are violent patients who need special control." Zhao Shengli's pupils shrunk. "But in case the task force forces a forced search, then let them search." Wu Changshan ripped off his tie with one hand, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "I'd like to see if it's their evidence that's hard, or our diagnosis that's hard." Without direct evidence, he dared to search the mental hospital. That's reckless disregard for organizational discipline. With the backing of the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, how he came to be Chen Zhixing, then how he has to go back to me. Chapter 98, Chen Zhixing's Early Warning. Meanwhile, Linjiang Mental Hospital. The dean sits in his office with a big belly and a female mental patient sits on the desk in front of him. "Xiao Mei, if you take off your clothes, the dean will give you candy, okay? The dean's candy is very sweet. Do you want to eat it?" Xiao Mei's dull gaze fell on the candy in Xiang Jingwei's hand. Her dry and cracked lips opened and closed slightly, and her fingers unconsciously gripped the corner of her hospital gown. Xiang Jingwei's obese body leaned forward and pressed. The desk made an unbearable creaking sound. He grinned, revealing yellowish teeth. "Good boy, take off one piece and give a candy." Mei giggled, loosening her fingers that were gripping the corner of her shirt, and the first button of her hospital gown was undone, exposing her snow-white skin as well as half of her roundness. Xiang Jingwei's eyes suddenly released a green light, lowered his head and plucked the lollipop, directly stuffed in Xiao Mei's mouth. Xiao Mei suddenly giggled, and with a pair of obese hands, Xiang Jingwei violently tore off Xiao Mei's clothes and pressed her onto the table. But it was also at this time that the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. "Dean, the patient in Ward 3 is having another seizure." The nurse pushed the door open violently, and Xiang Jingwei's plump body bounced back into the back of the chair like an electric shock. Xiang Jingwei was steeply furious, grabbing the desk calendar on the table and smashing it towards the nurses, furiously saying, "Can't you see that I'm dealing with an important case? I told you not to bother me when the door to my office is closed." The nurse was hit in the forehead by the flying calendar and staggered back 2 steps, hitting the doorframe. She kept her head down, not daring to look into Dean's reddened eyes, and bent down to pick up the calendar, her fingers clutching the edge of it in a death grip. But the patient in room 3 bit the caretaker's ear off. The bleeding couldn't be stopped. "Wastes, it's all crap." Xiang Jingwei's spit sprayed in the nurse's face, his suit pants zipper still open with a hideous gash. He roughly yanked up Xiao Mei's arm and dragged her in the direction of the hospital room, the sticky lollipop in the girl's mouth dropping to the floor and the hospital gown hanging around her waist like a rag. In the bleak white light of the hallway, 3 male escorts were holding down a middle-aged man with a mouth full of blood. The man's eyes were bulging from the corset and he was letting out a beastly howl. Xiang Jingwei suddenly let go of Xiao Mei, copied the iron infusion stand by the wall and stabbed it into the patient's abdomen. "Lousy let you disobey. Lousy makes you disobedient. Just you son of a interrupting me. Mother asterisk 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 error." The muffled sound of metal hitting flesh mingled with the sound of bones breaking, and the frenzied patient suddenly curled up like a shrimp. Mei suddenly squatted down to pick up the dusty candy, revealing a large swath of bruised back. "Nurse, don't head." Was Xiang Jingwei grabbed the collar, dragged to the front? "What? Heartache? Do you want to accompany her to take medicine tonight?" The little nurse's eyes were red and her body trembled as she turned her head to see Mei digging her fingernails into the cigarette scar on her collarbone, a silly grin hanging at the corners of her grinning mouth, unaware of the pain. At the same time, Xiang Jingwei's phone rang, and in the stairwell, the head of the security section suddenly ran up. "Hey, Bureau Zhao." A smile immediately appeared on Xiang Jingwei's chubby face, and his waist bent slightly. "What? Chen Zhixing, the deputy head of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspections Task Force, has brought someone to my side? Okay, please don't worry. I will definitely not let Chen Zhixing see anything. I will arrange for someone to inject those thugs in Area D with triazolam. Triazolam is used medically to sedate and hypnotize, but when abused symptoms such as confusion and uncontrolled behavior can occur, this is one of the means to cope with the inspection from above. Hanging up the phone, Xiang Jingwei's face instantly turned cold, looking toward the security section chief who ran up, and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing up here? Get the hell down." The head of the security section said with a slightly trembling voice, Dean, there are many people outside. So, a lot of people. They said they were from some kind of task force, and they also said that if they don't see you within 2 minutes, this place will be directly categorized as a military-controlled area. This was something that Chen Zhixing could now say in an extremely domineering manner. After all, Qin Zhan is a member of the armed police force. Well, again, when a brigade from the provincial military region comes down. Lincoln? What if you put a pawn in front of the word Lin and a down after the word city? Xiang Jingwei's face steeply changed. A shocked look surfaced in his gaze as he urgently said to the head of the security section, quickly have all the people in Area D injected with triazolam. Notify the leadership that they're all coming down with me to meet the task force. Meanwhile, outside the door, Chen Zhixing's face became more and more ugly as time passed. He glanced at his wrist, the mechanical watch that Zhou Ruoli had bought for him with a month's salary, and turned his head to look at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan immediately nodded his head and took out his cell phone to dial the number of the Lincheng City Armed Police Detachment. I am Qin War, 3rd Squadron of the Provincial Armed Police Headquarters, authorized by the Armed Police Headquarters to mobilize the Lincheng City Armed Police Detachment, and I hereby order your side to quickly send out the police to surround the Lincheng City Psychiatric Hospital, and temporarily designate it as an area under military control. The Provincial Armed Police Headquarters had military command over ordinary prefecture-level city armed police detachments, plus Qin Zhan had been authorized to do so in the first place. From the program there is not much problem. The provincial office agreed. The provincial party committee agreed. Pro City involved in the case, and does not have the right to speak, descended to strike belongs to be. While Qin Zhan was calling the armed police, Chen Zhixing also called Qi Ziyuan and gave Qi Ziyuan a word about the mobilization of the armed police. Qi Ziyuan also assured, okay, I'll make up a document for Lincheng's side now. After all, by supporting Chen Zhixing now, he was also supporting the provincial party committee team, which was politically correct. Lincheng City Armed Police Detachment received. Expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Behind them, the blast car was like a prostrate beast, idling like the low growl of a wild animal. Qin Zhan looked at Chen Zhixing, only to see Chen Zhixing nod his head, and Qin Zhan's hand fell violently at that moment. Action! In a flash, the armed police behind them immediately rolled over the railing, and the three of them immediately assumed a combat position, kneeling on one knee, while someone behind them continued to roll over the railing and open the iron door. I get the feeling you've been in a bad mood since you got here. Qin Zhan suddenly spoke, and as the iron door opened, he and Chen Zhixing walked side by side. Chen Zhixing was silent for a moment, and his cold voice rang in Qin Zhan's ears. If the starfish mining accident was for the sake of certain people's career paths, then this place is pure evil. Under the white walls, much blood, under the wooden floors, much evil, perhaps even this very ground on which you are treading may be dug up with a body rotting only to white bones. I never like to talk about justice, but here, you are able to see what pure evil is. Even if you shoot the dean here, the vice dean here, or, say, you lynch them, you'll feel righteous. Qin Zhan fell silent. The armed police belongs to the army. Most of the time is actually in the camp, and his wife also lives in the camp, not to say isolated from the world, but not too far from it. The evil he could imagine on Earth was limited to the mine disaster. Any more evil, he really couldn't imagine. Old Qin, I hope you control these brothers, otherwise, I'm really afraid that they'll beat these people into a sieve. Of course, if they really do, don't worry, I'll testify that we're all justified in self-defense. Chapter 99. My name is Lin Xiaoyu. I'm teacher. When Qin Zhan heard Chen Zhixing's words, he immediately snorted, followed by a quick correction. Comrade Chen Zhixing, please don't doubt our professionalism. Soldiers, don't shoot indiscriminately until they get approval from their superiors. Military camp, orders are forbidden. In terms of anti-corruption, I'm not as professional as you, but in terms of military quality and military soul, these things are engraved in our bones. Even if there are poisonous snakes crawling on our bodies, our breathing will not be disturbed in any way, and even if we die, we will still fulfill the mission given by our superiors. Even if we are told to go to our deaths, we won't have any hesitation. Chen Zhixing touched his nose, knowing that his words had the intention of insulting them, and smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean that, Comrade Qin Zhan. What I meant was, Qin Zhan immediately waved his hand. I know you didn't mean that, but please trust our professionalism. He had already said so. What else could Chen Zhixing say but to shrug his shoulders and dial He Yang's phone? Except for Yun Shui. 3 groups arrive at Linjiang Mental Hospital within 10 minutes. Just after that, a group of people on the front walked out quickly. The first 3 wearing suits. Their faces were terrified. After all, psychiatric hospitals are just career staff, not considered civil service. But, as long as you're a party member, the Discipline Inspection Commission has the right to open a case. The leader, Xiang Jingwei, trotted over, leading a group of hospital leaders, the fat on his body as he trotted, flopping around, looking like a pig. Chen Zhixing didn't have a half-good impression of him. In his previous life, this guy was stabbed 3 times on the road, and he was said to be a family member of the victim. As it turned out, the knife didn't even penetrate the fat layer of the bastard, and nothing happened except for the pain. And the victim's family was sentenced for willful injury. Tops. Xiang Jingwei's fat face instantly piled up layers of fawning smiles, that both sides just now also violent red eyes at the moment narrowed into 2 meat slits, like being rolling pin flattened dumpling's edge. Team leader Chen, look at this mess. A sweet trill squeezed out of his throat, and he bent at the waist so far that he almost folded his beer belly into a triple fold. Chen Zhixing's brain also cannot help but emerge. Triple folded. How to fold. Have a face. We are organizing the whole hospital to learn the spirit of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee documents. You came, just to give us a lesson to improve the political quality of our hospital, Xiang Jingwei said in a very flattering manner. A far cry from his tyrannical image just now. Chen Zhixing could know what kind of goods he was, and immediately snorted coldly. For people like you, are you still qualified to learn the spirit of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's anti-corruption efforts? Learning is better than surrendering. If Dean Xiang is willing to speak, I'm all ears. I'll fight it and get you a death-standing license. Chen Zhixing said these words very calmly, causing the tip of Xiang Jingwei's heart to tremble, and with his fat, piled-up neck, the movement of swallowing saliva was not even that obvious. Team leader Chen is joking. I've always been honest, but I wouldn't dare to do these illegal and disorderly things nah. Chen Zhixing sneered. Really? Then take me to your so-called Area D to take a look. The iron gates of Area D emitted an ear-splitting shrill. May huddled in the corner, digging her nails into the bloodstains on the concrete wall. It was the number of days of captivity she had secretly recorded. A crooked 427 like a festering wound, touching the decaying walls like a silent accusation. She remembers. Her name wasn't Xiao Mei. Her name was Lin Xiaoyu. She was a teacher at the kindergarten of the Lin Chang organization. Xiao Mei. It's the name given to her by that crazy pervert. Here, you don't even deserve a name. Bed 23. Take your pills. Old King, the caretaker, kicked open the cell door. The pink pills on the tray glowing with an eerie light. Mei shrank her body toward the corner, a kittenish whimper squeezing out of her throat. Lin Xiaoyu's nails pinched deeply into her palm, but she felt no pain. Old King's shadow roamed in from beyond the bars, his body beginning to shake before his consciousness, and it was only when his knees hit the concrete that he realized he'd slid to his knees, his forehead resting against the dried scabs of blood in the cracks of the wall. Good girl, open your mouth. The tip of Old King's leather shoe crushed her pinky, his voice gentle but his scowl fierce. He's laughing. He was grinning as he crushed his fingers mercilessly with his leather shoes. The intense pain made her howl uncontrollably. Old Wang skillfully picked up the pills, and that hand slammed into Lin Xiaoyu's mouth and pulled out again very quickly. Vom vom dash. The body's reaction of dry heaving made Lin dry heave. Old Wang looked at the bloody marks on the back of his hand from his teeth, and his face became even more hideous. Old Wang grabbed her by the hair and slammed her against the wall, angrily yelling down, "Grass mud horse, toast to the end of the day." She grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's hair and violently slammed it backward, the muffled sound of the back of her head colliding with the wall. As if he didn't think that was enough, Old King got up and pushed over a machine. After seeing this machine, Lin Xiaoyu immediately screamed like crazy, her eyes filled with fear for this set of machines. Don't, please, don't. Old Wang slapped her across the face and said angrily, "You dare to resist. You're really something. You haven't gone crazy even after being here for more than 400 days. Damn it." With that, he grabbed the fishy-smelling cloth and shoved it into Lin Xiaoyu's mouth, and grabbed her hair and dragged her to the side of the iron bed, using the belt to bind his hands and the iron bed. That's when he took the positive and negative terminals of the stunner and clashed them, immediately popping out sparks. A sudden sharp pain ran down her spine as the shadow of the taser loomed over her. It was the memory of 427 days of accumulated instinctive fear that had struck her nerves earlier than the electric current. Zip! The moment the first current ran through her temples, her eyeballs rolled upward uncontrollably. The sharp pain from the muscle spasms spread from her jaw to her toes, and she heard an inhuman howl erupt from her throat, only to be smothered into a whimper by the smelly cloth in her mouth. In the gap between the currents, the Old King purposely wandered with the cool metal head against the back of her ear. She could feel her bladder twitching as the warm liquid snaked down her inner thighs, the smell of urine mingling with the fishy stench filling the cell. When the second wave of higher intensity current hit, her body felt like a rag doll clutched by a giant invisible hand, the back of her head banging against the iron bed with regular muffled thuds. Incontinent urine soaked through the thin hospital gown and pooled in tiny puddles on the iron bed, reflecting her twitching, rolling eyes. Lin Xiaoyu lay in the puddle, her body jerking, her pupils lax as she looked at the ceiling's flickering lights, tears mixing with the blood froth at the corners of her mouth as they slid down. Her open and closed lips chanted wordlessly, Xiao Zhou, Li Min. Fingertips burned by the electric shock suddenly spasmed and reached for her pants pocket. Her spasming fingertips suddenly touched something hard in her pants pocket. 1,000 paper cranes folded by the kids in the class during that last class. It was her only thought. Zhang Yang's wildflowers. It's time to bloom. Her broken throaty voice drowned in the aftermath of the electricity, and the remembered scent of jasmine hand cream suddenly became real, as if those little hands were tugging at the corners of her coat, milking her voice. Teacher, teacher. In the gap between the currents, Lin Xiaoyu's lax pupils suddenly reflected a piece of sunlight. Stand up. The child's voice in her hallucinations was as clear as an early spring stream, and her festering fingertips unconsciously tried to write the podium that wasn't even there. Fellow, greetings. Her festering vocal cords suddenly squeezed out an airy sound and she nodded slightly as she had done in response to the children back then, a gesture that caused the chains to clink softly. She saw the classroom of the kindergarten of the Lin Chang organization 2 years ago, and the shadows of the acacia trees were creeping diagonally all over the podium. Chalk dust danced in columns of sunlight light while she tiptoed around the edges of the colored paper in the composition garden pasted crookedly. Left, a little higher. The memory of the crocheted canoe standing on tiptoe and commanding turned into her twitching fingers tracing feeble arcs in her urine at the moment. Mr. Lin, the little girl with the ponytail suddenly raised her hand. You have chalk dust on the back of your shirt. The children roared with laughter, and the ends of her hair swept across the blackboard as she turned, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin on her backside. Zhou Xiaozhou, who was sitting in the first row, immediately jumped up and fanned her desperately with her workbook, which ended up blowing off the colorful paper that had just been pasted in the composition garden again. I'll fan it off for you, teacher. Warm tears suddenly washed away the bloody scabs on his face. Don't slap, teacher. It's not hot. The reality was that her ankles were spasming with electricity, but she was hallucinating a cool breeze on her forehead, a green wave of children holding up textbooks. The journal I had corrected that day was still lying at the bottom of the drawer. MS. Lin braided my hair today, her fingers warm like mom's baked sweet potatoes when she came home for New Year's. I snuck the headband into my school uniform pocket and it had the jasmine scent of her hand cream on it. The words from her memory suddenly zoomed in front of her eyes, and her bitten lips actually lifted into a smile, as if she really smelled jasmine instead of the putrid rags in her mouth. The most painful was last spring. Zhang Yang, who suffers from autism, smashed the classroom fish tank to pieces, and the glass cut long bloody marks on the back of her hand. But when she found the boy huddled in the corner gnawing on his fingers, her first instinct was to take off her knit jacket and wrap it around his shivering body. Then the kid always sneaked wildflowers into her desk and wrote "I'm sorry" in crooked notes, each stroke powerful. 23 beds. The old king's roar suddenly ripped through the memories. Her twitching fingertips gripped the pockets of her pants in a death grip as a new wave of electricity ran through her temples. The tiny cranes she used to treasure, the ones that made her laugh in her sleep, have become her only thought in salvation. She was afraid she would never see her students again. The paper crane, now long soaked in blood, still hides Boat's crooked words, "Teacher be beautiful forever." Her lax pupils focused for the last time, as if she really saw 43 children standing in the sunlight smiling at her. Before she was plunged into complete darkness, she suddenly heard a hallucinatory, unanimous shout. Stand up. Hello, teacher. Old King's tyrannical voice once again rang in her ears. Grass, what are you hiding inside your pants? Hurry up and get it out. Chapter 100. Can I instruct? At the same time, above the ground, Team Leader Chen, you're joking. We don't have a D-zone here. We don't have zoning here. What you can see is the entire plan of our place. What D-zone are you talking about? We don't exist here at all. Team Leader Chen, we don't dare to deceive the organization, let alone confront it. Xiang Jingwei gulped a mouthful of saliva. The meat on his face was piled up together. His eyes didn't want to squint, and at the moment, a narrow slit was also formed due to the accumulation of fat. He was certain that Chen Zhixing wouldn't dare to do anything to them. After all, they had only just arrived in the city today, so how could they possibly know? They have been operating undetected for so many years. Even the last provincial supervisory team didn't get to this point, so how could they know the truth as soon as they arrived? In his heart, he was afraid, but he had this backbone. He was 100% sure that Chen Zhixing didn't know the truth about this place. Chen Zhixing suddenly opened his mouth. his voice so light that it sounded like he was discussing how the weather was today. Take that. Xiang Jingwei froze in place, seemingly not trying to understand how this deputy head of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspections Task Force suddenly told him to kneel down. It's not humiliating for him. I don't know what's going on lately, but my ears are always a little bad, I said. Chen Zhixing raised his hand to look at his wristwatch and said faintly, take it down. Xiang Jingwei, oh, I told you, he is at least the deputy head of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee Task Force. How can he let himself a party member kneel down? Wait, seems like taking it down isn't a good thing to say, right? After his words fell, Xinjian barely hesitated as he walked to his side. His military boot kicked his knee socket, and Xiang Jingwei's entire body fell to his knees uncontrollably. The 200-pound meatball hit the ground with a muffled thud. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of neatly organized footsteps suddenly exploded like thunder crushing through the ground, shaking the iron door and causing it to buzz and tremble. Xiang Jingwei's fat body was still kneeling on the ground, and while the sharp pain in his knees had not yet dissipated, his eardrums had already been pierced by the steel torrent-like rhythm. Each step was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart, as if his throat was being pinched and he couldn't utter a single syllable. His head snapped up and his pupils contracted suddenly, blinding headlights tore at the eyeballs, and the three camouflaged military vehicles at the head of the group crushed through the puddle like behemoths, raising a curtain of water. Behind the car, a black square of armed police pressed in like a tidal wave. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of fighters were heavily armed, their gazes under bulletproof helmets as cold as knife blades, the pistols on the side of their waists glowing with a ghostly light, and the muzzles of the assault rifles in their hands pointing morosely at the ground, refracting the coldness of death under the already dusky sky. All halt! A thunderous bellow tore through the air. Boom! 642 pairs of military boots stomped the ground at the same time, and the earth trembled. In the fine rain flying, the square formation was as still as a knife and axe, even the sound of breathing condensed into the same frequency. The tactical squad at the front of the row suddenly cracked open, and the 9 elites turned their bodies backward, moving as neatly as if they were one person. Snap! The crunch of boot heels clashing like bullets piercing the silence. The leader on the right violently stepped out of the line. His middle finger swished against his temple, and he gave a standard military salute towards Qin inside the iron gate. The roar in his throat shook Xiang Jingwei's eardrums. Report Lieutenant Qin. The Rinqing City Armed Police Detachment is fully armed and assembled. 642 due. 642 present. Please instruct. The standard rank of a squadron commander of the 3rd Squadron of the Provincial Armed Police Headquarters is captain, and in a few cases it may be lieutenant. Qin War is naturally this minority. The sound waves were wrapped in the smell of smoke. Xiang Jingwei's tie fluttered wildly in the suddenly swirling wind, and a slit of fear finally cracked across his fat-stacked face. It was only now that he could see that the muzzle of each soldier's gun had been raised silently, licking across his throat like the letter of a viper, and Qin War just lowered his eyes to straighten his gloves, the lieutenant's silver star on his shoulder patch flashing a cold aura in the light. Qin took a step forward. His straight body seemed to be holding up the dome of the sky. He snapped a salute, turned to the right, and droned in a voice unique to soldiers, reporting to Team Leader Chen. Lincheng City Armed Police Detachment is assembled. Please instruct. From the arrival of the detachment commander of the armed police, to the personal turn and salute of Qin, all of them highlight the strictness and discipline of being a troop. This is the purest group of people now. Chen Zhixing raised his head and coldly shouted, the Lincheng City Psychiatric Hospital is temporarily designated as a military control area. 1 meter, 1 post, lock down the asylum. The rest of you, carpet search the mental hospital, strictly in accordance with troop regulations and firefighting regulations. Qin War roared, yes. Guarantee to complete the mission, even at such a close distance. Even if the armed police detachment outside could hear Chen Zhixing's order, Qin still repeated the order as it was. To be honest, Chen Zhixing is not the armed police force. People armed police detachment, why listen to him? Obtained the authorization of the Provincial Armed Police Headquarters. Qin War. May not Qin War under this order well. I promise to complete the mission. The Armed Forces Detachment Commander turned backward and gave the order. All hands on deck. 1 meter per post. Seal off the mental hospital, and don't let anyone uninvolved in without orders. 1st Brigade, take charge of the perimeter cordon. 2nd Brigade carpet search. Under the order, the armed police system was like a running precision machine, functioning in an orderly manner. Of course, with such a large-scale staff transfer, it is impossible for the municipal government to be unaware of it. Directly mobilizing the entire armed police detachment, as many as 600 people, each with rifles and pistols. With such a configuration, it is entirely possible to sweep the black forces of Lincheng City from the south of the city to the north of the city. The point is, the City Public Security Bureau didn't get any news at all about the mobilization of the armed police detachment. Zhao Xingli first got the news after the first time, with the Law and Order Detachment, Criminal Investigation Detachment, Anti-Drug Detachment of the 3 Municipal Bureau of the backbone of the first time to arrive at the scene, to become the first to arrive at the scene after the Armed Police Detachment. It seems that the existing situation looks somewhat unfavorable to unity, but it is still true that words that are not conducive to unity should never be spoken. Zhao Xingli was stopped at the door by 2 armed police officers. Comrade, this is now an area under military control. If you have something to do, please call the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's Special Investigation Team Leader Chen, or the Armed Police General Squadron's Squadron Leader, Captain Chen. Zhao Xingli's face instantly darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, I'm Zhao Xingli from the City Council. The City Council basically will not use the armed police. Once the armed police are used, the nature of the matter has long changed, so it is normal that the following fighters do not recognize Zhao Xingli. Comrade, as I just said, this is a temporary military control area, so please stand back. This is the first warning. Zhao Xingli's face became even darker. Third warning, then it's time to shoot. Seemingly hearing the voices outside, Chen Zhixing frowned and walked straight out. Standing in the middle of the 2 armed police warriors, Zhao Xingli's face was as gloomy as iron. His voice pressed with anger. Team Leader Chen, what do you mean by this? Directly mobilizing an armed police detachment to blockade the scene without the coordination of the city bureau, and creating a military-controlled area? Lin Chang is not a place outside the law. Chen Zhixing gazed at him with a calm expression. Chief Zhao, are you informed about what happened in D? Zhao Xingli's pupils shrunk and his throat knots rolled, but he quickly let out a cold laugh. What D area? The mental hospital is just this big. Where is there any D area? Mobilizing armed police without instructions from the Municipal Party Committee, without instructions from the City Council. Team Leader Chen, but I do remember that the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission doesn't have such power. Chen Zhixing nodded. That was fine. But, Secretary Lin said a thorough investigation. It's not too much to say that I represent the Provincial Party Committee, is it? In that case, let me ask you, on behalf of the Provincial Committee, can I instruct? Xin Zhan represents the Armed Police Headquarters. Can you instruct? I was authorized by the Provincial Public Security Department Chi Director. Can you instruct? Chapter 101 A call from the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Judicial Committee. Zhao Xingli's sneer froze on his face, and the corner of his mouth twitched, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, I didn't receive any documents about the provincial department or the municipal government. Chen Zhixing, also no nonsense, directly dialed the Provincial Public Security Department Director Qi Ziyuan's phone. Comrade Zhixing, Qi Hall, it's like this. I mobilized the Lincheng City Armed Police Detachment through Captain Qin, but now Zhao Shengli, the head of the Lincheng City Public Security Bureau, has questioned me, saying that I can't instruct them, but I think I'm authorized by the Provincial Party Committee and the Provincial Office, so I should be entitled to it, right? Chen Zhixing spoke faintly, his flat tone resounding under the dim sky. It is important to know that Chen Zhixing at this stage is not only the deputy head of the Discipline Inspection Commission's task force, but most importantly, he is now also the embodiment of the will of the Provincial Party Committee. Lin City is Zhou Weiman's grassroots base camp. Zhou Weiman broke the promotion channel of the entire Provincial Party Committee team. The entire Provincial Party Committee team were waiting to take him, but at this stage, they absolutely can't do it. So they need a knife to cut off all of Zhou Weiman's left and right arms at a time like this. And Chen Zhixing is this knife. It is no problem to say that it is the will of the Provincial Party Committee incarnate. Otherwise, the call for accountability came to Chen Zhixing long ago. The main reason is still, no matter what kind of commotion is made, the entire leadership of the Provincial Party Committee will be able to press it down with one hand. Internal matters are resolved internally. There is no need to alarm the top at this stage. It is based on the above points. Political sense of smell Qi Ziyuan that does not say anything to fully support Chen Zhixing. Team Leader Chen, please give the phone to Zhao Shengli. Chen Zhixing straightened his arm and looked at Zhao Shengli. Provincial Director Qi asked you to answer the phone. Hearing these words, Zhao Shengli all felt like the sky had collapsed, and his hand trembled a little as he took the cell phone in Chen Zhixing's hand. Zhao Shengli swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling. Qi, Director Qi. Qi Ziyuan's voice was able to be heard by Chen Zhixing even if he didn't put it on speakerphone. Are you Zhao Xingli from the Municipal Party Committee or the Public Security System? Is the Provincial Public Security Office unable to instruct you? Answer me. Zhao Xingli replied with a momentary desire to cry. Can instruct. Qi Ziyuan's questioning voice continued. Then I'll ask you again. Can Comrade Zhixing instruct on behalf of the organization? Zhao Shengli stammered. Can. But Qi Ziyuan simply do not give him a positive answer. Continue to question. Since you Zhao Xingli like to stay in the Municipal Party Committee, then I immediately convene a meeting of the Bureau of Party Committee. and the comrades of the Bureau of Party Committee to discuss whether Yu Zhao Xingli is still suitable for this position. There was a snap and a direct hang-up. Zhao Xingli's face instantly turned pale. The provincial office. The provincial committee. The knot in his throat rolled as he crunched and reorganized the two words between his teeth. Behind him, the officers of the three branches were exchanging uneasy glances, and those formerly awe-inspiring gazes were now like countless steel needles, piercing his back and oozing cold sweat. Did they already know about D? Is Qi Ziyuan really going to touch me? He subconsciously touched his sidearm, but retracted his hand like an electric shock when he touched the cold, hard holster. He knew very well that if he drew his own gun now, what was waiting for him was 140 pounds of body, 139 pounds are all shell casings. He has seen the timer of his political life, which is counting down at the moment. The power of an actual public security director is so great that the police force of the whole province can be deployed, and if he also has personnel power in his power, it would be even greater. Zhao Xingli opened his mouth, but heard himself let out a dry trill. Close ranks. But it was also at this time that the Disciplinary Commission Task Force 1, 2, and 3 all arrived. 45 people densely packed, like a tidal wave. Ordinary disciplinary caseworkers wear suits and party badges on their chests. Leadership-level figures wear executive jackets and also wear party badges. He Yang approached quickly with big steps, and with a wave of his hand, the people behind him immediately stepped forward, stopping Zhao Xingli, and the person next to him handed over a blue folder, and He Yang read out the order. Decision of the Truongtin Provincial Supervisory Committee on Retention. Provincial Supervisory Retention, 2007, 156. According to the Supervision Law, Article 22, Paragraph 1, Article 43, Paragraph 1, approved by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, Supervisory Bureau and other key leaders, this commission decides to take retention measures against Zhao Xingli for a period of time beginning on the date of the announcement. After He Yang finished reading, he directly stood the contents of the document in front of him and said in an icy tone, Bureau Zhao, please cooperate with the investigation. Zhao Xingli's legs trembled violently, his knees weakened as if his bones had been taken away, and his entire body staggered and fell forward. Two disciplinary caseworkers quickly put their arms around him. I'm going to call Secretary Zhou. The knots in his throat rolled up and down, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out of a leaky bellows. He Yang sniffed with a sneer and raised his hand to signal his subordinates to search away his gun and cell phone. Prohibiting contact with the outside world during detention is the rule. As the metal handcuffs clicked onto his wrists, Zhao Xingli suddenly struggled violently, his police uniform soaked with sweat. I don't know who among the onlookers first sucked in a breath of cold air, followed by the sound of huffing and puffing. Zhao Xingli's leather shoes scraped 2 black marks on the concrete floor, and as he was escorted through the square formation of the armed police detachment, he suddenly heard the sound of a neatly harmonized halt. All the armed soldiers turned around in unison and saw him off with a standard military stance. This detail was like a final smothering blow, and he finally went limp, allowing the disciplinary officers to shove him into the car like a sack, with the disciplinary officers sitting beside him on one side and one side on the other. Chen Zhixing instructed the armed guards, let the people from the discipline commission in. After saying that, Chen Zhixing turned his head and walked into the door of the mental hospital, and by several armed police loaded with bullets detained hospital leaders, hospital staff, at the moment all hands on the head crouching on the ground. After all, grow up so big, this experience can blow a lifetime of powerful, but now, they do not have anyone to think of blowing powerful, are thinking about whether today can survive. The little girl who had been chided by Xiang Jingwei earlier seemed to have overcome her inner nagging and suddenly stood up. The armed police next to her were startled, and almost in an instant, the downward pressing muzzle of the gun was suddenly raised, the black hole pointing at her head. Subconsciously, he shouted angrily, what are you doing? Put your hands on your head and crouch down. Damn, I was so scared. I was so focused on the show, I forgot to look at you, didn't I? I know where D is. I'll take you there. She was not surprised by her words. It was not easy to crouch down to hold his head in both hands. Xiang Jingwei heard this sentence, subconsciously got up to rebuke, but just before he was about to open his mouth, the gun butt in the hands of the armed police who were looking at him suddenly slammed on his face. Put! A mouthful of old blood spurted out from Xiang Jingwei, accompanied by 2 burnt teeth. Get down! The armed policeman shouted angrily. Then Xiang Jingwei also has something to say. Why smash me? Smash her. Why don't you guys smash her? Chen Zhixing looked at her and faintly asked, what is your name? She answered obediently, Jiang Mu Shui. Chen Zhixing nodded. Jiang Mu Shui. Wait, Jiang Mu Shui? 12 years ago, the only surviving family in the Cross River Bridge case. It was the daughter of the designer of the Cross River Bridge at the time. Chen Zhixing just wanted to ask something when the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Connections. I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. You're Chen Zhixing, right? Chapter 102 Accountability of the City Council. Secret Reception. The voice on the other end of the line had the oppressive quality characteristic of an official's voice. Comrade Chen Zhixing, on behalf of the Provincial Political and Judicial Committee, I would like to formally notify you that you should immediately stop the illegal searches of the Lincheng Psychiatric Hospital. The mobilization of the armed police force must be reported through the Provincial Committee. Your task force has stretched its hand too far. You know, armed police mobilization is not that simple. In case of emergency, it has the right to mobilize the armed police forces within its administrative area, but it is required to file a report with the central government. Of course, in the current situation, the Provincial Public Security Office has issued a document that, with the consent of the Provincial Party Committee, can turn the current transfer into a application for the use of police. This series of gray operations is common in these days. Chen Zhixing tapped his fingertips twice on the back of the cell phone and raised his eyes to Xiang Jingwei, who had his front teeth smashed off. This fat pig was gouging at Zhang Mushui with spiteful eyes, but the corners of its blood-stained mouth raised strangely, like a mangy dog that knew its master was coming to back it up. Chen Zhixing sneered, Secretary Qian, not to mention whether you can represent the Provincial Party Committee. Can you represent the Provincial Political and Legal Committee? If I remember correctly, you're nothing but a sub. Even if Secretary Qian Yutao retires, you're not qualified to take over as Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, a full-level Provincial Political and Legal Committee Deputy Secretary, but by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee 10th Review and Investigation Room Deputy Director so scolded. Undoubtedly in the face of the sticker opened big. The official voice on the phone was so oppressive that it took one's breath away. But Chen Zhixing's sentence, "You're just a deputy," directly tore through that layer of false decency. The authority of the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee should have been silenced under the title of department, but it happened to bump into the second submission of the resignation of the central selection of Chen Zhixing, and now it is the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and Prevention of Corruption Bureau, although the level of half a gram lower, but holding the knife handle. Politics, nominal superiority and subordination are never ironclad, and coal-faced junior officials in the real sector are often more chilling than idle bigwigs. Even if the Political and Legal Affairs Committee does have real power these days, but he's just a deputy. He can't make decisions. The deputy secretary's heckling was revealed in public, as if a slap in the face on the hierarchical system, where position is imaginary and power is real. Whether I can take over or not is not for you, a little deputy director who isn't even a regular director, to discuss. Zhao Wei's voice was like a cold, poisonous snake, spitting out letters in the dark. Since when does a deputy dare to snarl and bark at me? I mean, don't worry, I'll arrest you before you become the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Oh yeah, by the way, your old man isn't even qualified to enter Qin City. What's the point of wasting words with me? A central government selectee? Comparing political resources with me? Your deputy secretary Zhao's little connections in the province are just scraps saved up from 20 years of serving tea to leaders. And my teacher is now drinking tea at the Standing Committee of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, contemplating in what position to take down the master behind you. To put it in human terms, are you worthy? Zhao Wei gritted his teeth and growled lowly. Chen Zhixing, I'll recommend to the Provincial Party Committee to take you off as a deputy group leader. A person like you doesn't deserve to be the deputy head of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Also re-investigate the cases you've investigated. Chen Zhixing perfunctorily said. Ah well, then you hurry to suggest it. Oh yes, I heartily bless you. I hope that your suggestion will be able to get out of the door of the Political and Legal Committee. After saying that, directly put down the phone. Looking at the phone that had not yet hung up, Chen Zhixing deliberately, and pretending a nonchalant tone scolded. What kind of thing are you? Also dare to compare with me? What the hell? Well, Chen Zhixing said, I don't even plan to do it, so why should I be afraid of you? Rules? I've handed in my second resignation. What am I afraid of you for? I don't have rules now. Your so-called unspoken rules, rules and whatnot, can't bind me at all. My rules are the rules. Chen Zhixing's current situation. It's like, he has cut a hole in the boat under his feet. The boat is going to sink anyway, so it's okay for me to pull in a couple of cushions, isn't it? Well, you're bound to drown, but I'll walk on thin ice for a bit and still make it to shore. I'll be sure to burn some paper for you guys when I get ashore. How much has been searched? Chen Zhixing turned his head to look at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan glanced at it. About half of it. Chen Zhixing knew that there were ghosts in the mental hospital. And, along with that, after the news got out, there were bound to be people who would be stressed. But I didn't realize that it was the city council that was the first to stress. Ding 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 ding. An urgent voice rang, and Chen Zhixing directly answered the phone. As soon as the phone was picked up, Lin Chang Municipal Party Secretary Wu Changshan's angry voice rang through the receiver. Comrade Chen Zhixing, 600 armed police surrounding a psychiatric hospital. Are you trying to emulate the warlord's rule? The Lin Chang Municipal Committee hasn't died out yet. After roaring, he forced himself to lower his voice again. Regarding the situation of the large-scale mobilization of the armed police force, the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee is highly concerned about it. According to organizational procedures, such actions should be fully coordinated with the local party committee in advance. Now that there is a strong reaction from all sectors of society in Lin Chang, I would also like to ask you to explain the specifics of the situation in the context of the bigger picture. Wu Changshan has a bad attitude. Not to mention Wu Changshan, just any other person wouldn't be in a good mood. Although Chen Zhixing is the deputy head of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspections Task Force, he mobilized 600 armed police without talking to us in advance. What do you want to do? A rebellion? Chen Zhixing of course knows that many of these problems. Not to mention, the task force also needs the support of the municipal government. By the way, go over and see which of them are stressed. Alright, Secretary Wu. I will now come to the Municipal Party Committee to report to the standing committees. Chen Zhixing wasn't listening at all. Seemingly hearing Chen Zhixing's relief, Wu Changshan spoke immediately afterward. Can the 600 armed police be withdrawn? This will cause panic. This is putting the Lin Chang Municipal Party Committee on the fire. If it triggers a mass incident, who will bear this political responsibility? Chen Zhixing refused immediately. I'm sorry, Secretary Wu. We found quite a bit of evidence in the mental hospital, so we're in the middle of a search and can't pull back. Secretary Wu, I'm coming to the city council to report now. Half an hour at the most. After saying that, Chen Zhixing hung up the phone and didn't give him any face. Zhao Shengli was chopped off from his horse, which was equivalent to breaking some people's arms, so he must have been in a hurry. Lao He, Chen Zhixing called out. He Yang looked up from the side and walked over quickly. What's wrong? The municipal committee asked me to report. You take the discipline committee, and old Qin takes the armed police detachment. Whether I can get away from the municipal committee with all my whiskers or not depends on the progress of your search. He Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded with a grave expression. I understand. Sometimes the standing committee is more menacing than the mission field. Political struggles are always either you or me. Ding! A text message rang on his cell phone, and Chen Zhixing glanced at it. I'm in the city of Lincoln. I heard the city council sent you to a meeting? See you at the city council. The sender is Wang Jinghua. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered. Just arriving and already knowing about our situation here. It seems that this former deputy director of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection isn't that simple either. Is it possible? Is it with a political mission? Provincial cities. Lin Shanha was accompanying a 63-year-old man. This old man, that had come down from the capital. He has another identity. The eldest son of Zhou Lao of the Zhou family in Beijing State, who retired after a long illness 3 years ago, now serves as a professor at the University of Political Science and Law in the capital city. For this being, no one knew that he had come down, and the only one who knew was the accompanying Lin Shanha. Professor Zhou, the DNA testing center has been arranged. Provincial Department Qi Ziyuan left a sample of Zhou Ruoli's blood when he took the talent channel, ready for testing. Although he retired sick, but he has the energy. The old man nodded, and for all he'd done, there was only not a bad job. Zhou Ruoli's boyfriend is called Chen Zhixing? Why does this little comrade sound as if he sounds familiar? He was a bit puzzled as to how he had heard of the name Chen Zhixing when he was in the capital. Renamed after who? Elder Zhou. This Chen Zhixing is a central selection student and a student of Elder Zhang. Lin Shanha didn't know if the other party was deliberately saying it to himself or if he really didn't know. Saying so, the old man instantly realized and said with a smile, come to think of it, old Zhang's student. Oh, the ministry has complimented me twice. Hearing his words, Lin Shanha's passive political propinquity activated and immediately realized something. Elder Zhou, the Central Organization Department's approval of Comrade Chen Zhixing's first resignation. I wonder if there are any clear instructions. Obviously, Lin Shanha is now also suspecting that Chen Zhixing's fall was arranged by the above long ago, and even his first resignation approval was also argued. Lin Shanha didn't finish, but the old man already knew what he was going to say and waved his hand. Other words. Comrade Jinghua's trip to Changtian this time is not an impromptu move. Comrade Shanha, the organization is fully affirmative of your consistent working ability. But well, this is the kind of thing where you're afraid of words like but. Lin Shanha's heart thumped and his back suddenly tensed. Please ask Elder Zhou to clarify. There are some situations. Several leaders in the ministry have discussed it twice. Comrade Shanha, you've made the organization. It's very passive. The words fell on the organization, and he knew that even with the Zhou family and the people behind him, it would be difficult for him to get out of the whirlwind. The more he thought about it, the more he hated Joe Wayman. This old thing, retreating and secretly meddling in places. Why don't you die, old thing? Lin Shanha didn't continue to ask a bit more because he was clear that if he asked any further, he would cross the line and the old man wouldn't say anything more. This time, if people could give themselves news, it was already for Joe Ruoli's sake. In politics, the strongest relationship is never a political alliance, but a political alliance plus interest. Which is the strongest? The news he told the Zhou family about Joe Ruoli, the casual mention of this old man in front of him, this was the biggest news that the other party could reveal. With this information, he was also able to target his layout. It said that a fight is never broken. But now, there's no place in this mess that's clean. But in the end, he asked a question. Dang Rong case the next day, the news has been submitted to the center. Tell me, how many people were outraged? Chapter 103. Tell them that I, Wang Jinhua, am waiting for them. Lin Shanha sniffed. His fingertips trembled slightly, and the tea in his cup rippled. He knew that Zhou's phrase "the geometry of those who are outraged" was by no means idle talk, but a direct reference to the layers of the political storm behind Deng Rong's case, and that those who can make the central government outraged are bound to have touched the bottom line of the higher echelons. Deng Rong's case is ostensibly a case of local corruption, but in fact it involves the retired Zhou Wayman Group's interference in the judiciary, manipulation of personnel and other red herrings. Senior Zhou hinted that the case had been upgraded from the provincial committee level to a loyalty review. Therefore, Lin Shanha quickly judgment, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection must go south. This is ironclad. Now uncertain is the time problem. Until then, it's a given that Commissioner Wang Jinghua's inside job will likely be the first case for the NCPA. Zhou Wayman's old ministry's shadow power network in the provincial party committee will be uprooted. And as an incumbent leader who had compromised with Zhou's faction, even if he was not directly involved in the case, he can hardly escape the responsibility of failing to observe. Elder Zhou, the chain of evidence in Deng Rong's case already points to Zhou Wayman. If the center is enraged, I'm afraid, Changtian officialdom will have to change its blood by 30%. He deliberately named Zhou Wayman's full name and observed the old man's reaction. Seeing that the other's eyelids were not raised, he immediately confirmed the attitude above. In order to protect himself, he immediately stated, the provincial party committee has set up a special steering group to initiate a review of all the cadres who were promoted out of line during Zhou Wayman's time. Zhou Lao's sentence that the organization is very passive has shown that the only way he can earn a ray of hope from the maelstrom is to become a knife rather than a shield. Do you really think that Zhou Wayman broke the entire provincial party committee team career is an empty talk? In fact, the CCDI inspection team has long since quietly arrived in Changtian, second sentence of chapter 92, which likewise represents the CCDI's wrath. And coming down in today's sensitive period can only mean liquidation. Will there be no one behind him? Lin Shanha? Will there be no one behind the governor? Those behind them were equally shaken when they were cut off from their careers. Zhou family in the discipline inspection system for many years. If Chen Zhixing in the province is considered a lone minister, then look at the capital. Zhou family is a lone minister. The provincial party committee's first secretary came over from the testing center and whispered beside Lin Shanha, Secretary Lin, it's already been arranged. Lin Shanha nodded and said to the old man beside him, Elder Zhou, please. City of Lincoln Municipal Building. Inside the city council chambers, the air was so frozen that you could almost wring water out of it. When Chen Zhixing pushed the door in, a dozen gazes pierced in unison, scrutinizing, hostile, and more than anything else, panic that could not be hidden. He pulled back his chair and sat down, his briefcase slumping toward the table, the metal zipper clanking out with a crisp clang, like an opening gong for the Hongmen banquet. Deputy Team Leader Chen Wu Changshan, Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, took the lead, his knuckles knocking on the desktop. Deputy Group Leader Chen, interdepartmental mobilization of armed police belongs to the major administrative procedures. The Municipal Party Committee as a local party committee in overall control. Should not there be a prior ventilation? He deliberately bit down on the word Deputy Group Leader, implying that the other party was only a deputy division level, not qualified to spread wild in Linchang. This is a proper language trap, but if they admit it, they can show the provincial party committee that Chen Zhixing is using public weapons for private purposes and retaliation. Wang Lichuan, deputy secretary of the municipal party committee and mayor of the city, slammed his hands. Psychiatric hospitals are locking up seriously ill patients. In case of a riot, who will take the blame? Is it you, Chen Zhixing, who is paying for this social security incident with your deputy division hat? Or is it our municipal party committee's hat that pays for you? Since you, Chen Zhixing, came to Linchang, have you ever respected the municipal party committee? Have you ever respected us people? Can you Chen Zhixing afford to carry this political responsibility? Wang Lichuan is pulling the entire municipal party committee down, shaping a scene in which he, Chen Zhixing, is working against the entire municipal party committee. Zhou Weiman broke the provincial party committee team's career by himself. Yu Qin Zhixing is going to use the same method to break the entire municipal party committee team's future? Those who have made it to their level are no cuties. Why is the provincial party committee investigating Lin Chang? Isn't that because it's Zhou Weiman's base? The collective decision-making system is used as a weapon, and the 4 words of political responsibility are used to kidnap the entire standing committee, which actually threatens Chen Zhixing with political risk if he insists on taking action that will trigger the entire team. When Chen Zhixing loosened the zipper of his criminal investigation jacket, the metal buckle touched the edge of the solid wood table with a soft thud. The 13 members of the standing committee sat imperceptibly leaning forward 5 degrees. The interesting point is that one of his casual gestures triggers a collective defensive posture, exposing the crowd's colorful nature. Chen Zhixing didn't want to play official with them and directly opened his mouth to question, "What exactly is in the mental hospital? Make you guys so afraid of me finding out?" When these words came out, many of the standing committee members on the scene looked evasive. "Why should we be afraid of you finding out? How much does your investigation have to do with us? But your behavior now crosses the political red line. This is not putting the party and the people in the right place. You're going against the party's original mission." As soon as these words came out, Chen Zhixing suddenly exploded, slamming his hands on the table. "And you have the face to tell me that you have turned your backs on your original mission? Did you guys think that I didn't know what you guys did just because I was at Starfish? Will the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Task Force go down without evidence? Here, I'll tell you what's inside the asylum." Chen Zhixing rose violently, his hands propped on the conference table, his gaze like a knife sweeping over every member of the standing committee present. The air in the conference room seemed to be drained, and even the sound of breathing froze. His voice, which carried an extremely strong sense of oppression. "The so-called Zone D of the psychiatric hospital is nothing but a place for you to cover up your political crimes. Zone D, which is nothing but a glorification by you, should really be called the drug zone. In your so-called D district, the deputy director of the Urban Construction Bureau who disappeared for 3 years because he did not cooperate with you yet, not signing and not granting the land. And you, Wu Changshan, in order to curry favor with Zhou Weiman, granting the land in violation of the law to the extent that Zhou Weiman's grandchildren caused a particularly serious accident. Am I right? 12 years ago, the case of Cross River Bridge, Yuang Lichuan is still serving as the director of the Development and Reform Commission of the city of Lin. The project is approved by you, right? Ha? The Cross River Bridge case used inferior materials and was discovered by the chief designer. So you victimized people's whole families, but you didn't expect to leave any survivors down, did you? And the 4 dozen or so people who were kneeling outside City Hall last night, all with paranoid schizophrenia on your diagnosis. Am I right? The conference room chandelier suddenly shook violently, and Chen Zhixing's roar overpowered all the commotion. Every patient is a living specimen of the cancerous nature of your power. Using a mental hospital as a political meat grinder? It's the whole party flag you're defiling. Chen Zhixing's flat thunderous roar rang out as he remembered the details of the case in his previous life. A kindergarten teacher who lasted over 400 days on a tiny 1,000 paper cranes, drugs, electric shocks, beatings, rapes, and other behaviors that are nothing short of hell on earth. The conference room was silent. Instead, Wu Chanshan suddenly let out a light laugh. After all that, where's the evidence? After his words fell, Chen Zhixing immediately laughed coldly. He knew that this group of people would be like this. The cell phone dialed Commissioner Wang Jinghua's phone, and while waiting to be connected, he said a sentence that sent chills down the spines of everyone in the room. On the other side of the phone is the former deputy director of the 11th Supervision and Inspection Office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, now a member of the Preparatory Committee of the National Bureau of Corruption Prevention, Commissioner Wang Jinghua. Just after that, the call came through. Comrade Zhixing, I've already submitted your report to the CCDI's Internal Affairs Committee. In addition, I'm already on site at the mental hospital. You tell the comrades of the Standing Committee of the Lincheng Municipal Committee that I, Wang Jinghua, will be waiting for them at the mental hospital today to see if they have the ability to send me, Wang Jinghua, to the mental hospital as well. Oh yes, Comrade Zhixing, the armed maneuvering troops from the provincial military region have already entered the Lincheng area, and the provincial committee team asked me to let you know. Chapter 104, Wang Jinghua's anger. People in the official world. The important thing is not what the leader said, but to figure out what the leader means. What do you mean by subjectivity? Let's say, under normal circumstances, Shanghai City as a sub-provincial city, the municipal government to report to the provincial government. No one can pick a reason. If there's anything you can't decide on in your municipal government team, make sure to reflect it to the provincial government and reflect it more to your superiors. The leader has taken the trouble. If there's anything we can't decide, our municipal government will definitely ask the provincial government for instructions. These two sentences, literally, They're perfectly normal, but put in context, do they still mean what they say? Like now, Wang Jinghua's words have been said so obvious. The municipal party committee team, if you still cannot catch the focus, you can go home to farm. What's the point? Report, CCDC, Internal Affairs, Psychiatric Hospital Site, Provincial Military District, Armed Exercise, Provincial Party Committee Team. These are all priorities, not to mention the fact that people's second sentence is totally pointing their noses at them and saying that they have abused their private power. The conference room was silent. The municipal party committee's faces were more ugly than one, but they are the CCDIA, even if it is just a small section chief, they do not dare to offend. Who knows what people will say when they get back, although people now go to the Preventive Corruption Bureau. But, the CCDI's solid connections are no joke. Do they dare not go? Or that, even if you municipal party secretary to develop the local, have to need approvals, you have to go to the ministry project office to get approvals. The project office is just a director. As a director, you a full departmental level municipal party secretary, not the same request for grandpa sued grandma? Although the city secretary could not go personally, but the meaning is this meaning. This is not because of the height of the position, but from the difference in the actual power of voice in the chain of power. The higher departments hold the key resources approval power. The lower level, even if the administrative level is higher, must follow the subtle rules of low-head operation. This norm of superficial deference and behind-the-scenes compromise just confirms the severance of form and substance in the bureaucracy, which is still essentially a reflection of power dependency. Under this ecology, the subjective initiative of officials is often alienated into the precise speculation and implementation of the subtle rules, rather than truly serve the local development. Commissioner Wang, it's okay, big deal. I'll live next to you. Let's be patient friends too. Ha 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 ha. Chen Zhixing grinned at once, but these words, even more so. Wang Lichuan, almost mentally unstable, directly paralyzed and slid under the table. His original one hand on the desk, crossing his legs, shaking his legs, at the moment or subconsciously put his legs on the ground, hands on the knees, a good student look. Ha, Chun, team leader Chen is joking. How could we keep Commissioner Wang waiting? Wang Lichuan's throat knots rolled, and a fine cold sweat oozed from the corners of his forehead. He caught a glimpse of the stiff backs of the other standing committee members, a group of peers who usually argued in the standing committee, but at the moment, like puppets nailed to their seats, even their breathing was deliberately softened. The conference room's central air conditioner whistled cold air, but it couldn't overpower the sticky heat in his back. Well, I'm not the only one who's disgraced. Everyone's disgraced and he's relieved. Yes, Commissioner Wang has a lot of work to do in the day. Let's quickly go over there. The secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection couldn't wait to fly over there. They were the superior department of the superior department. Did you want to move your head before you offended them? This is how it is in the ecological chain of power. Chen Zhixing does not have a background that people cannot see at a glance, even if he is topped with the deputy head of the task force, deputy director of the section of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, director of the Prevention of Corruption, director days of the Provincial Deputy Departmental Ombudsman. It is not enough to make them terrified, but a dozens of years old deputy director of the CCDC section makes you all afraid and eager to go over and greet you. Actual deterrence in power-dependent relationships depends on the institutional authority and control of resources behind them, rather than on the individual rank itself. The car hit a tree and pulled to turn. The car hit the wall to turn. The stock went up to buy, made a mistake and sentenced to repent. The big snot flowed into your mouth, you want to get up and shake it off. Hiss. Phew. Wang Jinghua smoked a cigarette. The hand holding the cigarette was slightly trembling. At this time, he already had half a pack of cigarettes at his feet. He yang red eyes. Also do not know where to get a kitchen knife. Behind the two armed police holding his waist, afraid that he will get killed, this group of people. As for Qin Zhan, that was instantly pulling out his pistol from his holster, clicking the safety on, his finger on the trigger, gasping sharply. He now finally understood why Chen Zhixing had said for him to control himself and not kill anyone. Evil, pure and simple. Even, not only him, there was one armed police officer present. Almost all of them were very angry and turned on their safeties, with one black hole of their guns pointing at Xiang Jingwei and the others. Xiang Jingwei, Mom, my dear Mom, goodbye Mom, tonight I'm sailing away, don't worry about me, I've got tiny boxes for home, don't call me Jingwei from now on, because I feel like I'm about to turn into ashes. Peanut for me, somebody peanut for me. Who can move dozens of guns with black holes pointing at them in fear? A warm stream wet his pants and the smell of urine filled the air. Xiang Jingwei didn't even dare to raise his head, because as soon as he raised his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes staring at him, staring at himself. Even if it was not enough, there was also a tangible killing intent inside those eyes. This killing intent is a real Not the municipal government as the oppression. Oppression is okay, but the killing intent. This is a physical level. There is still truth in the hands of others. 10 minutes ago, the moment the iron door to the basement was violently broken open by hydraulic tongs, the smell of mold mixed with blood hit everyone in the face like a punch. The cigarette between Wang Jingwa's fingers shook violently, and sparks splashed on the rusted doorframe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xinhuo suddenly roared out, his military boots crushing a blackened severed finger on the ground. The armed guards behind him collectively sucked in their cool air as 7 naked patients piled up in the corner like ragdolls in a 20 square meter concrete cell. The outermost woman was handcuffed to the heating ducts with her arms clipped backwards, her festering wrists revealing ghastly white bones. What the? The woman's swollen abdomen was clearly branded with the chart number 23. When the armed police cut the cuffs, she suddenly let out a mother beastly howl and took a bite out of the soldier's body armor. Don't move! We're armed police! The young warrior roared with red eyes, but realized that her cloudy orbs had no focus at all. Wang Jinghua crouched down. The cigarette burned his fingers did not notice. The woman's ear canal solidified scabs of blood shocking. This is a high-frequency electric shock can only be caused by the bursting of the tympanic membrane. Wang Jinghua's voice was hoarse. She can't see. The scene in the innermost room made everyone's blood freeze. 3 children were chained to the commode like animals to be slaughtered. The oldest no more than 10 years old. His chest so thin you could count his ribs covered with pinholes. The youngest girl was curled up in the feces, her right leg twisted at an eerie angle, an old wound that hadn't been attached after being broken alive. Asterisk 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 Q. Xinhuo suddenly turned his gun and pointed it at Xiang Jingawei. I'll shoot you, eh? There was a sudden clash of steel instruments at the end of the corridor. When the break-in team kicked open the operating room, 2 doctors in white coats were frantically destroying medical records. Inside the stainless steel tray, a dozen blood-stained teeth glowed coldly in the shadowless light. This is dental surgery records? He Yang grabbed the blood-stained register and suddenly shivered. The latest page reads July 15th, 24 beds to remove 4 molars. On behalf of the material fee of 2,800 yuan, Wang Jinghua kicked over the instrument cabinet. Hundreds of sealed bags of human tissue specimens rolled to the ground with the sound of glass shattering. Each bag is neatly labeled, Proseminar D, Bed 17 left kidney slice, Proseminar D, Bed 9 corneal tissue, Proseminar D. They harvest organs? He Yang's voice changed tone. When the innermost freezer was violently pried open, several armed police officers threw up on the spot. The bodies of the 4 miners were neatly yards like frozen meat, the smallest one still labeled with a heart valve in its chest. Call the provincial office. Call the coroner. Wang Jinghua's roar shook the roof with dust. Escort all those bastards from the municipal party committee over here. Chapter 105 Political Responsibility. Old Wang, the caretaker, laughed viciously as he ripped away Lin Xiaoyu's dead clenched pants pockets. The sound of fabric tearing extraordinarily ear-piercing in the cell. As the blood-stained 1,000 paper cranes rolled to the ground, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly erupted into an inhuman shrill, her festering 10 fingers frantically clawing at old Wang's face. Give it back. That's boats. Her fingernails scraped a few bloody marks across the old king's face, and blood sprayed from her throat onto the other woman's crooked white uniform. Bitch! The old king swung his taser and smashed it hard into her temple. Lin Xiaoyu's head hit the railings of the iron bed with a muffled thud, yet she still squirmed to reach the 1,000 paper cranes. Old Wang stomped on her trembling fingers, his leather shoes crushing the knuckles with a clicking crunch. Enjoyed it, didn't you? He picked up the 1,000 paper cranes with a sardonic smile and slowly unfolded them in front of Lin Xiaoyu. On the yellowed page, the crooked penciled words "teacher should always be pretty" had been blurred by dark red bloodstains. Old Wang pulled out a lighter from his pocket, and the moment the flame licked up the corner of the paper, Lin Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Don't, please. Her broken pleas mingled with blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, and her body convulsed violently like a fish out of water. That's the kids. Finally, the fire sprang up abruptly, engulfing the 1,000 paper cranes in ashes. Old Wang threw the burning paper ball into the commode and watched Lin Xiaoyu's pupils go out along with the fire. Her rigid body suddenly relaxed, and her lax gaze fixed on the small window above the commode, where a ray of sunlight filtered in and happened to shine on the floating paper dust. Bed 23 Aggravation. The old king scribbled into his logbook. It is recommended that the dose of electrotherapy be increased. When he turned around, he didn't notice Lin Xiaoyu's gray eyes, let alone see that her festering fingertips were quietly dipping into the urine and drawing the 428th bloodstain on the bedpan. Lin Xiaoyu's trembling fingertips gently touched the mottled bloodstains on the bedpan and murmured in a breathless voice. Xiaozhou, teacher wasn't able to protect your 1,000 paper cranes, but when there are 500 of them, sunshine will come to get us, right? Her tears mixed with blood stains slipped into the cracks of her dry lips. Next time, teacher will definitely fold it more firmly. Fold the ever pretty. All folded into the wings. Old Wang heard the murmur and let out a sardonic laugh. Next time, I'll rip out your shoulder blades and use them as wings. He grunted coldly and was about to turn around and go out at that moment. One hand was already on the doorknob. Next moment, bang! The wooden door was instantly kicked open, and the powerful force instantly caused old Wang to fly backwards and heavily hit the ground. As for the wooden door, it was also kicked off. You know, this is the move of an armed police warrior with anger. Is that something that an ordinary person can withstand? Police, freeze, hands. The armed warrior froze when he kicked open the door, his eyes stimulated by Lin Xiaoyu in the room. He quickly ran to Lin Xiaoyu's side and squatted down, probed his nose. Luckily, there was still a bit of faint breath. Comrade, wake up comrade, we're police, we're armed police, now you're safe, comrade. The knots in the armed warrior's throat rolled violently, and his trembling hand didn't even dare to touch Lin Xiaoyu's festering body. The congealed scabs of blood still stained with tiny bits of paper dust. Medic, call the medic. He roared at the door as a drop of hot liquid slammed into Lin Xiaoyu's sunken cheek. It was only then that he realized that his training uniform under his bulletproof undershirt had long been drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xiaoyu's eyelashes fluttered gently in the sunlight, and her lax pupils suddenly reflected the fine golden light on the warrior's collar badge. Little boat, her blood-stained fingertips hung in midair, like she was trying to touch a fragile dream. The warrior immediately took hold of the bruised hand, but heard a paper friction-like touch from her palm, and she actually clutched half of the unburned wings of 1,000 paper cranes in her hand, and the beautiful radicals of the pencil characters were still vaguely recognizable. A boat? The little warrior's voice choked a little. Comrade, you're safe. I'm a police officer. I'm sorry we're late. Lin Xiaoyu weakly raised her eyes, looked at his clothing, looked at his national emblem, and a sense of security was born in her heart. And there are so many more. I know. My colleagues have gone to rescue them. That's good. It's kind of keeping the clouds open. Comrade, you mustn't sleep. You talk to me. What do you feel? What things do you want to do? I hurt so much. It hurts. Yeah, I want to go back to be a teacher. The kids are still waiting for me to teach them. A black Audi S6 parked in front of the psychiatric hospital. A member of the standing committee of the municipal party committee has not yet waited for the secretary to open the door. They cannot wait to write down from the car. The cold light refracted by the bulletproof helmet was piercing his pupils as Wu Changshan, the secretary of the municipal party committee, pushed the door and got out of the car. He squinted and Wang Jingwa stood in the center of the armed police square, the cigarette held between his fingers brightening and extinguishing in the rain and mist, the greenish-gray smoke wrapping around his stern face. Behind them were more than 20 armed police officers with guns, the muzzles of which were not raised, but the subtle movements of their knuckles on the triggers were clearly visible. And one step ahead of him was He Yang, walking quickly to Chen Zhixing's side to report in a low voice. The basement has been found, and now more than 30 of them have been rescued so far, but most of them have gone insane, and a few no longer have the ability to speak. At the same time, the victims were almost physically mutilated, and the situation down there was unusual, abnormal. Chen Zhixing looked indifferent and said, miserable, isn't it? He Yang's throat was a bit hoarse. Right. Spinning around, he looked at the group of municipal committee members. Can we arrest them? Chen Zhixing didn't say anything. He also wanted to arrest, but there was no direct evidence now. Even with all the names on him now, he can break the rules and disregard the political implications, but he still has to follow the most basic rules of running a disciplinary committee. But any victim who could identify them, he could take on the spot. It seems like the Lincoln City Council doesn't know he's open. Chen Zhixing looked at Xiang Jingwei and suddenly squatted down and said, can you identify the standing committee of the municipal party committee? Xiang Jingwei's face was pale. I don't know. Chen Zhixing suddenly struck out, grabbed his hair, and said with a sardonic smile near his ear, if you can identify the secretary of the municipal party committee, the mayor, the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, the secretary general of the municipal party committee, and the secretary of the municipal discipline inspection commission, I'll make sure that you don't die today. If you can't identify, then you'll be shot randomly for assaulting a police officer with a gun. So, you need to think about whether or not it was them people who instructed you to do this. Xiang Jingwei, Wang, Commissioner Wang. Wu Changshan's official voice suddenly jammed, and he saw the cigarette butts scattered around Wang Jingwa's feet, a whole 23 of them, the butts crushed into twisted shapes. Wang Lichuan's leather shoes stepped on a sticky object. When he looked down, half of the blood-stained restraining strap was wrapped around his leather shoe. The mayor suddenly dry-heaved, his well-kept back was washed out by the rain, and a few locks of white hair clung woefully to his forehead. All come over. Wang Jingwa's voice was colder than the rain. The 13 members of the standing committee stumbled towards the basement entrance as if they were being pulled by invisible ropes. Wu Changshan's face was pale and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. the city's disciplinary secretary slipped on the steps, knocking his knee hard against the rusted nameplate of the Lin City Psychiatric Hospital, but he didn't dare let out a cry of pain. When they saw the tiny body labeled 24 beds in the freezer, the city clerk suddenly fell to his knees, vomit mixed with tears hitting the non-slip mat. Wang Jingwa stubbed out his cigarette, the sound of the sole of his boot crushing the ashes sending chills down everyone's spine. Now, who wants to hear the words political responsibility? Read a comment. I wrote 6 chapters all night. I thought I could get to the outbreak part, but I still didn't. Couldn't carry it. Go to bed and sleep. I'll write again when I wake up. I don't even want to read depressing episodes anymore, and I don't want to write them, but I just can't carry on. And the eventual outbreak and detonation of the episode will have to be tomorrow. Chapter 106, Wang Jingwa's anger. Mental illness murder is not a crime. Political responsibility? This is no longer a matter of political responsibility. Wang Jingwa's knuckles pinched and clacked, and the cigarette was crushed into ash by his thumb and forefinger. The temperature of the cigarette. It didn't even make his face change in the slightest. He stared at the young body in the freezer, his temples jutting, veins rippling like gnarls in the corners of his forehead. Good. Very good. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Is this your formalities in Linchang? The voice was so hoarse that it sounded like sandpaper rubbing, each word cutting into the eardrums of the standing committee. The city clerk suddenly went weak in the knees and fell to his knees next to the freezer. His fingers unconsciously picked and clawed at the non-skid pads, his fingernails stuffed with black and red crumbs, scabs of blood left by the child who had struggled earlier. When he looked up to meet Wang Jingwa's eyes, he was so frightened that he bit his tongue, and the line of blood dripped down the corner of his mouth onto his tie. Wang! Commissioner Wang! Wu Changshan suddenly jumped up to hug Wang Jingwa's legs, but his movements were frozen by the other party's cold gaze. His fat lips trembled violently, and the knot in his throat rolled up and down a dozen times before he could squeeze out half a sentence. This must be the people down here. Wang Jingwa walked to the corner next to him, made a fierce fist with one hand, smashed the glass of the firebox, pulled out the fire axe, but suddenly chopped at Wu Changshan with both hands holding a wooden handle. The moment the icy cold light surfaced in Wu Changshan's eyes, his feet quickly retreated towards the back almost subconsciously. The axe blade cleaved into the filing cabinet next to the freezer, and hundreds of medical records exploded in a snowstorm of wood shavings. Wu Changshan stumbled and sat on his butt on the ground, his expression filled with fear. King! Wang! Wu Changshan's face was as white as paper. The loud noise of the filing cabinet scared him into incontinence, and his urine dripped down his pants onto Mayor Wang Lichuan's instep. Commissioner Wang! We don't know. Didn't know. Wang Lichuan didn't even dare to move his feet. Wang Jingwa's gaze, which was cold and unfeeling, yet with extreme shock and anger, shifted from Wu Changshan's body to Wang Lichuan's body. He spoke through gritted teeth. Let you talk? Pop. When he saw Wang Jingwa's soot-stained palm slapping at him, he reflexively took the initiative to meet his face, like a lackey who was used to being slapped. Wang Jingwa's soot-stained palm branded 5 bloody marks on his face, and 2 teeth mixed with blood sprayed on the body bag. So it was obvious how much force Wang Jingwa had used for this slap. In all the years he had stayed at the CCDC, he had never seen such an appalling and shocking scene. He solved a lot of cases, and he led the fight for the biggest tiger last year. But it wasn't this mind-numbing. Are they using the power given to them by the state and the people as an umbrella for lawlessness? Wang Jingwa's spittle sprayed on his face. He was grabbed by the collar and pressed toward the freezer, the back of his head hitting the frozen body bag, the chill instantly soaking through his jacket. Even more horrifying, he found himself face to face with the child in bed 24, whose plucked eye sockets resembled 2 black holes, as if mocking his downfall. Look at the maggots you have raised. Were you in a standing committee or drinking Matai when this child was having his organs harvested alive? His words were also qualified, otherwise, in his present state of rage, he would surely have said something unfavorable to unity. Such words, it's not fashionable to say even in private, let alone now. The city clerk suddenly let out a near-death huff. Wang Jingwa kicked him over. Killing intent filled the pupils. 12 years ago, the Cross River Bridge case, you personally approved the mental disorder patients at fault closure report, right? How crazy are those rebar samplers and chief designers? Obviously, Wang Jingwa had taken matters into his own hands, not caring about the so-called face in the slightest. The water stains in his pants spread to the edge of Wang Jingwa's feet, but he was so scared that he knocked the ground with his forehead. I explain. 12 years ago the rebar sampler was me personally. Wang Jingwa obediently stepped on the throat. The soles of his boots crushed his protruding throat knots, making him open and close his mouth like a stranded fish. In the corner, the rustling sound of Chen Zhixing picking up the photos scared the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee into a heart attack. This penman, who was usually a wonderful speaker in the standing committee, was now curled up and digging his fingers into his throat as if he was going to vomit his heart out. The firelight of Xiang Jingwei lighting a cigarette for Wu Changshan in the photo burned through the covering of everyone's heart at the moment. The crowd turned their heads and saw Chen Zhixing picking up a yellowed photo from the pile of crushed medical records. A group photo of the municipal party committee team and the leadership of the psychiatric hospital. In the background was clearly the electrotherapy room in Area D. Xiang Jingwei was lighting a cigarette for Wu Changshan. Commissioner Wang. Chen Zhixing shook off the glass slag from the photo. It seems they like to frame incriminating evidence to admire it. Wang Jinghua's pupils suddenly contracted into pinpoints. He tugged his tie loose and gritted his teeth as he snarled lowly, "Notify the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and immediately initiate double regulation proceedings against the Lincheng Municipal Committee." When Wang Jinghua ripped loose his tie, the 13 standing committee members collectively cringed. They heard the subtle sound of the tie rubbing against their shirts, and it was actually like hearing the wind of a falling guillotine. When the armed police dragged away the ashen-faced standing committee members, Wang Jinghua turned his head to Qin Zhan and roared, "Provincial Military Region armed helicopters give me a blockade of the Municipal Party Committee compound. Don't let a single fly out." Qin Zhan immediately turned around. Yes, his voice stirred heavy echoes in the corridor, hanging like a sheathed guillotine over the entire city of Lincoln. Both Chen Zhixing and Wang Jinghua were silent, and just as they went out, they watched as a young warrior rushed outside with Lin Xiaoyu in his arms. The young warrior's gaze scarlet. "Alive?" Chen Zhixing suddenly asked. The little warrior choked. "Live. Live." Chen Zhixing patted the young warrior's shoulder. "Walk slowly and allow me to talk." The little warrior subconsciously slowed down his pace and waited for Chen Zhixing to walk side by side before walking over towards the outside. His mind was also filled with a bunch of questions, as he wasn't at all sure why he was slowing himself down for this precious time of saving lives. But now, he's in supreme command, a soldier, and it's his duty to obey orders. It's not against the law for a psychopath to kill someone, and you've already been tortured by them to become a psychopath yourself. So even the courts can't convict a psychopath. Oh yeah, there's a lot of already loaded guns on the scene. You mustn't try to grab them. After all, they all have clasps holding them on. Just undo them. Municipal Party Secretary Wu Changshan is the culprit. Commissioner Wang, what do you think if I call Secretary General Zhang Jinghua? Will my teacher, Elder Zhang, be angry? I never think I'm guilty. Do you think I'm guilty? Will Zhang Lao listen to my explanation? The first two sentences are the main point, while the latter, it's more like talking to Wang Jinghua. Wang Jinghua opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything, just frowned, inwardly disapproving. But he was also clear that there were some things that couldn't be counted that way. They've all been ruined. Well, psychotic killings, not against the law. Don't worry, I'll emphasize that in my report. The corner of Chen Zhixing's mouth slowly hooked up. Enough. Chen Zhixing suddenly spoke up. Member Wang, you say, if I write an application to resign from the party now, how about it? Lin Xiaoyu, who was in the arms of the little warrior, fluttered her eyelashes when she heard these words. Chen Zhixing watched this scene, a playful expression surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Everything, it's all in the plan. Big people have big plans for big people, and small people have small plans for small people. In fact, after seeing Wang Jinghua, Chen Zhixing has already played his idea. After all, a member of the preparatory group for the Corruption Prevention Bureau down to investigate. That is also in the province and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection side of the talk. In any case, it is not possible to come to such a prefecture-level city as Lincheng. He could come, and that was entirely because Chen Zhixing had calculated the gold content of his piece of inside information. Yes, he didn't finish writing. To let him finish writing, Wang Jinghua will surely come after him. As long as he comes over, he will surely know about the mental hospital. And a certain portion of the top of the pyramid is bound to be outraged when things come to light here. These people, there's not a lot of people on their heads. The interesting point is this, under the rule makers, someone breaks the rules they made. What comes to pass is bound to turn the earth upside down. Chapter 107. A madman. Above the ground, a ray of sunlight fell from the dark cloud layer. Under the golden sunlight, it seemed as if the asylum was bathed in golden light. At the doorway, after Chen Zhixing, Wang Jinghua, and the small armed police warriors came out side by side, the golden sunlight sprinkled over the crowd, and in front of them, long ago, was the scared out of their wits city council crowd. Wang Jinghua and Chen Zhixing stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and did not go forward. Lin Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints in the sunlight. Light. It's the light. Sunshine. 427 days later, she finally saw the sunlight again and left that hellish, dark basement. She breathed in the air greedily. Greedy for the beauty of the sun on her body. He saw Wu Changshan organizing his jacket and the phrase Wu Changshan is the culprit rang in his head. All the encounters of these 427 days of capture exploded in his chest at this moment. The final broken eyes of the children who had died, those who had been taken to who knows where by them, all exploded steeply in her mind. She remembers the words. The words that it's not illegal for a psychopath to kill someone. Since you're mentally ill, surely you have to act like a mentally ill person. Boat. Crying. Broken air sounds squeezed out of her throat, and her festering fingertips suddenly spasmed as she grabbed the armed warrior's gun belt. The little warrior subconsciously tried to protect his sidearm, but he saw the dying woman explode with amazing strength, her withered wrists actually ripping off the tactical buckles. Same. The young warrior's cry of alarm caught in his throat. Lin Xiaoyu's fingernails had already gouged into his tiger's mouth, and the knuckles of his rotting flesh rolled over and burst out white bones, but he was holding the rifle hard to complete the loading action. The whole gun-grabbing process was frighteningly precise, like she had rehearsed it in her head countless times. Stop her! Chen Zhixing and Wang Jingguo roared at the same time, but they were still half a beat too slow. Lin Xiaoyu's spine made an unbearable crunching sound, but he catapulted up in a twisted position. The hospital gown bloomed with blood in the air, revealing the dense smoke scars on his back, each charred round scar steaming in the sunlight. Wu Changshan subconsciously looked up, but saw a set of gun-grabbing process that was too precise to be true. Then, with her muzzle slightly raised and her shoulder against the butt of the gun, she aimed at Wu Changshan in 3 points. Wu Changshan's fat hand that was wiping away sweat suddenly froze. He saw the corners of Lin Xiaoyu's mouth grinning up to the base of her ears, revealing gums burned black by the electric shock. The woman, diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic, was currently holding her pistol flat at a precise angle characteristic of a math teacher, the blackened muzzle aimed at his brow. Mr. Lin, Chen Zhixing suddenly shouted, the children are waiting for you to go back to class. Don't mess around. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her eyes and murmured, thank you. Lin Xiaoyu's nailless hand suddenly covered the trigger and pulled it. Bang! The blackened muzzle of the gun suddenly burst into flames at this moment. A bullet shot from the muzzle, cutting through space and penetrating the air with a terrifying force. Lin Xiaoyu was humming the tune of Little Star when the first bullet lifted off Wu Changshan's left ear. Her pitch was horribly perfect. Each note stuck in the gap between Wu Changshan's screams. Twinkle, twinkle, bright and shiny. The entire space seemed to be terrifyingly silent, with only her somewhat slightly maniacal and childish voice and Wu Changshan's miserable screams ringing in everyone's ears. When the second bullet shattered her kneecap, she looked crookedly at the struggling municipal party secretary in a pool of blood and suddenly giggled. Why doesn't Wu raise his hand to speak? Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. One by one, the municipal party committee members' expressions at the moment were as panicked and fearful as they could be. A madman with a gun in his hand. Can this not scare them? What if it misses? Chen Zhixing's eyes signaled Xinjiang. How could Xinjiang not be aware that this was Chen Zhixing's little game? But he still sighed. Take it down. Hurry up and take down this lunatic. We can't let this lunatic continue to hurt people. Never shoot. Keep her and bring her to justice. She's a mental case. Xinjiang's roar rang out like thunder from the flat earth. The armed police next to him immediately pounced towards Lin Xiaoyu. But Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the two men and suddenly pulled the trigger again, the crazy and psychotic look on her face falling in everyone's eyes. I'm gonna shoot it. In a flash, in the middle of the entire scene, several armed police officers violently stopped in their tracks and turned back to look at Xinjiang. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly took 2 steps forward and shoved the hot gun barrel into Wu Changshan's screaming mouth. Her eyeballs were bloodshot from intracranial hypertension, yet she maintained the gentle tone characteristic of a kindergarten teacher. Be good. Spit out the cavities. Spit it out. The last gunshot was accompanied by the muffled sound of a skull popping. When Lin Xiaoyu let go of the trigger, the back of Wu Changshan's head had splashed radiating blood on the blast car, like a child's badly drawn crayon drawing. She turned to the frozen standing committee, her blood-stained hospital gowns hunting in the wind. As the sunlight shone into her empty left eye, the woman diagnosed with mental illness suddenly stood upright and raised her bloody right hand in the standard lecture position. Students, it's time to start. Roll call. The urine dripping from Wang Lichuan's pants pooled into a small stream on the ground, and as Lin Xiaoyu's fingertips nodded from one to the other over these towering bigwigs, with each number counted, a member of the standing committee fell to his knees in fear. Take her. Qin War roared again. A Wu Changshan. Enough. The armed police immediately pounced on Lin Xiaoyu in a desperate manner and pressed her to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu's pupils had begun to dilate, but she stubbornly stared at the party emblem on his chest. I'm not crazy. Ha 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 ha. I'm not crazy. You guys are the crazy ones. You're all nuts. I'm the duckling. SpongeBob, let's go catch a jellyfish. Chen Zhixing and Wang Jingguo were both looking on with indifferent expressions, and the little armed police soldier who had thrown his gun was red-eyed, lost his gun and died. It's over. It's over. Qin War walked up to him and stormed out. What are you doing? Can't even keep an eye on your gun. Are you a waste? Where's the detachment commander? Where's the captain? Get your ass over here. The detachment commander of the Lin Chang Armed Police Detachment immediately ran over, his forehead all covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. Chin! Squadron Chin! Chin War roared, "Take him away from me and put him in the confinement room." He Yang gulped a mouthful of saliva beside him and turned his head to look at Chen Zhixing, his heart instantly understanding, but also turning over hefty waves. The phrase, "psychopaths don't commit murder," popped into his head as well. Chen Zhixing at this time but took out his cell phone and dialed the Secretary General of the CCDI. Zhang Guoyuan, Wang Zhenguo well, is the same dial a phone, 2 phone calls, straight to the capital. Chapter 108 A meeting, a convergence of storm clouds, a tea room in Upper North City, Long Tian Province. Lin Shanha, head of the inspection team of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, and secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, as well as Zhou Lao sat opposite each other. Photos of the scene. Lin Shanha was silent for a long time and took out all the photos of the scene taken by Chen Zhixing. The air in the tea room suddenly froze, and the celadon cup on the rosewood coffee table was heavily knocked by Zhou Lao. This now old professor of the University of Political Science and Law slowly removed his glasses, took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the lenses, but the veins on the back of his hands exposed his repressed anger. Comrade Lin Shanha, Zhou Lao suddenly slammed his glasses on the file. The Changtian province under your rule is using the law as a license to kill? He grabbed a teacup and splashed it on the bloodstains of the file photo. Are these approvals on the redhead documents, or are they still our party's party constitution? The head of the CCDC inspection team pulled out his phone straight away, the buttons sounding like bullets being loaded in the dead silent chamber. Pick up the CCDC Case Management Office. This is Zheng Guoming, head of the 3rd Patrol Group. Activate the special program immediately. He coldly swept his eyes over Lin Shanha's pale face. Implement the one case, many investigations procedure on the Changtian Provincial Party Committee. From the Provincial Party Secretary to the 4th grade section members. 1 counts. Zhou Lao's withered fingers poked at the data falsification column. The detectives who were there are now mentally ill and locked up in D. Right? The old man suddenly copied the alabaster pot and smashed it against the wall, and snapped in the bursting crunch. This is to make our generation die without the face to see the old-timers who sacrificed themselves in the penal colony. Zheng Guoming had already dialed the 2nd number. Pick up the office of the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. It is recommended that political inspectors be activated on the public security system of Changtian Province. Ask them when the guns of the People's Police were turned around on the people. Zhou Lao took out his cell phone and dialed the number of Zhou Guodong, the 2nd oldest member of the Zhou family. In the name of the Political and Law Commission and the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's Expert Advisory Group, it is recommended that Changtian Province be used as the first case for the pilot reform of the national supervision system. The head that should be killed must not wait until the fall. And at this time, Lin Shanha's secretary knocked on the door and said at the door, "Secretary Lin, the report from the DNA testing center has come out." At the same time, not only these 3, but also Zhang Guoyuan and Elder Zhang received these photos at the same time. Zhang Lao was even so angry that he almost had a heart attack, and immediately ordered his secretary to prepare a car to go to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. An emergency meeting was held. Half an hour later, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection conference room. All the faces of the heavy. No one sitting is less than 50 years old. A small number of them are already gray hair. This is a meeting where provincial ministerial level positions start. Touching and appalling. I don't even dare to think that this kind of thing could happen in the real world. I don't even dare to think about how desperate the people living in prosperity really are. I recommend that a special investigation procedure be initiated and reported at the same time. Seconded. I have an inside article on my side. Let's take a look at it. This inside article is now investigating this case. Changtian Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Special Investigative Team Deputy Head of the Small Comrade Chen Zhixing wrote. The name Chen Zhixing is one that's been popping up in our ears a lot lately. Photocopied insider information falls into the hands of one bigot or another. 10 minutes later, some big shot gave instructions. Chen Zhixing's small comrade's insights are very deep. I think this small comrade is very suitable for the Discipline Inspection Commission system. Depending on the Ministry of Organization this side is willing to release. Especially the idea of merging the Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Supervisory Bureau is very good. The Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision. I think it can be reported. This can do. Dare to expose the little comrade. In line with today's high-pressure anti-corruption normal well. A good piece of steel. 1,000 hammers can only become a good knife. Can only become a sign that people dare not be corrupt. Even if someone wants to be corrupt, they have to consider whether such a knife will cut into them. Since you've said so, little comrade Chen Zhixing's file will go through the process this afternoon. By the way, Comrade Marvin, I heard that this little guy is now a deputy departmental ombudsman in your Changtian province? Zhou Guodong glanced at the text message and narrowed his eyes slightly. His mind was also pondering a question. Door to door is the word, and this is more than that. In the real world, there are not many princesses married to ordinary families. If Chen Zhixing is really capable, what's the harm for the Zhou family to recognize this son-in-law? But if he didn't have this ability, with him being a small division-level cadre, on what basis would he allow the Zhou family to invest? Now, it seems that several people here are more satisfied with this Chen Zhixing, so the Zhou family want to invest? Zhou Guodong knocked on the table and suddenly opened his mouth. Chen Zhixing, little comrade's girlfriend, Zhou Ruoli, is the girl of my elder brother that my old master once sent out to his older brother, and in the strict sense of counting, Chen Zhixing is also considered my Zhou family's son-in-law. Secretary Wu, after this case is over, how about transferring young comrade Chen Zhixing into the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection? The representative of the Central Organization Department opened his mouth and laughed. So you still have such a layer of relationship? Then I have nothing to say on my side. But well, after all, it's still democratic. Have to look at the opinion of the young comrade Chen Zhixing, to see if he is willing to enter the ministry, or in the first line. The representative of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection spoke. I see, Comrade Xiao Chen is still willing to be on the front line. Ha ha ha. Elder Zhang spoke at this time. Then let's start with this. The ministries and commissions write a material to submit, take the expedited channel. Seconded. The people in the Beijing office also regulate off. Such a big thing did not report. Has been dereliction of duty. Seconded. But today it is exactly. The people's business is the business of the people, and the conference likewise serves the people. Since the people are in dire straits today, the conference, is it still that important? When something like this happens, all of us sitting here have responsibilities. It's hard to escape the blame. I suggest that after the People's Congress, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection organizes manpower, and the inspection teams from all the provinces go for a walk. Seconded. Later that afternoon, the top steering group, consisting of one department after another, traveled to the province of Truongtin. Supreme Steering Group contains multiple sectors. Meanwhile, the City of Prosperity, the Medical Department, upon receiving Chen Zhixing's call, that didn't dare to leave themselves any time at all. A phone call to notify the people below, so that all the hospitals at all levels below would arrive at the psychiatric hospital and participate in the rescue and treatment work. All costs are covered by the Treasury. Chen Zhixing also contacted the Provincial Organization Department. Provincial Party Committee Organization Department is also very headache. Starfish City's leadership team has just been made up. Lin City, and out of the arrest of so many people, he is really no one can make up. But it can't be helped. It's within the duty itself. I heard the Minister of Organization say that Lin Shanha had frozen the province's personnel appointments and had just received a call from above. As for Chen Zhixing, he didn't think about it that much. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The next step was the interrogation. He walked over to the remaining 5 standing committee members and stared at them with a smirk. I'm sure you'd like to give an account, wouldn't you? 109. Supreme Steering Group. Politics is about fixing what happens to most people, not fixing most people. Balancing the forces of all parties is the only way to ensure the good functioning of the political ecology. Corruption has always been there and there is no way to get rid of it. Transferred to another inactive position and then dealt with. To wait for a replacement to come up before doing anything. In order to ensure a stable organizational structure, it is best not to get your hands dirty in important positions. Starfish City's Municipal Party Committee, Linqing City's Municipal Party Committee, and even implicated the prosecutor's office and the court. This situation is so ugly that it breaks the bottom line. It's not a matter of being corrupt or not. Corrupt elements can be arrested at any time, which is not conducive to stability and unity, but also causes panic in the sector and affects the movement too much. A pot of porridge. Yes, the province of Changtian is now a pot of porridge. A mess. Public Prosecutor's Office of the provincial group implicated in it. The city and the lower level of the officials had to rely on government officials at all levels. So the words of the Public Prosecutor's Office, difficult to get out of the Provincial Party Committee compound. The particularity is also broken. It's like Kijiji. Is there a problem? We all know he has problems. But why not deal with it? Because once dealt with Qi Ziyuan, it is a serious political incident, which also represents the public prosecution and law provincial groups fell half of the sky, and cannot be cleaned up within 10 years of this serious situation. Replacing the rule of law process with a political struggle leads to the loss of independence of the judicial system and the formation of a vicious circle of power dependence, a damage that requires long-term institutional repair, and it is actually fine to say that it cannot be cleaned up within a decade. The Starfish case, the Lincoln case, these two cases would be enough to cut off Lin Shanha's political career. But now what makes the provincial party leaders panic is that Yuqingha is in the province to investigate cases about the province. Whether it's Starfish or Lincoln, the ultimate arrow actually points to the provincial capital. These two cities have caused such a significant result. Lin Shanhai himself can be expected. The probability that he is have a prison sentence. With all of these people arrested, Chen Zhixing relaxed for a while. After all, subsequent interrogations, evidence verification, archivists, access officers are all professionals. The data and documents they want, the municipal party committee does not dare not give them now. Even if they want data from more than 10 years ago, they will personally access them. With such a set of combination punches, they will have to be accountable even if they don't. But what was important now was to pry the news about Zhou Wenrui out of their mouths. And that was the most important thing. What Chen Zhixing is worried about now is that Zhou Wenrui has already made the cut. Pull up Zhou Jigang's file and I'll take a look. Also, check Zhou Jigang's relatives' files. In the city guest house, Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhou Jigang, who had been the head of the task force's security team for some time. But it was also during Zhou's time as the security team that many problems occurred. Now that I think about it, there seems to be some real problems. Zhou Jigang, Zhou Wenrui, and the Zhou family in the provincial capital. It seemed that too many people around them had the last name of Zhou, but it also seemed as if they had nothing to do with the one in the provincial city. But if you think about it, when Zhou Jigang was the head of the safety team, there were quite a few times when he came late only after they were in danger, and the role of the safety team was not reflected at all. Okay, team leader Chen, wait a moment. Chen Zhixing was just about to go out when Wang Jingguo knocked on the door of the conference room with a cold face. Commissioner Wang. Wang Jingguo looked at him with a complicated face, and Chen Zhixing also instantly understood that this was something to say. Commissioner Wang, let's talk in the conference room. The task force was now stationed at the municipal party committee, and Chen Zhixing was now naturally in the municipal party committee meeting room, waiting for the two to sit down. Wang Jingguo then took out a packet of cigarettes he had just bought, tore open the package and threw one to Chen Zhixing, and didn't say a word, so he just smoked it. Leaders of ministries and commissions were outraged, including but not limited to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, the Political and Law Commission, PLC, the Central Organization Department, COD, the Ministry of Public Security, MPS, the Ministry of Supervision, MOS, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, SPO, and the Supreme Court. The relevant Supreme Steering Group has now been set up, which naturally includes the above departments, along with audits of the localities and others, and the highest level of procedural investigation has been initiated. The internal reference has appeared on the desk of the ZZ Bureau Standing Committee, and now your name can be said to be listed on it. As far as I know, there are 3 positive and 6 negative leaders in the shock and aggression, so this time it's finishing up the characterization of the matter before the big picture. This matter is to appear at the October meeting, so there's not much time, and in order to get this thing finished quickly, the Secretary General on the CCDI side is personally leading the team, and the Ministry of Public Security is being led by the Tiger of Criminal Investigation himself, as well as the Political Inspector, the Public Security Inspector, and so on. Most importantly, Elder Zhang and the Zhou family went down. Wang Jingguo's ashtray had been piled up with 7 or 8 cigarette butts, and the conference room was filled with smoke. The smoke was tangled, entangled, divided and cut, and these, it seemed, were confirming the worries in Wang Jingguo's mind. So many bigwigs are furious. Changtian province, it's basically ruined. I heard that the Beijing office has to be regulated. What do we need to do? Chen Zhixing frowned, but quickly loosened it. All down. Then his mission is also completed. After the end of this matter, their own knife is not much use. The Central Organization Department should be approved to leave the application. What the Secretary General means is that we have 1 day left to give us our assignment. Within a day, we need our evidence to point directly to Zhou Weiman. The task is difficult, because none of the evidence in their hands now points directly to Zhou Weiman. Even now that Lin Chang's class has been lifted and Zhou Weiman has made no move, is it safe to guess that Lin Chang has cut clean with Zhou Weiman? A day's time to find evidence of Zhou Weiman. This was difficult for a former member of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, who had operated in Changtian Province for more than 20 years. There are at least 3 firewalls between interest groups in Zhou Weiman. Seemingly afraid that Chen Zhixing would not take this issue seriously, Wang Jingguo's face sank as he spat out 4 words. Political mission. Chen Zhixing lit a cigarette. The smoke shrouded his face, and a strange color flickered in his gaze, which meant that the conventional unconventional means were no longer useful. The 24-hour countdown to the political mission started counting down from the moment Wang Jingguo received the call. Chen Zhixing took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled, an icy look emerging in his expression. I only have one request, that after the mission, I land safely. After all, He's trying to quit, not get in. The deputy group leader knows better than anyone how many tactics have been violated in his time. Furthermore, with only 24 hours to go, it's simply not possible to go straight to Joe Wayman's head. Starfish case, Lin Chung case, 2 big cases, the fall of more than 10 people at the level of the main hall, more than 20 people at the level of the deputy hall, not to mention the following division level section level. With such huge political cuts, none of them have made effective means to be sure that the cuts have been made. So, Standing Committee member Zhang's exact words were, "A big case requires the use of iron-blooded means." Chen Zhixing immediately nodded his head and took this task, holding out 2 fingers. First, transfer 1,000 troops into the city. Peach Blossom City is completely surrounded, only allowed to enter and not to leave. Second, I'll need airfare to the capital tomorrow, along with the cooperation of a disciplinary team of at least 50 people. Chapter 110 Peach Blossom Island. Chen Zhixing's layout. Peach Blossom City. This has been a program for many years. The city of Linshi, if you look at it from a map, is divided into 2 plates, north and south, by a river in the middle with a width of up to 100 meters, and Peach Blossom Island is an independent island in the middle of the river. Although it was small, the location was still good. After all, to get to the other side, Peach Blossom City was a necessary road. The Peach Blossom Hotel has also become a major landmark in the city of Lincoln and carries a lot of weight in the city. From the bridge at the traffic lights, there is a hotel on the left and a small villa area on the right. More than 50 buildings, but the security is very strict. No vehicle registered in their system cannot enter at all. And to enter, the cell phone must also be handed over to a person for safekeeping. Naturally, it has become a place of curiosity in the hearts of many people. And as a born-again, Chen Zhixing was clear about the hooks here. Yes, but don't make too much of a fuss. There's still the social security aspect of the situation that has to be kept under control. Wang Xinghua opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. Extraordinary times, extraordinary means, but it's still important to be aware of the impact. Even though we are talking about extraordinary means, we have to act according to the most basic logic of operation. Good. Chen Zhixing also did not have any hesitation. Immediately gave a phone call to the busy He Yang, so that he immediately called the Public Security Bureau to coordinate. Peach Blossom Island on both sides of all sealed up. Traffic control. Big brother, I'm going to be so busy. You'll have to wait until I'm done with what I'm holding before I go and coordinate for you. Task force. Still understaffed, despite the fact that he came with more than 40 people. But now, because of the huge case involved for a long time, the need to collect a lot of evidence, which led to the current results. This matter has the highest priority. You don't need to worry about that side. You're coming with me. He Yang froze for a moment when he heard Chen Zhixing's words and then said, "Good." After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhixing went straight downstairs and gave Wang Xinghua a word to trouble him to watch the side of the situation. Zhou Jigang, Deputy Chief of Special Police Detachment. Despite his low status and rank, with such a force in his hands, he couldn't ignore his presence. After leaving from the Municipal Party Committee building, Xinjiang still brought 2 groups of 10 people back and forth to ensure the safety of Chen Zhixing. An explosion-proof car to open the way, followed by an SUV. Straight killed the Public Security Bureau, but it turned out to be told that Zhou Jigang was not there. And from the mouth of the Special Police Detachment's branch chief, he learned that he had taken a 5-day vacation after coming back from Starfish City, which seemed to further confirm what Chen Zhixing had in mind. You suspect him? Even if He Yang was stupid, he understood Chen Zhixing's movements. After all, how can someone who can properly enter the system and kill their way out through the heavy process be a cutie? What about it? Officialdom, by nature, is a game for the elite. It's almost confirmed now that Zhou is in trouble. If you think about it, we were attacked several times in Starfish City. Isn't it true that basically Zhou Jigang came late every time? If he has a problem with cooperating with others to kill us, but had to come in order not to be exposed, wouldn't that explain why he's late every time? If we come late, he'll take the blame, and if we come early, there won't be much time to kill us, especially since, every time we show up somewhere, someone somehow shows up to kill us. Who revealed the information? But Cui Xueming has explained that he hasn't revealed our itinerary, except for that one time at the mine. This can also prove that Cui Xueming is not the only mole in the task force, and that we haven't been attacked since Zhou Jigang left. Chen Zhixing frowned. He was now afraid that Zhou Jigang would fish out of water. He's the deputy chief of the SWAT team. Isn't it easy to get a gun? He Yang immediately widened his eyes. Holy, according to you. Chen Zhixing didn't say anything, just found Zhou Jigang's phone number in his cell phone and dialed it directly, but it showed that it was turned off. It further confirmed the suspicion in his mind. Zhou Jigang once served as the task force security team leader, so he was clear that he could use the national security cell phone listening technology, and now turned off the phone. But also in defense of them? Several of you, Who's the executive deputy director? Chen Zhixing looked at the leadership of the Public Security Bureau in front of him and asked in a light tone of voice. Now there is no one in Lin Cheng who does not know the task force. Even the people have spread. Yun Shui's side of the report can be said to be very much, but also caused a group of hands reported one by one after checking the transfer to the second group. Team Leader Chen. I am. My name is Pang Chiwen. I'm the Executive Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. Please instruct the leader. Pang Chiwen's posture was put very low, fearing that the other party would take him away if he was unhappy. I'll give you half an hour for the security brigade to travel to Peach Blossom Island to combat pornography. It can be done, right? Chen Zhixing glanced at the other party. There were only 24 hours now, and he didn't want to waste too much time. Pang Chiwen immediately saluted. Yes, promise to complete the mission. Zhou Wanrui doesn't matter, even if he runs away. After all, what we want now is to be able to directly point to the core evidence of Zhou Weiman Group. As long as we can find the evidence, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection can be arrested in the case of Zhou Wanrui, even if he ran away, but also can issue a wanted notice. The basic core operating logic of the disciplinary system, whether it's a detention or an arrest, is evidence. The slightest hint of this will get you to cooperate with the investigation. Peach Blossom Island, a key stronghold of the Zhou Weiman Group, is ostensibly a high-end hotel and villa area, but in reality it is a safe house for power and money transactions and the destruction of evidence. And the island harbors the core of the Zhou faction's incriminating evidence. The body with missing organs found in the mental hospital was able to form a closed loop of evidence under the Peach Blossom Island evidence. There are also documents that can point to Zhou Weiman's line. Chen Zhixing's phone rang and connected. The military side has been coordinated. And in addition, the CDC has booked your ticket for 12:40 p.m. tomorrow. What are the arrangements for the provincial military region? A direct blockade or? Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm afraid that they have weapons, so let the Public Security Bureau side of the name of the fight against pornography and illegal activities to go first. First feel the bottom. It is best to achieve zero casualties. If there is a mole in the Public Security Bureau, they definitely won't do it because once they do it, they will be exposed. After all, the matter of the army field training outside the city has been spread, so once they do it, they will definitely attract our attention. They aren't that stupid. Wang Jinghua pondered for a moment. The reasoning is also true that this is the reasoning, although it is catching people and giving so much support, but it cannot be reckless. Everyone has a family and casualties are minimized when they can be. Just make the arrangements. That's all for now then. I'll wait to hear from you at the city hall. Just hanging up the phone. Chen Zhixing looked at the missed calls on his cell phone and his complexion was suddenly shaken. Because the note name shows Elder Young. Chapter 111 Countdown to the Political Storm in less than 12 hours. Teacher. Chen Zhixing picked up the phone and called out in a respectful tone. You should already know about the Supreme Steering Group, which will arrive in Changtian Province tomorrow. The steering group has already made arrangements for the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigative Team to merge into the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's Investigative Team. Meanwhile, there are 10 teams under the Supreme Steering Group, and the joint document has now arrived at the Provincial Party Committee office. The task given to you by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection is one that must be accomplished. I'll play a role in delivering the news in this matter. You don't need to say anything more. After you come to the capital, I'll send someone to pick you up. We'll talk about it then. Elder Zhang's words rang out in the earpiece, and his voice reached Chen Zhixing's ears without a hitch. I only have one request. Someone must pay for Tang Rong's death. Those who should be arrested. Don't let any of them go. Yes, Sensei. As a sub-provincial city, Shangbei City adopts a sub-provincial structure for its municipal government. Thus, both the municipal party secretary and the mayor are deputy provincial ministers, and the municipal party secretary is usually a member of the provincial party committee. At this moment, inside the secretary's office of the municipal party committee building in Shangbei City, Jiang Xinghuai sat behind his desk, his gaze sullen as he looked across at Zhou Wanrui. Wanrui, you should be well aware of how tight the winds are blowing in the province right now. Jiang Xinghuai's fingertips lightly knocked on the desktop, his tone pressed with impatience. Coming to me at a time like this will not only fall on deaf ears, but will also implicate my position. The matter of your Zhou family's old man has already cut off the political future of the entire team. The province's attitude towards you guys, there's no need for me to say more, right? In the bottom of his heart, he was secretly annoyed that Zhou Wanrui dared to make a grand entrance during a sensitive period, and even parked that Rolls-Royce in the courtyard of the municipal party committee, simply for fear that others would not know about their meeting. At this moment, he hated to completely draw a line with the Zhou family. Zhou Wanrui, however, leaned back on the sofa, the corner of his lips hooked up in a meaningful smile. Uncle Jiang, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, I naturally wouldn't have come. But today, I'm not representing myself. As the words fell, Jiang Xinghuai's heart sank. The subtext of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. Zhou Wanrui was carrying a message for the Zhou family's old man. In this way, his Jiang Xinghuai's position in the provincial party committee team will be completely exposed, which is tantamount to putting himself in a dangerous situation. The old man chose this time to apply pressure. Ding 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 ding. The dedicated red line on the desk rang suddenly. Jiang Xinghuai glanced at the caller ID. His pupils shrank, and he immediately got up to answer. Secretary Lin, this is Jiang Xinghuai. Secretary Lin, I'm Jiang Xinghuai. A voice that gave Jiang Xinghuai the creeps came from the other end of the phone. Comrade Xinghuai, I received a notice from the central government that the central government's top steering group will arrive in Changtian province at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You need to cooperate fully to ensure security and attend an emergency meeting at the provincial party committee in half an hour. Immediately after these words fell, a beeping sound came from the phone. Secretary of the provincial party committee Lin Shanha personally called, which shows the gravity of the situation. But this short order made Jiang Xinghuai feel like falling into an ice cave. As a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee, he was all too aware of the weight of the 8 words Supreme Central Steering Group. Whether it's Central, Supreme, or Steering Group, the word alone is enough to trigger a tremor, let alone 4 of them on top of each other. Past working groups of all kinds have never been titled with such specifications, and the word Supreme implies that a storm is coming. Being a vice-provincial dignitary, Jiang Xinghuai immediately felt a monstrous storm about to sweep through the entire Changtian province, under which no one could escape. Please rest assured, Secretary Lin, I'll deploy immediately. Jiang Xinghuai answered loudly to the hung-up phone. His back had long been drenched in cold sweat. He forced himself to sit back in his chair, but his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Xinghuai put down the phone without a trace, seemingly on the surface of the clouds to sit down, but in reality, he has broken, because he clearly recognized this time, the top is going down in spite of the October meeting, which has represented the top quake. At this moment, he completely understood. From the death of Tang Rong, a centralized selectee, a fuse has been lit for the woes of Starfish City. Now that the central government has gone out of its way to break the rules and go straight down, even disregarding the sensitive note of the October meeting, this is no longer a warning, but a thunderbolt. Tear down all the political pretense, political showmanship, and violent downfall. Jiang Xinghuai only felt a great difficulty at the moment. I'm going to the provincial party committee for a meeting later. The corners of Jiang Xinghuai's mouth showed a hint of a smile as he tactically drank water. Zhou Wanrui didn't think much about it and directly got up. Okay, Uncle Jiang, then my old man's 67th birthday banquet. You must come. I will also return to Lincheng first. Jiang Xinghuai only wants to curse at this moment. He wants to land smoothly. Even if he stays in this position for a lifetime, he is willing to But Zhou Wanrui's arrival hardened his thoughts, and I'm afraid that this time he is going to Qin City. Watching Zhou Wanrui leave, he picked up the phone next to the red phone and ordered, "Prepare the car. Go to the provincial party committee in 10 minutes. When he finished, he then drew out a piece of paper with a pale face and wrote the first sentence on it. Dear Steering Group Leader, I, Jiang Xinghuai, currently serving as a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee of Changtian Province and Secretary of the Shangbei Municipal Party Committee, ID No. XXXX. I hereby confess my sins to the organization, to the leadership, and I am here at." When he wrote this, he seemed to think of something, and after a moment of silence, he picked up the landline on his right and dialed Chen Zhixing's number. "Hello? Is this Comrade Chen Zhixing? I'm Jiang Xinghuai. It's like this. Zhou Wanrui returned to Lincheng City this afternoon. Yes, I'm just to give you a word after knowing this news. If there is evidence, you can directly arrest. I'll leave you to it. I have to go to a meeting at the provincial committee now. Okay, for now." Meanwhile, the city of prosperity. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the cell phone in his hand. Jiang Xinghuai called him and told him that Zhou Wanrui returned to Lincheng in the afternoon, and also directly told him that he could be arrested. There's no conspiracy here, is there? Check. He Yang suddenly straightened up. Zhou Jigang's wife has a Peach Blossom Island villa in her name, registered 3 months after the completion of the Cross River Bridge 12 years ago. Chen Zhixing suddenly stopped on the side of the road with a kick of the brakes, and He Yang hit his head on the dashboard. "I chow, old Chen, you big man, what are you going to do? You want to perform flying car? He Yang sucked in a mouthful of cool air and covered his head and cursed. "Why don't I pay for it and you go get a flying car license? It hurts so much. Really can't. He mother of a geos. I let my father specifically give you to build a flying car site. You also do not have to come to Hohomia, big brother." Without hesitation, Chen Zhixing dialed Executive Deputy Director Pang Qiwen. "You inform the traffic police that the bridge is unsealed. The security detachment withdraws to the second line. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhixing called Wang Xinghua again. Commissioner Wang, please notify the troop side to implement the outer loosening and inner tightening, so that everyone can get ready. I just got a notice from the province that the sparrows are coming in, so I can catch the birds tonight. At the same time, Zhou Wenrui, who was still in the provincial city, got into his Rolls-Royce, and the driver respectfully opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Zhou, where are we going? Go back to Lin City. The Tang Palace night banquet has been arranged for tonight. By the way, Lin City has not been peaceful lately, so notify the security and bring all the guns. P.S. I'll try my hardest to get 4 or 5 more chapters tomorrow. Chapter 112 Arrogant and Domineering Zhou Wenrui. Mr. Zhou, just got the news from Zhou Jigang. Chen Zhixing contacted the public security side to prepare to arrest you today. Should we not go back to Linchang? The secretary sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce wearing a shirt, wrap-around skirt, and high-vis over her long, slender thighs whispered. While saying that, he slightly got up and knelt in front of Zhou Wenrui, placing his hands on his thighs. Zhou Wenrui leaned back on the expensive seat, one hand on the female secretary's small face caressing it, slowly moving down, slightly lifting her chin, snorting. What is he, Chen Zhixing? How dare he arrest me? It's just a small deputy division level. If it wasn't for the old man's order to strategically contract, he, Chen Zhixing, would have been taken out long ago. Otherwise, do you really think that he, Chen Zhixing, would be able to investigate us? A mere deputy division. Even if my old man is retired, it's not something he can mess with. This time, when we go to Linchang, my lord is there to clean him up. Zhou Wenrui's fingertips roughly pinched the female secretary's jaw. Cigar smoke sprayed on her reddened face, his tone steeply grim. Didn't the family clamor for an autopsy in that construction site crash in Linchang last year? What happened in the end? He snapped his tie and sneered. Those little cops who supposedly have some ridiculous sense of justice personally escorted the coroner to the morgue, only to have their brakes fail halfway there. If it weren't for the old man's fear of stirring up trouble and causing offense, that police car would have blown up into fireworks a long time ago. The female secretary smiled sweetly, her tender white fingers pulling open his zipper. Hearing the car radio was broadcasting, Deputy Director Chen cracked the Starfish City mega embezzlement case commendation ceremony. Zhou Wenrui suddenly burst into a rage, grabbing the crystal ashtray and smashing it against the stereo. Oh, Song Qinglin's group is just throwing him a bone and checking out Starfish City. Are they in such a hurry to open a commendation meeting? A dog is a dog. I want to throw it to him so he can have it. The last words did not seem to be addressed to Chen Zhixing, but instead seemed to be addressed to the high-wire secretary in front of him. Zhou Wenrui leaned against the backrest, spreading his legs and enjoying his secretary's service, while he took out his cell phone and dialed a number with a murderous intent in his tone. If Chen Zhixing dares to come to investigate tonight, then let him do so. As long as he dares to come, then let's bury him here. Grandpa said something about a steering group coming over, so we need to go over there today and destroy all the evidence. Faster, because Peach Blossom Island is in the middle. This bridge across the river is also called Peach Blossom Bridge. During the time that Zhou Wenrui had returned to Linchang City from Shangbei City, the military fighters had already disguised themselves as cleaners, delivery men, etc., and ambushed them outside. Although the traffic police have withdrawn the ceiling control of the bridge, Chen Zhixing is still standing at the end of the bridge, smoking a cigarette, while He Yang is next to him to answer the phone. Old man, don't give me the wow factor. I've said I'm not going back to inherit your WhatsApp group. I'm now a full-level provincial disciplinary committee section chief. If you push me any further, I'll get angry. If I get angry, I'll immediately take our section back to check on your Thai syndicate. I can't believe you haven't given gifts to our city and province leaders. As long as you give a gift, you're paying a bribe, and I'll be able to arrest you. I'm the director of the 10th Review and Investigation Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Why can't I arrest you? I'm calling it justice. I call this severing rights or something. Xiao Chen, what is this called? Chen Zhixing's mouth twitched, rolled his eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, break the power structure, break the chain of interests. He Yang was very satisfied and said into the phone, did you hear that? The deputy director under me said that this is called breaking the chain of interests. If you wow me again, I'll go back and arrest you tomorrow. That's it, hang up. I'm still working on a big case. Chen Zhixing exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said in a very speechless manner, you really are your father's great filial son. He Yang, then what can I do? Not everything in this world is as one imagines it to be, and the words door to door are never just words. The official world has official interests. The business world has business interests. He asked me to go back for a blind date, but also for the sake of the group. He wants to go public, so he has to sacrifice my happiness to reach his interests. So I don't want to go back. Chen Zhixing didn't say anything more. This world was originally like this, But after experiencing the society of the later generations, Chen Zhixing also knew that this era now has the limitations of the times, and in the later generations, he wouldn't care so much. Fledgling report. Bird coming in. The walkie-talkie in Chen Zhixing's hand suddenly rang a voice, and he didn't continue the conversation with He Yang, immediately commanding the traffic police to stop the road. In less than 10 minutes, a Rolls-Royce came into view, and when the traffic police stopped the vehicle, he got out and walked over. Chen Zhixing knocked on the main driver's window and grinned. "Comrade, please show your ID. Driver's license." The driver followed Zhou Wanrui and developed his own arrogance. He glanced at Chen Zhixing and said in a cold voice, "I still need to be checked when I go back to my own home? What's your name?" "I'm looking for Bureau Lu in the Transportation Bureau, and I'm looking for Bureau Zhao in the Public Security Bureau." Hearing this, Chen Zhixing picked up the walkie-talkie and directly commanded, "The director of the Transportation Bureau surnamed Lu, immediately implement the detention procedure." After saying that, he also very thoughtful to the driver said, "As for the Public Security Bureau you said Zhao Xingli well, has been we give regulation off." It seems to be just the behavior of Chen Zhixing stopping the car. In fact, the armed police snipers and military snipers at least 10 sniper teams aiming at their own. Once the driver has any action, minutes to shoot and kill. The driver's face instantly grimaced and he said in a cold voice, "Who the hell are you?" Chen Zhixing revealed a mouthful of large white teeth. Introducing, Deputy Director of the 10th Review and Investigation Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, Deputy Head of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Special Investigations Team and Deputy Divisional Ombudsman of Changtian City's National Preventive Corruption Director's Heavenly Province, Chen Zhixing. When the driver heard the name Chen Zhixing, his complexion changed violently almost in an instant. He'd heard the name several times as a driver. This is specifically to find trouble. I'll look. The rear window of the Rolls-Royce was lowered, and Zhou Wanrui reclined on the leather seat. His cigar clutched in his fingertips scanned Chen Zhixing contemptuously. "Yo, I thought who dared to stop my car? It turns out to be you, the wild dog of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection." He deliberately flicked his cigarette ash onto the party emblem on Chen Zhixing's chest and spoke in a mocking tone. "I heard that you've been gnawing on bones lately. How do the leftovers from Starfish City taste?" When the female secretary covered her mouth and laughed softly, Zhou Wanrui suddenly kicked open the car door, and his shiny Oxford leather shoes stepped heavily on the side of Chen Zhixing's feet, organizing his attire. "You know what Grandpa I did to rash people like you back in the day?" He leaned over and lowered his voice, whispering in Chen Zhixing's ear, but with a hideous laugh. "That bridge designer 12 years ago, just because he wanted to turn me in, is now who knows inside that concrete pile. Oh yeah, you're trying to arrest me aren't you?" Zhou Wanrui leaned his hands together and stretched them out in front of Chen Zhixing, opening his mouth provocatively. "You catch me, you catch me." Chapter 113, Mr. Zhou, why aren't you cocky anymore? Come on, smile, hiss, phew. Zhou Wanrui took a puff of cigar. A mouthful of smoke spat on Chen Zhixing's face. Zhou Wanrui looked at Chen Zhixing who did not say a word, and once again laughed maliciously. "Check me? You, Chen Zhixing, are only a mere deputy division. Are you worthy? Even Lin Shanhao wouldn't dare to say that he'll just move me. Just you, a deputy director of a section at the deputy division level?" With that, he pulled out a hot gold business card from his breast pocket and slapped Chen Zhixing's face. "Any random phone number on this could send you rolling to guard the reservoir. Any one of my grandfather's disciples and officials in Changtian province would be able to press you to death in minutes. Know where I just came back from? I just came back from the office of the secretary of the Shangbei Municipal Party Committee. Do you Chen Zhixing have the guts to check? The current Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, Vice Ministerial level. Do you Chen Zhixing have the guts to check?" Zhou Wanrui was arrogant, but he also had arrogant capital. Each of his insults relied on Zhou Weiman's old departmental life and the political capital that comes with the influence of the political and legal system. This is the capital of his arrogance. Chen Zhixing didn't say anything and looked at him with a smile. "You really think that no one will clean you up, right?" Hearing this, Zhou Wanrui laughed even more arrogantly and maniacally. "Ha ha 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 ha, packing me up? Are you Chen Zhixing worthy?" After dropping such a sentence, Zhou Wanrui turned around and returned to the Rolls-Royce car, closing the door and looking at Chen Zhixing with a disdainful expression. "Ha, 2A, break through for me. I'd like to see who dares to stop me." Outside the car, He Yang was listening to the whole thing from the side, so when the Rolls-Royce driver scurried out with a kick of the floorboards, He Yang walked over. He Yang giggled strangely. "I said how you were so arranged before. Feelings or guess the arrogance of this goods is to kill his prestige, right?" Chen Zhixing shrugged his shoulders and grinned. "Don't you think that the more arrogant people are, the more interesting they are? Grass, you're so unethical, but I like it, ha 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 ha." May God forbid he doesn't go into the river with that kick of the gas, or fishing for people will be a problem. That's a Rolls-Royce, How could it be? Chen Zhixing said, taking the walkie-talkie and pressing the button. The ground spikes can be spread. The bird went over. Zhou Wenrui raised the car window as he directly said to the driver, Zhou Wenrui, won't allow such a powerful person to exist in Chongtian province. The driver immediately nodded. Understood. We'll do him tonight. And Secretary Heisher rubbed her cherry lips, which she felt were all still numb at the moment. This section of the bridge was uphill, and by the time they drove to the highest point, coupled with Cullinan's high visibility, so they couldn't see the ground at all, and by the time the driver saw what was below, his pupils had shrunk. Mr. Zhou, there are tire-breaking nails. No sooner had the driver's terrified hiss fallen than the four tires of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan erupted with sharp explosions one after another. The body of the car violently lost control at high speed, twisting violently like a beast stung by pain, the metal wheels rubbing against the ground and bursting into blinding sparks. Zhou Wenrui's head hit the car window heavily. He covered the blood on the corner of his forehead and roared, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** followed the ramp inertia broke through the temporary barricade. In the ear-splitting sound of metal tearing crashed on the bridge side of the road teeth. The moment the airbag burst, he saw through the shattered front windshield that Chen Zhixing was slowly and methodically removing his white gloves. Chen Zhixing lit a cigarette again and walked slowly over from the road where pedestrians were walking, looking at Cullinan's tires and wheels, and then at the front lip of the car that was completely knocked out, smashing his mouth. I say Zhou Dazhang ah, such a wide road. Why do you drivers have to drive to the road teeth ah? TSK, 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 this is a Rolls-Royce. Now it looks like it's going to take hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair the car at least, right? He Yang, who was wearing a jacket next to him, took a look and exhaled a puff of smoke. More than that, at least $1 million to start. I've bought one before and crashed it. Zhou Wanrui staggered from the deformation of the car door to climb out. He only saw clearly. Only a small piece of the car in front of the car is not broken tire nails. Along the ground to see down the slope of the 100 meters are all paved with broken tire nails. Blood from the corner of his forehead slid down his cheek to his chin and dripped onto the six-figure custom suit. Chun. No. Xing. Zhou Wanrui almost squeezed out these 3 words from his teeth, his blood-stained fingers trembling as he pointed at the other party and roared. How dare you, Mr. Zhou, pay attention to the quality. Chen Zhixing casually flicked the ashes of his cigarette, and the corner of his lips curved up into a seaming arc. He stared down at the bright flames of his cigarette as if he were enjoying the climax of a carefully choreographed drama at last, and even the shadows cast by his eyelashes were a little teasing. Nope, this is well-choreographed theater. He waved behind him, and more than 20 armed police officers instantly leapt out of the van disguised as a sanitation truck, their guns aimed at Zhou Wanrui in unison. Take it easy, yo. Chen Zhixing spoke softly, like he was pacifying a lamb to the slaughter. I am merely asking Mr. Zhou to play a game. It was as if he was calculating the countdown to his opponent's mental breakdown. Zhou Wanrui's pupils suddenly contracted as he saw the cleaners on both sides of the bridge tear off their reflective undershirts to reveal their SWAT uniforms. His originally arrogant face was now filled with anger, and he couldn't help but roar. What the hell do you want? Chen Zhixing leaned on the railing with one hand, looking at him with a derisive look on his face, shaking the ashes of his cigarette. Stomp over it with your bare feet, or... He paused and suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled, but his eyes were full of cold light and his voice was teasing. Or maybe I'll help Mr. Zhou choose? Zhou Wanrui's face turned from angry to pale as he stared at the chilling tire-breaking nails all over the ground and glanced at the blackened muzzles all around him, the knot in his throat rolling a bit. Chen Zhixing, his meaning was already very obvious. Stepping over the broken tire nail with his bare feet, as long as he stepped over it, he would be able to return to the villa area, and at that point, he would be able to contact Chen Zhixing to clean up. But if you step over from here, your own feet will be ruined. You call this ing quality? Zhou Wanrui eventually broke his defense. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhixing looked at him in surprise, seemingly incomprehensible, and said, I'm telling you to pay attention to quality, but I haven't told you that I have quality. Zhou Wanrui, seeing that he was still hesitating, Chen Zhixing patted the armed police warrior next to him, signaling him to give him his gun. But the armed police warrior looked at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan rolled his eyes beside him and said without a trace of humor, you can't kill people. Despite saying so, he still handed Chen Zhixing the pistol on his waist. Chen Zhixing looked at the small pistol in his hand, and with a hefty smile, the fly rubbed his hands together. I don't want a pistol, I want to play with a rifle. Captain Qin, detachment Captain Qin. Qin Zhan directly rejected with a cold face. No way, absolutely not. It's not like you've ever used a gun. It's easy to kill him, and if you do, our trail will be broken, so he can't die. Zhou Wanrui's face was pale, but Chen Zhixing cocked his head to gauge his struggling expression. like a child observing ants crawling futilely on a hot pan. Seeing Zhou Wenrui's hesitation, he suddenly turned to Qin Zhan, his tone so naive that it was almost bad. Captain Qin, lend me the rifle to play. Don't worry, I won't kill him. It's not just 3 points and 1 line. I've seen the TVs. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't miss, and he won't die if he misses. At most it's just a pain. Next to him, when He Yang saw this appearance of Chen Zhixing, the corner of his mouth twitched and he sighed slightly. Seeing this expression, He Yang knew, Zhou Wenrui, it's an old sin. Chapter 114, Chen Zhixing's Dark Side. Zhou Wenrui's whole body is angry numb. What the hell do you mean you've never played with a rifle? What do you call it at best, a pain in the ass? You don't feel any pain because the bullet didn't hit you, do you? Zhou Wenrui had never seen such a dark-hearted person. I didn't just taunt you and curse you a few times. Didn't I just call you a wild dog? Why are you targeting me like this? You want a rifle because you can't use a pistol. What? You're gonna kill me today, aren't you? Captain Qin, Comrade Qin, don't worry, I definitely won't mess around. I'm a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission. How could I mess around? Chen Zhixing continued to try to convince Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan rolled his eyes, hesitated for a moment, but still decided Chen Zhixing. After all, after getting along for so long, he still knew Chen Zhixing's temper. At most, he would scare him, and would definitely not shoot. Although Chen Zhixing seems to be unruly. Well, actually also unruly, but well, the most basic rules are still abide by. Just the most basic rules of the system operation. Give it to him. Qin Zhan waved his hand helplessly. Chen Zhixing, who had gotten the gun, grinned at once and felt heavy after receiving it. The Type 95 automatic rifle, with a standard weight of 3.25 kilograms, not counting the weight when equipped with ammunition. Heavy indeed is still pretty heavy. Chen Zhixing took his rifle and brought it up, aiming at Zhou Wenrui's head at 3 points. Zhou Wenrui stared at Chen Zhixing dead on, and after seeing him aim at himself, a heart was about to jump. Zhou Wenrui's pupils suddenly tightened, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The knots of his throat rolled up and down, but it was as if he was being strangled by an invisible hand, and even swallowing became difficult. The blackened aim of the barrel seemed to nail directly into his temple, and his ears buzzed with the sound of his own beating heart. Zhou Wenrui's voice was several octaves higher in the steep, hissing in a somewhat shrill voice. There is no king's law in Changtian anymore. Put. Hearing this, He Yang was the first to laugh, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Ha 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 ha, may I ask Mr. Zhou, what is the king's law in your mouth? Is it your Zhou family's family rules? Oh, also right. Your family. That old man did not retire when the provincial party committee deputy secretary and secretary of the political and legal committee. Proper political and legal mouth boss. Well, say a sentence of your family rules is no problem. Gee, that's an arrogant and childish statement. Do you know why? Zhou Wenrui clenched his back teeth, his cheeks straining out 2 stern prongs, but his trembling knees betrayed the forced composure. Everything in view faded, leaving only the ghostly muzzle of the rifle. He saw Chen Zhixing's index finger on the trigger tighten slightly, and his joints glowed with a morose white color that might blossom into fire the next second. Chen Zhixing held his gun. His tone suddenly became cold, and his indifferent tone made Zhou Wenrui a little scared at the moment. Mr. Zhou, are you nakedly implying how powerful the Zhou family has been in Changtian for 20 years, almost overshadowing the laws of the land? Or do you think that your family is the sky of Changtian province, and that your own family's rules are the king's law of Changtian? Chen Zhixing's words had just finished, the muzzle of his gun slightly pressed down, and the rifle in his hand suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! The recoil also shook Chen Zhixing's shoulders. The bullet hit the ground in front of him, and Zhou Wenrui's face turned even paler in fear, and an unbelievable look surfaced in his eyes. This maniac really dares to shoot. The thought tore at his nerves like a viper. Chen! No! Xing! Zhou Wenrui also felt the other party washing over him, and for a moment was angry at his own fear, and angry at his own fear of his heart. So, in a fit of rage, and just a little bit of anger, sorry Mr. Zhou, it went off. Are you going to play the game I mentioned before or not? If you don't want to play, then I'll have to choose for you. Chen Zhixing stared at him coldly, but his mouth spoke creepy words. The corners of He Yang's mouth rose madly, and he also saw Chen Zhixing's muzzle rise slightly after his words fell, aiming at his head once again. Then, Chen Zhixing's face was very serious as he opened his mouth to Zhou Wenrui. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, next time, I definitely won't go off the rails. I'll definitely aim for it. He Yang looked at the other side as if he had eaten the face of the same as the Xiang know that the other side of the heart cursed can be dirty, but did not dare to say out. Once said, well, Chen Zhixing this crazy is really dare to shoot. There was one thing to be said for him, and he had just been taken by surprise. He Yang glanced at Qin Zhan. His face was a bit white, so he guessed that he was also shocked. He also thought that Chen Zhixing is to scare Zhou Wanrui, but did not expect him to have a gun is really open. Lao He informed the remaining 700 troops to blockade the Yunjian harbor, no matter what method they use. He Yang didn't understand, but did as he was told. After all, every action of Chen Zhixing, that was an act of plunging straight into the heart of the other party. Mr. Zhou, are you going to play this game or not? I'm only going to count to 3. Chen Zhixing slowly raised 3 fingers, a cold smile if any at the corner of his mouth, holding his gun in one hand with the muzzle pointing to the sky. 3. Zhou Wenrui's leather shoes unconsciously crushed the ground, and he seemed to be able to think of the pain he felt when he stepped on top of the broken tire nails. 2. He saw Chen Zhixing casually playing with the magazine in his left hand, the brass bullets falling one by one onto the asphalt like he was dubbing some sort of countdown. 1. It was as if his voice was echoing in Zhou Wenrui's ears at all times, his face twitching as if he were roaring low like a madman. What the hell do you want? His hoarse roar startled the birds, accompanied by some trembling and some broken anger. What I said, is that not clear enough? Chen Zhixing's face steeply sank. His gun was once again aimed at him, and he ordered with an icy expression. Suspect Zhou Wanrui resisted arrest with a gun, and was killed by the provincial armed police squadron on top of Peach Blossom Bridge, and his shooting complied with the standard of shooting. After his voice fell, one by one, the armed police guns were loaded. The sound of clattering and banging caused cold sweat to have surfaced on Zhou Wanrui's forehead. He stared viciously at Chen Zhixing, gritting his teeth and roaring low. Chen Zhixing, I will never let you go. Chen Zhixing was full of unconcern and said, whatever. The knot in Zhou Wanrui's throat slid with difficulty, his back teeth clenched, and his knees weakened uncontrollably, only to be yanked by a twisted pride the moment he was about to fall to his knees. The last of the Zhou family's decency, at least that's what he thought. Chen Zhixing's muzzle was motionless, and the sound of his index finger gently rubbing on the trigger was clearly audible. The metallic clang of the armed forces drawing their bolts connected like a million ants gnawing at his nerves. A sudden outburst of hissing startled the egrets under the bridge. He bent over, took off his expensive leather shoes and slammed them toward Chen Zhixing, roaring, this is fine. Chen Zhixing returned the gun to the little warrior, which gave the little warrior a hint of security inside. He snapped and lit a cigarette. I'm talking barefoot, oh dear. Zhou Wanrui once again took off his socks and violently threw them on the ground. Looking at the densely packed tire-breaking nails on the ground, his body trembled as he placed his feet on them and pressed his weight down. 115. March of the Iron Torrent. Is Chen Zhixing really going to torture Zhou Wanrui? At least for now. Other than himself, no one else knew what it was he was thinking, but He Yang guessed a little. What's his background? His dad is the director of the Provincial Coal Bureau today, and one step further is at the vice-provincial level. His grandfather, Zhou Weiman, is a former member of the Provincial Standing Committee, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Although he is not in the system, the political resources that such a family brings to him is unimaginable, even if they are in the police station. At most, it is just a phone call to get the Public Security Bureau to release them. With such power, it naturally breeds Zhou Wanrui's bold character. Even if he is caught by them just like that, he will not admit his guilt. What Chen Zhixing did seemed to be torturing him, but on the other hand, how could it not be shattering the political armor that the Zhou family had brought him? Zhou Wanrui's screams echoed on the bridge, and blood snaked down the broken tire nails, blossoming into piercing red plums on the asphalt. He stumbled forward, each step like stepping on a mountain of knives, the legs of his suit pants long drenched in cold sweat. The tire-breaking nails penetrated the flesh and blood, and with every step he took, he left a trail of blood marks on the tire-breaking nails, and the sharp pain penetrated the palms of his feet, and this pain crept up his spine, making him unable to hold back his screams. Both legs were already trembling in pain. Those hands were even more deathly clenched. His eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was involuntarily trembling, and even, he was biting his lips in death. The blood from his lips was flowing down the corners of his mouth. Tears and snot ran down his cheeks and he was in so much pain he couldn't even control his body anymore. One footstep and at least a dozen nails went through one's paws, hardening into them, then being pulled out, then being driven in again. This pain is simply not something that normal people can endure. Zhou Wanrui's screams gradually turned into beastly whimpers, and the 10-meter-long path of broken tires and nails was dragged out by him in 2 winding trails of blood. Even at the end of the day, his feet couldn't take it anymore, so he had to roll, and rolled to the stoplight. When he finally reached the end of the crawl, his entire body slumped to the ground like mud, his suit long since drenched in cold sweat and blood. While he walked, Pang Chiwen behind him led the people while collecting the tire-breaking nails. At least 30 to 40 people just watched this once called the wind and rain. Watched this once stood on the heights of pointing out the mountains and rivers of the official third generation, drenched in blood, It's no longer possible to tell what a person looks like, except for their face. The white shirt was stained red with blood, and his body was all full of holes, all full of wounds. Chen Zhixing gave a very disgusted look and extinguished his cigarette as he crouched down and picked Zhou Wenrui's chin with the barrel of his gun. Should Mr. Zhou be able to speak properly now? Zhou Wenrui's teeth cackled and chattered, and with all his strength, he suddenly stormed up and grabbed Chen Zhixing's collar and hissed, "My grandfather will not let go." But, before he could even finish his words, Chen Zhixing raised his hand and slapped him. Pop! A slap made him incline his head. Chen Zhixing shook his wrist, which raised his head. Notify everyone. Blockade the Peach Blossom Island Villa area. Only allowed to enter and not allowed to leave. Each villa carefully searched. Qin Zhan stood at attention and saluted. Yes. Pang Qiwen, Executive Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, stared at Chen Zhixing with a pale face. This is to kill and kill. This is to let Zhou Wenrui personally watch everything he created ruin. No wonder people send title Small Yan Wang. This means, said Small Yan Wang are conservative. This is not a Small Yan Wang. This is clearly a living Yan Wang. Also, prepare a bucket of wine for our Zhou Gongzi, so that Zhou Gongzi can strip naked and disinfect himself. After all, with so many holes in his body and so much blood, it looks quite oozy. I'm a timid person. I'm afraid of nightmares at night. Oh yeah, notify the hospital. Give him a tetanus shot. Don't die. It's no fun if he dies. It's no good for interrogation if he dies. Chen Zhixing got up and said in a light tone. Many people in the room rolled their eyes. You're still afraid of nightmares? Zhou Wenrui is good enough not to have nightmares. But your dreams are torture, right? A barrel of wine to sterilize him? Look at that. What kind of living hell could come up with that? The point is, it's really for his own good. Qin Zhan looked at Chen Zhixing. This side of the battle plan. Chen Zhixing's eyes chilled and his tone was extremely icy. Troops and armed police cooperate. Push across. This was the most domineering thing Chen Zhixing had said in so long. As Chen Zhixing's words fell, the entire bridge seemed to instantly freeze. He stood in the hunting river wind. The hem of his black jacket lifted up in a slight curve, and behind him were the armed forces arrayed and standing by, their guns glowing coldly in the setting sun. In 30 minutes, I want to see the light of the red flag illuminate the darkness. He reached out, stroked the party emblem on his chest, took a drag on his cigarette, exhaled smoke, and continued. I want to see the party emblem guiding the faith. Arms, once again raised, pointing in the direction of the villa area. The sound of a voice like a thunderstorm exploded from the ground. I want a clear sky with no room for more filth. Chen Zhixing swung his arm down like a guillotine chopping off the last trace of twilight. After his words fell, two low whistling sounds suddenly rang out from beneath the bridge. A buzzing sound rose slowly as the last rays of sunlight fell within the horizon, and the wind howled. Two helicopters slowly lifted off. It seems to be centered on Chen Jiwei, one on the left and one on the right. Helicopter in position. Over the intercom, a voice suddenly came. The propellers kicked up a gale that swirled the bridge dust into a vortex. At the same time, this bridge across the river trembled. In front and behind Chen Zhixing, 4 lanes, an armored personnel carrier came roaring, led by 2 armed police bomb-proof vehicles. The bullet chains of the vehicle-mounted machine guns glowed brassy in the twilight, and the tracks made a toothsome grinding sound on the concrete pavement. It's like the awakening of a war machine. Provincial Military Region. Iron Fist Regiment in position. A middle-aged man in combat uniform quickly stepped out of the car and saluted towards Chen Zhixing, with a resolute gaze that, in his eyes, seemed to burn like a bottom fire. Chen Zhixing's eyes were solemn, and he similarly returned a less-than-standard military salute. Since we're going to fight, let's crush the darkness completely. Is Qin War available? Chen Zhixing's voice, which was like a thunderbolt, exploded abruptly, and in Zhou Wenrui's horrified eyes, Chen Zhixing ordered brazenly, "Bomb squad, advance!" Qin War roared, "Yes, bomb squad, advance!" As the words fell, the armed police warriors behind Chen Zhixing and Qin Zhan collected their guns and loaded them, and the explosion-proof shields were taken out. The sound of stomping is shocking. The 30-man bomb squad formed a silver shield wall advancing as the prelude to a torrent of steel rang out. Neat stomping steps shattered the rose garden, each step like a giant hammer hitting the ground. The last moments of the sun sinking into the horizon. All armed units complete the merge. The whole picture is like a steel torrent, constituting a picture of an epic steel torrent march. P.S. All the previous ones are considered high-energy episodes. This one is considered high burner. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Cold Moon Night Tea. I wish you a lot of money, and I wish you a lot of money every day. P.S. I don't want to add more. If a single reward exceeds $50, I have to add more. I don't really want to add more, because I have to write. Cough cough cough. I owe a chapter today. I'll make it up tomorrow. And thank you to all the readers who have caught up to this point. Chapter 116, The Secret of Yunjiang Harbor. The steel torrent pushed into the Peach Blossom Island villa area with an extremely violent gesture. The helicopters circling behind them pressed forward in the sky to Peach Blossom Island with the sound of booming propellers. The hundreds of men scattered out by the Iron Fist Regiment surrounded the entire island. And when the order was given, the encircling fighters immediately scaled the walls to enter. Chen Zhixing looked at this scene, his eyes lowered as he squatted down and looked at Zhou Wanrui, who was like a maggot on the ground, and opened his mouth with a smile. Mr. Zhou, are you going to tell me where your evidence is hidden, or are you going to tell you to go soak in a bath with wine first? Hearing Chen Zhixing's words like the king of living hell, Zhou Wanrui trembled, and he seemed to have been able to imagine how he would feel when he was soaked in wine. Fear also surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Looking at him, Chen Zhixing didn't want to talk nonsense with him and waved his hand and ordered, "Old he, take him down to have a drink, and when I'm done here I'll meet up with you guys at the Yunjiang harbor." After hearing these words, a tremor surfaced in Zhou Wanrui's gaze as he jerked his head up, staring at Chen Zhixing with disbelief, unable to resist hissing, "Why do you know about Yunjiang port? There's no way my people would betray me. What the hell do you know? Why do you know about Yunjiang harbor?" Zhou Wanrui's body was shaking violently, and he didn't know if it was because he was being poked or because of the pain. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly and patted him on the face. "Ah, Duke Shou, it seems that you really don't realize just how much trouble your Zhou family has gotten into. Let me tell you this, tomorrow morning then, the Supreme Steering Group will arrive in Changtian Province, in which the steering group is internally divided into 10 groups, which represent 10 departments, including the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Political and Legal Committee, Supreme Prosecutor, Supreme Court, and the Central Organization Department. So yeah, the end of your Zhou family is here, understand?" After saying that, Chen Zhixing gave He Yang a look that he knew very well what it meant. Now the trial. With the current situation and the impact of these few words from Chen Zhixing, it had pretty much destroyed his psychological defense, so now was the best time to interrogate him. He Yang turned around and threw Zhou Wanrui to the others while he entered Peach Blossom Island with Chen Zhixing and Xinjiang. Chen Zhixing went straight to Villa No. 1, and He Yang still didn't get it and directly opened his mouth to ask, "Why is this Peach Blossom Island mobilizing such a large armed force? What exactly is in it?" Xinhuo was also curious to know. Chen Zhixing was silent for a moment and didn't explain, just said, "You'll know later." After arriving at Villa No. 1, Xinjiang waved his hand, and the armed police warriors behind him immediately broke down the door and searched Villa No. 1 up and down twice, but nothing happened. Report, no abnormalities detected. Just after the armed guards reported, a sudden burst of gunfire rang out. He Yang's face changed, and the armed police warriors were immediately on guard. There was a possibility of a shootout, but I didn't think it would happen so fast. Chen Zhixing's face remained unchanged as he walked directly into the villa, and it had to be said that the interior of the villa was dominated by a golden splendor and filled with a sense of luxury. Xinjiang smacked his lips. This Zhou Wanrui is really rich. Just this villa is decorated. TSK. He couldn't even find anything to say. After all, the inside of this villa looked like it was decorated by rich people. But He Yang rolled his eyes and said, "No, have you guys ever seen a real rich person? How can you call yourself a rich man with just a broken villa? Are you kidding? Though, barring that, I'll admit, Zhou Wanrui might possibly be rich, but he's not even as rich as me." Qin War? Seemingly speaking of his best point, He Yang's face immediately surfaced with a smug look, puffing out his chest and putting his hands behind his back. "Shao Qin Na, if you retire later and can't find a job, give me a word. Brother has no other ability, just money. On this kind of small villa area, brother still look down on it. Brother's family, but there is a manor. Manor inside or BMW? Not car BMW. Is sweat blood BMW? 100 kilometers to grass kind." Qin War was puzzled. Qin War was shocked. Manor, sweat blood BMW. Is this guy really a rich kid? Then, a thought surfaced in Xinjiang's brain. Not, you damn a rich second generation you and what official awe? Aren't all you rich kids extravagant and indulgent? Why is there such a weirdo like you? Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, "An hour ago, his dad called him. Our director he still has to go back to arrest his dad, saying that his dad is suspected of bribery." Qin War? Xinjiang was puzzled, then even more puzzled, and finally stifled a sentence. "You became an official, just to arrest your father?" He Yang. "That's because I don't want him to rush the marriage. He told me to marry the ones I don't like." Xinjiang was curious about the life of the rich second generation and asked again, "So what kind do you like?" He Yang said seriously, "Big, well-built, pretty, and good-looking." Qin War was thrice curious. "What about the one your father told you to marry?" He Yang was silent for a long time until he walked to the basement door before he said, "Nice figure, pretty, and big too." Xinjiang did not say anything. He was just silent. What difference does it make? Never mind. Can't figure out their rich kid's world. Chen Zhixing patted Qin Zhan's shoulder and said in a bad mood, "Don't mind him. He's just cheap. There's a safe down there. Let's see if it can be broken. If it can't be broken, then blow it up. Don't hurt your stuff. What's in there is incriminating evidence. After we get our stuff, we'll head for the harbor." Good. With people around him available, he simply ordered them to do it. After all, he was now considered the supreme commander. Full responsibility for the case in the city of Lincoln. The armed police around them went to the basement while they sat in the stairwell. The armed police in the villa each occupied favorable terrain and were able to ensure that they were able to detect the enemy and engage in a firefight at the first opportunity. Qin Zhan looked at Chen Zhixing, curiosity once again. Elbow touched Chen Zhixing. "Comrade Zhixing, tell me, what exactly is in Yunjiang Harbor?" Chen Zhixing sighed. He will not want to say it, but he called me a comrade. It's a really wonderful feeling to be called. Human trafficking, QG sale, organization of prostitution, etc. Zheng Guoming's statement explained that almost every month a batch of people would be sent to the provincial capital, but throughout everyone's statements no one explained where this batch of people went. And you saw the situation in the basement of the mental hospital. The profit-oriented Zhou family couldn't have imprisoned that group of people for no reason. And also, Lao he found out clues about the QG trade in the psychiatric hospital. Meanwhile, more than 40% of the letters and visits to the Bureau of Letters and Visits are about missing persons. You can also look at the missing persons rate of the Public Security Bureau, which increases every year. And the fact that this thing hasn't been exposed says something. You might want to guess. And knowing that we're in Lin Chang and Zhou Wanrui is still coming back, I'm guessing that it's either to destroy the evidence or to settle the people who were shipped in through the Yunjiang port, or both. After the words fell, an explosion suddenly came from the basement, followed by a report from the armed police. Report, the safe has blown. Chapter 117, He Yang, there's an attack. Get down quickly. Upon first hearing Chen Zhixing's remarks, Qin Zhan and He Yang were shocked, but they were only shocked for a moment. It wasn't that the two didn't have sympathy, but both were a little numb by now. From the evils uncovered in Starfish City to the mental hospitals in the city of Linshur, one by one, it is shocking and straight to the heart. Now that they said it, the two just cursed and that was it. It's like, after seeing a mountain of corpses and bloodshed, a person dies in front of you. You may be sad, but you'll never be mentally shocked by it. Speak human, how can a woman who has loved an eagle look at a crow? The basement was a coded door, and anyone who could use a coded door in this day and age was either rich or wealthy. Inside the basement, the safes set into the walls had all been completely blown open, their doors twisted and fell to the floor, and the air was all still filled with the smell of smoke from the explosives. There was no damage to the contents of the safe. Chen Zhixing, He Yang and Qin Zhan stomped down the stairs, and when they came down, they saw the armed police warriors standing in the space, their guns pressed down, extending all the way to the side of the safe. Chen Zhixing picked it up and took a look. The book inside was all encrypted content, all digital. He guessed can guess. After all, people's back is Zhou Weiman. This experienced heavy struggle, and finally became the existence of the political and legal mouth of a hand. This kind of encryption, that is just a little bit of small means flowing out of the cracks of people's fingers. Grass. What the hell? All this fuss for a bunch of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He Yang casually rummaged through it and opened his mouth to curse at that moment, but still took out the file bag and put all these things in it. People at this level can't just casually write how much money to send to so-and-so on such and such a date, can they? Chen Zhixing didn't want to bother with this living treasure and said to Qin Zhan, Team Qin, I'll leave these things to you for safekeeping. This is evidence that can point directly to the Zhou family. And yes, this evidence can only point to the Zhou family. If you want to implicate Zhou Weiman, then you have to start with Zhou Wanrui. Chen Zhixing dialed Yuqing his phone, and the other party answered almost in seconds. Sure Fu, Yuqing has said with some fatigue. Well, go ahead. Yu Qinghai is also really exhausted. After all, want to get into the province to check the Zhou family? It is indeed very difficult. Zhou Wanrui has already been captured, so I'm troubling senior brother to put this news out. Zhou Wanrui is, after all, the only child of the Zhou family, so as long as Zhou Weiman makes a move, he will be able to catch the cracks and pull out his fox tail. Chen Zhixing's tone was resolute. Good. What else? Yu Qinghai didn't believe that a vice-ministerial level being would be so subdued. Chen Zhixing sneered. The evidence of Peach Blossom Island falling into the hands of the task force and the Yunjiang port being seized. These two things are enough to make Zhou Weiman panic. It was important to know that among the 5 notebooks Qin Zhan kept, there were at least 80% of the Zhou family's direct lineage. It was precisely because of this that Chen Zhixing decided to take action against Zhou Wanrui. Fine. 12 o'clock at the latest. The news will soon fall on Zhou Weiman's ears. But, We also need actual evidence. Chen Zhixing opened the speakerphone, and then opened the camera, clicked several pages of photos, and sent them to Yu Qinghe by MMS. These things, they're enough. Good. After simply hanging up the phone, the corners of Chen Zhixing's mouth surfaced with a sophistication that did not belong to his age. It's not a conspiracy anymore. It's blatantly phallic. Zhou Weiman also knew it was a young plot, but had to make a response. Otherwise, once it was exposed, it would definitely implicate him. He Yang looked at Chen Zhixing blankly and raised his notebook. You know what that means? Chen Zhixing shook his head. I don't know. He Yang was even more confused. Then how can you be sure that old fox Zhou Weiman will reveal his fox tail? No? Do you really know something? Don't you have become the secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection? I'm still the head of the department. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes. He did know something. The collapse of the Zhou family began when Zhou Wenrui's Peach Blossom Island villa area was investigated. And in his previous life, others would just look at the announcement. But he was able to use the contacts in his hands to know more. I heard that the night the Peach Blossom Island villa area one villa was investigated. Countless people panicked. And even Zhou Weiman's, who hadn't been out of the sanatorium for 2 years, came out and moved around. And these jumbled numbers seem like they're meant to be slowly right in a book, much like deciphering a secret. When all the declassification was completed, 28 of the province's departmental level fell, more than 160 of the division level fell, and the following section members, not to mention, in the later after the start of the internet era, some people summarize, Zhou Weiman only rely on the power of a family, cut off the future of the province. What's more, it was said that a big leader who disliked whoever he was, sent him to Changtian province, which is the same as cutting off the future. Speaking of people, checking in on this in a previous life accelerated the collapse of the Zhou family's power system, so Peach Blossom Island is a key point. Little mouth blathering, as if quenched with poison, Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes, and continued without a good mood. Alright, it's now 7:30. Let's leave this place to the troops and public security. They should go to Yunjiang Harbor now. I don't know if this butterfly vibrating his wings right now has changed the matter, and if it has, it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Forget it, go back to the disciplinary committee interrogation room first. It's 7:30 now, to the disciplinary committee interrogation room at 8 o'clock. Interrogation for an hour, to the port of Yunjiang at about 8:30, time is not too late. After a few moments of contemplation, Chen Zhixing continued to instruct He Yang, Old He, have the troopers take control of all the people in the harbor and have the troopers take over. Although He Yang was a bit of a pauper, he had never fallen off the wagon when it came to big things. Good. He Yang immediately took out his phone and went up to the living room to dial the number of the person in charge there. Then, bang, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and a cloisonné vase on top of the shelf behind He Yang suddenly crumbled, the fragments smashing into his head, the sharp edges cutting through his scalp. When he reached out, he felt a pain in his head. He Yang looked at the blood in his palm and was confused. No, I'm inside the villa, near the basement door. What the hell could break this vase? Alert! Alert! A hissing sound suddenly rang out, and He Yang saw the surrounding armed police warriors immediately enter combat mode, kicking the door shut with a bang and kneeling on one knee with their guns aimed at the door. Almost instantly, the armed police warriors inside the villa immediately became serious. There's an attack. He Yang? Chapter 118 Grass God. He Yang's brain was buzzing. He was standing here. How could someone still want to kill him? What's the point of killing him? He's just an executive down there. Why bother? Why kill me? Go kill him. Chen Zhixing and Xinjiang, who heard the gunshots, quickly ran up and came up to see He Yang lying on the ground, covering his head. After seeing Chen Zhixing, he immediately yelled towards him. There's a sniper. Get down. Chen Zhixing? Sniper? Not to mention whether Zhou Wenrui can get a sniper rifle or not. It is impossible for Zhou Wenrui to get this kind of rare resource. Do you really think that those who have had a military background, even retired soldiers, don't have some sense of right and wrong? If you want to kill me, you should kill me. Why should I kill you? Do you think it's possible that it's a stray bullet? Looking at He Yang lying on the ground, he was heartbroken and amused, and he even got the sniper out of the way. And for a while, he was also crying and laughing. He Yang sniffed. He didn't mind being embarrassed. He didn't look like a rich second generation at all. Grinned, sat up from the ground and waved his hand. Hey, I was just kidding. I didn't expect you to find out. Chen Zhixing didn't say anything either, and the scene that wasn't awkward became awkward. They don't need to worry about security. There are armed police and troops at the scene. If they get hurt, Chen Zhixing looked up at Xinjiang, who was manning the doorway, and asked, what's the situation now? Xinjiang cautiously stretched his head to take a look, and the situation outside was as far as the eye could see. It's Zhou Jigang. He fled outside with a group of people and escaped over here. The military side has formed a closed circle. They can't get away. Zhou Jigang. He said that, from the time they came to the city of Lin, they have not heard the news of Zhou Jigang. Before the time and the Public Security Bureau also did not see Zhou Jigang. The result is now here to see. Chen Zhixing hid under the bed with a cat's waist, stretched his head, and cautiously glanced at the scene outside. It was exactly the same as what Qin Zhan had said. Zhou Jigang's right arm was injured, dripping with blood, covering his arm, and there were about 7 or 8 other people around him, all carrying different injuries. Chen Zhixing was silent for a while, and finally sighed. Zhou Jigang, I'm Chen Zhixing. Stop being obsessive. If you continue to be obsessive, you'll die here today. For the sake of our colleagues, let me advise you, you have no other way out. Surrender. Zhou stumbled into the greenery, branches cutting through his already blood-stained police uniform. Chen Zhixing's voice suddenly came from his ears. He let out a miserable laugh, looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows of Villa No. 1, and yelled, Chen Zhixing, don't persuade me? From the time I begged for his Zhou Wenrui's head, there's no going back. When you were in Starfish City, your itinerary was all told to Zhou Wenrui by Lousy, so Lousy came a step late every time, but you're damn lucky you didn't die. 7 or 8 people hid into the green bushes. Zhou Jigang looked at the brothers who were all wounded. Zhou Jigang was silent. Brothers, it's my fault for bringing you all on this broken ship. Now that the situation is like this, we at least used to be police officers. We can't lay hands on our brother forces. What do you guys think? Zhou Jigang took a deep breath, and there was a complexity in his gaze. To be honest, he didn't want to bring them to this point, but the position itself was different. He had no choice. Brother, you saved me back then. What you say, I do. That's right, brother Zhou. If you say you want to fight, the brothers will not complain even if they lay down their lives with you. If it wasn't for you, brother, introducing Zhou Xiao to us back then, my father might have died. Big deal. I'll give you this life today. Zhou Jigang trembled as he pulled out a cigarette, and after lighting it, he took a deep breath, and with one pair of eyes, he looked at the 7 people in front of him and fell silent. You guys can still live, but I can't. Even if I go to court, it's ultimately a death sentence. I've done too much for Zhou Wenrui. He took another drag on his cigarette and handed the one in his hand to a brother next to him. Don't you resist. Let them take you. You don't know much. Push it all on me. Lice are not ticklish. Next, I'll ask to negotiate with Chen Zhixing. Then I'll make shooting motions at him, but I won't shoot. And you guys aren't allowed to touch Chen Zhixing. He's really cleaning up the trash. As long as I make a move to shoot, the armed police and military will definitely kill me, and I will be relieved. You mustn't make a move. You can still live, but I definitely won't. With those words, the cigarette spun around and came back to him. Brother, Zhou Jigang yelled lowly, don't say anything. It's decided. When he finished speaking, he stood straight out of the green bushes, and swish, 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 a rifle pointed at him. Zhou Jigang, however, yelled, Chen Zhixing, get out here. I'll have an interview with you. As the words fell, Qin Zhan inside the room grabbed his arm and shook his head towards him. In their eyes, Zhou Jigang was a dangerous element, and this dangerous element wanted to interview Chen Zhixing, saying that he would not be able to hold the same mindset. Chen Zhixing hesitated for a moment. To say that he was not afraid of death, it was impossible. After all, it was not easy to be reborn in a new life. He still had a lot of things left to do, but as a party member, he couldn't be afraid of death. Patting Qin Zhan's hand, Chen Zhixing still opened the door and walked out. After going out, he instantly saw that the troops outside had imposed a siege on Villa 1 and were standing densely packed with a group of people, especially in that car. The machine gun on the roof was aimed at Zhou Jigang. Chen Zhixing stood at the entrance of the villa, locking eyes with Zhou Jigang from a distance of more than 10 meters. The night wind swept past with the smell of smoke, but it made the silence between the two more and more oppressive. What do you want to talk about? Chen Zhixing was the first to speak, his voice steady. Zhou Jigang grinned his dry and cracked lips, blood sliding from the corner of his forehead to his chin. But he was grinning, with a cigarette in his mouth, not saying a word, with a complicated look. Chen Zhixing turned his head to look at the green bushes next to him. The few wounded brothers were clutching their guns in their death throes, but they didn't raise them with red eyes, and one by one they got up and looked at him, all dropping their guns. Put down your guns and surrender. I'll keep the 7 of them alive. Chen Zhixing had guessed what he was thinking inside. Zhou Jigang reddened his eyes and grinned, but then shook his head. I can't go back. Ever since the first time Zhou Wenrui approached me, I can't go back. As for you, Chen Zhixing, you're so always so good at catching people's soft underbelly. His words had just fallen, but the pistol in Zhou Jigang's hand was suddenly pointed at Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing's pupils shrunk violently, but before he could shoot, the sniper in the dark had already fired. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire exploded simultaneously with the muffled sound of a sniper round penetrating the chest cavity, splattering blood. Zhou Jigang looked down at his chest and used his last strength to roar, "Grass God!" Immediately afterward, the entire body of the man slammed heavily on the ground and lay in a pool of blood. The trooper quickly stepped forward and kicked the gun out of Zhou Jigang's hand, and at this time, Qin Zhan ran out from inside the villa, just in time to see the gun at his feet, which, there was no magazine. Qin Zhuan also froze, looking at Zhou Jigang who was kneeling on the ground. He sighed and spoke, "In the gun, there's no magazine, empty gun. He specializes in seeking death. P.S. Ahem, ahem, I slept until noon, only wrote this much, continue to owe a chapter. So what? I haven't taken a vacation yet this month. I want to use it so badly. So much for taking a vacation. There are 4 more days in a month for the cowhorse, and only 1 day for the pouncer." Chapter 119, Military and Police Surround Yunjiang Harbor. Iron Cage Surprises Seafood Case. Yunjiang Harbor. The sea breeze carried a salty smell into his nose, and a huge gantry stood. Inside the operations room, middle-aged men chewed betel nut and smoked cigarettes, opening windows to watch the men below unloading the ship at berth 7. Dozens of containers labeled Seafood Cold Chain are at berth 7, and there is a faint whimpering sound as workers in raincoats hold drills to drill out ventilation holes. A truck pulls up to the ground, and the containers unloaded from the gantry fall with pinpoint accuracy onto the truck, where the men below quickly fasten them on. "Brother Xing, 120 only seafood tonight. Want to pick an abalone to try?" Brother Xing inside the gantry's operation room heard the intercom ringing. He took a drag on his cigarette and smiled strangely. "I heard from Mr. Zhou that this batch of seafood was specially sourced from abroad, and this is to fill the gap between the lack of seafood on our side and the lack of seafood on our side. Used. I'm telling you, you mustn't get any ideas about this batch of seafood, or I can't protect you." The intercom sounded again. "Brother Xing, the journey is so far anyway, even if we play 1 or 2 on the way, Mr. Zhou won't know about it, and it's fine if the brothers don't say anything." Hearing this, Brother Xing was also a bit impressed, but thinking of Mr. Zhou's methods, he shivered, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and yelled in a low voice, "Didn't you understand what I said? This batch of seafood, no one can move. Do you understand?" "Got it, Xing." Only when all 3 containers were loaded onto the truck did Lu Xing walk out from inside the operation room. He stood on the gantry and looked at the large harbor, and his heart was always relieved. In the past 2 days, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspections Task Force had made a big deal in Lincheng City, and it would be hard for them not to hear the news even if they wanted to. Those who have arrested this one today and that one tomorrow are like topsy-turvy to them now, and they must be very worried in their hearts. But the shipment had arrived and they couldn't just leave it alone, hence tonight's action. Lu Xing stood on the gantry and suddenly saw a string of lights lit up in the direction of the exit, and with a deathly frown, he grasped the walkie-talkie and asked, "Do we have people arranged at the exit?" The person on the other end of the intercom froze for a moment before replying, "No, Brother Xing, all of us are here, and the people from the Port Authority who are on duty tonight are all on Peach Island right now, so there's no one here but us." Hearing this, Lu Xing's heart thumped, and then he saw blue and red police lights suddenly flashing in the dark night. His pupils snapped shut and he roared into the intercom, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, there are cops, retreat." In the distance, blue and red police lights split the night like sharp blades, and before the sirens sounded, there was a deafening roar in the sky. 2 military helicopters tore through the clouds like night falcons, their propellers whipping up a hurricane of wind that rattled the tarps on the containers. The white light of the searchlight swept across the ground like the sword of judgment, illuminating the hiding crowd. Chen Zhixing's voice exploded in the middle of the sky. "This is the Iron Fist Regiment of the Changtian Province Military Region." Chen Zhixing's voice exploded through the loudspeaker, each word carrying an ironic sense of oppression. He clasped the hatch handle with one hand, his military boots on the helicopter's pedals, and his voice seemed to explode above the heavens as he looked down on the scurrying figures below. Yunjiang Harbor has now been designated as a temporary military control zone. Everyone crouch down with their heads in their hands immediately, and anyone who resists will be dealt with according to wartime regulations. In the direction of the sea, several marine police ships broke the waves, searchlights and helicopters formed a closed circle, and that's when the police siren finally sounded, completely shattering the quiet of the night sky. At the exit, the first 2 bomb-proof vehicles thumped through the doorway railing, their engines roaring low, their roofs bursting with powerful lights like the open eyes of a giant beast, illuminating the harbor exit with a snowy light. 12 armored vehicles burst through in a wedge formation. However, at the next intersection, 3 military infantry vehicles crushed out of the side of the container yard. The tracks rolled the scattered crates into pieces, and the heavy machine guns on the turret raised abruptly, locking the gantry with their black hole muzzles, presenting a front and rear attacking and encircling situation. Lu Xing looked at what was happening in front of him, only question marks popping up in his head. No, for such a trivial matter, do you have to use the army? Aren't you guys giving us too much credit? We don't even have a gun, 2 watermelon knives at most. You're treating us like we're just a couple days old, aren't you? Just as Lu Xing was trying to wind up pulling a tight call, he suddenly realized that there was a red spot at his heart. Lu Xing, well, 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 we're just punks at best. Are you guys that bad? Look, look, explosive protected vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, heavy machine guns, helicopters, and snipers who don't know where their cats, to come at us with this kind of a lineup. Really, is it appropriate? How did I not know I was so good? Repeat, abandon resistance. Chen Zhixing snapped. Lu Xing, brother, do you want to see what you're talking about? Do we dare to resist such a ing battle? The helicopter slowly approached the ground, and Chen Zhixing jumped down directly from the helicopter. The leader of the Iron Fist Regiment ran over quickly and saluted, reporting to the commander. The Iron Fist Regiment has successfully completed its mission. Chen Zhixing saluted back solemnly. On guard. Aye. Alert. In the end, it was the disciplinary committee's motorcade that entered at the end of the procession. Chen Zhixing looked at the 2 containers in front of him and waved one hand. Open the containers. From the evidence team, record the evidence. Yes, the Marine Police, the Iron Fist Regiment, the Public Security, the Discipline Commission and the Armed Police. With the exception of the Discipline Commission, the other 4 forces are armed forces. They don't even have to fire a single shot to be in direct control. Of course, hear things well. Chen Zhixing cannot personally over, but he is still not assured. Afraid because of their own rebirth led to changes here. So still in the first line of good point. With the 2 containers opened, the scene inside made everyone fall silent. Container door was pried open the moment. The pungent odor of rotting mixed with excrement like a wave of pouncing. Several armed police were immediately choked back 2 steps. It was only through the faint light that they got a good look inside the container. The interior of the container was covered in scratches, and dozens of frightened eyes flickered behind the steel cage in the dim light. All were dark-skinned or dark brown expatriate faces, mostly female, with their hands and feet bound with nylon ties and their mouths taped. In the front row of cages, a skinny, bony expat girl is banging her head against the bars, a bloody scab on her forehead clinging to flies, especially after they saw the gun-toting warriors at the entrance of the container. Many of them sobbed. At the scene, there was a sudden dead silence, except for the somewhat shaky voice of a small armed police warrior. Report. Initial judgment. Container No. 1 about 70 people. All are foreign women. Chapter 120 Stinking Iron Cage Hiding Corpses. Account book points to Zhou family's sin. The scene became dead silent, and everyone's throats tightened as if they were being pinched. Foreign women. This 4-letter word was like a needle that stung many people's eyeballs in a sudden moment, but most of them were from the Public Security, Armed Police, and Discipline Inspection Commission. After all, they know very well what those 4 words represent. Chen Zhixing jumped onto the second truck and turned his head to Yi Yang. Old He, open it. Yi Yang waved his hand, and immediately a few Discipline Inspection Commission staff quickly jumped on the car and opened the container. The moment the door of the container opened, more women emerged. The strong stench of decay mixed with the smell of blood slammed into the crowd like substance, and the ghastly white beams of the searchlights pierced into the darkness, illuminating the layers of silhouettes within the iron cage. In the outermost cage, a Southeast Asian woman of about 20 huddled in the corner, her wrists purple and black bruises from nylon ties, beads of blood oozing from her dry, cracked lips under the tape. The moment the light swept by, she reflexively raised her arm to shield her eyes, and the tattered cuff slipped off, revealing a dense array of pinholes on the inside of her arm. Chen Zhixing's eyes continued to move inside. A boy of about 5 or 6 years old was chained to a cage post, his ankles worn and bloody. In his arms he held a soiled ragdoll, the cotton of which flared out from the split in his abdomen, where it had been scribbled closed with thick thread in the shape of a twisted centipede. The boy's pupils contracted violently in the glare, but he couldn't make a sound, could only squeeze a cub-like whimper from his throat. In the innermost cage lay the body of a woman, greenish-gray in color, with her abdomen roughly cut open and her organs exposed to the damp air. Both kidneys were removed with precision, leaving only 2 bloody holes. The edge of the incision is flat, apparently by professional instruments. The body's right hand is still clutching the cage bars. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a bunch of He Yang covered his nose and growled lowly with a pale face, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the odor that was like an altar for Tarsus entered along his mouth and nose. Vomit. He squatted to the side, puking while he couldn't help but open his eyes again to look at his vomit and continue to vomit. The scene, more or less flavorful. Chen Zhixing's face also went pale for a while, covering his mouth and nose in death. The bottom of the iron cage condensed with black and red filth, and a few flies were in the corpse's eye sockets. He was also a little too much to bear, and the ghastly white color of his face ran to the side and breathed in the fresh air in great gulps. Such a big case, only Lincheng Public Security Bureau cannot eat down. Chen Zhixing slowed down for a while, which gave Qi Ziyuan a phone call. Director Qi, there's a case that needs to be taken over by the provincial office. The current situation is like this. Okay. Then you send someone to butt heads with the Public Security Bureau side. Okay, please Director Qi. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zhixing looked at the two containers and let out a long sigh. He was clear that the Zhou family was behind all of this, and even Zhou Wanrui was nothing more than an enforcer that the Zhou family had pushed into the open. He knows, Lin Shanhe knows, Wang Jingguan knows, Bao Wanrui knows, and even the entire provincial standing committee team is clear that it is the Zhou family behind this. Don't look at them as the standing committee of the provincial party committee, if in accordance with the conventional means, they simply have no way to take Zhou Weiman at this stage. As long as the arrest and sentence, then it cannot bypass the public prosecution and law. And the public prosecution and law system is Zhou Weiman's own land. In the public prosecution and law system, Zhou Weiman's face still has a lot of influence. Especially his disciples and officials are very much. So much so that now more than 60% of the public prosecution and law system are still recognized Zhou Weiman, this old leader. Against this background, the public prosecutor's office has almost become Zhou Weiman's talisman. Move him, the public prosecution system is in chaos. This situation is too ugly. But now, the situation has been finalized. Waiting for the chain of evidence to close the net. Chief Peng, I'll leave things here to you. The victims trouble you to make arrangements, and will dock with the people from the provincial office later. As for this group of criminals, those who should be prosecuted will be prosecuted. You can understand what I mean, right? Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at him with a smirk, a playful smile emerging from the corners of his mouth. This smile made him tremble and hurriedly piled up the meat on his face to fawn. Yes, please don't worry. Team Leader Chen, I will definitely enforce the law impartially. Chen Zhixing looked over at the Iron Fist Regiment leader and walked over to him, shaking his two hands together. Leader, I'm troubling you. He smiled. Hey, what's the trouble? No trouble. You're more dangerous than we are, ya. Chen Zhixing didn't say much, and after a few more words, he left the harbor and headed to the interrogation room of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. He Yang and the Commission for Discipline Inspection docked to check the ownership of this port. Of course, whether now or later, this kind of port belongs to the state-owned enterprises. The participation of state-owned enterprises is certainly ironclad, at least as of now. According to what he knew so far, tomorrow morning, the Supreme Steering Group arrived in Changtian Province, and he was on a plane ticket at noon tomorrow and had to make a trip to the capital. The 5 notebooks recovered from Peach Blossom Island were filled with numbers on almost every page, and after all these numbers were decrypted, the contents were enough to sentence Zhou Wanrui to death. But is it enough? Apparently not enough. There was no way for this evidence to point directly to Zhou Weiman, even though everything that had happened so far was enough to take Lin Shanhe's hat off. But, to move Zhou Weiman, there must be enough evidence. This, in turn, involves the relationship between active and retired. The incumbent Lin Shanhe, put a hat on him in this category of negligence, can take him off, but a retired former political and legal mouth hand, without evidence, will break certain unspoken rules of the circle of retired leaders. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, inspection teams usually come down with evidence, and this time, it had to come down because things went too far, so it had to implement the evidence. At Zhou Weiman's level, even now that he is retired, there is basically no direct evidence within the province to point to him. Lao He, the difference between retired and active is like cutting the blue wire or the red wire when defusing a bomb. When Zhou Weiman was in office, he held the detonator, and a word from the secretary of the political and legal committee could prevent us from even touching the case file. But now, he only has one phone line left connecting him to his old ministry, and every time we cut one, he has one less amulet. Chen Zhixing knocked on the 5 encrypted ledgers on the table and sneered. After these numbers are decrypted, it's enough to shoot Zhou Wanrui 10 times, but if you want to nail Zhou Weiman, you have to let him rip the last thread himself. He Yang was puzzled. That's why you're making a trip to the capital? Chen Zhixing nodded. The fuse of this bomb is not in the province, but in the capital. He Yang mouth corner twitching. Well, Huahua finished Changtian province, and have to go to Huahua Beijing. I do not know how much he went over to make a big thing. In fact, it cannot be helped. If Zhou Weiman in office, they cannot even make a case. After all, a direct control of the political and legal system of a hand, a lot of power, able to intervene in cases through administrative orders, personnel appointments and dismissals, and after retirement, they can only rely on the protection network formed by their protégés to envelop them. After retirement, they lose their statutory powers, but they maintain hidden power through their disciples, and this influence needs to be realized indirectly through exchanges of benefits and favorable relationships. But they are no longer able to directly order the law enforcement agencies. Even if you want to influence, you can only intervene through informal means such as greeting and passing notes. To put it in human terms, calling provincial leaders to put pressure on them is much less effective. Chen Zhixing dared to move directly against Zhou Wanrui, precisely because Zhou Weiman is no longer able to directly shelter with his authority, but also because he can no longer control the dynamics of law enforcement in real time. Checking in after retirement is less politically risky, but requires breaking through his residual influence. Chen Zhixing chose to start with Zhou Wanrui precisely to avoid a head-on clash with Zhou Weiman's old division, forcing him to disorganize himself through a Yang conspiracy and inducing Zhou Weiman's actions to be exposed. I'll only give you an hour, and in an hour's time, I want to see how these 5 notebooks are decrypted. Chapter 121, Tincture of Iodine forces confession to break the code. Record of blood debts under the page of Ming history. He is born again. He is not omniscient. Since being reborn, everything has been completely disrupted. The winds of the butterfly's wings had been more violent than he had expected, so much so that many things had been brought forward by more than a few years. City Council interrogation room. Zhou Wanrui cannot stand, cannot sit, can only stand in vain, like a shrimp. Hands were handcuffed, and his buttocks didn't dare to get next to the bench. As soon as he did, the hole in his buttocks pierced by the tire-breaking nail, although it had been sterilized. As soon as he sat down, the excruciating pain was still able to travel to his brain. The only place on my entire body that hadn't been stabbed was that thing in one of my hands. Oh yeah, and this face, now handcuffed to the interrogation chair, that is called a difficult. Sit and cannot sit, stand and cannot stand, so false squatting horse stance, have been more than an hour. Legs have long been out of order, early have been trembling. On the opposite side of him, He Yang had already gotten Chen Zhixing's order, and with his arms wrapped around his chest and his butt leaning on the table, he just looked at him with a smile. Brother the tincture of iodine has been brought over. Xiao Hu walked in from outside, carrying 6 bottles of iodine tincture. He Yang glanced at him and lectured with a cold face. Call it a position when you're working. Xiao Hu froze and immediately nodded. Okay, He division. He Yang, what the hell is wrong with your brain? What's wrong with your brain? Is a director a position? Director is a rank. Xiao Hu lowered his head. Okay, director he. Only then did a satisfied smile appear on He Yang's face. Well, that's more or less the same. Zhou Wanrui glanced at the 2 men and sneered. Don't put on a show there. If you want to ask anything, hurry up and ask. It's not like he's a little cutie. How could he not see that the 2 were acting? No matter what, he, Zhou Wanrui, was also from an official family. These things could almost be said to be engraved in his bones, and at a glance, he could see that the 2 were acting. He Yang looked at him with surprise and rolled his sleeves up. Yo-ho, it seems that your mouth is much harder than your legs. Then I'll cut the crap. What's the meaning of the contents of your 5 code books? Tell us. Although he was asking, He Yang still took the bottle of iodine tincture and opened it. Walking towards him, Zhou Wanrui sneered. You think lousy will. Before he could even finish his words, the iodine tincture inside He Yang's glass bottle had already been poured on his body. The tincture of iodine thing contains 0.5% tincture of iodine contains an alcoholic component that makes the pain more pronounced with double irritation. However, it is usually only used to sterilize intact skin and is not recommended for direct use on open wounds. Well, it's just not recommended, but it doesn't say you can't use it. He Yang shook the bottle of tincture of iodine in his hand, and the brownish-red liquid in the bottle gurgled and swirled. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Mr. Zhou, it won't do for you not to sterilize this wound. In case it gets infected with tetanus, how much will it affect the image of your noble official 3rd generation? Zhou Wanrui's eyelids fluttered wildly, and his vainly squatting legs had already begun to tremble, but his mouth held out. He Yang, you don't have to be so hypocritical. Have the guts to go directly to the means. Geez, your request is quite special? He Yang pretended to be surprised and turned his head to wink at Xiao Hu. Did you hear that? Mr. Zhou thinks that our service is not good enough, so we have to increase the quantity. When he finished, he poured the entire bottle of tincture of iodine onto the seat of the interrogation chair with a clatter, the brownish-red liquid instantly soaking the sponge cushion and dripping down. It's a sponge pad just for him. Zhou Wanrui's pupils quake. You damn it. I'm a what? Sterilization professional. He Yang shook off his bangs. raised his foot and kicked Zhou Wenrui's shivering knee socket. Sit down and rest for a while, Mr. Zhou. How tiring it is to stand for so long. Zhou Wenrui, legs soft, ass thumped into the iodine tincture-soaked chair cushion. Instantly, like 10,000 wasps stung buttocks at the same time. The pain of the whole person popped up, and then yanked back by the handcuffs, living like a frog nailed to the experimental board. Limbs twitching. He Yang, you're big man. Wrong, wrong, wrong. He Yang waved his hands repeatedly, his shoulders shaking as he held back his laughter. My grandpa is 80 this year. Your taste is quite heavy, he said, and unscrewed a second bottle and slowly dripped 2 drops into his crotch. Hey, this place needs to be sterilized as well, after all. He lowered his voice and came closer. I heard that Mr. Zhou plays with flowers. Beware of catching rotten peach blossoms. Zhou Wenrui's face was green and glowing, his forehead veins bulging. You wait for me to go out. Waiting for you to go out and send me a banner, right? He Yang slapped his thigh. Wonderful hand. Kind heart. Dr. He, specializing in pretending for 30 years. How's that? I even thought of the words for you. He turned his head and yelled at Xiaohu. Quickly write it down. Turn around and have Mr. Zhou sign it. Xiaohu, that is also an honest man, nah, immediately nodded and wrote down. Zhou Gongzi said, to send a banner to Director He, write wonderful hands and kind-hearted Dr. He, specializing in the treatment of pretending for 30 years. Zhou Wenrui was so angry that his lips were shivering, only to have He Yang suddenly change his face and copied the 3rd bottle of tincture of iodine and clattered and threw it on his face. Are you awake? Want to reminisce about the codebook? Tincture of iodine flowed down the bridge of Zhou Wenrui's nose to his mouth. Spicy tears and snot paced his face. The psychological defense finally collapsed. With a sobbing voice roar, I said okay. That code corresponds to the page number of Ming history. He Yang froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly pounded the table and laughed maniacally. Ah, Mr. Zhou, your cultural level. You're using Ming history as a codebook? Are you still planning to write an essay on Zhu Biao's art of fiscal management? He laughed so hard that he rubbed his stomach, turned his head and waved his hand at Xiaohu. Quickly. Go to the resource room and bring a set of the history of Ming. Our Mr. Zhou wants to hold a literary seminar. Zhou Wenrui was paralyzed in the iodine chair, his eyes lax, as if he heard the sound of his soul breaking. Damn it, how come this bastard's brain circuit is so different from others? Can't keep up with him at all. Come on, tell us in detail? He Yang said carelessly. After experiencing the Yunjiang harbor incident, he'd be damned if his temper could be good. I threw up last night's overnight meal. Zhou Wenrui is like a frosted eggplant. Breathless virtual squatting horse stance said. The number of pages, lines, how many words? After obtaining this decryption method, He Yang didn't pretend anymore, and heavily pestled a bottle of iodine tincture on the table and instructed, Xiaohu, you continue to interrogate, and drain him dry for me. I'll go report to Deputy Director Chen. After saying this, he always felt that something was wrong. After all, he was the director. He's a full director, and he's going to give a report to a deputy director? Never mind. This is not the time to dwell on that. He hurried out and headed for the meeting room of the municipal party committee, and on the way, he happened to meet Xiao Zhang, who was holding a bright history, and he took it in passing. In the city council chambers, Chen Zhixing and Wang Jinghua were arguing about something, and He Yang didn't wait. He directly knocked on the door, and only then did the voice fall. Recruitment, the number of pages, lines, and first number of words in the history of Ming. Chen Zhixing immediately took out the notebook from the file bag and searched for the Ming history. A minute later, looking at the first sentence that was solved, Chen Zhixing's face darkened. In 2003, Wu Chanshan daughters for kidney transplant. Waiting time is too long. To his daughter matched 2 kidneys. He agreed to grant land project. Surgery death was matched by 2 people. Buried in. Chapter 122, the steering group arrives at the long sky. Umbrellas lock the spider's web. Chen Zhixing's fingertips heavily crushed over the page. The fountain pen making deep marks after the word buried in. The ink soaking through the back of the paper. In 2003, the tender for the expansion of the Port of Lincoln was awarded to the Henderson Group for Lot 3. In consideration of the disposal of 12 northern Maine cargo containers, the bodies were poured into concrete piles, now under berth 7 in the harbor. In the Spring Festival of 2000, the New Year's gift to Jiang Xinghua was twins, play disabled and thrown into the Mekong River. The old man praised me for knowing how to do it, and introduced Sun Zhenghong, the mayor of Shangbei City. The pen snapped and broke on the desktop, and He Yang realized that Chen Zhixing's hands were shaking. They were shaking with anger. Those coded words are crawling like maggots out of the Ming history, gnawing at the roots of some behemoth. None of these words were transformed into a silver needle that stung the eyeballs. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath and pushed what he had written down to Wang Jinghua. Wang Jinghua glanced at it, and his face was also visibly gloomy, an extremely icy look surfacing within his gaze. Check. investigate to the end. Wang Zhenghua gave instructions. Chen Zhixing turned his head to look at He Yang, but there was only one sentence. I want to see all 5 laptops decoded by 7 o'clock tomorrow. Yes. Castle Peak Nursing Home. Draped in a navy cashmere cardigan, Zhou Weiman was bent over pruning a luohan pine in the courtyard. Old leader, your craftsmanship in this bonsai. The gang from the Provincial Literature Federation will have to worship the master when they see it. Zhao Kaishan, vice chairman of the Provincial Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC, stood under the veranda holding a purple sandpot, and the white mist coming out of the pot spout was wrapped in the mellow aroma of the 20-year-old pu'er. Zhou Weiman laughed lightly, the tip of his scissors picking off a slanted branch. I heard that the Supreme Steering Group arrived in Shantian Province this morning? Zhao Kaishan nodded. Yes, old leader. Yesterday at the emergency meeting of the Provincial Party Committee, Secretary Lin had already talked about this matter. I'm afraid that this time, Zhou Weiman picked up the spray bottle to moisturize the moss, one hand behind his back, looking in the direction of the Provincial Party Committee, and smiled. I'm retired, so there's no need to tell me about the province in the future. Hearing these words, Zhao Kaishan naturally understood the meaning of the words and nodded. Duke Wanrui's boat, it capsized last night. I'm a little worried. Zhou Weiman walked to the courtyard under the open umbrella. The table in front of him was set with a set of tea utensils. He looked calm and collected as he brewed tea. What do these things have to do with me? A child should be punished for making a mistake. Of course, but the crime doesn't have to end in death, don't you think? Zhao Kaishan didn't dare to take that either, and could only bend over and stand to the side. Zhou Weiman turned his words around and asked, what time is it? It's 9 o'clock, then I won't keep you for breakfast. The Supreme Steering Group team came with instructions from the Central Committee, so since they want to arrest, let them. I see. Upper North City, Shanghai Airport. The plane roared as it tore through the clouds, the landing lights in the belly of the plane coming on every now and then, the tires scraping 2 trails of blue smoke on the runway. At the same time, the airport gate suddenly poured into a column of black Audi car fleet, police lights flashing silently, license plate clear Tian A000 beginning. The convoy has not yet stopped, the rear of more than a dozen white coaster, the roof of the police strobe lights into a river of blue and red light. Armed police explosion-proof vehicles lead the way, backed by a wall of riot shields in full gear. Xi Ziyuan, director of the Provincial Public Security Department, personally led the team, and the special police stood with loaded guns. Clusters of traffic police motorcycles fan out, reflective undershirts linked into a fluorescent-colored cordon. In the center of this steel torrent, Lin Shanha's black executive jacket was as upright as a pine. Behind them, the members of the Provincial Party Committee lined up like geese. 3 paces to the left, Zhang Xinghuai led the Municipal Party Committee team stood in black jackets. All 26 senior officials of the shoes in the cement floor knocked out a neat echo, the chest of the party logo and the police lights reflecting the gold and red flow of light. Chen Zhixing, it's very inopportune to be standing here. Basically, they were all navy or black executive jackets, and he was the only one wearing a suit. Yes, he was wearing a suit. That's because it was only when he got up this morning that he realized that the criminal investigation jacket given to him by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Secretary Bao Wenrui smelled. After all, after wearing it for so many days, those who were there, sat down for a meeting and, to put it mildly, were able to realize the dreams they had last night in a very short period of time. The moment the hatch opened, armed police with guns had already blocked both sides of the gangway in a fan shape, and the national emblem on the bulletproof shield glowed coldly under the bright light. The first step that Yan Songhua, the head of the Supreme Steering Group, took out of the hatch, Lin Shanha, the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, greeted him quickly with a full team and stood on both sides of the red carpet. Yan Songhua's gaze crossed the blast shield wall and swept over the cluster of armored vehicles standing by in the distance, and his knuckles made 3 muffled taps on the gangway handrail. Secretary Lin is emptying the Provincial Party Committee's security office? Those who don't know would think there's going to be an urban war on terrorism. Lin Shanha's smile was unmoving, but his right hand gestured behind him. The chief of the armed police immediately blew his whistle, and the heavy equipment retreated like a tidal wave, leaving only tire tracks all over the ground to prove the solemnity of the party. Changtian province is poor, and it's rare for central leaders to visit. Lin Shanha handed over a black umbrella to block the slanting rain. We local cadres, but not to the bottom of the box of family assets are shown? Crush? Yan Sanhua very naturally took the umbrella and said with a smile, I did hear that some boxes that have been pressed for too long, they've grown corpse spots. Team leader Yan is joking. Lin Shanha suddenly loosened the umbrella handle. Let the torrential rain poured on the shoulders of the two. The box rusted for a new one is. Rather. He dusted the water stains off his shoulder patch and hinted with a big smile. Some of the locks are so old and worn out that cobwebs are forming in the keyholes. Yan Songhua laughed out loud as the flood of people behind him, all dressed in black executive jackets, were getting off the plane quickly. Coincidence? No, we brought a toolbox this time that specializes in opening rusty old locks. They should be talking about Joe Wayman, right? Chen Zhixing listened in a bit of confusion for a while, unable to figure out the verbal exchanges between these bigwigs of theirs. Well, anything I couldn't understand. It was a verbal exchange between the big leaders. Chen Zhixing noticed at this time that most of the people were heading in the direction of the coaster, while about 10 bigwigs between the ages of 54 and 63 stood next to Yan Songhua. Hello, Secretary Lin. Zhang Guiyuan of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Hello, Secretary Lin. Tong Qingyu of the Central Political and Legal Committee. Hello, Secretary Lin. Supreme Prosecutor Pei Shizhang. Hello, Secretary Lin. Liao Shuatong of the Supreme Court. Hello, Secretary Lin. Shen Majuan of the Central Organization Department. Hello, Secretary Lin. Zhou Dingbang from the Ministry of Public Security. Hello, Secretary Lin. Wei Qiming from the Ministry of Supervision. One by one, they introduced themselves and they stood in a line. And the provincial party committee team is like an assembly line, one by one, transformed into a ruthless handshake machine. After all, they are representing the central government. Chen Zhixing stood to the side. How can I put it? He was completely pulled over by Bao Wanrui and Lin Shanhe. Otherwise, with him being a deputy division, he was not qualified to attend such a reception scene. Just because he doesn't draw attention to himself doesn't mean they don't pay attention to him. After all, in the Supreme Steering Group, the three words Chen Zhixing were mentioned a lot. Yan Songhua took a step over and stood in front of Chen Zhixing, saying only 7 words. Comrade Xiao Chen. Hard work. P.S. Oda chapter. Paid back ow. Not Odao. Cold Moon Night Tea Big Brother in it. Thank you Big Brother to give me meal money. Pay back ow pay back ow. He. P.S. No way. It's not. Mr. Yu Mingyuan has rewarded me with another certification. I've only just finished paying it back. Aha! Groundhog squeaking. Blackness, blackness, blackness. Chapter 123, Trials Between Big Brothers. The moment these words came out, almost in an instant, everyone's eyes landed on Chen Zhixing's body. It was a gaze with scrutiny, doubt, and panic. Yan Songhua is not a good person. Don't look at his whole person like the Maitreya Buddha, looking very friendly, but in reality, it's darker than anyone else. The overall head of the Supreme Steering Group, for one thing, is enough to emphasize the status of the other party. The Ministry of Public Security has the Tiger of Criminal Investigation, and the Commission for Discipline Inspection has the Eagle of Discipline Inspection. As the Discipline Inspection Commission is fearful of the Eagle of the Discipline Inspection Commission Yan Songhua, that is relying on one after another Tiger Hero title to get to the present day. Good leader, good leader. Chen Zhixing hurriedly stretched out his hands, slightly bending and bowing to shake Yan Songhua's hand. He could feel that this Eagle of the Discipline Inspection Commission even shook hands with an interrogation-style sense of oppression. The starfish case was handled beautifully. Yan Songhua's voice was not too light and not too heavy, just enough for the provincial standing committee members within 3 meters to hear. With such a close distance, Chen Zhixing could clearly feel the gazes cast around him. Lin Shanhe smiles. Jiang Xinghuai pupils shrink into pinpoints. Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee Tianjin color taut. Qi Ziyuan expressionless lips slightly trembling. What a crowd pleaser. Chen Zhixing also felt a sense of oppression coming from a superior. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and revealed an awkward smile. Leader over praise. I just did what I should do. The work of the Discipline Inspection Commission assumes the role of the party's law enforcer. And since we have entered the Discipline Inspection Commission system, catching corruption, punishing it, and handing over to the law those who suck the blood of the common people to be severely punished is also regarded as the satisfactory answer we have delivered for the party and the people. Yan Songhua had a Maitreya Buddha smile on his face as he let out a light laugh. You little fellow, you have a good way of talking about the scene, that, if said to anyone else, would at least send the other person into self-doubt, wondering if they had done something wrong, wondering if the other person knew something. But Chen Zhixing, he doesn't think like that. After listening to the other side of the introduction, he only wanted to communicate with the leadership of the Central Organization Department to ask his second resignation letter. To what process? The allusion to the 26th year of Hanwu. It's interesting. The moment these words came out, not only Chen Zhixing, the blood of many people present seemed to freeze. The 26th year of the Hanwu reign, perhaps some people do not know what it means, but, a major case during the Hanwu years, but it was very clear to everyone present. The Blue Jade case in the 26th year of the Hanwu reign. The famous case of Ming Taizu's stripping of real grass. Now that this came out of the mouth of the Eagle of the Discipline Commission, it was like a guillotine hanging over the head of the entire Changtian province. Yan Songhua suddenly laughed out loud. his laughter startling the sparrows on the airport fence. He reached out and dusted off the non-existent dust on Chen Zhixing's shoulders, an overly intimate gesture that made all the provincial ministerial and departmental cadres present hold their collective breath. Yan Sanhua actually appeared to have said nothing, but it was clear to everyone that the period between the arrival of the steering group and the steering group's departure was the main event. Of course, there's another important detail. Yan Sanhua is 64 this year, to a large extent, is the last time to work, even at the top. That is not a small person. Don't look at it as just the head of the group, but the power is not small, equivalent to that of a minister of Qin, and with a centralized will, holding the imperial sword. The provincial and municipal leadership escorted the leadership of the steering group to the coaster, but when Yan Sanhua stepped on the coaster with one foot, he suddenly paused, retracted the footsteps he had already taken, and said a sentence that made the hearts of the provincial and municipal leaders present tremble. Comrade Xiao Chen, Comrade Qinghe, together. It's just right for you two task force leaders and vice leaders to report on your work. The vast convoy headed toward the provincial party committee. The atmosphere in the coaster where Chen Zhixing was located was extremely low pressure. According to the reception standards and procedures, the one who stepped into this car to report his work should be the provincial party secretary Lin Shanhe. But now, a hall level, a division level appeared in their eyes. It can only be said that the arrival of the Supreme Steering Group this time will certainly make Changtian province bloody. The debriefing continues in a silent game where every word is like dancing on the tip of a knife. Comrade Chen, your name, I heard about it when I was in the capital. They are saying that you, the new star of the Discipline Inspection Commission, has ironclad and tough methods, as well as the title of the Little King of Hela. Where is a small Yan Wang? Clearly is a living Yan Wang. At least the Provincial Disciplinary Committee is so rumored. Yu Qinghe slandered inwardly, but didn't say anything. This. Chen Zhixing was at a loss as to how to retort for a moment. Zhang Guoyuan, the Standing Committee and Secretary General of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, smiled from his position on the left at this time and said, Minister Yan, you, don't scare him. Comrade Xiao Chen, tell us about your progress so far. Chen Zhixing subconsciously had to stand up. After all, what is the rank of others and what is his own rank? But just as he stood up, Yan Sanhua pressed his hand, signaling him to sit down and talk. That's right, leader. From after the livelihood pain points, the Provincial Party Committee actively responded to the call of the Central. Zhang Guoyuan raised his eyebrows. Comrade Xiao Chen. Chen Zhixing immediately responded. Leader, I'm here. Zhang Guoyuan smiled and said, we are still in the capital. I heard that your character is not so and you have said in the report, reduce the scene type speech, to make the document become people understand as easy to understand articles. Why instead are you now dismissing us with these scenes? As soon as his words came out, the dull car suddenly resounded with bursts of light laughter, and each and every one of their gazes was curious about the rumored little Yan Wang, especially the leaders of the Central Organization Department. His first resignation was approved, then they vetoed it internally, so they sent a retroactive instruction to the Organization Department of the Changtian Provincial Party Committee to void the document. I thought it would be over here, but who knew the kid handed in another resignation letter up. Chen Zhixing smiled awkwardly and mused for a moment. The starfish case? All the leaders have already gotten the relevant information, so I won't say much. Let me focus on the Lin Cheng case. The Lin Cheng case can be divided into the mental hospital case, the mega corruption case, the Peach Blossom Island case, the foreign human trafficking case, the QG trading case, and the organization of the Y selling case, of which, not yet identified are the corruption case of the state-owned enterprises belonging to the Yunjiang port, the customs corruption case, and a series of departmental cases where the chain of interests is implicated. Last night, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's Special Investigation Team acted as follows. Chen Zhixing spilled out 10 minutes to introduce the Lin Cheng case separately, and the atmosphere of the entire car was once again low pressure. At the time of the mental hospital case, the victim involved in the case, Lin Xiaoyu, after being rescued suddenly grabbed the gun of the armed police warrior and shot Wu Changshan, for which we have targeted interrogation. But, Lin Xiaoyu is mentally deranged and is unable to act as a witness. Chapter 124, False Prosperity. The arrival of the Supreme Steering Group was like a huge stone thrown into the deep political pool of Changtian province, stirring up not only ripples, but also raging undercurrents and whirlpools. The reshuffling of the power structure, the bloody gaming of the judicial system, and so on, will be the next main theme in Changtian province. That being the case, in your opinion, how do you think the direction of the Supreme Steering Group should unfold? Yan Sanhua suddenly asked a deadly question. That's a bad question when it's answered well, but if you don't have a good answer, then there is something wrong with the big picture. Yu Qinghe wanted to remind Chen Zhixing, but was warned by Zhang Guoyuan's eyes. Or was this itself a test for Chen Zhixing? Chen Zhixing was also clear in his heart, and immediately said with a bitter smile, "The leader thinks too highly of me. I'm just a deputy director. How can I see through the big picture?" Yan Songhua asked with a wry smile, "What if you have to say it?" Chen Zhixing choked and pondered for a long time before speaking. "Leaders and I stand in different positions, and what we can see is also different. Leaders may have to focus on the big picture, but for me, I just need to execute. Of course, if it's from the disciplinary committee's side, Commissioner Wang Jinghua has booked a ticket to the capital for me, taking off at noon today. The Zhou family line has no direct evidence in the province, so I'll have to go to the capital to find evidence. Since there's no direct or circumstantial evidence by checking from the bottom up, I'll check from the top down." These words, once again, caused the atmosphere in the car to sink. Yan Songhua's fingertips tapped on his knee several times, an action that caused cold sweat to seep out of Yuqing's back. A leader tapping the rhythm more than 3 times often meant dissatisfaction with the answer. Comrade Zhixing is very cautious. Yan Songhua suddenly laughed out loud and turned his head to Zhang Guiyuan. Nowadays, young cadres all know how to see more and say less. This sounded like a compliment, but in reality, it put Chen Zhixing on the fire. In the officialdom, the leader said caution is equal to criticize lack of commitment. Young cadre's 4 words is to remind the crowd present. Chen Zhixing's seniority is still shallow, but Yan Songhua, however, suddenly changed his tone and laughed softly, checking from the top down. "Comrade Guiyuan, is this the same path you took with the case in Lingnan the year before?" Zhang Guiyuan rubbed his hand on the teacup with a slight beat. "This sounds like idle chatter, but in reality, it is a hot potato thrown to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Back then, the Lingnan case involved a certain old comrade who had retired from the second line, and the case was finally closed under house arrest in the name of treatment and convalescence." The words were like a sharp scalpel, directly dissecting the most secretive abscess of the officialdom. In the exchanged glances of several central government officials present, keywords such as retiring to the second line, sick leave and off-site convalescence have already flashed by, and these are the familiar ways of dealing with them. Shen Majuan of the Central Organization Department suddenly interjected. "How many years has Comrade Xiao Chen been working out at the grassroots level?" The words grassroots exercise don't ring a bell. Either it's great or it's cool. Leader, from the 3-year selection to the shore, to this year, counting 3 years, Chen Zhixing honestly said. After all, selection in 03 was the 2nd year on the job. Yan Songhua patted his knee and sighed as his eyes fell on Shen Majuan of the Central Organization Department, who was in the 2nd row on the left near the aisle. "It's good to be young. Young people should be like Comrade Xiao Chen, with the recklessness to stab the sky." Supreme Prosecutor Pei Shizhang suddenly spoke. "Actually, it can be a 2-pronged approach." As he spoke, he stared out the window at the traffic police and armed police escorting him. As if counting those heavily armed police, the steering group combs through the loopholes in the system from the top down. The inspection team fixes the chain of evidence from the bottom up. And as for Comrade Xiao Chen, this seeming compromise caused a soft cough of agreement to ring through the compartment. Zhang Guiyuan smiled and said, "Little Channer, I'll let my secretary go to the capital with you. I'll transfer some people to cooperate with you. But, at most 1 week. 1 week I need tangible evidence. Enough evidence to meet the conditions of double regulation. Yes, promise to finish the job." In officialdom, when superiors start caring about trip details, it often means tacit approval. And the time gap was critical. Enough for Zhang Guiyuan to arrange for manpower and returns, as well as to give himself a cushion for being temporarily recalled. In the official game, all time figures are carefully calculated political signals. Well, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee's task force was merged into the CCDI's inspection team, and you'll be the head of the 6th team. The fleet of Black Autos seemed to pierce the power structure of Changtian province like a sword, and when the water was crushed by the tires, it resembled the broken political lives of some people at the moment. A car was parked in front of the steps of the provincial party compound, lined up. At the top of the steps, almost 2 steps at a time, armed police with guns stood on either side. From below, the huge coat of arms emerges into view, solemn and dignified. The man in the back seat of the Audi couldn't wait for the secretary to open the door before he got out of the car and leaned over toward the coaster at a quick pace. Snort! The sound of the coaster opening the door rang out, and in the coaster at the head of the group, a leader with a Chinese character got out of the car. Yan Songhua looked up at the provincial party committee compound as he let out a light laugh. "Comrade Shanha, your Changtian province's provincial party committee compound is different from other places. Are such high steps a manifestation of the character of power, or are they for us old bones to climb?" Cold sweat immediately surfaced on Lin Shanha's forehead as he smiled awkwardly. "Team leader Yan, when I first took office, I had the same idea as you. But tearing down this place and building a new one would be even more of a waste of manpower and resources." This statement also implies that there is no relationship between here and him. He was like this when he first took office. Even if he wants to find trouble, it is also to find the previous provincial party secretary. Chen Zhixing followed 3 paces behind Yan Songhua, a subtle distance that showed respect without overstepping the bounds. His afterglow glimpsed Qi Ziyuan was talking to Zhou Dingbang of the Ministry of Public Security in a low voice, while Jiang Xinghuai was intentionally or unintentionally blocked by Shin Majuan of the Central Organization Department next to the corridor columns. The details of these jigsaw puzzles in his mind automatically assembled into the prototype of the power pattern. Of course, these things, it's not something he can think about. And furthermore, if the people coming down from above were involved with the local cadres in Changtian, they couldn't have been on the steering group either. Yan Songhua also did not continue this topic. He glanced at the provincial party committee leadership team with different expressions, and with just a slight narrowing of his eyes, he made certain people in the provincial party committee team present instantly alert in their hearts. For example, the slightly flustered-looking provincial party committee standing committee, the secretary of the Shangbei Municipal Party Committee, or the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee looked at the ground, but they were a bit at a loss. I have a problem with this person. Yan Songhua suddenly spoke up, a smile at the corner of his mouth. It is most unseemly. The falsehood beneath all this prosperity. Chapter 125, The Day Has Come. The meeting was a natural drop, but how to open it? The doorway here is deep. Chen Zhixing did not attend this meeting. Zhang Guiyuan purposely sent his secretary to go ahead and dock with Chen Zhixing, and the words are all supportive of the decency of the work. Director Chen, the leader has specially explained that if you have any needs during your stay in Beijing, just mention them. We will definitely cooperate fully. Jiang Wu smiled warmly, leaning forward slightly to get the balance just right. This 32-year-old deputy division secretary, although the level is comparable to Chen Zhixing, but everyone knows who is standing behind him. Chen Zhixing immediately clasped the other party's outstretched hand with both hands. The force was not too light but not too heavy. Director Jiang is too polite. It's me who should be thankful for the leadership's compassion. The leader also said that the situation in the capital is complicated, and it's hard to avoid inconvenience when you're new to the city. Jiang Wu's fingertips patted the back of Chen Zhixing's hand twice, as if he was pushing his heart. It's better for me to accompany you than for you to go through the trouble alone. Words here. Chen Zhixing's eyes flashed a trace of understanding, but the face is more and more sincere. Leaders consider thoroughly. I have this little thing still labor you personally appear, is really too much. After a brief pause, he added a half joke. Why don't you say we all have to learn from our leaders? Jiang Wu smiled aloud at his words, and the two of them met their gazes with unspoken propriety. Everyone knows in their hearts that Jiang Wu is not only as simple as cooperating, and Chen Zhixing, again, is not as simple as just looking for evidence. There are some things that still have to be seen for what they are through events. Zhang Guiyuan on the surface is to let his secretary Jiang Wu to help Chen Zhixing, but in fact, there are 3 layers of meaning. First, being able to know Chen Zhixing's movements as well as his progress through Jiang Wu. The second is supervision and checks and balances, both to get hold of sensitive information about Chen Zhixing's investigations in the first instance and to prevent Chen Zhixing from getting out of control or taking actions beyond expectations in the name of assistance. This arrangement is essentially an invisible check and balance of power. Thirdly, it is also to indicate his attitude, but will not be directly involved in the actions of Chen Zhixing, and may even use this to send some kind of political signal to some people. Does Commissioner Jiang mind if I bring another person with me? After all, it's much easier to work together to get things started. Chen Zhixing inquired. Jiang Wu smiled. Of course. Meanwhile, the Provincial Public Security Office. Qi Ziyuan is now meeting in the auditorium of the Provincial Party Committee. After all, it involves public prosecutors and lawyers. Zhou Ruoli was actually quite busy during this period of time, but from the time she got off work yesterday until now, she hadn't had a good night's sleep because when she got off work yesterday, she was stopped by an old man when she was going back to Chen Zhixing's dormitory. The old man said he was her second uncle. Zhou Ruorue, the whole person is dumbfounded. His own old father and mother although not in, but that is not so his second uncle will be so old, right? At that age, you should be retired, right? Then, this second uncle told her a story about a princess straying into the mortal world and added that he would take her back to recognize her ancestors today. Instinctively, Zhou Ruoli wanted to give Chen Zhixing a call, but Zhou Lao said that she could bump into him on the plane, and in a neighboring seat. This further confused Zhou Ruoli. Great niece, it's time to go. The old man must be overjoyed to see you. Zhou Taiwei looked at the little guy in front of him. Very patient. This is indeed the child of that big brother of theirs. The DNA report can't be faked. So, can I call my boyfriend and give him a heads up? Zhou Ruorue hesitated for a moment, but still gathered the courage to look at Zhou Taiwei. The more Zhou Taiwei looked at her, the more he liked this girl. It was worthy of their Zhou family's genes. It was excellent. Good. But, put it on speakerphone. His eyes were full of favor. Only then did Zhou Ruoli call Chen Zhixing with great apprehension, putting him on speakerphone. Chen Zhixing. Zhou Ruoli's soft voice rang out. Chen Zhixing was on his way to the airport at this time, waiting for He Yang to come over so he could almost take off. I am that girl. I have to go on a trip. I originally said I'd come back this afternoon to accompany you. But, Chen Zhixing's somewhat guilty voice rang in her ears. Zhou Ruoli automatically ignored his words and instead spoke. I also have something to tell you. That is, there's an old man who claims to be from the Zhou family in the capital who came to me. He said his name is Zhou Taiwei. Hearing these words, Chen Zhixing also fell silent. In his previous life, it was also this one called Zhou Taiwei, who very forcefully took Zhou Ruoli away from himself. To be precise, he was in front of the provincial, city, and county leaders of the 3 levels, ordering the people of the security bureau to pull themselves away, and did not say a single word to himself the whole time. But it's the talking that's the biggest humiliation. People don't see themselves in their bones. That half a year, although he was self-sacrificing, he did not suffer Zhou Ruoli at all, but instead used the tens of thousands of dollars he had saved to change the big house and raise a cat and a dog. When she's working overtime, Chen Zhixing cooks at home and waits for her to get off work to eat together. After dinner, hold hands, go out and walk the dog and press the pavement. But that day, in front of countless leaders, his face, dignity shattered all over the place. It's true what they say, when you're 18 and you're at the alma mater ball and you're standing around like a minion. At that time, I swore with tears in my eyes that you all had to see me. And now because of this butterfly of his, he's causing this thing to advance so early? In retrospect, was it really the result of his own efforts that his previous life was so smooth? He was a bit unconvinced now. The business world is also a battlefield. Several times others have pushed themselves to the brink, only to lose their rival's company instead. Not long after, Chen Zhixing let out a long sigh, and for a moment, he didn't know what was on his mind. Girl, it's not like I need to decide everything for you. You decide this matter. Whatever the outcome, I'm behind you, and you'll always be my girl. Even if the Zhou family thinks I'm not good enough for you and wants to keep us apart, I don't care what their attitude is. If you want to come back, then I will definitely bring you back. And if you want to stay in the capital, then I wish you happiness and well-being for the rest of your life. Chen Zhixing had never thought of using Zhou Ruoli, even if he knew how powerful she was. Perhaps, Chen Zhixing also had his own selfishness, but this decision, he couldn't make it for Zhou Ruoli, so he still gave the choice to Zhou Ruoli. At the end of the day, it's still the class gap that brings about the cutthroat feeling. Zhou Taiwei was listening to the conversation between the two on the side, especially after hearing Chen Zhixing's words. His heart was also pondering whether Lin Shanha had leaked this information to Chen Zhixing. Otherwise, how could he, a small deputy division level, know about the existence of the Zhou family? And it also seems to know very well. Looking at Zhou Ruoli, Zhou Taiwei still sighed and said helplessly, Chen Zhixing, right? I know you're on your way to the airport right now, and we're leaving soon, so let's just leave it at that for now. And you and the little girl can talk on the plane, okay? Chapter 126, Chen Zhixing. It's you, isn't it? Chen Zhixing was a bit disinterested. After answering the call, he unconsciously pinched the cell phone with his forefinger and thumb and turned it in his hand as if it were a fingertip gyroscope. Turning his head to look out the window, his heart was a little heavy. He had guessed that such a day would come, but he hadn't expected it to come so quickly, and at this sensitive point in time. Taiwei Zhou. Indeed, as the name suggests, it weighs on the heart like Tarzan. You know, he is a vertical growth model, has been to the Ministry of Finance Deputy Minister of Retirement, pure ministries to promote the path, no local experience, and now he is also a member of the Standing Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC, and honorary president of the Federation of Industrial Economics. Even now that he is retired, he still enjoys full ministerial housing, a special car and medical red card protection. His ability is evident to all, and he is even jokingly called the god of wealth. He was extremely impressed with Zhou Taiwei. Chen Zhixing sighed a long sigh. It is a blessing, not a curse. It is a curse cannot be avoided. Can only soldiers to block the water and water to cover the earth. 12 o'clock. He Yang hurried over from Lin Chang and also finally saw Chen Zhixing in the hall. Big brother, do you know how hard it is to make a temporary booking? Can you say it in advance? You're making me passive? When I called to book my ticket, people made it clear that there were no tickets available, and I still had to find a lot of people to get a ticket. He Yang showed his amusing physique as soon as he came over, and it was only after he finished that he saw that there was still someone sitting next to Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes before speaking. Let me introduce to you. This is Director Zhang Wuzheng, the secretary of Secretary General Zhang of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. When He Yang heard these words, he immediately reached out his hand and laughed awkwardly. Director Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm used to being spontaneous. Zhang Wu smiled. It's okay, it's a good thing. By the way, you just said that you don't have any tickets, and you found a lot of people to grab tickets. This, obviously. Jiangwu was also suspecting He Yang of using public power for private purposes. This cannot be helped. We all work in the Discipline Inspection Commission. For this aspect of the matter must be very sensitive. How could He Yang not understand what he meant? Scratching his head in embarrassment. The family has a little bit of money, reported to the organization. Jiangwu was curious. Small money? A small amount of money won't be enough to get a seat temporarily vacated by a carrier. Second richest in Sichuan province, I think, but it's been years. And last year my dad said he bought an airplane. Jiangwu. As expected, this aspect of wealth is like a newbie in front of He Yang. While they were talking, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked over, followed by a pretty female secretary and 4 bodyguards. After getting close, the middle-aged man reached out his hand from his pocket and smacked He Yang's head with a snap. Good melon, that's what it's called. The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed, and surprisingly took out a plastic pan from his handbag. Son of a, watch me give you a whole brain polishing service. Grass, who dares to whip this director? Beware of little master me. He Yang turned his head and was shocked. Holy, in a puff of smoke, retreated behind Chen Zhixing. You're dead. Why didn't you get swept up in the fight against blackmail? Commissioner Jiang, take note of this. There's an armed attack on a national leader here. He Dalong turned the pan into a fingertip gyroscope and grunted coldly. Lousy, this is the latest anti-baldness massager. Rather, it's you melon child. Saying that, as if remembering something, he pulled out the POS from his handbag again and glared at him. First, pay me back the money for the car you swiped my card to buy last month. He Yang hid behind Chen Zhixing and righteously called out. The organization is clear. This is affinity fraud. My dad is trying to corrupt the disciplinary cadres with money. He pulled out the transparent thermos from inside his briefcase again, raised it, and glared at He Dalong. See, I only drink cheap white tea now. He Dalong snorted, gave him a disdainful look, and cleared his throat. Attention all travelers, the broadcast is now looking for the He family to be disgraced. As a result, before he could finish his words, He Yang screamed and pounced up to cover He Dalong's mouth. While turning his head, he smiled awkwardly at Chen Zhixing and Jiangwu, seeing and laughing. My old man enrolled in a comedy class after retirement. Turning his head, he threatened, Dad, if you keep this up, I'll tell Mom that you're hiding your personal money in. He Dalong sniffed. That is called a Sichuan opera face change. Immediately surfaced a smile. I a young leader drink tea not? My son is excellent. Another banner unfolded from his handbag. Watch, the He House Loser Rehabilitation Standard Bearer. The silence from Chen Zhixing and Jiangwu was deafening. Your handbag is really Doraemon's pocket, right? Anything. And you're this. How did the banner get in there? It's true. Abstraction is such a natural thing. And these two abstractionists are really father and son. Chen Zhixing couldn't look at it anymore either. And holding his forehead, he spoke with a bit of a helpless tone. Uncle we'll go to the capital later for a business trip. He Dalong sniffed, and only then did he let go of He Yang's head, which was racked under his armpit. At this time also just reacted, some embarrassed scratching his head, the two leaders. Sorry I also have not seen this brat for several years. Several years do not go home for the new year. I am also busy, do not have time to come over. Let the two leaders laugh. Jiangwu was also the old hold steady smile, indeed should not. Well, let's do it this way. Let's give him a warning. A small punishment is a big warning. He Dalong extended a thumb towards Jiangwu. Look, it's still the leader of the family. Leader, let me ask. Does the warning have any effect? Chen Zhixing grinned and lied. It's nothing, just that he can't be promoted within a year. He Dalong's face stiffened, and immediately reacted, licking his face and smiling. Cough cough cough, that leader I'm just talking for fun. You see this warning. He Yang rolled his eyes and pulled He Dalong. Alright, stop it. It's embarrassing. Come over here. I'll tell you something. After chatting for a good 10 minutes or so, He Dalong simply left. Jiangwu looked at the two fathers and sons. A touch of envy surfaced in his eyes, but it passed in the twinkling of an eye, and he didn't say anything more. He Yang came back and saw Chen Zhixing's gaze. He glared back then. Little Chen, what are you looking at? Let me tell you. Don't look at me as being afraid of him right now. That's because it's out in the open and I'm afraid of losing him. He's the one who calls me dad in private. Chen Zhixing rolled his eyes and didn't want to talk. You can go if you want to accompany your father. I'll just go to the capital alone. You haven't been back in years anyway. He Yang waved his hand. That's not necessary. You remember the call I made to him earlier, right? It was the psychiatric case. I'll let him come over and take over, tear down and rebuild the mental hospital and turn it into a private one. So at least we can make sure that the mental hospital in the future will be a real mental hospital. He's going to be doing charity work every year anyway. so he might as well spend that money so that he doesn't have all those so-called charities lining their pockets. It had to be said that although He Yang was a bit skinnier, this awareness was absolutely awesome. Jiang Wu smiled qualitatively. Comrade He Yang strictly abide by the red line of discipline. Family-style construction is effective. Outstanding sense of work innovation. Strong political acumen. Effectively maintain the image of disciplinary cadres, reflecting the firm establishment of the four consciousnesses. Chen Zhixing suddenly said, Director Jiang said so, then can I make a small request? You say. Comrade He Yang has an inherent advantage. At least the organization can rest assured that He Yang won't have problems with corruption. So I think, can Comrade He Yang work in the CCDI? After all, a congenital advantage like his, not everyone will have it. Jiang Wu pondered for a moment and nodded. Let's do it this way. When the Changtian case is closed, I'll mention it to the leaders and see what their attitude is. The implication is that my words are not useful and I have to report to the leader, who has the final say. Of course, it is interesting to note that Chen Zhixing made the request to Jiang Wu and that he did not explicitly reject it. This also meant that as long as He Yang performed creditably in the Changtian case, there was basically no problem with this matter. After all, after going through so many things, He Yang had always been supportive. He still had to consider a retreat for He Yang's sake, and that's when the radio sounded. Attention passengers traveling to the capital, boarding for your flight 7Y9814 will now begin. Please bring your carry-on items, show your boarding pass, and board the plane by gate 4A. The announcement dropped and the crowd began to surge as travelers converged on the gate, dragging their luggage with them. Chen Zhixing withdrew his gaze, picked up his briefcase and prepared to get up, but in the moment he raised his eyes, his figure suddenly stalled. Across the bustling crowd, Zhou Ruoli was standing next to a column 10 paces away. She was wearing a beige trench coat, her long hair loosely behind her ear, her fingertips pinched a cup of unwrapped iced Americano, her gaze slightly trembling as she looked toward Chen Zhixing. 4 eyes. Chen Zhixing's throat knots moved slightly, and the knuckles pinching the boarding pass tightened unconsciously, and Zhou Taiwei, who was next to Zhou Ruoli, followed her gaze to Chen Zhixing and steeply narrowed his eyes slightly. He's Chen Zhixing? P.S. Paid back. Not owed out. Cell phone update. Outside today. Chapter 127, Inverting the Big Dipper. Across the crowd, Chen Zhixing also met Zhou Taiwei, who was called the God of Wealth. Although Chen Zhixing really didn't want to admit it and didn't want to deal with him, he had to admire the fact that this God of Wealth, Zhou Taiwei, was really the God of Wealth. Master Ben, retired at the age of 65. He serves as a professor at the University of Political Science and Law in the capital city, as well as a part-time honorary dean at the University of Finance and Economics and the University of International Business and Economics, which are both directly under the Ministry of Education, in the Chinese-characterized University of Finance and Economics. The most horrible thing about this person is that 5 years after his retirement, he used his life's work to construct a set of macroeconomic models, and, on top of this set of financial models, he reformed them again and again, and continued to use them for more than a decade until he came across the tendency of the economy to have an internal cycle, and then this was abandoned. So it is true that there is a heartfelt respect for the big man, but it's also true that I don't want to see him. When Chen Zhixing's brain was in a muddle, Zhou Ruoli had already rushed over it this time, and a swallow in her arms jumped into Chen Zhixing's embrace, and her soft and mushy voice made Chen Zhixing unable to resist at all. Chen Zhixing, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Zhou Ruoli's little head lifted up, her eyes foggy. The vestigial feeling of pity that surfaced in those little eyes was something that I felt sorry for. Chen Zhixing is 1.75 meters. Zhou Ruoli is 1.65 meters. When hugging, Chen Zhixing was just able to put his chin on her head. Zhou Ruoli looked up this moment, that eyes filled with water mist. Who wouldn't go soft at the sight of it? Chen Zhixing laughed softly. How could that be? If I don't want you, then it's you who doesn't want me. Our Ruoli is a princess who has fallen to the mortal world. Immediately after that, he pretended to be very serious and continued to speak with a feigned broadcasting accent. Her Highness the Princess can't look at a little beggar. The princess's prince. That's the real His Highness the Prince. Zhou Ruoli broke into tears and smashed her pink little fist on Chen Zhixing's chest. Raging, Chen Zhixing. Chen Zhixing smiled and rubbed her little head, dotingly saying, fine, don't say it. I'm wrong. Poof. Zhou Taiwei looked Chen Zhixing up and down, seemingly considering whether the other party had the qualifications to become the Zhou family's grandchild son-in-law. As a matter of fact, when the news of Zhou Ruoli appeared in the ears of the Zhou family, Chen Zhixing everything was as air in their eyes, without the slightest secret to speak of. For an existence like theirs to check up on someone is just a matter of words. Professor Cho. The phrase Professor Zhou highlights Chen Zhixing's attitude. There's a bit of something in the title of Professor Chow, too. Zhou Taiwei is also a big brother, and still retired kind of big brother, but now retired, and now is also a professor. This call, well, not far from not close. It's also the first time we've met, and not too far off the mark is the best attitude to have. If it's too good to be true, there's a sense of convergence. You're going on a business trip? Zhou Taiyue opened his mouth indifferently, and his entire aura was held in place. Chen Zhixing nodded slightly. Yes, there is a case that needs to be investigated in the capital. You can't talk nonsense about things that haven't been settled, and anyone knows this, so Zhou Taiyue didn't say much. He just mentioned it. Lao Er has already said in public that you're my Zhou family's grandchildren's son-in-law, so if you need any resources, you talk to Ruoli. These words were already an indication of the Zhou family's attitude. Having said that in public, that also means that this matter of one's Zhou family grandchildren's son-in-law is sort of settled. Hearing these words, Chen Zhixing gulped down a mouthful of saliva, his gaze all filled with shock. Zhou family, these two represent more than just a surname so simple. Behind this represents the influence of a political family, representing all the resources of an old political family. Being recognized by them meant that he and Zhou Ruoli didn't have to be separated. And, on top of certain things, the Zhou family would protect him. Why? Elder Zhou. I know what the Zhou family stands for, and I know the influence of the Zhou family, but I still want to know why. At least in the capital city, a place where a single brick down can knock down a piece of division chiefs and directors, a small deputy division level, shouldn't be able to gain your favor, or rather, as long as the Zhou family is willing, a single word from you guys can make an ordinary person become a division level in situ. So, I don't really feel that you guys are favoring me in any way. Chen Zhixing was shocked in his heart, but he was also clear that these words in public from the Zhou family were definitely not just words, but it was precisely because of this that his mind became more and more alert. After all, such a family was never measured by the word love. Zhou Taiyue let out a light laugh and pointed to the ceiling. The radio is ringing. Get on the plane and say? Chen Zhixing nodded, and Zhou Ruoli linked her fingers together and followed him towards the boarding gate. You're right, but the world isn't as sinister as you think it is. With the case you've seen now, it's dark indeed. The world isn't black and white. There's gray in the middle of it, and especially the officials who came from that era are more or less gray. If I say that I just admire you, you definitely won't believe me either. So that's all I can tell you if you want to know. The Zhou family doesn't have much resources within the disciplinary committee system. With your status as a centralized selectee and your achievements within the disciplinary committee system, you will surely be in a position of power in the future. And we need your resources in the disciplinary committee system. Zhou Taiyue's words also silenced Chen Zhixing. These words seem to be a heartfelt words, but in fact it gives Chen Zhixing two answers. One answer is love. One answer is profit. How it is interpreted depends on which one Chen Zhixing chooses to believe. So which one, do you think, should I believe? In the end, Chen Zhixing kicked the ball back. Capital. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, 12th Review and Investigation Office. Those without work in hand, those with work in hand, and those in no hurry, gather in the conference room. After Wang Huaimin answered a phone call, he pushed the door and said to everyone in the 12th Examination and Investigation Room, the order is forbidden. After a sentence fell, just 10 minutes later, the conference room was filled with one disciplinary cadre, and when Wang Huaimin pushed the door to enter, everyone looked at him. Receiving notification from the Deputy Secretary, the 12th Review and Investigation Office is docking with Comrade Chen Zhixing from the Changtian Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, with full authority to cooperate with Chen Zhixing in his investigation of the case. Temporarily set up a special review group, headed by Zhang Wu, Secretary of Standing Committee member Zhang, with Comrade Chen Zhixing as deputy head, with full cooperation. 2 sentences with a lot of weight. Some people below also complained. Director, on what grounds? We, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, are cooperating with the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection to investigate the case? Isn't this a reversal of the Big Dipper? Chapter 128. Who reported it? Of course it's the enthusiastic citizens nah. When Wang Huaimin heard this, he said in a bad mood, where is all the nonsense? This was personally ordered by the Deputy Secretary, and Standing Committee member Zhang personally called me. I'm telling you, you have to cooperate even if you don't. A case of this magnitude in Changtian province has made the higher-ups furious, and this is the only time a Supreme Steering Group has been set up. And now the Provincial Disciplinary Commission Task Force is merged into one of the special groups of the Central Disciplinary Commission of the Steering Group. By a show of hands, are you in or out? Having said all that, those without a case in hand still raised their hands, but there weren't many, only 4. Wang Huaimin helplessly re-emphasized, you guys look after yourselves. This matter is very important. You must listen to orders. If anyone obeys the orders on the surface and secretly does nothing, consequences will be borne by yourselves. If you ruin things in Changtian province, pack up yourselves and get out. Also, at least 8 people. Discuss amongst yourselves and give me the list in 10 minutes. After saying that, he directly got up and left the conference room. 10 minutes later, after Wang Huimin squinted with the list and gave them another small meeting, these 8 people drove to the airport in 3 buses. Because they identified themselves, they went straight into the airport, not the terminal. When the airplane landed on the ground and pulled into its parking space, the hatch opened. After Chen Zhixing's group of people walked down, a few people quickly went forward. After all, Jiang Wu, Zhou Taiwei, and He Yang next to Chen Zhixing were all wearing executive jackets, and they were instantly recognized. The River Division, the head of the group, Li Bin, came forward to shake hands. Jiang Wu nodded his head and introduced, "Let me introduce you. This is Comrade Chen Zhixing from Changtian. The specific case will be docked between him and you. I am not involved in the case itself." As soon as the words fell, an Audi S6 and 2 SUVs drove up and stopped in front of them, and inside the SUVs came down 10 men in suits with bulging waists. What else is around the waist can be figured out with your toes. As for Li Bin, when he saw this scene, he gulped a mouthful of saliva. A touch of shock surfaced in his gaze, and his throat felt as if it was being pinched, and his voice changed in flavor. "Police, Guard Bureau. Yes, the guard car vehicle. Is it hard to believe that there's some big shot? Otherwise how could we possibly alert the Guard Bureau?" Elder Zhou, the life secretary at the head of the group, quickly ran over. Chow, Shou, Li Bin's entire body was dumbfounded, and his gaze carried an unbelievable look. There were not many who could be called Zhou Lao in the capital. There were and only 5 of them, and 2 of these were from the Zhou family. One was the old man of the Zhou family, and the other was the old man known as the God of Wealth, Zhou Taiwei. Zhou Taiwei waved his hand. "Wait." The life secretary stopped immediately. He turned his head to look at Chen Zhixing and revealed a gentle smile. "Little Chen, I'll take Zhou Ruoli back to meet the old master first. It's your first time in the capital as well, right? You'll butt heads with them first. Xiao Su, you leave a number for Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen is done with his work, Xiao Chen will contact you and you will come over to pick up Xiao Chen and take him home." Living Secretary Xiao Su immediately nodded. "Yes, leader." His first sentence, "Zhou Lao," was a nod to his identity, while the second sentence, "leader," was now an honorific. Chen Zhixing didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head in response. Okay, although he did not have the idea of climbing up the ladder of power, but now have reached this situation, he also has no choice. Although Zhou Taiwei recognized, but does not mean that the rest of the Zhou family also recognized. Li Bin and the other people from the 12th Review and Investigation Office of the CCDI would be even more afraid to say anything more. Although this review group of theirs was set up on a temporary basis, no matter what, it still represents the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Even though there was a lot of unhappiness in the car before they came, there was nothing they could do in the way of the leader's orders, so they had no choice but to follow the orders, but they were still very upset with Chen Zhixing. You want to lead them as a member of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. You've crossed the line a bit, haven't you? But now, Chen Zhixing has such a big backer. Let's not talk about letting them investigate. They would never dare to go west if Leader Chen told them to go east, and they would never dare to catch chickens if Leader Chen told them to graze cows, whether it's up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire. As long as Team Leader Chen gives the word, I'll definitely lead the charge and vow to die. Deputy Commissioner Zhou Taiwei left with Zhou Ruoli, leaving under the security escort of the Security Bureau. As for Chen Zhixing, he is on the CCDC vehicle. Welcome Hotel. According to Chen Zhixing's level is not enough to live here, but now anyhow, he also hangs the title of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI. Moreover, his organization relationship has now been transferred to the organization department of the CCDI. It's kind of a CDC. Only this transfer of relationship was not known to Chen Zhixing himself. In the meeting room of the Welcome Hotel, 8 staff members of the Investigation and Review Office, as well as Jiang Wu and Chen Zhixing, and He Yang were seated. I'll spare you the extra polite words. Let's get right into the case itself. Comrade Zhou Weiman, the former Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Changtian Province, was involved in the case, and is the party involved in this case of ours, and in Changtian Province, because he is the boss of the political and legal port. Many cases have been cut off from the key clues. However, according to the report, the director of the 2nd Project Division under the National Development and Reform Commission violated the approval of land planning in Changtian Province, while the director of the Project Liaison Office of the Beijing office acted as an intermediary to pull strings for Zhou Weiman, as well as the director of the Law Enforcement Supervision Office of the Political and Legal Committee, who covered up the crimes and acted as a black hand for them, and suppressed a number of cases from going to court. So our target is these 3 people. As long as these 3 people give an account, then we will be able to identify Zhou Weiman, thus making a precondition for the Supreme Steering Group to double-cross Zhou Weiman. Chen Zhixing's powerful voice rang in everyone's ears. The group of people in the CCDC were stunned, and all of their minds were filled with question marks. No, the information. How did you, a member of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, know about it? If you can find out about these people in Changtian province, then why did you come to the capital? Li Bin took a deep breath and raised his hand. That, Comrade Chen Zhixing, can I ask you how you know these things? They're all completely unaware of it. Shouldn't these things be checked first by the case office? How come he's still got the case room going? Is that right? Does it make sense? Chen Zhixing pondered for a moment. Enthusiastic citizens, enthusiastic sunrise people. The corners of Li Bin and the others' mouths twitched, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. He Yang didn't have any emotions. Well, he had gotten used to it a long time ago. From the starfish case to now, he's all omniscient, like he's on a roll. Nope, he's not turned on. It's the fact that this one wasn't even turned off. Can you play? P.S. I'm in Chongqing. These 2 chapters are still written in the car. Took pictures. Cell phone updates do not know how to illustrate. Cough cough cough. Chapter 129, The Filial Piety of the Sons and Daughters of the Emperor. Director of the NDRC Project Division? Head of the Project Liaison Division of the Beijing Office? Director of the Law Enforcement Supervision Office of the Political and Legal Committee? These 3 levels are not high, but they are all real power, which reflects the upper level's control over local cases and resources. Layers of takers and connections seem to have become the norm. Comrades, as long as we pry open the mouths of these 3, then there will be no secrets left in the case of Changtian province. Jiang Wu looked at the several people and eventually just said this. Li Bin and the others also fell silent. They had seen Zhou Ruoli, who had been intertwined with Chen Zhixing with their own eyes, being taken away by Zhou Lao. Moreover, Elder Zhou also said the words grandchildren's son-in-law. What this represented, they knew better than anyone else. But anyone who doesn't cooperate today is probably going to have to be removed from the CDC today. Understood. But, where do we start? This matter is not so simple to realize that behind these people, Li Bin was still a little hesitant. After all, he wasn't sure if these people were as simple as they appeared to be, or if they were white gloves for certain people. It would be a problem if the rest of the double-crossing plan was disrupted by this incident. Zhao Qianfa, a director of the Project Division of the Development and Reform Commission. Let's start with him. Chen Zhixing spoke faintly. Zhao Qianfa, also called Fat Money Zhao by some people. Speaking of which, this person's official position is not big, but very filial piety. Even the ancestral hall of the family are used in the yellow pear wood, spirit tablet that are used in the gold nanmu. The most interesting thing is that Zhao Qianfa's incident was completely providential. Zhao Qianfa's hometown is a small mountain village in Fuku, from the countryside to the Development and Reform Commission director, which the heartache of efforts, perhaps only he himself is clear. The 2008 earthquake caused a landslide on the mountain behind the old house, which hit the shrine and exposed all the gold bricks that were pressed against the beams. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection submitted the material to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, through which it was reported to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, and finally implemented double punishment. During the examination process, he gave a truthful account of his criminal record, disciplinary violations and other issues. Meanwhile, the audit was reviewing the projects handled by Zhao Qianfa, which brought the matter to light. After all, implicated Zhou Weiman. Plus, Starfish City cannot be pressed, and finally also pointed to Zhou Weiman, which led to the CCDC down the road. This, Comrade Zhixing, isn't that a bit too much of a rush? Li Bin was silent for a moment. Chen Zhixing glanced at him, didn't even give him the slightest indication of refusal, and directly gave the order. Depart. The gold that shines is dazzling. The white girl is so beautiful. The red banknotes are too much to use. Golden Hall Villa. Small Villa number 13. Zhao Qianfa rested his legs on the expensive coffee table, a Cuban cigar burning in his hand, the ashes of the cigarette fluttering down onto the Persian carpet, burning the soft fur to a crisp. Crystal chandeliers, golden warm light, gray marble floor tiles. One was dressed in light ancient costumes. The light gauze was thin and transparent, and one could clearly see the white skin through the light gauze. Why have they all stopped? Zhao Qianfa looked at the girls with great displeasure and snorted coldly. He grabbed the mountain of gold bars and red bills stacked on the table, grabbed a handful, and jerked it up. Instantly, a rain of clattering bills fell. Why has the music stopped? Keep playing and keep dancing. If I'm happy tonight, all these gold bars and money will be yours. With a cigar in his hand, Zhao Qianfa walked out into the arena and wrapped his arms around the girl in his arms. Intent, Zhao Qianfa wrapped his arms around the girl in his arms, his fingertips rubbing her smooth shoulders under the light veil, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the room full of golden banknotes, the corner of his mouth grinning a smug smile. Look at that. These are old school skills. He kicked the gold bars scattered around his feet. A few hints of showmanship pressed into his voice, but then suddenly lowered his voice and said to the girl in his arms, "But I wouldn't dare mess with these contraptions outside." He pointed to the ceiling and winked in a mysterious manner. "The top is watching, the books have to be clean." The girl in her arms laughed daintily and hammered her small fists on Zhao Qianfa's chest. "Mr. Zhao is really bad, but what kind of business is Mr. Zhao in? So rich." He grabbed a bunch of bills and shoved them into the girl's collar, causing her to giggle, but he himself turned his head and glanced at the safe wrapped as a mural in the corner and said carefully, "Not for you to know." With several ledgers locked in the safe, the flow of funds for the project was long ago made to look like an illusion of compliance. Zhao Qianfa can be mixed today, relying on the surface of the two sleeves clean. Even the old family ancestral hall of the gold brick said that it is an ancestral heirloom. "Then play the music," he shouted, and the stereo boomed back up while he paced himself to the window, lifting a slit in the curtains to peer out. It was quiet outside the villa, but he always felt eyes staring. Rubbing his fingers unconsciously over the cigar, he suddenly snuffed it out viciously and turned back to the butler and instructed, "Change the carpet tomorrow and say, it's a second-hand gift from a relative." The butler nodded. "Okay, Mr. Zhao." As the music played, he dropped into the leather couch with his arms around the girl's, not caring that the gold bar was pinching the back of his waist. After all, he, Zhao Qianfa, was the king in this golden hall villa. As for the outside? As long as there are no mistakes in the books, who can touch him? The filial son and the virtuous grandson? His filial piety, Zhao Qianfa, was well known in this small circle. Sometimes filial piety is a kind of talisman. Zhao Qianfa wrapped his arms around the girls in the villa without shame, and seemed not to be afraid of others finding them at all. Even though he is ostensibly the boss and runs the company, he knows better than anyone how he got all these villas. Gold bars, bills, see, the crime of large sums of property of unknown origin. It seemed to be coming. Zhao Qian played and waved his hand. "Alright, all of you take a rest first. In the second half, if you're still dressed so conservatively, then I won't call you in the future. I'm hungry. I'm going to go out to eat dinner." Zhao Qian sent out the door and rode the small motorcycle out of the villa's small door, sat down nearby at the small noodle shop next to it, and said to the boss, "Boss, the usual rules." The boss glanced at the visitor. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. "Mr. Zhao is really good at this. Get it? This will give you on. Wait a moment. Beef noodles with fat sausage, almost every week." Mr. Zhao would come to him for this bowl of noodles, hearing himself say that he was the big boss who lived in the villa next door. As for why the big boss liked to eat at his place, he, the little boss, isn't sure. Others do not know. He, Zhao Qianfa, cannot know it. Purely and simply for the next event to observe if there are any disciplinary officers squatting outside of him. After 5 minutes or so, Zhao Qianfa edited a text message and sent it out to someone, glancing up to see that it seemed to be all plebes and no suspicious people. But it was just when he had just taken his chopsticks and was about to eat the noodles, a black SUV suddenly stopped at the entrance, and from the car came down a person wearing a black suit and a party badge on his chest. Zhao Qianfa's heart thumped as he and the young disciplinary cadre in the black suit and white shirt exchanged glances, and his legs shook as he crossed his legs, knocking over the table on the spot. Bang! P.S. I'm home. I'm still working on one more chapter. I think it's going to be around 11 o'clock. I haven't adjusted my status yet. When I recover my condition, I will come back to repay all of you righteous fathers. Explosion. It's a must. Chapter 130 Money Zhao's Sophistry. Zhao Qianfa looked down at the splash of red oil soup noodles, and raised his eyes to the front of the solemn cadres of the disciplinary inspection. His face appeared incredulous. He stood up slowly, his hands trembling slightly as he straightened the collar of his slightly outdated suit, a garment he'd been wearing for 5 years now, the cuffs frayed with burrs. Under his stunned and heart-trembling gaze, Chen Jiwei walked up to him and flashed his credentials. "Comrade Zhao Qianfa, the Special Review Team of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, please cooperate in the conversation." "Comrade, this must be a mistake." His voice with a few points of aggression, but also a few points of old cadre's unique stubbornness. "I, Zhao Qianfa, in the Development and Reform Commission worked 23 years. Never ride a bicycle to and from work, and even the unit issued by the office supplies have to be used repeatedly. The old family ancestral hall renovation. The folks all said that I should contribute to this capital cadres, but I really cannot get the money. And finally it is the folks you 10 pieces of my 5 pieces of repair costs," he said, pulling a well-worn wallet from his inside pocket, in which several yellowed invoices were neatly clipped. "Look guys, this is the voucher for my donation to Project Hope last month. $300, that's half a month's worth of my food expenses." The noodle shop owner couldn't help but interject from the sidelines. "Ha, he is a cadre? Oh, I thought it was the boss. This cadre Zhao is indeed very simple. Every time he comes, he only orders fat intestines and beef noodles." Zhao Qianfa shook his head with a bitter smile. fished out a bunch of keys from his pocket with a faded serve the people keychain hanging from it, and continued. I live in a silo that the unit was divided into 30 years ago, and it leaks rain in the summer and wind in the winter. The organization wants to investigate me. I understand, but I request that the organization must return my innocence. His eyes reddened slightly and his voice choked. In my whole life, what I value most is the word clean. He said this with tears in his eyes, as if he had really wronged him. Li Bin also quickly approached, somewhat hesitantly looking at Zhao Qianfa in front of him. Comrade Chen Zhixing, isn't it really a mistake? He still has witnesses. The corners of Chen Zhixing's mouth twitched. This was really powerful. Speaking in a tearful manner, just like the real thing. He Yang snorted from the side. Then how do you explain your villa? I mean, the villa inside the Golden Hall villa? Zhao Qianfa's heart thumped. They actually even found out about this? Then the gold bricks inside my shrine? Although he was extremely flustered in his heart, he still had a pained and mournful look on the surface. Comrade, this is the homestead of my second granduncle's granddaughter-in-law's cousin's nephew. I'm just staying temporarily for a few days to help them look after the house. The older generation used to say that cadres should be rooted in the masses, and this is what I call rooting in my relatives. Clean as I am, I don't even dare to lock the doors of my relatives' homes for fear that the masses will say that I have selfish motives. Chen Zhixing sneered and continued. Then how do you explain the gold bricks pressed against the beams of your family's ancestral hall? Zhao Qianfa, you have to know that we wouldn't make a move against you if we didn't have any evidence. And since we're already here, we definitely have the relevant evidence. Chen Zhixing verbal pressure. On the way here, Li Bin also contacted the comrades of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection in Ferry. They have gone to Zhao Qianfa's ancestral shrine overnight to look for evidence. Zhao Qianfa sniffed, and he was also clear that if he couldn't make it clear today, he would have to go in. It doesn't matter if you go in yourself. What about the beauties in the villa? I just want to give them a home. He looked like he was beating his chest. Gold? That's a family heirloom left by my ancestors. The old ancestors manifested to bless their children and grandchildren. You guys are trying to chip away at my Zhao family's roots. When no one answered, he added with narrowed eyes. Nowadays, cultural confidence is advocated. Is it wrong for me to protect my family's heritage? Do I have to follow the example of some people and dig up my ancestors' graves for political achievements? Zhao Qianfa looked at them not to speak, even more certain that their hands should not have evidence of. Otherwise, they would have long taken themselves away, and would not be here nonsense. Therefore, he said even more rightfully, the gold bricks pressing down on the ancestral hall press down on greed, and the clan emblem engraved on the top engraves the ancestors' training. Looking at him, Chen Zhixing suddenly snorted coldly, his tone icy. It has been verified that 7 projects handled by you in the past 3 years have changed the nature of land in violation of the law, involving an amount of, ouch. Zhao Qianfa suddenly covered his chest and burst into tears. No one saw me have a heart attack when I stayed up late to grade papers, and now you're checking on my work mistakes? Chilling, it's really chilling. Looking at his organized explanation, Chen Zhixing instantly laughed, really sharp-tongued. Whatever words came into his mouth could be explained clearly. Chen Zhixing stared at him with a playful smile in his gaze. Then explain again what you yourself once said about Secretary Zhou's 30% share of the profits means? Zhao Qianfa immediately cried out that he was wrongly accused and took several steps in place on the ground as if he was in a hurry. I call this optimal allocation of resources. You guys, you're still too young to understand what pain and development means. Chen Zhixing nodded in recognition of his remarks before continuing to release the bombs. Where are the ledgers in your safe? Zhao Qianfa, that's the clean diary I wrote. On every page, it says, I refuse to bribe again today. If you don't believe me, turn it over. Where's my key? He suddenly fell to the ground and convulsed as if he had a stroke, one hand reaching out towards Chen Zhixing, his hand trembling, but his mouth was saying, quickly read the People's Daily to me. Only the editorial can save me from low blood sugar. The noodle shop owner walked over quickly with a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Cadre Zhao licks his bowl every time he finishes eating noodles. He says that every grain is bitter, so it's no shame to lick the bowl. Zhao Qianfa struggled to climb up to grip his boss's hand. Look, this is the people's eyes. Snow bright. He suddenly pulled out a bunch of yellowed pieces of paper. I also have a Model Party Member Award issued in 1998 when fighting the flood. Party age is longer than the age of your task force. He kept his head down, his eyes dripping, seeming to think of something that could overrule their mistake in this action above the big picture. He struggled to get up from the ground. This is the critical period after joining the FATF. Some foreign companies, like to engage in this kind of sugar-coated anti-corruption. He suddenly lowered his voice and came closer. Little comrade, do you know how many key projects in the country are now stuck on approval? Check me out and you'll be responsible for the GDP. We engage in the project that have to pay attention to the principle of 3 no. Do not take a needle and a line of the masses. Do not receive a packet of cigarettes from the enterprise. Do not touch the project a brick and a tile. The central government says that the first to get rich should lead the latter to get rich. I'm helping the poor on a curve. P.S. I'm out of it today. 3 more tomorrow, to adjust to the situation. Chapter 131 Greed and Cowardice. 2 Old Men's Temptation. Chen Zhixing looked at the sophomoric Zhao Qianfa and shook his head slightly. I must say that Zhao Qianfa is indeed very good at sophistry. He packaged his embezzlement and bribery in a righteous manner, and he described what he did as being for the economy. This is a very obvious superposition of the compensatory mentality after the reversal of the bottom, the inertia of the power-seeking mindset, vanity and fluke. Zhao Qianfa is greedy and cowardly, step by step from the countryside to the head of the real power, mastering too much resource distribution. This class crossing makes him extremely hungry for power and wealth, forming a twisted compensatory mentality to fill the sense of deprivation in the past by amassing wealth and living an extravagant life. It was very important in his mind. It seemed that only then would he be able to allow others to witness his success. It seemed that only then could he be recognized by others. Chen Zhixing looked to He Yang, who immediately understood and immediately stepped forward, pulling out handcuffs and directly handcuffing both of his hands. Director Zhao, don't argue. Do you really think we're talking to you for fun? It is best to be obedient to confess. Or else, you'd better confess, or else, you'll have to suffer old age. He Yang really wasn't bluffing him. After all, Chen Zhixing's reputation as a fierce man, that's entirely a matter of taking one step at a time. Zhao Qianfa's heart also trembled violently when he heard these words, and he didn't know why. After his words fell, he always had a very bad feeling. Ding dong, Chen Zhixing's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and spoke directly. Jintang Villa, Villa 13. Go directly to the identification site. Zhao Qianfa was paralyzed on the ground, his legs unable to move as if they were filled with lead, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, soaking his collar. His lips were trembling and his face was white, the righteous look he had just worn long gone. His voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, with an obvious tremor. I'll explain everything. Chen Zhixing looked at him condescendingly, his gaze cold. Now you know you're afraid? Wasn't he quite talkative just now? Zhao Qianfa's eyes were lax, not daring to meet Chen Zhixing's gaze, and his entire body curled up into a ball, as if this could alleviate his inner fear. His fingers gripped the ground unconsciously, dirt embedded in the cracks of his nails, but he didn't realize it. I don't want to go to jail. His voice was tinged with sobs. I have an old mother to support. I can't go in. A million images flashed through his mind. The cold barred window, the loss of freedom, the shame of being fingered. These thoughts gnawed at his heart like a viper, making him almost suffocate. He Yang sneered. Now you know to think of your family? Why don't you think about the consequences when you're corrupt and accepting bribes? Zhao Qianfa suddenly jumped forward and hugged Chen Zhixing's legs, bursting into tears. Team Leader Chen, please be generous. I'm willing to return all the stolen money. I can also report others. Please, give me a chance. His body trembled violently, as if he were a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. Fear had completely shattered his mental defenses, and at this moment, how could he still have any trace of the chief's authority? Chen Zhixing shook off his hand in disgust and said coldly, if you knew it would come to this, why did you bother? Take it away. 2 disciplinary cadres stepped forward and picked up the limp Zhao Qianfa. His legs could no longer support his body and he was dragged towards the police car like a puddle of mud. The moment he was shoved into the car door, he suddenly let out a mournful wail. I don't want to die. The desperate cry stung in the night. The owner of the noodle shop watched the scene in disbelief, and the rag in his hand fell to the floor. The moment the police car door closed, Zhao Qianfa could still be heard muttering nervously, 10 years, at least 10 years. It's over. It's all over. His eyes were vacant, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably, and he had obviously fallen into extreme fear of the future. He Yang shook his head. Wouldn't it have been better to be so honest earlier? You have to put on such a show. Chen Zhixing looked at the distant police car and said softly, greed will pay the price in the end. This is the cycle of heaven. Somewhere else, you, a student, really have ironclad methods, a bit against procedural justice, but a catch. First arrest the person, then find the evidence. Zhou Taiyue looked at Elder Zhang. His tone was flat but seemed to mean something. Chen Zhixing's information has been analyzed for a long time by the Organization Department of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, and up to now, they haven't been able to figure out why Chen Zhixing was able to get ahead of the game. It's like this time, even though we already know who Zhou Weiman's people are in the capital, this is a matter where the number of people who know about it won't be more than 5. But why is it just so coincidental that Chen Zhixing would know about them? Zhou Taiyue narrowed his eyes slightly. Lao Zhang I have to suspect that it's you who is playing chess step by step behind the scenes. Chen Zhixing this all the way. Indeed, brilliant record. But this brilliant record, but there is a doubt, at least now so far, they can suspect, is only Zhang Lao. Behind Chen Zhixing, topping the sky is Zhang Lao, and Zhang Lao, despite having retired, was still qualified to know these things. Elder Zhang let out a light laugh, the chess pieces in his hand suddenly falling. Horse front pawn. I didn't think you guys would actually doubt me. According to you, I doubt myself. This sentence also set out his attitude. Chen Zhixing's matter, it was not his doing. He also never revealed information about Zhou Weiman's people in the capital. I'm not like Zhou Weiman. He can't afford to give up the power in his hands. But I'm not the one who won't retire. As you well know, I've only refocused on Chen Zhixing since I received his first phone call, even though I was also curious. But I've never interfered with him, so you'd have to ask the person in question about this kind of thing. Zhou Taiyue fell silent, just slamming a headshot onto the board and narrowing his eyes slightly. Chen Zhixing is indeed a character. Let's just see how far he can go on his own. After all, his organizational relations have been transferred to the Organization Department of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, and when the case is over, he will be able to take up his post at the CCDI. Elder Zhang didn't say anything more, just smiled and said, "That's your family's granddaughter-in-law. How you arrange it, that's your business." This shallow teacher-student relationship is ultimately unable to withstand the granddaughter-son-in-law relationship. Over in Changtian province, I heard that it's ready to give up. Zhou Taiyue nodded. For something this big, someone has to pay the price, right? The Lin family itself made its fortune in Changtian province, and now that such a big thing has happened to the basic plate, what happens to the Lin family? That's something the top needs to consider. As for the other two people involved, they've been secretly monitored. Let Chen Zhixing arrest them. We also want to know who's behind them, the people they're implicating behind it. It's not so simple, and the impact needs to be minimized or there's going to be a mess. P.S. Originally said today to adjust the state. Good guy. 12 o'clock woke up, wrote a chapter, and then sleepy, and then went to sleep, slept until 6 o'clock to wake up, 30th and 1st, 2 days combined no more than 4 hours of sleep. I'm trying to adjust. Chapter 132, Undercurrents, a bigger tiger? The news that Zhao Qianfa had been double-checked was like a bomb that exploded in certain circles in the capital. Within the NDRC, some people held an emergency meeting overnight, others hurriedly destroyed documents, and others began to call around, trying to probe the wind. And at this moment, Chen Zhixing had already taken the task force into the point designated by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to handle the case. Zhao Qianfa sat paralyzed in the interrogation chair, his face pale and a fine cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Director Zhao, can we have a proper chat now? Chen Zhixing sat across from him, his tone calm, but with an undeniable sense of oppression. Zhao Qianfa gulped, his lips trembling. Chen, Team Leader Chen, I'll explain everything. His mental defenses had completely collapsed. He knew that he was finished, but he knew better. If he didn't cooperate anymore, only harsher punishment would await him. Good. Chen Zhixing nodded, signaling He Yang to prepare. Then let's start with the first offending project you handled and talk about it bit by bit. Zhao Qianfa took a deep breath and began to explain. Meanwhile, a certain upscale club in the capital, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses put down his cell phone, his face horribly gloomy. Director, Project Liaison Division, Beijing Office, Lu Minghui. Zhao Qianfa has been arrested, Lu Minghui whispered. Inside the box, the other person's face suddenly changed when he heard the words. So fast? Lang Zhixing stood up violently, a hint of panic in his voice. Hasn't he always been cautious? How could he be taken down straight away? Lang Zhixing, Director of the Law Enforcement Supervision Office of the Political and Legal Committee. Chen Zhixing. Lu Minghui coldly spat out the name. This kid doesn't follow the rules, directly arresting people and then looking for evidence. Damn, what the hell is this kid? Lang Zhixing gritted his teeth. Isn't he from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection? How can he arrest someone directly in the capital? He's now the deputy head of the CDC's special unit. Lu Minghui rubbed his temples. And I just received news that the Zhou family has publicly recognized him as their granddaughter-in-law. What? Lang Zhixing exclaimed. The Zhou family. That's a real behemoth. Then what do we do now? Lang Zhixing's voice trembled. Zhao Qianfa knows too much. If he shakes it all out, panic about what? Lu Minghui snorted coldly. Zhao Qianfa is just a small character. He can at most bite into Zhou Weiman. Further up, he can't reach out at all. But if Chen Zhixing continues to investigate further, then make it impossible for him to find out. Lu Minghui narrowed his eyes and his tone was cold. Isn't he going to check out the people in the Beijing office and the political and legal committee? Then let him never be able to find out. The next day, early morning, Chen Zhixing had just walked out of the Welcome Hotel when a red flag stopped in front of him. The car window lowered, revealing a familiar face, Zhou Taiyue's life secretary. Xiao Su. Team Leader Chen. Elder Zhou asked me to pick you up. Xiao Su smiled. Chen Zhixing nodded, pulled open the car door and sat in. As the car slowly drove away, Xiao Su glanced at him through the rearview mirror and said softly, Team Leader Chen. Elder Zhou asked me to remind you that recently. Be careful. Chen Zhixing frowned. What do you mean? Instead of answering directly, Xiao Su handed over a document. Chen Zhixing flipped it open and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Investigation report on the sudden heart attack of Lu Minghui, head of the Project Liaison Division of the Beijing office. Lu Minghui is exactly one of the targets they will investigate next, but just last night, he had a heart attack and died at home. Coincidence? Chen Zhixing sneered and closed the file. Xiao Su shook his head, his tone grave. Elder Zhou said it's not a coincidence. It's a warning. Warn who? Warning you. Xiao Su locked eyes with Chen Zhixing through the rearview mirror. A warning. Don't look any further. Chen Zhixing was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. Then they probably don't know me very well, he said lightly. I, for one, am not afraid of warnings. Ko wanted to say something, but eventually just sighed. The car continued on its way, driving towards the Zhou family compound. Chen Zhixing, on the other hand, looked out the window at the street scene that was speeding past, his eyes cold. The car drove into the Zhou family compound, and the heavy iron gates slowly closed behind it, as if to isolate the outside world from the chaos. When Chen Zhixing got off the bus, Zhou Taiyue was already waiting in the courtyard, the old man with his hands behind his back, his eyes like a torch. Although he is over 70 years old, he still has a non-angry and self-contained momentum. Elder Zhou. Chen Zhixing quickly stepped forward and nodded slightly. Zhou Taiyue sized him up for a moment and suddenly smiled. It seems that the gang's warning had little effect on you. The more anxious they are, the more it means we're checking the right direction, Chen Zhixing said. Zhou Taiyue suddenly laughed, revealing the sharp eyes of the year when he presided over the financial reform in the Ministry of Finance. Lu Minghui's death, but instead, sat the problems of the Beijing office and the political and legal committee. Zhou Taiyue nodded, signaling him to follow, and the two of them walked along the green stone path toward the study. On the way, the old man whispered, once Lu Minghui died, the clues seemed to be broken, but some people will always reveal their cloven foot. When he pushed open the yellow pear-wood door of the study, Chen Zhixing saw the handwritten clean and honest banner of a certain current big brother hanging on the wall. Zhou Taiyue took out an encrypted file from the drawer and pushed it in front of Chen Zhixing. This is a list of the last people Lu Minghui came into contact with during his lifetime, and there's a name among them that you'll definitely be interested in. Obviously, for an old political family like the Zhou family, the capital city, for them, was never a secret. It's just a matter of whether they want to know or not. That's all. Chen Zhixing flipped through the file, his eyes suddenly condensed. Lang Zhixing, people from the political and legal committee, but frequent secret meetings with the Beijing office. It seems that their supervision of law enforcement oversees how to cover up crimes. Not only that, Zhou Taiyue knocked on the desktop. Half an hour before Lu Minghui's death, he had received an encrypted phone call, and the source of the signal was traced to inside the political and legal committee. Chen Zhixing closed the file, his eyes sharp. Lang Zhixing is disorganizing himself. He stood up. I'm going to meet him. Zhou Taiyue, however, raised his hand to stop. There is no rush. If the other party dares to kill Lu Minghui, they will dare to move you. The Zhou family will send people to protect you in secret. But on the surface, he said meaningfully, you have to give them a chance. Chen Zhixing instantly comprehended. You mean, luring the snake out of its hole? The old man nodded. Tonight, you go alone to access the accounts of the Beijing office. When Zhou Taiyue said the word alone, the dark door behind the bookcase shook slightly, revealing the Security Bureau's special task force on standby inside. The old man stroked the red confidential phone on his desk like it was some sort of invisible scepter of power. I'd like to see who dares to jump out. Chen Zhixing didn't say much as he glanced around and seemed to be a bit nervous as he asked, that, Elder Zhou, where is Ruo Li? Chapter 133. He who speaks of the big picture is never in the picture. Lu Minghui is dead, died of a sudden heart attack. Chen Zhixing wouldn't believe this rhetoric. Or was it really such a coincidence? On the same night they arrested Zhao Qianfa, the head of the Project Liaison Division at the Beijing office, died of a heart attack? What makes Chen Zhixing feel the most horrible is that in the city of Beijing, someone actually dares to kill and exterminate, which is really not afraid of being liquidated. Or is there a bigger web behind this? After spending 2 hours at Zhou's house, what Zhou Lao talked to him about, there wasn't really much. Most of the stuff was the current situation. Zhou Ruoli is now in the hospital with the old man and will return to his hometown tomorrow to recognize his ancestors, so he won't be able to see Zhou Ruoli for a while. As a matter of fact, Chen Zhixing had always suspected that there was someone else behind them. Otherwise, with the three of them, it would have been impossible for them to make such a big deal out of it. It wasn't as if he hadn't inquired about Elder Zhou. but Elder Zhou didn't say much and only shook his head. This reinforced Chen Zhixing's confirmation that there was someone else behind this. You mean? As he turned around, the cuff of his suit brushed the dossier labeled top secret in the corner of the table. Lu Minghui's death proves instead that we've stirred up a hornet's nest? Zhou Taiyue was in the middle of unwrapping a box of special cigarettes with a silver paper cutter when he sniffed and his wrist slightly paused. When the old man raised his eyes, his gaze behind the lenses was as penetrating as an X-ray. Zhixing, you weren't so forward-looking when you were investigating the mental hospital in Starfish City. When the cigarette box was pushed over, Chen Zhixing noticed the hot-stamped words exclusive on it. I'm worried about spooking the snakes. Lang Zhixing should have gotten wind of this by now. And if we rush. Zhou Taiyue got up and pulled open the drawer. But what he took out was not the expected documents, but a car key. A small bronze tiger charm ornament hung from the key ring, glowing coldly in the light. Back when I was in the Ministry of Finance, there was an old leader who said something. Zhou Lao slapped the key on Chen Zhixing's palm, and the tiger talisman choked with pain. Corrupt officials are like ribs in a pressure cooker. The tighter the lid is covered, the farther it splatters when it blows up. Chen Zhixing suddenly understood. He looked down at the license plate number engraved on the key. The numbers starting with Beijing A8 made his pupils shrink. This was a pass to enter any organ unhindered. The car is parked at the east side door. Zhou Taiyue had already pressed the call bell. He got up, hands behind his back, patted Chen Zhixing's shoulder and laughed. The capital city, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even the Zhou family doesn't dare to say that they have too much say in the capital city. But at least, behind this case, it's not something that you can get involved in. The probability is that the other side will break off their tails and I'll let you go to the Beijing office alone. It's practically a front. There are some things in the Beijing office that can't be exposed, or not until it's time. In short, when you get out of here, odds are, Lang Zhixing has already turned himself in. Zhou Lao's former rank, that can be said to be a member of the heavenly hearing, and is still a pivotal one. What's more, there are no secrets in the capital. After Chen Zhixing went out from here, it was absolutely impossible to hide his relationship with the Zhou family. The people behind it would also consider whether or not to offend the Zhou family. Ding 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 ding. Chen Zhixing's phone suddenly rang, and the memo showed that it was He Yang. Hey, Lao He. Chen Zhixing picked up the phone in front of Zhou Lao. He Yang's incredulous voice rang out over the phone. Old Chen. Lang Zhixing surrendered and confessed with a good attitude, especially telling all about their cooperation with Zhou Weiman, without a single omission, and even, still coming with evidence. Chen Zhixing fiercely looked at Zhou Lao, who just smiled and did not say anything more, but instead had a feeling that the big picture was under control. Confirm the evidence as soon as possible. Report it to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. After the filing is completed, return to Changtian province immediately. After Chen Zhixing hung up the phone, he didn't know what to say in his heart for a while. Is this the chess player? Elder Zhou, you have long anticipated that Lang Zhixing would turn himself in? He finally spoke, his voice pressed extremely low. Zhou Taiyue did not answer immediately as the old man turned toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lenses reflecting the city lights. Knowing the line, discards on the chessboard are never improvised. A snake that breaks its tail to survive never breaks more than one tail. Chen Zhixing's back was steeply chilled. Lu Minghui's death, Lang Zhixing's surrender, Zhou Lao's secretive attitude. These fragments were rapidly assembled in his mind, but the most crucial piece was always missing, and perhaps the missing piece is the identity of the man behind it. But Zhou Lao's unwillingness to speak proved that this matter wasn't that simple. Of course, it was also possible that Zhou Lao knew who the person behind it was. 8 o'clock flight this evening. The case in Changtian province. Close it as soon as possible. A red flag beginning with Beijing A8 is parked at the east side gate. To be honest, Chen Zhixing was a bit confused from the moment he entered the Zhou family and the first words he spoke to Zhou Lao until now. It feels a little surreal. The Zhou family's attitude towards themselves seemed a little too good. Even if they recognized their identity as their granddaughter-in-law, they wouldn't have to invest their resources so much, would they? Could it be that the Zhou family indeed had no one in the CCDI, so they needed themselves? This is a claim that doesn't even fool him, let alone them. Chen Zhixing took a deep breath of smoke. The red flag car filled with the faint smell of tobacco, but could not suppress the thoughts that surged in his mind. His knuckles lightly knocked on the steering wheel. Suddenly felt that this Beijing A8 beginning of the red flag is like a key. Zhou Taiyue gave not only a pass, but also an admission ticket. Lu Minghui's death was too timely, and Lang Zhixing's surrender was too cooperative. As if there was a pair of invisible hands cleaning up the chessboard in a fast and furious manner. And the old man showed that the broken tail of the snake, broken never more than a tail, clearly in the implication. Lang Zhixing is just a bright surface of the abandonment. The real game has long exceeded his level, pointing to a higher place. Zhou Taiyue was once the Ministry of Finance's establishment, and now, although he has retired to the second line, The red confidential phone on his desk and the ambush of the Security Bureau's Secret Service team all highlight the remnants of his influence. Such a family would never bet on a granddaughter's son-in-law just for the sake of a false name. Unless it's a borrowed innings. The Zhou family needs a knife. One that can cut through the corrupt network of the Beijing office and the political and legal committee without implicating itself. And he, Chen Shixing, happens to be the lone minister who has the status of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection but no deep factional background. Even better, his marriage to Zhou Ruoli had caused the outside world to mistakenly believe that he was already in the Zhou family's camp, even if the truth might not be the case. On the phone He Yang reported Lang Zhixing surrendered himself with evidence, at the moment thought more like an elaborate handover ceremony. That evidence inevitably points to some target of sufficient weight, yet stops at some deft tipping point that allows the CDC to deliver without igniting a larger powder keg. He remembered the clean inscription on the wall of his study, addressed to a certain current bigwig. If the case of the Beijing office really involves that level, then Lu Minghui's death will not be a silencing, but a stand. Some people are not afraid to use a human life to show their loyalty to the higher echelons, and Zhou Taiyue's pressing on might be waiting for the other side to show their cards first. Zhou old man let him quickly leave the capital, not at all afraid of him in danger, but to cut his actions with the Zhou family. Once the subsequent storm suddenly rose, Chen Zhixing can become the Zhou family did not know the pawn, can also be transformed into a breakthrough in the situation of the odd soldier. The change of power is never a sword fight, but a tacit exchange under the dark tide. After tonight, the Beijing office's accounts will be gone forever. Lang Zhixing's confession will be fittingly finalized, and the real winner will have long since landed in no man's land to close the deal. Chen Zhixing gripped the steering wheel tightly, a cold smile floating at the corner of his mouth. Since they are all chess players, who is willing to be just a pawn? Chapter 134, The Power of the Inner Counselor. Early Introduction. Plus, nowadays, Chen Zhixing's identity and background already belonged to a semi-public secret, which was not a secret in the high-level circle. With the Zhou family's promotion, an internal discussion about this internal reference kicked off. Zhou Guodong took the lead and knocked on the table, looking around the circle to first make his attitude clear. Despite the fact that Chen Zhixing is my great-niece's boyfriend, Chen Zhixing's proposal is still very good, especially the issue of similarity of functions raised in this insider article, which should indeed be carefully considered. After the establishment of the Supervisory Commission, it is necessary to further deepen the three transitions, find the positioning of duties, and innovate the way of discipline and law enforcement. This matter can be put on next month's meeting to discuss well. This is also to deepen the anti-corruption. Chang Tian case is not the Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision of the failure of responsibility. If the co-location in the office efficiency also has a significant increase, what do the leaders think? An executive jacket on the left, about 60 years old or so, spoke with a smile. I think Lao Zhou's proposal is good, but accordingly, the various laws and regulations will have to be changed, and the time-consuming aspect of this is not as simple as a couple of months, but at least it will all take several years. Time is not worth much to us. The county, city and provincial level leadership departments now currently have corruption, despite the Discipline Inspection Commission, but still high every year, especially now in the country's rapid development of the road. These things are inevitable phenomenon. We also have to make the corresponding mechanism. On behalf of the Ministry of Supervision, I agree with Chen Zhixing. Opposite him sat an old cadre with white hair, unscrewed the thermos cup and drank a mouthful of tea, tactically clearing his throat. Comrade Zhixing sees this aspect very thoroughly. He is also my reserve cadre sequence of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. As a leader, how can I not support him? On behalf of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, I agree with Chen Zhixing. The person to the right of the CCDC's immediate leader smiled and spoke. I agree, but there's a problem. Comrade Chen Zhixing's article is obviously not finished. Do we continue to let him perfect it? This will also have a detailed thesis for our collocation, discussion at the meeting, etc. Agreed. If Chen Zhixing had known about the existence of this meeting, then his entire being would have been dumbfounded. After all, co-opting is a 2018 thing because of this article of his. So many years in advance then, completely changed the course of history. Chen Zhixing sat on the flight back to Changtian province, the sea of clouds churning outside the porthole, the cabin dimly lit. He looked at the internal reply, wrapped in an encrypted filing bag in his hand, and pondered. Would you like a drink, sir? The voice of the flight attendant bending inquiringly interrupted his thoughts. Warm water, please. When he took the paper cup, He Yang in the neighboring seat was snoring like a thunder. Taking out his briefcase, he once again pulled out a document. Summary of the seminar on several proposals to deepen the reform of the supervisory system. This proves that his insider articles are on the desk of the highest decision makers. Even, in response to his internal documents, came out with this seminar summary. the airplane suddenly hit a bumpy air current, and He Yang jolted awake, wiping his mouth and muttering, "We're in Shantian? 40 minutes to go." Chen Zhixing lowered his voice and suddenly leaned in close. "Lao He, where do you think the first fire will burn if the supervisory committee is really established?" He Yang's doze instantly woke up. He was too familiar with this kind of look from Chen Zhixing. "You shouldn't." He Yang throat tightened, glimpsed the front passenger, pricked up his ears, immediately switched to the dialect, the potlo oil burning hot, which dare to be the first to reach out. Chen Zhixing laughed softly, pulling out a page from the bottom of the inner manuscript and handing it over. He Yang read the head up on the long day's province political and legal system of the disposal of the remaining problems of the proposal. Suddenly inhaled cold air. He jerked his head up to look at Chen Zhixing, his throat tightening a little, and a look of shock surfaced in all of his gazes. "This is disposition from above? Now that all the evidence points to Zhou Weiman, you can just arrest him." The Special Investigation Team of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, is also waiting for this document. And when we land on it, everything will be at the moment of final liquidation. Castle Peak Nursing Home. Zhou Weiman stood in the courtyard with a gloomy expression, and the night was as dark as ink, magnifying the dark side of his heart steeply. A stopped vehicle, headlights shining, reflecting Zhou Weiman's pair of gloomy pupils. "Leader, everyone is here," the secretary reminded softly, her voice tightening. Zhou Weiman extinguished his cigarette, and when he turned around, the cuffs of his suit swept over the documents on the desktop, revealing the title of the initial report on the suspected serious disciplinary violations and violations of law by Comrade Zhou Weiman. Inside the vehicle, a silhouette got out. More than 20 gazes were cast in unison. Deputy Director of the Public Security Department, Vice President of the Court, Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Public Prosecutor's Office, Secretaries of the political and legal committees of various cities. Uppercuts stood on both sides. The air was so stagnant that you could hear the hands of your watch moving. Standing at the forefront are Wang Jianjun, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, and Jiang Xinghuai, Member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Shangbei Municipal Party Committee. Everyone didn't say anything, just looked at Zhou Weiman fixedly. The group of people who came tonight were all his disciples and officials, as well as people tied to the same chain of interests. "Gentlemen." Zhou Weiman unbuttoned his suit and propped his hands on the edge of the table. His voice hoarse, "The knife of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection is already on his neck." Originally, he didn't put Chen Zhixing on his mind, but now, this knife that Chen Zhixing was holding was already against his neck, and this had to be taken seriously. Lu Qiwei, the Deputy Director of the Public Security Department, suddenly rose, the silver olive branch on his police uniform's shoulder badge trembling slightly. "Secretary Zhou, I suggest controlling Chen Zhixing immediately. He overstepped his bounds in investigating the case and violated his authority. This alone is enough." "Stupid." Zhou Weiman grabbed the teacup and smashed it on the ground. The porcelain pieces splattered. "Moving him now is the same as handing a knife to the top. The Supreme Steering Group is still in Shantian right now, and they're all staring at us right now. I asked you guys to come here today, but also to fight with our backs against the wall. If we win, we'll have the capital to negotiate with the top. If we lose, then there's no way back for everyone." Zhou Weiman took a deep breath and pulled out a key from his inner pocket and threw it on the table. "Villa No. 7 of Changtian Lake. In the basement safe there are the account books that you all have paid tribute to over the years." He looked around at the suddenly pale faces of the crowd and suddenly smiled. "And of course, the recording of that I personally handled." The pen in the vice president of the court's hand snapped to the floor. "Right now, we're on the same rope." Zhou Weiman tapped the key, "2 ways. Either sit back and wait for the CCDI to take us down in one fell swoop, or shut up those who should shut up for good." He looked grim. "Activate the Change of Heaven program." Chapter 135, Jiang Xinghuai's Last Choice. After returning from the Green Mountain Sanatorium, Jiang Xinghuai sat in the office of the municipal party secretary, very anxious and irritable. The various leaders of the Supreme Steering Group convened a 3-hour meeting with the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee on the same day they arrived in Shantian Province, which was as long as he was sitting on pins and needles. The implication of the words is really to imply that they turned themselves in. Plus, the news of Chen Zhixing's trip to the capital had spread in the past few days, which led to even more panic in his heart, and his confession of guilt had been sitting in his drawer for several days. Jiang Xinghuai's heart knew clearly that the arrival of the Supreme Team this time was definitely not a thunderous noise. They came down with the imperial sword. If they had evidence, they would have already arrested someone long ago, but unfortunately, the CCDC didn't have enough evidence, which is why they needed Chen Zhixing to make a trip to the capital. What Chen Zhixing had gone to the capital to do, he was not sure, but Zhou Weiman had already said an hour ago that Chen Zhixing's knife was already on their necks. This also means that they have reached the moment of life and death. The clean ashtray was already stuffed with cigarette butts. and even the ashes had drifted down onto the mahogany desk in front of him, highlighting his inner turmoil. Jiang Xinghuai's fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk, and the ashtray of cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray silently told of his inner torment. Outside the window, the night in Changtian City was as dark as ink, with only scattered lights flickering in the distance, as if mocking his indecision. The edges of the plea book were slightly curled from the many times it had been turned over. His eyes fell on it, but he hesitated to take the courage to pick it up again. Is it really going to come to this? Jiang Xinghuai muttered, his voice especially clear in the empty office. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. The screen displayed the 3 words Wang Jianjun. Jiang Xinghuai took a deep breath and answered the call. Old Jiang, how's the consideration going? On the other end of the phone, the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, Wang Jianjun's voice was low and urgent. Secretary Zhou's side can't wait any longer, and will take action tonight. Jiang Xinghuai's throat knots rolled. Secretary Wang, I'm still considering it. What else is there to think about? Wang Jianjun's volume increased steeply. Chen Zhixing has returned from the capital with what evidence we are not sure. If we don't do something now, tomorrow could be the day we are double-crossed. The sound of paper turning came from the other end of the line. Wang Jianjun continued. Secretary Zhou has already contacted someone. As long as he makes his move tonight, tomorrow Changtian province will change. At that time, the investigation by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection will be forced to interrupt. Lao Jiang, listen to me. Wang Jianjun's tone suddenly eased. We are all in the same boat. Think about your family. Think about everything you fought for all these years. Is it possible to give up just like that? Jiang Xinghuai's gaze once again fell on the plea book in the drawer. He remembered his hard work from the grassroots to today, and the expectant eyes of his wife and daughter. A wave of reluctance surged through him. Good. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I'm contacting the city council now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xinghuai violently pulled open the drawer and tore that confession to shreds. Confetti fluttered to the ground like snowflakes as he stood up, straightened his suit, picked up the phone, and immediately called the director of the Upper North City Public Security Bureau. Comrade Lu Yun, come to my office. Lu Yun, deputy mayor of Shangbei City and director of the Public Security Bureau, with the rank of a full department. Speaking of which, I have to talk about Qi Ziyuan's awkward position. The directors of public security departments in other cities are already highly qualified, and the vice governors and directors of public security departments are at the level of vice ministers. But Qi Ziyuan is not which led to the provincial capital city of Shangbei City. The secretary of the Public Security Bureau is also the level of the department, completely weakened his prestige as the director of the Public Security Bureau. Moreover, Lu Yun's actual power and political status is usually higher as she is the deputy mayor and director of the Public Security Bureau of Shangbei City, directly managing an important city. That's why Qi Ziyuan is so anxious to get to the vice-provincial level. Okay, Secretary Jiang. Lu Yun is also a figure that gives Qi Ziyuan a headache, with a big appearance of listening to the tone and not listening to the declaration. And her relationship with Jiang Xinghuai is better than the relationship with the provincial hall. Lu Yun is also a direct descendant of Jiang Xinghuai. Therefore, once Zhou Weiman fell, it will certainly cause the destruction of large aspects of the provincial group, the destruction of the administrative and public prosecutors and law enforcement groups, resulting in the impact, can be said to be far-reaching, the collapse of the political soil, the imbalance of the political ecosystem, and so on, will directly affect the state of development of the entire province. Add to that a cascade of political missteps, poor supervision, and power imbalances in the Lin family's Lin Shanha, among other factors, and you have a cascade of political reactions. In just 10 minutes or so, the valiant Lu Yun, dressed in police uniform, appeared in Lin Shanha's office. The police number 010001 on his chest highlights the identity of the other party as the director of the Public Security Bureau of Shangbei City. Her gaze quickly swept over the confetti littering the floor and the cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray, and her brow furrowed imperceptibly for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. She stood straight and her voice was dry. Secretary Jiang, you're looking for me? Jiang Xinghuai raised his head. The anxiety under his eyes was forcibly suppressed, replaced by an almost determined calmness. He gestured to the chair across from him. Sit. Lu Yun did not ask more questions, sat straight down, hands folded on his knees, police uniform shoulder badge in the light flooded with cold luster. The situation is urgent, so I won't beat around the bush. Jiang Xinghuai lowered his voice and tapped his fingers on the desktop. Secretary Zhou's side has decided to act tonight. The provincial office and the city council must cooperate. Lu Yun's eyes flashed. What exactly is the action? Control the key figures and cut off the chain of investigation. Jiang Xinghuai stared into her eyes, word for word. What Chen Zhixing brought back from the capital must not fall into the hands of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lu Yun was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. Secretary Jiang, Are you sure you want to do this? Do you think there's a way back for me? Jiang Xinghuai sneered and pointed to the torn confession on the ground. If we don't do it now, we'll be the ones who get double-crossed tomorrow. Lu Yun's gaze fell on the pile of confetti, his expression obscure. After a few seconds, she slowly stood up, her tone calm but with a hint of undetectable tightness. I understand. The city council side will be deployed immediately, but the provincial office side, Kazuna doesn't have to care. Jiang Xinghuai interrupted her, his eyes shadowy. He has long been stared down by Chen Zhixing, and it's hard to protect himself. You just need to make sure that the power of the upper north city is held in our hands. Lu Yun nodded her head and turned towards the door, but paused as she gripped the doorknob, turning her back to Jiang Xinghuai and said, Secretary Jiang, there are some paths that you can't turn back once you've gone. Jiang Xinghuai didn't answer. The door closed behind him and he relit a cigarette, the scarlet embers brightening in the darkness. Outside the window, the night color of Changtian City is getting thicker and thicker, and the sporadic lights are like the eyes of a dormant beast, coldly watching the storm that is about to erupt. Chapter 136. The first stage of the implementation of the plan of change. The airplane landed smoothly at the airport of Changtian province, and the night was like ink outside the porthole. Chen Zhixing just stepped out of the hatch, took a deep breath, and grinned. I have to say, it's really hard to adapt to the environment of the capital. It's better to be comfortable with the weather in Changtian province. He Yang rolled his eyes. You also haven't eaten any fine chaff. Just off the gangway, ready to board the ferry, 3 black sedans sped by, their doors opening at the sound of harsh brakes. 8 men in inspection uniforms quickly surrounded them, the leader of which flashed his ID. Comrade Chen Zhixing, the Changtian Provincial Inspection Bureau has received a real name report. Please cooperate with the investigation. He Yang violently blocked the front. What the hell? How dare you stop the deputy head of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspections Task Force? Before the words left his mouth, 2 inspectors had already clasped his shoulders. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes and noticed the flickering video camera in the car. Was this a play to sit out the violent resistance to the law? They had only just gotten off the plane, and this group of people were so eager to take him away. Obviously, these people did not want him to arrive at the CCDI investigation team. We received a report that Comrade Chen Zhixing was torturing confessions and violating evidence in the investigation of the Starfish case and the Lin Cheng case. Zhang Mingyi, director of the 2nd Division of the Supervisory Bureau, shook open the decision to file a case stamped with a red head seal. Please surrender your belongings immediately. Chen Zhixing looked up at Jiang Wu, who was in the back. The briefcase in his hand had not yet been seen by them, and there were still 2 steps left before he fully descended the gangway, and the briefcase in his hand fell to the ground obediently, blocking it with his feet to prevent it from sliding down. Jiang Wu instantly realized, stepped forward, bent down, picked up the briefcase and carried it. Chen Zhixing narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm currently the head of the 6th team of the CCDI inspection team. Are you sure you want to take me down? The Provincial Supervisory Bureau is openly antagonistic to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, which is not to give the CCDI eye candy. What's more, the Supreme Steering Group was still in Changtian province, and they were so blatantly, obviously panicked. Just because you're only on secondment doesn't mean you're a member of the CCDI. You're still the Deputy Director of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Section, and there's no procedural problem with us asking you to cooperate with the investigation. Zhang Mingyi snorted coldly and spoke in an icy tone. Apparently, he was not aware that Chen Zhixing's organizational ties had been transferred to the CCDI. In fact, after Chen Zhixing's organizational relationship was transferred to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, he was already a member of the CCDI. Only that Zhang Mingyi was not aware of it is, the head of the Supervisory Bureau is the Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Bao Wanrue couldn't have given this order, so this should have been an order given by the other deputy directors. Chen Zhixing passed a look to Jiang Wu, then he walked towards them and said faintly, I'll go with you. Zhang Mingyi looked at Jiang Wu and he Yang inside in his heart. Unfortunately, they didn't make a move, otherwise they were able to take them away. Jiang Wu cannot be moved. He is the secretary of Zhang Guoyuan, the standing committee of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. No one cannot move him. Zhang Mingyi looked at He Yang and narrowed his eyes slightly. Comrade He Yang, you cooperated a lot with Chen Zhixing when you were in the special investigation team. We need you to cooperate with the investigation as well. He Yang gritted his teeth, stared at Zhang Mingyi dead in the face, and laughed sardonically. Good, very good. I'll go with you, but you better not regret it. Jiang Wu looked at this scene, and an extremely cold gaze surfaced within his gaze, took Chen Zhixing and He Yang away in front of him. Really think that he, a little secretary, has no temper, right? Jiang Wu boarded the ferry and immediately dialed Zhang Guoyuan's private number. Leader, Chen Zhixing was intercepted by people from the Changtian Provincial Supervision Bureau. they're holding the decision to file a case. He Yang was also taken away together. There was silence on the other end of the line for 2 seconds, followed by the sound of a teacup resting heavily. Zhang Guiyuan's voice was like quenched ice. Very well. Is Bao Wenrui trying to set the table with me? You guys bring the evidence to the station immediately. Yes. Meanwhile, the IG interrogation room. The iron door of the interrogation room closed with a bang behind Chen Zhixing, the dull crash sounding like a death knell. The damp air smelled of rusted blood, and the only source of light was the strobing tungsten lamp overhead, distorting the silhouettes into flailing ghosts. Zheng Mingyi slowly and methodically put on the rubber gloves. The sticky friction sound is particularly harsh in the silence. He leaned down close to Chen Zhixing, his breath spraying on the other man's blood-stained eyelashes. Obviously, they were on the means before arriving here. Team Leader Chen, do you think the signboard of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection can protect you? Suddenly a hand clutched his hair and slammed his face hard into the tabletop. The witness in the starfish case identified you as having used electric shocks to coerce a confession. Zhang Mingyi carried out an old telephone from the shadows, the exposed copper wires of the wires glowing coldly in the light. How about we restore the scene? Two of the inspectors grinned as they pressed down on Chen Zhixing's shoulders, and a third ripped open the collar of his shirt. The moment the cool metal pressed against his flesh, Chen Zhixing's clenched teeth erupted into a hiss, and the hum of electricity exploded simultaneously with the smell of burning flesh. That's only the first voltage. Zhang Mingyi tapped his spasming fingers with the folder and laughed sardonically. As long as you admit it, you won't have to suffer, either, don't you think? Chen Zhixing looked up at him, spitting a mouthful of old spit with blood in it onto his face and snorted. If you're capable, you'll kill me, or else, when I get out, I'll kill you. The red light of the video camera in the corner flashed, and the camera precisely avoided the image of the ombudsman slamming his knee into Chen Zhixing's ribs. Blood splattered from his nose on the decision to file, haloing a dark red. Just you? Zhang Mingyi suddenly grabbed him by the throat, his nails sinking into the scabbed wound. If you die, the evidence is real. Even the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection can't say anything. He was ready to strike again when there was a knock on the door of the interrogation room. Zhang Mingyi walked over and opened the door, looking at the executive deputy director wearing silver-framed glasses. Sun Bureaus. Director Sun hummed, and then spoke. How's it going? Zhang Mingyi whispered. Chen Zhixing refuses to give an account and is on the means. Director Sun glanced at the time, and an icy look surfaced in his gaze. Secretary Jiang ordered. You only have half an hour, and during that half hour, if you don't get a confession, then you'll falsify it. Understand? Understood. After saying that, Zhang Mingyi once again returned to the interrogation room. Zhang Mingyi had turned around and twisted the taser knob to the third position. Chen Zhixing's body pressed against the iron chair suddenly arched, the handcuff chain scraping out ear-piercing noises in violent convulsions, and the interrogation room's overhead lights suddenly bursting into flashes twice, casting fragmented shadows of light in his burgeoning pupils. Bring the plea. Zhang Mingyi pulled Chen Zhixing's hair and forced him to tilt his head, and another inspector immediately shoved a frozen mineral water bottle into the back of his neck. The hypothermic burning pain caused Chen Zhixing's temples to ripple with veins, but the interrogation record paper was slapped in front of his trembling fingers, which had long been pressed with 7 bright red fingerprints. Chen Zhixing, you only have 2 outcomes today. One is to confess, the other is to die and confess. It takes at least half an hour for the CCDC to get here, and it won't take me a minute to get you killed. Chapter 137, Lin Shanha, it's so nice to have it all in one pot. Jiang Xinghuai's office. By all accounts, he'd be home from work by this hour. But now, he's still in his office, and he's still waiting for an update. If the CCDC side goes to ask for someone, I don't care what you use, stop them for me, and definitely don't let them go to the Supervisory Bureau. An icy look emerged within Jiang Xinghuai's gaze. Once he dialed Lu Yun's number, there was no way back for him. Either they go to Qin City Prison this time, or they get the qualifications to be able to negotiate with the top. Even if he does nothing now and goes to the CCDI inspection team to confess his guilt, he will end up in Qin City Prison. Lu Yun's breath on the other end of the phone clearly stuttered. Secretary Jiang, will this be too? Extraordinary times, extraordinary means. Jiang Xinghuai knocked on the listed sign of the Provincial Political and Judicial Committee reflected on the tempered glass. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection wants procedural justice, so we'll show them procedural violence. He suddenly lowered his voice. Doesn't Secretary Jianjun have an illegitimate son in Australia? Let a friend at customs stumble into the visa issue. He pulled open the safe and removed a satellite phone. As he dialed, his finger hovered above Lin Shanha's encrypted contact for 3 seconds, only to eventually press another number. Old leader, it's me. Jiang Xinghuai's waist unconsciously bent 15 degrees. The Supervisory Bureau side has already taken action. Yes, according to your instructions to use the crime of dereliction of duty. Yes, Minister Wang of the Central Organization Department needs you to maneuver more. Lu Yun went down to arrange the relevant road closure. As a way to delay the time of the CCDI inspection team arrived at the Supervision Bureau. As a member of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Shangbei Municipal Party Committee, Jiang Xinghua is very clear that their time is now stuck on Chen Zhixing. Or rather, the CCDI inspection team is now without evidence, and as long as they don't have evidence, then they still have time. Jiang Xinghua called his secretary and instructed, notify the Letters and Visits Office that it will start receiving reports from the public tomorrow about the CCDI working group's irregularities in handling cases. Get the TV stations to follow it, with close-ups of the old people holding up the bloody letters. The game of power is never black or white, and when the board is big enough, even the discarded pieces can be turned into ambushes for counterkill, like having some old retired teacher with terminal cancer crying on camera about his son being tortured into confessing. Everyone is a pawn in this storm, including himself. But as long as they could deflect the CCDC's knife by 3 inches, it would be enough for certain people to leave Changtian province through the back door. The lack of evidence in Zhang Guiyuan's hands gave them the time and opportunity to counterattack. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Secretary Pao, I'd like to ask, what exactly is it that you, the Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and head of the Supervisory Bureau, do? Comrade Chen Zhixing has just returned from the capital, and the Inspection Bureau ran straight to the airport to arrest him. What do you want from the Supervisory Bureau? You want to go against the Supreme Steering Group? That's the second time. In the meeting room of the Provincial Party Committee, Lin Shanha angrily looked at Bao Wenrui, and an icy look emerged in his gaze. Bao Wenrui's complexion was equally gloomy. He took a deep breath and said with an ugly face, Secretary Lin, I don't know about this matter. Lin Shanha sneered. Unaware? You shrugged it off by saying you didn't know? Then what do I need you as the Inspector General for? Bao Wenrui was silent. This matter was his negligence. And, it's been out of sight several times. I'm going to the IG. The back of Bao Wenrui's suit was soaked through, and he stumbled to grab his briefcase, only to be nailed in place at the door by Lin Shanha's next words. Late. Lin Shanha stared at his watch and said quietly, the Special Service Division of the Security Bureau took over the inspectorate 10 minutes ago. He suddenly revealed a morose smile. Guess whose temple Zhang Mingyi's taser is pointed at right now? Bao Wenrui's pupils suddenly contracted, and the briefcase in his hand snapped to the ground. He turned around violently, his voice trembling, Secretary Lin, this is out of order. The special branch has no right to interfere with the Inspection Bureau's handling of cases. Lin Shanha slowly got up, his fingertips knocking on the solid wood surface of the conference table, each sound like a knock on Bao Wenrui's nerves. Program? Look at what procedures your man Zhang Mingyi is going through. Is Chen Zhixing something you can file a case against? Just yesterday, Chen Zhixing's organizational relations and personnel files were transferred to the Organization Department of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. He is now a member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Even if he, Chen Zhixing, were to be filed, that would be a matter for the Ministry of Supervision. What does it have to do with the Supervision Bureau? There was a sudden rush of footsteps in the hallway. The Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee pushed the door in a panic. Secretary Lin. The car of the inspection team of the CCDI has been stopped by the public on Jiefang Road. Some people are kneeling and shouting in blood, pointing their swords at the CCDI inspection team. Dilly-dally. A silhouette stood up from its position, and a shocked look emerged within everyone's gaze. Roadblock CDC. This. Inform Qi Ziyuan immediately. Ask him what he really wants. Lin Shanha had been close to a low roar. Power changes and encounters are never just about 1 or 2 vetoes, but more importantly, on events. Lin Shanha had never felt so much fear as he did now. At the moment, in his mind, only 4 words remained: power out of control. At the same time, Lin Shanha's phone rang at this time as if it was a life-altering talisman, and he looked at the familiar notes on it and answered the phone. Dad. Lin Shanha's voice was hoarse. A low voice came over the phone. The Lin family has full authority to withdraw from Changtian province. You, retire internally. The Supreme Steering Group, the inspection team of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, actually encountered a bloody book blocking the road in Changtian province, and certain people deliberately and maliciously resisted. The tone has now been set from above. The worst corruption of this event is convincing everyone that the rules are dead. After saying that, the phone steeply hung up. Lin Shanha's eyes were lost in thought, and his body was paralyzed as he sat on the stool. Not only him, one of the standing committees present likewise fell on the stool. Their eyes lost focus, and one's face was deathly gray. What this means is very clear to all. Provincial groups, all destroyed. 3 coasters from the CCDI inspection team and a dozen black sedans with flashing police lights surrounded the office building of the Supervisory Bureau into an iron barrel. Armed police holding explosion-proof shield formed a human wall, black and oppressive. Zhang Guiyuan, the head of the inspection team of the CCDI, looked toward the building, and the sound of stomping steeply sounded as more than 20 inspectors wearing black suits and party emblems walked out from inside. At the head was Zhang Mingyi. He actually fearlessly took out the document with the official seal of the Supervisory Bureau, and boldly warned, "Team Leader Zhang, we're carrying out the double regulation procedure, and your forced intrusion is interfering with the local Supervisory Bureau's handling of the case." Zhang Guiyuan's eyes flickered with an icy look as he spoke in a sanguine tone. "Who gave you the guts to double-check the CCDI's proposed deputy director of the second division of the case trial room? P.S. 130 fans short of a fanbase. There are no more today." Chapter 138, Zhang Xinghuai's Fall from Grace. Functional departments within the CCDI include the General Office, the Organization Department, the Publicity Department, the Research Office, the Regulations Office, the Office of Supervision of Party Style and Political Style, the Letters and Visits Office, the Inspection Office, and the Case Supervision and Management Office. Among others, there are the Office of Case Proceedings, the Office of Disciplinary Cadre Supervision, the Bureau of International Cooperation, the Bureau of Organ Accident Management, the Party Committee of the Organ, and the Bureau of Retired Cadres, the 1st to 11th Supervisory and Monitoring Offices, the 12th to 16th Examination and Investigation Offices, as well as directly subordinate units and station discipline inspection groups. The structure used is the current one, and it is not possible to check the structure in 2007. In Zhang Guiyuan's words, Chen Zhixing is now currently the deputy director of the second division of the CCDI's case processing room. The organizational relationship has been transferred to the CCDI, and can now be considered a member of the CCDI. But this group of people from the Supervisory Bureau actually dare to lay hands on a member of the CCDI. You don't want to lose your head, do you? Zhang Mingyi sneered. Team Leader Zhang, the Supervisory Bureau has the right to investigate Chen Zhixing. This is a compliant and legal procedure. Are you sure you want to interfere with the case? Are you sure you want to interfere with the justice of Chen Zhixing's case? Are you sure you want to intervene in a case across systems? Seeing that Zhang Guiyuan didn't speak, Zhang Mingyi acted as if he was a righteous messenger as he took a step forward and said righteously, "First of all, the appointment document for Chen Zhixing's reassignment has not been issued, which means that before the reassignment document arrived at the Discipline Inspection Commission, he was still the deputy director of the section of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Secondly, even if the transfer documents are issued, until Chen Zhixing arrives at the Organization Department of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, it cannot be said that he is a cadre of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Finally, as the Standing Committee and Secretary General of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, you should be clear about the rules, and your cross-system behavior of obstructing and interfering with the case is itself a violation of the rules. I believe that I don't need to memorize the regulations for you, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Guiyuan was furious and laughed. It turns out that people really do laugh when they're speechless. Who is he to talk to him like that? He is a member of the Standing Committee of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, CCDI, a serious vice-ministerial level. Even in the CCDI he is a senior leading cadre. Now in Changtian province, he was disliked by a division chief, and the other party disliked him so righteously, rather like a righteous messenger, as if he was the villain. Zhang Guiyuan's gaze gouged through Zhang Mingyi's face like a knife blade, and the anger that churned in his chest almost burned through his sanity. What a compliant and legal, he suddenly bellowed, pointing at Zhang Mingyi's nose and snapped. When did your Supervisory Bureau have the power to file a case against a cadre filed by the Central Organization Department? Chen Zhixing's transfer order was faxed from the Organization Department of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to the office of the Changtian Provincial Party Committee at 10:33 this morning. Do you need me to access the signature record now? The CCDI cadre behind him unfolded the folder with a clatter, and the steel-stamped copy of the appointment letter was flung fiercely in Zhang Mingyi's face. Zhang Guiyuan almost squeezed out the next sentence through his teeth. As for the rules you just mentioned, torture to extract confessions from cadres of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, forgery of judicial documents, violently confronting organizational review, Zhang Mingyi of the Changtian Provincial Supervisory Bureau violated the party's character, violated principles, set up a private torture chamber, extorted confessions from cadres of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection by torture, forged evidence, overstepped the bounds of his rank to arrest people, and had an extremely bad influence. Is this what you call procedural justice? Boom! Provincial Party Committee compound direction suddenly came engine roar. A red flag official car broke through the armed police defense line break in the crowd outside. As Lin Shanha staggered out of the car, he met Zhang Guiyuan's bloodshot eyes. Lin Shanha stumbled, and before he could open his mouth, Zhang Guiyuan's strongly suppressed angry voice exploded in Lin Shanha's ears. Look at the devious tricks you've raised in the province of Changtian. The Supreme Steering Group is still sitting at the Provincial Party Committee, and you dare to lynch a CCDI cadre? Just who gave you the nerve? Lin Shanha's face turned pale. Zhang. Standing committee member Zhang. Zhang Guiyuan ripped open his collar and glanced at him coldly. As well as the provincial party committee members who got out of the red flag car were able to feel the anger in his chest. He looked at the guard bureau fighters and waved his hand violently. Search Chen Zhixing out. His gaze swept over the earthy-faced Lin Shanha. Word for word, from Zhang Mingyi to Bao Wanrui, there's one or the other. All of them in shackles. Zhang Mingyi's legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. Zhang Mingyi finally broke down when he was pressed to the ground with his hands clipped behind his back by 2 armed police officers. He looked at Jiang Xinghua in the crowd as if he had seen some kind of salvation, and he hissed, Secretary Jiang, save me. It was you who told me to do it, Secretary Jiang. As soon as these words came out, a swish of eyes landed on Jiang Xinghua's body, and the scene steeply quieted down. Zhang Guiyuan turned his head and stared coldly at Jiang Xinghua, speaking in a morose and icy tone. Secretary Jiang, it looks like you won't be able to return home tonight. Jiang Xinghua stood in the center of the crowd, his face as white as paper, and the veins at the corners of his forehead looked particularly hideous in the bleak light. The collar of his jacket was soaked with cold sweat, clinging to his neck, and his fingers twitched unconsciously, as if the strength had been drained from his body. Zhang Mingyi's hissing sound was like a sharp knife, completely tearing apart his forced composure. His pupils contracted violently as his gaze moved from Zhang Guiyuan's cold and stern face to Lin Shanha's ashen face and finally landed on Zhang Mingyi, who was being suppressed by the armed police. Secretary Jiang. Zhang Mingyi's voice had broken. You were the one who said Chen Zhixing had to die in the interrogation room. It was you who told Director Sun to give me half an hour. Jiang Xinghuai's throat knots rolled, but he couldn't make a sound. He saw Zhang Guiyuan raise his hand to signal the armed police to pause their movements, and the entire square instantly fell into dead silence. Even the night breeze froze. Everyone's eyes were pinned on him, like countless dissecting knives, trying to peel away his false skin layer by layer. Jiang Xinghuai's lips trembled as he squeezed out half a syllable, suddenly staggering back 2 steps and hitting the car door. Zhang Guiyuan's gaze locked onto his form like a falcon, and he suddenly snapped, take it down. The CDC team around him immediately pounced. Thus, Jiang Xinghua, member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee of Changtian Province and Secretary of the Shangbei Municipal Party Committee, became the first tiger to be hit by the CCDI team. Zhang Guiyuan didn't even look at him, striding towards the interrogation room as the armed police officer beside him kicked open the door. Chen Zhixing was handcuffed to a special iron chair, his shirt was soaked with blood, and there were 2 electric shock burns on his bare chest. It looks serious, but in reality, it's not light at all. That said, the problem is not too big. Having suffered electric shocks and beatings, it's not too big of a problem. Most strikingly, he had a confession pressed to his forehead, with a dozen bloody handprints pressed crookedly on it. Zhixing, Comrade Chen Zhixing. Zhang Guiyuan rushed forward and trembled as he unlocked the handcuffs. He was well aware that Chen Zhixing was the Zhou family's granddaughter-in-law, and he was also the boyfriend of the Zhou family's youngest princess who had just been retrieved, and the Zhou family had even recognized Chen Zhixing. If something happens, that's really up. Chen Zhixing grinned and said, Team Leader Zhang, I'm fine, just a little tired. Ambulance. The doctors outside quickly poured in and examined them before telling Zhang Guiyuan, the patient is asymptomatic. Right now it's just normal after an electric shock. A night's rest will do the trick. Chapter 139. All men are actors. Acting for one man. Not only the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee of Changtian Province, even the Supreme Steering Group did not expect that after the Supreme Steering Group was stationed in Changtian Province, Zhou Weiman's line actually dared to be so arrogant and cocky. Under normal circumstances, after the arrival of the inspection team, all the bulls and devils have shrunk their heads, and no one dares to venture out for fear of being caught in the pigtail. But now what? Obviously, it is a higher level than the inspection team, and even the first time that the highest steering group has appeared to visit Changtian Province. But Zhou Weiman's department actually dared to come up with this kind of thing. The ground shook again at this time, accompanied by an ambulance as well as 2 armed police vehicles escorted by a car outside once again into the Supervision Bureau compound. Heavyweights make their entrance. After one of the cars stopped, the person who got out of the passenger side quickly got out, turned to face the back seat, bent over, and pulled open the door. The moment the car door opened, the room stood at attention. Bigwigs from the Central Organization Department, the Political and Legal Committee, the Ministry of Public Security and other ministries came down. Old Zhang, what's the situation? I've heard that the Public Security Bureau is closing the roads and deliberately blocking your route? The speaker is Zhou Dingbang of the Ministry of Public Security. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Lin Shanha and a series of other provincial standing committee members. Zhang Guiyuan sneered, Comrade Chen Zhixing had just gotten off the plane when Zhang Mingyi of the Supervisory Bureau led people to arrest Comrade Chen Zhixing, and not only that, but he also tortured Comrade Chen Zhixing to extract a confession. After Zhang Mingyi explained, it was Comrade Jiang Xinghuai's command, directly crossing the Inspector General. I see the rules in Changtian province simply does not exist well. The rules don't exist? Yan Songhua stepped out of the first car, and the sound of his old leather shoes on the standing water was like a muffled thunder. He swept over Zhang Mingyi, who was pressed to the ground, and let out a heavy cold snort. Then let's show Changtian province what rules mean today. In the second car, Shen Majuan of the Central Organization Department is wiping the lens with a white glove. When he put his glasses back on, the gaze behind the lenses made Lin Shanha stagger and hit the car door. And this Vice Minister of the Central Organization Department spoke in an unhurried tone. Since the political soil of the entire Changtian province is bad to the roots, let's uproot it. Lin Shanha's face was white. Before he came, he received a call from his own old master. The old master's meaning was to withdraw from Changtian province. Listening to the old master's meaning, it seemed that the old master couldn't protect himself. Zhang Guoyuan stood in the light of the interrogation room of the Supervisory Bureau as Chen Zhixing was helped into the ambulance. Blood stains on the white stretcher, piercing red. He turned around, his gaze like a blade scraping through every Changtian province senior present. Lin Shanha face as gray as death. Jiang Xinghuai by the armed police counterclasping arms. Zhang Mingyi limp as mud. The Supreme Steering Group is in the Provincial Party Committee immediately. Yan Songhua's voice slammed on the ground, provoking a dead silence. From now on, the Changtian Provincial Standing Committee suspends all decision-making powers. Shen Majuan of the Central Organization Department flipped open the folder and took out a list with a red seal. Upon approval, the main heads of the Changtian Provincial Political and Legal Committee, the Public Security Department, the Development and Reform Commission, and 12 other departments, are all suspended for review. Upon approval, Lin Shanha, Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee of Changtian Province, Wang Jianjun, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, and 13 other members of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee are subject to review and investigation by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Upon approval, the Supreme Steering Group will temporarily take over all administrative affairs in Changtian Province with decision-making power. It was a night of thunderous action. The staff of the CCDI inspection team and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection were like hungry wolves, arresting people and searching for evidence. Lu Yun, Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau and the leading cadres of the Public Prosecution and Law Department who appeared at the Castle Peak Sanatorium during the day, all fell into the net and were arrested. For a while, the wind and the grass were at their backs. Police lights flashed all night, roads were closed, and those who fled. The Armed Police Headquarters, based on the black forces bitten out by Wang Jianjun, has begun a targeted counter-terrorism campaign, and all those who violently resist will be killed. The ambulance's siren was still buzzing in his ears, but Chen Zhixing ripped off the infusion needle with one hand, and blood cut a piercing red on the back of his pale hand. He pushed past the paramedics and gazed out the window, the silhouette of the Castle Hill Sanatorium looming in the pre-dawn darkness like a hibernating beast. All set? Chen Zhixing suddenly opened his mouth and asked. One by one, the paramedics suddenly removed their masks and took off their white coats, revealing a familiar face. He Yang lit a cigarette and grinned. Hey, how the hell did you grow this brain? With this trick of concealing the truth from the world, I don't think anyone would be able to react. The co-pilot Qin War pulled the bolt on his gun and didn't say anything, and the person driving the car was Rin Xiaoxing, the deputy director from the 13th Review and Investigation Office. Team Leader Chen, the armed police force has secretly blocked all the exits of the Castle Peak Sanatorium. Zhou Weiman has been staying inside the third cottage since this afternoon, and it's safe to assume that he's in the nest. Chen Zhixing nodded. Then go directly to the Castle Peak Sanatorium and arrest them. It's a game in which everyone is an actor. In the capital, before getting on the plane, all the actors of this bureau were in place. After all the people related to Zhou Weiman's family are already under their surveillance. The Supreme Steering Group came with orders from above and could not possibly spend time here. So after Chen Zhixing got the evidence pointing straight at Zhou Weiman, the plan was put in place in order to prevent Zhou Weiman from making a sly move. Let Zhou Weiman think that everything is under his control. According to Chen Zhixing's plan, after coming out of the Supervisory Bureau, he went straight to Zhou Weiman's Castle Peak Sanatorium to arrest people, and the Supreme Steering Group, the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee, the people who could arguably suppress them in terms of rank and authority, are now being suppressed by the Supreme Steering Group. As for Zhou Weiman's other disciples and officials, the highest is the hall level. Zhou Weiman's other protégés, all under surveillance, and all have been staked out by the disciplinary team assigned by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Secretary General Zheng ordered that you have the highest command tonight. and all 6 teams of the CCDI are under your command. Chen Zhixing nodded and glanced at the time. 20 minutes later. Unify the operation. All arrests must be completed by 6 o'clock in the morning. Evidence to arrest Zhou Weiman? Although the disciplinary system is not connected to the internet, the facts was already there. All the evidence, confessions, etc., were copied and then passed over. And Chen Zhixing didn't have any evidence at all in his briefcase. This is a bureau. 15 minutes later, the ambulance stopped 500 meters from the entrance of the Green Mountain Sanatorium. Chen Zhixing several people got out of the car and walked towards the Green Mountain Sanatorium. Oncoming a janitorial grandpa, passing by a few people, suddenly whispered, whether or not to execute the arrest operation? Chen Zhixing's eyes glazed over and he whispered, action. P.S. By all rights, I should have finished chapter 3 by now. But these chapters are actually hard to write. I've been stuck on the text, and I've written several versions of this chapter. So I've been struggling with this chapter all afternoon. It's like I didn't know what to write about the high-powered plot of the capture for a while. So I thought about it and decided to write a plot of resignation. There is no high-energy drama, no resistance drama. There is just a retired Zhou Weiman frankly admit defeat. At least, I think, human nature this kind of thing is not see-through. Some people against the organization review well. Zhou Weiman's high-powered, ruinous remarks will be reflected in the trial. Well, still writing, these chapters are indeed a bit hard to write. One more chapter.